Chapter 1 An additional 300,000 yuan in betrothal gifts? 300,000. I only want 300,000 today. Qin Feng, I've got the household registration booklet today. As long as you give me the 300,000 yuan in the card, you and Shuer can go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get your marriage certificate now. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, a 40-year-old middle-aged woman held a red household registration book in one hand and said with a firm expression. As she spoke, she unconsciously slapped the household registration booklet in her hand. In front of her, a very handsome young man lowered his head slightly, clenched his fists, and had a very ugly expression on his face. This person is Qin Feng. Looking at his aggressive mother-in-law Chen Yan in front of him, Qin Feng ignored her and turned to look at the girl next to her. Shuer, do you think this is okay? Qin Feng, I. Wang Shue's face also looked a little ugly. She hesitated for a moment and looked at her mother, looking very embarrassed. I think this is great. Before Wang Shui could answer, her mother pulled her behind her and said, Our Shuer is naturally beautiful. Her admirers are all lined up at the end of our alley. We absolutely cannot let her suffer any loss. In fact, Chen Yan had something else to say. They have twins, a boy and a girl. The elder sister is Wang Shui and the younger brother is Wang Lin. Because Wang Lin has graduated now, the house is too small, so Chen Yan found a buyer and wanted to sell the house and buy a bigger one in a better location. A few days ago, I estimated that there was a shortfall of 200,000. That's why I followed him today, intending to get 200,000 yuan from Qin Feng. As for the 300,000, she thought it would relieve the pressure when her son gets married. Auntie, you originally said that marrying Shuer would require owning a house and a car in Shanghai. I've done all of that. After that, you said you wanted to add Shuer's name to the house, so I did. As for the betrothal gift, you said your daughter was well off and had been raised like a princess since she was little. It wasn't easy. You asked for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan, and I gave it to you. But Qin Feng looked at the ferocious face of his mother-in-law Chen Yan, his eyes red. As the saying goes, a penny can make a hero fall. The money for the wedding plus the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift were nothing to him. The assets he had accumulated from years of hard work in the big city were enough for him to handle it with ease. But the house and car in Shanghai drained all his assets in an instant. The middle-aged woman in front of him demanded full payment, because she didn't want her daughter to help repay the loan. But even so, he could still raise enough money for the wedding. Just a gift. In order to raise the 200,000 yuan betrothal money, he begged everyone for help, and even borrowed money from his childhood friend Xiao Jin, who had just retired from the army. When the brother heard that he was getting married, he immediately took out his military pension, which was still hot, and lent it to him. Qin Feng knew very well that once Xiao Jin lost his severance pay, his pockets would be cleaner than his face. When the other brothers heard that he was getting married and urgently needed money, they all tried their best to lend him some. Finally, the 200,000 yuan betrothal money was collected. All the difficulties have been overcome. But just one final touch. Auntie, Shuer and I have already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because of your matter, we have been delayed for more than 20 minutes. We are just one step away from entering the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate. Can you give me some time and let Shuer and I go in to get the marriage certificate? We can talk about the betrothal money later. After a long sigh, Qin Feng asked in a negotiating tone. Where is he going to get 300,000 now? The 200,000 yuan betrothal gift is almost gone, and you want to increase the price by 300,000 yuan? Where did he get 300,000? I can't even kill him with one sword. He is such a strong man, but now he feels so wrong that he wants to cry. He. A cold laugh interrupted his brewing emotions. The middle-aged woman looked indifferent and turned to ask her daughter, Shuer, what do you mean? Qin Feng looked at his girlfriend Wang Shui with a dimmed look in his eyes. He knew his girlfriend very well. She always listens to her mother's opinions, which is why her mother-in-law is so confident. However, Qin Feng still felt that she should be able to understand him. After all, he and she had been in love for 5 years. If it weren't for these 5 years of relationship, he probably wouldn't even be willing to pay the full amount for the house. I. Feeling Qin Feng's impatient look, Wang Shui felt confused and didn't know how to face Qin Feng. But the next moment, Wang Shui decided to obey her mother's decision. She looked at Qin Feng with an embarrassed look, hesitantly saying, Qin Feng, all your good friends are in the Magic City. Why don't you talk to them about it? Lend some more money? Holy crap, is this what you mean? Although Qin Feng was well educated, he couldn't help but swear when he heard his girlfriend's answer. He never expected that his girlfriend would say such a thing. 5 years of relationship, is this it? Maybe his mother-in-law didn't know how the wedding money and the betrothal money came from, but Wang Shui knew. Qin Feng shamelessly went to his relatives and friends one by one to borrow money. Of course, she also knew about Chao Jin's affairs. She married him, and now uses Huabei for her daily meals and transportation, and even has to ask the elderly at home for money from time to time. This good guy wants him to borrow? Wang Shui, I just want to ask you one question today. Are you going to get married or not? Qin Feng, who felt that his life was meaningless, looked at his girlfriend and blurted out these words helplessly. He really wants to find a place to cry his heart out. And these words also made Wang Shui's face pale. She was too familiar with Qin Feng. Qin Feng's reaction means that this matter has violated his bottom line. She also felt that her mother's request was a bit excessive. She opened her mouth, intending to persuade her mother. However, before I could even open my mouth, I was frightened by that look and swallowed the words I was about to say. What's the matter? From your tone, it seems like you're trying to be tough if soft tactics don't work. Qin Feng, I won't make it difficult for you. I don't want 300,000, but 200,000. Take 200,000, and you and Shuer will go in and get the marriage certificate. But without these 200,000, forget about our Shuer. Seeing that her daughter wanted to speak, Zhenyan pulled her hard, stood in front of her daughter, and shouted at Qin Feng. Mad, I don't want to get married anymore. Looking at the aggressive look of his mother-in-law and his girlfriend whom he had known for 5 years, Qin Feng was disappointed. This is also a hammer. Even if he sold everything he had, he couldn't raise 200,000 yuan. What's more, Wang Shui is no longer worth in doing all this, he just wants to be alone and quiet. If you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Who's afraid of who? Seeing that Qin Feng had given up, Zhenyan still maintained a firm attitude and fought back without any fear. Let's go home. If this guy doesn't get married, there are plenty of other people out there. Our daughter is so beautiful, are you afraid of not finding a partner if you want to get married? Having said that, she took Wang Shui's hand, turned around and left. Finally, we've completely broken up. Qin Feng sighed deeply and didn't want to stay here anymore. Unlucky. Excuse me, did you bring your household registration booklet? Just as he turned around, a very sweet voice suddenly came. Chapter 2, Leaving the Certificate. Lawyer's letter of warning? Of course I did. What? Qin Feng was slightly stunned and answered subconsciously. Turn around and look. He saw a tall, beautiful woman with long red hair holding a red household registration book and looking him up and down with a strange look. Since your marriage has fallen through, would you mind finding a new partner, like me? The girl scratched her cheek with her left hand embarrassedly and asked with a sweet smile. Black question mark. Qin Feng was stunned. He had never expected the other party to say such a thing. My goodness, is this a big reality show or a prank? What do you mean? A prank? Qin Feng was about to step forward to find out more when he was interrupted by a sharp voice. Hey, little girl, this guy is just a poor bastard. Don't do anything stupid just because he's handsome. Shen Yan, who was about to take her daughter away, saw a girl who was prettier than her own daughter chatting up Qin Feng, and immediately joined in. Qin Feng's family conditions are not bad. And he is really handsome. Otherwise, she would have stopped her daughter from dating him on the first day. No need, I have money. Shen Yan wanted to say something, but was blocked by the girl. The pretty girl looked at her with some disgust, turned around and pulled Qin Feng, who didn't know what was going on, into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Next. Medical examination report, photo taking, certificate collection, stamping. Done in one go. Qin Feng tried to speak several times, but was blocked by the girl. To be honest, he also wanted to marry a beautiful girl home, but it's like a dream. A few minutes later. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Feng had a red book in his hand. And on his right hand, he was holding the hand of a very beautiful girl. This, rising straight from the bottom to the pinnacle of life? Am I married now? To be honest, Qin Feng is still confused. Although he had already prepared to get the certificate. But the results seem a little different. My significant other changed from the familiar Wang Shui to a strange beautiful girl? Good boy, I was shocked. Lang Ying? That's his wife's name. Qin Feng looked at the name and photo on the marriage certificate and said silently. You. Holding the red book in his hand, Qin Feng realized that he seemed to have never spoken a word to his wife. Okay, honey, it's time for us to go home. Without waiting for him to say anything, the girl took his arm and pulled him out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Feng, did you really get the certificate? When the two of them walked outside the Civil Affairs Bureau, Qin Feng was surprised to find that Wang Shui and her mother Chen Yan had not left yet. When Chen Yan saw that he was holding a red book in his hand, she was a little confused. What's going on? Hello, my name is Ling Ying, and I'm Qin Feng's newlywed wife. At this moment, Lang Ying let go of Qin Feng's hand, walked in front of Wang Shui, quietly showed her marriage certificate, and smiled slightly. This seems like a demonstration. My name is Wang Shui. At this time, Wang Shui was already confused. My fiancé, whom I have been in love with for 5 years, is getting married to another woman? And the other person's newlywed wife is right in front of him, smiling and shaking hands with him? How did everything change? She believed that Qin Feng would definitely not refuse to marry her. This time I went back just to try my best to raise money, because I will come here to get the marriage certificate with her eventually. But now, everything has changed. It doesn't matter what your name is. I just came here to tell you that Qin Feng is my husband now. I don't care what happens between you two. But after that, I hope you will never have anything to do with Qin Feng again. Lang Ying retracted her outstretched hand, and her eyes suddenly turned cold. What do you mean? Feeling the temperature around her drop, Wang Shui felt as if Lang Ying's words were like an icy knife piercing her heart. Just half a step away from entering the palace of marriage, and that is it? A feeling of loss and grievance suddenly surged into her heart, and tears were about to flow out of her eyes. Hey, what do you mean? Seeing her daughter's aggrieved look, Chen Yan naturally stood up. It's nothing serious, just a warning to you. Seeing Wang Shui's mother stand up, Lang Ying immediately took a step back. It's not that she is afraid of Chen Yan, but she has no intention of confronting this shrew. It's really too cheap. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. You guys take care of yourselves. My husband and I need to find a place to hold our wedding party. As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng and prepared to leave. You. A tough woman like Chen Yan would naturally not tolerate this. She was just about to step forward, start cursing, or even hit him. But immediately a dark-colored Rolls-Royce drove over from not far away. It's nothing. Magic City. These two words alone are a symbol of prosperity. It wouldn't be surprising to see any vehicle here. But the strange thing was that the Rolls-Royce happened to be parked in front of Chen Yan, separating Lang Ying from her. Click. The car door was opened, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the driver's seat. Miss, are you going home? The middle-aged man in the luxurious suit walked to Lang Ying's side, helped Lang Ying open the door very politely, and seemed very respectful to Qin Feng. What's even more exaggerated is, Lang Ying accepted all this very naturally. Lift your foot and step into it. Hubby, why are you still standing there? Let's go home. After reaching out and pulling Qin Feng into the car, Lang Ying glanced at Wang Shui and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and said coldly to Wang Shui's mother Chen Yan, "Oh, I almost forgot, you must return the betrothal gift that brother Qin Feng gave you in time. If I don't see it within 3 days. So what if I don't return it? That's what my daughter earned." When Chen Yan heard the word bride price, her face suddenly became panicked. He. Instead of rushing to confront the opponent, Lang Ying just smiled slightly. I've already warned you, if you don't give it to me, be careful of the lawyer's letter. I'm confident I have this connection. Click. The car door was closed. What kind of person is this? He drives such a nice car and still has the nerve to ask for the betrothal gift back? Chen Yan said viciously as she watched the Rolls-Royce driving away. She didn't know exactly how much the Rolls-Royce was worth. But all she knew was the car's logo. The symbol of the flying goddess. This car will cost at least several million or tens of millions of dollars to buy. Not to mention a person driving a car. The man driving the car had the temperament of a wealthy butler, and was definitely not someone they could afford to offend. What if I don't return it? You're still afraid of me, daughter, let's go. Chen Yan muttered, looking indignant. As she said this, she was about to pull her daughter Wang Shui. But at this time, Wang Shui looked dazed. She cried with some regret and asked, "Mom, did I completely miss Qin Feng?"
When Shen Yin saw her daughter like this, she felt helpless.
"If you miss it, you miss it. You are so beautiful. There will definitely be someone more handsome than that kid Qin Feng who will come to marry you." "No, I only want Qin Feng." Chapter 3: The Daughter of the Richest Man? The back seat of a Rolls-Royce. If you have any questions or want to know, you can ask now.
Lang Ying stretched out her hand and snapped her fingers. The driver in the front row immediately understood and quickly raised the partition between the front and rear rows. Because of this partition, the two of them have some private space. Qin Feng sat in the back, looking at the extremely luxurious interior of the car and the beautiful girl opposite him, and finally asked aloud, "What is going on?"
"My name is Lang Ying, I'm 23 years old. My father is Lun Zian, and my mother is Lin Yanran." "No, wait a minute."
Qin Feng was slightly startled when he heard Lang Ying say her father's name.
"You said your father's name is Lun Zian?" "The richest man in the Lang Group, who specializes in cold chain, Lang Zian."
He had some exposure to cold chain technology at his workplace. The highest authority on this matter remembers it very clearly.
Lang Zian. The leader in cold chain, it occupies refrigeration infrastructure in all parties. More importantly, he seems to be the richest man in Shanghai?
He is indeed a big shot in the cold chain industry, but he is the richest man.
It's only been a matter of a few days. I'm not sure.
Taking out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses from the wine cabinet nearby, Lang Ying poured the wine by herself. She was very calm about Qin Feng's surprise, as if she had seen it before.
"So you are the daughter of the richest man?" Lang Ying handed the poured red wine to Qin Feng, sipped her lips, and then said, "Do you like this name?" Boom. Although after seeing such a luxurious Rolls-Royce, Qin Feng had a vague idea of Lang Ying's identity. Which company chairman's daughter is worth a lot of money? But he really didn't expect that the other party was the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai? I actually got married to the daughter of the richest man?
After taking the wine glass, Qin Feng unconsciously pinched the red notebook in his pocket, feeling that everything was unreal.
His head is buzzing now. Lang Zian. This name is well known even in other provinces. And he.
It's just because his cold chain technology and refrigeration infrastructure are so large that he almost monopolizes the entire refrigeration industry.
He has also integrated many other industries. Although they are not as big as the cold chain, they are also very successful. Supermarkets, drug development, hotels, tourism, schools, hospitals. He has a hand in almost every industry. But now, Qin Feng, an ordinary person, actually married the daughter of the richest man? Is this okay? This is very bad.
He no longer needs to struggle, he can just live a life of idleness and wait for death.
Gulp.
After swallowing his saliva, Qin Feng calmed down.
But why did you choose me?
He didn't think he was lucky enough to have such a pie falling from the sky.
Not to mention, he seemed to have never seen Lang Ying before. This guy got the certificate directly? Impossible. Even if she takes over, she is the daughter of the richest man. If one word is spread out, at least tens of millions of people across the country will be willing to take this opportunity. Moreover, the woman in front of him, whether in figure or appearance, is top-notch.
Hearing Qin Feng's question, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly became a little dim, and she said quietly, "Because we have known each other since childhood, and you even said you would marry me, but you just don't remember me yet." She was Qin Feng's childhood sweetheart. She lived with her mother since she was young, as her father was often away from home because of his business. Coincidentally, when she was 5 years old, the company grew bigger and bigger because of the improvement of the new cold chain technology invested by her father Lang Zian. And she also followed her mother and completely left the place where she had lived.
Completely left Qin Feng.
When she grew up, her father sent her abroad to study and changed her name.
Just returned home in recent days. With sufficient resources, Lang Ying easily found Qin Feng's residence.
Originally, after finding out that he had a girlfriend, she planned not to bother Qin Feng.
But curiosity got the better of me. The more she didn't want to see him, the more she wanted to see in person which woman was so lucky to receive his love? Who knows?
I saw that scene at the Civil Affairs Bureau. She was so angry that she impulsively got married to him.
But she doesn't regret it now. After all, she has liked Qin Feng since she was a child. You've known each other since childhood? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, showing no intention of remembering her at all.
He had never met such a beautiful girl before. 170 centimeters tall, fair skin, stunning looks, and a strong background.
How could he possibly know a girl like this?
Although his family background is pretty good, he was not well off when he was a child. His family was very poor at that time.
He basically had no childhood.
If it weren't for a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll who often played with him when he was in school, he probably.
Wait, a porcelain doll? A little girl?
Recalling this, Qin Feng was completely stunned.
He looked at Lang Ying, who was sipping wine nearby, and asked blankly, "Are you the porcelain doll? The little girl who often came to play with me when I was a child? A small mirror? Yo ho! You finally remembered."
As if a great burden had been lifted, Lang Ying heaved a sigh of relief and spoke softly.
But now, her face showed an unconcealable joy. "But, your name is not Lang Ying?"
"The name has been changed."
"How did you change so much?" "Girls change a lot when they grow up." "They grow up?" "Oh." Qin Feng nodded slightly and stopped talking. "You, let me off at the next intersection."
After chatting with Lang Ying for a while, Qin Feng looked out the window and suddenly said,
"Ah? You won't come home with me?" Lang Ying was a little surprised. It was originally agreed that Qin Feng would meet his parents.
Although it was a bit abrupt, Qin Feng was her childhood sweetheart. Her father had heard of and even seen Qin Feng a long time ago. Not to mention her mother, who often came to his house when she was a child and even had the intention of arranging a marriage for them.
I'm sure her parents will accept it. But now, Qin Feng doesn't go home with her? I'm not ready yet. Give me some time to get into the role of husband. Alright, it's only a matter of time anyway. After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying understood. Most people would not be able to bear a sudden marriage. Besides, she also felt that the two of them were moving a little too fast. After thinking about it, she decided to respect Qin Feng's opinion. "Butler Lin, please stop at the intersection ahead." Sizzle. A black Rolls-Royce stopped at the intersection, attracting the attention of passers-by. "Rolls-Royce, this car is too stable, isn't it? You call this being steady? You call this being pretentious? This car must cost at least 300,000 or 400,000, right? Auntie, you're right." Click. The car door opened and Qin Feng walked down from the back seat in a daze. "Qin Feng, don't leave yet." And at this time, Lang Ying seemed to suddenly think of something, and followed Qin Feng out of the car the moment he got out. "Ah? Anything else?" Qin Feng was a little confused and stood in front of the car looking at Lang Ying. "Of course there is something. Take out your phone and turn on the camera." Lang Ying came up to Qin Feng with a smile and kissed him suddenly in front of the camera. Chapter 4. Not only is he marrying a beautiful, rich woman, but there is also a system? Click. An intimate photo was saved on the phone. "I'll give you a stamp, and then." As she spoke, Lang Ying lowered her head and fiddled with her phone. She opened WeChat and clicked on Moments. "Announce it to the world." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the message that Lang Ying was about to post on her circle of friends. "Love you, love you, love you, love you," and attached are the photos they just took. The standard for announcing a relationship on WeChat Moments. "Can I send it now?" Lang Ying held the phone and looked at Qin Feng with a pleading look on her face. She respected Qin Feng's decision very much. If he didn't want her to, she would never send it. After all, husbands are meant to be pampered. "Sure." Nodding, Qin Feng said with a smile. Since they have already gotten the marriage certificate, there is no need for him to hide it anymore. It would seem very pretentious. "Oh yeah, long live Qin Feng." Lang Ying jumped for joy when she got permission. It was hard to imagine that such a beautiful girl with a mature look would actually do such a cute action. Qin Feng was a little stunned by what he saw. "It's just an official announcement, no need to be so happy." After regaining consciousness a little, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying jumping around and smiled helplessly. Looking at Lang Ying's appearance, he originally thought that she was a cold, domineering female CEO who was serious and stern. You know, when Lang Ying was facing off against Wang Shui and her mother Qingyan before, the expressions and momentum she displayed were very domineering, and she had an indescribable temperament. But I didn't expect that under the appearance of a mature woman is a cheerful and cute girl? The character collapsed in an instant. But that's okay. Qin Feng is not interested in cold and aloof older women, but he is very fond of lively and cute girls. After all, who doesn't want a girl who is both domineering and cute? It's official now, so I'm going home.
With a slight smile, Qin Feng identified where he was, waved to Lang Ying, and planned to go home first.
At this time, Lang Ying's mood also calmed down. Okay, Qin Feng, I just added you on WeChat, please check it out later.
Also, you are not allowed to look at other girls when I'm not around, and you absolutely cannot talk to other girls.
You are mine, I will pick you up tomorrow.
Lang Ying smiled sweetly, waved vigorously towards Qin Feng, watched him walk away, and then got into the car reluctantly. As soon as she got in the car, her cell phone started buzzing non-stop. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, Lang Ying lives abroad, but her circle of friends also includes a small number of Shanghai's rich second generation and young talents. What's more, she has a close friend, Su Yanran. Su Yanran has lived in Shanghai for many years and knows almost everyone in the aristocratic circle.
These rich people can see the circle of friends she forwarded. The daughter of Shanghai's richest man officially announced her relationship? This news is undoubtedly as shocking as the dropping of an atomic bomb. Although Lang Ying is abroad, there are still photos of her.
In addition, she is very mysterious, so most of the rich children are very interested in her.
While returning to China, she was forced by Su Yanran to attend a party. Because of Lang Ying's stunning beauty. Just like that, the rich circle was in an uproar.
And now she announced that she is in love.
Everyone has a question. Who is the other party? How could he bypass these young talents and directly capture the heart of the goddess?
Yang Xiaohua, congratulations to the beautiful Lang for ending her single life.
Li Ran, is the man in the photo the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang? He's very handsome.
Su Qing, indeed, he is good looking.
When will the beautiful Lang take him out for a walk? Su Yanran, Su Qing, you can't speak, what do you mean by pull it out for a walk? Lang Ying, I'll take you to meet him later. Yang Xiaohua, Li Ran, Su Qing, okay? Tang Chenipin, Lu Jiazui, the Magic City.
A man stood in front of a huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a mobile phone in the other, looking at the photo of Lang Ying and Qin Feng, gritting his teeth secretly.
And the other side.
Qin Feng has returned home. After closing the door, he looked at the one-bedroom apartment he rented and shook his head slightly. Then he walked towards the bathroom. What happened today was so dreamy that he decided to wash his face and wake up.
At this moment, a strange electronic synthesized female voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, the life winner system is activated.
Qin Feng suddenly looked up and stared at the mirror in surprise.
I just married a beautiful, wealthy woman and now the system comes? What's wrong with him? Are you the best of the best? System?
There was no sound for a long time.
Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror and asked tentatively. The system is in. What exactly can you do? Qin Feng asked the question he wanted to ask most.
Replying to the host, this system can allow the host to master various skills, making the host the most perfect person in the world and the top winner in life.
Master of all skills, the most perfect person?
Listening to the system's answer, Qin Feng pinched his chin and fell into deep thought.
He is thinking about his future. Although he has already gotten married with Lang Ying. But what can an ordinary marriage certificate prove?
It proves nothing.
The gap between his status and Lang Ying's is too big.
His father was once the richest man in Shanghai.
What kind of person is he?
He is just a relatively successful market analyst.
Although Lang Ying's father and mother had a good impression of her when she was a child, what about now?
It is not necessarily that they would ignore the idea of being well matched and let Lang Ying be with them. Besides, he definitely couldn't afford to support Lang Ying. She is the daughter of the richest man, so it's almost enough for her to support him. Thinking about all these things, Qin Feng looked at himself in the mirror, frowned slightly, and clenched his fists secretly.
The disparity between their identities was too great.
If he really wanted to stay with Lang Ying for a long time, he had to develop quickly like Long Outyen.
Freeloader? He. Qin Feng sneered. He will never eat free food.
What's more, he now has a system, so it's not certain whether he can still live off the money. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, the voice that appeared in his mind once again made him see the light. Ding, the host is detected to be clenching his fist, activating the physical fitness skill. Currently, the host clenched his fist once and transformed his body once.
System sound completed. Suddenly,
Qin Feng felt as if his body was washed by the water. He felt very comfortable and his fists became stronger.
So thoughtful?
He was a little bit unconvinced and clenched his fist again, and at this time, the system's voice appeared again. Ding, host's fist detected, transformation point +1.
Gurgle. Swallowed his saliva.
He now realized that this was not a dream.
This system is really cool. Make a fist. Enhance. Make a fist. Enhance.
Qinfeng realized the changes in his body and kept clenching his fists, as if he had a bug.
20 minutes later.
At this time, the system no longer made any sound when he clenched his fist. And now his body has undergone a transformation. The body, which was originally in a sub-healthy state, now becomes stronger. Qinfeng hurriedly took off his shirt, revealing his upper body.
Just see.
The belly that originally had some fat has now been replaced by abdominal muscles.
The whole body has become very healthy.
This made Qinfeng a little happy.
Good job.
He loved the system of being able to have abdominal muscles that he couldn't have in a short period of time just by clenching his fists.
If clenching my fist can trigger it, what about me reading a book? Do it when you think of it.
Qinfeng hurried out of the bathroom and found one of the few investment magazines in the house and started reading. Detected that the host is learning investment knowledge, unlocking the strongest investor skills.
Currently, the host studies for 1 minute and gains +1 knowledge point. Sudden.
Qinfeng felt a surge of knowledge flooding into his mind. His eyes suddenly became clearer.
Chapter 5 all in, 50 million. But, it doesn't seem to be any different?
Qinfeng pinched his brows and decided to try again. He had hardly read the investment book after he bought it. The bookstore owner had initially tricked him into thinking that this was the most comprehensive book on investors in the world. If you understand the secrets inside, you can go directly to Wall Street and become the Wolf King. Currently, the host has read for 2 hours and gained 120 knowledge points.
I watched it until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Qinfeng rubbed his red and swollen eyes and put the investment magazine on the bed. Then he turned on his phone and took a quick look at the stock market. His job in Shanghai is to be responsible for the company's market analysis, and he also has some research on the stock market.
But usually Qinfeng just looks at it and doesn't buy anything. Stock.
It can make a person a millionaire overnight, or it can make a millionaire become a pauper overnight. This high-risk, high-return income model is obviously not suitable for a worker like him. But he still took a look as usual.
Hiss, what happened? Did you damage your eyes by looking at your phone?
Qinfeng pinched his brows and held the phone, very surprised by the red line on the screen.
Crane Technology? This stock is marked with a red line.
At first he thought it was a problem with the phone, but once he returned to the home page, the red line disappeared.
Once your eyes leave the phone, the red line will disappear. Is it the system?
Suddenly enlightened, Qinfeng turned to look at the investment magazine he had just read.
He now finally understood what the knowledge point +1 the system was talking about.
Emotions directly guide him to buy stocks.
System, what does this red line mean?
In order to prevent himself from losing money due to blind operations, Qinfeng still kept an eye on the system and asked. If this red line means selling instead of investing, then he is doomed. Ding, the red line indicates that this stock will rise in the short term. Crane Technology recently developed the latest cold chain technology. This stock will rise rapidly after 3 a.m. today and reach its peak at 10 a.m. tomorrow. If the host uses all assets to buy before 3 o'clock today and sells at 10 o'clock tomorrow after the stock market opens, he will make a profit of 50 million.
5,000, 10,000?
With a loud shout, Qinfeng was stunned.
Wow, this is a direct profit of 50 million? This is an asset that most people cannot earn even if they work hard for half their entire lives. He can earn that much in one night? Wealth and honor are sought through risk, let alone a system.
After slapping his face, Qinfeng instantly woke up, hurriedly turned on the computer and entered the stock market. With the system giving the order, he felt confident. If it weren't for the limited funds he could mobilize, he would have mortgaged his house and car to buy this stock.
All in.
Take out all your bank cards and transfer all the borrowed money to the same bank card.
Click.
15 minutes before the stock market closed, Qinfeng clicked the buy button with his mouse.
If this one fails, then you will die.
After buying it, Qinfeng felt like a stone had fallen from his heart.
He got up and went to the bathroom. Look in the mirror.
After a systematic transformation, his already handsome face became even more handsome and three-dimensional. The high-nose bridge, thin lips, sharp eyebrows and bright eyes reveal a sharpness and shrewdness that seems to see through everything. His cheeks are angular, and he looks very handsome whether from the side or the front. His body also became more upright. With a height of 185 centimeters and strong muscles, he was almost the dream lover of thousands of girls. Call. Sheen took a long breath and closed his eyes.
Ding dong.
At this time, his cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was from Ling Ying.
Sheen Feng, my friends all want to meet you. I have a party here at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Would you like to come? Reunion?
Sheen Feng frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then replied, Go.
Okay, I'll pick you up tomorrow. Followed by a happy emoticon.
Looking at Lang Ying's reply, Sheen Feng smiled helplessly.
How could he not know what Lang Ying's friends were thinking? The daughter of the richest man got married suddenly? Maybe they wanted to see who he was, or take the opportunity to mock him at the party? He. How could he not guess such an obvious thing? He knew that Lang Ying was so beautiful that she would be coveted by the wealthy.
Okay, whether you really want to see me or you are mocking me, I will fight back in one tea, embarrassed Lang Ying. Walking to the window and looking at the messy environment in the community, Sheen Feng decided to make a change. And after 10 o'clock tomorrow, that will be the time when he will be truly reborn.
The next day, Sheen Feng left home early in the morning.
Lang Ying told him last night that she would come to see him at 8 o'clock in the morning and take him to buy some clothes and other things. After all, she was meeting her friends, so there was nothing wrong with dressing her husband up handsomely. And Sheen Feng also readily agreed. There was nothing he could do even if he disagreed. He had invested all the assets he could mobilize into the stock market. His wallet is now cleaner than his face pocket. What to play with? A fiery red Lamborghini stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community. As soon as the car stopped, it attracted the attention of passers-by.
There is no way.
This car is really beautiful. The outstanding streamlined models and architecture always demonstrate Lamborghini's youth and passion.
Wow, this car is so cool, I wish I had one. A young person's dream is to own a Lamborghini. This car must cost 5 or 6 million, right? Auntie is right. In the car,
Lang Ying was sitting in the driver's seat, and her best friend Su Yenran was sitting in the passenger seat.
My dear miss, you are really amazing. I didn't realize you could get married so quickly.
When I saw you posting on WeChat Moments, I thought you were some young master from Shanghai.
You actually said you were a small market analyst? Are you crazy? And the neighborhood he lives in is so bad? His annual salary might not be as much as you make in a day. Are you trying to support a gigolo?
Su Yenran pointed at the phone in both hands and spoke to Lang Ying without turning her head. As early as last night when she talked to Lang Ying about the situation, she started to criticize Lang Ying non-stop. A market analyst for a company and the daughter of the richest man.
Are these two people married? Bullshit. This can only be achieved in novels. So what? I have money, that's all. And Xiao Su, haven't you been punished by me for a long time? How dare you talk to me like this?
Holding the steering wheel, Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and spoke in a slightly cold tone, looking like a queen. In front of Sheen Feng, she is a little woman, but in front of others, she is the president of a listed company. And she had long regarded Sheen Feng as her husband, and anyone who said that about her dear husband was provoking her.
No, don't be angry.
Noticing that the air around her was a bit cold, Su Yenran immediately put down her phone and spoke to Lang Ying in a gentle voice. Lang Ying knew her parents and they often chatted. If she complains to her parents, if things go wrong, her family might cut off her living expenses, which is equivalent to killing her with a sword.
Su Yenran can't afford it.
But what I said was also the truth.
He is so ordinary, yet so confident. He is never a good match for you. And before anything happens, you start protecting your husband.
He even showed no mercy to me, his best friend. Pouting, Su Yenran turned to face the front again.
However, one person suddenly caught her attention.
Wow, Lang Ying, look at that young man coming out of the neighborhood.
He's so handsome.
If your husband is as handsome as him, then I understand why you got married so quickly.
He's really handsome.
Lang Ying looked at Su Yenran with a crazy look, rolled her eyes helplessly, pulled her back, and then got out of the car and waved to Sheen Feng.
Husband, here. Chapter 6. I don't have a girlfriend, but I do have a wife.
The young man, who was more handsome than Peng Yuyan and Hu Gu, smiled slightly when he saw Lang Ying and walked up to her quickly.
Here I come.
Qin Feng walked to the car door and smiled gently at Lang Ying.
Who is this?
Pointing at Su Yanran, who was lying on the car door with a confused look on her face, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at Lang Ying.
He didn't know that there were other people following him today.
Oh, I forgot to introduce her. Her name is Su Yanran, and she is my only best friend. Seeing Qin Feng's confusion, Lang Ying hurriedly introduced her best friend. Or maybe she was negligent and forgot to tell Qin Feng last night that there was someone else going with him.
Su Yanran, this is my husband, Qin Feng. Husband? Gulu swallowed his saliva.
Now Su Yanran finally understood why her best friend had a sudden marriage with a stranger. If she met such a handsome guy, she would get married quickly.
Hello, brother Qin Feng. My name is Su Yanran. You are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? No hesitation.
Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng with an infatuated look, her eyes curved with smile.
There is no way. Qin Feng's appearance was originally too good.
After a systematic transformation last night, he became more handsome and angular.
Not to mention Su Yanran, even Lang Ying seemed to be fascinated by it. Hello, Miss Su.
My name is Qin Feng, and I don't have a girlfriend yet.
Lang Ying was stunned.
Although I don't have a girlfriend, I already have a wife, and you are right, I am indeed very handsome. Seeing Lang Ying's reaction, Qin Feng smiled secretly, then shook hands with Su Yanran very generously.
Lang Ying breathed a sigh of relief.
Brother Qin Feng is really good at joking. While the three of them were chatting, passers-by around them were also discussing it.
Fuck, this young man. That woman is so beautiful, and that man is also very good-looking. Are they a male and female celebrity? That shouldn't be the case, right? I've never met these two people before. Are they a couple? Look at them, they're a perfect couple. Look at me, why doesn't my girlfriend look like this? The clown is actually me? We should go.
Noticing that passers-by were about to gather, Qin Feng hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the car, intending to leave first.
No way. They both look so good. One is a queen, giving people a very cold feeling.
One is a tough and upright talent, giving people an extraordinary feeling. As soon as the two of them stand on the street, there will be a lot of people watching. Lang Ying also felt embarrassed to be stared at by so many people, so she quickly started the car and left Sakura Community. Only passers-by were left with confused faces.
Where are we going now? Shopping for clothes?
The vehicle drove for a while, and Qin Feng asked Lang Ying while looking at the time.
It's already 8 o'clock. The system says to sell at 10 o'clock sharp. That's not the case. The people at the party are all friends I met in the Magic City. Any clothes are fine. Brother Qin Feng, you can wear whatever you want.
Before Lang Ying could answer, Su Yanran turned to the back and smiled at Qin Feng enthusiastically. Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. What he is concerned about now is the stock market. Just after getting in the car, he took out his mobile phone and went into the stock market to check the trend of crane technology, which was rising steadily.
The stock is rising slowly though.
But fortunately, it has been rising all the time and has now become a bull stock.
It is estimated that many people will follow suit after the stock market opens.
During this period, Qin Feng slid the page on his mobile phone and wanted to check other stocks. But after looking for a long time, the stocks marked with red lines did not appear on his phone, which made him very depressed.
But what Qin Feng didn't notice was Su Yanran, who was sitting in the passenger seat, had been secretly looking at him since he got in the car, and seemed to be very interested in him. She kept looking at Qin Feng through the reflection of her cell phone, with a gleam in her eyes. Okay. Lang Ying looks aloof and out of touch with the world. What are you talking about, childhood sweethearts? Are you angry? This girl must have been attracted by Qin Feng's handsome appearance.
Thinking of this, Su Yanran turned to look at Lang Ying, who was concentrating on driving, revealing a playful smile.
I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. You, the beautiful Lang, who are so pure and innocent, and have the aura of a queen and a CEO, are still a vulgar person in essence. Just like me, I like good-looking handsome guys. Magic City, number 5, West Suburb. This is a high-end restaurant.
Compared to other restaurants in Shanghai, the food here is very expensive.
A serving of stone pot rice costs 998. Although the quality and ingredients are fresh and precious, the cost is really not affordable for ordinary people.
Those who come here to eat are either rich or noble. Chin Fong had only seen the reviews of this restaurant on Douyin, and he never thought that he would be able to eat here in his lifetime.
Is it really necessary to be so extravagant when having a dinner with friends?
On the passenger seat, Su Yenran looked at the English letters on the restaurant sign, curled her lips, and got out of the car. Not many people said they wanted to come, but they all commented on it on WeChat Moments.
It's a good place.
Lang Ying got out of the car, walked naturally to Qin Bian, took his arm, and walked in.
Su Yenran was stuffed with a mouthful of dog food. How shameless. Now that you have a husband, you don't want your best friend anymore. How can that be possible?
Pouting, she saw Lang Ying and Qin Fong walking away, and hurriedly followed them. A meal here would cost her 2 days' pocket money, although 20 or 30,000 yuan is not very expensive.
But in Su Yenran's value system, it would be better to spend the money in a nightclub.
If Lang Ying hadn't invited her, she wouldn't have come.
Hey, wait for me, you woman who values love over friendship. Enter the restaurant. The first thing that catches your eye is the decor.
One wall was completely empty and turned into a starry sky wall dotted with diamonds. The other side is even more exaggerated, filled with exquisitely packaged red wines.
The whole restaurant feels like a check-in destination for couples. Luxury.
Qin Fong looked around and said silently. At this time, a dignified and beautiful waitress came towards them.
Hello, do you have an appointment? Standard service with a smile.
But what was strange was that the smile on the beautiful waitress's face was much more natural when she faced Qin Fong.
Maybe he is really handsome. Room number 6, there should be someone inside. I felt very keenly that I was being treated differently.
Lang Ying unconsciously tightened her grip on Qin Feng's arm, as if declaring her sovereignty.
Okay, I'll take you there. The waitress looked up at Lang Ying, nodded, and led the way. Moment. In room number 6.
The three were brought in by the waitress. And just as Lang Ying said, there were already several people sitting in the room.
4 men and 2 women, just an ordinary gathering of friends.
However, after Qin Fong received the blessing of the system, his senses became very sharp. As soon as he entered the door, he could clearly feel that someone was looking at him with a very unfriendly look.
Indeed, it's still targeted. Chapter 7, Get out of the way, I'm going to start dressing up.
Oh, beautiful Lang is finally here.
I've been waiting for a long time. Is this how you bypassed all the young talents in the Magic City and won the boyfriend of the beautiful Lang in one fell swoop? He looks pretty good, right? Hee, it's just skin. Shut up, look at how they look, look at how you look. You're just kidding. That's right.
As soon as they entered the room, the men looked up at them, laughing and joking. After listening to a few words, Qin Fong noticed that one person didn't say anything at all. Let me introduce you again, Qin Fong, my husband.
Still holding Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying introduced them with a smile.
At the same time, she was also helping Qin Fong introduce her friends. Sun Feifei, Zhang Shuai, Yang Xiaohua, Su Qing, Li Ran, and
Duan Kuan?
Seeing the man on the sofa holding a glass of red wine and slowly shaking it, Lang Ying frowned openly, a little surprised by his appearance. At this time, Su Yenran also frowned slightly.
Why is he here? Lang Ying asked Su Yenran in a low voice. I don't know. He didn't say he was coming, and I don't know.
Su Yenran rarely spoke in a low voice, and answered quietly.
For Duan Kuan. The two of them didn't get along. Is he annoying?
At this time, Qin Fong turned his head and asked. Indeed, this man has been haunting me.
Lang Ying answered somewhat awkwardly. After returning to China, Su Yenran took her to a large gathering of wealthy people. Get to know the rich second generation in Shanghai.
These people are either rich or noble, and are definitely high-ranking officials. Their fathers are basically company directors and hold great power. And sooner or later, the company and other things will fall into their hands. It is better to get to know them early so that you can bring in some allies to help you when the business becomes serious, or to prevent the situation where no mercy is shown at all in the end.
However, due to Lang Ying's stunning beauty, she was favored by many rich second generations as soon as she arrived at the party. The most shameless and disgraceful one among them is Duan Kuan. During the party, he kept asking for Lang Ying's WeChat like a headless fly. He even wanted to force Lang Ying into his car after the party.
So when they saw him coming, Su Yanran and Lang Ying both frowned. He also has a very bad reputation in the industry. He looks okay, but he always likes to flirt with internet celebrities and throws them away after he gets them. Finally, Su Yanran quietly finished off the opponent.
Understood.
Listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Qin Feng nodded slightly. To sum up, it's just that a rich second generation wants to pursue Lang Ying.
But he got it intercepted.
Brother Qin Feng, you have to be careful. After giving Qin Feng a look that said, you know what I mean, Su Yanran sat directly next to her good friend Sun Feifei, quite far away from Duan Kuan. Nodding slightly, he also found a seat with Lang Ying.
It's right opposite Duan Kuan.
Qin Feng certainly understood the look in Su Yanran's eyes.
This party was destined to be unhappy. Are you Lang Ying's husband? As soon as he sat down, Duan Kuan looked Qin Feng up and down with a look of disdain. Any questions?
Qin Feng asked back despite being young and promising and not feeling inferior.
Not really. Duan Kuan raised his eyebrows and shook his head slightly.
But at this moment, he looked at Lang Ying, grinning, looking very obscene. I just didn't expect that the beautiful Lang, who seemed so pure and innocent, would end up supporting a gigolo. A market analyst for a small company, hee.
I actually thought I had found true love and kept pursuing it. Now it seems that I was really blind. As he spoke, Duan Kuan took a sip of red wine, looking like a villain. He just lacked a sly laugh. Upon hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly turned cold. But she was not in a hurry. Instead, she bit her nails and looked like she was thinking. I remember your family seems to be in the seafood business. Do you need me to cut off your cold chain supply?
Your business has been bad for years, so if it stops, it won't cause much damage to my company.
This is very feasible, Qin Feng, what do you think?
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a smile in her eyes.
She doesn't care about these little minions. I think so.
Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng said with a smirk in his heart. He was still thinking about how to taunt back, but he didn't expect his wife to be so helpful and taunted him back directly.
He no longer feels like he exists. Lang Ying, are you serious? Duan Kuan became obviously panicked. If you continue to commit suicide, then I will be serious.
Very patient, Lang Ying said softly.
Duan Kuan only relies on his father. I don't have any assets.
For this pure second-generation rich man, Lang Ying, a strong woman who returned to China and started her own company, crushed him unilaterally without any suspense. He's just a gigolo who lives in a senior citizen's apartment and doesn't even have a decent car. He's just garbage.
50 million.
No, 5 million. I don't think he'll ever earn that in his lifetime.
And you and him, will your dad accept it? Feeling a little angry and embarrassed, Duan Kuan stood up and spoke condescendingly to Lang Ying. Every word is looked down upon.
Every sentence was filled with a tone of contempt for the poor. Lang Ying had no intention of getting up to confront them, but silently took out her cell phone from her Gucci bag, intending to call the company if she really wanted to cut off Duan Kuan's family's cold chain supply. But at this moment, Qin Feng held Lang Ying down. He just stood up silently. Get out of the way, he's starting to act smart. You said I was just a small clerk and a gigolo, so I'd let it go, but you said I can't make 5 million in my lifetime? Taking out his mobile phone from his pocket, Qin Feng entered the stock market in front of Duan Kuan. The stock market is in a frenzy at this time. Countless investors are investing in one stock. Crane Technology. The price per share is already as high as 2,000 yuan. The price is the highest in the entire stock market. It just so happened that Qin Feng held 250 lots, or 25,000 shares. Now, the share price of Crane Technology is as high as 2,000 yuan per share, which is unprecedented. If Qin Feng sells it now, he will get exactly 50 million. I don't like 5 million, I like 50 million, wait a minute. As he spoke, Qin Feng pointed at his phone and started selling stocks. This was the perfect time to buy more, and the stock he wanted to sell was traded successfully in less than a second. 25,000 shares disappeared in an instant. Instead, the amount is 50 million, minus the transaction fee of $5 per share. He also wants to make a net profit of more than 40 million. Sorry, 50 million, I made a profit. Qin Feng gave Duan Kuan his signature fake smile, then sat back down next to Lang Ying. His mysterious operation even stunned Lang Ying, who had done business worth hundreds of millions. No, who would buy more than 20,000 shares of a small stock?
Duan Cohen was obviously a little unconvinced.
But just now he did clearly see the trading volume of more than 20,000 shares. Just when he was about to speak, Lang Ying interrupted him.
Get out before I lose my temper. Duan Cohen's face gradually turned red. He finally realized that coming here today was a mistake. Lang Ying's CEO aura made him feel suffocated.
Qin Feng's mysterious operation made his scalp tingle.
50 million? Wait a minute. I made a profit.
That hateful upstart face made him sick.
Lang Ying, don't regret it. I will come back sooner or later.
After swallowing his saliva, Duan Cohen felt that he had made a great fool of himself today, like a clown, so he hurried out of room number 6.
As soon as Duan Cohen left, the rest of the people became active. It seems that the guy's character is really bad among the rich circle. Brother Qin Feng, you were so funny just now. When you stood up, I felt like you were going to act silly.
Su Yanran playfully gave Qin Feng a thumbs up. Over 20,000 shares, betting on a small stock.
You're quite far-sighted.
Suddenly, Sun Feifei, who was sitting next to Su Yanran, narrowed her eyes and looked at Qin Feng with admiration.
Chapter 8: What is wrong with touching your own wife? Forehead.
Qin Feng was a little confused when he saw the other person's admiring look. He buys stocks because of the system.
Sun Feifei, my family is in finance. This kind of woman is not real, you should talk to her less. Lang Ying said quietly beside Qin Feng. No.
Qin Feng answered awkwardly.
My wife seems to be very worried about me. That's right.
A man like him who is so handsome and talented is really eye-catching when he walks on the street. Even before Qin Feng got the system, many girls would come up to him every day to add him on WeChat. It's just that he never gave it to me.
Alas, handsome guys are also troubled every day. Soon, 3 hours passed.
The party did not end hastily because of any unpleasantness. On the contrary, the rest of the people all have genuine connections with Lang Ying. Moreover, they treated Qin Feng with courtesy, truly respected Lang Ying's decision, and regarded him as Lang Ying's husband. This made Qin Feng very comfortable.
Not all rich second generations are brainless guys like Duan Cohen.
After this party, Qin Feng also knew more or less about Lang Ying's current situation through Lang Ying's friends. A listed company that develops high-end luxury goods such as perfumes.
Very well done. He is not the kind of rich second generation who can only rely on his father. Other friends also have their own assets under their names.
It can be said that these people have experienced hardships and are not just useless rich second generations who just eat and wait to die and ask for money.
The party didn't end until the afternoon.
After coming out of the restaurant, Lang Ying turned around and said to Su Yanran, I'll transfer 300 yuan to you via WeChat.
Take a taxi home. Qin Feng and I have other things to do. What?
Hearing Lang Ying's words, Su Yanran's hand that was about to open the car door suddenly stopped. She looked at Lang Ying in surprise, as if she didn't recognize her.
No, I've been your best friend for 8 years. Now that you have a husband, you don't want me anymore? Even if you value love over friendship, you can't.
As Su Yanran was speaking, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. She found Lang Ying staring at her silently behind her. She was smart and changed her words immediately.
It's just a taxi back home, no problem, Miss Lang. Enjoy your time with brother Qin Feng, I'll take my leave, haha.
Making an expression that said she understood everything, Su Yanran left with a wry smile. Her heart was broken at this moment. Not only did I come here to eat dog food today, but I was also abandoned.
It's so miserable. Some people started crying while laughing. Where else are we going? After watching Su Yanran leave, Qin Feng opened the car door and got in while asking Lang Ying. Certainly.
As she spoke, Lang Ying suddenly pulled Qin Feng to sit in the driver's seat, and she took the initiative to sit in the passenger seat. This action made Qin Feng a little confused.
Let me drive? He looked at Lang Ying and asked. Lang Ying smiled sweetly and nodded. Duan Cohen is annoying, but he also reminded me, she said. Remind you of what?
You guess. Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a smile and said in a mysterious way.
You're going to give me 50 million?
Qin Feng smiled helplessly. I don't have 50 million right now, but 5 million is about right.
Duan Cohen's mockery of you reminds me that you really need a better car. Lang Ying said seriously.
At the same time, she took out her mobile phone and looked at the nearest Lamborghini 4S store.
Let's go buy a car and let that guy taunt you.
Muttering, Lang Ying had already prepared the navigation. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at the cute girl with a pouting face and an angry expression, and the corners of his mouth rose.
With a wife like this, what's wrong with being a gigolo? Yes, my dear wife.
Holding the steering wheel, Qin Feng was about to shift gears when he found that the car's operating lever was a little different.
How did it get so slippery?
After a slight pause, Qin Feng looked down and found Lang Ying with a red face, looking at him with a gloomy look in her eyes.
What are you doing?
The voice was as thin as a mosquito, a little shy and a little angry.
Qin Feng was stunned.
It was only then that he realized that Lang Ying was wearing something different today.
Lang Ying usually likes to wear loose clothes, such as long skirts.
When they first met, Lang Ying was wearing a white floral dress, giving people a very fairy-like feeling. But today, she was wearing a professional black hip skirt, contrary to her usual style.
The skirt fits tightly against her skin, and although there are some wrinkles, it shows off Lang Ying's perfect career line to the fullest.
She wore a standard white women's shirt, which looked a bit professional.
She has fair skin, a curvy figure, and is a peerless beauty.
However, Qin Feng was sitting in the back in the morning and did not notice it.
When I entered the restaurant, I was attracted by the decoration and didn't notice it. Now that I look at it carefully, it does seem like a bit of a benefit. It's a bit overwhelming.
Qin Feng quickly moved his hand away from Lang Ying's leg and rubbed his nose awkwardly. Seeing Qin Feng's somewhat shy look, Lang Ying felt like laughing.
It's true. Men like sexy women. Put gear here.
As if she knew what Qin Feng wanted to do, Lang Ying retracted her legs and pointed at the joystick.
Well.
Looking at Lang Ying's attempt to suppress her laughter, Qin Feng realized that he had lost his composure and wanted to explain, so he said, I was slow to react just now because the steering wheel was too wide.
No, the joystick was too long.
No, that's not it. Qin Feng felt that his mouth was out of control.
I accidentally said scoop. Lang Ying couldn't hold it in any longer and burst out laughing while covering her mouth. Okay, I know what you mean.
At the same time, her face flushed a little. Besides, we already have a marriage certificate, so touching is fine.
There's no need to be so nervous. Okay. I don't know what to say.
Qin Feng felt that he was neither good nor bad. I simply chose to shut up.
It's never wrong to shut up.
Just when he finally started the car, the system's voice appeared in his head. Ding, congratulations to the host for driving a Lamborghini Centenario for 1 second.
The Okina Mountain God of Cars skill is activated.
Currently, the host drives for 5 seconds, and gains +5 driving points, rewarding all car models with speeding skills and flexible driving knowledge. In an instant, countless knowledge flooded into Qin Feng's brain. He felt as if he had learned everything by himself. Looking at the Lamborghini, which he originally didn't know how to drive, he now felt a very familiar feeling.
It feels like I've been racing for decades. Good boy, I'm sorry for showing off.
Holding the steering wheel, Qin Feng stepped on the accelerator.
The vehicle suddenly took off and rushed onto the road.
The bus that was blocking the road in turning gave way in panic to let Qin Feng pass first.
There is no way.
The Lamborghini Centenario costs more than 6 million yuan. If he crashes it, he will have to pay for it himself.
Qin Feng is a very efficient person.
This is also reflected in his driving skills. The journey that would normally take 30 minutes was now completed in 10 minutes by him.
It's really strange. Soon, near Qixin Road, Hangzhou Airport, Shanghai.
A red Lamborghini stopped at the door of the 4S store. As soon as the car was parked, Lang Ying hurried out.
She actually felt a little dizzy? Qin Feng, can you drive slower next time?
Lang Ying took out some drinking water from her Gucci bag, took a sip, and said to Qin Feng with a bit of resentment.
A little excited.
Seeing that Lang Ying was really a little uncomfortable, Qin Feng hurried to her side and put his arm around her.
It's okay to touch your own wife, so what's the big deal about holding her hand? Chapter 9 Lamborghini Shortcomings? Qin Feng.
Seeing Qin Feng extending his arm, Lang Ying hesitated whether to take it. Before this, except for her father, she had never had such intimate physical contact with a boy. Although Qin Feng was her husband, she was not prepared for the sudden incident. Her heart is beating fast now.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng looked concerned.
It's okay.
Lang Ying was not a shy person. After hesitating for a moment, she took the arm Qin Feng extended and put her arm around him. Feeling the warmth from her arm, Lang Ying's delicate face flushed slightly, and she felt a little shy. It doesn't matter as long as the other party is Chin Fong. Chin Fong felt his arms sink, and his nose was suddenly filled with a faint fragrance, making him feel refreshed instantly.
Just such a beautiful woman hugging me. He was a little distracted. Let's go in.
The two entered the 4S store. However, due to the outstanding looks of Chin Fong and Lang Ying, they attracted attention as soon as they entered the door. 4 or 5 salespeople in the store actually showed their intention to go forward and greet him at the same time. However, before they could even move their feet, a female salesperson in professional attire walked over quickly, fearing that someone would snatch the goods from her.
Hello, are you looking for a car?
The saleswoman asked with a smile while secretly looking at Chin Fong and Lang Ying. Both of them are extremely good looking. Handsome guy with beautiful girl.
Look at the Lamborghini Aventador.
Instead of giving an ambiguous answer, Lang Ying directly reported the vehicle model.
That car?
When the female salesperson heard Lang Ying mention this car, her eyes suddenly lit up. Generally speaking, not many people come to see the car by name. But if these people say they want to watch something, they will most likely pay for it.
You know.
The Lamborghini Aventador has a landing price of over 6 million. If she sells this, the commission will be more than 100,000 yuan.
Become rich. After a little excitement, the female salesperson quickly led the two to the exhibition hall next door.
As the only 2 Lamborghini dealerships in the central area of Shanghai, they can supply stock.
The vehicle is displayed in the exhibition hall not far away. If someone wants to buy it, they can basically drive it away on the same day. Silver?
Before entering the exhibition hall, Chin Fong saw the real car through the special tempered glass. The exterior has a silver gradient coating and a streamlined shape with clever design strips.
Makes the car look very domineering.
Well, if you don't like it, our store can also communicate directly with the manufacturer and provide you with the same model in another color within 7 days. I heard Chin Fong say silver. The saleswoman thought he didn't like the color and quickly explained.
That's not the case. I was just wondering if the silver gradient coating is a bit too much.
Chin Fong gently took Lang Ying's arm, walked to the front of the car, and looked at her carefully.
You are so young, I didn't expect you to like to keep a low profile.
The saleswoman smiled sweetly.
2 years of experience. She has also met many rich second generations. They just complain about whether the car is cool enough. Will it be face-saving to drive it out? Who would find it exaggerated?
They wish the vehicle design was extravagant.
Shall I introduce you to the parameters of this car?
As she spoke, the female salesperson handed Chin Fong a form with both hands, which detailed the various parameters of the vehicle in front of him. Equipped with a new V12 engine and a carbon fiber monocoque body, the Aventador's interior is also equipped with a luxurious interior crafted with high-end technology and superior materials. Its workmanship adheres to the Italian tradition of continuous improvement, and it has basically everything you need.
Maximum power is 740 CV, 554 kilowatts.
The maximum speed can reach 350 km/h, which can also be understood as acceleration from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.9 seconds.
It is simply a performance monster. Almost impeccable.
But this car has one biggest drawback. After introducing the parameters of the vehicle, the female salesperson giggled.
What's the downside? Expensive?
Chin Fong looked at the salesperson in confusion.
He always ignores the disadvantage of being expensive.
Being expensive is never a disadvantage of a manufacturer.
It's your shortcoming. That's not the case.
The saleswoman smiled at Lang Ying and said, the biggest drawback of this car is that it's too hot inside.
Women always like to take off their clothes after getting in. Miss, you'd better keep a close eye on your boyfriend. He looks too dangerous. Of course, you don't have to tell me.
With a hint of pride on her face, Lang Ying nodded slightly.
Joke.
Since her husband is so handsome, of course she has to take good care of him.
Only.
This mysterious sales operation made Chin Fong a little embarrassed.
He was a little confused. The female salesperson asked this sensitive question. Will she still sell the car? Can I test drive this car?
Rubbing his nose, Chin Fong tried to change the subject.
Sir, it's possible, but... The female salesperson seemed a little embarrassed and was reluctant to speak. Can't you make the decision? You should call your manager.
Chin Fong was quite capable of reading people's expressions. This kind of thing was obviously not something a salesperson could decide, so he asked immediately. But what he didn't expect was that the female salesperson actually shook her head.
That's not the question. I'm the manager. You are the manager?
Sheen Fong understood why the other salespeople gave up immediately after this woman came forward. It turned out to be the manager.
The current difficulty is that we only have this car in our store. A test drive is fine, but you see, this is on the second floor, and it's in the showroom.
The salesperson scratched his face helplessly and explained, also, if you want to test drive it, you need to reserve a place.
All this will take until tomorrow at the earliest. I see.
Sheen Fong nodded in response. Generally, a sports car test drive does require booking a venue and a test drive service.
That's understandable.
Before Sheen Fong could finish his words, the saleswoman immediately spoke up. However, we do have another lower-end sports car in our store. It has all the same trims as the Lamborghini Aventador, but its power figures are lower, and it doesn't require an advance reservation.
How about we test drive that one first? If you're satisfied, I'll arrange a test drive tomorrow. Is that okay with you? The saleswoman asked tentatively.
Judging from the appearance of Sheen Fong and Lang Ying, they definitely don't look like they are here to see the world. Booking a car and a venue would just waste her time.
If she really sells the car, her performance will be good. That's fine, I'm not in a hurry.
Sheen Fong nodded in response. Suddenly, a slightly rough and hoarse voice appeared behind him.
Miss Lin Lan, have you completed all the paperwork for my car? I want to pick it up today.
Sheen Fong looked back and saw a fat middle-aged man walking towards him with a woman with an internet celebrity face.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lee. I have a customer here. Salesperson Lu in the store can also help you pick up the car. Please excuse me.
With a standard smile, the saleswoman explained and then turned to look at Sheen Fong and Lang Ying.
Sales manager at Lamborghini.
I will never look at people through tinted glasses. Even if someone comes to pick up a car, she needs to finish the task at hand before serving the next customer.
Absolutely fair. Did I hear correctly? Lin Lan, you are actually going to give up serving Mr. Lee?
The middle-aged man didn't react at all, but the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him was the first to exclaim. Just now I heard these two young men want to test drive the car. They are obviously trying to show off by taking photos under the pretext of buying a car.
Maybe these two people can't even come up with 200 yuan. Manager Lin, can you continue to talk about this? Look at that man, are his clothes worth more than 2,000 yuan?
I guess they don't even cost more than Mr. Lee's belt.
What are you talking about?
Come over and help Mr. Lee pick up the car.
Chapter 10. Sorry, money really can do whatever you want.
Watch your words, this is a high-class place. Hearing the words of the internet celebrity-faced woman, salesperson Lin Lan frowned slightly and spoke sternly. The slightly disgusted look in his eyes was not concealed at all. This momentum made the woman stunned for a moment.
Why are you being so mean to her? I'm just saying that. Honey, look at her.
The internet celebrity-looking woman was frightened by Lin Lan's aura, and quickly leaned against Mr. Lee, with a look of anger and a bit of disgust on her face.
Don't be afraid, baby. Manager Lin is just joking with you.
Mr. Lee's mind was obviously not on the baby beside him who was acting coquettishly. He put one hand in his pocket and touched the internet celebrity-looking woman with the other hand, while his eyes were looking at Lang Ying's thigh standing behind Sheen Fong, and he was laughing. And his eyes became more greedy. Lang Ying felt uncomfortable instantly, frowned, and moved behind Sheen Fong. Sheen Fong also noticed the fanatical and greedy look in Mr. Lee's eyes. Needless to say, Lang Ying's appearance is fatal to any man. Even if he used his knees to think, he knew what evil things were in Mr. Lee's mind. Sheen Fong is not a person who likes to cause trouble, nor does he want to confront disgusting people.
However, if he encounters provocation, he will definitely not be a coward.
And now the other party obviously has evil intentions towards Lang Ying, so he can't let things go rashly.
Say something pretentiously.
The dragon has a reverse scale, whoever touches it will die.
Lang Ying's feelings for Sheen Fong are unquestionable, but he actually had such thoughts about her in front of him? It's definitely seeking death. If you can't speak, you can just remove your mouth. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want?
With a somewhat cold look in his eyes, Sheen Fong stepped forward and spoke very impolitely. This step just blocked Lang Ying's long, fair and delicate legs, and Mr. Lee's attention was immediately diverted to Sheen Fong. He looked at the unruly Chin Feng, recalled what he had just said, was stunned for a moment, and then sneered disdainfully. He replied to Chin Feng very seriously, "I'm sorry, but money really can do whatever you want." After saying that, he started laughing.
Young people don't always think about showing off.
What you have will surely come to you in the future, and what you don't have will certainly never come to you in the future.
As for that car, you can only test drive it.
The Lamborghini Aventador has a price tag of over 6 million. It's painful for me to buy it, let alone you two young men. Mr. Li looked at Ling Ying with a smile, but the greed in his eyes was hard to conceal.
Very disgusting.
That's right, with Mr. Li's financial resources, he can only afford a Porsche 911 with a floor price of 2.8 million.
I bet you two have never seen so much money in your lives. That's right.
I guess taking some pictures and posting them on WeChat moments can satisfy your vanity. The internet celebrity-looking woman felt jealous when she saw that Mr. Li was always staring at Ling Ying.
But she couldn't get angry at her rich father. He could only mock Chin Feng and Ling Ying in a sarcastic tone. How can there be such a disgusting person? Is this really going to never end?
Chin Feng frowned, his mentality was in a very bad state.
Even though he was well educated, he couldn't help but want to hit someone.
What a shame to let such a beautiful girl suffer.
She might as well follow me and let me take her to see what high society is like. Beauty, are you interested?
Seeing that Chin Feng didn't say anything, Ling Ying just stood there. This guy actually thought there was a chance, and he really walked up and looked at Ling Ying with a smile on his face. It was as if it was a blessing from heaven that a pot-bellied, greasy middle-aged man like him fell in love with the beautiful and intelligent Ling Ying.
You're really courting death.
Chin Feng slapped away the hand extended by the greasy middle-aged man and looked at him coldly.
Mr. Li shuddered suddenly.
However, as a social tough guy, he immediately regained his composure. He is very strange.
How could a young man, a young guy, show such a look? What are you doing? In a society ruled by law, do you still want to hit someone? This is a high-class place.
Still feeling a little scared, Mr. Li didn't dare to get too close to Chin Feng.
Don't be fooled by his big body, it's all fat and is actually useless.
If a fight breaks out, he will definitely be the one who gets beaten.
Hit you? You think too much.
Chin Feng still disdains to confront such a disgusting person.
He turned to look at Lin Lan and asked, "If we can't go out for a test drive, can we sit in the car and look at the interior?"
Ah. Lin Lan obviously didn't expect Chin Feng to ask this question at this time, and quickly replied, "Of course, no problem at all.
You can get in and look at the interior of any vehicle in their store.
Even a car worth more than 6 million is the same."
You said you drive a Porsche 911, worth 2.8 million?
Looking at Mr. Li, Chin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and asked in a somewhat domineering tone.
Yes, have you ever seen so much money?
Although Mr. Li was a little afraid of Chin Feng, he still made some mockery. At least that's what he thought in his heart.
Chin Feng must be a poor guy. Which rich person these days has clothes that cost no more than 2,000?
With his years of experience in society, he could tell at a glance that the other party was poor.
This is not a holy place for collecting rent. This is the Magic City. Really? Without wasting any more words with Mr. Li, Chin Feng pulled Ling Ying into the Lamborghini Aventador, caressing the steering wheel.
Specific information about this car suddenly appeared in Chin Feng's mind.
There's even a racing video of the car. The sound and the speed attracted him. Moreover, this car seems to be much better than the one Ling Ying drove today. Want to buy it?
Ling Ying's mentality is really strong, and she still stands silently behind Chin Feng. She ignored the ridicule from the greasy man and the internet celebrity-faced woman, which went in one ear and out the other, and her heart was as calm as water.
Certainly. Smiling at Ling Ying, Chin Feng opened the car door and got out.
Manager Lin, this car is great.
I want it. You've decided to buy it now?
When Lin Lan saw Chin Feng coming down, she wanted to persuade him not to be angry, saying that there are always some nouveau riche in society who look down on others.
But I didn't expect him to actually say he wanted to buy the car? She was a little confused.
However, her professionalism was very high, and she recovered in an instant and began to explain to Chin Feng. Mr. Chin Feng, this car is worth 6.25 million. If you pay in installments, the service fee for each installment is...
Don't count it, I want the full amount.
Chin Feng interrupted Lin Lan and spoke slowly.
What? Full payment?
Lin Lan was stunned. She doesn't meet many people who buy cars with full payment. This is a car worth more than 6 million yuan.
6 million at a time? And he's still so young? Could he be the son of some business tycoon? Shake your head. Lin Lan can't think too much.
Just pay the full amount, even though you'll earn less.
But now she really wants to resolve all this quickly.
Okay, Mr. Qin Feng, I'll draft a contract for you right away.
Please show me your ID and bank card. I can enter the information and get you some discounts.
Quickly speaking the standardized sales terms, Lin Lan stretched out her hand, wanting to go back and print the contract.
Forehead.
Looking at Lin Lan's outstretched white and tender little hand, Qin Feng touched his pocket and frowned.
Good job.
The incident happened suddenly. He thought he was just going out to have a meal today and didn't bring any bank cards with him.
But how can there be any problem when pretending to be 13?
Honey, you put the card in my bag. Just when Qin Feng was feeling embarrassed, Lang Ying came out of the car and silently handed Qin Feng a dark black card.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Qin Feng took the bank card and handed it to Lin Lan. When Lin Lan took the bank card, her eyes suddenly lit up and she exclaimed.
Black card? Chapter 11. There are many people who look down on others with their dog eyes. Things are not that simple.
She knew the importance of the black card. These days, there are only a handful of people who can produce a black card.
Even in a prosperous city like Shanghai, it is rare.
You should know that banks have extremely strict requirements for black gold card holders. To become an ICBC black card holder, one must be a member of the Haruan Wealth List or a member of the Longhua Harbor Jockey Club, and the annual spending must be at least 2 million yuan, which does not include large car and house purchases. And even if you meet all the above basic conditions, you may not necessarily become a black card holder. Because you cannot apply for a black card on your own initiative. It can only be approved if a letter of recommendation is written by the branch president or above, and it is highly confidential. Lin Lan has been working in Shanghai for 2 years, and has seen many rich second generations and business tycoons buying cars in the past 2 years. But this was also the first time she had seen a black card. Mr. Qin Feng is truly a young and promising man. With trembling hands, Lin Lan excitedly took the black card and bank card and hurried down to print the contract.
This kind of young talent must not be offended. It's just a black card. Our CEO Li doesn't even care about it.
Seeing Lin Lan's resolute look, the internet celebrity-faced woman muttered something sourly and turned to look at the middle-aged greasy man next to her.
Mr. Li, take out your card. The CCB Platinum card isn't much worse than a black card. Just shut up. I don't know why.
Mr. Li suddenly shouted at the woman beside him, not daring to look at Lang Ying.
Mr. Li, why are you so mean to me?
Startled by the angry voice, the internet celebrity-looking woman lowered her voice and leaned against the man next to her, acting coquettishly. But strangely, she found that the other party had no reaction at all. Before, whenever she acted coquettishly, the other party couldn't stand it and his big hands began to wander all over her body involuntarily.
But now he is surprisingly honest. What's going on? Mr. Li?
The woman turned to look at Mr. Li in confusion, her expression suddenly startled. I saw that the man next to me looked very ugly, and there was a lot of sweat on his fat face. Moreover, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lang Ying changed from greed to fear and respect.
Mr. Li, it's just a black card, there's no need to be so nervous, right? What if it's not theirs? Besides, even if it is, so what?
The overdraft balance of your CCB Platinum card and black card is almost 50 million.
Don't be afraid. I told you to shut up.
Before the internet celebrity-looking woman could finish her words, Mr. Li interrupted her rudely.
He is in a panic now.
When Qin Feng showed him the black card, he saw it clearly. He had the good fortune to see Heike a few times. But there was something wrong with Qin Feng's black card. Generally, the entire black card is black with the bank's gold-plated logo printed on it. But the black card Qin Feng presented was bright ink in color, and although the words were also gold, it looked much more advanced than the gold-plated ones. He had only seen this kind of card once. At that time, he was attending a party with the director of his company with the purpose of finding a top billionaire to sign a contract. When it came time to pay the advance payment, the top billionaire had run out of checks. Moreover, the project amount is not very large and is an integer, so it is indeed easier for the company to settle the expenses after it is returned. So the rich man used his own card to pay first. At that time, he was using a black card like Qin Feng.
Shouldn't it be?
The figure of the rich man appeared in Mr. Li's mind. That rich man is the richest man in Shanghai.
Lang Xian. Gulu.
After swallowing a big mouthful of saliva, Mr. Li's fat body trembled a little. He had heard rumors before that the daughter of Shanghai's richest man, Lang Xian, was going to return to China to develop her career.
Could it be such a coincidence that we met here?
Then his ancestors' graves would be filled with black smoke, and he would definitely be dead. Mr. Qin Feng, this is a bit troublesome.
Please confirm your bank password first before I can enter your information.
At this time, Lin Lan came trotting over with a POS terminal card reader in one hand and a drafted contract in the other. It caused the cleavage to twitch constantly. She has been in the industry for 2 years and has never seen such a situation.
I actually have to enter my bank card password before the system can input the information. Damn it. It's fine if I lose. My husband doesn't like people handing him things.
Before Lin Lan handed the POS terminal to Qin Feng, Lang Ying stepped forward, took it away first, quickly entered the password, and then handed it back to Lin Lan.
Oh, that's all right now.
Seeing the successful verification page pop up on her phone, Lin Lan smiled slightly and handed the contract to Qin Feng for him to sign. This simple sentence actually made Mr. Li next to him even more frightened.
Good job. If verification is successful,
this means that the other party is really the holder of a top-level black card.
What was he doing just now? Mocking others. Taunting a top-tier black card holder? Why did I have to encounter such bad luck? Could she really be Lang Xian's daughter?
Mr. Li looked at Lang Ying with fear in his eyes.
He had heard about Lang Xian's daughter's personality.
She is pure and innocent, a queen type, and has strong working ability.
But look at the beauty in front of you.
Indeed, exactly the same, but with a more feminine attitude.
Etc. Mr. Li seemed to have thought of something and became even more nervous. If the other party is really the daughter of the richest man, then the man next to her. Isn't he the son-in-law of the richest man? Shit. After silently cursing, Mr. Li immediately planned to run away.
As long as you run fast enough, you can avoid any bad luck. But before he could even raise his foot, Qin Feng stopped him. Hey, Mr. Li, you just left after making such a mockery.
How can such an easy thing happen in this world? I was blind to the truth.
I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be so low-key. Gritting his teeth, Mr. Li said stubbornly, knowing that he was locked up.
And at this moment, he had already pushed away the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him.
After all, she said a lot of sarcastic words just now.
Mr. Li? What's wrong?
The woman looked at Mr. Li's respectful look, frowned, and was a little surprised.
What's going on?
Shut up, that guy is not someone you can afford to mess with. He said it in a low voice, and Mr. Li quickly smiled apologetically.
However, this series of operations surprised Qin Feng. He hasn't even started to act smart yet, and he's already giving in? This is too fast. Boss Li is truly a man of insight. He's already praising me?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng just finished signing the contract.
Lin Lan also handed the key to Qin Feng.
But the moment Qin Feng took the key, Lin Lan seemed to have thought of something and asked, Mr. Qin Feng, do you need a card delivery ceremony?
Card delivery ceremony?
Qin Feng's mind instantly flashed to that messy way of celebrating the car, and he immediately shook his head and said seriously, no need, that's too exaggerated, I'm a low-key person.
I see.
There aren't many people in this society who are as low-key as you. Lin Lan's eyes suddenly dimmed. The other person is so handsome, she really wants to spend more time with him. Oh, this is our store's official WeChat account. If there's any problem with your car, you can contact us at any time and we'll immediately send the appropriate equipment to resolve it.
Suddenly, I thought of something.
Lin Lan's eyes brightened, she took out her cell phone and asked Qin Feng to scan it.
After Qin Feng finished scanning, what was displayed was his personal account.
But he had no objection to this.
Never mind. Just add it.
He experiences this kind of thing every day, and it would be embarrassing to talk about it now.
Add.
Qin Feng said lightly.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Qin Feng. I will start the booth and let it descend to the first floor.
Seeing that her friend passed, Lin Lan was a little happy and immediately said, Seeing Lin Lan coming downstairs, Qin Feng looked at Mr. Li and the woman with the internet celebrity face. The opponent lowered his posture so much that he had no intention of fighting him.
There are many people in Shanghai who look down on others. He can't do this every time.
What's more, the other party is so disgusting that he really doesn't want to get entangled with him anymore.
Miss Long, shall we go?
Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked.
Qin.
No, husband, you go to the car first.
Lang Ying replied.
Qin Feng immediately understood and quickly got into the car and waited. He knew very well that Mr. Li was in trouble. At most, he was just slapping others in the face.
Just have fun and that's it.
According to Lang Ying, things are not that simple.
Chapter 12. No one can bully my husband. May I have your name? Mr. Li.
The greasy middle-aged man's face was covered in cold sweat, and he answered in a trembling voice.
I'm not asking about your position.
Her eyes turned cold, and Lang Ying felt a little annoyed and irritated as she looked at the middle-aged man. In fact, the main reason was that this person bullied Qin Feng. Otherwise, she probably would never have a conversation with such a disgusting person like this in her entire life.
Don't be so harsh. Mr. Li's full name is Mr. Li.
Seeing that Mr. Li was so cowardly in front of Lang Ying, the internet celebrity-looking woman next to him also lost her confidence and answered weakly.
Just stop talking.
Mr. Li wiped the sweat off his face, put on a smile and looked at Lang Ying, explaining, My parents wanted me to be the general manager, so they gave me this name.
So?
Lang Ying was speechless.
This name is really an advantage.
This name will be used wherever you go or wherever you hold office. Whenever his full name is needed, everyone should call him Mr. Li. Moreover, this guy really lived up to his parents' hopes and actually made it to the position of general manager.
Where do you work? Tianyue Technology Company, Limited. Got it.
Take care of yourself, Mr. Li. When Lang Ying said these two words, her tone was deliberately much heavier.
After saying that, she went down the stairs from the second floor.
Well. Watching Lang Ying leave, Mr. Li seemed to have lost his soul.
He lost his energy in an instant, like an eggplant hit by frost.
Wilted.
My life might be over.
Sitting in the Lamborghini Aventador, Lang Ying stared at the phone in her hand with her beautiful eyes, clicked a few times, and then put it in her bag. Because Lang Ying did not hide her intentions from Qin Feng, who was sitting in the driver's seat, only needed to turn his head slightly to see Lang Ying playing with WeChat. And the tapping on the phone just now was actually typing. The content is, please help me check if there is a Mr. Li in Tianyue Technology Company, Limited.
Good job. Now you can guess what she wants to do even with your toes. That's not necessary.
Qin Feng reached out and tentatively patted Lang Ying's little head, saying helplessly.
If there is a need, no one can bully my husband.
Lang Ying did not resist Qin Feng's touch on her head. She turned around and answered stubbornly.
Maybe in her heart.
Qin Feng, whom she had only known for 2 days, had already become an indispensable part of her life. When Qin Feng heard Lang Ying's explanation, he was stunned. The hand that was stroking her little head also stopped. He really didn't expect Lang Ying to be so supportive of him that she wouldn't even let him suffer this little bit of grievance.
With such a beautiful woman in my arms, what else can I say? Lang Ying, has no one ever told you that you're cute when you're stubborn?
Lang Ying was stunned when she heard Qin Feng suddenly say this.
Seeing Qin Feng's smiling face, she immediately became alert. What do you mean?
Without waiting for Lang Ying to react, Qin Feng put his arms around her waist and hugged her tightly in his arms. And his lips had already reached her rosy lips. Lang Ying smelled the fragrance on Qin Feng's body, her eyes widened, and her heartbeat reached its peak at this moment. This is her first kiss. A blush suddenly appeared on her face.
I don't know what is going on. Ever since she met Qin Feng, the number of times she blushed has skyrocketed. I blushed more in just 2 days than in the previous year?
Although Lang Ying had never been kissed before, she gradually got used to it under Qin Feng's guidance. Very quickly, a sweet taste flowed into Qin Feng's mouth.
A long time passed.
Lang Ying's face turned red, and when she couldn't bear it anymore, Qin Feng let go. At this time, the bright red lip glaze on Lang Ying's lips had been eaten clean by Qin Feng. However, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth were a little pink. Lang Ying, who was trying hard to breathe and stay calm, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she saw this scene. She took out a pack of tissues from her bag and wiped Qin Feng's mouth.
Idiot, lip gloss is also poisonous, okay? Eat it all.
Listening to Long Ying's doting voice and her royal face, Qin Feng felt like he was going to lose all his bones.
This is even more powerful than the bone-dissolving pong. Don't talk to me in that tone again.
Grabbed Long Ying's hand. Qin Feng said seriously, I'm afraid I can't bear it.
Phew.
Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed.
My husband is so cute.
It seems I have to tease him well in the future.
Well, let's go to your house now. My home? Qin Feng was surprised. Now it was his turn to look at Lang Ying with a wary expression. What do you want to do? Stop it. This reaction made Lang Ying laugh even more. So funny. I just want to see where you live. If possible, how about I help you buy a house tomorrow? Oh, I see. Qin Feng was a little disappointed. To be honest, he is not really a virgin. If Lang Ying insisted, he could reluctantly cooperate. Just now I'm talking about buying a house. Isn't this a bit early?
He has lived in the community for so long that he has become familiar with all the neighbors.
The 50 million will be deposited tomorrow. We'll see then. Qin Feng replied.
Due to stock market rules, no matter how small or large the amount of money obtained from transactions on the same day is, it must be withdrawn the next day.
Avoid excessive trading. It also prevents stock instability. Okay, then I'll go to your house first today.
Taking a deep breath, Lang Ying adjusted her seat and turned to look forward.
You don't want the car anymore?
Qin Feng pointed in the direction of the parking lot. Lang Ying, however, didn't care and replied, come back tomorrow to open it, or ask Butler Wang to drive it back for me.
I just want to be with you right now.
Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard Lang Ying's reason.
Idiot, there's plenty of time.
After saying that, he took the steering wheel, started the car, engaged the clutch and stepped on the accelerator, all in one go. The car also started with a catapulting motion and shot forward.
Chapter 13, It's okay, there's still a long way to go.
Soon, Qin Feng's Lamborghini Aventador stopped at the entrance of Sakura Community.
This is the house Qin Feng rented after graduating from university.
A small apartment, about 50 square meters, with a living room, balcony, bathroom, kitchen, bedroom, etc. Although the Sparrow is small, it has all the organs. An apartment like this costs 3,000 yuan a month, which is relatively cheap in Shanghai.
And as a price, the environment here is not so good. The garbage is never picked up.
The vast majority of people living here are elderly. As soon as Qin Feng's car stopped, the eyes of the surrounding neighbors were all focused on him.
There is no way.
This isn't some high-end neighborhood, and they've never seen anyone driving such a cool car as a Lamborghini Aventador.
Whose car is this? Why would anyone in our neighborhood drive this car? I don't know. Click.
After parking the car, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying out of the car. When the neighbors saw that the person coming out of the car was Qin Feng, they were stunned. The people of Qin Feng are handsome, and they all look familiar and know each other. But they were very surprised. This young man's financial situation is obviously not very optimistic.
He was borrowing money from the streets a few days ago. Are you all driving sports cars?
When they saw Lang Ying, they were even more confused. The old man who was out walking his dog didn't even notice that the leash had fallen off.
Not only did Qin Feng drive back a sports car, he also brought back such a beautiful girl? And judging from her temperament, she looks like a star? Good job. Could this be some rich second generation from Shanghai who came here to experience life? No more pretending. The showdown is over, Qin Feng is a billionaire? But of course Qin Feng didn't know these thoughts.
He took Lang Ying's soft little hand very naturally, nodded to the neighbors who were watching, and went upstairs with Lang Ying. After seeing Qin Feng go upstairs, several neighbor aunties found the organization instantly and gathered together as if they were magnets.
I say, what's wrong with this kid Qin Feng? What else could it be? I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so rich. That car looks quite expensive. I've long seen the child is destined to be extraordinary.
As expected, he is a low-key rich second generation.
The main thing is that he's really handsome. The last time I saw him, he wanted to introduce my daughter to him. Come on, look at the girl next to him, she's so pretty and has the aura of a celebrity. Look at it this way, why is our guy so useless?
He just lies in bed every day during the holidays, his limbs are almost degenerated.
Look at other people, sigh.
Several aunts kept discussing it, their tone full of envy. He is really the other people's child.
Upstairs. Open the door.
Xin Feng bent down and made a gesture of invitation to Lang Ying.
Is this your home?
Lang Ying smiled, grabbed Xin Feng's hand, and walked into the room with a curious look on her face. A faint smell of negative oxygen ions rushed into her nose.
What a refreshing fragrance!
Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she was a little surprised. It is said that boys' homes are like pig pens. Dirty and messy is the basic condition.
It's normal not to wash your underwear for a week.
I'm too lazy to wash the clothes even though they're piled up like a mountain. She remembered it very clearly when she was young, and so did her father Lang Zian. Without his mother to take care of him, he could go 2 weeks without doing his laundry.
It's better now.
On the other hand, let us look at Qin Feng's residence. There was no peculiar smell, no dirty clothes, and the whole room was very clean.
The air is also unusually fresh. Is this the boy's residence? Lang Ying's own room couldn't be so tidy. Qin Feng, why is your house so tidy? There's even a nice fragrance. This doesn't look like the home of a man living alone at all.
He looked at the furniture around him curiously.
Lang Ying finally sat on the sofa in the small living room under Qin Feng's guidance. I usually clean it when I have nothing to do.
When I was a child, my mother didn't like the house to be dirty, so I was a little influenced by her. Qin Feng smiled and said casually. He still remembers the time when he went to the river as a child to play in the mud and got covered in dirt, and then got beaten on the buttocks by his mother when he got home.
That's no different from killing a pig.
That's a lot better than my dad, who has the cleaning staff do all the work.
Mumbling, Lang Ying answered helplessly. Your father is much better than me.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly.
That's Lang Zian, the richest man in Shanghai. There is a huge gap between him and Lang Zian. Oh, right. Do your parents know about our marriage? Will your father approve of me? Lang Ying thought about it. It shouldn't be difficult.
Come on, your father is the richest man in Shanghai, worth trillions, and you are his only daughter, how could it not be difficult? Qin Feng picked up the water cup on the table and took a sip, then shook his head and said.
This is also the reason why he didn't dare to see Lang Zian after he and Lang Ying got their marriage certificate. He needs to develop like crazy. Otherwise, he will definitely not be worthy of Lang Ying in the future. 2.
Lang Ying lowered her head and frowned as she thought. Let me make it clear first, I don't like being a son-in-law or a live-in son-in-law. Qin Feng said quietly. However, upon hearing this, Lang Ying suddenly looked up and was stunned.
Phew!
She almost burst out laughing.
Idiot, how is that possible?
Even if my dad lets you be one, I still don't agree with you being a live-in son-in-law. Besides, he hasn't taken care of me since I started junior high school, so his opinion isn't that important. Qin Feng felt warm in his heart when he heard Lang Ying's words.
This girl is always on his side. Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng's expression was somewhat serious.
Don't worry, I have the confidence to make my father-in-law accept me.
If nothing unexpected happens, you will be my love in this life. What if something unexpected happens? Lang Ying asked blankly.
It was you who was involved in the accident.
Qin Feng looked into Lang Ying's eyes and answered seriously. Good.
Seeing Qin Feng's serious expression, Lang Ying nodded seriously. She could see that Qin Feng's words were sincere.
Besides, how could the man that Lang Ying likes be unknown? And no surprises. She will always be Qin Feng in this life. Qin Feng, I believe you.
She believed what Qin Feng said. Then, to Qin Feng's surprise, Lang Ying came up and kissed Qin Feng on the lips.
This time take the initiative.
Just think of it as a reward for his sincere promise.
For a long time. After showing Lang Ying around his residence, Qin Feng sent her away. There is no way. If Lang Ying really stayed overnight at his house, he really couldn't bear it. And before getting Lang Zian's approval, Qin Feng didn't want to force Lang Ying.
I really plan to spend my whole life with Lang Ying. It doesn't matter, there is still a long way to go.
Chapter 14, My goodness, I am really a big son of the system. 7 o'clock in the evening.
If it were any other time, Qin Feng might be playing games, watching videos, or watching TV. But now he has Lang Ying. Life became about chatting with Lang Ying while studying the mysteries of the system. Since the system is to make yourself the most perfect person, then Qin Feng himself cannot be idle. The system allows him to learn whatever he touches. Of course, he had to cram in a lot of knowledge in a short period of time in order to be prepared for any emergency.
It is always good to be a person who plans ahead.
And just now, while we were eating, Shinfeng learned another skill through the system.
The strongest chef skill.
Now the food he makes ranges from all kinds of wonderful delicacies from Dragon Country to those from foreign Michelin chefs.
He can beat them all. If Qin Feng's family didn't have any complete ingredients, he could have cooked a full banquet. There is no way, the conditions are limited. Now his family can only make 4 dishes with the ingredients they have.
Looking at the 4 dishes on the glass table, Shinfeng frowned and started eating.
Soon, an hour passed. Oh.
Shinfeng took a long breath, held his head with both hands, and lay on the soft bed.
An inexplicable fragrance filled his nose.
Lang Ying had slept on this bed before, and there was still a hint of her scent on it. The richest man in Shanghai, a trillionaire. Squinting his eyes, Shinfeng was thinking about what he should do next.
He now has assets worth 50 million.
For ordinary people, his current assets have surpassed most people.
But this is the magic city.
50 million was invested, and not a single splash was made. He still needs primitive accumulation of capital.
50 million is just a small amount of money.
Running a company campaign takes no more than a month to burn out. What's more, he doesn't know what specific work to do now.
Finance?
Shinfeng frowned and pondered over this point. He has the strongest investor skills. With the support of the system, it should not be a problem to set up a financial company.
Okay, let's try.
Shinfeng suddenly sat up from the bed, walked to the computer desk and began to study financial knowledge. To hell with that crappy investment magazine.
Now he is going to study systematically. Time is urgent, and for Lang Ying, he has to study hard. A sleepless night.
Shinfeng was immersed in the world of system-accelerated learning and couldn't extricate himself. The originally obscure financial knowledge was enhanced by the system and turned into jumping bytes that madly poured into Qinfeng's brain and could not be stopped. It wasn't until the sky brightened a little that his alarm interrupted his thoughts.
Is it dawn already?
Rubbing his slightly red eyes, Shinfeng turned off the computer and got up to wash up.
He needs to wake up.
In one night, he learned a lot of financial knowledge. But these alone might have made him a top figure on Wall Street. However, to catch up with the richest man in Shanghai, some original capital accumulation is still needed.
To put it bluntly, you still need enough money.
After washing up, Shinfeng looked through the messages on his phone. At this time, the 50 million in stocks had already been credited to the account. Looking at his 50 square meter room, Shinfeng realized that it was time to move to a new house. But at this moment, the system, which had no presence until now, suddenly spoke. Ding, it's detected that the host has studied all night through the system, earning the title of extremely diligent and a reward of 2 independent villas in a special area of the Magic City Thompson first floor, totaling 230 million. Please note that the villa keys have been distributed under the villa doormat, and the property deeds and purchase contract have been distributed on the table in the lobby on the first floor of the villa.
Please pick them up as soon as possible.
The villa has been purchased under the host's name through legal channels, please rest assured. After hearing what the system said, Shinfeng's body suddenly shook and he was stunned for a few seconds.
Good job. This system is okay. I am like its own son. After studying all night, you get a house as a reward without any hesitation, and it's a luxury house? But I still have to get the property title and contract. This son is still not close enough to me.
Shinfeng said jokingly with a slight smile. At the same time, he took out his mobile phone from his pocket and searched for the location of his house.
Thompson first grade.
It is a real estate developed by Thompson Group Company, Limited and is located next to Lujiazui Riverside Avenue in Shanghai. As soon as it was launched, Tangcheniping began pre-sale at a unit price of 110,000 yuan per square meter, creating the highest price for luxury homes in Longhua. Although it was eventually reduced to 50,000 yuan per square meter, it is still an extremely luxurious property.
Let's go and have a look.
After searching the location of his villa on his mobile phone, Shinfeng opened the door.
It's hard to imagine.
There are still people in this world who need to search to see their own house.
Moment.
Driving his newly bought Lamborghini Aventador, Shinfeng set off according to the instructions on the evil map.
20 minutes later, he came to the gate of the community.
Because the house purchase contract has been generated by the system, Qin Feng's personal information has already been entered into the door access control system. He can pass through the access control by just scanning his face. After entering Thompson first grade, Qin Feng was somewhat shocked. The entire community is highly green, with large private gardens. The apartment complex also provides leisure, fitness, swimming, sauna, SPA and private banquet services. What is surprising is that it took Qin Feng half a year just to decorate this villa. All the materials are precious materials.
Of course, such terminology is introduced systematically. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated?
The more Qin Feng looked at it, the more surprised he was, but he really liked it in his heart. After parking the car, he went to 2 villas in a special area. Now Qin Feng can't wait to see what his house looks like.
The outside is so luxurious, do I need to tell you what the inside is like?
After a facial verification, Qin Feng walked for a while and found 2 villas.
Under the footrest. In front of the villa.
Qin Feng looked at the black footpad, bent down and touched it, and took out a golden card. He looked at the electronic door in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and then he brushed it.
The second floor of the villa.
Standing on the protruding pavilion, Qin Feng looked outside.
He has already seen the house. In one word, very good.
But what satisfied him most was this pavilion. Comfortable bedrooms and magnificent living rooms may be found in other luxury homes, but the sense of superiority of standing on the balcony of Thompson 1 and looking down on the Magic City can only be felt in Thompson 1. The moment Qin Feng finished looking at the first floor and entered the second floor, his eyes were attracted by the protruding pavilion of the villa.
And he finally understood why the house was sold at such a high price.
Standing on a high place and looking down, he felt as if he owned the entire Bund and the Huangpu River. He believed that customers who purchased Tangshan Ipin were not just buying a luxury house, but a movie ticket that would allow them to see the past and future of Shanghai.
Phew, luxury.
Lying on the railing of the pavilion, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and silently gazed at the entire Demon City.
Next door is Special Area 1.
It was also a very large apartment, only slightly bigger than his house. Qin Feng became interested and turned to look.
He wanted to see what one looked like.
At this moment, on the pavilion of Building 1, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was holding a newspaper and reading it seriously.
Qin Feng suddenly laughed. Are there still people reading newspapers these days? It's incredible. Just search on Baidu on your mobile phone and it will show up.
However, just as Qin Feng was about to leave, he was suddenly startled.
That man looks like Lang Ying. Chapter 15 Lang Ying's father? I only know a little about stocks. No. To be more precise, the 2 people seem a bit like father and daughter. Gurgle. Gurgle.
After swallowing twice, Qin Feng got goosebumps all over his body.
I'm here to look at a house. I wonder if I'll run into Lang Ying's father. Thinking about.
Qin Feng quickly took out his cell phone and opened Baidu. As the richest man in Shanghai, Lang Zian would of course be recorded on Baidu.
There will definitely be pictures on it. No way? Really?
Qin Feng opened Baidu Encyclopedia and secretly compared it with the middle-aged man reading a newspaper next to him.
Good job.
It cannot be said that they are exactly the same.
They are simply carved from the same mold. Lang Zian, the richest man in the Magic City, my father-in-law, lives next door to me?
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly and Qin Feng hurried to leave. Anyway, he had already finished observing his villa, so it was okay.
It's extremely dangerous here. He had to leave quickly. He must not meet Lang Ying's father until he has made some achievements. Thinking. He opened the door and left. It was just a coincidence that he met Lang Zian as soon as he went out. Qin Feng was startled, took a quick look, and hurried towards the exit.
When Lang Ying's father saw Qin Feng, he looked very interested in him.
I guess this guy is the one who bought 2 buildings a few days ago? So young? What a promising young man. She is pretty and has a good temperament, a bit like me when I was young. But why does he seem so hurried? Following behind Qin Feng, Lang Zian looked him up and down, praising him silently.
Being able to purchase Thompson's first-class medicine at the age of 20-something, all of this was achieved by Qin Feng alone and with his system.
Little brother, you are the owner of Building 2, right? I am your neighbor, and you are not very old.
When they reached the center of the courtyard, Lang Ying's father took the initiative to wave and greet Qin Feng.
He is an old father. Concerned about my daughter's marriage.
Seeing that Qin Feng had a generous demeanor and extraordinary bearing, more importantly, he sought his younger self in Qin Feng.
Lang Ziyan couldn't help but feel a liking for him.
Yes, are you okay? Seeing Leng Ying's father greeting him, Qin Feng knew he couldn't avoid it, so he had to bite the bullet and go ahead.
Heroes truly emerge from youth.
You're so young and yet you're able to buy a house in Thompson first floor.
Which director in the Magic City are you the son of?
The moment Leng Ziyan saw Qin Feng face to face, his eyes suddenly lit up. It had been a long time since he had seen such an energetic young man with such sharp and bright eyes. Those who can afford the special area of Thompson Epine in Shanghai must be either rich or noble. It is definitely impossible to start from scratch.
So he asked directly who Qin Feng's father was.
This made Qin Feng very upset.
I'm not the son of any director. I'm just a young man. There is really no other way.
Qin Feng answered with gritted teeth.
How could his father be a director?
Oh, he started from scratch and achieved great success at a young age. Seeing that Qin Feng was unwilling to speak, Leng's father did not force him to ask and gave an ambiguous answer.
Are you looking at stocks?
I caught a glimpse of the newspaper in Leng's father's hand, and there was a red circle on it that was very eye-catching. And the circle shows the trend of a stock.
Oh.
Leng's father weighed the newspaper in his hand and said, I bought it for fun.
What? Do you understand this?
At this time, Qin Feng had also calmed down. Although Leng's father had seen him in the past, he had changed so much in the past few decades that he probably wouldn't be able to recognize him.
I only know a little bit about 100 million.
Qin Feng is the chosen one who possesses a system. He can predict in advance whether the stock price will rise or fall in the future. When Leng's father heard Qin Feng say this, he smiled slightly, a smile that showed that he saw through everything.
He's definitely being humble. Little brother, you are too modest. Since you know a little bit, can you help me take a look at Wangxing Pharmaceuticals stock? As he spoke, Lang Ziyan unfolded the newspaper in his hand without any hesitation and moved closer to Qin Feng.
Seeing Lang Ziyan's actions, Qin Feng was stunned.
The richest man in Shanghai, is he so approachable? Okay, let me take a look.
Qin Feng read the newspaper while taking out his mobile phone to search for stocks. At this time, his strongest investor skill was also activated.
I have to say that Lang Ziyan has a very unique business acumen.
The stock price of Wangxing Pharmaceutical has fluctuated during this period, but according to the system.
In the next week, the world's top pharmaceutical tycoon will take up the position of CEO of Wangxing Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. By then, this stock will definitely soar. But I think Wangxing Pharmaceuticals isn't very promising. It's going to experience a huge spike in price and a limit down in a week. It's very unstable, but it's worth a try. But if it were mine, I'd sell it as soon as possible. As for Enghui Pharmaceutical, you might want to invest a bit. This stock might skyrocket.
Watching Qin Feng pointing at two stocks,
Dad Leng blinked, looking a little dazed.
He looked at the stock for a long time and asked several people about its value, and no one said anything bad about it.
But the young man in front of me actually said it was not good?
Moreover, Enghui Pharmaceutical's flagship company is Enghui Technology Company, Limited, which is an old traditional industry in the industry.
Supported by special cold medicine, it has always been lukewarm. How could it possibly skyrocket? My opinions are for reference only. You can just listen to them for fun.
Looking at Lang Ziyan's expression, Qin Feng knew that he definitely didn't believe what he said.
But it doesn't matter. He couldn't just promise Lang Ziyan to sell the shares. This is obviously weird.
He didn't believe what he said, and there was nothing he could do. Even the richest man in Shanghai probably doesn't care about this little money.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Qin Feng didn't plan to stay long.
If Lang's father suddenly remembered him, he would be finished.
It's better to walk fast. Okay, bye. Looking at Qin Feng's leaving figure, Lang's father shook his head and was very appreciative.
Calm and generous, with elegant conversation. More importantly, he did not show any anger because he did not believe his vision.
It is very rare among young people.
But what surprised him was that he had never heard of this person in Shanghai. According to Qin Feng's economic strength, it is impossible for him to remain unknown.
Wangxing Pharmaceutical will fall, and Enghui Pharmaceutical will rise? Never mind. Dad Leng frowned and didn't take it seriously.
Whether it is right or not is another matter. He is now very curious about Qin Feng's identity.
Back home.
Dad Ling put the newspaper he had been reading for a long time on the sofa, took out his tablet and searched carefully, but he looked very happy. At this time, a beautiful woman with charm came into the living room carrying a plate of fruit.
This is Lang Ying's mother, Lin Yanran.
The only difference between her name and her best friend Su Yanran is the last name.
Seeing an inexplicable smile on her husband's face, she asked, "Is it because another little girl wants your prestige today that you are so happy?" "No, don't set me up."
Lang's father looked at his wife warily and shook his head, saying, "I just saw a very nice young man today, and he looked familiar."
Hearing this, Lin's mother chuckled. "I never thought you would praise someone like that. That guy must be pretty good. I think that young man is a good match for Ling Ying. Let me ask which director's son he is." Mother Lin looked at her husband's excitement and couldn't help shaking her head.
People are afraid that their daughters will get married too early. He was worried that his daughter would get married too late.
"I worry about this all day long. Come on."
After saying this silently, Lin's mother stood up and left, leaving the old father to enjoy himself.
Chapter 16, My company owns half of yours? Is Mr. Lung cold?
At the entrance of Thompson Epine community. Qin Feng drove out of the community under the envious gaze of the security guard, and then contacted Lang Ying immediately.
"I think I saw your dad today."
In the director's office of Lang's Fragrance Company, Limited, Lang Ying crossed her long legs and looked at her mobile phone with a confused look on her face.
"What?" "Qin Feng, I met your father at Thompson Epine."
"Lang Ying, my father does own a house in Thompson Epine, but he rarely lives there."
"What are you doing there? Buying a house? Good job."
Looking at the WeChat message, Qin Feng's mouth twitched.
"It seems that my father-in-law has more than one house. That is Tangchen Epine. He basically doesn't live in such a luxurious property? It's hard to imagine what Lung Zian's real residence looks like."
"I bought a villa in Thompson Epine.
"Can I take you there to see it in a few days?"
Qin Feng thought for a moment and sent it to Lang Ying.
"Good." Lang Ying replied.
"I have something to take care of.
Let's talk later."
After Qin Feng sent the message, he put his phone aside.
Lang Ying said this because she really had something to say.
However, just when Qin Feng wanted to go home to continue studying the system to make money, his cell phone rang again.
"If you have time, you can also come to visit my company. In the future, half of this place will belong to you."
Seeing this news, Qin Feng smiled slightly and started the car to head to Lang's fragrance industry.
And at this time,
after Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, sent this message, her face turned a little red. As a CEO, she is always the first to feel shy in front of her beloved Qin Feng. But when she saw the plan in front of her, a look of worry unconsciously began to appear on her face. There is a piece of land in Shanghai that is currently being tendered. It was not implemented last time. A piece of land on Shaohua Road, Zixing Avenue in Shanghai is a special economic development zone. According to relevant sources, there will be some changes on Zixing Avenue in the next 5 years, causing the land on Shaohua Road to become one of the most economically prosperous areas in the region.
Certainly. Since Lang Ying could find someone to figure it out, then other bigwigs in the Magic City could also know about it. Like Lang Ying, they are determined to get this piece of land. Although Lang Ying has hundreds of millions of dollars in her hands, it may not be enough to face these well-funded old guys. Lang Ying pinched her brows, feeling a little depressed. She knows. If Lang's fragrance industry acquires this piece of land, the company's stock will surely skyrocket after listing. On the contrary, it is not very optimistic. Unless someone in their company can come up with a hit perfume to reverse the situation. But how is that possible? We agreed to start our own business. Does that mean I can only rely on my father for all this? Shaking her head, Lang Ying immediately gave up the idea. She had promised her father Lang Zian before. She is in full control of the company's affairs and he cannot interfere. And now? How do you say you need help with every little difficulty? Forget it, if it doesn't work, just give up. Lang Ying sighed. Although she felt unwilling, she couldn't say anything. Let those big guys fight to the death. The other side. At the entrance of Lang's Fragrance Group, Qin Feng found a parking lot to park his car, and then came to the first floor of the building. Hello sir, this is Lang's Incense Company. Non-company employees are not allowed to enter.
Before he could go in, he was stopped by the etiquette lady at the door. However, for a handsome guy like Qin Feng, even if she stopped him, the etiquette lady would explain in the most gentle tone.
Can I come in with an appointment?
Qin Feng also understood that it was too lame for anyone to be able to join such a large enterprise.
Do you have an appointment?
When the etiquette lady heard Qin Feng mention the appointment, she asked very politely.
Sorry, no.
Qin Feng answered honestly. Hearing this, Miss Etiquette couldn't help but sigh helplessly, and looked at Qin Feng dimly. Don't tease me, if anyone sees me, my salary will be deducted.
Okay, I'll ask her to come down and pick me up.
Without making things difficult for the etiquette lady, Qin Feng took out his cell phone and sent a message to Lang Ying. He is also a worker, so it is understandable not to let him in.
Everyone can understand. After a while, Lang Ying came down. The clothes Lang Ying wore today caught Qin Feng's eye. Maybe it's because of work.
Lang Ying was wearing a professional outfit today, a short skirt and black stockings, and her waterfall-like black hair was neatly tied up on her head.
Dressed like this, Lang Ying's queenly temperament is fully displayed. It's very nice. My wife is indeed the most beautiful. She looks good in whatever she wears.
The etiquette lady was a little surprised to see Lang Ying coming over, and quickly bowed her head to greet her.
Hello, Mr. Lang.
Lang Ying ignored him and walked towards Qin Feng with concentration.
Lang Ying, here she comes.
Qin Feng asked with a smile. I forgot to tell the front desk your name in advance.
I've been a little forgetful lately. I'm sorry, husband.
When she reached Qin Feng's front, Lang Ying naturally put her arm around his and leaned sweetly against him.
And saw this scene.
The etiquette lady suddenly began to doubt her life.
This is a good guy. Who was the aloof female director who just passed by her? President Lang, whose aura is so strong that even the senior executives dare not speak to him easily, is actually leaning on a man at this moment? And you call him husband? What a joke. When did Mr. Lang get married? And she looks like such a little woman. Is this still the President Lang she knows?
The etiquette lady was stunned and stood there at a loss as to what to do. Just watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng walk over.
Soon,
led by Lang Ying, Qin Feng came to the top floor of the building.
Entering the office, Qin Feng looked at the white papers on the desk, which looked like a mess. Sigh. The president's job is no easier than that of the employees. Sit here. I have a meeting later. Do you want to come with me?
Lang Ying pinched Qin Feng's shoulders and pressed him into her position as CEO, while she went to the water dispenser and poured a glass of water for Qin Feng.
That's fine. I'm relatively free now anyway.
Watching Lang Ying walking around, Qin Feng felt a little bored. Seeing a project plan on the table, he picked it up and started flipping through it casually.
Zixing Avenue Shaohua Road bidding proposal? Murmuring.
Suddenly, the system voice appeared. Ding, it's detected that the host is reading knowledge about real estate and has been awarded the title of the strongest businessman.
Detected that the host is learning real estate knowledge, knowledge point +1, rewarded with a business map. Chapter 17, Magic City Business Map? That land is rubbish. Business map?
Qin Feng was very surprised when he heard the voice of the system in his head.
But then, countless unfamiliar messages suddenly flooded into his mind, and he couldn't stop them. Buzz.
Qin Feng groaned, a little bit unbelieving. All the events of the next month in the Magic City flashed through his mind rapidly. House relocation, stocks, company transactions, auctions.
Each of these events could make an average person a millionaire. There are so many opportunities.
However, for Qin Feng, these opportunities take too long and the returns are too slow.
This is?
Frowning slightly, Qin Feng seemed to have found something special from a pile of useless information. In the next 3 days, the Shanghai municipal government will formulate new real estate policies and build a new subway line on the left side of Qixin Road in Shanghai.
Magic City. It is an extremely prosperous metropolis. Wherever the subway goes, development will occur.
According to the information just now, the Shanghai municipal government clearly intends to develop the Qixin Road area.
What if that piece of land happens to be acquired by someone? That's a windfall.
Qin Feng murmured for a moment, then put down the plan and took out his cell phone from his pocket to search.
Unethical map plus Baidu.
With the powerful information engine, the specific information of Qixin Road in Shanghai was immediately searched out.
What surprised Qin Feng was the new subway line actually runs through the old city of Shanghai? You know.
Although the Qixin Road area is relatively close to the downtown area of Shanghai. But the economy has always been poor, and the old city has complicated roads and poor transportation, so basically no one goes there.
It has been almost forgotten by young people in recent years. Why is this being planned again? That's strange.
Shaking his head, Xinfeng looked at the passing points along the new subway line. When he saw that the subway terminal was near the coast, he immediately understood the purpose of this trunk line.
Good job.
There are often large-scale comic exhibitions near the Mickey Mouse Park in Shanghai, and there is even an undeveloped real estate project not far away.
If this trunk line is open,
this place must be a feng shui treasure land. There is no trunk line in Shanghai that connects 3 or 4 large economic regions like this one. After the main line is open to traffic, this place will definitely become the area with the largest flow of people in Shanghai.
We must take this piece of land.
Xinfeng clenched his fists, determined to win. Just as he was lost in thought, Lang Ying waved her hand in front of him with a look of confusion on her face.
Xinfeng, what are you talking about? What must be taken down? Huh? Nothing.
Xinfeng came back to his senses instantly, looking at the exquisite and royal Lang Ying in front of him. He couldn't help but smile and answer. Lang Ying got the response and looked at Xinfeng helplessly.
He looked like an idiot just now. She was scared to death. I'm glad you're okay. I thought you were possessed.
As she spoke, Lang Ying took the land plan from the table and no longer had any hope for this project. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door.
Miss, I'm Linen. I have something to talk to you about. It's about the last bidding.
Hearing that it was Assistant Linen who was talking outside, Lang Ying didn't think twice and replied directly, "Okay, come in, the plan is here with me."
Hiss.
The door was pushed open and Linen walked in. Because Lang Ying's desk was facing the door, as soon as he came in, he saw Xinfeng sitting in the president's chair. After looking around, he saw his young lady Lang Ying sitting next to him with a business plan in her hand. "Miss, the bidding price for the Shaohua Road land has already exceeded 300 million.
Those bigwigs in Shanghai will definitely add more money. Should we still bid?"
Linen looked at Xinfeng, and although he was a little surprised, he didn't say anything.
As Lang Ying's assistant and housekeeper, he is very good at reading people's expressions.
Xinfeng sat in the main seat.
His young lady Lang Ying obviously had no reaction and looked as if it was natural. It should be someone I know or someone I get along well with. Just don't worry about it. Has it already exceeded 300 million? That's faster than I thought.
Handing the plan in her hand to Linen, Lang Ying frowned, looking very melancholy. Those local tycoons in Shanghai are really rich.
The area on Shaohua Road is obviously not worth 300 million yuan. To be honest, 300 million, a very dangerous price.
If the land is not developed within 2 years, the capital chain will be in short supply.
Of course, it's her company.
Those local bosses should have the strength to swallow this pit silently.
The risk outweighs the gain. I choose not to invest.
Although she felt somewhat unwilling, Lang Ying could not easily gamble on the future. She is fully responsible for Lang's incense business, so she must at least make it look good and show it to her father Lang Zian. However, all the preparations made for this land these days have been wasted.
It's a bit of a pity. Miss, wait for another opportunity.
Seeing Lang Ying's unwilling look, Linen also felt uncomfortable. He has seen how hard Lang Ying has worked these days. It would be a shame to give up now.
Why do you look so unwilling?
That piece of land is worth at most 200 million.
You made the right choice by giving it up.
Looking up at the unwilling expressions of Linen and his wife Lang Ying, Xinfeng suddenly broke the silence and spoke in a flat tone. Linen looked at Xinfeng and frowned slightly.
Xinfeng, my husband. Lang Ying introduced. Oh, Mr. Lang's son-in-law. Linen nodded and murmured as if he understood.
No wonder Lang Ying had no objection to sitting in the director's chair, it turned out to be her husband.
What? Husband? Miss, is this your husband? Sudden. Linen jumped up. He was confused. What's the meaning? Miss, when did you get married? I haven't heard Mr. Lang mention it, so how come I don't know?
Seeing Linen so surprised, Lang Ying was very calm. She had already simulated this scene in her mind. If her father Lang Zian knew about this at this time, he would probably be even more excited. We just got the marriage certificate, we didn't have a wedding, But you can't tell my dad now, otherwise you won't be my housekeeper anymore. Waiting for Linnen to calm down, Lang Ying said in an unquestionable tone.
What? Your dad doesn't know you got the marriage certificate yet? Linnen was confused again. Good job. Getting married with someone else without telling his father, shouldn't this be the impression he has of Lang Ying? Miss, you are a little too crazy. Linnen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and reluctantly agreed to Lang Ying. But what if I don't agree? He has been working with Lang Zian for a long time and is considered a veteran.
When Lang Ying was a child, he often took time to take care of her. Because he had no children, he simply treated Lang Ying as his own daughter.
At the moment, he can only follow Lang Ying's wishes and hide it from Lang Zian.
Xin Feng looked at the elegant linen in front of him and felt that this middle-aged man was very accommodating to Lang Ying.
But he didn't expect it.
When Lang Ying threatened Linnen, she actually had a cute and arrogant feeling.
I love this kind of daughter-in-law. Chapter 18. Can you trust Xin Feng forever?
You just said that the land on Xiaohua Road is worth at most 200 million, but if I lose it, I won't be able to find a good location in the Magic City. Feeling a little depressed, Lang Ying sat on tiptoe on the huge desk and asked Xin Feng casually.
How could she not know what Xin Feng said? But if there is a better option, why would she stick to one plan?
Land in Shanghai is so expensive that it's not easily developed. It will be hard to find a location as good as Xiaohua Road in the future. Linnen looked at Xin Feng, his tone still filled with resentment.
I have a better plan.
Xin Feng spoke slowly, holding his hands together.
You're probably just pretty. What good plan can you have? Could it be that you have a better vision than 30 excellent market analysts plus me and the young lady?
Linnen frowned, his tone hinting at disdain.
Hearing this, Lang Ying couldn't help but glare at Linnen. Don't be so quick to deny it. Xin Feng didn't care about Linnen's hostility. That's right.
Seeing that the cabbages that had grown for so many years were suddenly picked secretly, he was lucky enough not to beat up the person who picked them. Xin Feng picked up his phone, stood up and walked to Lang Ying, pointing to the Xiaohua Road area and began to explain. Although the land on Xiaohua Road is close to the development zone, it is surrounded by a heavy industrial park. Although the pollution problem is not that serious, it does lead to a certain degree of sparse traffic in the surrounding area, and there is only one large commercial building.
You should know the nature of this land better than I do.
It will definitely not be developed within 2 years. I wouldn't pay 100 million to buy a development zone that won't be developed in the short term.
Listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly.
She had considered these issues, but because they were too minor, she didn't think about them too much. After Xin Feng's analysis, it was indeed not worth it. Although it is an important piece of land, just wait for it to appreciate in value.
However, the price is unlikely to increase in the short term.
If the development cycle is too long, her company will lose 300 million yuan at once, and the subsequent business plans will be reduced.
If there is not enough funds, the company will have some problems in the future. So what do you think? After listening to Xin Feng's explanation, Linnen's anger subsided.
This guy who stole the cabbages that he had watched grow in his own home is really capable.
Hubby, if you say that, you must have already found another good location for the land, right?
Lang Ying also raised her head at this time and looked at Xin Feng with anticipation. She also got to know Xin Feng's personality through chatting over the past few days.
He would never do anything without certainty.
Xin Feng looked at the two people's expectant eyes, raised his eyebrows, and opened another page on his phone.
The Qixin Road area of Qihai Avenue in the Magic City. Here? Hearing this location, Lang Ying immediately frowned. Linnen, on the other hand, was outspoken and questioned directly. Here?
Please start your performance.
Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng, also wanting an explanation.
She had also analyzed the location of Qixin Road. On the contrary, this area has been thoroughly analyzed by all the bigwigs in Shanghai. The conclusions reached by all parties were surprisingly consistent.
A piece of rotten land. Backward transportation, backward housing, backward everything.
It is not far from the downtown area of Shanghai, but its economy is terrible.
Anyone who buys in this kind of area is a fool. Don't be impatient, listen to me slowly. Xin Feng answered calmly without any haste or impatience.
He pointed at Qixin Road.
This place, although it's terrible, but look at its location near a series of large commercial buildings. Even though the traffic is terrible, there are a lot of foot traffic through these narrow paths. The important thing is that it's cheap. Buying this area will also give Lang's incense industry enough funds to withstand unexpected accidents.
After listening to the explanation, Lennon looked up at Chin Fong with a look as if he was looking at a fool.
Are you kidding me? Do you think this is a geography test asking you to explore geographical factors?
Everyone knows the factors that Chin Fong mentioned, but the old city is too bad. Although there is a lot of traffic and it is close to commercial buildings. But one communication is worth 1,000 words.
It really sucks.
The road can only support one-way traffic, in case another car comes from the opposite direction.
Sorry. You can only return the same way.
This place is obviously a waste, an area that is neither tasty nor worth throwing away.
I thought you were a discerning person, but I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag.
Lennon said to Chin Fong with great dissatisfaction.
Why did his young lady choose this person?
It was really impulsive. He thought the other party was pointing out a good section of the road, but he didn't expect it to be a rotten old town area that had been analyzed as bad by the bigwigs from all sides in Shanghai. If this place was really useful, it would have been snatched away by bigwigs from all sides long ago.
Can it be left untouched for 2 or 3 years? Ridiculous.
Chin Fong was not angry when he heard Lin An's questioning tone. On the contrary, he walked to the computer with a smile, searched for the same information as on the mobile phone, and then rolled a piece of paper into a strip and placed it horizontally on the page.
What if a subway line is planned for Qixin Road in the near future? Do I look like a fool? Are you kidding me?
Lin An was speechless.
He looked at Chin Fong and asked, Do you think you're a prophet? A god descended from heaven? Can you just build a subway?
Chin Fong threw the paper away, shrugged helplessly, and replied, If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do.
Anyway, I decided 3 days ago that I would never do anything without confidence. Lin An felt helpless when he saw Chin Feng's asking for a beating look.
He was very confused. Why would the smart Ling Ying marry this guy?
What else does this guy have besides being handsome? I believe you, Chin Fong.
At this time, Lang Ying, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke and smiled at Chin Fong.
Miss? Lin An's forehead was covered with sweat. Good job. Is stupidity contagious? What's wrong with his lady?
Lin An, stop talking.
I believe Chin Fong. Did you know that Chin Fong made 50 million in one day? Lang Ying turned and asked Lin An. 50 million a day?
Lin An was a little surprised.
Cray Technology's stock price surged 3 days ago.
Chin Fong bought it when it was only 10 yuan per share and sold it at the upper limit of 2003 per share.
Lang Ying explained softly.
After saying this, Lin An was stunned.
What is this? Was it this young man who predicted the last stock market boom? What kind of eyesight is this?
He also plays stocks. I didn't pay attention to the stock of Crane Technology at that time.
The rise of this inconspicuous stock is purely due to human manipulation.
But after he learned about it, he found that it was a legitimate appreciation.
This kind of eyesight, is it possible for a human to have such ability? I'm speechless.
Lin An looked at Chin Fong, and there was finally some admiration in his eyes.
Chapter 19, 150 million? In whole numbers?
Because the stock price increase of Crane Technology was the first in recent years. The value increased from $10 per share to $2,000 per share.
Not once in 3 years.
Logically, this kind of sharp vision should be deduced by a veteran with rich age and experience like the stock king Warren Buffett.
Unexpectedly, it was a young man in his 20s? What kind of eyesight is this?
With this kind of vision, his doubts are no longer of any reference value.
How about it, wife? Do you want this piece of land on Qixin Road?
Ignoring Lin An's admiring look, Chin Fong walked to Lang Ying and asked seriously.
Actually,
Chin Fong really wanted Lang Ying to take over the land on Qixin Road.
Because no matter what, he will find a way to get this land.
But now he only has 50 million yuan earned from stocks. He has already made a thorough analysis of the land on Qixin Road. The bigwigs in Shanghai don't know its value now, and this piece of land is still in a state of no one is interested in it.
But that piece of land is really too big.
It stretches out like a jet from the city center of Magic City to the coast. Even if no one is interested and the price has been falling year after year, it still costs at least around 200 million yuan to buy it. Chin Fong's 50 million is definitely not enough, he needs to find someone to raise funds. But he was unwilling to find someone else, it would be much better to have his own wife. She just needed this piece of land.
And how much land does it take to expand a company? There will definitely be some left over. Auction the excess land for the second time. His investment of 50 million will also increase exponentially.
The system said that the approval document from the Magic City government would be implemented in 3 days, so he still had time to gather funds and invest in Inghui Pharmaceutical.
A huge profit. Now let's see how much Lang Ying trusts me.
Thinking in his heart, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Lang Ying, who was making a decision.
Because 200 million is also a considerable amount for Lang's enterprise. If losses occur, Lang Ying Company may be in trouble. An aside. Linen remains silent.
He was also waiting for Lang Ying to make a decision.
Making choices is something a president must learn. He can't help. Hubby, I believe you.
After confirming with the finance department that the company could directly take out 200 million, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng and answered seriously.
Isn't it just 200 million? What is this?
For Xin Feng, she would even sell the company.
What's more, she believed in Xin Feng and believed in him unconditionally. However, this decision made Linen very upset. Miss, are you sure? He asked again. This is 200 million, not 200 yuan. No need to ask any more questions.
You will be responsible for acquiring this land from now on.
With 200 million yuan, you can take as much as you can. Lang Ying resumed her domineering demeanor as a queen-like CEO and gave direct orders to Linen. Yes, ma'am, I'll do it right away. Seeing Lang Ying gave the order, Linen said nothing more and nodded to get things done.
At this moment, Xin Feng suddenly called Linen.
Follow the investment, 50 million.
Hearing Xin Feng's casual words, Lang Ying and Linen were both stunned and looked at Xin Feng with some confusion.
Lang Ying trusts me so much, so I also trust Lang Ying. This is Xin Feng's explanation.
After saying that, he took out a green bank card from his pocket and handed it to Linen.
Transfer the money yourself. The password is the last 6 digits of Lang Ying's ID card. Xin Feng reminded him.
Linen took the bank card, looked at Xin Feng, and finally had a look of satisfaction. Although he talks a lot of nonsense, he is a nice person. Plus, he is a rare business genius, which makes him worthy of the lady.
Good.
Linen nodded, walked out of the office quickly, and went to the office hall of Moto Real Estate to purchase the land on Qixin Road.
After Linen left, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a gloomy look. Xin Feng, you don't have to do this.
She knew that Xin Feng had lived a very difficult life before.
It seems that he really only has 50 million left. Now take it all out. If you make a profit, everyone will be happy. If you lose, it's all gone. More importantly, she didn't want to disappoint Xin Feng. Don't look at me like that, I can't stand it. Xin Feng didn't dare to look at Lang Ying's gloomy eyes. This is too destructive. The last time she used this look, I almost couldn't help myself. Isn't this a test? But these words made Lang Ying very happy.
She looked at Xin Feng with a smile and reached out to gently pinch the soft flesh on his waist.
You don't even want others to feel sorry for you, really. If you lose the 50 million, you'll be left with nothing.
Lang Ying said softly.
But you still have to support me, don't you? Xin Feng didn't tolerate Lang Ying.
He quickly grabbed her hand and hugged her in his arms. He pressed Lang Ying under him, leaned against the office table, and spoke very seriously.
What's more, I won't compensate you, even if I did.
Since I can earn 50 million, I have the ability to earn another 50 million, it doesn't matter. Lang Ying was mesmerized for a moment as she watched Xin Feng speak so confidently. Xin Feng is so handsome when he is so confident.
Now it was her turn to be unable to bear it. Xin Feng, has no one ever told you that you look good when you're serious and confident?
Taking advantage of Xin Feng's daze, Lang Ying put her arms around his neck.
He took the initiative to kiss her.
According to my speculation, the value of that piece of land will at least quadruple.
By then, it will be a huge profit. So, can you give me 150 million in pocket money? Don't talk while kissing. So you agree? Now.
If Linen, who was on his way to the office hall of Magic City Real Estate, heard the conversation between Xin Feng and Lang Ying, he would definitely be speechless. 150 million, with both decimals and whole numbers.
How much pocket money does his wife give him?
A huge sum of $100 a month. This good guy Xin Feng directly gave more than 100 million.
Did you listen to what others said?
And the other side. Because Lang Ying had already given up on taking over Shaohua Road, she was too lazy to go to the bidding. However, this situation has become a laughingstock in the eyes of those bigwigs in the Magic City. The office lobby of Moda Real Estate. Bigwigs from all walks of life in Shanghai sat in the bidding hall and chatted. The bidding has not started yet. And there are only 3 people who actually want to invest in buying the land. Others just came to watch the fun. This group of people couldn't beat Ling Zian in the business world, but they could easily bully his daughter. Oh, the bidding is about to start.
Lang Ying hasn't arrived yet?
Among the 3 big guys, a well-mannered middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses asked. The price was raised by 400 million before, but it wasn't implemented.
This time it will only be higher. A small company like Lang's incense industry will definitely not be able to afford it.
Another obese man with a somewhat out-of-shape chuckled and casually analyzed.
A little girl is a little girl. She is too young.
The last man with Mediterranean hair was a little sarcastic. But he didn't look at the 2 people next to him. After all, they are also enemies after the bidding begins.
Chapter 20. Greedy and Cute Ling Ying. Ugh, Xin Feng, I can't breathe.
In the president's office, Lang Ying was kissed so uncomfortably that she begged for mercy. Xin Feng stood up immediately.
Why, you were the one who initiated the kiss just now, and you're done after only 10 minutes?
Looking at Lang Ying's disheveled hair and blushing face, Xin Feng couldn't help but tease her with a smile.
He was almost stunned by Lang Ying's initiative just now.
Fortunately, he was more skilled and kept the initiative firmly in his own hands.
You're the one who forced me to lie on the table.
Lang Ying rolled her eyes at Xin Feng and tidied up her clothes and hair. At this time, Xin Feng didn't tease her. Instead, he pulled his phone out of his pocket. The bank has already notified that 50 million has been transferred away, and only a little interest remains in his account.
But even the interest is enough for him to live on for the next few days. By the way, do you have Sun Feifei's prestige?
Suddenly, as if he thought of something, Xin Feng put his phone in his pocket and turned to ask Lang Ying.
That scumbag in finance?
Why do you need her prestige? Lang Ying was a little confused and looked at Xin Feng and asked. However, even though she asked this, her delicate hand had already reached for the cell phone in her Gucci bag. She didn't believe that Xin Feng would find another woman behind her back. I want to start a financial company, but I don't have a concrete idea yet.
I need a reference point.
Xin Feng explained truthfully without any intention of hiding anything from Lang Ying.
If he wants Lang Zian to approve of him, he must put on an act. At least it can't be too wasteful. Otherwise, why would they choose him, an ordinary person, over so many upstarts in Shanghai? For no reason. Financial company? Husband, you actually want to do this?
Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with interest, took out her cell phone, found Sun Feifei's WeChat, and immediately sent it to him.
I just wanted to try it.
With a slight smile, Xin Feng explained to Lang Ying.
But Lang Ying didn't seem to care about it.
She held Xin Feng's arm, leaning against him, and said sweetly, I believe you.
No need to explain. I know what you're thinking. Just go for it. Hearing this,
Xin Feng was slightly startled, then suddenly laughed. He reached out and touched Lang Ying's waterfall-like black hair, his face full of doting.
By the way, do you want to see my company? Okay. Xin Feng readily agreed.
At this time, on the other side, in the office hall of Moda Real Estate, Linen has spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Qixing Road. He left with a large number of land purchase contracts.
Buying the land is not the end of the job.
He still needs to go to Qixing Road for a detailed inspection.
It's just, unfortunately.
Linen's back as he walked out of the real estate hall was seen by 3 bigwigs from Shanghai who had just finished bidding.
Is that Lang Ying's assistant?
Why is she here? The middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses frowned and asked the 2 people next to him with a sullen face.
Why don't you just ask and find out?
The Mediterranean man pointed at the office worker next to him, his face not looking very good.
I don't know why. Miss, may I ask what the man who just walked out of the door bought from you? Don't be fooled by his fat appearance.
The obese man with a big belly is a man of action. While the 2 people next to him were still chatting, he immediately walked to the front desk and asked the staff.
Because all real estate transactions are recorded.
And these transaction records are not confidential and can be found out by asking. So quickly, the staff member found Lin An's purchase records.
The three of them quickly came over. Moment. Let out a burst of laughter.
Ah, I say, Lang Zian really raised a good daughter.
That's right. I was wondering what her assistant was here for, but it turns out she's here to buy that piece of land?
The little girl is inexperienced and has no vision.
Lang Zian is not good at teaching her. Although the three spoke differently, their goals were surprisingly consistent. Too tender. Ling Ying is too young. She actually spent 250 million to buy Qixin Road? It's thanks to Lang Zian that we have the business we have today. If we really fight hard, who can beat us?
She's just a young girl, I want to see how she squandered these 200 million. Linen did not hear what the three people said. Because he has now arrived at Qixin Road. After getting out of the car, Linen looked at the environment around Qixin Road and began to believe what Qin Feng said. The environment here, coupled with sufficient traffic, is enough to develop a shopping mall.
Perhaps this area really only needs a convenient trunk line.
If this plan is really implemented, the value of this land will at least increase fivefold. Linen murmured in a low voice with some admiration.
Night.
Qin Feng had already returned home, and Lang Ying was sitting on the sofa in the living room, boredly looking at her phone. She looked at Qin Feng, who was busy in the kitchen, and smiled.
This kind of life is what she dreams of.
A small room for two people, living a sweet life together.
My husband shows off his skills from time to time. You really don't need my help?
Lang Ying shouted with some concern.
Need not. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head and process the ingredients carefully.
The decision was made the moment he learned cooking yesterday with the help of the system.
I must let Ling Ying eat the food I cooked tonight. And half an hour later.
Sure enough, there was a pot of twice-cooked pork still steaming on the table in the living room.
It smells so good, honey, are you such a good cook?
Lang Ying's eyes lit up, and she came over and sniffed with her nose. The unique fragrance of fresh meat filled her nostrils.
The fragrance is everywhere. Try it?
Hearing Lang Ying's praise, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile happily and handed Lang Ying a pair of chopsticks.
Good.
Lang Ying, who had been unable to wait any longer, immediately picked up a piece of meat from the pot and put it in her mouth.
Mmm. Delicious, delicious. The hot air was blowing in a loud voice.
Lang Ying's eyes began to sparkle.
The meat is delicious and the taste is pure.
As soon as you take a bite, your whole mouth is filled with fresh and fragrant taste.
Fatty but not greasy, an absolute delicacy. You look so anxious, why don't you blow on it before putting it in your mouth?
Qin Feng was speechless when he saw Lang Ying's cute look, as if the meat in her mouth was burning but she didn't want to spit it out.
His wife? Why do you look a little dazed? It's delicious.
Lang Ying, who had completely lost her royal sister's CEO demeanor, reluctantly swallowed the meat in her mouth and looked at Qin Feng with an innocent face.
And I want another one.
Okay. Qin Feng had no way to deal with Lang Ying, so he blew on her before handing it to her. But at this moment, Lang Ying's Gucci bag on the sofa suddenly vibrated.
Wait.
Lang Ying looked at the bag and then at the meat in front of her. He decisively chose to swallow the meat in one bite and then went to answer the phone. However, when she saw the caller ID on the mobile phone page, she was a little confused, but still picked up the phone.
Dad? Chapter 21. The child was conceived for half an hour, and the father is twice cooked pork? My dad beat me.
Lang Ying frowned slightly and showed Qin Feng the incoming call notification on her phone.
Could he have already known that we got our marriage certificate?
Not daring to answer, Lang Ying moved closer to Qin Feng and asked fearfully. She has a very bad relationship with her father Lang Zian.
Even at home, I don't talk much to him.
Apart from asking about business matters, there is really no other topic of conversation.
He's calling me so late now. Something must have happened. Probably not. Go ahead.
Looking at Lang Ying's frightened expression, Qin Feng felt fearless. He patted Lang Ying on the back and motioned her to answer the phone.
What a joke. Judging from Lang Ying's attitude towards him these days, what would it matter even if his father-in-law knew about it now? Good.
Nodding, Lang Ying hesitated for a moment, but still answered the call and turned on the speakerphone. But after the call was connected, there was no sound from the other end.
Boss Lang, what's the matter?
After waiting for a few seconds, Lang Ying took a deep breath and asked calmly. Her tone made Qin Feng a little confused.
This tone is clearly that of a subordinate to a superior. Is the relationship between father and daughter so bad? They always use the tone of king and subject when talking on the phone? I heard you spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale in the Qixin Road area of Shanghai?
On the other end of the phone, Leng Zian asked stumblingly.
Is there a problem?
Lang Ying put the phone on the table, her eyes dimmed a little, and she answered very calmly.
Sure enough, the call was about business.
I respect your decision, but I also want to tell you that Li Yunche has acquired the land on Xiaohua Road.
I think Yunche is pretty good. Would you like to meet him?
Hearing her father say this, Lang Ying sighed deeply and didn't intend to continue the conversation.
I see. Mr. Lang, is there anything else?
When Lang Zian heard his daughter say this, he fell silent. Apart from business, he really has no topics to talk about.
Even if he asked Lang Ying about matters in life, she probably wouldn't answer. He knows. For a long time.
Lang Zian on the other end of the phone sighed and said, "Let your mother talk to you.
She misses you." Afterwards, a woman's voice appeared on the phone. After hearing the woman's voice, Lang Ying's aura suddenly relaxed.
Qin Feng just listened to the call quietly. The conversation between Lang Ying and her mother Lin Yanran was not as clear as Lang Zian's. They just chatted about family matters and asked about each other's well-being.
This is a normal mother-daughter conversation. It seems that the relationship between father-in-law and daughter is not very harmonious.
Stroking his chin, Qin Feng thought.
Maybe. Can I make him identify with me by improving this relationship? And at this time.
It is located in the Tangchen Yiping community on Binhai Avenue in Shanghai.
One special villa area.
A middle-aged man with neatly combed hair and wearing a white shirt looked at the beautiful woman next to him with anticipation.
How is it? What did Lang Ying say? How is she doing recently? 3 questions in a row. This made Lang's mother Lin Yanran speechless. She threw the phone in her hand to her husband Lang Zian and said unhappily, "Why didn't you ask just now?" Lang Zian was also very embarrassed and explained innocently, "I don't know how to tell her, and she won't answer me."
Lao Lang, your mouth is like an iron clamp to others, it will open with a single bite, but it is like a lock to your own daughter, and you will never open it no matter what. Lin Yanran interrupted her husband's explanation and said helplessly. The relationship between Lang Zian and Lang Ying has been at a stalemate for a long time.
My husband is not good at speaking and cannot express his feelings. He only cared about Lang Ying in the business field and didn't ask about anything else.
She was also confused.
Her husband was very good at talking to others, but he stuttered when talking to his own daughter?
Ying Er said she's doing fine recently.
Don't worry about the 200 million.
She said she has her own ideas.
Lin Yanran gave Lang Zian a cold look and got up to go back to the house, not wanting to see him.
Seeing that his wife was also blaming him, Lang Zian held his phone, feeling a little distraught.
What's a mere 250 million? If my daughter is willing, I can spend 2 billion or 20 billion at will. But the relationship between the two. Wouldn't it be great if someone came and helped me adjust my relationship with Lang Ying? Lying on the sofa, Lang Zian was also depressed.
It is hard to imagine that the richest man in Shanghai with trillions of assets would be so exhausted. On the other side, at Qin Feng's home, Lang Ying hung up the phone, threw it on the sofa and ignored it.
Okay, let's continue eating.
As if turning her depression into motivation to eat, Lang Ying ate an unusually large amount for dinner.
Half an hour later.
Under Qin Feng's worried gaze, Lang Ying stroked her slightly bulging belly and lay on the sofa very contentedly. He squinted his eyes and looked very comfortable.
It would be great if every day could be like this.
Lang Ying murmured with longing.
Don't, if you keep doing this every day, I don't think you can last even 3 weeks. You'll turn into a fat pig.
Pointing at the pot of twice-cooked pork that had been mostly eaten, Qin Feng said with a twitching mouth. He was very confused.
How could Lang Ying, who is obviously slim, eat so much food? Her belly is a bottomless pit? My goodness, even a landlord can't build his house like this?
Qin Feng said helplessly. Hearing this, Lang Ying blushed and chuckled.
No, I only ate a little bit, only about 80% full.
Standing up slightly, Lang Ying raised her jade hand, pinched her little finger and spoke carefully.
It looks very cute. In response to Lang Ying's sophistry, Qin Feng chose to provide physical evidence. He directly picked up the wok containing the twice-cooked pork and showed it to Lang Ying. Is this only 8/10 full?
Seeing that the meat in the pot was almost reaching the bottom, Lang Ying blushed immediately. She covered her face with her hands, not daring to look at Qin Feng, and said in a mosquito-like voice, "This is 8/10 full. You're not afraid of holding on." Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng reached out and rubbed Lang Ying's waterfall-like hair, then stood up, picked up the bowl and pot and went to the kitchen. What to do? What can I do? You should pamper your wife no matter what. Let's go for a walk before we take you home later. Qin Feng suggested. Lang Ying also felt that she had eaten a little too much, and nodded slightly in agreement. It was just ordinary twice-cooked pork, but for some reason, it was so delicious that she couldn't stop eating it. Maybe it's just because Qin Feng did it. This was what Lang Ying was thinking. Moment. After Qin Feng had put the pots and pans in order, he took Lang Ying's soft little hand and went downstairs for a walk. Because Lang Ying ate a lot, her belly was slightly bulging, and she looked like she was pregnant. Before the two of them left the community, someone who was more familiar with Qin Feng started asking Lang Ying how many months old the child was. Qin Feng could only sneer at this. The child was conceived just 1 day ago. Their father is twice-cooked pork. Chapter 22, he is the tallest one among the short ones? Downstairs in the community. Qin Feng took Lang Ying for a walk on the street. This was a place he used to go often, a must-go place on his way to work. But usually when I pass by, I am in a hurry, and I rest at home in my free time. It's rare that I have the mood to go for a walk today. Will you still eat so much in the future? Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying's blushing face and said helplessly. Although it's already night. But as a magical city, the nightlife has just begun. The flow of people on the sidewalks increased instead of decreased. Neither of them wore any decorations to cover their faces, so when they went out, their outstanding looks instantly attracted the attention of all passers-by around them. Look, that couple is so happy. That guy is so handsome, brother, I'm good with him. Don't look at him, he already has a girlfriend, and she seems to be pregnant. No way, that woman is so beautiful. The slightly bulging belly looks so beautiful. Listening to the envious voices of passers-by around her, Lang Ying's face turned red and she felt a little embarrassed. How did she get pregnant? She ate too much. If they knew they were pregnant with a baby made of twice-cooked pork. That scene. Lang Ying shook her head, not daring to imagine. Qin Feng turned around and looked at Lang Ying's shy look, smiled indulgently, and took her hand to lead her into a narrow path with less traffic. That's right. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked, Lang Ying, who is Li Yunche? He learned this name from listening to the conversation between Lang Ying and Leng Zian. Anyway, he had never heard of it. And what as important is? From what Leng Zian said, he wanted to bring Lang Ying and Li Yunche together. How can this be? My father-in-law actually tried to match his wife with another man? That guy Li Yunche? He. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying shook her head slightly after hearing the name, looking very disdainful. What? Is this person annoying? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. Li Yunche's father is called Li Nidian, and his net worth is second only to my father's as a wealthy businessman. He is also the president of a listed company and has a thorough understanding of stocks and futures. Lang Ying answered seriously. Qin Feng frowned slightly, feeling that this Li Yunche was a little unusual. At this time, Lang Ying did not notice Qin Feng's thoughts and continued to explain to herself. I was at a party before, and near the end, he was pushed out by someone and said he wanted to get to know me. He didn't seem to be pestering me, so I followed business etiquette and gave him my business card, and that was that. I'm not interested in him. No matter who he is, he's not as good as my husband. As she spoke, Lang Ying happily took Qin Feng's arms and snuggled into his arms, looking very sweet. Just at this moment, Qin Feng was a little absent-minded. But your dad likes him very much, doesn't he? He asked. My dad likes it? Lang Ying shook her head and said truthfully, he looked down on all the young men in the Magic City. He just picked the tallest one among the short ones. Hearing these words, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good job. It turns out that my father-in-law has such high standards. He looked down upon anyone who was second only to him. However, Qin Feng was a little melancholy now, because he looked down upon the son of the second richest boss. Wouldn't that mean I have even less chance? Lang Ying, I will make your father recognize me. Looking at Lang Ying leaning in his arms with a sweet look on her face, Qin Feng murmured in his heart. Moment. After taking a walk, Xin Feng drove Lang Ying home just like he did yesterday.
It's still the same reason. He can't stand it.
If Lang Ying stayed at home, Xin Feng was afraid that Lang Ying would really get pregnant.
Night. The window was open and a cold breeze blew in. Lie on the soft bed.
Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and stared silently at the ceiling of his house, thinking about something. At this moment, the cell phone next to him suddenly vibrated. This means that Sun Feifei, the girl whose family is in finance, has agreed to his friend request. Xin Feng immediately stood up, picked up his phone and logged into WeChat.
Hello, Xin Gus Hen.
Looking at the message on WeChat, Xin Feng laughed at himself.
How can he be called a stock god? He is just an ordinary person who was chosen by the system.
Xin Feng thought for a moment, then replied immediately, Hello, Miss Sun, I want to know everything about finance and starting a financial company. After he asked this question, the message box on Sun Feifei's site immediately changed to Input in Progress.
This night is destined to be a sleepless night.
Xin Feng was not idle. He is studying like crazy and expanding his knowledge like crazy.
Because Lang Ying is Sun Feifei's good friend, she loves her and answers all of Qin Feng's questions.
Except for the real secrets in the business world, she was completely open with Xin Feng about other issues.
One night down.
Xin Feng has already mastered most of the financial knowledge and the current components of the Magic City market.
It's just a pity. Sun Feifei did not tell him most of the financial information about Wall Street.
After all, these materials contain Sun Feifei's vision, and this information alone is worth tens of millions. It is understandable that Sun Feifei kept her reservations.
Xin Feng didn't care about these.
This knowledge is actually enough for him to start a company, not to mention the support of the system.
If you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. The knife is sharpened, all we have to do is slaughter the pig. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Xin Feng lay down to rest.
But his mind was still working.
Only 1 o'clock in the evening.
At this time in Shanghai, the city that never sleeps, the carnival has just begun. At the same time, inside the Tenluan Hotel in Shanghai, a gathering of business tycoons from all walks of life was held here as scheduled. Although these people are not considered top companies in Shanghai, their net worth exceeds 10 billion, and some are even higher than that. In other words, if you are not worth 10 billion, you should be embarrassed to attend the party. If these people were to unite, it would not be impossible to intimidate the entire demon city. These bigwigs from various business districts were all looking at a white-haired old man.
Everyone, thank you for coming today to celebrate the birthday of an old man like me.
The position of the guest of honor.
The white-haired old man raised his glass and stood up. Although he was thin, he looked energetic.
As the old man stood up, all the business tycoons present also stood up and raised their glasses to congratulate him. Among this group of people, a young man stood out from the crowd. He is the youngest among all the big guys present.
Yun Che, you're very bold in bidding during the day. Even I was surprised.
When the white-haired old man was waiting for others to sit down, he saw Li Yunche and suddenly asked, I don't have any courage at all, it's just that my opponent is too weak. Li Yunche was very proud. He smiled slightly and answered in a calm tone.
This answer made the white-haired old man very happy. Good, young people are not arrogant and proud of their achievements. This character is rare. Unlike Long Xian's daughter.
I heard she spent 250 million to buy all the land for sale on Xixin Road. She really has no vision. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai and because of her beautiful appearance, Lang Ying attracted much attention as soon as she returned to China. The news that she gave up Xiaohua Road and invested in Xixin Road also spread in the business circle. Even in the eyes of this old man who no longer manages his business, Xixin Road is a piece of garbage land.
Everyone here is a billionaire. Needless to say, the vision is excellent.
Xixin Road has been thoroughly studied long ago, if it is really valuable. They had already taken the lead in investing, so how could it be the turn of a little girl? Even though behind her is Leng Xian, the richest man in Shanghai.
Mr. Li, Lang Ying is just a little girl.
It's understandable that she would miscalculate.
Don't say it again to deliberately put her down.
Li Yunche raised his wine glass and spoke calmly without any sarcasm. There are winners and losers in business wars, which is basically the norm. Seeing Li Yunche say this, the white-haired old man known as Li Lao was slightly stunned, then he scolded with a smile, You kid, are you protecting her already? Everyone present knew that among the younger generation, only Lang Ying and Li Yunche had the most potential. The news that Li Yunche publicly expressed his interest in Lang Ying at the party also spread to the business circle. In their eyes, his behavior was simply protecting his own people.
Chapter 23 Overconfidence, Magic City Financial Association? Mr. Li, please stop teasing me. Li Yunche took a sip of red wine and shook his head slightly, looking to the upper left corner, obviously reminiscing.
I remember Miss Lang just gave me her business card. This is normal business practice and she probably had no interest in me. He stood very straight and answered in a calm tone, as if he didn't care. But, although he said that he was marrying above his station, his expression was very relaxed and contented, and a sense of arrogance that belonged to a young man arose involuntarily. All the big guys in Shanghai here are well aware of this momentum.
This is arrogance.
He doesn't care at all. But even the daughter of the richest man in Magic City didn't care, and they also felt that Li Yunche was a little too confident.
But young people, if they don't go crazy now, when will they go crazy?
Among all the young talents in the Demon City, only Yunche has the most potential.
How could Lang Ying actually look down on you? Lang Xian's daughter has such poor taste.
Shaking his head slightly, the white-haired old man called Mr. Li slowly turned around and went to the room next to the hall.
Take care, Mr. Li. Li Yunche bent down slightly and spoke calmly.
After that, he drank the red wine in his hand and went to negotiate with other big men in the Magic City. Large gatherings are never just gatherings.
But the bureau. A bureau that attracts investment and drives market strategies.
They are usually purposeful. As a veteran in the business world, Mr. Li naturally understood this, so he left early and left the opportunity for these young people to negotiate.
A night passed.
At this time, Xin Feng didn't know that Lang Ying was ridiculed by the entire business world for trusting his decision. He had just woken up and was brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Watching his face become more and more handsome and three-dimensional, Xin Feng felt more and more that the system was a good thing. Although it's not as perverted as other people's rebate systems, the feeling of being rewarded for one's efforts makes him feel good.
I'm so handsome.
Looking in the mirror, Xin Feng rubbed his face narcissistically. But at this time, his cell phone started vibrating. Xin Feng casually wiped his face with a towel, then took out his cell phone from his pocket and answered the call, without even checking the caller ID. As soon as he answered the call, a very majestic voice came from the other end.
Hey, Xin Feng, are you still going to work?
You haven't been to work for 3 days.
Don't you want to work anymore? What the hell? Xin Feng was bewildered as he listened to the voice on the phone. Is there anyone who dares to speak loudly to him these days? Now I have a system, I am the chosen one, and if I develop myself well, I will be invincible. Who is the other party? Who are you?
Xin Feng frowned, a little displeased. What he didn't expect was that the person on the other end of the phone was even more unhappy.
Who am I? I'm your boss, Li Nan. If you don't come to work today, you don't have to come anymore. Beep beep.
After saying this, the phone was hung up.
Xin Feng was completely confused. Why did it feel like a dream? Put your phone on the table. Only then did he remember.
I don't think I have resigned yet, and I haven't been to work for 3 days now.
Good job.
Xin Feng was shocked on the spot. He said he seemed to have heard the name Li Nan somewhere before, and it turned out that he was his boss.
Only.
He doesn't need to go to work now, why are you still trying to coerce him? Sitting on the sofa, Xin Feng thought about what Li Nan had just yelled at him, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became.
Mad? Am I still being mad at you?
Grabbing the phone on the table, Xin Feng found Li Nan's number and called back without hesitation. When he was working in the company before, he remembered how Li Nan made things difficult for him.
Because I am handsome, I am very popular among the girls in the company. This guy always makes him work overtime, and it's always in the afternoon when he's off work. Very hateful. Hello. Little fatty Li Nan, did I give you any face? You really think I'm easy to bully? Listen to me, I'm done.
I'm telling you, if you dare yell at me again, you'll be cheated on by your wife. After yelling, Xin Feng hung up the phone without hesitation, then blocked and deleted the message in one go.
Call.
Xin Feng let out a long sigh and lay on the sofa, his chest rising and falling slightly, feeling very relieved. In a venture capital company far away in downtown Shanghai, the chubby Li Nan held the phone in confusion, at a loss as to what to do.
He really didn't expect that the employee who had been buying into his promises would actually yell at him? Well, maybe I ate too much cake.
Next time, let's paint a smaller cake for new employees and say that the one with the best performance during the new year will get an additional bonus of 30,000.
Home.
After Chin Feng took a breath, his cell phone vibrated again.
Oh, you still want a curse back?
Chin Feng stood up, answered the call and started cursing. But as he was cursing, he realized that there was no sound from the other end of the phone.
That's strange. He remembered that Li Nan was also good at scolding people, so why was he silent? Has this guy changed his gender?
Chin Feng looked at the caller ID and saw that it was an unfamiliar number.
Chin Gushan, what's wrong with you? Why are you so grumpy when you wake up?
Suddenly, a very sweet girl's voice appeared on the phone. When Chin Feng heard this voice, he suddenly panicked and almost threw his phone away.
He recognized this voice. I was listening to it last night. Who else could it be but Sun Feifei? Ahem, no, Miss Sun, is there anything wrong?
Chin Feng asked sheepishly, feeling a little embarrassed.
What did it mean that Sun Feifei called him early in the morning? Nothing else, just asking you. I have an invitation from the Magic City Financial Association. Would you like to attend?
On the other end of the phone, Sun Feifei was lying on the Simmons bed, looking down at the two exquisite invitations in her right hand, her pair of white and delicate long legs shaking boredly. She was staying at home and dressed very casually. She was only wearing a small white vest on the upper body and hot pants on the lower body. Every move she makes is very tempting, but it's a pity that she is the only one at home.
Magic City Financial Association? Can I go? Can I go?
Chin Feng was a little confused after listening to Sun Feifei's words. He had seen relevant information about this association when he was studying before.
Magic City Financial Association. This term is very valuable. His prestige in Shanghai's financial circles is top tier.
Every once in a while, the association would invite many bigwigs from Shanghai's financial circles to a party, which was to set up a scheme. The minimum threshold for joining the Shanghai Financial Association is assets exceeding 100 million yuan.
Please note, the assets in liquid funds exceed 100 million.
This does not include business value or net worth.
The people who go there are not just rich or noble.
That basically means millions with just a wave of the hand.
Spend money like water.
Given the scale of this gathering, who knows what opportunities might arise?
Even if not, it's okay to make friends with some people. I'll go.
Without hesitation, Chin Feng answered immediately. After hearing Chin Feng's answer, Sun Feifei, who was bored just now, slowly stood up and planned to change into clothes suitable for attending the cocktail party. How about this, you come to the intersection on the left side of Pudong Bridge and wait for me.
I'll take you there. Good.
Chin Feng didn't care much and nodded, agreeing. Lung Ying's schedule is full today, and all the things will not be completed until tomorrow.
He has a very free day. Go out with Sun Feifei and see the world. Not bad.
After getting his clothes, Chin Feng set off. The Lamborghini Aventador rushed into the traffic flow, unscrupulously emitting charming sounds on the street.
Chapter 24, Seeing the Four Great Tomato Cars? Party? Morning, 10 o'clock. Chin Feng drove to the left side of Pudong Bridge and waited quietly for Sun Feifei to appear. Hey, Chin Gushan, here. Not far away, Sun Feifei's voice appeared.
Because the Lamborghini Aventador has very good sound insulation both inside and outside, there will be no sound even if you have sex inside the car. As for the outside, you can't hear it at all unless the sound is too loud. Afraid that Sun Feifei was not clear about her location, Chin Feng deliberately opened a car window after parking. Hearing the very sweet voice, Chin Feng got out of the car and followed the sound.
Just see.
Opposite him, a girl in a white miniskirt and milky white high heels was looking at him with a smile. But at this time, Chin Feng was stunned.
In his impression, Sun Feifei didn't seem to be that beautiful.
At the party, Sun Feifei's appearance was obviously above average.
How come you look so good today?
She jumped directly from a beauty with an 80-point score to a super beauty with a 95-point score.
Forget it, maybe I didn't dress up properly that day.
Shaking his head, Chin Feng didn't think about it.
Here I am, just stand there and don't move. After giving the instructions, Chin Feng walked over first.
Because there is no traffic light at this intersection, it is still a bit dangerous overall. Seeing that the traffic had lightened up a bit, he hurried to Sun Feifei's side and pulled her back.
Moment. The two got in the car.
Chin Feng also looked carefully at Sun Feifei's makeup at this time. She wore light makeup and had a nice hairstyle.
She wore a white long skirt with light blue floral embellishments.
Although the skirt was long, it did not cover her legs. Although she had the temperament of a girl next door, she always gave people a very eye-catching feeling.
This outfit is perfect even for a party. How is it? I look beautiful today, don't I?
Seeing Chin Feng looking at her all the time, Sun Feifei asked with a smile.
Indeed.
Chin Feng did not hide anything and told the truth. After all, Sun Feifei is really beautiful today.
I thought you'd be late, but you're so punctual? You're quite the contract maker.
She glanced at the time and saw that it was more than 20 minutes earlier than the time they had agreed on, which was very rare for a girl.
Where are we going next? Miss Sunday.
Chin Feng said casually. I'm not the type of woman who has to spend 2 or 3 hours in makeup. Sun Feifei took out 2 exquisite invitations from her bag, handed one to Chin Feng, and then pointed at the invitation and said, "Of course, we will go directly to the destination." Chin Feng took the invitation and opened it to take a look. It was an ordinary invitation, but the font was hot stamped with gold.
He is indeed someone from the financial circle. Getting an invitation is like getting a luxury item. The Bund, the gilded building.
Chin Feng silently muttered in his mind, climbed onto the steering wheel with both hands, and began to catch shrimps.
Gilded building.
It is a newly built commercial office building on the Bund.
But the strange thing is,
at the top is a top-notch revolving restaurant, and the interior structure is like a huge exhibition hall with a lot of space, which is not very comfortable to use for gatherings. It is said that if you stand at the window of this restaurant, you can see the iconic building of Shanghai, the Pearl Tower, in the distance.
20 minutes later, Chin Feng and Sun Feifei came to the parking lot downstairs of the Lu Jin building.
After getting out of the car, Chin Feng looked around and was suddenly a little surprised. The small parking lot is filled with all kinds of luxury cars. He even saw tomatoes for magical cars. He really didn't expect that an association would have such great power.
Not only did it invite most of the people in the financial circle, but it could also invite real bigwigs? There are special security guards at the entrance of the parking lot. Anyone without an invitation must park in the open-air parking lot outside or turn left to park on the upper floor. After coming out of the parking lot, Chin Feng was taken by Sun Feifei into the gilded building. Direct elevator access. The top-level revolving restaurant on the 104th floor. Shouldn't there be very few places for a party like this? How could you have 2?
Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one in the elevator, Chin Feng asked Sun Feifei.
Well, very little.
Originally, my dad and I were supposed to come to this party together, but my dad had something urgent to do, so I had to come alone.
I didn't want to be alone, so I asked you to come. Sun Feifei explained lightly.
But when she spoke, she didn't look at Chin Feng, but kept looking up at the floor numbers.
All right.
Chin Feng nodded and believed this explanation.
People brought him to such a high-end party to broaden his horizons, what else could he say?
Seeing that Chin Feng believed her, Sun Feifei stood on tiptoe and smiled slightly.
Actually,
this was Lang Ying's request to her, asking her to help Chin Feng more.
After dozens of seconds, the elevator reached the 104th floor.
As soon as the elevator door opened, Chin Feng felt a lively atmosphere. Before he even reached the restaurant, he could hear someone playing the Moonlight Sonata outside.
High taste.
There were waiters walking around inside, and there were also many socialites and wealthy people talking in low voices and laughing softly.
Good job. Is this high society? It's a bit contrived.
After handing the invitation to the security guard at the door, Chin Feng muttered something and followed Sun Feifei in.
As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, they attracted some people's attention. Sun Feifei is so beautiful today. It feels different to these wealthy people.
Although Chin Feng wasn't wearing any branded clothes, he was still a handsome guy. A suit that costs less than 10,000 yuan can look good on him. What is important is that he is confident. He is 1.85 meters tall, has a handsome face, a calm demeanor, and is surrounded by beautiful women. No matter how you look at him, he is tall, rich, and handsome.
Not to mention, looking around, the youngest man in front of him seems to be him? But that's what I think. Those who can come to the party today are all people who can easily spend 100 million.
These characters are basically elderly. Those who are a little younger are all in their 30s and show obvious signs of weight gain. There were also many young people at the party who had grown up relying on their parents, but they were too pretentious, full of arrogance and sharp, and didn't allow anyone to get close to them.
Qin Feng is much better now.
Her confident and composed demeanor almost made the eyes of the wealthy ladies and celebrities in the entire restaurant shine.
Everyone's eyes are almost green with envy. There are too many wolves and too little meat, and the meat is not tasty.
They finally found one that smelled good, so of course they were jealous.
And those wealthy people are all smart people.
He could clearly feel the gaze of the female companion next to him on Qin Feng, and felt a little unhappy. All the attention was focused on Qin Feng.
You're being targeted, young man. Patting Qin Feng on the back, Sun Feifei reminded him while suppressing a laugh.
As the daughter of a financial tycoon, she has a very sharp eye and can see through the little thoughts of these wealthy socialites at a glance.
Keep a low profile and go get something to eat.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Qin Feng suggested in a low voice.
Sun Feifei nodded in agreement.
Anyway, the party officially starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
It's okay to fill your stomach before that.
As Sun Feifei turned around, Qin Feng walked to the side, picked up the wine glass and started chatting with her.
In fact, it is basically knowledge about the financial circle.
While Qin Feng was listening, he suddenly heard a noise in his ears, and the name of one person among them caught his attention. Yun Che, you are truly a man of great courage.
Yeah, that piece of land was acquired directly and successfully, and this time they want another 100 million? You're too kind. 100 million is nothing. Chapter 25, seems like he was seduced by a socialite? Yun Che? Li Yun Che?
Without thinking too much, Qin Feng immediately listened to the sound and determined the location, intending to find the place where the voices came from.
He wanted to see what kind of son-in-law his father-in-law would accept. By seeing the real person, he will have a chance to develop. What are you doing? Looking for someone?
When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng turning around repeatedly as if he was looking for something, she couldn't help but blink and asked in confusion.
Do you know Li Yun Che?
Looking around, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and asked casually.
However, what he didn't expect was that Sun Feifei seemed very familiar with the name after hearing it. Of course I know him. He's one of the most powerful second-generation rich in Shanghai these days.
He runs a listed company himself.
He's quite impressive.
As she spoke, Sun Feifei extended her delicate hand and quietly pointed to the innermost part of the restaurant. Then she said, I saw him talking to someone just now.
It seems he went inside. No.
Taking a step back, Qin Feng also walked towards the inside of the restaurant.
No, why are you going? There are only big guys in there.
Seeing Qin Feng leave quickly, Sun Feifei held the red wine with a confused look on her face, and began to feel at a loss. Seeing Qin Feng walking further and further away without paying any attention to her, she stopped her feet in anger and hurriedly chased after Qin Feng. Just at this time, a business tycoon her father knew recognized her and greeted her happily. You have to say hello, otherwise there will be big problems. Gritting her teeth, Sun Feifei looked towards Qin Feng's position with some concern, then bravely chased after him, ignoring the big boss.
Sorry, Uncle Yang, I'm looking for a friend. I'll chat with you later.
Seeing that Sun Feifei was so anxious, the big man who spoke to her smiled helplessly and nodded.
Young people. Maybe something really happened. Inside the restaurant.
Qin Feng gently pushed through the crowd, and the sound of the moonlight music in his ears became louder and louder. But at this time he had already stopped. He suddenly realized that he had never seen Li Yun Che before.
There were so many people at the party that he couldn't find him at all.
Thinking about it, Qin Feng decisively chose to go back to find Sun Feifei.
Since Sun Feifei knew Li Yun Che, of course she could recognize him. Only.
Before he turned around, a woman in a red evening dress came towards him. The woman held a red wine glass in one hand and walked with graceful and light steps, looking very much like a precious cat.
Hello, I'm Liu from IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. Can I get to know you?
The woman approached with a smile on her face, took out her business card from her bag and handed it out.
Magic City IKEA Real Estate Company, Limited. Qin Feng took the business card, looked down at it, then extended his hand and introduced himself. Hello, my name is Qin Feng. IKEA Real Estate in Shanghai. It is also a listed company.
Qin Feng had also bought their stocks, but the room for appreciation was very small. Qin Feng only invested a little and then decisively withdrew his investment.
I just didn't expect to meet people from this company here. So it's Mr. Qin. Are you alone? Can you have a drink with me? 3 questions in a row.
With a slight smile, Lu Yu took the initiative to raise the red wine glass in her hand and carefully clinked it with the glass in Qin Feng's hand.
Clang.
There was a sound of glass colliding. Qin Feng did not resist.
He quietly looked at the woman in front of him.
She was obviously about 30 years old. But she has a great figure and well-maintained looks.
She still has some charm and a look of nobility. There is another friend, but he just left. But it's still okay to have a drink with you.
Qin Feng returned a signature smile and also raised his glass to clink it with Lu Yu's. Anyway, he couldn't find Li Yunche now, so it would be nice to chat with the woman in front of him.
Oh? Is that the woman you came in with just now?
Taking a small step forward, Lu Yu leaned forward slightly, showing off her figure without hesitation. At the same time, she took a sip of red wine.
It's nothing.
But this guy deliberately slid his tongue across the edge of the wineglass, and then looked at Qin Feng with a smile.
Qin Feng immediately understood. Good job. The woman's teasing intentions were already very obvious.
It's just that the scent of Lu Yu's perfume was a bit strong, which made Qin Feng feel a little uncomfortable.
TMD, this woman is so slutty. Certainly.
He said this silently in his heart, but on the surface, Qin Feng still kept smiling and slowly drank the red wine in the glass.
He just wants to leave now. This woman might be lusting after his body. It's sexy as it is.
Compared to Lang Ying, it is no exaggeration to say that she is not even worthy of carrying her shoes.
Boss Qin really has a good alcohol tolerance.
Lu Yu covered her mouth and chuckled, and was about to take another step forward.
Qin Feng frowned slightly and took a step back. At this time, Sun Feifei's voice appeared. Qin Feng, why are you walking so fast? I almost couldn't catch up with you. Call.
Qin Feng heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sun Feifei's extremely sweet voice.
Finally, I have an excuse to leave this woman.
The fragrance on her body is really strong. Besides, this woman is so coquettish, Qin Feng is really afraid that something might go wrong.
Miss Lu, my friend is here. Goodbye.
Qin Feng remained calm and composed.
After talking to Lu Yu calmly, he pulled Sun Feifei away.
Watching Qin Feng leave, Lu Yu smiled playfully and did not chase after him. After all, the party lasts a long time. Holding Sun Feifei, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief.
Thanks for saving the day.
But when he looked at Sun Feifei, he found that she was looking at him with contempt.
That's strange. What's wrong?
Qin Feng asked puzzledly. I really didn't expect that you have such a wide range of tastes.
You can even talk about Lu Yu.
Sun Feifei's tone was a little angry, but she did not break free from Qin Feng's hand.
Ah? Do you know that woman? Is Lu Yu annoying?
Feeling a little strange, Qin Feng asked Sun Feifei in a low voice.
Upon hearing this, Sun Feifei decisively broke free from Qin Feng's hand and said angrily, She's a socialite, don't you find it disgusting?
With a look of contempt, Sun Feifei took a step to the left and chose to keep a distance from Qin Feng. It was her best friend Lang Ying who asked her for help.
Why does this guy look like a scumbag? Only. Sun Feifei's behavior left Qin Feng speechless. I don't know her. She came here on her own, okay? I just wanted to find Li Yunche.
Qin Feng touched his nose and explained innocently.
He didn't have a good impression of Lu Yu.
The fragrance on her body was too strong and it started to choke my nose after I smelled it for too long.
And that woman is so sexy.
As a shrewd man, Qin Feng more or less guessed what kind of woman this was, so when he saw Sun Feifei coming to him, he quickly found an excuse to leave.
Tisk, I'll trust you for now. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Sun Feifei felt that it made some sense. After all, ignorance is not a crime. She had talked to Lu Yu before she knew her.
Taking a step to the right, Sun Feifei followed Qin Feng again.
You just said you wanted to find Li Yunche?
Suddenly, Sun Feifei asked. Yes, but I've never seen him before, so I plan to wait for you to recognize him.
Qin Feng answered truthfully. Ha, really?
Sun Feifei smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng like a fool, and then signaled him to look forward. At this time, Qin Feng discovered that the two of them had arrived at the place where the piano was played.
In front of the piano at this time,
a young man who looked to be in his 20s put the red wine on the piano and sat on the chair.
It looked like he was planning to play a song. Chapter 26, Can't you really endure a little bit of grievance and stun the whole audience? That person is Li Yunche?
Xin Feng tilted his head slightly and asked Sun Feifei.
Yes, the most powerful one among the younger class. Sun Feifei praised generously and gave a very concise answer.
Xin Feng nodded and observed silently.
Sun Feifei also tacitly kept silent at this time.
At this time, Xin Feng found that more and more people were gathering around him. The eyes of many celebrities and wealthy people were focused on Li Yunqie.
It seems this rich second generation really has something.
The fact that he has attracted so many people's attention shows that he is indeed capable.
Xin Feng was very clear about this. The rich second generation is not as arrogant and domineering as they are in novels. Rich people pay the most attention to education. After 3 generations, if the sun goes out, he will shout, "Who is my father? Who is my father?" and mock others madly. Not to mention that his father would be pissed to death. Even his ancestral graves might be emitting smoke from anger. While Xin Feng was thinking, Li Yunqie had already made preparations and started playing. After listening for a few seconds, Xin Feng realized that he was playing Chopin's Winter Wind Etude, one of the internationally famous virtuoso piano pieces. This piece of music is very difficult to play.
Basically, only piano masters at the performance level can play it in its entirety. There are also many art students studying music theory on the internet who are complaining about whether they have a grudge against Chopin, because it would take 100 million days just to learn the score of this piano piece. Let alone the fact that Li Yunqie is playing without any score now. After listening for a while, Xin Feng also discovered that Li Yunqie's playing was mixed with some emotions.
This is real ability.
I didn't expect Li Yunqie to be so good. He could even play a piece as difficult as Chopin's Winter Wind Etude. Halfway through the performance, Sun Feifei nodded slightly and murmured softly. Hearing Sun Feifei's praise, Xin Feng was about to speak, but he heard a rich man speaking in his ears. The young master of the Li family is not only promising in business, but also a master in music theory.
Really?
In comparison, Lang Xian's daughter is a bit inferior. I heard she bought the land in that shabby place on Xixin Road.
That's crazy.
She just relies on her good looks.
I don't think Lang Ying is worthy of Li Yunqie. The last sentence was recognized by many wealthy people.
They nodded frequently in a small circle, but their voices were so quiet that they didn't disturb others. But Xin Feng heard it clearly.
Haha, a bunch of idiots.
Xin Feng sneered and ignored him. This group of mocking people will know tomorrow that Lang Ying's decision is absolutely correct.
But now he was feeling very unhappy.
At this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding, someone has been detected who is even more pretentious than the host, making the host unhappy. The system has added a special task: surpass Li Yunqie and become the focus of the audience. The mission was successful and the reward was 31% of the shares of Longguo Mili Film Company, Limited. After hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned.
Good job.
He is really a good kid of the system, and he won't be allowed to suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. He had been planning to come back tomorrow to give these wealthy people a slap in the face.
The system can't stand it anymore, it wants it now. He likes this temper.
Without any hesitation, Xin Feng walked out of the crowd and went straight to the piano in front of Sun Feifei's confused gaze. At this time, Li Yunqie had finished playing a piano piece, and the people around him were applauding. As soon as Xin Feng walked out, someone noticed him.
Who is this person? What is he doing at Li Yunqie's place? Don't tell me you want to show off your skills too?
Ha, looking at his body shape and arms, he doesn't look like a pianist.
It's not like that. Don't try to act cool and then come back in disgrace. That's embarrassing.
Sun Feifei's face darkened when she heard Zhou Ren's words, and she just wanted Xin Feng to come back. She didn't think Xin Feng could play better than Li Yunqie. She had also studied music theory before, and Li Yunqi's playing skills were completely capable of catching up with piano masters at the same level. Xin Feng would only make a fool of himself if he went. What made her helpless was that Xin Feng had already arrived in front of Li Yunqie. There was no way she could call him back with so many people around.
Brother Li, can you let me play a song?
Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, Xin Feng came to the piano, spoke in a calm tone, looked composed, and asked in a very steady manner. A kind of steady temperament that is not typical of a young man now appeared in him.
What?
Oh, of course. Li Yunqie was stunned when he saw a man who looked more handsome than himself suddenly walking towards him, and then nodded. He originally just wanted to play a piano piece.
Since someone wants to take over, he has no objection.
Li Yunche stood up from his chair and left, standing among the crowd. At this time, Qin Feng slowly sat down. He was a little surprised to find that the piano in front of him was the world-famous Steinway. How could this restaurant be so rich? Interesting. With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Qin Feng climbed onto the piano with both hands, but did not start playing. He turned around and looked at Li Yunche, saying directly, "There's something wrong with the technique and rhythm of the Winter Wind Etude you just played. Pay attention to me and learn well." Li Yunche was stunned and looked at Qin Feng with a frown. No one dared to question him like this. With a disdainful sneer, Li Yunche crossed his arms and made a gesture of invitation. Qin Feng smiled slightly, took a deep breath and focused his attention. His fingers slowly fell on the piano. Then, his fingertips began to dance on the piano. It's really flying. Qin Feng's hand was so fast that it left an afterimage. The elegant, rhythmic, and emotional sounds of nature rang out, surrounding everyone. All the wealthy people in the audience were stunned, and many of them exclaimed in surprise. "What the hell? What kind of hand speed is this?" The wealthy people present were all amazed. Li Yunche, who was standing next to Qin Feng, became serious and shocked when he heard the voice. "Lists? The bells?" He murmured softly, squinting his eyes as he watched Qin Feng's technique and listened to the rhythm, trying to spot any mistakes. "But it's a pity. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This playing level is way better than his." The difficulty of the bells and Winter Wind Etude is similar, because they are both ceiling virtuoso piano pieces, but the difficulty of the bells lies in the extremely high requirements for rhythm and accuracy. Li Yunche immediately understood. No wonder this person turned around and asked him to watch and learn carefully. His face was a little dark and he felt very uncomfortable. He was taught a lesson. "I don't believe you didn't make any mistakes." Li Yunche, who didn't believe in evil, stared at Qin Feng closely, trying to find any mistakes. "But it's a pity." "No. Some famous pianists have their own special habits to a greater or lesser extent. Some like to shake their legs, some like to shake their heads. When performed live, this action is very entertaining. But Qin Feng didn't. The feeling he exudes is stable, well-behaved, but extremely smooth. There is no wrong rhythm. Not a single note is wrong. A stable group. And the voice is very well controlled, elegant, but not without pride. A true master." The experts present who really understood music theory calmed down from their exclamations and began to enjoy it. Enjoying the sounds of nature. Her fingers danced lightly on the piano like a free butterfly. Apart from the word beautiful, I can't think of any other adjectives. Chapter 27, Ignorance? Cute girl? Meet two more beautiful girls? Sun Feifei, who had not been optimistic about Qin Feng before, was also particularly amazed at this moment. She originally thought that Qin Feng was only knowledgeable about the stock market. Better than ordinary people, but not big enough to achieve anything significant. She had stayed up late to explain financial knowledge to Qin Feng only because the usually noble and indifferent Liang Ying suddenly lowered her status to ask her for help. She agreed reluctantly. It would be marrying above your station for a man like this to marry Liang Ying. But now it seems neither of them is out of their league, and the two of them are surprisingly well matched. Sun Feifei believed that based on Qin Feng's current playing level, there would definitely be countless wealthy women willing to accept Qin Feng, not to mention that he was really handsome. What rich people lack the least is money, what they lack is the temperament that matches their status. What if their husband or son-in-law is a world-class piano master? It's a matter of face. Qin Feng, you are so surprising. Sun Feifei said this silently in her heart and was also immersed in the wonderful music. Soon, when the piano piece reaches the end, the rhythm of this stage is particularly important, and the sound of the piano here has a lot to do with the quality of the piano itself. But the piano in front of him is the world-famous Steinway. The tone and rhythm are both tuned to the highest level, allowing Qin Feng to freely operate them. The fingers are light and the keystroke force is just right. Enjoy. It is really a pleasure to listen to Qin Feng playing the piano. The rich man who had seen Qin Feng playing the piano before couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Such a talented pianist, and they just mocked him? It's really unbecoming of a rich person. It's really embarrassing. However, even though they felt a little guilty, they were unwilling to leave at this time. Instead, they stood still. No way. The music played by Qin Feng was so steady that it gave people an amazing feeling. They didn't want to miss this performance by a world-class master. After all, if you want to hear such performances in other places, money alone is not enough.
The entire piece of the bell is only about 4 minutes long.
Happy times are always short, and as Qin Feng concentrated on playing, time seemed to be accelerated.
The song ends.
Qin Feng had a little sweat on his forehead, which was the result of his high concentration. Looking around, he stood up from his chair and bowed to the wealthy people.
This is basic etiquette.
But when he raised his head and looked at them again, Qin Feng found that this group of people were all stunned.
Everyone, the performance is over. Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him. At this time, the wealthy people present came to their senses.
Then there was loud applause. Beautiful, so beautiful.
Master, could you please teach my child piano? The fee is not a problem, 3,000 an hour. Are you interested in participating in a commercial performance?
All you need is to play one piece per show.
Master, my daughter is 12 years old and is extremely beautiful. She is a perfect match.
Before Qin Feng could react, some wealthy and famous people in the crowd had already rushed up and kept asking questions. These questions are nothing more than asking Qin Feng to teach them how to play the piano, or to give commercial performances. I'm sorry, I just noticed some issues with Brother Li's playing and wanted to correct him. I don't teach or perform commercially, and I don't like Lolita.
Qin Feng was very cunning and pointed the point of conflict towards Li Yunqie.
Although this guy has no grudge against him. But he focused his attention on Ling Ying, and that was the biggest grudge. This gentleman is teaching me that there are indeed some issues with my rhythm and technique just now.
Thank you for correcting me. Seeing Qin Feng mentioned him, Li Yunqie couldn't help but answer quickly.
Although he was extremely unhappy in his heart, he pretended to be nonchalant on the surface and smiled at Qin Feng.
No way.
If he looks unhappy at this time, he will be directly regarded as having no magnanimity.
Too small. The pattern is small. The biggest taboo for a businessman is to lack magnanimity.
I'll hand it over to Brother Li again.
I have something else to do here. Qin Feng returned Li Yun's smile and walked to Sun Feifei's side with a hint of laughter in his heart.
He has such a sharp eye.
How distorted was the smile on Li Yun's face when he was talking to him.
But Qin Feng didn't care. He was happy that Li Yunqie was in pain, and it was fine if he was called a chicken-hearted person.
Okay, no problem.
Li Yunqie saw Qin Feng walk into the crowd, gritted his teeth, and sat down in front of the piano again. At this time, the eyes of the wealthy people around him were no longer on him. When he started playing, he didn't feel like the center of attention as he did just now.
This feeling made him very uncomfortable.
And Qin Feng felt it very keenly. He just smiled and decided not to watch, so he and Sun Feifei left the crowd. After all, his goal has been achieved. When the two of them arrived at a less conspicuous location, Sun Feifei finally couldn't hold back her doubts anymore and turned her head to ask Qin Feng, when did you start learning piano?
And you're so good at it?
I worked at a music store during my college summer vacation, and I learned the music by just listening. Qin Feng found a nice dessert on the table, picked it up and casually answered Sun Feifei.
You can achieve world-class piano skills in just one summer vacation? Who are you trying to fool? Seeing Qin Feng's casual look, Sun Feifei said with some dissatisfaction. I'm a genius, so forget it if you don't believe me.
Qin Feng put the dessert into his mouth and answered nonchalantly.
TSK, what a genius.
Sun Feifei puffed up her lips and muttered, obviously not believing Qin Feng's nonsense.
And in fact,
Qin Feng is indeed a genius. His world-class piano playing skills were indeed achieved through his own practice, and it only took him 5 hours. In fact, with the help of the system, he had learned most of the songs in just 1 hour. But adhering to the working philosophy of thinking about a matter thoroughly, Qin Feng studied for 4 more hours with the help of the system and achieved a world-class level of piano playing.
If you don't say it, forget it.
Seeing that Qin Feng kept using eating as an excuse to avoid her questions, Sun Feifei gave up the idea of asking further questions. Anyway, as long as Ling Ying likes the man in front of her, that is fine. It didn't matter what she did. Stop eating. A party is never just a party. Don't be blinded by the food. Seeing Qin Feng's puffy mouth, Sun Feifei rolled her eyes at him and said helplessly. Qin Feng misheard and quickly swallowed the food in his mouth. He looked around and asked, "Cute girl? Where is the cute girl?" Sun Feifei was suddenly stunned and then speechless.
This guy is really good at playing dumb. I won't ask anymore. Sun Feifei compromised. But in fact, there were really two cute girls walking towards this side.
Passing through the crowd, two women whose temperament and figure could barely catch up with Lang Ying walked quickly and came to Qin Feng and Sun Feifei.
Miss Sun, you're here too. Is that your boyfriend next to you? Isn't your uncle here? Chapter 28 The 3 Biggest Illusions in Life, She Likes Me?
Hearing the voice, Sun Feifei looked back and immediately showed a puzzled look when she saw the person coming.
Why are you here? You don't even belong to the same circle.
At this time, Qin Feng also followed the sound. These two girls are different from the socialite Lu Yu just now. Although their temperament is a little bit inferior to Lang Ying's, they are much better than ordinary socialites. If Lang Ying is 10 points, then these two women are 8 or 9 points.
It just lacks some flavor. Just because you're not in the same circle, you can't come to the party?
A woman with burgundy medium-length curly hair and wearing an elegant black evening dress raised her eyebrows and spoke to Sun Feifei with a smile.
That's right. My company is also planning to get involved in finance next year. Wouldn't it be nice to come and get some information? But, who's that person next to you? Can you introduce them?
Another woman with long, smooth black hair and a bright red slim skirt asked softly. However, when this woman was speaking, her attention was obviously not on Sun Feifei. Instead, she was looking at Qin Feng with her eyes narrowed in admiration.
What a pair of vixens. Sun Feifei muttered something, shook her head and looked at Qin Feng. She found that Qin Feng was quite popular with women, and no matter where he went, beautiful women would come up to talk to him. Sun Feifei is now looking around.
You will find that for some reason there are many more socialites and wealthy women around the four of them, and they observe them from time to time with regretful eyes.
Actually, this is easy to understand.
The men who are invited to such gatherings are either tycoons with a net worth of over 100 million or the sons of these tycoons. And it is better for them to talk to a handsome and elegant man than to those pretentious young men, middle-aged greasy men and old men. But they only discovered this when they wanted to come over and talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng already has 3 very beautiful women around him, and they are famous women in the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai.
Her status is not lower than most of them.
I had no choice but to stand nearby and pretend to get food awkwardly.
So many people gathered around the 4 of them.
There's no way around it, handsome guys are always so eye-catching. My friend's friend, named Qin Feng, just came here to meet a big shot in the financial circle.
Sun Feifei looked at the 2 women in front of her and answered helplessly.
The woman with burgundy curly hair is Mo Shuang, the vice president of Will Venture Capital.
The woman in long black straight hair and pink miniskirt is Lin Shuhan, the daughter of the director of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited. These 2 guys are of similar status to her. Moreover, she has some business dealings with her father, and she can't just turn her back on him.
Hello, my name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng, who had a sharp eye, naturally noticed Sun Feifei's displeasure. But he simply ignored it and shook hands with the 2 beauties in front of him. While Venture Capital, Mo Shuang.
Lin's Real Estate, Lin Shuhan.
The 2 women held Qin Feng's strong hands and introduced themselves with the same smile. However, when Mo Shuang heard Qin Feng's name, she frowned, as if she remembered something.
Your name is Qin Feng?
Mo Shuang looked at Qin Feng seriously.
Are you the Qin Feng who bought Crane Technology shares earlier?
An idea suddenly flashed in Mo Shuang's mind, and she suddenly remembered the information she had compiled before. She snapped her fingers and looked at Qin Feng with her eyes lighting up.
How do you know?
Qin Feng was a little confused about how Mo Shuang knew his name, but he didn't deny it. When he said this, the somewhat aloof Mo Shuang exclaimed.
Sure enough, you are the boss.
She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. Mo Shuang originally thought that Qin Feng was just Sun Feifei's boyfriend, an ordinary rich second-generation guy from Shanghai, who was just a little better looking. If Lin Shuhan, who had been chatting with her, had not become interested and kept pulling her over, she would definitely not have had any interest in actively chatting with such a young man.
But I didn't expect it.
Is this young man the stock god who made more than 50 million from stocks?
The key point is that this person is so young? It was just a coincidence. I bought the stock and it started to go up. I can't do anything about it. But how did you know my name?
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at Mo Shuang.
It shouldn't be possible for anyone to find out the information when you just buy a stock, right? Shuang, why are you reacting so strongly?
Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with curiosity.
She knew her best friend's personality very well. She was always calm and composed. Why was she shouting and a little excited today?
Shohan, since you're not in finance, you might not know that Mr. Chin Fong has a very sharp eye. He invested in Crane Technology stocks and made a net profit of over 50 million yuan. Even I admired this kind of venomous vision. Mo Shuang also felt that she had lost her composure just now, so she adjusted her mood and began to explain to Lin Shohan. After the explanation, Lin Shohan realized Qin Feng's strength, and the admiration in his eyes became more and more intense.
Handsome, elegant, and with unique vision. Isn't this a definitely tall, rich, and handsome guy? This is the ideal person she has always dreamed of.
It just so happened that her father was urging her to find a partner recently, otherwise he would force her to go on a blind date with the son of another company's boss.
Are you kidding me? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? And now Qin Feng appears in front of her. Is he really the chosen one?
Thinking of this, Lin Shohan's eyes began to shine as he looked at Qin Feng.
Lin Shohan, what do you want to do? Only. In Sun Feifei's eyes, this look became a real seduction.
She unconsciously took a step closer to Qin Feng, pretending nothing had happened.
Hee, I'm just happy that I found the treasure boy.
Laughing, Lin Shohan looked at Sun Feifei, who was almost clinging to Qin Feng's arm, and immediately expressed dissatisfaction.
She then said, "What are you doing? Don't you know that you shouldn't bully your friend's husband? It's none of your business."
Seeing that she and Qin Feng were really close, Sun Feifei blushed and quickly took a small step to the left so that they were not so close.
Good job. If today's ambiguity were to get out, she could imagine Lung Ying's extremely cold eyes.
But Qin Feng didn't care.
The innocent are innocent. He didn't have any feelings for Sun Feifei. The three major illusions in life are included here. My phone vibrates, I can fight back, and she likes me.
Qin Feng was not so narcissistic as to think that a woman he had known for less than a day liked him.
Is this a joke?
Although the former has already obtained a marriage certificate with him.
Don't joke, that was just a coincidence.
Qin Feng saw that the situation was a bit like Shura, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. At this time, Lin Shohan was obviously a little too enthusiastic. She extended her delicate hand again, shook Qin Feng's strong hand, and said, "Let me introduce myself again.
I'm Lin Shohan, the daughter of the chairman of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited.
I'm single, 21 years old, and my measurements."
Sun Feifei, what are you doing? Chapter 29: A Woman Blinded by Love. You're on a blind date here? Why are you going into so much detail?
Seeing that Lin Shohan's words were getting more and more outrageous, Sun Feifei suddenly pounced over and covered her mouth.
Seeing this, Mo Shuang quickly dodged and let these two clowns make a fuss. Qin Feng also didn't care. It's not time for him to speak yet. Sun Feifei and Lin Shohan are very well mannered.
Although they may quarrel a little in such occasions, they will never go too far.
This is a question of quality. Okay, stop making trouble. You've already attracted attention.
Qin Feng keenly noticed that many eyes were looking at them, and quickly spoke out to stop them.
And he finished. Sun Feifei and Lin Shohan were very obedient and stopped. Sun Feifei, I didn't expect that a quiet woman like you would also fight.
Lin Shohan's face flushed, she pinched her waist and breathed softly.
Who told you to keep talking nonsense, even mentioning my measurements?
Muttering with great dissatisfaction, Sun Feifei tidied her messy hair and skirt, covering her belly with one hand.
When they were playing just now, Lin Shohan's elbow accidentally hit her stomach. Now I feel a little pain. If you want me to take care of it, I'm willing to do it.
Lin Shohan curled his lips and looked at Sun Feifei, with an unhappy look on his face.
Stop bickering.
Seeing that the two were bickering and about to fight, Qin Feng was speechless.
He quickly stepped forward and pulled Sun Feifei back. Who started the fight with her?
She was the one who was mocking me, and I can't fight back.
Sun Feifei muttered softly, somewhat dissatisfied.
But the more she did this, the more her stomach hurt.
Hiss. Sun Feifei frowned slightly, took a deep breath and stopped talking.
It wasn't a big deal just now, but now she really feels a little pain.
What's wrong with you?
Seeing Sun Feifei's face twisted a little, with one hand tightly covering her stomach, Qin Feng frowned slightly, a little worried, and asked doubtfully, "Did you touch your stomach just now?"
Sun Feifei didn't try to be stubborn even though she was just a tiny mosquito or fly, and nodded obediently.
Because of her physical condition, she has been very afraid of pain since she was a child. The days when I have my period every month are worse than death, and the pain is so severe that I even go to my grandma's house. When she went to see a doctor, he just attributed the cause to her physical condition and told her to exercise more. But after so much time, there is still no result. The pain is unbearable and the only way to relieve it is to take painkillers.
Then let me help you sit over there.
With one step, Jean Fong quickly took Sun Feifei's arm, supported her up, and slowly helped her walk to the rest area next to her.
And watched the two of them walk towards the rest area next to them.
Lin Shuhan was also afraid that there was something wrong with Sun Feifei and wanted to follow her. But unexpectedly, her hand was suddenly grabbed by her best friend Mo Shuang.
Why are you pulling me? Don't tell me Sun Feifei is really in trouble. You know her physical condition. Lin Shuhan asked doubtfully. It's very unfortunate.
After Sun Feifei was knocked down at a party and almost taken away by an ambulance, everyone in the wealthy circle in Shanghai knew that she was weak.
My dear sister, are you sure you really want to see Sun Feifei?
Holding a glass of red wine, Mo Shuang smiled and hooked her arm around Lin Shuhan's neck, then put her arm on her shoulder. And he looked at her with eyes that had seen through everything.
What do you mean?
A blush appeared on her face, and Lin Shuhan didn't dare to look directly into Mo Shuang's eyes.
You went there just to chat with brother Qin Feng, didn't you? How could you hide this from me?
With her eyebrows raised and an anti-smile on her face, Mo Shuang let go of Lin Shuhan and casually picked up a dessert from the table next to her and put it in her mouth.
You know, and you still hold me back, fake sisterhood.
Lin Shuhan puffed up his lips and muttered somewhat unhappily. When Mo Shuang saw her cute look, she laughed helplessly. Oh, my little cutie is angry?
Shuhan is really angry.
Tell her something that will make her happy, or she will ignore you. Lin Shuhan demonstrated in detail what it means to go down the slope and climb the tree by borrowing a pole. Following what Mo Shuang said, she really pouted and looked at her with an unhappy expression.
Hey, that's too much.
If you continue like this, I won't help you.
Mo Shuang said seriously. As soon as these words came out, Lin Shuhan immediately became intimidated.
She quickly grabbed Mo Shuang's arm and looked at him pleadingly. I'm just kidding.
Tell me, how can you help me? I really like Qin Feng. TSK, a woman blinded by love.
Putting the wine glass in Lin Shuhan's hand, Mo Shuang immediately came over to analyze it for her. I mentioned it when I introduced myself just now. Brother Qin Feng was brought here by Sun Feifei. And to be able to bring him to this kind of party, I don't need to tell you how much brother Qin Feng means to Sun Feifei, right? Besides, you were confused by the situation just now. You didn't see the look on Sun Feifei's face when she saw Qin Feng shaking your hand.
That sour and pitiful look makes me want to hold it in my arms and comfort it.
Smacking her lips constantly, Mo Shuang patted her best friend Lin Shuhan on the back as if to comfort her.
The intention couldn't be clearer. No way, you said that Sun Feifei likes Qin Feng? After listening to Mo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. What the hell? The man you like has actually been liked by other women for a long time? Did I accidentally become the third party?
And looking at the emotional foundation of the two, I, the mistress, have no chance.
But she doesn't look like it. Sun Feifei didn't have a sour look on her face.
Instead, she really wanted to help and protect others, and she looked aggrieved.
Good sister, would you like to have a bite?
Taking a small piece of fruit from the dining table, Mo Shuang smiled and put it to Lin Shuhan's mouth.
No, I'm heartbroken and not in the mood.
Pushing Mo Shuang's jade hand away, Lin Shuhan grabbed his hair, a little dazed. Mo Shuang was speechless when she saw her best friend's aho hair standing up and her confused expression.
Good job. She hasn't even started dating yet and she's already heartbroken.
But she didn't care about that. Putting the fruit into his mouth and chewing it, Mo Shuang pulled Lin Shuhan over and whispered, as long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down.
You're no worse than Sun Feifei, why are you so scared?
I don't think Sun Feifei and Qin Feng look like a couple.
Maybe they haven't confirmed their relationship yet.
Besides, you are the eldest daughter of Lin's real estate company.
If they are together, won't you compete for her?
After listening to Mo Shuang's analysis, Lin Shuhan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if hope was rekindled. One word from you is worth 10 years of reading.
Lin Shuhan chuckled, nudged Mo Shuang lightly with his elbow, and said with a smile, I didn't expect that you, who have never been in a relationship before, can analyze things so clearly and professionally. As he spoke, a thumb appeared in front of Mo Shuang. Mo Shuang rolled her eyes speechlessly and then dismissed it.
She said impatiently, "Well, today's gathering is also a game.
How about I have the relevant personnel transfer your position to Brother Qin Feng's position during the investment negotiation meeting later?" You really are my best friend.
Hearing this, Lin Shuhan looked at Mo Shuang with shining eyes. He threw himself into her arms affectionately and rubbed his head against her continuously.
But Mo Shuang looked disgusted. Ha, a woman blinded by love, how can men be as interesting as her stocks?
She calmly took a sip of red wine and looked towards the rest area. However, because the chairs in the restaurant's lounge area were all high-seat sofas, it was impossible to see what Qin Feng and Sun Feifei were doing. Chapter 30, Being handsome is also a trouble.
Is he being targeted? The other side. The restaurant's lounge area. Still hurting?
Qin Feng half knelt in front of Sun Feifei on the soft sofa. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, he knew that he had said something nonsense.
It must be painful. I'm sweating. It doesn't hurt that much anymore.
Sun Feifei said in a low voice, forcing a smile.
Okay, I'll get you some hot water. Nodding, Qin Feng stood up and went to ask the waiter for some hot water. He certainly didn't believe this.
When Sun Feifei said it didn't hurt, her expression looked more painful than if her father had died.
It would be strange if it didn't hurt. No need.
Sun Feifei was about to say no, but Qin Feng had already left. She quietly watched Qin Feng's receding figure and shook her head. This kind of meticulous care, yet knowing what you need just by looking at your actions and expressions.
Is it just boyfriend power? She was a little intoxicated. Moment. Qin Feng walked over quickly with a cup of warm water in one hand and a transparent glass bottle in the other. The water temperature is just right. I've tried it. There's hot water in this glass. Hold your stomach.
As he spoke, he placed the transparent glass bottle on Sun Feifei's legs and handed her the warm water with one hand. Nodding softly, Sun Feifei took the cup hesitantly, took a few sips, and then handed it to Qin Feng.
Tried it. I just drank it in advance. So did she kiss Qin Feng indirectly?
A few blushes appeared on her face. Sun Feifei held the not very hot glass bottle in both hands, thinking wildly.
What's going on? Why did her heart feel warm? Qin Feng, are you so warm to everyone?
Blinking her eyes, Sun Feifei looked up at the handsome man in front of her.
Everyone? No.
Qin Feng smiled and waved his hand, then said seriously, I am only warm to people who are important to me.
Hearing this, Sun Feifei was stunned. Are you only warm to people who feel important to you? Then am I important to him? Sun Feifei started to have wild thoughts again. The water is a little cold. I'll get some warm water.
After accompanying Sun Feifei to rest for a while, Qin Feng felt that the warm water in his hand had almost cooled down, so he stood up to leave.
It's okay, my stomach doesn't hurt much anymore.
Seeing Qin Feng was about to leave, Sun Feifei hurriedly grabbed his hand and spoke quickly.
It doesn't hurt anymore? Qin Feng turned around and stared at Sun Feifei's face.
Seeing that her expression had indeed eased a lot, he nodded and sat down again.
And saw Qin Feng sitting down. For some reason, Sun Feifei felt much more at ease.
It seemed that her stomach didn't hurt as much as Qin Feng was around. And so, the two of them sat for a while. During this time, Sun Feifei took the cup from Qin Feng's hand and drank up the warm water in it. At this time, the piano music at the party had stopped.
Sun Feifei looked down at the time and found that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Business people's gatherings are never just gatherings. What's more, this is a special gathering invited by the Magic City Financial Association to people in the circle. She knew exactly the purpose of this party. In fact, it is about making friends, getting to know friends, and then holding an investment negotiation meeting. Participate if there is profit, leave if there is no profit. However, such business meetings are generally very popular. But this has nothing to do with her anymore. She brought Qin Feng to this party just to see the world and get familiar with the bigwigs in the financial circle. Qin Feng, let's go back. Feeling that she was in good condition, Sun Feifei stood up and made a suggestion to Qin Feng. Good. Qin Feng nodded very concisely. They had indeed been sitting for a long time. The two walked out of the lounge area and came to the meeting hall, only to find that the investment negotiation meeting had already begun. Investment negotiation meeting.
They are entrepreneurs recommended by some new small and medium-sized enterprises in the financial circle or other business associations.
Bring along a prepared business plan and investment proposal. Let us give a detailed explanation. It's like a public bidding. If any of the big guys here are interested, you can choose to invest.
Of course, we will exchange business cards after the meeting and then discuss other matters in detail.
This approach is very friendly to both entrepreneurs and business development. To attract investment.
Since this gathering was not very formal, its main purpose was to make the financial leaders feel comfortable, so it was very casual. Even when the negotiation meeting started, the president of the association had already started speaking with the microphone, and there were still people milling around below.
Among them are Qin Feng and Sun Feifei. That's not right, Qin Feng, why are you here?
In the middle, Sun Feifei was scratching her hair, looking a little confused. The seats for the party were arranged by the association. In order to make the boss comfortable, people of high status are basically in the front row.
Qin Feng's invitation was originally from Sun Feifei's father. Her father was one of the top figures in the financial circle and should have been in the front row. But why now in the middle?
Forget it, let's just stay here.
The middle is not bad either. Qin Feng didn't care about this.
He came just to watch the show.
All right.
Sun Feifei nodded, and after settling Qin Feng, she walked forward to find her own seat.
Only. What a coincidence.
As soon as Sun Feifei left and Qin Feng sat down, he smelled a fragrance. Looking to the left, he saw Lin Shuhan, wearing a pink miniskirt, sitting next to him very generously.
Qin Feng, what a coincidence, we are sitting together. Yeah, what a coincidence.
Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. He was a little confused at first.
By letting the bigwigs in the financial circle sit in the middle and back seats, isn't this financial association afraid of offending people?
But when he saw Lin Shuhan and Qin Feng, he understood.
Good job. This must be the position she asked someone to move to. Lin Shuhan is the daughter of the chairman of Lin's Real Estate Technology Company, Limited, and her status is similar to that of Sun Feifei.
Sun Feifei is now sitting in the third row in the front, and she should at least be sitting in the fourth row. Although this is in the middle, it is a bit far back. This was clearly not the place she was supposed to be.
Being handsome is also a kind of trouble.
Qin Feng said this silently in his heart, looked at Lin Shuhan, and then shook his head.
This woman must have some feelings for me. I took a quick look at it. She has a nice figure, looks okay, and I'm not that annoying. Anyway, it's nice to make friends with this person. Maybe it will be useful in the future?
Just as Qin Feng was thinking about this, Li Yunqie actually sat down next to him.
Any comments?
Seeing Qin Feng's strange look, Li Yunqie frowned and asked.
Chapter 31 Forced Marriage, Bickering with Li Yunqie.
No, it's just very strange. Given Brother Li's worth, how could he end up in such a bad position? Showing a standard smile, Qin Feng asked calmly.
Oh, I'm not that qualified. Li Yunqie didn't care much about this embarrassing question and answered it very easily.
His net worth is enough to move his seat to the front rows. But the financial circle does require some qualifications. Although he is the most promising and capable young talent of the younger generation, he is too young and lacks experience, so it is acceptable for him to sit in this position.
Brother Li is generous.
Seeing Li Yun's nonchalant attitude, Qin Feng was a little surprised.
He nodded slightly and answered immediately.
This guy is very arrogant, but he doesn't care about such very reasonable things.
She's a nice person, but who made you fall for Lang Ying?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng thought helplessly in his heart. At this time, on the table that was hastily set up in front, an entrepreneurial college student was already presenting his prepared business plan in detail. Qin Feng listened to a few words at first, but then he started playing with his phone and didn't want to care anymore. He has a lot of financial knowledge in his head and he was an excellent market analyst before he got the system. The above college student's explanation clearly shows that the project has no development prospects and the profits cannot be recovered in the short term.
Other people may be interested in this kind of project and try to invest in it.
But Qin Feng would never vote. With this time, he might as well play the stock market.
However, this kind of behavior made Li Yunqie very disdainful. He glanced at Qin Feng sideways, then said slowly, "It's basic etiquette to listen silently when others are talking. You play the piano very well, but your etiquette is very poor."
Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled, tilted his head towards Li Yunqie and replied, "Oh, could it be that Brother Lee also likes to listen to people talking nonsense? After saying this, he still held his phone in his hand and looked at the stock market, not paying much attention to what Lee Yunche said.
Why is it just nonsense? I think that project is pretty good.
After hearing the conversation between the two, Lin Shohan, who had been looking for an opportunity to chat with Qin Feng, finally couldn't help it and leaned over to ask with great interest.
The project is good, but the cycle is too long and the profit is too low. I don't like this investment method.
Shaking his head, Qin Feng moved closer to Lin Shohan and explained. Compared to Li Yunche, he would prefer talking to Lin Shohan.
I don't like this kind of investment either. I thought it was pretty good just now.
Resting his chin on his right hand, Lin Shohan squinted his eyes and thought with his little head, referring to Qin Feng's statement.
She definitely didn't do this to agree with Qin Feng. But I really think that the project has some problems and it is not worth over-investing in it. Then, sir, what kind of project do you consider good? Li Yunche was very annoyed and asked unhappily.
The reason why he listened to this project carefully was actually because he wanted to invest in it. But after Qin Feng said this, he also felt that this project still needed to be observed. If you are not careful, you may lose money. And for some reason, Qin Feng made him very uncomfortable.
He always feels like he's being targeted.
I feel that in recent months, no project has been as good as purchasing the land on Xixin Road. Qin Feng said subconsciously without raising his head while staring at the stock market on the mobile phone page.
Xixin Road? Ha ha ha.
When Li Yunche heard these three words, he actually laughed out loud. He looked at Qin Feng, decisively extended his hand and asked, I've talked to you for a long time, but I still don't know your name.
Qin Feng.
Ignoring the laughter, Qin Feng looked away from the phone interface, grabbed Li Yunche's hand and said his name lightly.
So it's Boss Qin. Your vision is decades ahead of the other bigwigs in Magic City.
Shaking his head, Li Yunche said with a stifled laugh.
He originally thought that Lang Ying was the only one in the entire Magic City who would buy that piece of rotten land. Who would have thought there would be a second Twitch who had the same idea as her? It's so ridiculous.
At this time, Lin Shohan did not refute Li Yunche's words.
Of course she had heard about Lang Ying buying Xixin Road.
Like other bigwigs in Shanghai, she also thought that the land was garbage. We've been ahead of the big guys in Modu for decades, so we can still have 2 or 3 days. Looking at Li Yunche, Qin Feng replied calmly.
Is there any other project that can rake in at least 300 million in 2 days? Absolutely not.
Others laughed at him for being too crazy, he laughed at others for not seeing through him.
By tomorrow, those who are watching the joke won't be able to laugh anymore. A while later,
several university entrepreneurs came up to the stage one after another and left after giving their presentations. During this period, Li Yunche became much more honest and stopped making excuses. After watching the stock market, Qin Feng felt bored and chatted with Lin Shohan.
Only.
While he was replying to a WeChat message on the way, the woman beside him disappeared. When Qin Feng looked towards the stage, he found that Lin Shohan, wearing a pink miniskirt, was already standing on the stage in front, and the screen behind her had turned into a dilapidated, unfinished building. She took the microphone, smiled and began to explain in great detail.
What you're seeing now is a project that Lin's real estate technology took over a few years ago, the unfinished Hanqiao Zhongshan development. Due to construction downtime and some force majeure factors, these half-developed buildings have been shelved until now. That's all for now.
Lin Shohan bit her lip, took a deep breath, and continued to speak to the crowd. Now our Lin's real estate technology company wants to sell this property.
Does anyone have this interest? After asking, there was silence. And a few seconds later,
there was a lot of discussion below, but it was mostly laughter, and none of the bigwigs from various parties sitting there expressed any interest in this project. Only Qin Feng frowned and thought. The location of that unfinished building seems familiar.
And on the stage, when Lin Shohan heard the occasional laughter from below, he thought of Lang Ying.
With an embarrassed expression on her face, she seemed to have made up her mind. She pointed the laser pen at the unfinished building area on the screen and continued explaining. In fact, this piece of land still has a lot of room for development, but Lin's real estate technology doesn't have enough energy to manage it now. We now have a new development direction, so we are thinking of selling this piece of land.
I know what everyone is thinking.
We paid 150 million for this land. If you're interested, we can sell it for 100 million. Although the investment time will be longer, the profit will definitely double if the development is successful. After she said all this, The occasional laughter from below stopped.
But it's embarrassing. As the laughter died away, so did the chatter.
The entire venue suddenly became quiet. This is very strange. In the past, after the college students explained their projects, at least some wealthy people would discuss them, but now they are completely silent.
Seeing this scene, Lin Shuhan's face turned pale and he was at a loss.
She promised her father.
If she could sell this unfinished building, she wouldn't have to go on blind dates.
Otherwise, her father would definitely force her to marry the son of another company. Lin Shuhan felt scared at the thought of marrying someone she didn't like.
But this situation. Danger. That's a nice thing to say, but the situation at that location is exactly the same as that at Qixin Road. In the audience, Li Yunche listened quietly to Lin Shuhan's explanation and came to this conclusion. Brother Li, why do you say that?
At this time, Qin Feng turned his head and asked with great interest.
Li Yunche glanced at Qin Feng and then smiled disdainfully. If a company as big as Lin's real estate can't get this piece of land, how can other companies do it? Chapter 32, I invested in this project?
How do you say that? Qin Feng frowned in thought, wanting to hear Li Yunche's analysis. While developing a property is very profitable once it's completed, it requires a lot of complicated procedures and sufficient funds to develop it. Li Yunche was also very generous and began to explain to Qin Feng, Lin's is a real estate tycoon, it's not like they don't have the funds, but they have owned this piece of land for at least 2 years, and there's no news of any development yet. Crossing his legs, Li Yunche thought quickly and continued, besides, if this project is really that good, there's no need to bring it out at the party.
Others won't be able to grab it in time. Oh, so that's how it is.
Qin Feng listened to Li Yunche's explanation silently, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket to look up the location of the unfinished building.
And just as he was checking,
Li Yunche beside him suddenly raised his eyebrows, a smile playing on his lips. But if I buy this unfinished building and give Lin's daughter a bonus, it would be a very cost-effective deal.
What? Mr. Qin is moved?
He saw Qin Feng searching on his phone and immediately became interested, so he came over and asked.
A little.
After looking at the page on his phone, Qin Feng also raised his eyebrows and answered. It suddenly occurred to him. The business map of Shanghai that the system provided previously included information about the Hongqiao Zhongshan community area.
There will be a major development in this area in 2.5 weeks.
The specific development matter is to build a key high school in this area. At that time, because he didn't know that there would be an unfinished building at this location, the commercial map provided by the system was only a plan map, without any other prompts, so he had to rely entirely on his own vision. He only saw the land on Qixin Road at that time.
But now look at it this way. Hoarding unfinished buildings is a sure win business. Good fellow.
Licking his lips, Qin Feng looked up at Lin Shuhan on the stage.
At this time,
because Lin Shuhan was the last person to come out to solicit investment, the bigwigs from all parties below had already taken out their mobile phones to play and prepare for the next game.
Joke. 100 million yuan was invested in an unfinished building with no hope of success. No one will vote. What's more, the real estate industry is extremely competitive now. If it fails, the 100 million will be wasted. Rich people are definitely not stupid, they are already very smart. This kind of project is an insult to one's intelligence. Moreover, at this time, the big guys in the front row of Shanghai seem to be about to leave. This project definitely cannot be invested in. Is there nothing else to do? On stage,
Lin Shuhan smiled bitterly when he saw the reaction below.
There is really no way.
Just as she was about to unplug the USB drive and download it, a very attractive and youthful voice suddenly appeared.
I've invested in this project. In the audience,
Qin Feng suddenly stood up in front of Li Yunche's confused eyes and spoke loudly.
And at this time, almost everyone was attracted by this voice. At the same time,
the bigwigs from all sides of the magic city below all looked towards Qin Feng's position.
1 second.
The originally silent gathering place suddenly became lively. The whole place was filled with the sound of talking. The wealthy people were all talking at once, and the whole place was buzzing.
Isn't this the young man who was playing the piano just now? I don't understand. Is this unfinished building hiding something mysterious? I don't know. Young man, you've gotten yourself into finance, right? Real estate and finance are different. Don't you count development funds and procedures? I really don't understand this time. Are the young people this year so good? They dare to invest like this? I think, how does it look like to? Could it be that this young man likes the daughter of the Lin family and is willing to spend 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile?
Everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Feng. Beside him, Li Yunche looked confused. He just saw Qin Feng looking up the unfinished building and just wanted to know where it was.
When I heard him say he was a little interested, I just took it as a joke.
My goodness, the guy had just analyzed to him that this unfinished building could not be sold, and he immediately got up to invest.
There's no need to go against him like this. Hey, Mr. Qin, are you crazy?
Suddenly, Li Yunche froze as if he had thought of something.
He quickly asked, "No way, you don't really like the Lin family's daughter and think you should buy her a house as a gift, do you?" Damn it, I was just kidding, sit down now.
Although Li Yunche is proud of his achievements, he has a good upbringing and rarely swears. However, he had never seen such a scene before, and he couldn't help but swear. He spent 100 million to buy an unfinished building just to make a beautiful woman smile.
This is a move.
It is similar to King Yu of Zhou lighting beacons to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beauty.
Front row.
The bigwigs from all parties who were sitting there looked at Qin Feng in confusion.
They didn't know what Qin Feng was going to do. This project is obviously not feasible.
The fact that they didn't say anything at that time said it all. Among them, Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and focused, and was stunned when she saw that it was Qin Feng who stood up. She hurried towards the back row.
Ms. Lin, if I give you 100 million now, will you give me the unfinished building?
It was as if the surprise of the people around him was not big enough.
Qin Feng asked loudly again. And at this time, on stage,
Lin Shuhan, who was originally distraught and somewhat afraid of future blind dates, just stood there and was forced to freeze. She looked at Qin Feng with her eyes blinking.
I feel that things are a little unbelievable. She didn't think anyone would buy this unfinished building. After all, this piece of land was really, as others said, with a long development cycle, and it would be a waste of money if you were not careful.
She was just giving it a try, otherwise she would be dragged out on a blind date.
Might as well give it a try. But now,
the whole place was silent, as everyone felt that she was treating others like fools.
Qin Feng stood up.
Dark Horse,
Prince.
With her mouth slightly opened, Lin Shuhan spoke softly. In her eyes, Qin Feng now really looks like the Dark Horse Prince who saved her. That handsome and unconventional face, calm temperament, and standard figure.
It's amazing.
She looked at Qin Feng, speechless for a moment.
Chapter 33 Sun Feifei, draw a curse on you. Hey, is Yunche sitting next to that young man? What did he say just now?
It seems like he's talking about buying a house for his wife. Although these two sentences were spoken in a low voice, they were heard in the conference hall the moment they were finished.
Boss is also human.
They also like to listen to this kind of gossip, but they usually don't have much time.
After hearing this explanation, most people in the meeting hall understood. Fuck, this young man.
He spent 100 million to pick up girls.
He's really talented.
What a love-struck man, spending 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Ha, this young man has the style of me back then. 100 million is nothing.
I'm willing to spend 200 million to marry the daughter of the Lin family.
It's a pity that I already have a family. The love saint in the financial world, what's the name of that young man? I've never seen him before. He must be a newly emerged young talent, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a big move. Investment negotiation meeting. The discussions that followed were even louder than before.
The gossip hearts of the big guys are burning, even more so than in Boruto. For a moment, the entire party venue was filled with all kinds of sounds. Their eyes also moved back and forth between Qin Feng and Lin Shuhan. Qin Feng is handsome and calm, while Lin Shuhan is beautiful and attractive.
Most people think that if these two people were to be together, they would be a perfect match. And at this time,
Lin Shuhan, standing at the projector position on the stage, looked at the chaotic scene below and listened to the sounds that came into his ears from time to time.
He was easily led down. She had always liked Qin Feng. After hearing what the people below said, she became even more convinced.
Looking at Qin Feng's determined eyes, there was a faint smile on his face.
She is sinking.
A blush quietly crept up her pretty face, and Lin Shuhan finally walked down from the stage and walked towards Qin Feng's seat.
Excited, shy, happy? These feelings don't matter anymore.
She only wants Qin Feng now. I dare not say anything else, but Qin Feng is definitely the dark horse prince sent by God to save her.
That look, that temperament. Who can withstand this?
At this time, Qin Feng saw Lin Shohan coming down and wanted to pick her up.
But suddenly, Sun Feifei pushed through the crowd and walked to his side, grabbed him, and then said while panting, "What's wrong with your brain? That piece of land is just a big piece of rotten land. Do you have a serious illness?"
Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng with a look of disappointment on her face, her cheeks flushed, and she blurted out all the words in the magic city. There was anger in his eyes, but more of it was disappointment. When she came here, she took the shortest route, which required her to pass by many people.
Of course she heard the 100 million they talked about. Of course she doesn't care if some people say so. But since everyone said so, she got carried away and was easily led astray. "Qin Feng, I stayed up late to tutor you on financial knowledge. You have such a good eye. Do you really want to marry into the Lin family? Do you still have Lang Ying in your heart?"
Sun Feifei narrowed her eyes and trembled with anger.
And in an instant, she thought of it again. What right did she have to be angry?
Qin Feng is just her friend's husband. Even if the 100 million is lost, it will not affect her.
What's wrong with me? A little helpless. Sun Feifei quickly pushed Qin Feng away and walked quickly towards the restaurant entrance.
If she stayed any longer, she was afraid she would lose control.
Oh my God. Why are you so excited? What about marrying into the family? When did I ever say that?
Qin Feng looked back and saw Sun Feifei angrily rushing out of the restaurant, his face bewildered.
But he recovered instantly.
Looking at the noisy party scene, Qin Feng reached out and slapped his forehead.
His size 13 is a bit big. Being misunderstood. Sun Feifei, wait for me.
Not intending to care about the party, Qin Feng picked up the clothes on the chair and hurried to chase Sun Feifei.
Although I don't know what she meant.
But Qin Feng almost felt that this girl seemed to be jealous.
Could it be that my wife's best friend has a crush on me? Just kidding. Moment.
When Sun Feifei was about to enter the elevator, Qin Feng grabbed her hand and pulled her out.
Why are you so excited? It's not what you think. Everything I do is for profit, definitely not for Lin Shohan. Don't tell lying nonsense.
Trying his best to regulate his breathing, Qin Feng spoke very quickly.
Don't get excited, calm down.
Qin Feng swirled his right hand back and forth across his chest to comfort Sun Feifei, then explained, "The unfinished building does have investment value.
I have inside information.
Wait for me to sign the land purchase contract with Lin Shohan first, and then I'll explain it to you in detail."
You must be seriously ill. Don't touch me. I'll scream if you do. Sun Feifei didn't want to pay any attention to Qin Feng at all.
She kept shaking her arms, trying to break free and leave. But Qin Feng's body had been transformed by the system, and his grip strength was surprisingly strong, so Sun Feifei's slender arms couldn't break free at all.
Let me go, I'm calling security.
Sun Feifei stared at Qin Feng, her face flushed and a little angry.
Ta-da-day.
At this time, Qin Feng keenly heard footsteps not far away.
Are security guards really coming?
Qin Feng muttered to himself and let go of Sun Feifei's hand.
But the funny thing is,
after he let go, Sun Feifei did not leave, but pouting and looking at Qin Feng with a resentful look on her face.
Aren't you leaving? Please.
Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng leaned against the elevator button and looked at her with a smile.
There are also advantages to having a high floor. There are only 2 elevators in this building that go to the top floor.
But the elevator next to it is under maintenance now, and the running elevator has just gone down.
Sun Feifei couldn't leave at all.
Qin Feng had just realized that this girl didn't really want to go down. She just wanted to vent her anger on herself.
What do you care?
Rubbing her red wrist, Sun Feifei looked at Qin Feng and said proudly, "I don't want to leave again."
Whatever. Holding back his smile, Qin Feng was also waiting for the elevator. Son of a bitch. Seeing Qin Feng's fearless look, Sun Feifei looked at him dimly and muttered silently.
Within 3 seconds, this little girl had cursed Qin Feng more than 30 times. It shows how much she hates him.
Da. Da.
Suddenly, footsteps were heard.
Qin Feng, you are here indeed. On the left side of the corridor, Lin Shohan, who was wearing a pink miniskirt, looked around.
Seeing Qin Feng at the elevator entrance, she was slightly delighted and hurried up. When Qin Feng saw Lin Shuhan coming over, he also showed a happy expression. He thought Lin Shuhan wouldn't catch up with him, and he planned to find her to sign the contract tomorrow.
Every day longer you sign the contract, the more risk you will face.
Although the plan to build a key high school in Hanqiao Zhongshan district was not announced until more than 10 days later, various procedures are still required after the land purchase contract is signed before the property can be truly in hand. This takes time, and Qin Feng doesn't want it to be too slow.
Only. Sun Feifei became unhappy when she saw Qin Feng smile.
She began to mutter again, cursing Qin Feng more than 40 times.
Ms. Lin, do you have the land purchase contract for Hanqiao Zhongshan community? I think I can sign the contract with you right now.
Without paying attention to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng asked Lin Shuhan directly.
What? Hearing this, Lin Shuhan was stunned and then became shy.
She said shyly, Qin Feng, you don't have to do this for me.
It's not necessary. What's unnecessary?
Qin Feng was a little helpless, he just wanted to sign the contract quickly. What she didn't expect was that Lin Shuhan curled her lips and directly refused.
I don't want it. Chapter 34. Have you thought of a name for your child? Why? Qin Feng was bewildered.
I know you have feelings for me, but it's really difficult to develop that unfinished building. I don't want your 100 million yuan to go to waste. Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng and answered very firmly. Even if the land cannot be sold, her father will take her to a blind date. But she still couldn't bear to let Qin Feng be the scapegoat. It was enough for her to know his feelings.
Just hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't breathe. Damn. Why is it so difficult to make money?
Of course, he heard what the wealthy people at the party were speculating about. $100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Are you kidding? He is smarter than a monkey, how could he do such a thing? But unfortunately,
he couldn't tell the specific reason now. Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at Lin Shuhan's shy face. He immediately knew that this stupid girl had misunderstood.
Forget it, let it be a misunderstanding. I won't suffer any loss anyway.
Qin Feng muttered to himself, frowned and thought for a moment, then explained to Lin Shuhan very seriously, Ms. Lin, I'm going to buy this unfinished building. You don't have to worry about whether it makes money or not.
If you bring the land purchase contract, we can sign it quickly. However, I need 3 days to deposit the funds into your account. Is that okay?
I brought the land purchase contract, but... Lin Shuhan half bit her rosy lips with her little canine teeth, raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, looking very embarrassed.
That look of someone working seriously. That face. It's amazing.
Well, 100 million isn't a small amount, but it's not a large amount either. I need time to transfer the funds, but they will definitely arrive within 3 days.
Don't worry, Ms. Lin.
Seeing Lin Shuhan's hesitation and embarrassment, Qin Feng thought she was troubled by financial issues. After all, he signed the contract without even putting up the funds, which does seem like he was trying to get something for nothing, so it's normal to feel embarrassed. No, there's no problem with the funds being credited to the account within 3 days. Lin Shuhan quickly waved her hands and explained, it's just that I don't have the land purchase contract.
It's in my assistant's bag. We have to get it from her first.
Unable to resist Qin Feng, Lin Shuhan decided to accept his love first and then decide on other things. Although this will definitely cause the other party to lose 100 million. But at worst, she and Qin Feng will work hard together. Although she is not strong, fortunately she also runs a women's shoe company. If Qin Feng didn't mind, she could let Qin Feng take over her company directly.
No problem. Bite. The elevator came up again.
Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei, took out the key to his Lamborghini Aventador from his pocket, threw it to her, and then said, wait for me in the car first. I'll go down after I sign the contract. The car key drew a graceful arc in the air.
Sun Feifei quickly grabbed it. Son of a bitch.
Muttering something, she hesitated for a moment, then walked into the elevator and went down. Watching the elevator go down, Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuhan and smiled.
Okay, now let's go sign the contract. Yeah, okay.
Lin Shu blushed shyly, sent a message to her assistant, and then took Qin Feng back to the party venue.
Moment. In the lounge area on the left side of the restaurant.
Qin Feng took a large stack of A4 papers and looked at them carefully, intending to finalize the contract after reading it. I have to say, he is really foresight.
About contract terms. Qin Feng is professional.
2 nights ago, he spent 3 hours cramming and transformed himself from a legal illiterate into a professional lawyer. Although it is a bit difficult to sue, after all, I have no experience. But it is more than enough to read a contract. It's very well prepared. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and turned the page. This was the last page of regulations. Always ready. On the opposite side, Lin Shuhan's female assistant answered with a smile. The contract prepared by Lin was very standardized and detailed, including Party A's signature, the company's seal, authorization instructions, etc. These troublesome procedures were all completed in advance. After eliminating the hidden traps and ambiguous regulations in contracts, Qin Feng asked for a pen and signed his name in the lower right corner of the last page of the authorization form. It's a pleasure to work with you. Qin Feng smiled as he handed the thick contract back to Lin Shuhan's assistant. It's a pleasure to work with you. The female assistant gave the same answer and handed a copy of the contract to Qin Feng. Thus, the contract comes into effect. And at this time, Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng blankly, wiped his saliva, and asked, "Are you done reading this? You won't read it again? What if there are loopholes in the contract?" Ah. Hearing Lin Shuhan's words, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He patted Lin Shuhan on the head with a copy of the contract and said, "Why do I find Miss Lin a bit naive? What were you thinking just now? How can Party A ask Party B to carefully check the contract?" As he spoke, Qin Feng looked at Lin Shuhan. He suddenly discovered. This Lin Shuhan looked dazed, just like Lang Ying before. What's going on? Do all senior executives stay like this? How to manage the company? I'm not stupid. I run a company. I'm smart. Lin Shuhan said this unconvincingly, but his eyes were a little evasive. She was looking at Qin Feng just now, wondering what their child would be named, whether it would be a boy or a girl, etc. Qin Feng stood up so suddenly that she didn't react. Just said that kind of words. Woo. Lin Shuhan felt her face getting hot. Qin Feng saw Lin Shuhan's expression and shook his head slightly. He then took out his phone from his pocket and said, "Give me the company account on WeChat. We'll contact each other later." Oh. Lin Shuhan nodded, then asked, "Do you need me to send the property ownership certificate and land purchase transaction records to your company?" Moment. Qin Feng stopped walking out. After hesitating for a moment, he replied, "Send it to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. Ms. Lin, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he walked out of the restaurant. We spent 100 million today, and in a dozen days, this 100 million will double. Don't be impatient. Tomorrow is also a bombshell. Xixin Road, it's time to rise. Thinking this inwardly, he had already walked out of the restaurant. Chapter 35, Sun Feifei, the two-faced person, why don't you use the 100 million first? And in the rest area. Blinking his eyes constantly, Lin Shuhan looked at Qin Feng's receding back with a bit of reluctance. When she thought about what Qin Feng had done for her today, she couldn't help but feel excited. Qin Feng. Qin Feng. Lin Shuhan muttered, his chin resting on the soft sofa. Next to her, her female assistant had already sorted out the land purchase contract. She looked at her eldest daughter's distraught look, then looked up at Qin Feng's departing back and smiled helplessly. "It seems that I have to report today's events to the chairman. Miss, we have to leave too." "All right." Just as she stood up, she found her best friend Mo Shuang coming over. After leaving the restaurant, Qin Feng walked towards the elevator. Soon, he left the gilded building and headed towards the parking lot. And at this time, there is no security guard stationed in the parking lot. And because the big boss of the party had already left, his silver Lamborghini Aventador was now parked in the large space on the right side of the parking lot. Found it. Qin Feng sought his car easily and walked over. But just as he approached, he saw Sun Feifei sitting in the passenger seat, grabbing the car headrest with both hands and pounding it, and seemed to be mumbling something. Judging from the shape of his mouth, he seems to be cursing a bastard. It seems that he is still angry. Qin Feng said with a wry smile, holding his forehead. He walked around from the rear of the car to the driver's seat, opened the door, and sat down. At this moment, Sun Feifei suddenly shut up. She just turned her little face away and didn't look at Qin Feng. The land purchase contract has been finalized, and the other formalities will probably be completed the day after tomorrow. Putting the land purchase contract in his hand on the side of the car, Qin Feng spoke to himself in a calm tone. Tisk, it's just a bunch of garbage. Muttering disdainfully, Sun Feifei grabbed the land purchase contract, sorted it out, and placed it obediently in front of the passenger seat. But after she was done, she still crossed her arms and ignored Qin Feng. Qin Feng just smiled at this. The girl said she hated it, but her body was extremely honest.
She knew that the contract was very important to him and didn't dare to throw it away. It's quite cute. Qin Feng was trying to suppress his laughter. Immediately,
he turned to look at the angry Sun Feifei, and then explained to her seriously. My eyesight is definitely better than those big guys in the Magic City in half a month. Wait half a month, and you will see the true value of that unfinished building.
TSK, a piece of unfinished building has no value no matter how long it is stored.
Sun Feifei secretly watched Qin Feng from the corner of her eye. Seeing his confident and detached look, she felt a little moved. But even though she thought so in her heart, she still said it with disdain.
Sundara. If you don't believe it, forget it.
Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng answered indifferently. As long as she doesn't say anything nonsense to her wife, he doesn't care about anything else. After finding the key, Qin Feng started the car and drove towards his neighborhood.
Only.
He had just merged into the traffic flow when Sun Feifei spoke.
Qin Feng, you bastard, you don't even have 100 million now, how are you going to pay Lin?
She asked softly, looking at the right rearview mirror.
Ah?
Hearing Sun Feifei's mumbling, Qin Feng scratched his ears, almost thinking he had misheard, and asked tentatively, how do you know I have no money? Her face wasn't looking towards him, and Qin Feng thought that this girl was talking to the air. TSK, Lang Ying told me that you spent your only 50 million to buy land for her. Only after he said this did Sun Feifei turn around and look at him. She looked puzzled and asked, with your eyesight, you can definitely tell that the land on Xixin Road is bad land.
Why did you still invest in it? Why didn't you drag Lang Ying along? Black question mark. Qin Feng turned the car into a slower traffic lane and asked, didn't Lang Ying tell you that I was the one who asked her to buy Xixin Road? The 50 million was just my follow-up investment. What?
After hearing this, it was Sun Feifei's turn to be puzzled. She originally thought that purchasing the land on Xixin Road was Lang Ying's own decision, and Qin Feng just believed in her and respected her decision, so he invested 50 million.
But goodness.
It turned out that Qin Feng asked Lang Ying to buy Xixin Road. She said Lang Ying would never be so stupid as to buy a piece of junk land.
No wonder she was so hesitant when I asked her about the land yesterday. So it was you?
Looking at Qin Feng, Sun Feifei was speechless.
She gritted her teeth and asked, are you seriously ill? I have my own decisions. Lang Ying believes in me. I won't be wrong.
Ignoring Sun Feifei, Qin Feng drove slowly with both hands. When Sun Feifei saw Qin Feng's indifferent look, she was so angry that she lost her temper. She turned her head and looked out the window, feeling angrily.
Only.
After a while, she suddenly turned to look at Qin Feng and said coldly, go to Tiandi Bank.
What are you going to do at Tiandi Bank?
Qin Feng looked at Sun Feifei strangely, not knowing what she wanted to do.
What are you talking about? Do you have 100 million in funds to pay Lin?
I didn't bring a card with such a large amount of money when I came out. I'll go directly to the bank to transfer the money to you, and you pay it to Lin's. Sun Feifei said unhappily. She knew very well that Lang Ying did not have much funds to mobilize at this time. Because her company had just gone public, taking out 200 million yuan to buy land was already a trade-off, and she definitely couldn't come up with an extra 100 million yuan.
No way. Now only she, Sun Feifei, can save people. 100 million, let Qin Feng use it first.
Let me make it clear first, I'm helping Lang Ying, not you. Xixin Road is also a bad place, you won't be able to make back your money. Sun Feifei lowered her head and sent a message to the bank, saying to Qin Feng without even looking up.
Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me.
Looking at the girl next to him, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. She said this as if she was trying to cover up the truth.
But unfortunately, he doesn't need this kind of help now.
Because tomorrow, countless people in real estate, entertainment, internet and other industries about developing industries on Xixin Road will contact Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited.
Until then, Sun Feifei's 100 million is just a drop in the ocean.
He has no shortage.
Still can't you see through it? I think you have a serious illness.
Pouting, Sun Feifei raised her fist and hit Qin Feng's shoulder hard.
What are you doing?
Be careful or I'll sue you for personal attack. Rubbing his shoulder, Jin Feng pretended to be in pain and said,
Don't talk to me, Che. Sun Feifei turned her head again and didn't look at Jin Feng. Just keep quiet.
Jin Feng answered indifferently, with a bit of a rogue air.
However, he still turned around and headed for the Magic City Tiandi Bank. At this moment, that statement is really a bit crazy. After all, the planning provisions of the Magic City government have not yet come down.
No one could have imagined that the land on Qixin Road needed to be planned. Sun Feifei, consider this 100 million as your investment in Qixin Road.
When we make money, I'll give you triple leverage, okay? You actually want to cheat me out of my money? No way. This 100 million is just a loan to you. You have to pay it back later. It's all the same. Just consider it as your investment. Fuck you, you bastard, you even cheated your wife's best friend out of her money? Chapter 36 The Fallen Lin Shohan, the Ruthless Father Lin Tian? Now. The location of the rest area in the Gilded Building.
Lin Shohan was holding his cell phone, absent-mindedly checking the WeChat messages from time to time. Opposite her, her best friend Mo Shuang was looking at her with ill intentions.
TSK, look at our Lin family's daughter, why is she so distracted?
Holding up the red wine on the table, Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan with a smile and began to smile like an ant.
She knew Lin Shohan's current situation very well. Isn't this the state of waiting for news from your loved one? What do you mean by absent-minded? How could I?
Lin Shohan held the phone in his hand. Although he was talking to Mo Shuang, his mind was completely on the phone.
She really wanted to send a message to Jin Feng. But then I thought, wouldn't this be too reserved? What should I do?
Feeling very depressed, Lin Shohan grabbed another glass of red wine on the table, tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. Then came this moment of confusion.
She decisively took out her phone and sent a message to Jin Feng, Are you there? It's very much like a young man's first greeting to his secret crush.
After sending the message, she immediately put her phone into her bag without looking at it. This action made Mo Shuang on the opposite side at a loss as to what to do.
Were you chatting with brother Jin Feng just now? No.
A blush crept up on her pretty face, and Lin Shohan shook her head to deny it. However, this poor acting skill naturally could not escape Mo Shuang's eyes. But her focus now is not prestige. She stood up calmly, took the wine glass from Lin Shohan's hand, and then pressed her graceful body against Lin Shohan.
Tell me the truth, when did you hook up with brother Jin Feng? I didn't even know.
As she spoke, she gently tapped Lin Shohan's eyebrows with her finger and showed a playful smile.
I don't have any.
Lin Shohan looked at Mo Shuang, who was so close to her, and her face turned red for a moment, and she felt a little shy.
You're still saying no? They've already spent 100 million to buy you, what else do you want?
Mo Shuang held Lin Shuwan tightly, preventing her from twisting her body, with a sly smile on his face.
I don't know either. Jin Feng and I didn't know each other before. It was.
Jin Feng suddenly said.
Lin Shohan blushed and didn't know what to say. Hey, you're calling me Jin Feng? You should call me husband, right? Or maybe baby?
Seeing Lin Shohan's face flushed like a Fuji apple, Mo Shuang immediately teased, looking at how horny you are, I guess you can't wait to enter the bridal chamber with brother Jin Feng right now, right? And as soon as these words came out,
Lin Shohan then cried out helplessly. It's so embarrassing. You Mo Shuang.
She quickly reached out and touched Mo Shuang's ribs. Most people's sensitive area is under the armpit, but Mo Shuang is a little special. Hers is in the middle of the right ribs.
I can't stand being touched by others.
When she was suddenly attacked by Lin Shohan, she couldn't help but scream and quickly stood up.
Stop it, let's talk it out.
With her hands crossed to protect her chest, Mo Shuang's pretty face turned red and she became timid.
Let you tease me. Lin Shohan had the advantage, so how could she let Mo Shuang go?
She pounced on her and kept tickling her sensitive parts. Mo Shuang was caught in a weak spot and was no match for Lin Shohan, so he could only raise his hands to surrender.
Okay, I'm afraid of you. I shouldn't have told you where my sensitive spots are before. Panting and exhausted, the two finally stopped for a while.
Lin Shohan sat up and touched her bag. Mo Shuang looked at Lin Shohan, whose face was full of happiness and who was grinning foolishly from time to time, and was speechless.
This situation really happened to Qin Feng. Seriously, is Qin Feng crazy? Why did he buy your unfinished building? Isn't this just giving money to your heartless father? I don't know either.
He said he was attracted by the development prospects of this land. Lin Shuhan tilted his head and looked at Mo Shuang in confusion, then lowered his head to look at his phone.
You actually believe this? Mo Shuang shook her head.
After Lin purchased the unfinished building in Hangzhou Zhongshan district at a low price, people outside thought that a high-end development zone or commercial building was about to be built, and they all wanted to invest.
But months passed.
There was no movement at all, not even a trace of the surveyors. Those who followed the investment immediately withdrew their funds when they saw that things were not going well. A year later, there was still no movement.
This area fell into the hands of the Lin family.
Fortunately, 150 million was nothing to the huge Lin family, and it only needed to be managed internally. The land was shelved. This one was shelved for 3 years.
When the outside world generally recognized that the land was not good, Qin Feng actually spent money to buy it? Is this reasonable? This is unreasonable. Is there some value that we can't see?
Mo Shuang stroked his chin in thought. But at this moment, her thoughts were immediately interrupted.
Ah, Qin Feng replied to my message. He's in the bank.
It's really hard for him. It seems that it's a bit difficult to mobilize 100 million funds. I should have lowered the price earlier.
Holding the phone, Lin Shuhan's face was full of regret.
Mo Shuang rolled her eyes and expressed her speechlessness when she saw her best friend falling in love before they even started dating. If her heartless father knew that his daughter wanted to lower the price of the unfinished buildings, he would probably be furious.
TSK, what a foolish woman blinded by love.
Mo Shuang smacked his lips repeatedly, checked the time, then stood up from the sofa and explained to Lin Shuhan, I have a meeting this afternoon, so I'll be leaving first.
You should hurry home too. She patted Lin Shuhan's little head gently and left. Okay, after I get home, Qin Feng will probably be home too. Lin Shuhan immediately stood up and planned to leave. What a fool. Mo Shuang shook his head. My best friend fell so quickly, and I don't even know what her heartless father is like. She had seen the methods of Lin Shuhan's ruthless father, Lin Tian.
The wind swept away everything, leaving nothing behind.
A senior veteran. And at this time, Tiandi Bank.
Sun Feifei was so angry that she kept hitting Qin Feng and came out of the bank with him. Just now, Qin Feng cheated her out of 100 million yuan. He refused to lend me the money I had agreed to lend him, but ended up investing instead.
You're satisfied with my money, right?
Sun Feifei mercilessly hammered Qin Feng on the chest with her iron hand and said unhappily.
Comfortable.
Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and rubbed his chest.
Sun Feifei's punches had no power at all.
It felt more like a massage than a hammer.
Son of a bitch.
Seeing Qin Feng's robe look, Sun Feifei immediately started muttering and cursing again.
But she wasn't very angry. To put it bluntly, this 100 million is given to Qin Feng. She didn't care what he did. Just treat it as a serious investment in Qixin Road. Okay, I'll take you home. It's almost 5 o'clock. Qin Feng asked after checking the time. All right. Sun Feifei also felt that it was getting late and wanted to go home.
But in her heart she didn't want to be separated from Qin Feng. It's a very strange feeling. Just as the two of them walked down the stairs, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feng, is that you? Chapter 37, School Beauty Zhang is not suitable for me either, sister-in-law? Hearing someone calling his name, Qin Feng quickly looked back. He saw a young man in black security uniform standing upright, looking him up and down with an uncertain look. Ciao, Jean? The young man was wearing a black hat, and Qin Feng couldn't tell for sure. However, the feeling between them as childhood friends for many years made him still speak with doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the young man opposite him grinned and suddenly hugged him excitedly. Oh my god, it's really Qin Feng, you're so handsome that I can't even recognize you. You look a lot more handsome in your security uniform. Suddenly, Qin Feng was hugged by the other party as if to strangle him. Instead of being angry, he was happy and hugged the other party with great joy. The two are childhood friends. But because of life direction issues, Chao Jin went to the military after graduating from university, while Qin Feng went on to study for a master's degree.
This separation lasted for 3 years. Aren't you in Lepanshui? Why are you suddenly in Shanghai?
Qin Feng was a little breathless while being held by Chao Jin, so he quickly pulled him away and asked. He remembered that when he asked Chao Jin to borrow money a few days ago, this guy said that he was working in Lepanshui, Guizhou.
Why is he suddenly in Shanghai now?
I'm retired from the army and have no money, so my uncle asked me to come to Shanghai and found me this job.
He then told me to prepare for a few months and take the military exam.
With a smug look on his face, Chao Jin grinned and did not hesitate to hide his feelings.
That expression seems to be saying, is my life awesome? Worship me to your heart's content.
When Qin Feng saw Chao Jin's expression, he knew that this guy's personality had not changed and was exactly the same as when he was in college. He starts showing off as soon as he achieves a little success. He doesn't show off to others, but to himself. Qin Feng smiled helplessly and punched Chao Jin on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "You are good at this.
I remember you told me a few days ago that you were poor. Is this what you mean by poor? Hey, stop talking nonsense. I'm not awesome now, but I'll definitely be awesome in the future. If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Chao Jin gave a thumbs up and answered confidently. Okay. Qin Feng nodded slightly.
To be honest, Chao Jin may really have this ability in the future. He remembered that Chao Jin's uncle seemed to be an officer in the military camp, and his position seemed to be quite high. And since this guy was able to get a security job at Tiandi Bank after retiring from the army, he must be quite capable. If this development continues, the future will be limitless.
Maybe he will really need Chao Jin's help in the future. Only. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, Chao Jin suddenly pulled him aside and asked quietly, "Didn't you borrow 150,000 yuan from me and pay it back the next day? Wang Shui, have you given up?"
Hearing Chao Jin's words, Qin Feng's mind immediately began to replay what happened in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Shui has no opinion of her own and her ex-mother-in-law is very aggressive. If he really married into such a family, he would be marrying a living treasure and there would be no peace in his family.
"Give up, she's not right for me."
Shaking his head, Qin Feng sighed and was about to feel sad. But before he could even begin, he was interrupted by Chao Jin. When the guy heard that he and Wang Shui had broken up, he was extremely happy and said excitedly, "I said Wang Shui is not good enough.
Isn't the pretty girl next to you more attractive? With your looks, I don't think even the beauty from our Magic City Transportation School is worthy of you. Didn't Beauty Zhang confess her love to you back then?"
Patting Qin Feng on the chest, Chao Jin began to recall his past deeds. "When I was in college, Qin Feng was so handsome. Even in a big city like Shanghai, there are many girls chasing after him.
What is strange is that among them is the campus beauty of their Shanghai Jiaotong University.
It's just that Qin Feng was planning to take the postgraduate entrance examination at that time, and he was obsessed with studying and couldn't extricate himself.
He had also established a relationship with Wang Shui. This opportunity is gone. Close Uranus. School beauty Zhang is not suitable for me."
Qin Feng waved his hand and interrupted Chao Jin from continuing to talk nonsense. But at this moment, Sun Feifei suddenly came over quietly, frowned and asked, "Who is Zhang Xiaohua?"
"Nothing, just a friend."
Seeing that Chao Jin wanted to explain, Qin Feng quickly pinched him and answered first.
"My girlfriend's friend, Sun Feifei."
Turning around and walking to Sun Feifei, Qin Feng introduced her to his childhood friend Chao Jin.
"Ah? No, isn't this my sister-in-law?"
Scratching his head, Chao Jin was very confused. The two of them looked so intimate after they came out of the bank, it would be strange if they were not a couple.
Good job. Could it be that his childhood friend is a sea king? Not my sister-in-law.
Qin Feng and I are just ordinary friends. When Sun Feifei heard the word sister-in-law, her face turned red and she hurriedly explained.
Ah.
Chao Jin nodded and looked at Qin Feng meaningfully.
My good brother is really good at it. Being handsome is just showing off. Ahem, sister-in-law, I'm leaving first. My subordinate called me. I wish you two a long and happy life together. Chao Jin smiled evilly, waved at the two of them, and hurried into the bank.
And there was actually someone calling him at the bank entrance. I already said she's not my sister-in-law. Looking at Chao Jin, who left without saying anything, Sun Feifei turned her head and glanced at Qin Feng, her cheeks slowly turning red.
She obviously didn't like blushing before. It's happening more and more frequently now. Chao Jin, he's my childhood friend. He's just like that. He doesn't mean any harm. If you tell him you don't like it, he'll remember it. Qin Feng explained calmly. Chao Jin has a gentle personality and loves to joke. But if you don't like the way he calls you or the way he speaks to you, he will change it immediately. It is this kind of personality that has allowed Qin Feng and him to play together since childhood without any conflicts. I'm just afraid that Lang Ying will misunderstand me. I don't dare compete with her for a man. Besides, you're not my type. Muttering, Sun Feifei hit Qin Feng on the shoulder and hurried away. Qin Feng? After sending Sun Feifei off, Qin Feng had nothing to do. Bored, he drove to the nearest supermarket, bought some vegetables and beef, and prepared to go home and make a Wellington steak for Lang Ying. His cooking skills are not yet perfect, but a simple beef Wellington is still so easy. By the time I got home after buying groceries, it was already 6 o'clock. As soon as he entered the door, a fresh fragrance filled his nostrils. Then, a very soft body hung on him. Needless to say, it must be Lang Ying. Beautiful Lady Lang, didn't anyone tell you that you are heavy? Qin Feng barely picked up Lang Ying by the waist and walked step by step to the sofa in the living room. How am I heavy? I'm very light, okay? Living room. Lang Ying happily pecked Qin Feng on the face, then helped him take his hand off the dish. I bought some fresh steak. Do you want to eat steak tonight? Tilting her head, she looked at the ingredients. Seeing meat, Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she looked at Qin Feng. Ever since she ate the food Qin Feng cooked, she no longer enjoyed the takeout spicy hot pot. Show off your skills and make beef Wellington. After putting some of the ingredients into the refrigerator, Qin Feng carried the other part into the kitchen. Joke. If you want to capture a beautiful woman's heart, you must first capture her stomach. Besides, while cooking for Lang Ying, he can also upgrade his skills, which is a win-win situation. Ah! Qin Feng, you are so perfect. Fortunately, I married you. If you were snatched away by someone else, I would regret it for the rest of my life. With a sweet look on her face, Lang Ying completely lost her CEO demeanor and jumped around Qin Feng, looking very happy. A mature face with a light and mature style. But her personality is that of a girl next door? This girlfriend, I love her so much. And an hour later, Qin Feng brought out 2 servings of Wellington steaks from the kitchen and placed them on the table. It looks good. Raising her eyebrows, Lang Ying put her phone on the table, picked up her chopsticks and started tasting it impatiently. The moment she put the steak in her mouth, her eyes lit up. Delicious, delicious. Lang Ying chewed, swallowed slowly, and then immediately started the next one. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying's greedy look, he suddenly felt helpless. He had a feeling that this girl would probably eat too much again. Fortunately, he controlled the quantity of ingredients today. Ding ding ding. Just as Qin Feng was about to pick up his chopsticks to eat, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated several times. But Lang Ying acted as if she didn't hear it and continued to eat with her head down. Why aren't you checking the news? Qin Feng asked doubtfully. TSK, I know what they're talking about without even reading. Those directors must be complaining about the company going bankrupt and buying a piece of wasteland. I still need them to have a say in my decision-making? What bad luck! Lang Ying rolled her eyes and ate in silence without touching her phone. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng also smiled bitterly. My girlfriend is really tough. Can I go to the company with you tomorrow? You want to go? Of course you can. What's mine is yours. Chapter 38, My husband finally knows how to spend money? Why do I feel like a gigolo? What's mine is yours? Listening to Lang Ying's words, Qin Feng smiled helplessly. Lang Ying's company does indeed belong to him half. The woman in front of him trusted him so much that she married him without even getting proof of her property before marriage. What else can I say? By the way, husband, who did you learn your cooking skills from? The food you make is even more tempting than spicy hot pot? Still chewing the beef in her mouth, Lang Ying raised her head and looked at Qin Feng, asking with a satisfied look on her face. I don't know why. She particularly likes anything made by Qin Feng. She had eaten this beef Wellington many times before, and it was always made by the head chef of a Michelin 3-star restaurant. But the steaks they made were not as delicious as the one Qin Feng made now. Very strange. I learned this from a book. Eat slowly. It's not like I won't make it for you in the future. Seeing Lang Ying's greedy look, Qin Feng was speechless.
He stood up slightly, used his hand to lift the excess hair dripping from Lung Ying's forehead, put it behind her ears, and then said, "Continue to eat your meal." "Good." Lang Ying smiled slightly, and then she ate in a much more elegant manner.
After dinner,
Lang Ying walked slowly in the living room, digesting the beef in her stomach, while holding her cell phone and replying to WeChat messages. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and checked today's stock market. Suddenly, Lang Ying saw some news and started to chuckle halfway through her walk, covering her mouth with her hands.
"What's wrong?" Qin Feng was attracted and looked up and asked.
"Oh, the Lin Group made a big move today. A young man unexpectedly spent 100 million to buy the unfinished building they had been hoarding for 3 years. Although he knew that Qin Feng might not understand even if he told him, after all, it was all business matters. But Lang Ying still came over and showed Qin Feng the message compiled by her assistant Linen on the phone.
"TSK, TSK, TSK.
Smacking her lips, she explained, young and impetuous, spending 100 million to buy a piece of rotten land. The more I look at it, the more I think they're going after that silly, innocent Lin Shuhan." Having said that, Lang Ying had walked enough and sat on the sofa with Qin Feng. "I think this young man is good."
Qin Feng looked at the information on his phone, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and then he spoke.
"This young and energetic man is myself." He didn't expect the news to spread so quickly, and it had already reached Lang Ying's hands. Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen.
Some idiot must have taken a photo and posted it on WeChat Moments or something. Very good, isn't it? A bit simple-minded.
Lang Ying pointed to her head, then lay down on the sofa and closed her eyes to rest. Qin Feng was immediately ashamed, and then said, "This young man is me."
"Oh."
Lang Ying said oh and continued to close her eyes to rest. Suddenly, she sat up and looked at Qin Feng.
"Is that young man you?"
His eyes were full of confusion. Lang Ying took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then asked, "No, why did you spend 100 million to buy that unfinished building?" "The Lin family has been hoarding that land for a long time, and it's very difficult to develop it. I saw its potential."
Qin Feng answered calmly.
He picked up the water glass on the table and explained, "Besides, this piece of land doesn't require any investment to develop.
There will definitely be other real estate companies willing to invest in it. But..." Listening to Qin Feng's explanation, Lang Ying looked at his confident eyes. "Have no choice." She gave up.
Lying on the sofa again, Lang Ying began to send messages to Linen.
"Angry?"
Seeing that Lang Ying ignored him, Qin Feng put down the water cup and asked softly. "Spend 100 million to buy a piece of land that is generally recognized as bad. It's almost enough that Lang Ying doesn't lose her temper so often now." What Qin Feng didn't expect was that. Lang Ying twisted her body and lay in his arms, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she explained, "Of course not, I was just sighing that my husband knows how to spend money." As she spoke, she showed the WeChat message to Qin Feng, and then said, "I just sent a message to Linen, asking him to transfer 100 million yuan from the company for you to use."
"Ahem, no, I've already paid."
Qin Feng reached out to take Lang Ying's phone and put it on the table, feeling a little uneasy.
His daughter-in-law. Are you pampering yourself a little too much?
It makes him seem like a gigolo.
Does he look like a gigolo? Obviously not. Ah? You've already paid?
Lang Ying looked incredulous. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "I remember you invested 50 million in me.
Where did you get the money?" "Sun Feifei borrowed it." "Sun Feifei, that woman actually lent you 100 million?
Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and thought.
Maybe Sun Feifei helped Qin Feng because he was her husband. 100 million in funds. This is a favor from a great man. But it doesn't matter.
Linen is estimated to be able to transfer 100 million yuan of funds tonight and then return it to Sun Feifei.
Playing with finance. 100 million is not much difference. Hubby, if you need money from now on, just tell me. You don't have to borrow money from others."
Lang Ying enjoyed herself very much while snuggling in Qin Feng's arms.
Joke. What is $100 million worth to her?
Before she met Qin Feng, she started a company to prove to Lang Xian that she was strong. But after meeting Qin Feng, she simply earned money to spend on Qin Feng.
Husbands are meant to be pampered. All right.
Qin Feng stroked Lang Ying's little head and kissed her forehead.
"My wife is so nice to me." He was a little confused. If 100 million is transferred out, what will happen to your company? Won't it be unable to operate?" It's just a matter of giving up some turnover. My goal for my company is to double its annual turnover.
100 million is just a little less, it doesn't really make a difference.
Oh.
Qin Feng was a little confused. It seemed that his wife was quite rich.
12 o'clock midnight.
In a high-end residential complex in Shanghai, Mo Shuang was sitting in front of her notebook, carefully checking the information about Hongqiao Zhongshan district. She didn't think anyone would spend 100 million yuan to play around. And the other party is the stock god who made 50 million by buying stocks before. These 50 million may not be worth mentioning to the wealthy people in Shanghai, but the way he earned it is enough to make the entire financial circle recognize this person. All factors are included, only construction and educational resources are lacking. Murmuring softly, Mo Shuang sighed. However, rebuilding a school is never a man-made event, and none of the bigwigs in Shanghai received the news.
Everything is random. Qin Feng, what allows you to take out 100 million yuan to play?
Mo Shuang looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling window, unable to figure it out for a moment.
At the same time, Hongqiao Airport. Li Yunche was sitting on the plane, browsing his circle of friends and chuckling from time to time.
Now, the rich circle is talking about how they spend 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Who would have thought that a guy with the highest piano skills would actually spend 100 million to buy a piece of wasteland?
But he just took a look for fun. After playing for a while, he put down his phone and picked up the documents on the business desk in front of him to start looking through them. The document clearly stated the Kyoto Meili Film Cooperation Plan. Chapter 39, Leng Ying overpowers all the heroes, no one dares to go against the Leng family.
The next day, 10 o'clock in the morning. Madu Lingshire Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. A very cool silver Lamborghini Aventador arrived as expected.
Qin Feng pulled Leng Ying out of the car and then entered the company.
Moment. The two held hands and came to the boardroom of Leng's fragrance industry.
But before they could walk over, Qin Feng saw from a distance his assistant Lin holding a project plan in his right hand, pacing back and forth with a worried look on his face. When he saw Leng Ying coming over, he hurried to greet her and said quickly, "Miss, you are finally here. The 17 directors of the company have jointly requested to see you and have been waiting for an hour."
"Then let them wait another hour," Leng Ying said indifferently. Don't.
When Lin heard this, he quickly waved his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. He handed Leng Ying the proposal for the Qixin Road land and advised, "The 17 directors are all concerned about the issue of the Qixin Road land. They believe that this directly damages their interests and are all very angry."
"No."
Leng Ying nodded slightly, lowered her head to browse the project plan, still looking indifferent. Her decisions never require objections from others.
You know. Before she took over Leng's fragrance industry, the company's monthly turnover was declining and it was often in a loss-making state. But since she took over, the company's monthly turnover has always been huge.
January's sales were even comparable to the sales of the previous 6 months. The ones who have the least say are the useless directors.
I'll go in and take a look. Honey, you wait outside first, okay?
After roughly reading the plan, Leng Ying asked Qin Feng in a coquettish manner.
Good. Qin Feng couldn't resist Leng Ying's coquettishness and nodded helplessly.
Today Leng Ying was wearing a professional suit, a black hip skirt on the bottom, a white shirt on the top, and her hair was tied up high, which gave her an inexplicable air of coolness. When she acts coquettishly, she is pure and domineering.
Of course he couldn't hold on. Hubby, you're the best.
After giving Qin Feng a light kiss on the face, Leng Ying was about to open the door of the conference room with the project plan in hand.
But at this time,
suddenly, an unpleasant sound came from inside. She paused instantly.
Inside the conference room,
17 directors dressed in expensive suits and ties sat at the rectangular conference table. The director who was closest to the main seat was slamming the table with an angry look on his face.
That piece of land on Qixin Road is known to everyone as a piece of rotten land, yet Mr. Leng actually bought it? Are you kidding me? And we only found out about it now. How stupid.
At this time, a director nearby also shook his head. Director Leng is now semi-retired, and CEO Leng is still so young and anxious to prove himself. As soon as these words were spoken, many directors immediately refuted them.
You can't play with the interests of us shareholders and not even give us a chance to discuss it? Do you know?
I sent Mr. Leng more than 30 messages last night, but he didn't reply to any of them. Me too, I just rely on my last name being Leng. What's so great about that?
Outside.
Lang Ying listened silently to the director's complaints, then sneered, "How dare these useless directors comment on my decision? Qin Feng's body has been systematically transformed, and his hearing is better than that of ordinary people."
He could clearly hear the constant complaining inside. No wonder Lang Ying didn't want to check WeChat messages last night. It's not worth getting angry with them, it's cold.
Qin Feng took Lang Ying's hand and was about to say something to comfort her.
But at this time,
Lang Ying suddenly pushed the door open and he grabbed nothing.
Qin Feng was confused. The surname Lang is indeed remarkable.
Lang Ying pushed the door open and walked in, holding a business plan in one hand.
Her peach blossom eyes glanced indifferently at the 17 directors in the room, and then continued, "But it takes skill to sit in this position."
As she spoke, she walked towards the main seat as if no one was around. "I don't have any tips to share with you in this regard.
After all, your last name is not Lang. But I can give you a small suggestion here. Less talking and more doing."
Walking to the main seat, Lang Ying threw the plan in her hand onto the table, folded her hands, and looked solemn and domineering.
As soon as these words were spoken, the directors below became a little intimidated and immediately fell silent. However, the look of defiance on their faces only grew stronger. Seeing this scene, Lang Ying's mouth curled up slightly. She put her hands on the table, propped up her body, and looked down at the directors below. "Secondly, please ask the director who just spoke to go back and take a good look at the Lang's incense industry's turnover for the past 3 months. The profit rate has tripled since your time in management. To be exact, it's 356.67%. That's all for now." The group of directors below didn't dare to say anything anymore, and their unwillingness disappeared without a trace. Seeing the director's shameful reaction of lowering his head, Lang Ying snorted softly, very satisfied. She said again, "Everyone, Lang Ying, don't need to prove that I am a member of the Lung family. I can live in the Lung family and wait for death for 3 lifetimes." Lang Ying glanced at the 17 directors and said domineeringly, "But if you want to double your income next year, now is the best time." However, after she finished speaking, several directors below could not help but start talking. Doubling the income? It's a question whether we can make it through this year. That's right, Mr. Lang, why did you buy that piece of rotten land on Qixin Road? No one has asked about that piece of land for several years. It would be a waste of money if you bought it. Lang's incense industry is developing steadily under our leadership. Mr. Lang, there's no need to rush for success." Looking at the noisy discussions below, Lang Ying breathed a long sigh of relief, raised her eyebrows, and her eyes immediately turned cold. "I'm not targeting any one person here, I'm talking about everyone here. Do you really have the ability to run a good company? Or, can you surpass the Lang family?" He spoke these words one by one, and then silence fell. No one dared to speak anymore. Joke. Lang family. Just 2 words are enough to describe success. Lang Group is involved in many fields. In the Magic City, anyone who dares to go against the Lang family will destroy their own future. They can only bully Lang Ying. As for Lang Zian, even if he sold the company, these directors wouldn't dare to say a word. Holding equity means nothing. They don't hold the shares of Lang Zian's head office. Even if it was, no one would dare to speak to Lang Zian like that. Call. Seeing the silence in the boardroom below, Lang Ying breathed a sigh of relief and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Everyone, I'll come back to criticize you next time. For now, please take your concerns for the Lang family out of your minds and take a look at the first-hand plan for the Qixin Road plan." Finished. Lang Ying handed out the plan and began to explain and ask questions. The 17 shareholding directors below listened silently, completely lacking the momentum they had just shown. Outside the door, Qin Feng stared at Lang Ying's domineering look in amazement and swallowed involuntarily. Oh my goodness. He didn't even know Lang Ying could be so cool? In Qin Feng's impression, although Lang Ying looks like a queen and has a sexy body, in front of him, she has a lively personality and behaves like a cute girl next door. But just now, that kind of cool female CEO aura that comes from the inside out, and the domineering aura that overwhelms everyone else at the negotiation table. Is this still his wife? He can just live off her. Good boy, I was so good right there. Gurgle. Qin Feng swallowed again. Isn't my wife a little too strong? At this time, he looked at Linen and found that Linen seemed very calm, as if he was not surprised at all. Butler Lin, has Lang Ying always been like this in the company? Qin Feng asked with some confusion. Yes, otherwise, how could the young lady manage such a large company in such an orderly manner? Linen answered casually. No, why are those directors so cowardly?
Qin Feng peeked through the crack in the window and was very surprised.
Logically speaking,
the power of a company's directors is quite significant. However, the 17 directors inside were suppressed by Lang Ying alone, and now they dared not speak loudly.
Who would believe this if I told them?
Oh, because President Long alone holds 51% of the shares, and the remaining 49% is diluted by the 17 shareholders.
Linen explained in detail. Then this gives you a lot of say. Qin Feng retorted. He really couldn't understand why those directors were so cowardly? It's quite funny. Mr. Lang is the eldest daughter's father. No one dares to confront the Long family head-on, unless they are financial companies.
Linen explained again with a faint smile on his face, feeling very proud.
He discovered Lang's identity bit by bit. Lang Zian is really awesome.
Listening to Lin An's explanation silently, Qin Feng smacked his lips and smiled helplessly. If he didn't know he had a system. Just based on the capital Lang Zian has created, he is definitely the incredible male protagonist in a novel about a wealthy urban tycoon. He started from scratch and became the richest man in Shanghai in his 40s.
Unbelievable. Ding dong.
Just as Qin Feng was sighing, his cell phone vibrated. Qin Feng took it out and took a look, and the corners of his mouth immediately rose.
On the mobile phone interface.
It turned out to be the latest route policy planned by the Shanghai government.
Chapter 40, Like a Clown? Lang Ying is a filial daughter? Mr. Qin, what are you laughing at? Linen frowned when he saw Qin Feng holding the phone and grinning foolishly at the interface. Looking at my phone, the latest document from the Magic City government seems to be expedited?
Qin Feng kept smiling as he flipped through the documents.
What documents?
Linen took out Fruit 13 and started looking through it. And after a few seconds, his whole body froze.
Really, are they really saying it's been developed?
Shanghai Metro Line 14 runs across the Qixin Road area, directly to the coast, and connects to Binhai Boulevard.
Mickey Mouse Paradise? Sunning Plaza? Comic Con? 3 large entertainment venues?
With trembling hands, Linen carefully flipped through the documents with an expression of disbelief, and was so excited that he was at a loss. Ever since Lang Ying decided to buy the rotten land on Qixin Road, he has been extremely nervous every day. I check the latest news from the Shanghai government almost every morning at 9 o'clock. But they were all extremely disappointed.
But now, it's really developed. Linen quickly sent this news to Lang Ying. And in the conference room, Lang Ying has finished explaining the planning proposal for Qixin Road.
Although the group of directors below were not interested in this, they did not dare to say anything and just listened quietly. She was about to finish when her cell phone rang.
What? Lang Ying picked up the phone and took a look.
Generally speaking, Lang Ying would never touch her cell phone during a meeting. Even if she really had something to say, she would wait until it was over.
But this time it's different.
It was Qin Feng calling. Of course I have to reply to my husband's message as soon as possible.
Magic City planning document? Lang Ying slid the screen with her slender fingers and saw the important characters among the many official words. Qixin Road. Metro Line 14. He. With a slight smile, Lang Ying put down her phone and looked at the directors below. No more.
She picked up the project plan and pointed to her phone, saying, "Please check out the latest news from the Magic City."
After saying that, she immediately left quickly.
Looking at Lang Ying, who left in a hurry, the 17 directors below were all confused.
After Lang Ying left, they immediately took out their phones to check. Then,
surprised voices came from the conference room.
At the same time, on the plane to Kyoto, Li Yunche was resting with his eyes closed.
At this time, his female secretary shook him gently.
Talk about something.
Although he didn't open his eyes, Li Yunche spoke very clearly. He only threatened calmly, "If it's not important news, you don't have to come tomorrow."
Gurgle.
The secretary was startled and quickly handed the tablet to him. Then he quickly explained, Mr. Li sent a message saying there is the latest news, let you take a look."
Mr. Li?
Li Yunche frowned, opened his eyes slightly, picked up the tablet and took a look.
Line 14? Qixin Road, Heping District? Seeing this, Li Yunche was stunned and all sleepiness disappeared. Opening a new subway line can at least boost the surrounding economy.
If he could buy the land next to the subway line first, he could make some money easily.
But why does the term Qixin Road sound so familiar? He had just woken up and was still a little confused. Heping District, Qixin Road? Suddenly, an idea struck me. Li Yunche thought of it.
Then, he quickly slid the tablet to check the passing points of the 14th main line and the location of Qixin Road.
Qixin Road, the land Lang Ying previously purchased, is a laughingstock in the Magic City business community.
Cold sweat kept coming out on my forehead due to nervousness. He remembered that Lang Ying had spent a large sum of money to buy all the land for sale on Qixin Road. If the newly planned Metro Line 14 in Shanghai passes through Qixin Road, it will definitely make the Qixin Road area soar.
Of course, Lang Ying and Lang's fragrance industry also followed suit. Wouldn't it be worth double the money if you resell the land? No. It's possible to increase fivefold.
Thinking of this, Li Yunche's face turned pale.
And a moment.
He was depressed when he found out that the Shinkansen did indeed cross Qixin Road.
With a bang.
Li Yunche slammed his head hard against the seat behind him. I originally spent 300 million to buy Xiaohua Road, and I can only make 80 million at most from that piece of land. But Lang Ying invested 250 million yuan, and without doing anything, she could make at least 800 million yuan by reselling it.
Good job. He was about to vomit. I regret it so much. What did he say in front of Mr. Li at the beginning? He said she was a little girl and that she was marrying above her station. Now it seems like I'm trying to get ahead of myself. The most important thing is that he said it in front of many wealthy people in Shanghai. Damn. He looks like a clown now.
As time goes by, more and more people in the Shanghai business circle know that the Shanghai government is planning other areas. After they discovered that the development location was Qixin Road, they reacted the same way as Li Yunche.
Regret, surprise, confusion, and feeling like a clown.
Because Lang Ziyan ruthlessly crushed them in business more than 10 years ago, most of them took advantage of Lang Ying's wrong decision and ridiculed her.
But now, they made at least 800 million yuan. No need to do anything yet.
The originally garbage land suddenly became a hot commodity.
Not to mention 800 million, even if it is 1 billion. As long as Lang's incense industry wants to sell it, it can be sold in minutes. This is business. This is profit. This makes more money than those people working in finance. It's so scary. And at this time, Lu Jiazui, a special villa area of Thompson 1. In a special villa, Lang Ziyan crossed his legs, enjoying the sunshine while reading the latest news. You won the bet? My dear daughter, how did you know that?
Looking at the vast Huangpu River, Lang's father inexplicably thought of the young man he had met before, Qin Feng. He also had a unique vision at that time.
No, which stock did that guy recommend?
Father Lang hesitated for a moment, then stood up from his stool and went to look for the newspaper he was reading.
But if that's the case, then I don't know how to spend the 2 billion I just earned from abroad. 2 billion, can't you spend it all in a lifetime? Shaking his head, Lang Ziyan went to find a newspaper. 200 million is a rare sum for the Lang family. Making money or not making money. Making 2 billion or losing 200 million is just a small matter. The pocket money he gave Lang Ying was more than this amount. The most important thing is that his daughter makes him proud and happy, that's all. He is not good at speaking, and it was his cold mother Lin Yanran who pursued him at the beginning. Making my daughter happy is more important than anything else. However, the happiest people at this time were the 17 directors of Lang's fragrance industry. After realizing the huge benefits, they hurried to Lang Ying's office and bowed to admit their mistakes. That attitude is just short of kneeling down. But Lang Ying was calm and simply dismissed it. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Losing money earns ridicule, earning money earns respect. This is normal. Inside the office, Lin now takes over Lang Ying's personal and company phones. No way. Business leaders from all walks of life in Shanghai knew that calling the public phone at Lang's fragrance company was useless, and they had to call Lang Ying's personal cell phone and the company's exclusive phone. This is high efficiency. Coincidentally, other wealthy people think the same way. So within a few minutes after the planning document was released, all of Lang Ying's phones were flooded with calls. Merchant. No gain, no early rise. Now is the best time to fight for your interests. Hello, this is Leng's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited.
Sorry, someone else has already invested 80 million yuan in the Xiaoguan land on the far right side of Qixin Road in Heping District.
The whole lot? 1 billion is not enough for the entire piece of land.
Someone has already invested up to 1.1 billion.
Hello? You want to offer 1.105 billion? Okay, I'll think about it. What the hell? No waiting after the expiration date? If I consider it, the price won't be this high? Hee, I'm sorry, Lang's incense industry has no shortage of buyers. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Linen breathed a sigh of relief. It's really cool.
When Lang first asked for the land on Qixin Road, she was ridiculed endlessly by wealthy people from all sides.
Now what?
Those guys would call me and beg me to sell them the land.
But I'm sorry. I sell the land based on my mood. If I'm not happy with you, I won't sell it to you. I have no shortage of buyers anyway. If you don't buy it, there are plenty of people who will. Even if you don't sell it, you can still make a lot of money by developing it yourself.
And he hasn't done this kind of thing in a long time.
When Linen was with Lang Zian, he would do this kind of thing every month.
Now Qin Feng made him find the feeling of following his father Lang. Butler Lin, please stop being so overbearing.
You're making us seem unreasonable. Next to Long Ying's desk.
Qin Feng crossed his legs, watching the stock market on his phone while going to get the water Lang Ying poured for him.
Son-in-law Qin, I'm not being overbearing. I'm very reasonable, okay?
With a righteous look on his face, Linen acted like a good person. Then, he became curious again and looked at Qin Feng and asked, but speaking of which, son-in-law Qin, how did you know that Qixin Road would be developed?
Those wealthy people haven't heard of it yet.
I admit that I gambled a lot, but I gambled right. Qin Feng smiled slightly, then said, don't sell this land unless you have 1.5 billion.
Otherwise, it won't be worth it.
Son-in-law Qin, you are truly a crouching dragon in Phoenix chick, a compliment.
After understanding, Linen immediately made an okay gesture. At this time, another call came and he started to mock again.
Seeing Linen, a middle-aged man in his 40s, looking so arrogant, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile helplessly.
Don't overdo it, or you might not be able to sell it.
After a brief reminder, he continued to watch the stock market. The stock price of Inghui Pharmaceutical, which he had previously paid attention to, now also seems to be showing signs of rising. It will probably start to rise rapidly in a few days. Then he can harvest another wave of leaks.
Wait until the funds come back. Murmuring softly, Qin Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip. At this time, Lang Ying entered from outside the office door. Her face looked fine, but Qin Feng could see that there was something wrong with his wife's eyes. What's wrong?
Putting away his phone, Qin Feng stood up and touched Lang Ying's head very gently.
My father just spent 2 billion to buy all the land on Qixin Road. Without resistance, Lang Ying enjoyed the warmth of Qin Feng's palm. I don't know why.
She felt surprisingly comfortable whenever Qin Feng was by her side.
2 billion, that's a premium, but isn't that good?
While lamenting that Lang Zian was really rich, Qin Feng also asked in confusion.
Lang Ying should be happy that she made 500 million for nothing. But the look in her eyes doesn't look like that at all.
I didn't want to sell it to him so cheaply.
I wanted at least 3 billion, but I lost the negotiation with him and the transaction price was only 2 billion. Lang Ying was still unhappy, pouting.
But Qin Feng was confused by what his wife said.
Good job. 2 billion and you think it's too cheap?
He estimated that the entire piece of land on Qixin Road was worth only about 1.5 billion.
A huge profit of 2 billion. But Lang Ying actually wanted to sell it to his father for 3 billion? What a filial daughter. Okay, we've made a killing from your dad. 2 billion is a huge profit. Qin Feng put his arms around Lang Ying's waist and gently pecked her cheek. Lang Ying and he both knew it very well. Even if it is 3 billion, after Lang Zian completes the development, these 3 billion will be a drop in the ocean. He earns more.
Qin Feng had roughly anticipated this result.
Oh, by the way, I transferred 500 million to your account. You can return the money to Sun Feifei now. Chapter 41, I was crazy when I was young, with legs that can even reflect light? 500 million? Qin Feng was stunned. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Needless to say, It must be the remittance records sent to him by the bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Look down at the message.
Silently counting the 9 extra zeros in his account balance, Xin Feng couldn't help but sigh that Lung Xian's remittance speed was too fast. Lang Ying had just been out for a while when they successfully completed the transaction. And his wife has already given him 500 million in pocket money. With 500 million. I am also a successful person. But a mere 500 million is not enough for Lung Xian to recognize me. With a self-deprecating smile, Xin Feng looked up at the smiling Lang Ying, raised an eyebrow and asked, "Isn't 500 million a bit too much?" He only invested 50 million. According to the investment method, he can get up to 200 million.
But now Lang Ying has remitted an extra 300 million.
It was you who persuaded me to buy this piece of land. If it weren't for you, I might have foolishly increased the price to buy Xiaohua Road.
500 million is not a lot. Just think of it as my extra pocket money for you.
Lang Ying stepped forward, took Qin Feng's arm, lay in his arms, and said with great enjoyment.
Pocket money? Who needs 500 million for pocket money?
Reaching out and stroking Lang Ying's head, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
What to do? It seems that my wife spoils me a little too much. Just treat the 500 million as your pocket money. How can those boyfriends who only have 100 yuan a month survive?
But since Lang Ying said so, he couldn't refuse. In fact, if all the 500 million yuan was invested in the stock market, his rise would be even faster. It is a benefit to both Lang Ying and himself.
Wife, you are so nice.
When the love reached its peak, Xin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath on Lang Ying's delicate face. Feeling the strong male hormones from Qin Feng, Lang Ying's cheeks turned red and she couldn't bear it.
Stop making trouble, Butler Lin is here. She patted Qin Feng helplessly and said very embarrassedly. When Linen was very young, she followed her father Lang Xian in his business ventures.
To Lang Ying, he is an assistant on the one hand, but on the other hand, he is more like a relative. It felt okay to kiss her in front of strangers, not so embarrassing. But in front of her relatives, she always felt socially dead.
It's always bad. Only.
What surprised Lang Ying was that when Linen saw the two kissing each other affectionately, he immediately hung up the phone and walked out of the office quickly. Before leaving, he made a cheering gesture to Qin Feng.
You guys continue, just pretend I don't exist, hee hee.
After saying that, he closed the door, leaving Qin Feng and Lang Ying confused.
Butler Lin really has good sense.
Looking at the tightly closed office door, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly and he raised his eyebrows and said, The voice was as thin as a mosquito.
Lang Ying lowered her head and nodded with a rosy face. There were only two of them left in the office. The atmosphere was a little awkward when a man and a woman were alone in the same room.
What's more, Lang Ying is now curled up in Qin Feng's arms. The constant scent of male hormones made her feel uneasy. Qin Feng, you can't do anything bad to me before my parents approve.
There is no silver here, Lang Ying said in a low voice. Qin Feng nodded. He respected Lang Ying's choice. But,
just when he wanted to let go of Lang Ying and calm down, his lips suddenly felt soft.
There are other things you can do.
Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, and Lang Ying exhaled a faint trace of hot air.
What? Qin Feng's defense was instantly broken by this tingling feeling. Lang Ying is wearing professional attire today, a pencil skirt and a white shirt.
This outfit coupled with her current look of wanting to refuse but also wanting to accept.
The ultimate uniform temptation. That's what you said.
Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng suddenly turned over, pushed Lang Ying against the wall, and kissed her passionately.
Noon. Sakura Community. Qin Feng and Lang Ying walked quickly from the parking lot into the community and went straight to the house he rented.
Just as Qin Feng took out the key and was about to open the door next door suddenly opened. Neighbor Uncle Li walked out slowly.
Hey, isn't this Qin Feng? Why are his clothes torn? Uncle Li looked at Qin Feng's torn shirt and asked curiously. Oh, the quality is poor. I accidentally scratched it.
Looking embarrassed, Qin Feng quickly covered the big gap in his chest with his left hand and said with a smile.
Is that so? Be careful.
Nodding slightly, Uncle Li took a step forward and then looked at Lang Ying who was next to Qin Feng. Lang Ying's face was a little flushed at this moment. Her upper body clothes were neat, but her black stockings on her lower body were missing a few small pieces. Although it's not serious, it looks like it was torn apart by someone.
Who is this? Uncle Lee asked doubtfully. It's my girlfriend.
Xin Feng quickly inserted the key into the keyhole and turned the key to open the door.
Good job. He didn't dare say anything more to Uncle Lee.
I remember that last time Uncle Lee heard the young couple upstairs making some loud noises at night. The next day everyone in the community knew that they were in good health.
Direct social death.
If we continue to talk about this, who knows what kind of trouble might arise.
Goodbye, Uncle Lee. Go take a walk.
As he said that, he hurriedly pulled Lang Ying into the house. Uncle Lee glanced down at Lang Ying's tattered stockings, then looked at Xin Feng and said earnestly, Xiao Qin, listen to my advice.
You still have a long life ahead of you.
You're certainly good looking, but no matter how good your looks are, you only have 2 kidneys, right? Don't be too crazy, take care of yourself. When I was young, I also liked to tear things up and light candles, but now that I'm old, I'm glad I stopped myself before it was too late.
Ah.
When Xin Feng heard this, he was speechless.
Good job.
When Mr. Lee opens his mouth, it's like he's telling a stand-up comedy.
I see. Thank you. Smiling helplessly, Xin Feng quickly closed the door. Behind the door, Lang Ying's face flushed and she looked embarrassed.
You can kiss me, but why are you so rude in trying to pick at my stockings? After slapping Xin Feng on the arm, Lang Ying bent down to look at the stockings on her legs. The holes are small, but there are more of them.
And they are all on the back of the thighs. The strange thing is that she didn't notice it when she came. What a miscalculation. I have no choice but to do it because I'm deeply in love with you. You're so beautiful. Rubbing his shoulder, Xin Feng said innocently, besides, why did you pull my clothes? They've already been torn.
As he said this, he took off his coat and the shirt underneath.
The bathroom is on the right. Take off your stockings. Do you have any plans for the afternoon?
If you're free, let's go shopping and buy some clothes. As Xin Feng spoke to himself, his upper body was completely exposed. At this moment, he suddenly felt a pair of burning eyes staring at him.
What are you doing?
Turning to look at Lang Ying, Xin Feng was very confused when he saw her rosy cheeks. He followed Lang Ying's gaze and looked down at his stomach.
The 6 abdominal muscles are neatly arranged and very beautiful.
This temptation is fatal to mature women.
Do you like abdominal muscles?
Xin Feng turned around and asked.
Gurgle. A sound of swallowing saliva appeared quietly. Although Lang Ying didn't say anything, her body answered in detail with practical actions.
With a sneer, Xin Feng suddenly laughed.
After systematic body modification, he is almost physically perfect.
The position and size of the muscles are very beautiful and full of hormones. It would be strange if Lang Ying could hold on.
Put on your clothes quickly, I feel a little hot.
Turning around quickly, Lang Ying felt her face was burning hot.
Who knew her husband actually had abdominal muscles? So symmetrical and beautiful. Who can withstand this? Okay.
Xin Feng quickly found a washed shirt and put it on hastily. Looking at Lang Ying again, she had already gone to the bathroom and closed the door tightly.
She can't do it anymore. Those abdominal muscles are really amazing. Moment.
After Xin Feng tidied his clothes, he replied to a few WeChat messages and then came to the bathroom door.
Lang Ying, are you okay?
After knocking on the bathroom door, Xin Feng looked down at the time.
10 minutes have now passed.
It doesn't take that long to take off your stockings. She must be putting on makeup.
Wait a moment. In the bathroom.
Lang Ying adjusted her skirt, pouted her lips and looked at her smooth and delicate long legs, then opened the door and went out.
So slow?
Seeing Lang Ying coming out, Xin Feng stepped back. He walked into the living room, picked up his cell phone and keys, and prepared to go out.
But suddenly, he was stunned. Aren't we going out for a walk? What are you standing there for? Lang Ying didn't have anything to take.
She had already walked to the door and asked the dazed Xin Feng in confusion.
Your legs are too white, aren't they?
Hesitantly, Xin Feng lowered his head to look at Lang Ying's lower body.
Those long, white and delicate legs are now beginning to reflect light.
This white seam makes people want to go forward and touch it. Seeing Xin Feng staring at her legs, Lang Ying pouted and asked embarrassedly.
Does it look good? It looks good.
Xin Feng answered very honestly. There'll be plenty of time to read it later.
Let's go, shall we? Okay.
Qin Feng smiled, regained his composure, walked forward, took Long Ying's soft hand and walked out the door.
She is right. There will be plenty of time later. Lang Ying is already his wife, how can she still run away? Chapter 42, Really, you can eat just because you are handsome? 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still quite sunny during this period in summer. But fortunately,
because Sakura Community is far away from Zixing Commercial Street where Qin Feng and Lang Ying are going, it takes an hour even if they drive there. So by the time they both arrived at their destination, the weather was almost suitable. Even if it is very hot, there are large shopping malls such as Suning.com and the Commercial Street.
It's nice to take a walk inside.
However, due to the large flow of people in Zixing Commercial Street, Qin Feng drove his own car. If he drove Lang Ying's eye-catching fiery red Lamborghini, he would inevitably attract onlookers. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that his silver gradient Lamborghini is even more eye-catching,
especially when waiting at a traffic light. All the way west. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the two finally arrived near Zixing Commercial Street.
Qin Feng spent a few more minutes looking for a parking space and parked the car.
Let's go. After feeling the not-so-hot temperature, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying out of the parking lot and walked onto Zixing Commercial Street.
However, because they were both doing business at noon, they had no time to eat. So as soon as they entered Zixing Commercial Street, they both decided to find a place to have a meal. As soon as they entered the crowd, many people turned around and kept looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying.
Wow, those two are so good-looking. Handsome guy, beautiful girl, is this a Douyin vlog?
I'm so envious, those two are such a good match. That's right, the guy is so handsome, and the girl next to him is so pretty, such a queen. Qin Feng listened quietly to the whispers of passers-by around him, but ignored them. He was tired of hearing these words. Every time he comes out, people say he is handsome.
No way. Being handsome means having troubles. Only.
Lang Ying, who was next to Qin Feng, rarely went shopping, so she had never heard such remarks.
Now I feel a little embarrassed to be praised.
But after walking for a while, she became thick-skinned. Never mind those remarks.
Honey, can I hold your arm?
After walking for a while, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng's stern profile and asked.
Whatever, as long as you don't mind the heat. No problem.
Lang Ying happily took a step forward, put her arm around Qin Feng, and a smile gradually appeared on her face.
Speaking of which, she hasn't gone shopping since she graduated.
Every day's work made her feel breathless. She was too lazy to go shopping alone when she had no schedule, so she could only rest at home.
And now, Lang Ying actually found some fun. No longer a marginal personality disorder. Walked for half an hour. The further you walk into Zixing Commercial Street, the more people you meet. The people coming and going are all young men and women who are out shopping and having fun. It's a bit noisy, but it's lively.
However, as the number of people increased, more people were looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying.
No way.
At this time, Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore. He looked around, glanced at the store near them, and then said to Lang Ying, "Smoked fish?"
Smoked fish? What is that? Lang Ying asked curiously.
She has only been back in China for 3 months and has basically never left the country unless it is necessary.
She knew about fish,
but she had never even heard of smoked fish. It's a famous dish in Shanghai.
Give it a try.
Qin Feng explained simply.
Good.
Nodding slightly, Lang Ying followed Qin Feng into the store.
Welcome, may I ask?
When the clerk saw someone coming, she habitually said the welcome words, but when she looked carefully at the looks of Qin Feng and Lang Ying, she was stunned for a moment.
Are you two?
After regaining her composure, she walked up and asked with a smile.
Right. Qin Feng nodded. Please follow me, can you sit by the window? Do you have a private room here?
Instead of following the clerk, Qin Feng looked around and asked.
Lang Ying is now bare-legged. He really didn't want her to eat with her legs exposed in a noisy place. Maybe he is possessive. He just doesn't want other men to see his wife's legs.
We do have private rooms, but they have a minimum charge of 2,000 yuan.
Please take a look. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng and asked. No problem. Qin Feng nodded. Well, both of you please come this way.
The clerk led the two upstairs to a small private room.
After the two sat down, the female clerk handed them 2 tablets.
Although this restaurant is not small, Xin Feng did not expect that they would use tablets to order food here. After taking the tablet, Xin Feng swiped up and down to browse the dishes. At this time, the clerk who had just led them up had already retreated.
Husband, what do you want to eat?
Lang Ying slid up and down, looking at Xin Feng, hesitant.
Motu old smoked fish, it looks delicious. I haven't eaten it in a long time. Xin Feng looked at the signature dishes of this restaurant and placed an order.
Then he browsed again and ordered a plate of Zhuotian roast goose and lobster rice.
The rest is left to Lang Ying.
A serving of Motu smoked fish costs only 128 yuan, Zhuotian roast goose costs only 88 yuan, and lobster rice porridge is very cheap, only 49 yuan per serving. The dishes Xin Feng ordered were all good value for money. After that, Lang Ying hesitated for a long time and started to order. She finally chose a plate of vanilla lamb chops for 399, a plate of braised pork for 289, and a standard braised local dish for only 198. Then she ordered a black truffle for 499, and finally got a plate of 8 treasure duck.
Also 399.
It's almost enough to meet the minimum consumption of 2,000 yuan.
That's a bit much. Xin Feng looked at the dishes the two of them ordered and said with a frown. Probably not many. Lang Ying touched her belly and estimated.
Forget it, at worst I can just pack it up. Xin Feng put the tablet aside and started waiting for the food. I have to say that this store is quite efficient. Perhaps because there were not many people in the two restaurants in the afternoon, all the dishes were served in nearly 30 minutes. After the class, Lang Ying ran to Xin Feng's seat and took out her cell phone to take a group photo.
What's this for?
Xin Feng looked at the photo Lang Ying sent him and asked in confusion.
Lang Ying is the CEO, she probably wouldn't take photos and post them on WeChat Moments to show off. Let's record what we did so we can show it to our children later. And when we're old, we can reminisce together. After listening to Lang Ying's explanation, Xin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. They haven't even hit a home run yet, and they're already thinking about having children? Lang Ying, have you even thought of a name for our child? Holding the chopsticks, Xin Feng asked with a helpless smile. Not really.
Lang Ying scratched her cheek and said seriously, I've thought of several before, but I don't think they sound good and are not worthy of our children.
Think about it later. You really thought about it?
Xin Feng smiled helplessly.
The wife he picked up is so cute.
She has already started thinking of a name for this child who is still just an infant. Sometimes he felt that Lang Ying was not like a CEO, but more like a girl next door. A little girl who was looking forward to the future.
All right.
He will protect this little girl with all his heart.
Would you like to take another picture?
Thinking of this, Xin Feng took out his cell phone, moved in front of Lang Ying, pecked her cheek lightly, and pressed the shutter button with one hand.
Well, stop kissing me. Haven't you kissed me enough this morning?
Lang Ying rubbed her red face and said unhappily.
But she said so. But he didn't return to his previous seat.
Instead, he pulled his chair next to Xin Feng and ate with him.
An hour later,
they both finished their meal. Looking at the large and small plates on the table, Xin Feng was only 9/10 full.
He made a mistake.
These dishes look plentiful in the promotional pictures on the tablet, but in reality, they are rarely available.
Basically just a few small pieces. But luckily, it tasted good. After dinner,
Xin Feng clicks to pay.
Joke. He now has a huge sum of 500 million yuan, he can't let Lang Ying pay for it, right?
After he paid, the female clerk who had just left came in again to clean up the dishes. But before leaving, she couldn't help it and stopped Xin Feng and Lang Ying.
Excuse me, sir. Would you be willing to take a photo with our staff and put it in our store? In return, today's bill can be waived.
Hearing this, Xin Feng was stunned for a moment.
Is it true that you can make a living just by looking good?
But when he turned around and looked at Lang Ying, he still refused. It's just 2,000 yuan, it's not like I can't afford it, there's no need to do that.
Well, thank you for coming, and I hope you'll come again next time. Although the female clerk felt a little regretful, she still answered very professionally.
Xin Feng nodded, then pulled Lang Ying out.
Chapter 43 Weird, Cute?
After the two of them left the store, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The temperature at this time is not very hot, but it is not very comfortable either. Seeing that Lang Ying was still interested, Xin Feng was not in a hurry to buy any clothes.
This aloof president finally came down to earth for once. Of course, I have to let her have enough fun before going back. Qin Feng, did you like the store we visited just now?
Walking aimlessly on the road, Lang Ying took Qin Feng's arm, looked at the surrounding buildings and suddenly asked.
The taste is good, but the quantity is a bit small.
Qin Feng thought about it and gave an objective evaluation, but after all, the unit price of the dishes is there.
This is Zixing Commercial Street, so the price is about right.
It is unbelievable to open such a big store in Shanghai where every inch of land is valuable.
The price is so cheap.
The smaller quantity is forgivable, and the taste is indeed good.
I like it better too. That's where we went shopping for the first time.
As she spoke softly, Lang Ying suddenly had an idea. She jumped to the front and said excitedly, "Why don't we buy that store?"
Qin Feng was stunned and didn't leave. He looked at Lang Ying in surprise. Ah. Good job.
Because this was their first time eating there, he said it tasted good.
Lang Ying is going to buy that store? Is this the logic of all of you CEOs?
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Qin Feng asked helplessly.
No?
Looking at Qin Feng with a pleading look on her face, Lang Ying immediately pounced on him like a kitten and rubbed his head against him. No, working in the catering industry is too hard.
I won't do it.
Holding Lang Ying in his arms, Qin Feng directly refused.
Why not do the good job in finance and go into catering? He doesn't like it.
No, we'll buy this shop and not open it to the public.
Just the two of us will come over to eat. Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she was a little excited.
She seemed very eager to do so. Qin Feng looked down at his lovely wife and saw how much she wanted to buy it and thought about it.
Come to the conclusion, don't buy it. Not really.
When I came out, I saw that the store was selling takeout.
If you want to eat, just order takeout. With a slight smile, Qin Feng stroked Lang Ying's little head and gave a reasonable explanation. Okay, I'll listen to you. After hearing the explanation, Lang Ying gave up the idea of buying the store.
However, when Qin Feng saw that there was still some light in the eyes of his lovely wife, he knew that she had not given up yet.
At the same time, the owner of the store just now felt a chill down his spine and felt uneasy.
Who would have thought that a couple who had just tasted their food would turn around and discuss the future of his restaurant? Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng walked with her for a while.
And then they inexplicably wandered to Suning Square. Here we are.
The character of the little girl Lang Ying was clearly revealed. He looked at one of them curiously, and then pulled Qin Feng to play with another one.
Qin Feng, I want to play that, Omega. Sudden.
Lang Ying saw several claw machines placed on the roadside and rushed over with Qin Feng. She played this when she was a child. But I haven't come across it for many years, and there are very few such things abroad. Besides, she spends most of her time studying and has no time to play these things.
Only. She didn't expect that after so many years, this ancient and deceptive thing still existed in the world? Hey, you're a CEO after all, so stop being so girly, okay?
With a wry smile, Qin Feng let Lang Ying drag him around. Very strange. Lang Ying is obviously very slender and tall, and her arms have a lot of muscles, but she can't just pull him, an adult man, around, right?
TSK.
Women who are addicted to shopping are so scary. This is what Qin Feng thought in his heart. But seeing his lovely wife jumping around happily, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy too.
No way.
He picked up the wife from the Civil Affairs Bureau and he would spoil her no matter how hard it was.
Slow down, don't you even want your husband anymore? Lang Ying took him there.
Qin Feng took a quick look and thought the stuff inside was pretty good.
A few yellow mice, a mutwo, a few white bears, and some other weird things. $2 for one catch.
The price seems low, but Qin Feng, who had suffered greatly from it, knows it very well.
This thing is a scam.
But if Lang Ying wants to play, then forget it.
I'm just happy.
Letting go of Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng took out his mobile phone and scanned the QR code. And then Lang Ying immediately started to operate excitedly.
Look, I'll make you a Pikachu.
Excited, Lang Ying turned the operating lever and lowered the hook directly at the yellow-skinned rat inside. She had seen Pikachu at Qin Feng's house, so she wanted to get another one. But 10 times in a row.
None of them succeeded. Lang Ying's face turned dark. Let's go. I don't want to play anymore.
Pouting, Lang Ying grabbed Qin Feng's hand, wanting only to leave this sad place. She used to be good at business, but now she can't even catch a doll.
This is obviously a scam. Crying. No, let me try.
Seeing Long Ying's frustrated look, Xin Feng wanted to laugh.
So funny. How can his wife be so funny? Don't arrest him. This is obviously a scam. Holding Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying was obviously dissatisfied.
But Xin Feng just smiled at this. He took out his mobile phone, paid again, and started to turn the joystick. And the moment he touched the joystick, the sound of the system appeared in my ears. Ding, the host is detected playing the claw machine, and has obtained the strongest claw machine skill. Detected that the host is catching dolls, proficiency point +1. Listen to the system's skills silently. Xin Feng could only remain speechless.
Good job. It takes skills to catch a doll. This system is invincible. Look at me.
After rubbing Lang Ying's head, Xin Feng held the joystick, placed it above the position of the yellow-skinned mouse, and then decisively cast the hook. The claw arm dropped and hooked the thing securely.
Lang Ying blinked and suddenly became nervous.
She tried to catch it 10 times but failed. She always just missed it or didn't catch it with enough strength and it fell. And at least Xin Feng was caught this time. The success rate is at least 99%.
But I don't know why.
When the hook was about to bring the yellow rat to the exit, it suddenly let go.
The doll landed next to the exit. Failed to catch him. Oops.
Her head suddenly hit Qin Feng's arm, and Lang Ying stomped her feet, speechless.
What should we do?
She looked at Xin Feng anxiously.
Calm down, calm down.
Xin Feng calmed down and said with a smile, "You are a CEO after all, how can a doll make you so nervous?"
Upon hearing this, Lang Ying immediately pouted. This is different. This is something you gave me. No amount of money can buy it.
Xin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows, deliberately bullying Lang Ying, and then said, "Who said I want to give it to you?
So what are you going to do?"
Lang Ying asked unhappily. "I have a yellow rat, and I won't give it to my girlfriend."
Well, guess what? I'm ruined.
Xin Feng said this deliberately while trying to suppress his laughter. If it were another girl, she would have laughed out loud or slapped her boyfriend at this moment. But when Lang Ying heard this, she chuckled and then hugged Qin Feng's waist. He kissed her without hesitation.
I am all yours. What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. Don't mess around. Chapter 44. Lang Ying takes the initiative to ask for a kiss, rocking car, and Dad's dad is called Grandpa?
Xin Feng was a little dazed as he savored the softness in front of his lips.
He didn't expect Lang Ying to suddenly kiss him on the street. This girl. It seems to be getting bolder and bolder.
This is the bustling Zixing commercial street, with a lot of people coming and going, especially at this time.
There are many passers-by who come out to play.
The intimacy between the two of them, coupled with their outstanding looks, immediately attracted a lot of attention.
Look, my girlfriend is asking for a kiss. Wow, that guy is so handsome, and his girlfriend's profile is so pretty. His girlfriend's figure is amazing. Boss Lang, has no one told you that your looks can cause a sensation?
Xin Feng's old face turned red as he listened to the passers-by discussing them quietly.
He patted Lang Ying on the back and said helplessly, "They have attracted attention again."
"Why, are you shy?"
His face was rosy and a little hot.
Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a smile and raised her eyebrows teasingly.
Don't you think your face is red enough?
Seeing his lovely wife mocking him, Xin Feng reached out and picked her up by the waist, then leaned over to her ear and blew gently.
Ah, stop it. Lang Ying was very sensitive.
She screamed and immediately raised her hands in surrender.
She was scared. Being so close to someone on the street. This was something she had never experienced before.
It is more stimulating than the theories of foreign and internationally renowned academicians.
Okay, let you down.
Seeing Lang Ying's resistance, Xin Feng immediately let go. Since Lang Ying doesn't like this, he will never force her. After getting off Xin Feng, Lang Ying covered her chest with her hands, her heart pounding. Just now, because of her sensitive ears, she was shy and just wanted to get down quickly. But now that she was down, she actually felt a little longing again. Covering her face with her hands, Lang Ying was a little afraid to look at Xin Feng.
Shall we still play?
Looking at Lang Ying, who was covering her face shyly, Xin Feng pointed at the yellow-skinned rat that fell at the exit and asked with raised eyebrows.
Can you really make it?
Lang Ying opened a gap with her hands, revealing her eyes, and asked with a tilted head in surprise.
Of course, it's already at the exit. I'll just grab another doll and smash it out. Qin Feng nodded slightly and answered casually.
He has the skill of a master at catching dolls. The reason why it didn't succeed just now. It's just because the unscrupulous businessman adjusted the machine's claw arm strength to the minimum.
It is absolutely impossible to catch it in one go. 2 or 3 times is definitely enough. System and profiteers. Of course, the system is more powerful. However, Lang Ying's face showed a hint of suspicion.
She felt that she had failed to do it after 10 attempts.
How could Qin Feng, who is so powerful, catch it twice? Are you cheating? Is this okay? Aren't they all stuck at the exit?
Somewhat unconvinced, Lang Ying stepped forward to scan the QR code to pay, and let Qin Feng continue.
If you were to do it, this would be a possibility.
After patting Lang Ying on the head, Qin Feng moved the joystick. After all, you are a high-end player who has caught the doll 10 times in a row without changing its position.
No, I'm just unlucky.
After smoothing her messy hair, Lang Ying's face turned red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she reached out and grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, saying seriously, I used all my luck in life to meet you, so of course it's not good enough.
But it doesn't matter, you just have to be lucky.
Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
How many days have you been together? Lang Ying is good at flirting. Really? Do you want both yellow rats?
The operating grappling hook was shaking unsteadily, and Qin Feng asked Lang Ying.
One for each of us, a couple's pair.
Lang Ying nodded quickly, looking expectant. But after she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong. It seemed like she just scanned the code and was able to catch it once.
How can you catch 2 Pikachus at once?
But when she was about to ask, Qin Feng had already set the bait. The robotic arm slowly descended, but the grappling hook continued to swing.
Coincidentally, the grappling hook just happened to catch another yellow rat below. It's just not particularly stable this time.
Moreover, the claw arm was obviously not strong enough, and the doll was shaky and about to fall.
Lang Ying was a little disappointed. Looks like we have to catch him again.
She took out her cell phone and wanted to scan the payment code again. But at this time, the sound of iron sheets colliding was heard.
It's done.
Qin Feng bent down and took out 2 yellow mice from under the claw machine and handed them to Lang Ying.
And at this time, Lang Ying looked down at the cute Pikachu, looking confused.
She tilted her head to look at Qin Feng and asked curiously, How did you do it? Qin Feng scratched his head and said casually, Just grab it casually. The corner of her mouth twitched and Lang Ying was speechless. She tried 10 times but failed once.
Qin Feng caught 2 in 2 attempts. It's so unfair. Is this the European emperor? Is this Versailles literature? Qin Feng's luck is too good, right? Can you do it again? I didn't see it just now. It's amazing.
Shaking Qin Feng's arm, Lang Ying began to act coquettishly. When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying like this, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Who would have thought that the aloof and domineering CEO of Ling's fragrance industry would have such a girlish side? But the 2 dolls are almost the same.
They each have one, and it's not good to have more. It's like they're here to purchase goods. No, the 2 are about the same.
Keep some interest in it, don't play it all at once, and we can come here often in the future. To comfort Lang Ying, Qin Feng handed the yellow rat he was holding to Lang Ying. The doll is not big, only about 60 centimeters. Lang Ying could just hold 1 Pikachu, but holding 2 Pikachus would look like there was a person in the middle of the Pikachu.
Lang Ying, you're so cute like this. With a chuckle, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing.
Tilting her head, Lang Ying was puzzled for a moment.
Sudden.
She took a few steps back, then turned to Qin Feng and gave him a sweet smile.
Hubby, look at me, take a picture of me. Good.
Seeing Lang Ying's lively and happy appearance, Qin Feng also wanted to seize this moment.
After all, this was his first date with Lang Ying. Very memorable.
Pulling out his cell phone, he quickly took a few photos.
No photo editing.
Afterwards, he also held 2 Pikachus and happily let Lang Ying take a few photos. Then the 2 took a few more photos together before continuing to move forward to see if there was anything else fun to do.
After a while,
Lang Ying didn't know what attracted her attention again, and she ran over.
Xin Feng, what is this?
The jade hand pointed at 2 or 3 rocking cars, and Lang Ying was very curious.
Why? You want to play?
Looking at the 3 rocking cars, Xin Feng walked over slowly with Pikachu in his hands.
Lang Ying nodded repeatedly, wanting to give it a try.
She had never seen this thing before. There was no such thing in Shanghai a few years ago. She now wants to try everything she has never seen before. I don't know when I will have a date with Xin Feng next time.
Now I want to try it. Well, just like a kid.
Shaking his head helplessly, Xin Feng took out a few coins from his pocket and threw them in one after another.
And suddenly,
the rocking car began to rock back and forth. My father's father is called Grandpa, and my mother's mother is called Grandma. A very familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lang Ying was completely stunned. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng couldn't stop laughing.
No way. So funny. Who would have thought that such a domineering girl would like to ride a rocking car? Ah, Xin Feng, why didn't you tell me?
Feeling very embarrassed, Lang Ying quickly got off the rocking car and threw herself on Xin Feng.
If you insist on playing, I can't help it,
Xin Feng said while suppressing a laugh.
No way. It's so fun to tease Lang Ying. She is like a little girl who has never seen the world. You bully me. Lang Ying slapped Xin Feng's arm in annoyance and didn't dare to go over to the rocking car.
Let's go, let's stop playing and go somewhere else. Blushing, Lang Ying pulled Xin Feng away quickly.
Don't even want the coin you just tossed. Don't go, this is the time for Grandpa's grandpa to call you ancestor.
Seeing Lang Ying's shy look, Xin Feng laughed and continued to tease her.
Ah, don't say that anymore. Chapter 45, Strong Malice Towards Single People?
The two continued walking into Zixing Commercial Street.
As we went deeper into the commercial street, we saw many snacks on the street. Lang Ying, do you want to try some stinky tofu?
Xin Feng smelled a foul odor and turned to look at the street.
There happened to be a stall selling fried stinky tofu over there. Stinky tofu?
Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed it gently, but was immediately put off by the indescribable feeling. She waved her hand and refused directly.
No, I don't like the taste. Okay, let's keep going inside. Don't force it.
Xin Feng pulled Lang Ying and continued walking. There are many delicious foods in the small street in front, including ice jelly, candied haws, sushi, and grilled cold noodles.
Lang Ying was very happy to try these things.
She skipped to each stall and tried a little of everything, just like a little girl entering the world for the first time, interested in everything. Both of them seemed to have forgotten that the main purpose of coming out today was to buy clothes.
Xin Feng, what is this? Magic City fried buns. Is it tasty? You can try. Then I will. Beside. Because Lang Ying's outfit and appearance are so good.
When she was asking Xin Feng for something, the men passing by wanted to explain for Xin Feng themselves.
Why don't they have such beautiful, lively, and lovely girlfriends? But
they saw that Lang Ying was dressed elegantly, and her clothes were made of fine materials, and she didn't look like an ordinary white-collar worker. With such a handsome man like Xin Feng accompanying her, it was natural for people to think of her as a fair, rich, and beautiful woman.
They just turned into sour grapes and didn't say much. What about this? Pot stickers.
Xin Feng answered patiently.
Do you want it? Give me some. Good.
With a slight smile, Xin Feng paid for some pot stickers for her.
Moment.
Lang Ying and Xin Feng were holding a lot of snacks in their hands, and it was already past 5 in the afternoon.
Open your mouth.
Lang Ying freed her right hand, used a wooden skewer to pick out a pot sticker, and then put it into Xin Feng's mouth.
Ah!
Seeing Lang Ying wanted to feed herself,
Xin Feng's old face turned red.
With so many people here now, Lang Ying really knows how to choose the right time. But she is my wife after all, so it's okay to pamper her a little. Open your mouth slightly and swallow it in one gulp. Chew it for a while and it tastes great. But the smell of oil smoke is too strong. It's okay to eat it occasionally, but if you eat too much, you will definitely get tired of it. The intimacy between the two of them made the single men passing by feel a strong sense of malice. They just went out for a walk, and they specifically chose to go out in the afternoon instead of at night.
Are you forced to eat dog food? It's damn true. I wish all lovers will eventually become brothers and sisters. How is it? It's delicious, right?
Seeing Qin Feng swallow it, Lang Ying asked expectantly. It tastes good. Qin Feng replied with a smile. After getting a response, Lang Ying turned around and wanted to make another one to feed Qin Feng.
Feeding is a bit addictive. But Qin Feng waved his hand and refused. There are too many people.
Eating in front of so many people always makes him feel a little embarrassed.
But Lang Ying didn't care about that.
Seeing that Qin Feng didn't want to eat anymore, she ate alone with a grunt. They walked for a while longer. When Qin Feng turned to look at Lang Ying, he found that the food in her hand had been almost eaten and there was almost nothing left. He's the real king of eating.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly as Qin Feng looked Lang Ying up and down.
Despite having such a slender body, it can hold so much food.
Women are truly horrible creatures. Lang Ying, are we going to buy clothes now?
Seeing the high-end clothing store building in the Magic City from a distance, Qin Feng turned his head and asked Lang Ying.
He didn't forget the purpose of coming out today.
After all, Lang Ying's legs are still bare.
Okay.
Lang Ying nodded quickly, glanced at Qin Feng, and then said, the quality of your clothes is indeed a bit poor.
They broke when I pulled them this morning?
It's just that you're too strong. Rolling his eyes, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying helplessly.
Just a kiss. Who would have thought that clothes could be kissed to pieces? It was probably because it was too intense at the time. After a while, the two of them wandered to the 5th floor of the Shanghai International Trade Center.
This is the floor dedicated to luxury menswear. The clothes inside are all big brands, and the prices are generally over 1,000. Qin Feng didn't feel anything when he looked at the price now. After all, he is now someone who doesn't care about the price when buying clothes.
Let's go with this store.
Looking around, Lang Ying decisively found a brand that she was more familiar with. As he said that, he pulled Qin Feng in.
Slower.
Being pulled by Lang Ying, Qin Feng looked up at the sign.
Fortunately, this store is not Getaway, but Armani. Hello, welcome to Armani.
The clerk greeted warmly.
All new season styles. Same as when I bought the car before.
Lang Ying has clear goals, is to the point, and explains what she wants very efficiently.
Only.
When she was talking to the clerk, she regained some of the temperament of a cool and arrogant female CEO.
Maybe it's because the lively atmosphere on the street is gone. Then please follow me.
These are all the latest season styles, and the ones next to them are made of better materials.
Gurgle.
Swallowing her saliva, the female clerk was startled by Lang Ying's cold CEO temperament, and hurriedly led them to the area with the new clothes of the season with a smile.
Armani. A high-end luxury brand created by Giorgio Armani. The products symbolize fashion, nobility and refinement, and fully demonstrate the simple, elegant and confident personality of urban people.
It is favored and sought after by world superstars and recognized by many successful people.
Their clothes, though expensive, have a unique charm without being overly exaggerated.
After looking around, Qin Feng didn't see many strange designs.
This made him very happy. As soon as she entered here, Lang Ying let herself go.
She pulled Qin Feng to try on various men's clothes.
But because of his outstanding appearance, he looks good in whatever he wears. Actually, your boyfriend's physique is more suitable for a suit. He will probably look very handsome in it. The female clerk looked at Qin Feng's handsome appearance and suggested in a low voice.
And these words woke Lang Ying up. She looked at Qin Feng and gave him a wicked smile.
Chapter 46, Taking Advantage? Balenciaga? Help me find a suit that fits my husband. Price is not an issue.
Raising his hand and snapping his fingers, Lang Ying raised an eyebrow at the female clerk and said, looking like a nouveau riche.
Okay, no problem. The female clerk was very obedient and said a few words.
He immediately turned around and used his memory to find a suit that would suit Qin Feng.
Don't ask if it's suitable.
She has been working in clothing sales for a long time and has a very sharp eye. She can guess anyone's measurements pretty well, without even asking for the size.
Of course, the same goes for women.
Watching the female clerk leave quickly, Qin Feng turned and looked at Lang Ying. At this moment, Lang Ying was looking at him with shining eyes, and a little excited.
No, I don't need a suit now, there's no need.
Qin Feng said helplessly.
Yes, you really need it.
Lang Ying stepped forward to help Qin Feng straighten his shirt, looking into his eyes and answering very seriously.
I'm not working right now, and a suit would be a bit hot even if it's summer wear. It's really unnecessary.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly. He didn't go to work on the day he got the system, and he seemed to have scolded his boss the day before yesterday. He would have been fired long ago.
There is no place to buy a suit now.
I don't have to go to work, but I can use it for the party. It just so happens that the younger generation of the Demon City is going to hold a party the day after tomorrow.
You can accompany me then. Gently stroking Qin Feng's lower abdomen.
Lang Ying's face was hot and her hands were a little wandering. The curvy abdominal muscles were only separated from her hands by a layer of fabric. She had never had much contact with men, but she wanted to lift it up and give it a good caress.
President Lang, stop taking advantage of me.
Grabbing his wife's dishonest hand, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said,
Doesn't he know what Lang Ying is thinking? Who took advantage of me?
Being caught on the spot, Lang Ying not only did not feel embarrassed, but instead acted as if it was natural.
Joke. What's wrong with touching your own husband? They are husband and wife.
Even though her hand was caught by Qin Feng, she was still not obedient and was pulling at Qin Feng's shirt.
I'll just touch it, I won't open it.
You're trying to cover up your mistake, Lang Ying said seriously, looking into Qin Feng's eyes.
I don't believe you. It's both funny and sad. Qin Feng gently tapped Lang Ying's forehead.
This sentence has the same effect as telling a man that he can only rub but not penetrate. It would be strange if he believed it.
Tisk, if you don't want me to touch it, then don't touch it. What's the big deal?
Pouting, Lang Ying withdrew her hand, hugged her shoulders and turned to the side.
And suddenly,
the corners of her mouth twitched slightly.
Nothing else.
Because she found that the female clerk who had just left was holding a few suits and staring at the two of them blankly.
Please continue. I was blinded just now. Feeling a little embarrassed, the female clerk turned around and was about to leave.
However, Lang Ying stopped her in time. Now the oil is all gone. Her leaving would only delay things.
And a moment later,
Qin Feng was wearing a suit that didn't fit him well and looking at himself in the mirror, letting Lang Ying see.
After trying them on several times, he chose this one as his favorite. The style is simple and the wear is casual. This one is nice, but it doesn't fit me well.
Pinching her chin, Lang Ying looked her husband up and down, nodding with satisfaction. The discerning female clerk saw that the two of them were very satisfied with the piece and keenly realized that she had received her commission. She quickly explained with a smile, "You two have excellent taste.
This is a new model that our designer recently designed. The fabric is not only layered but also adds a touch of fun, making the suit casual yet elegant and aristocratic." Listening to the female clerk's explanation, Lang Ying nodded slightly. This kind of talk is only for people who don't know much about the business. She only looks at the fabric and workmanship. However, it must be said that the design of the suit Qin Feng was wearing was indeed quite thoughtful. Not bad. For custom orders, contact the best tailor you can find. Labor costs are not a problem.
Turning to look at the female clerk, Lang Ying said the most extravagant words in the most calm tone. When the female clerk heard that Lang Ying wanted to have custom-made clothes, a smile immediately appeared on her face.
If it's a custom-made suit, her commission will be a little higher. Get rich. Well, do you want a full body, or just a custom-made suit? After calming down her excitement, the female clerk asked very professionally.
For the whole body, I'll order 2 pairs of Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, and add the green gemstone cufflinks that your store is known for, and the 2 ties I just matched.
Pointing to the name, Lang Ying thought for a moment and said, "Okay, no problem. Our store supports door-to-door orders. May I know your address?"
The female clerk narrowed her eyes and was delighted.
Lang Ying wants the highest-end items from Armani.
The handmade Oxford leather shoes, the emerald cufflinks and the tie she had just paired with her suit. The total market price is more than 100,000.
Isn't that necessary? One is enough, right?
Qin Feng took off his ill-fitting suit and put on his own clothes.
Just going to a party, 1 piece will be enough. He doesn't want to participate often, it's too tiring.
Besides, he doesn't want to waste time partying.
Wouldn't it be nice to study at night? It's okay, I have money.
Without referring to Qin Feng's reasons, Lang Ying continued to talk to herself. She wants the best for Qin Feng.
Money? Isn't money earned to be spent? Isn't it natural to give it to your husband?
She looked at the female clerk and said, "Let's go to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and tell the front desk that they are looking for Mr. Lang's office." As she spoke, Langing took out a black card from her LV bag, handed it to the female clerk, then pointed to the clothes Qin Feng had just tried on, and then said,
"Pack these up. Someone will be here to pick them up in an hour." "Okay." The female clerk was stunned when she saw that the bank card Langing took out was a black card.
She has been working in high-end luxury brand sales for 2 or 3 years.
I haven't seen many people paying with black cards. Moreover, the texture of Lang Ying's black card is different from any other black cards she has seen. Much more advanced. I'll do it for you right away.
We know that such users are really not short of money and have extraordinary status.
The female clerk did not dare to be negligent at all. After swiping the card and paying the bill, she immediately asked someone to pack the clothes. And after that,
since they had almost bought all the clothes, Langing pulled Qin Feng away. I strolled around the Shanghai International Trade Center for a while. The two of them came to the 3rd floor again.
This is a place dedicated to women's clothing and underwear.
Langing hesitated for a long time at the door of the Balenciaga store, but was eventually pulled away by Qin Feng.
No way. Compared to Balenciaga,
Qin Feng could still accept Lang Ying's bare legs. He was afraid that he couldn't bear it, so he went back and wanted to tear it apart.
Balenciaga black stockings. Some top. Chapter 47. Domineering Lang Ying, no one dares to say bad things about me? Why are you yelling so loudly?
When we came out of the Shanghai International Trade Center, it was already past 6 in the evening.
This was supposed to be dinner time.
But because Lang Ying is a hidden foodie, and she has rarely been out to play before, she wants to try everything. So after they strolled around Zixing Commercial Street for a while, her hands were full of various snacks again.
Aren't you afraid of getting an upset stomach? In the parking lot.
Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, who still had traces of snacks in her mouth, and patted her soft head helplessly.
He was very worried about Lang Ying's health. How can such a thin person hold so much food? It's okay, I'm only 8/10 full.
Without resisting Qin Feng's hand, Lang Ying touched her belly and answered confidently. Qin Feng was speechless.
Good job. Even after eating so much, she was still only 8/10 full. Let's go back.
With a slight twitch of his mouth, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the car. The evening is when snacks become more popular. He was afraid that if he took Lang Ying out for a walk again, she would buy a lot of snacks again. It's okay to eat snacks occasionally, but eating too much can be harmful to your body.
For Lang Ying's weight and health, he still thought it would be better to avoid letting Lang Ying come to the pedestrian street at night. Okay, let's continue tomorrow. Lang Ying nodded heavily and sat in the passenger seat. Are you still here? Are you so free every day? The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked helplessly. It seems that my lovely wife is addicted to shopping. No one comes here every day. I can finish my work quickly so I can squeeze in some time in the evening to go on a date.
As it should be, Lang Ying rubbed her sore wrist and said happily to Qin Feng.
And hearing this,
Qin Feng was slightly stunned.
You idiot, won't there be plenty of time in the future? I won't leave you.
With a gentle smile, he was attracted by this lovely wife.
Yes, come the day after tomorrow.
Lang Ying tilted her head and answered. Qin Feng was speechless.
The ambiguous atmosphere that had just existed was instantly broken. Oh, by the way, if I attend the party, I won't be asked to slap someone in the face again, right?
Taking out the car keys and starting the car, Qin Feng put his hands on the steering wheel. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned his head to ask Lang Ying.
Whose face is being slapped?
After fastening her seatbelt, Lang Ying put the remaining snacks in the front and asked in confusion.
And in an instant, she understood.
Lang Ying smiled and explained, at a high-end cocktail party, given my status, the wealthy kids from the Magic City would at most say a few words in private, but wouldn't dare to ridicule me in person. You don't need to slap me in the face, don't worry.
Finished. Lang Ying was quick to touch Qin Feng's abdominal muscles and then laughed.
She was a little addicted to the feeling she had just had in the Armani store.
Understood.
Having gotten used to Lang Ying's behavior, Qin Feng was too lazy to stop her. Fortunately, she did not go any further and just rubbed his abdominal muscles to satisfy her desire.
Otherwise, he was going to teach her a lesson.
The car started, drove steadily onto the road, and turned towards home. On the way, Lang Ying suddenly seemed to think of something and turned to ask Qin Feng.
By the way, can you waltz? Waltz?
Qin Feng thought for a moment, then smiled and said, I only know a little bit.
Are you kidding me? If you have the system to be a winner in life, you will be able to learn everything except giving birth.
But what he didn't expect was that Lang Ying didn't seem to care.
It's okay, it doesn't matter if you don't know. Those rich kids of my generation don't dare to say anything bad about me, and the other wealthy people don't care either.
After hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt that his wife had a domineering aura.
Good job.
He originally thought he would have a platform to show off. Who would have thought that his wife's identity would directly crush others?
It's okay, those brothers don't dare to say bad things about me. What Versailles language? All right.
Shaking his head slightly, Qin Feng drove home quickly. After all, he didn't want to slap anyone in the face.
It's tiring and not pleasing.
Because it was almost 6 o'clock. This period of time coincides with the rush hour for people to get off work in Shanghai. Qin Feng was afraid of traffic jams, so he drove very fast. The journey that originally took an hour now took only 20 minutes, and they were back in front of the Sakura community.
And I don't know why. At the entrance of Sakura community, an ink-black Rolls-Royce was parked quietly on the side of the road.
Linen, the housekeeper and assistant, was waiting silently with a pile of Versace clothes. Seeing Qin Feng's car approaching, Linen quickly stepped forward and explained to Lang Ying, who had just gotten out of the car, Mr. Lang said he wants you to go home once.
My dad wants to see me? Why?
Lang Ying helped Linen put the clothes into Qin Feng's car, with a look of confusion on her face.
What else could it be? It's something that happened today.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders after keenly guessing the result.
He patted Lang Ying's shoulder and said, Go back first. Don't make your father wait.
He probably wants to improve his relationship with you.
It's dinner time.
Lang Xian didn't say it earlier or later, but chose to say it at this time. His meaning was already very clear.
Well, I'm going back then.
Lang Ying listened to Qin Feng's words very much. After waving at him, she followed Linen into the Rolls-Royce. After watching Lang Ying leave, Qin Feng hurried home.
8 o'clock in the evening, in front of the computer.
Qin Feng looked at the dancing postures on the computer screen, and beads of sweat appeared on his head.
International Standard Dance, Waltz.
When he was a junior at Shanghai Jiaotong University, he saw someone perform on stage.
She dances very gracefully, just like in TV dramas.
But finding a professional video has a different meaning.
After the system's support, he will be able to jump in an hour.
But I can't escape that charm.
Dancing is really hard.
Closing his eyes, Qin Feng carefully felt the evening breeze. He finds it difficult even though he has a system. I wonder how much effort those who may not be as talented will have to put in.
Take a break.
Qin Feng found the decomposed movements of the waltz dance and started practicing again.
Learn to dance.
You must learn to break down the movements, learn the small movements, and then connect them together and dance to the music. Although Qin Feng has learned it, he still needs to be corrected in detail.
Jump out of that charm.
The charm of a master.
It's too difficult.
However, although this process is very tiring, Qin Feng finds it quite interesting. The system adjusted his physique, improved his body coordination and nerve reaction ability, and added the original system's skills. Qin Feng quickly found that feeling.
But for some reason, the next movement didn't have that rhythm. It's still a little difficult, let's try again.
After stopping to drink a sip of water, Qin Feng continued dancing.
Waltz is a type of international standard dance. Although it looks very simple and the movements are not very sophisticated. But learn it.
The pace and intensity of the turns are very difficult to master. Plus, dancing to the waltz is particularly difficult.
Come again.
Qin Feng is not in a hurry, just take your time. Anyway, Lang Ying has already secured a place on her side, so no one would dare to speak loudly to her even if she can't dance.
But he is a serious man. It's something you can learn with practice. How can you embarrass your wife? And that night, he practiced until midnight. In the quiet night.
The one upstairs, can't you keep your voice down?
It makes you look so healthy, right? Mad, why are you yelling so loudly? Chapter 48, Doubt. Could it be that the old lady has taken a fancy to me? The next day. It was almost 9 o'clock in the morning when Chin Fong left home and drove to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. It is indeed a bit late. But there is no way.
He stayed up late yesterday to practice the international standard dance waltz, and his physical strength was almost exhausted. In addition, a young man downstairs complained that he was dancing too hard, which caused him to make a mistake in his King of Glory and lose a star.
I fought against him all the way until 1 in the middle of the night.
Although Chin Fong successfully made the young man stop complaining. But he was too excited about the landing phase at that time, which caused him to lose his sleepiness, and he didn't fall asleep until 3 in the morning. It's already good enough to be able to leave home at 9 o'clock. If Chin Feng's body had not been specially optimized by the system, he would not have needed so much time to rest. If it were an ordinary person, even if he got up at this time, he would probably still be dozing off. On the other hand, Chin Fong. His complexion is now rosy, his eyes are bright, and his spirit is extremely smooth.
He doesn't look like a night owl at all. And soon, a very flashy silver Lamborghini Aventador was parked steadily in the open-air parking lot under the Lang's Fragrance building.
Chin Fong looked in the mirror and saw that he was in good condition.
He raised his eyebrows and got out of the car. At this time,
he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. When I took it out and looked at it, it was WeChat messages from Lin Shohan and Sun Feifei. Sun Feifei was just congratulating him on winning the bet on buying the land. Lin Shohan, on the other hand, is a bit of a silly and innocent girl. She actually forgot that she was supposed to come to Lang's fragrance industry yesterday to deliver a bunch of documents including the land transfer contract certificate and transaction records, and said she would come to deliver them at 10 o'clock today.
Chin Fong didn't care about this.
These certificates had no substantial impact on his acquisition of the unfinished building. One day more or less made almost the same difference.
Just keep the program running.
Holding the phone, he quickly replied to Lin Shohan, then entered the company building to find his lovely wife.
While riding the elevator, Long Ying's message also came. Come directly to my office. The guy who made your suit is here. Okay, I'll be there right away.
After replying, he hurried out of the elevator and walked towards Long Ying's office.
Enter the office.
He saw a group of people arranging their clothes in an orderly manner.
There are about 10 people. There is also a large dressing mirror in Long Ying's office.
This is quite a big scene. Shaking his head helplessly, Chin Fong closed the door and walked in. But for some reason, Lang Ying was not in the office at this time, only her housekeeper Linen was watching.
Mr. Chin, you are here.
The lady is waiting for someone in the conference room and has entrusted me to help you complete your custom suit. Seeing Chin Fong coming in, Linen explained quickly and politely.
Okay, got it.
Nodding slightly, Chin Fong followed Linen's lead and walked to the large dressing mirror. At this time, a foreign old man in his 40s with completely gray hair walked towards them. He habitually pushed his glasses down and explained in not-so-fluent Chinese, "Hello, Mr. Chin Fong. I'm Charlie, the tailor for Armani custom suits. I'll be serving you today."
Thank you, sorry for the trouble.
Chin Fong smiled and nodded in response.
Please spread your arms, Mr. Chin Fong.
Charlie put a sleeveless shirt on Chin Fong, then took a ruler to carefully measure the proportions of his body, asked his assistant to record it, and he also took out a small notebook to write it down. Care, responsibility, and service are the standards for custom-made products.
He has been in this industry for 20 years and has never made a mistake. As he measured, the old man couldn't help but admire it.
What a perfect figure.
The proportions and muscle lines are just right.
Mr. Chin Fong, your body is so perfect that it can be the size standard for our clothes for the next season.
Really?
You're flattered. I just practiced casually.
Chin Fong did not refute and answered casually. Joke. The system-modified body, proportions and muscle lines are of course at the top human level.
When Charlie heard Chin Feng's extremely Versailles answer, he laughed helplessly. You are too modest.
I have to say. Customization is good in every way except that it is expensive.
Soon, the clothes were tried on, 2 sets in total. Then there were 2 pairs of black Oxford-style handmade leather shoes, 2 white shirts, a sleeve scarf, and a dozen socks. But what surprised Chin Fong was, Linen got a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from somewhere and asked him to try it out.
After everything was measured, the group left quickly. Linen went out to see him off and never came back. Suddenly, Chin Fong was the only one left in the office. It's a bit boring.
Looking at the huge office, Chin Fong tried to dance a few waltzes. But since there was no waltz accompaniment, he felt bored dancing and soon got tired of it. Sitting in the president's office chair, Chin Fong looked around casually and suddenly smiled slightly. He found a pen and a slightly larger A4 paper from Lang Ying's desk, thought for a moment, then lowered his head and started drawing. A person's artistic taste will directly affect his or her temperament.
Lang Ying's temperament is impeccable, like a castle in the air, otherworldly and cold.
Because of this personality, she likes to collect paintings by contemporary art masters and put them on the walls of her office.
Among them are paintings by Mr. Wu Guanzhong. And coincidentally,
in the nights a few days ago, Chin Fong had made up for his high society knowledge and had gained a certain degree of understanding of current artistic works. The painting master's skills are also symbolically stimulated. However, although he was inspired, he didn't practice much. Anyway, he was a bit bored now, so he might as well draw something to relieve his boredom. But just when he was reaching the climax of his painting, someone knocked on the office door.
"Come in."
Almost as a conditioned reflex, Chin Fong said without even raising his head.
Painting requires spiritual strength. He doesn't want to be disturbed. "Excuse me, is this the office of the president of Lang's fragrance industry?"
A slightly old voice sounded, and it was in English.
And hear this voice.
Chin Fong frowned slightly and looked up.
"Just see."
An old foreign lady with gray hair, a slightly hunched body, but very bright eyes walked towards us. "Here it is, but President Lang is in the conference room right now, so he'll probably be here soon." Chin Fong answered in fluent English. When he saw that the person coming was an old lady, he did not make things difficult for her. He found a chair for her and let her rest for a while. This old lady has a good temperament and a scholarly air. Chin Fong thought that it should be Lang Ying's client, but she just happened to be away. After he took care of the old lady, he continued painting.
And obviously,
the old lady was also somewhat interested in the paintings. After sitting down, she kept staring at the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. After looking at it for a while, she nodded slightly, obviously agreeing with something.
"So you are." She stood up and walked to Chin Bian.
But when Chin Fong looked up, he found that the old lady was looking at him in surprise.
That look was like a wolf seeing a lamb.
Chin Feng's heart skipped a beat.
"Depend on. Even though I'm handsome, I won't be able to attract an old lady, right? What are you doing?"
Sitting back, Chin Fong asked in confusion.
Chapter 49. No, Auntie, we are not suitable.
The old lady looked at Chin Feng's puzzled and somewhat frightened expression, lowered her head to look at the half-finished painting on the table, and a gleam of light suddenly flashed in her bright eyes. She picked up the oversized A4 paper and asked excitedly, "This concept, this scene, how did you come up with it?" Hearing this, Chin Fong immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
"Fine."
The old lady's target was not him.
"But that's what I think. Although he is indeed handsome, he is not so handsome that even a 60-year-old man can't resist him."
Just drawing casually.
Chin Fong nodded slightly, sat back down, and answered calmly. "Just a random drawing? You're so modest, it's just amazing."
The old lady held Chin Feng's unfinished sketch in her hands and said in amazement, "It's a poor, even crude painting, but it's the most emotional and powerful work I've ever seen."
Her eyes fixed on Chin Fong, very sincerely. "What's your name?"
"Chin Fong." Chin Fong had no intention of hiding anything and answered softly.
In fact, he didn't dare to hide it.
Seeing the excited look of the old lady in front of him, Chin Fong was afraid that if he didn't tell her, the old lady would lie on the ground and blackmail him to death.
"Oh, Mr. Chin, your paintings are really amazing, and you are so young?"
The old lady looked at Chin Fong as if he were a rare species, her hands trembling.
"Thank you for the compliment."
Chin Fong scratched his face and answered awkwardly. What can he say? He really just drew this sketch casually when he was bored.
And looking at the excited expression of the old lady in front of him, it seems that he has been favored? "Could you please continue with your unfinished painting? I won't disturb you."
Putting the oversized A4 paper in her hand back on the desk, the old lady looked at Chin Fong and said very seriously.
Sure.
Chin Fong nodded decisively. He already had the entire scene and complete conception of the painting in his mind. It was just because the old lady suddenly interrupted him that he didn't have time to finish painting. Picking up the pencil again, Chin Fong thought for a moment, then bent over the desk and continued to sketch. Although he has not received systematic training, he has a system. Even though Chin Fong only looked at the art paintings with the intention of casually understanding them when he was studying, The appreciation level and painting skills in his mind surpassed most people in reality.
Maybe this is the chosen one.
And a moment later, he had completed his first fully conceived sketch.
It's finally over.
Qin Feng took a long breath, shook his sore wrist, and felt a little sense of accomplishment.
And at this time,
the old lady gently took the sketch that Qin Feng had just completed, which was still warm, and admired it over and over again.
Sometimes look from a farther distance, sometimes look from a closer distance.
After a while, she suddenly stood up and walked to the wall on the side of Lang Ying's office. The old lady tried her best to place Qin Feng's sketch among the masterpieces of modern masters, and then stepped back to appreciate it carefully. Then she nodded and turned to look at Qin Feng.
Are you selling your paintings? I can give you 1.5 million, knife.
Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned.
A painting. $1.5 million US, which is equivalent to 10 million. Good job. Are the sketches he drew casually so valuable? Sure.
Qin Feng answered immediately. Although he couldn't see the value of his subsequent sketches, he would be a jerk not to make money. No matter whether what the foreign old lady in front of you said is true or false, just agree to it first.
Even if it's fake. He has nothing to lose. Can I ask you a question?
The old lady asked tentatively, fearing that Qin Feng would not agree.
Certainly.
Who is your teacher? The old lady asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng was stunned. I don't have a teacher, this is just a casual drawing.
He explained again. Only.
After he said this, the old lady became even more excited. She pointed at the sketch and explained in detail.
Lichtenby pattern, the shape of lightning.
It was first discovered in the 17th century that particles could be used to collide with organic glass to create paintings filled with the beauty and majesty of physics. This conception, this scene construction.
You actually said that you have not been taught by any international painting master. How is that possible?
The more the old lady spoke, the more admiring her eyes became as she looked at Qin Feng. The man in front of her looked unnaturally young, definitely no more than 20 years old.
How could a man in his 20s, without any systematic instruction, conceive and draw such sketches? Is there really anyone who has such a good talent?
She took a deep breath, a hint of excitement flashing in her old yet bright eyes.
Do you want to become the world's most famous designer? Do you want to enter the world's highest art hall and become a great artist?
Qin Feng said coldly and decisively, I don't want to.
Why not?
The old lady was confused.
Because I just want to get rich overnight.
It's natural, Qin Feng answered calmly.
Joke. Become a designer and go to an art hall. Getting things done is the bottom line. If he has the time to study art, wouldn't it be better for him to invest in stocks or start a company to make money? Then, your ideological awareness is a bit low.
The old lady was a little disappointed after receiving this answer.
Mainly because I don't want to leave my wife.
Seeing the old lady disappointed, Qin Feng shrugged helplessly and planned to get up and take her to find Lang Ying.
He was a little bored. Excuse me, your wife is Lang Ying. Oh, Lang Ying.
The old lady nodded slightly, but suddenly, she remembered.
Isn't the female CEO who was going to discuss cooperation with her today called Lang Ying?
She asked as she entered the room.
You absolutely can't leave.
The old lady suddenly grabbed Qin Feng with a look of excitement on her face. But this scared Qin Feng.
Hey, what are you doing? Auntie, we are not suitable. You can't force it. And at this time,
in the corridor leading to the president's office, Lang Ying held her forehead, feeling a little depressed. Next to her, Linen stood quietly, reporting to her the sales for this month and the designs that had not been used.
Butler Lin, why do you think Ms. Darina is unwilling to cooperate with our company? Is there any high-end luxury brand on the market that is more powerful than our company? She didn't even come this time.
If I had known, I would have waited for my husband in the office. Lang Ying said to herself with a depressed look on her face, and walked quickly towards her office. Delina is an internationally renowned jewelry designer and has long-term cooperation with 20 other companies.
It's possible that she doesn't like it. Linen had nothing to say and could only explain it this way. They didn't even show up, their attitude says it all.
Lang Ying is a smart person, and no amount of comfort will prove anything. Forget it, let's talk about the luxury jewelry later. Walking quickly, Lang Ying now just wanted to see Qin Feng to improve her mood.
Only. When she walked to the front of the office, she heard a lot of noise inside. Lang Ying immediately opened the door and wanted to go in and take a look.
But she saw her husband arguing with an old man.
Qin Feng? Ms. Darlena? What are you doing? Chapter 50, Qin Feng who only wants to be happy? Did he meet Lin Shohan at the company?
Because the office door was suddenly pushed open by Lang Ying, Qin Feng and Darina's attention shifted to Lang Ying at the door and Linen behind her. The 8 of them looked at each other, all in a daze.
Especially Lang Ying. She really couldn't imagine what her husband could be doing with Darina? Auntie, calm down.
Taking advantage of Darina's distraction, Qin Feng was able to break free in an instant. In fact, with his strength, it is not too easy to get rid of a 60-year-old woman. But he was afraid that people would just lie on the ground.
Is this okay? This is not good.
Seeing Qin Feng leaving her, Darina hurried forward, trying to catch up with Qin Feng. But before she could take a step, Lang Ying came towards her.
What's going on with you guys? A moment later. After a brief explanation, the 4 people almost figured out the whole story. It was just a misunderstanding in general. It's just a small matter. Only.
When Lang Ying saw Qin Feng's sketch, she immediately decided not to sell the painting. I want to sell it no matter how much money you offer. In front of the president's desk, Lang Ying held the oversized A4 paper carefully in her hands and couldn't help but look at Qin Feng with a little surprise.
Hubby, did you really draw this yourself?
Of course, I saw Mr. Qin finish this painting with my own eyes.
Darina answered before Qin Feng could speak.
She looked at Lang Ying sincerely and asked earnestly, Miss Lang, the artistic beauty of this painting is so strong, please reconsider it.
As long as you are willing to sell me this painting, I am willing to design a set of jewelry for Lang's incense industry for free.
After saying that, Darina continued to increase the stakes and said, I can offer $2 million. $2 million, which converts to more than 14 million. It is very difficult for a simple sketch to be sold at such a price even internationally, let alone the buyer is an internationally renowned designer like Ms. Darina. This high price is also a disguised recognition of Qin Feng's paintings. But after hearing the price, Lang Ying still shook her head and answered very firmly.
Not for sale.
As she spoke, she carefully placed the sketch on the table and admired it quietly, while also looking at Qin Feng. She really didn't expect that Qin Feng's painting skills could be comparable to those of modern masters.
It's incredible. What to do?
The more she looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him. But at this time, Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying at all.
If you don't make money, you are a bastard.
It only took him a little time to paint a picture, so 14 million was obviously a huge profit.
Lang Ying, how about selling it? I can make 1 sketch an hour. At worst, I can draw another one for you later.
Holding the phone, Qin Feng quietly sent a WeChat message to Lang Ying and asked. After Lang Ying looked at it, she pouted and looked at him with a gloomy look in her eyes. She said in front of Darlena, this is different.
This is your first painting. It has a different meaning.
I don't want to sell it no matter how much money you offer.
Is that so?
After hearing this explanation, Qin Feng was a little stunned, then smiled helplessly. He didn't expect Lang Ying to love him so much that she even wanted to collect his first painting.
Ms. Darlene, you heard it too. My wife said she likes this painting, so I can't sell it to you. But if you really want, I can spend some more time drawing another one for you.
Turning towards Darina, Qin Feng said calmly. In fact, if he said he wanted to sell the painting now, Lang Ying would agree. But since his wife wants it, he can just spoil her by being a little willful.
It's not a big deal. Just 15 million, is that a lot? He makes millions every minute. Ahem. No wonder Mr. Qin doesn't want to study abroad. It seems like the two of you really love each other.
Darlene said very embarrassedly. Based on Lang Ying's out-of-control words just now, she could certainly guess a little. I was really fed a handful of dog food without realizing it. She is already 60 years old, but it still can't be avoided. If he wants to, I won't stop him. Already knowing what was going on, Lang Ying smiled lightly and answered very seriously. She would never hinder Qin Feng's future.
If he wanted, she could always fund Qin Feng's study abroad. All right. Darina smiled helplessly, looked at Qin Feng, and asked again, are you sure you want to give up the opportunity to make everyone remember your name?
Your talent is unmatched, you will definitely reach the pinnacle in the future. Only your paintings can definitely sell for 100 million.
I can. I'm sorry, I'm not interested.
Qin Feng interrupted Darina before she could finish.
Painting is just a hobby.
If a hobby becomes a job, it is no longer a hobby. He just wants to be happy and doesn't want his life to be hijacked by a hobby.
No matter how many billions. He is not happy.
He wouldn't do it even if he was given 10 billion. After hearing Qin Feng's answer, Darina's expression gradually became serious. She glanced at Lang Ying, closed her eyes slightly, and then said, "Forget it. Since you don't want to cooperate, I won't force you. But I don't think it's necessary to continue the cooperation with Lang's fragrance jewelry design." Finished. She stood up and walked towards the office door very slowly.
In fact, Darina's temperament is well known internationally.
She is a very gentle design master.
But she really didn't want to waste Qin Feng's amazing talent. This is the only way to threaten Lang Ying. Only.
As the president of Lang's fragrance company, Lang Ying felt that being threatened was like drinking water. It made no difference whether it was one more time or one less time. "Butler Lin, please help me see the guests off," she said in a flat tone. Although losing Darina's cooperation would halt the development of her company's high-end jewelry business, which was just about to expand, the losses would be huge. Previous processes, publicity costs, and company reputation.
All will go to waste.
Even in the next year, there will be additional market losses of at least 1.5 billion.
But so what?
If Qin Feng doesn't want to, she doesn't care.
"Ms. Darlene, this way please." Beside. Linen walked forward silently and helped Darina open the door.
But because she walked too slowly, Linen had opened the door for dozens of seconds, and Darina was still moving slowly.
Ms. Darlene, are you feeling unwell?"
Seeing that Darina was unwilling to move her legs significantly, Linen raised his eyebrows and asked.
"No."
Darlene looked at the open door, hesitant. She thought for a moment, as if she had made a big decision, and turned back. This operation made Linen a little confused.
"Then I have another proposal.
I will stay and cooperate with Lang's incense industry for a long time.
I can even help you train talents,"
Darlene said helplessly.
"But there's just one thing, let Mr. Qin study with me. It only takes up 2 hours a day."
Since Qin Feng is unwilling to study abroad, at least he can study systematically.
Don't waste such a good talent. Only. Lang Ying was a little surprised by Darlena's huge concession. Is Qin Feng's talent really that good?
The contracts they had discussed before were just design contracts, not long-term ones.
Just 1 or 2 designs.
But for Qin Feng, an international master like Darina was willing to change the contract to a long-term employment contract.
These are things you can only get with money and qualifications.
But even so, Lang Ying still looked at Qin Feng, waiting for his decision.
If he is willing, then agree. If he is not willing, then it doesn't matter.
Anyway, this company was open for him and the money was earned for him. It only takes 2 hours a day, which is fine, but the main thing is that I don't know how to design. Qin Feng answered with a helpless smile. Although painting and design have something in common, painting is not the same as design.
Design is about language.
And to be able to work with different materials, you need a lot of experience and book knowledge. This is another skill that Qin Feng really hasn't learned.
It's okay, I can teach you.
If you're willing, I can teach you all my knowledge, Darlene said excitedly.
Well, I can try, but I may not be able to learn it well.
After thinking about it, Qin Feng decided to agree.
Just treat it as a game.
This designer is beneficial to Lang Ying's company, and keeping him will only mean losing some time for playing games.
Let us talk about it later. If he is proficient in design, he can also directly help Lang Ying with design in the future. It's a bloody profit after all. That's great.
I'll prepare 2 books for you when we get back to the hotel.
Take a look at them.
They contain the basic concepts of jewelry design.
Darlena walked briskly, not at all unsteadily as before,
and walked out the door in a flash. Qin Feng, Lang Ying, and Linen were all stunned.
Was it acting before the relationship? If you want his contact information, ask Mr. Ling for it.
Looking at Darina's back, Qin Feng gave her a few reminders. But she seemed not to hear.
Maybe I was too excited.
When Linen was about to close the door, Chin Fong suddenly saw a familiar figure.
Excuse me, is Mr. Chin Fong here? Chapter 51 Shocking. Lin Shohan has his own self-attack skills? Outside the corridor leading to the president's office, a beautiful, tall girl with long straight black hair and a yellow floral dress was holding a pile of documents in her hands. She looked at the old lady running past her with a confused look on her face. The speed at which the old lady walked reminded her of a famous eye-catching browser advertisement. Shocking. A 60-year-old man who can walk briskly actually ate this?
Shaking his head, Lin Shohan saw that the old lady was about to take the elevator and quickly pointed to the passage ahead. Excuse me, is that the president's office over there?
Of course.
Darlene hurried into the elevator, nodded slightly, and continued to immerse herself in excitement.
Thank you. After receiving the response, Lin Shohan answered very politely in English, and didn't care much about Darina's weird behavior.
Because now she just wants to see Chin Fong as soon as possible. Last night she and Chin Fong texted each other and had a great time chatting back and forth. She swore that it was the first time she had such fun chatting with someone. She was like a person who had fallen in love and couldn't extricate herself, wanting to see Chin Fong all the time.
Where is it? The president's office?
Walking slowly, Lin Shohan looked around and checked each door one by one, fearing that he would miss anything.
Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited is really big. I never thought that Lang Ying's sister had so much power that she could rent out the entire building. It's incredible. You know, his father Lin Tian only rented 3 floors as office space for Lin South Real Estate. Lang Ying spanned the entire building, and of course she was shocked. While sighing, Lin Shohan had unknowingly reached the end of the corridor.
This is the last door, and the sign above it clearly reads CEO's office.
Is this the place?
Lin Shohan lifted the documents in her arms with her hands, freed her hands, gently knocked on the door, and asked, "Excuse me, is anyone there?"
I'm Lin Shohan from Lin's Real Estate. Chin Fong, are you there? Butler Lin, please help open the door, thank you.
Inside, a magnetic male voice came softly.
When Lin Shohan heard this voice, his expression suddenly became happy. Because this was exactly Chin Feng's voice. Chin Fong, I'm here to deliver the documents to you.
Seeing the door of the president's office being pushed open, Lin Shohan jumped in quickly, but the next scene almost made her doubt her life.
Just see.
Chin Fong sat upright on the chair behind his desk, while a woman who was much more beautiful than her was sitting next to him, looking at him lovingly. That look basically matches the description in romance novels, with eyes full of love.
What are you doing?
Feeling a little aggrieved, Lin Shohan shouted. Upon hearing this voice, Chin Fong and Lang Ying immediately looked up.
Lin Shohan? Why are you here?
Seeing that the person coming was Lin Shohan, whom he met at the previous party, Chin Fong asked in surprise. When Linen was about to close the door, he saw Lin Shohan, and he thought he was seeing things.
I didn't expect it to be true. I'm here to bring you the documents.
Looking at Chin Feng's surprised expression, then at Lang Ying beside him, Lin Shohan said with a tearful voice.
Oh, give it to Steward Lin. I asked you to deliver the documents, not come in person. Aren't you hot in this temperature?
Chin Fong said helplessly, but he didn't care about Lin Shohan's crying tone.
Beside, because Lang Ying knew about this the night before, she was not too surprised to see Lin Shohan suddenly appear.
After all, it was because my husband was so outstanding that he inadvertently touched my sister's heart. Handsome guys always have so many troubles.
She understands too.
Butler Lin, please help her carry some of the documents. She has a lot of documents to look at.
With a calm tone, Lang Ying asked Linen to help put a pile of documents including the land purchase contract certificate and transaction records in front of her desk. Okay. After receiving Lang Ying's instructions, Linen took all the documents from Lin Shohan's hands, walked to the desk, found an empty space and put the documents there.
Facing Chin Fong, Linen asked quietly.
Isn't this the daughter of Lin's Real Estate? Why did she come to see you? Have no idea.
Chin Fong shrugged his shoulders in response. What confused him was that after he answered, Linen decisively showed an expression that said, "I understand," and then quickly ran away.
He often encountered this kind of thing when he followed Lang Zian in his battles.
The daughter of that business tycoon invested hundreds of millions just to meet Lang Zian. He had seen Lang Zian pick up 3 campus beauties. Not to mention that the daughter of a certain agency boss fell in love with Lang Zian at first sight, and seeing the company's disadvantages, she gave her all to help.
Mo Dao's beloved daughter was accidentally rescued by Long Xian, and she had to marry him.
A girl like Lin Shohan, who is quiet and gentle and even knocks on the door when she comes to look for someone, is acceptable.
Qin's son-in-law is a bit weak. This is what Lin thought in his heart. When he left and closed the office door, Lin Shohan finally couldn't help it. She suppressed her tears and asked with a choked voice, "Qin Feng, why are you with Lang Ying from Lang Enterprise?" Lin Shohan's personality is originally quiet and gentle, and she is a bit naive. The thought that her husband suddenly became someone else suddenly flooded into her mind, making her a little dazed. Now she only felt aggrieved and had no other thoughts. And she didn't dare to make a fuss. After all, this was someone else's territory. "Hello, I'm Qin Feng's wife, my name is Lang Ying."
Without letting Qin Feng speak, Lang Ying stood up, walked to Lin Shohan, and explained calmly. Her powerful aura immediately stopped Lin Shohan from sobbing. "Why are you so fierce?" Lin Shohan took a step back unconsciously and trembled. "Sorry, I'm used to it." Trying her best to suppress her arrogance, Lang Ying's tone became a little softer. Just now, she directly put herself into the role of the wife beating the mistress, forgetting that the little girl in front of her was just unilaterally attacking herself.
"Qin Feng doesn't like you.
He bought your unfinished building just because it has great commercial value.
Don't get me wrong.
100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile, it was just a joke because the gossipy hearts of those wealthy people were aroused."
Lang Ying spoke in a very gentle tone. "But I don't know why."
These words hit Lin Shohan's heart like a hammer.
"I don't believe it. Brother Qin Feng and I talked a lot. He likes me. Don't try to lie to me. I'm so smart." As she spoke, Lin Shohan took out her cell phone from her bag, opened WeChat, found the WeChat records and spoke. "Can I take a look?"
Looking back at Qin Feng, Lang Ying took Lin Shohan's iPhone 13 and looked through the chat history.
"Lin Shohan, brother Qin Feng, when will the documents be delivered to you? Will they be delivered to Lang's Incense Company?" "Tomorrow, yes." "Okay, I'll ask my dad for the transfer documents for the unfinished building." "Omega? Good. Every other day." "Brother Qin Feng, I forgot to send you the documents today. How about tomorrow?"
"Sure, around 10 in the morning, in the president's office at Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, and tell me your name."
"Good."
Looking at the few chat records, Lang Ying felt like laughing. The content of this chat was like a conversation between a goddess liquor and a male god, but Qin Feng accepted every one of them out of politeness. And the little girl in front of me comes with a self-guided strategy. And there are only a dozen or so records, all of which are about unfinished buildings, which is really not much. "Sister Lin, Qin Feng is my husband, and he really doesn't have any interest in you." Returning the iPhone 13 to Lin Shohan, Lang Ying pinched her shoulders and said helplessly, "Also, you should go back and see a psychologist and change your self-consciousness."
Chapter 52, Qin Feng, the scumbag, the 3-year deadline has expired, so I don't want to stay in the Lung family anymore? Only because Lang Ying's aura is too strong, a little lamb like Lin Shohan is no match for her.
Lang Ying's simple pat on the shoulder to comfort her turned into a threat.
Trembling a little, Lin Shohan shrank slightly and took a step back. "Don't come over here, I know Taekwondo." And suddenly,
her eyes fell on Qin Feng, who was sitting on the president's desk. In an instant, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw. Glancing at Lang Ying, Lin Shu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then reluctantly took a step forward and said stubbornly, "I don't believe you."
"Brother Qin Feng must like me. Do you think everyone has 100 million? You must be jealous of me." Hearing this, Lang Ying was speechless.
She explained again, feeling both amused and helpless, and said, "There's no need for me to be jealous of you. Qin Feng and I have already obtained our marriage certificate."
"Don't lie to yourself anymore." "No. You are jealous of me. Jealousy has changed you beyond all recognition. That must be the case."
Not knowing where she got the courage from, Lin Shohan turned her head to look at Qin Feng and asked weakly, "Unless Qin Feng tells me in person that it was a misunderstanding and he doesn't like me?" Seeing Lin Shohan so determined and stubborn, Lang Ying knew very well that no matter how she explained, the little girl in front of her would not listen.
Only Qin Feng can explain.
Turning around, she looked at Qin Feng and asked for help. "You go and tell her." Qin Feng raised his head and looked at Lin Shohan, then answered in a very calm tone,
"It's really just a misunderstanding. I don't like you." "Is that so?"
Listening to Qin Feng's explanation silently, Lin Shuhan's face suddenly changed, as if the sky had fallen.
What did she just hear? Sounds like an auditory hallucination? No.
Her husband said he didn't like himself.
What's going on? Whoa, how could you even lie to me? I'm not that smart.
There was a hint of crying in his tone.
Lin Shuhan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Qin Feng's answer was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. A moment.
Her mentality collapsed.
The worst thing in life is that a relationship ends before it even begins. Scumbag, I never want to see you again.
Wiping her tears with her hands, Lin Shuhan could only feel the grievance in her heart. After looking at the scumbag Qin Feng, she now just wanted to leave this sad place.
Accompanied by a sound of pang, Lin Shuhan slammed the door of the president's office shut. She left cursing.
As the crying sound became farther and farther away and the CEO's office became silent, Qin Feng was completely bewildered.
Does this earn him the title of scumbag? What's wrong with him? Don't use newly learned words casually.
He is handsome and everyone loves him, and flowers bloom when he sees him.
Is it his fault that his sister wants to confess her love to him when she sees him? He looked at Ling Ying, speechless. Are all rich girls so naive? I haven't had the chance to cheat on her yet. When Lang Ying heard Qin Feng's words, she couldn't help but burst out laughing.
Looking at the tightly closed door of the CEO's office, Lang Ying shook her head helplessly and replied, I don't know if it's simple or not, but Lin Shuhan is quite cute. As she spoke, she turned to face Qin Feng, looked into his eyes and said unhappily, but you're also wrong. You didn't explain clearly before, causing me to have unrequited love for you for 2 days.
If you're not a scumbag, who is? If something like this happens again, I won't be polite.
Walking towards where Qin Feng was sitting, Lang Ying said quietly, otherwise, I will kick you out of the Lang family. Alas, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was alienation. The 3-year deadline has expired.
I'm not going to stay in this Lang family anymore.
Although he was a little speechless, Qin Feng still spoke very seriously, imitating the performance in a certain eggplant promotion advertisement.
And obviously, Lang Ying had also seen these ridiculous promotional ads and couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm telling you something serious, and you're being slick, you scumbag.
Lang Ying felt a little amused at the teasing, but she realized that they were now discussing serious matters, so she could only try her best to pretend to be angry. But Lang Ying laughed, and Qin Feng had explained to her before that it was a misunderstanding. So Qin Feng simply assumed that Lang Ying didn't care. But, I also have to compensate her.
How do you know I'm a smooth talker if you don't try it?
Qin Feng smiled evilly, and immediately showed a smile that even LSP could understand. Lang Ying had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and seeing him like this, she knew what was going on in his mind.
Again? Faster this time, okay?
Lang Ying said weakly with her lips pouting.
How can a man be fast? Kissing for more than an hour can help burn fat. I'm helping you.
Qin Feng looked so righteous that if you didn't know him you would think he was a gentleman. He stood up from his chair and walked in front of Lang Ying in 2 steps. He stretched out his left hand to hold her waist, and gently climbed up with his right hand to support Lang Ying's neck, then kissed her passionately. Lang Ying did not resist and was very obedient. A kiss without words. The president's office was silent, and only a few subtle sounds could be heard outside.
During this time, the housekeeper Linen was also very attentive and showed no intention of coming back after half an hour. Well, are you really going to kiss me for an hour? I can't breathe. With her face flushed, Lang Ying patted Qin Feng's strong chest and spoke hesitantly.
Qin Feng immediately let her go after hearing this.
However, due to the accumulation of saliva, you can pull the dragon beard cake while separating them. It's only been 20 minutes, where have we gotten to? After wiping his saliva, Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. If Lang Ying really didn't stop, he could kiss her for an hour. It's so painful to look at that I can't eat it. No wonder Lin Shuhan called you a scumbag. It turns out to be true. If you're not a scumbag, who is?
Looking down, she saw that her saliva had flowed onto her clothes on her chest.
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with a gloomy look and said unhappily. Okay, I'm a scumbag, and I'm the scumbag. So, will you let the scumbag be a scumbag? Hearing Lang Ying's unpleasant tone, Qin Feng moved his seat and came over to ask. But this question made Lang Ying choke.
She hesitated and stammered, but never answered.
Lang Ying felt a little regretful for joking that Qin Feng was a scumbag. If Qin Feng is a scumbag, then isn't the scumbag now cheating on himself? And most importantly, I seem to be enjoying it quite a bit. TSK, you scumbag, I'll let you be a scumbag, okay? She was a little shy, but Lang Ying still said it as if she didn't care. I didn't expect that President Lang also likes to let scumbags do the dirty work. Seeing Lang Ying pouting her lips, looking unconvinced but helpless, Qin Feng couldn't hold back any longer and started laughing. How could his wife be so cute and fun? That was so funny. There is no better winner in life than this. If you say that again, I won't let you kiss me anymore. Patting Qin Feng's arm shyly, Lang Ying said that she had no idea how to threaten her husband. This is the only answer I can give, which seems to be half-hearted. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Grabbing Lang Ying, Qin Feng hugged her around the waist, but this time he didn't kiss her. Instead, he suddenly asked, by the way, after you and Butler Lin went back last night, did you get along well with your dad? Chapter 53, 1 verses 10? Is the father-in-law a bit stronger? About the same. Lang Ying was a little confused when Qin Feng suddenly asked this question. Her eyes suddenly dimmed, but she still answered it, just a little perfunctorily. Seeing his lovely reaction, Qin Feng suddenly remembered when his parents asked him about his grades during the final exams when he was a child. He just said one word at that time, almost. Boss Lang, has no one told you that you are not good at lying? Qin Feng keenly noticed the change in Lang Ying's expression, lowered his head and blew into Lang Ying's ear, saying lightly, Husband, stop making trouble. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lang Ying smiled and rubbed her ears, her heart beating a little faster. Behind her ears is her sensitive area. As soon as Qin Feng's breath full of male hormones approached, her heart beat faster unconsciously. She couldn't stand it when they kissed for the first time, but Qin Feng didn't notice it. Tell me the truth. Still not noticing Lang Ying's little peculiarity, Qin Feng asked again. He is now mainly worried about the relationship between his wife and his father-in-law. Actually, Lang Ying thought for a moment and replied, we didn't get along very well last night. That's right. Tell me more. Qin Feng held Lang Ying in his arms and sat on the chair behind the president's desk, intending to listen in detail. This is important information about his capture of Lang Zian. Even if it's not nutritious, it's still a heart-to-heart talk with my wife. After returning, I reported my work to my dad, and he asked me to communicate more with Li Yunche. Without hiding anything, Lang Ying's eyes unconsciously turned to the left, recalling what happened last night. But I said I wasn't interested, and then I went back to my room to rest. During the meal, my dad was fine, but after we finished, we started fighting, and then... Hey, knock on the horse Japanese. Before Lang Ying could continue speaking, Qin Feng interrupted her. He leaned against Lang Ying's delicate face, nodded, and said word by word, you and your dad started fighting after dinner? Yeah. My dad's a real good fighter. Lang Ying said as a matter of course. How powerful is it? Qin Feng asked. 1 against 10. After thinking for a while, Lang Ying answered very seriously. After hearing these words, Qin Feng was a little confused. His father-in-law actually beat 10 people alone? Lang Ying definitely didn't exaggerate the matter, but rather downplayed it. Lang Zian is a middle-aged man in his 40s. What kind of physical fitness does he have to be able to fight 10 people alone? Is he Master Yi? Can you spar with your dad? Don't get yourself hurt. Leaning back a little, Qin Feng looked up and down at his lovely wife's body, fearing that she might be missing any limbs. Just the look in his eyes made Lang Ying burst out laughing. It's okay. After all, I've practiced Jeet Kune Do for a few 100 million points. Beating my dad is easy for me. As she spoke, her eyes revealed confidence. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Qin Feng could only nod. Good job. He almost died of laughter. It turned out that Lang Ying was a hidden filial daughter. Only. He really didn't expect this. The elegant and easygoing father-in-law Lang Zian whom I met in the special area of Thompson Ipin before could actually beat 10 people alone? Oh my goodness. Qin Feng shook his head with some sweat on his forehead. It seems that he also needs to learn some physical skills to deal with it. What if Lang Zian finds out that I kidnapped his daughter before I can even make a name for myself? Wouldn't that mean he'd break his legs? Your family relationship seems quite harmonious. Qin Feng continued listening with a helpless smile.
Afterwards, Lang Ying briefly recounted what happened last night. After the discussion, she went to take a shower and rest, and then came to the company. After listening to Lang Ying's detailed explanation, Qin Feng seemed to be lost in thought.
2 words, plain. It's no different from an ordinary family.
However, during the time between Lang Ying's meal and her father's sleep, neither of them spoke more than 3 sentences except for reporting their work.
The relationship is still in a stalemate. It seems that finding a way to reconcile is a bit difficult. Oh, right.
Qin Feng suddenly remembered something. He looked at Lang Ying, then pulled out a watch with a blue strap and a silver dial from his pocket and asked, "Are you sure you want to wear a watch worth over 2 million at a party full of rich second generations?"
It's not much money. Is 2 million a lot?
Lang Ying took the watch and asked casually. She rubbed her head against Qin Feng's neck affectionately and said obediently, "I will buy you something better in the future.
If you like, I can even give you this company." Stupid wife.
Qin Feng said helplessly as he reached out and lightly tapped Lang Ying's little head.
This soft rice, why does it taste better the more I eat it?
Just as the two of them were being affectionate with each other and conducting experiments on human emotions sweet talk, Lin An's voice sounded outside at an inopportune time. "Miss, your development meeting for high-end jewelry is about to start this afternoon."
Is it still going to start? Lin An asked softly as he walked in without knocking.
Inside, Lang Ying pouted when she heard there was a meeting. Compared to meetings, she prefers to snuggle in Qin Feng's arms.
But today's jewelry conference is a new section that Ling's fragrance industry is about to develop.
She has to supervise and design it personally, so there is no way she can not attend it.
And there is extra work in the afternoon.
Qin Feng looked down at Lang Ying, who was pouting, and wondered what she was thinking.
With a helpless smile, he said gently, "Go to work, I will cook for you when you come back in the evening."
When Lang Ying heard that there was something delicious to eat, her eyes immediately lit up.
But she still didn't want to leave Qin Feng. "I'm going over there, are you going home? Although there's something going on over there, I can at least accompany you to the conference room."
Qin Feng did have something to do and had to go home to take care of it.
Speaking softly, he pulled Lang Ying up and walked to the office door.
As soon as the door opened, Lin An was seen standing quietly with a thick document in his hand. As soon as they came out, Lin An hurried forward and handed the documents in his hand to Lang Ying.
"Miss, this was designed by my subordinates. They need to be voted on and approved one by one. Please take a look first." "Yeah, no problem."
Lang Ying took it, nodded, and looked at it carefully. Qin Feng understood and let go of Lang Ying's hand at this time, walking in front to lead the way for her. Soon, we arrived at the door of the conference room.
"Honey, I'll come to see you again tonight, Omega?"
Although she was reluctant to leave, Lang Ying still went in with the documents.
And after that, Lin An also wanted to follow in.
But Qin Feng grabbed him.
Lao Lin, wait a moment. Is there something wrong, son-in-law Qin?" Lin An asked in confusion. I want to ask, can my father-in-law really fight 10 people on his own like Master Yi?"
Although Qin Feng believed Lang Ying's words, he still couldn't help but ask Lin An.
He has followed Ling Zian in battles for many years and should be very familiar with Ling Zian.
What Qin Feng didn't expect was that after he asked this question, Lin An suddenly laughed out loud.
Immediately, Lin An explained to him in detail what Ling Zian did when he was young.
As he listened, he was stunned.
Moment. In the elevator, Qin Feng murmured, "If negotiations fail, he will just fight with his fists.
All the gangsters respect him.
1 against 10 is a basic operation."
At that time, Ling Zian and 5 other people fought against 300 enemies. They fought in a roundabout way and stayed up all night to complete the task. I have never lost in the stock market, never lost in business, and never lost in picking up girls.
Oh my goodness, I'm the male lead and he's the male lead?
Qin Feng raised this doubt.
Ling Zian's actions when he was young were obviously those of the male protagonist in the novel.
He was confused.
This father-in-law is a little bit stronger. Chapter 54 Investment, Inghui Pharmaceutical, Longwa Mealy Pictures?
Imagining his father-in-law's gentle and easygoing movements while he kept saying, "I'm going to beat 10 of them," Qin Feng couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body and shiver. "No, I have to learn something tonight, otherwise I'll be screwed if I get beaten up."
I touched the powerful abdominal muscles in my lower abdomen.
Qin Feng suddenly felt that with his physique, he would be doing a disservice if he didn't practice something.
When he finished thinking, the elevator arrived downstairs.
Xin Feng took out his cell phone from his pocket and checked the time, then raised the corners of his mouth and hurried out. He came to the company at 10 o'clock and stayed in Leng Ying's office for a long time.
It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. There is only half an hour left until the next stock market opening. Half an hour. He happened to go home and use his computer to manage his investments.
The reason why he didn't use the computer in Leng Ying's office directly was because of the conversation he had with Mo Shuang, vice president of Will Venture Capital, at the party. Xin Feng discovered Mo Shuang was actually able to find some of her own information based solely on the stock purchase records.
Information leakage is a big problem.
It would be fine if he was investigated, but Leng Ying's name must not appear on the list of people to be investigated.
Although it's just buying stocks, it's no big deal.
But Xin Feng still thought it was better to be safe. If the stock starts to rise as soon as he invests in it, it will always arouse suspicion.
Call.
Taking a deep breath, Xin Feng hurried out of the Lang's fragrance building and walked towards the seat of his Lamborghini Aventador.
Only.
As soon as he walked out of the building, he saw Lin Shuhan, who had run away before, squatting on the stairs next to him. She buried her head in her legs and groaned, probably crying. Originally, it was Xin Feng's fault. If he had made it clear at the time that he would withdraw after buying the land, he wouldn't have to provoke this naive girl. But now things are unclear, so it's best not to disturb you.
What a bad fate.
I should have explained it earlier. Shaking his head, Xin Feng hurried away. He didn't intend to provoke this little girl anymore, so it would be better to leave quickly.
And the coincidence is this.
He had just taken a few steps when Lin Shuhan's cell phone rang. She looked up to get her bag and saw Xin Feng.
Don't leave.
With tears in her eyes, Lin Shuhan quickly stood up, then opened the bag she was carrying while walking, looking for something.
As Xin Feng is an old scumbag, how could he just not leave when she said so?
Hearing Lin Shuhan calling him, Xin Feng decisively ran away.
Don't come here, I admit it's my fault, I'm a scumbag, but if you want to hit me, can you do it tomorrow? Today I want to go home and buy stocks.
He quickly ran to the car door and was about to open it and run away, but at this time Lin Shuhan had already walked over. She didn't say anything, but just sobbed uncontrollably, and then looked at Xin Feng quietly.
Are you going to hit me to vent your anger?
Looking back at the pitiful Lin Shuhan, Xin Feng sighed helplessly and stretched out his hand to ask.
No, I hurt you, but I'm the one crying.
Lin Shuhan muttered softly, then reached out and handed him a bracelet made of red rope. Seeing Lin Shuhan's pitying look, Xin Feng hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it.
He looked down and saw that the bracelet was woven crookedly and looked very ugly. I don't know how to weave. My mom taught me.
After wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, Lin Shuhan felt like laughing when she saw the ugly bracelet. I just don't know whether I'm laughing at the bracelet being really ugly or at myself being stupid. She calmed down a bit, then looked up at Xin Feng and explained, please accept the bracelet.
This matter will be over. Just treat it as a misunderstanding.
After saying that, she walked outside alone. When he walked outside the wall of Lang's building, he turned around and waved at Xin Feng several times before turning around and walking away. Xin Feng watched the whole process and did not get in the car. If I had to ask why, it was simply because I felt pity for Lin Shuhan.
Hateful. He is such a scumbag. Why do you feel guilty?
Looking down at the ugly bracelet, Xin Feng took out his cell phone, took a photo and sent it to Ling Ying.
The explanation was that it was given by Lin Shuhan.
After delivering the message, he got in the car and started catching shrimp farmers. Lang Ying, who was in a meeting in the conference room, saw her phone vibrating and quickly replied.
There is only one word
Lang Ying was not that magnanimous, but she knew that Xin Feng would not betray her. She trusted Xin Feng, and that was enough.
And the other side. Sakura Community Parking Area.
After parking his car, Xin Feng hurried upstairs. Turn on the computer, mobilize funds, quickly find the high-quality stocks suggested by the system, and start investing one by one. The first high-quality stock he invested in was Inghui Pharmaceutical, which was the stock with the largest price fluctuation he had seen recently, and it is now showing a steady upward trend. To be honest, it was Leng Zian who asked him for advice, and that's how he accidentally saw this potential stock.
Next, it's time to raise funds.
After waving his hands and twisting his neck, Xin Feng quickly operated on the computer to search for the next high-quality stock. Then it is time to invest the right amount and break the whole into smaller pieces. And all these things come together. In just half an hour, Xinfeng spent 300 million yuan and invested in more than a dozen high-quality stocks. These stocks have a system guarantee, so you can make money without doing anything. In the last 30 minutes before the stock market closed, Xinfeng invested more money in several high-quality stocks that he was optimistic about.
3:30 p.m. The stock market is closed and all trading is restricted.
Xinfeng looked at the dozen or so high-quality stocks he had invested in and breathed a long sigh of relief.
Engage in finance. It's really exciting.
Even if there is a system, he doesn't dare to operate it at will.
What about those who have no system prompts and rely solely on their own experience to fight the stock market?
If you are not careful, your position may be closed immediately at best, or you may lose everything at worst.
Call.
Xinfeng breathed a sigh of relief and closed the stock market after checking one last time to make sure he had not invested too much or made the wrong investment. Staring blankly at the computer screen in front of him, he shook his head, got up and went to the bathroom.
Wash your face and wake up.
But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang.
When I took it out, it was a message.
Dear Mr. Qin, Longbo Mealy Film Company, Limited will be holding a shareholders meeting in 3 days.
Because your decision is very important to your company, please try to arrive.
After browsing, Xinfeng held his phone tightly, frowning slightly.
Longbo Mealy Film Company, Limited? Aren't those shares awarded by the system? A few minutes ago.
He seemed to have taken a look at the company's stock.
TMD.
It's all green, it can't fall any further. Fortunately, it has the support of its parent company, Xianda Pictures, so it will not suffer losses. But this company is in Yinjing.
Do I still need to go to Yinjing for this meeting?
Stroking his chin, Xinfeng didn't want to go over.
Joke. Wouldn't it be nice to play with your lovely wife every day, buy stocks, and run a company to show off? Why go to Yinjing? Chapter 55, Brother Jia, don't you want it? I'm super brave.
Ignoring the message on his phone, Xinfeng threw it onto the sofa in the living room, then went into the bathroom to wash his face.
After.
Out of boredom, he started practicing international standard dancing again.
No way. You can't embarrass your wife, right?
Although Lang Yingming said that she didn't need to slap those rich second generations in the face, they didn't dare to say anything bad about her. But since he had already started practicing, he should make use of the good qualities of his Japanese friends who lived a good life and liked to delve into one thing to the extreme, and practice other types of international standard dance as well.
After all, you have to practice. If you want to practice, then you have to practice to the best of your ability. This is what the chosen one should do. But unfortunately,
halfway through the practice, the young man who liked to play King of Glory started swearing again.
The one above, weren't you tired last night? Even if you took Luwei Dihuangwan, you couldn't be so exhausted, right? Why are you yelling so loudly?
After hearing this, Xinfeng certainly couldn't bear it. He took off his coat, revealing his muscular body, then rushed downstairs and knocked on the young man's door. In an instant, a slightly thin middle school student opened the door and looked out. Xinfeng saw that the person opposite him was an elementary school student, so he sneered and said in a sassy tone, imitating the rogues of Young and Dangerous, "My name is Zhang Jie.
If you keep talking nonsense, I'll pop your ass."
Just you? The skinny middle school student sneered, "Just kidding, I'm super brave."
Xinfeng looked at the elementary school student in disbelief. He didn't understand who gave this skinny elementary school student the courage. Are all elementary school students like this nowadays? Just wait for me. What are you doing? Why did you come in? Brother Jia, don't do it. 10 minutes passed. Xinfeng returned to his home again and continued to practice international standard dancing.
Finally, there was no one to complain. After 5 hours of hard work, he almost learned the waltz and other international standard dances.
The waltz has been practiced to perfection.
A high school music piece was playing in the living room. Xinfeng was standing in the middle of the living room at this moment, his hands clasped together as if he was hugging a lady, and he jumped up. The dance is graceful, the movements are smooth, and it possesses a sense of power that belongs only to men.
Elegant and calm. But it carries power and a unique charm.
After the song ended, Xinfeng also stopped. With a body perfectly optimized by the system, Xinfeng was not tired after this round.
He was a little surprised now. The perfect level of technique and strength training is far superior to the teachings of the masters on the internet. The master is actually me? Swing at any time, elegant and relaxed.
Only after making sure that he had mastered the dance moves and techniques did Qin Feng begin to learn the next topic.
Martial arts.
His father-in-law Lang Zian could be so elegant and easygoing that he could beat 10 people at once, so of course he couldn't be timid.
Drink some water, watch some videos, and protect Ionia.
After resting for 2 hours, Qin Feng started watching videos about martial arts again. However, the traditional martial arts that can be circulated on the internet are almost all of the same type as Baogua Comrade and Yuan Fang Qigong.
There is no way.
Qin Feng had no choice but to go into YouTube and try his best to find some Marine Corps training and combat teaching, as well as Israeli Gamma fighting techniques for informal learning. After 2 hours of hard work, it was already evening. He found that he was still a half-baked person.
Have no choice.
Qin Feng could only give up for the time being and practice again later.
At this time, the lovely wife he picked up at the Civil Affairs Bureau should come over for dinner. And as the saying goes, man is iron, and food is steel. If you don't eat for a while, you will be hungry.
Lang Ying, a hard-working person who believed in this statement, knocked on Qin Feng's door at 6:10 p.m. on time. At this time, Qin Feng had already prepared 4 dishes and placed them on the table.
Fried shrimp, braised bamboo shoots, vegetarian duck, and poached chicken.
All of them are local Shanghai dishes.
When Lang Ying smelled the fragrance, she immediately threw herself into Qin Feng's arms.
After giving him a big suck, she rushed to the sofa, picked up a small piece of bamboo shoots on her tiptoes and began to taste it. As she chewed it in her mouth, stars sparkled in her beautiful eyes.
Hubby, I love you so much. Whoa, delicious.
Looking at Lang Ying's foodie look, Qin Feng leaned against the door, feeling helpless. But now he is not afraid that Lang Ying will feel uncomfortable if she eats too much.
He quietly controlled the amount of food. You want me to die? At the rate you eat, the landlord won't have any food left.
Qin Feng said jokingly and went over to help Lang Ying share some of the burden.
He practiced for an entire afternoon and his physical strength was exhausted.
He also needed a good diet to replenish his energy.
This is mine, you are not allowed to eat it. Ouch. Protecting food? No, husband, The next day. Nearing evening.
The delivery person from Armani Custom Clothing came to Qin Feng's home and delivered 2 high-end suits that were expedited. The clerk who delivered the clothes also gave me special instructions on how to care for the suit.
Nothing else.
They also support lifetime free dry cleaning.
If you need service, just call.
If you choose another dry cleaner, ask them to wash the tops and bottoms separately, otherwise color differences will appear over time.
The suit is made of wool.
Although this material is very comfortable, its durability is average. If they are washed separately, the colors will be different, and even Qin Feng's good looks cannot make up for it.
After explaining these little bits of knowledge very responsibly, the Armani clerk left. In the living room,
Qin Feng slowly untied the red silk bow on the black gift box and then opened the lid. Then 2 suits with straight cuts and smooth lines appeared in front of him.
It smells like money.
Qin Feng raised his nose and sniffed the suit, then raised his eyebrows and said helplessly,
Don't underestimate them, they're just 2 suits.
Together with the Breguet luxury men's watch that Lang Ying gave him, as well as the tie, cuffs, and shirt, the total value of these miscellaneous items reached more than 3.2 million.
This is not a suit, it's a money suit.
At this time, Lang Ying, who was far away in the company, also sent a message, asking if he had received the suit. Qin Feng simply chatted with his wife for a few words and then tried it on the spot. After putting it on, Qin Feng made some movements and couldn't help but admire it. It is worthy of being an Armani haute couture suit. The shirt fit his perfect figure perfectly, and every part from the collar to the cuffs was cut and sewn to perfection.
This suit also has some excellent details. The obsidian cufflinks that Lang Ying picked for him were the finishing touch.
The pattern and color of the tie were also matched by Lang Ying.
It fits Qin Feng's temperament as the chosen son and his inner charm very well. It's expensive for a reason.
Facing the mirror in his bathroom, Qin Feng looked at himself in a suit, looking so handsome, and couldn't help but admire himself. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. He looked even more serious in such a formal suit.
It's very satisfying.
Even if he went to the party and did nothing, he would still be embarrassed. Alas, the troubles of handsome guys are beyond the comprehension of mortals. After a very narcissistic flirtation, Qin Feng's face turned red. He took a photo and sent it to Lang Ying, then took it off and started practicing fighting skills again.
Handsome is handsome.
Personal abilities still need to be improved.
Chapter 56 Lang Ying, Boys Should Protect Themselves Outside. The next day. It was almost 6:10 in the evening.
At this time, Lang Ying had already arrived at Qin Feng's residence, Sakura Community, and was waiting.
At the door.
Lang Ying was wearing a blue long dress dotted with diamonds, holding a small Chanel bag that was only wrist length in both hands, and silently looked at the floor of the community where Qin Feng was.
Come down, I'm waiting for you.
Standing on tiptoe out of boredom, Lang Ying held her phone and started sending messages to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was almost ready, and when he saw the WeChat message Lang Ying sent him, he went downstairs immediately. Before he reached the door, he saw the dark-colored Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the community.
That symbol of nobility. But,
compared to the luxury car, what really attracted Qin Feng's attention was Lang Ying standing next to the car.
Lang Ying is so beautiful today.
It is as eye-catching as the bright moon. A blue tight long skirt shows off her beautiful figure to the fullest. Through the fabric, Qin Feng could even see her faintly visible waistline. Coupled with her cool and domineering face, she is extremely alluring.
It's no exaggeration to say. She just pushed forward and her invisible aura could crush everyone. It's been a long time.
Qin Feng walked quickly out of the community gate, came to Lang Ying and said gently,
No,
I just waited for more than 10 minutes. After seeing Qin Feng, Lang Ying did not go to greet him immediately, but was stunned.
There is no way.
Qin Feng looked so stunning in his suit and tie.
He was handsome with a hint of steadiness, which fascinated her. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Lang Ying's cute stuttering and bewildered look.
He pointed his finger at the side of his mouth and said, Boss Lang, wipe the saliva coming out of your mouth.
Ah.
Lang Ying came back to her senses, showing a puzzled expression, and actually stretched out her jade hand to wipe her mouth. But there was nothing.
There's nothing. No, are you really going to wipe it?
Qin Feng was almost dying of joy when he saw the cute look of his wife.
No, how could you trick me?
Her face flushed slightly, and Lang Ying stamped her feet shyly.
But she wasn't angry.
She also likes being teased and tricked by Qin Feng.
Don't try to trick me anymore.
Seeing Qin Feng laughing non-stop, Lang Ying immediately stepped forward and slapped him on the arm. After that, she took Qin Feng's arm and pulled him into the car quickly. Okay, I just said it casually, who knew you would really wipe it? Slowly getting into the car, Qin Feng couldn't help but reach out and tap Lang Ying's forehead.
This is his lovely daughter-in-law. Although she looks like a real queen on the surface. But once he gets close to her, she automatically turns into a lively and lovely girl next door. She gets shy when teased and is reluctant to accept. This kind of wife is awesome. There's something at the corner of your mouth. Don't you dare say that again.
Seeing that Qin Feng was still teasing her, Lang Ying blushed and immediately pressed towards Qin Feng, trying to cover his mouth. But Qin Feng was so strong that he fought back. In the end, it was he who suppressed Lang Ying.
I won't say anything more, please stop making trouble.
Looking at Lang Ying's seductive look, Qin Feng swallowed and quickly stood up.
It's so painful to look at that I can't eat it. Lang Ying's body stiffened and she nodded obediently.
In front, Linen, who was concentrating on catching shrimps, glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, then raised the tailgate to let Lang Ying and Qin Feng make a fuss.
You deserve to be suffocated for bullying me.
Holding the car door, Lang Ying stood up and sat down, tidying up her messy hair and speaking unhappily. But at this moment Qin Feng was too lazy to speak.
By the way, do you really know how to dance international standard dance?
Lang Ying suddenly asked while fixing her makeup.
Why would I lie to you? You'll know when the time comes.
Qin Feng smiled, straightened his suit, and started to become serious. Although the essence of his LSP remains unchanged. But the style should suit the occasion.
It's good that he is more serious. 6:40 p.m. Linen drove his Rolls-Royce to the venue of the cocktail party.
The cocktail party was held on the 25th floor of the famous Shangri-La Hotel in Shanghai. It was almost the top floor of the hotel, with a huge space in one wall made of special tempered glass, and it was one-way. Standing in front of the huge and clean one-way glass, standing on tiptoe and looking out into the distance, you can just see the famous Huangpu River in Shanghai.
This venue is perfect for holding a party. And most importantly, this venue is only open to the richest people in Shanghai.
The rental fee, excluding alcohol and service tax, is as high as 670,000, making it a truly high-end venue.
Below the hotel, Qin Feng got out of the car with Lang Ying in his arm and looked around. It was easy to spot many people who were well dressed and exuded nobility.
When these people saw Lang Ying, they were very happy and took the initiative to greet her. "Beautiful Lang, you've put some effort into your look today.
You never wore makeup to parties before."
"Hey, President Lang, you look so beautiful today."
"Hello, Mr. Lang, is the guy next to you the boyfriend you officially announced on WeChat Moments? He's even more handsome in person than in the photo." Obviously.
Qin Feng's outstanding appearance attracted the attention of the group of wealthy people. Their curiosity about Qin Feng seemed to be even stronger than Lang Ying's.
"No way. He is really handsome." After a while, the situation became increasingly out of control.
Just like when he attended the party with Sun Feifei before, there were many rich women at the scene who wanted to come up and ask for Qin Feng's prestige. If Lang Ying hadn't been beside him, the group of rich women would have wanted to take him away directly.
"Husband, you are in danger."
Lang Ying was very sensitive to the gazes of the group of rich women. She pursed her lips and turned her head to say to Qin Feng,
"You protect me."
With a helpless smile, Qin Feng shamelessly hid behind Lang Ying.
"Okay, I'll protect you."
Seeing Qin Feng's action, Lang Ying smiled gently, then immediately turned to face him. She stretched out her delicate hand, grabbed Qin Feng's tie, and began to help him fix it carefully, and pecked his cheek gently.
And this trick really works.
In an instant, the number of people watching them suddenly decreased a lot.
Boys must protect themselves outside and don't get caught by bad guys,
Lang Ying said very seriously while helping Qin Feng tidy up his suit. Hearing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh and immediately replied, "Okay, I promise my wife that I will protect myself."
"Tisk, you're such a chatterbox." Gently patting Qin Feng's strong chest, Lang Ying pulled him and quickly entered the hotel.
Linen sat leisurely in the car, closing his eyes and resting.
Soon, the elevator reached the 25th floor. Chapter 57, Li Fugue?
He had no choice but to return home and inherit a 100 billion asset. As soon as the two of them entered the cocktail party venue, Qin Feng immediately noticed dozens of unfriendly eyes looking at him.
Needless to say, it must be the rich second generation who pursued Lang Ying. Why do I sense a murderous aura?
Turning his head, Qin Feng asked Lang Ying quietly.
"Because I brought you here this time, these people just wanted to see who you are and why I would marry you." "Come on, husband."
With her hands behind her back, Lang Ying gently patted the back of Qin Feng's hand and gave him a look that said, "You're in trouble." Seeing Lang Ying's expression of enjoying the show, Qin Feng suddenly laughed helplessly. He put his left hand behind his back, quietly climbed up Lang Ying's slender waist, then pulled her into his arms, whispered in her ear, "I can't beat those people, my wife, you have to protect me." When Qin Feng suddenly hugged her like this, Lang Ying's face immediately turned red. After realizing that she didn't have enough strength to push Qin Feng away, she suddenly panicked.
"Let me go, there are so many people watching." "No, I'm scared," Qin Feng joked. For some reason, he now liked seeing Lang Ying panicking and looking like a frightened little white rabbit more and more. Okay, I'll protect you." With so many people watching, Lang Ying couldn't act like a spoiled child and beg him to let her go like she had done before, so she could only agree. "You should have said it earlier that it wouldn't end." Hearing the answer, Qin Feng immediately let go of Lang Ying's arm and held her hand normally. "Let's go over there."
Seeing that Lang Ying's blush had recovered, Qin Feng slowly pulled her to an inconspicuous place. However, since the focus of the scene was on the two of them, even if they deliberately walked to the corner, most people in the party still looked at them vaguely.
And what they did just now was tacitly considered as flirting by this group of people.
It seems that the beautiful Lang has a good relationship with her boyfriend.
That's right, they can even flirt in front of so many people. However, I wonder if her boyfriend has been approved by President Lang? Cocktail corner. Although she couldn't hear it clearly, Lang Ying could still guess what they were talking about.
See, there's another topic for those idle people to gossip about.
Lang Ying hit Qin Feng in a bad mood and was a little angry. She doesn't want to be the center of attention. Is it her fault that she looks pretty?
But Qin Feng looked indifferent. He patted Lang Ying's shoulder gently, then replied calmly, "Even if we didn't do that, they would still discuss me."
It makes no difference.
After saying that, he lowered his head on the dining table to think, and finally took a piece of fruit cake and started eating.
He hasn't had dinner yet.
These desserts are just right to fill my stomach. Seeing Qin Feng like this, Lang Ying sighed and said nothing. She also thought that Qin Feng was right.
Even if nothing is done, those gossipy people will still discuss it.
It's like when you come home from the city wearing a fashionable leg-revealing item, which is nothing wrong in itself. Your neighbors will discuss it for 2 or 3 days, and they may even speculate that you will never get married.
All the same. This cake is delicious, would you like a bite?
Gently pinching a piece of cream cake, Qin Feng placed it in front of Lang Ying as if nothing was happening.
Lang Ying took a look, then opened her mouth and took a bite.
Suddenly, her eyes shone with brilliance.
Delicious. Foodie.
Qin Feng gave the whole cake to Lang Ying and went to find some more for himself.
Stupid husband. Taking the cake, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile gently.
She ate the cake in small bites and looked around to see if there were any business partners she could make. Before she had taken a few steps, a tall and thin foreign man came up to her.
Li Fuguwei?
Lang Ying was a little surprised when she saw the foreign man and exclaimed unconsciously. "Oh, classmate Lang Ying, please don't call me by my Chinese name.
Just call me Tom." Tom was speechless, holding his forehead and explaining in poor Chinese.
At this time, Qin Feng heard the noise and walked over quickly.
What's wrong? Oh, nothing. Lang Ying was in a happy mood.
She pulled Qin Feng over and introduced him to Tom, my husband, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, this is Li Fuguwei, my classmate when I was studying in the United States.
Li Fuguwei? This name sounds full of wisdom. Hearing the name, Qin Feng looked up at the good-looking foreign man and felt a little funny. Why is it that such a nice young man has the name Li Fuguwei?
Qin Feng extended his hand, shook hands with Tom, and said awkwardly, "Hello, Mr. Li Fuguwei."
Tom was stunned and quite embarrassed. You can call me Tom, too.
Qin Feng immediately understood, okay, Rich Tom.
Tom's eyes widened in disbelief. You should just call me Fuguwei. That's what you said.
Qin Feng answered decisively. While listening to the brief conversation between the two, Lang Ying covered her mouth and laughed, and her stomach began to hurt. How could she not know that Qin Feng was deliberately teasing Tom? Don't tease him, Qin Feng. Lang Ying touched her lovely husband and said with a helpless smile. Hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders to indicate that it was none of his business.
By the way, why are you in the Magic City? Before graduation, didn't you say you inherited your family's 300 wineries? The hidden value of that winery is simply inestimable.
Ignoring Qin Feng's bad taste, Lang Ying took his arm and turned to ask Tom. They were originally studying the same major, but Tom left school before graduation because his father died. However, he was not very good at his favorite field, finance, and did not achieve great enough results to prove his family's success.
There is no way.
He had no choice but to go home and inherit hundreds of billions of assets. To him, he has nothing except money.
What else could it be? It can only be a business matter. Tom made a helpless expression in his broken Chinese. Oh, because of business. Lang Ying nodded.
In fact, this is the only reason why the young master of a famous foreign wine group came to Longwei in person.
The order seems to be very large.
These businesses are all private. Lang Ying knew this, so she just nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After chatting with Tom for a few more words, Lang Ying was about to leave. But at this time, most of the dining tables in the middle of the magnificent venue had been cleared away. The music slowly started. It is the accompaniment music for international standard dance, a typical slow 3-note music. The tempo is slower than standard music, making it very suitable for this kind of social occasion.
This dance party is very casual. As long as you have a dance partner, you can enter at any time.
For a moment, many people gathered in to watch.
Oh, classmate Lang Ying, the dance has started. Can you come and enjoy it?
After looking at the dance floor in the middle, Tom suddenly turned around, bent down and extended his hand to invite Lang Ying gentlemanly.
Oh, Mr. Rich Tom, I'm very honored.
Without waiting for Lang Ying to answer, Qin Feng grabbed Tom's wrist.
Chapter 58. Let Daddy take you to dance. Playing tricks on the reader Su Yanran? Mr. Qin Feng, what are you doing?
Looking down at Qin Feng, who was holding his hand tightly, Tom was confused and at a loss for what to do.
Aren't you dancing? My wife isn't feeling well, so I'm taking over.
Qin Feng said it as a matter of course without any reservation.
Joke. Dare you invite his wife to dance in front of him? I don't want to live anymore.
Oh, Mr. Qin Feng, our family doesn't have the habit of dancing waltz with men. Tom kept waving his hands and trying to break free from Qin Feng's hands. But for some reason, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move Qin Feng at all.
Mr. Qin Feng, please let me go. I can let you go.
Holding back his laughter, Qin Feng tilted his head slightly, then explained seriously, "But you said your family doesn't have the habit of dancing with men.
Is this sex discrimination?"
As if he had discovered a new world, Qin Feng immediately rolled up his suit sleeves symbolically, looking righteous and awe-inspiring.
If you say that, I'm going to fight. And here's sexism and punches. Tom immediately became timid.
His family had been reported by the World Federation of Women before, simply because the women depicted on their wine brand were somewhat beautiful, giving people a unique charm.
He was then reported for objectifying women.
But it's nothing, just change the packaging bottle, it's not a big deal.
But, coincidentally, the red wine they launched was produced in bulk.
With low price and excellent quality, it was regarded as the first wave of attack to open up markets in other states, and the volume was surprisingly large. As a result of this, their plan to capture the market was completely scrapped, and their family lost hundreds of millions in a month. At that time, his father still had enough physical strength, but when he saw the business had been messed up like this, he got up from the bed angrily, took out 7 wolves and gave him a severe beating. Until now, Tom still has a shadow in his heart.
No,
Mr. Qin Feng, I don't mean to discriminate against men.
I am willing to dance with you.
Holding his forehead, Tom was helpless, but still reluctantly agreed.
3 grams of oil, I'm very honored.
Almost laughing out loud, Qin Feng walked slowly into the dance floor with Tom, who had a sullen face.
And next to it.
Lang Ying was stunned when she saw Qin Feng and Tom actually walking towards the dance floor.
And next. She burst out laughing and couldn't stop smiling.
Lang Ying knew very well that her lovely husband was jealous and didn't want her to dance with Tom. But she just wanted to reject him.
You're such an idiot. You'll just blow yourself up if you do that.
Feeling both amused and angry, Lang Ying quickly put down the fruitcake and quickly caught up with Qin Feng. She doesn't want her husband to be embarrassed in public.
If you see the situation is not good, just change it. Actually.
She was also curious about what it was like for men to dance the waltz.
Who is the top and who is the bottom?
The two of them surged into the crowd and onto the dance floor. The rich men and women who were already on the dance floor were all in pairs, but when a man suddenly came, they were stunned.
For a moment I didn't know what to do. No, what does this mean? Gay? And they're all so handsome. I'm in love with them. Isn't that the beautiful Lang's boyfriend? What's going on? Has that foreign gentleman been tricked? That should be the case. I just saw that foreigner going towards Mr. Lang. Now we're going to have a good show. Qin Feng and Tom's sudden joining attracted the attention of many people at the party.
They held their wine glasses and discussed in a few words. However, these rich men and women have become very smart and can guess what is going on at a glance. More and more people gathered around, and Lang Ying finally found a place to sit close to. Suddenly, a strange voice came over.
Lang Ying, save me, save me. Frowning, Lang Ying followed the voice and was surprised to see the person who called out, Su Yanran, didn't you say you were going to stay home and write and not come to the party? Su Yanran is a female writer from a certain Jiang province. She likes to feed dog food and set traps for her readers whenever she has nothing to do. She was not short of money, she just felt that it was very comfortable. For this party, Su Yanran told her early on that she would not come because she had to update her post, but unexpectedly she still came in the end. You should lose weight. After struggling to pull Su Yanran out of the crowded crowd, Lang Ying let out a long sigh and said helplessly, This girl is called plump, you are jealous. Shamelessly referring to fat as plump, Su Yanran giggled, then hugged Lang Ying's waist and rubbed the bottom of her breasts affectionately, and replied very proudly, I stood up those readers. The promised 8 changes were reduced to 2, so I can come. That's not the point, that's the point. Su Yanran let go of Lang Ying and pointed at Qin Feng and Tom in the middle of the dance floor. She asked in a very CP-shy tone, what's going on with them? I'm so obsessed with them. You kowtow. Reaching out and giving Su Yanran a slap, Lang Ying rolled her eyes at her and explained, Qin Feng was teasing Tom, but he also blew himself up. I'm ready to take over at any time. After hearing this, Su Yanran immediately became interested. Hurry up, Lang Ying, get ready quickly. I want to see you dance with your brother-in-law. You have to wait a while. Lang Ying answered guiltily. And Su Yanran immediately gave him a look that said, I understand. I didn't expect Lang Ying, you also like gays. Handsome is the truth. In the middle of the dance floor.
Qin Feng tried to hold back his laughter as he looked at Tom, whose face was ashen and a little shy. He suddenly grabbed his wrist and started dancing to the slow 3-beat music playing on the scene. It was obvious that Tom was very shy. Although he could dance the waltz, he danced it very badly.
Mr. Tom, please don't be so tight-lipped. Let Daddy take you dancing.
After saying that, Qin Feng changed his movements, grabbed Tom's shirt with his right hand through his clothes, and began to dance quickly. The musician was also very good, and he tactfully changed the song to a fast 3-string song. And so, the two began to dance.
Mr. Qin Feng, you can only sing one song. I can't accompany you.
Completely controlled by Qin Feng, Tom didn't dare to make any unnecessary movements and answered with a hopeless expression.
Okay.
Qin Feng answered perfunctorily. In a duet, one person must control the rhythm. Tom danced badly, so he came to guide him. It can be said that Tom is now completely a puppet, being controlled by Qin Feng to dance.
And at first,
the rich people in the dance floor were watching Qin Feng and Tom dancing with the intention of making fun of them.
But I danced for a long time.
They found that Qin Feng had a very good grasp of dance posture and rhythm. It seems to have the meaning and charm of a dance master. The movements are graceful and calm, without a single flaw, full of the strength and beauty that a man should have. The almost show-off moves made most people who could dance ignore Tom, who was dancing badly next to them.
Suddenly, someone clapped sincerely.
Immediately afterwards, all the wealthy people who could dance and had good vision gave Qin Feng applause.
Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Chapter 59. Stunning the whole audience, Lang Ying confesses in public? Something seems a little off. Why are they clapping? Among the crowd of onlookers,
Su Yanran was bewildered as she looked at the small group of people around her who were impressed by Qin Feng's dancing skills. The rich attach great importance to education, so the second generation of rich people will have at least one artistic skill, and some are good at equestrianism, golf, and archery.
Su Yanran only learned archery and she couldn't understand dancing. If we don't applaud, then we're doomed.
Qin Feng dances better than the masters.
Wouldn't all their years of dancing be in vain? Hold the bag for me, I'm going to save the situation. After giving Su Yanran a blank look, Lang Ying quickly walked into the dance floor.
The moment she stepped onto the dance floor, a white circle of light suddenly appeared on the ground. The staff on site were very tactful and temporarily adjusted the lights from the ceiling on the 25th floor to use as a separate dance floor.
Lang Ying, come here. In the dance floor.
When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter coming in, he immediately smiled gently, abandoned Tom and went to catch Lang Ying.
When did you learn to waltz? Without resistance, Lang Ying obediently took Qin Feng's hand and threw herself into his arms. Last night.
Qin Feng put his right hand on Lang Ying's slender waist, and his left hand stroked her slender and cold jade hand.
He crossed his hands and danced again to the rhythm of the music. Don't lie to me. This skill is far superior to some dance masters I know. How could you possibly master it in just one night?
With a look of disbelief on her face, Lang Ying also began to sway her body to the music.
Just for one night, because I'm a genius.
He smiled slightly, looking very confident and calm. Qin Feng climbed up Lang Ying's back and patted her gently with his right hand to reassure her, then spoke quietly.
Don't be nervous. Look, your body is straight. I hope that in your eyes, I am always the best.
I want to show those idle people that your cold eyes are the sharpest.
Your husband is the most powerful man in the world.
After saying that, Qin Feng began to dance seriously, dancing to the melodious music. In an instant, the two of them became the focus of the entire dance floor. Qin Feng's movements were smooth and natural, and he took control of the dance in an instant.
Lang Ying is not bad either, and if she strives hard enough, she can also take the lead.
But now she is willing to let Qin Feng take the lead. Because of what Qin Feng said just now, she loved this husband she picked up from the Civil Affairs Bureau even more. Her vision is never wrong. Even without proof, Qin Feng was the most powerful in her eyes.
Dance for a while. The crowd watching around the dance floor was suddenly amazed.
Just now, Qin Feng and Tom were playing with a king and a bronze player. But now, working with Lang Ying, he perfectly presents the elegant and noble temperament of waltz. You can almost go straight to national-level dance competition.
Stable. A very stable group.
Qin Feng's movements were very orderly, guiding Lang Ying to perform the movements continuously.
And at this time,
There were fewer and fewer people dancing on the dance floor. In the end, only Lang Ying and Qin Feng were dancing. Lang Ying came back to her senses, and when she needed to turn around during the dance, her eyes left Qin Feng for a moment. She suddenly realized that the expressions of the audience who were originally watching the show around the dance floor had changed from mocking to surprised. They all looked at them. Their expressions amazed the whole audience.
The music continues.
The music at this kind of cocktail party will continue to play for a long time. Because waltz focuses on rhythm and beat, even if many pieces of music are connected together, it will not seem abrupt. Those dancing inside can leave directly if they are tired, and others who want to dance can join in directly. The music continued, but no one joined in. Qin Feng and Lang Ying danced like this, just like two dancing butterflies, leisurely and contented, noble and natural. Lang Ying's blue evening gown embellished with diamonds sparkled stunningly, while Qin Feng looked steady and elegant in his well-fitting black wool suit.
The two of them seemed like a perfect match, dominating the entire audience. Boss Lang, can you take a break?
When it came to the last 8 beats of the rhythm, Qin Feng was very sensitive to the fact that Lang Ying's body was trembling a little. He lowered his head slightly and leaned close to her ear and asked her caringly. The long period of concentration also made her a little tired. Besides, they have already dominated the whole place, so there is no need to keep jumping.
Okay, I'll take you to rest.
On the last beat, Qin Feng completed a spinning dance with Lang Ying, then immediately let go of her and hugged each other.
The song changes tempo.
But at this time, no one went in to dance. Because at this moment the entire venue has become a performance for Qin Feng and Lang Ying. I don't know who started it, but the rich men and women around started clapping unconsciously, and in the end the applause became continuous. The thunderous applause drowned out the rhythm of the song. Qin Feng smiled calmly, bent down slightly, and wanted to take Lang Ying off the stage.
But Lang Ying started to refuse and kept pulling him away.
She looked around, thought for a moment, and then spoke domineeringly.
Perhaps everyone here generally thinks my husband has a poor background.
They don't understand why I like him, and some even deliberately try to pick a fight with him, making unscrupulous remarks. I want to say here, there is no reason.
I just love my husband Qin Feng.
In my eyes, he is the most powerful person in the world, and the only one who can make me worry and miss him all the time. I love my husband, and I only love him in this life. After saying this very seriously, Lang Ying immediately followed Qin Feng off the stage and walked towards the audience seats.
After a while, the whole audience was boiling. No, this is too romantic, isn't it?
What did I do to deserve to be forced to eat such a big mouthful of dog food? Oh my God, this is so romantic, and the cold beauty is so seductive.
Mad, why does my wife only do it to me? Ha ha ha, a tiger father will have a dog daughter. Do you think this scene is familiar?
Yes, Lang Ying has the same aura as her father, Lang Zian, who flirted with the president of Wanshang Bank, the daughter of the Lin family Lin Yanran.
Auditorium.
Su Yanran was extremely excited as she watched Lang Ying and Qin Feng slowly approaching. She rushed to Lang Ying and exclaimed, Lang Ying, you are so domineering.
You are my idol. I have decided. The hero and heroine of my next novel will be you and your brother-in-law. Beside.
Qin Feng looked down at Su Yanran rubbing her face against Lang Ying's chest and was speechless.
He didn't even get this treatment. Okay, just hug me, you're addicted.
Qin Feng forcibly pulled Su Yanran away, but he didn't care why this guy was here.
Brother-in-law, I already call you brother-in-law, why are you so stingy? Pouting and acting coquettishly. Su Yanran was pulled away with an unwilling look on her face. At this time, Lang Ying held Qin Feng's face with both hands and said seriously, will you come home with me to meet my parents? Even if my father doesn't agree, I will be with you, no matter what. Is this the right situation to talk about this?
Qin Feng grabbed Lang Ying's hands, hugged her around the waist skillfully, and kissed her.
This kind of scene. You should just show your love. So, you agree? Go home, go back to your home. Okay, Beside. Su Yanran looked depressed, not understanding why the two suddenly kissed.
She was still confused when the dog food was already in her mouth.
That's too much. There are so many people here. Chapter 60, Lang Ying, who has a regular diet, meets Lin Shuhan again.
But Qin Feng didn't care about all that. He just wanted to kiss Lang Ying.
And at this time,
when many wealthy men and women at the venue saw this scene, they all took out their mobile phones, turned off the flash and quietly took a few photos. Logically speaking, private photos and dissemination of photos at gatherings among wealthy people are not allowed. But the scene of Qin Feng holding Lang Ying in his arms and kissing her passionately was so beautiful that they couldn't help but want to record it. Anyway, they all posted on WeChat moments. This photo will basically never leave the circle of wealthy people in Shanghai, so it's no big deal.
Moment.
This time the kiss didn't last that long. After only 1 minute, Qin Feng let go of Lang Ying. He looked down at Lang Ying, whose cheeks were slightly red, and asked, "Boss Lang, are you feeling unwell?"
No.
Lang Ying was slightly stunned and answered perfunctorily.
But Qin Feng obviously didn't believe it and asked, "How could it be okay?
Your waist was shaking when you were dancing."
Do you think I didn't notice?"
Putting his hand on Lang Ying's belly, Qin Feng frowned slightly and looked at her worriedly.
Do you have a stomach problem?
Lang Ying was startled, like a kitten whose secret had been discovered. She nodded slightly and explained, "I was discussing business during the day and had to drink some red wine.
I just happen to have my period these days, so."
The more he spoke, the lower his head became. In the end, Lang Ying could only look at her toes, standing in front of Qin Feng like a child who had done something wrong. She didn't want Qin Feng to worry about her.
"We're done here, shall we go home?"
Seeing that his wife was uncomfortable but very aggrieved, Qin Feng smiled slightly, took her hand and asked gently,
"Going back to Sakura Community?" Looking up quietly, Lang Ying asked in confusion. "Didn't I just promise you? Let's go back to your house and meet your parents."
Qin Feng answered helplessly, feeling a little amused and helpless. Although he closed his eyes when they were kissing just now, there were many people around taking pictures and the sound of the cameras was not turned off. He couldn't pretend not to hear the continuous clicking sounds. The circle of wealthy businesspeople in Shanghai is just that small. As a big boss in the business world of Shanghai, Lang Xian would know that this news would reach him in an hour. It is better to be proactive than passive. When Lang Ying heard that Qin Feng was willing to meet her parents, she immediately smiled happily. She took a step forward, hugged Qin Feng around the waist, and then put her head on his strong chest, murmuring, "Let me hold you for a while."
"Can hugging me ease your stomachache? What you need right now is stomach medicine."
Qin Feng asked with some concern, lowering his head and stroking Lang Ying, who was hugging him tightly. When they were dancing before, he felt that something was wrong with his lovely wife, and she couldn't keep up with some easy rhythms. Then her waist began to tremble. He decided immediately not to jump. Even though he was in so much pain that he couldn't bear it anymore, this stupid wife was still reluctantly hugging him.
"You can cure the disease yourself. Hugging you makes my stomach feel better. Let me hug you."
Lang Ying rubbed Qin Feng's chest affectionately, but still refused to let him go. Seeing that Lang Ying insisted on hugging him, Qin Feng had no choice but to look at Su Yanran beside him.
"What are you going to do?"
Su Yanran looked at Qin Feng warily. "Please buy me some stomach medicine.
Lang Ying has a stomachache."
Qin Feng spoke quickly, without any unnecessary nonsense. "If I don't go, she will suffer so much pain." Su Yanran said viciously, pouting her lips, and skillfully took out a medicine box from her bag and handed it to Qin Feng. "Omeprazole enteric-coated tablets, just give her 1 tablet, I'll go get some warm water." As she spoke, Su Yanran asked the waiter to bring her a glass of relatively warm water.
"Is this stomach medicine suitable for her symptoms? Don't take it carelessly."
When Su Yanran came back with the cup of water, Qin Feng held the enteric-coated omeprazole tablets and asked Su Yanran in confusion. Her personal doctor prescribed it for a cold stomach.
Handing the cup of water to Qin Feng, Su Yanran answered helplessly.
Qin Feng put the stomach medicine into Lang Ying's mouth, and then asked her to slowly drink some warm water.
That was the end of it. "Why do you carry stomach medicine with you?"
After repeatedly looking at the medicine box with the words omeprazole enteric-coated tablets printed on it, Qin Feng looked up and asked Su Yanran. When Su Yanran heard this question, she shrugged helplessly.
"This isn't the first time she's done this.
I'll be the one taking care of her after we return home." Lang Ying forgets to take care of her body once she starts working.
Stomachache is a chronic problem.
After listening silently, Qin Feng lowered his head and patted Lang Ying on the back, his eyes full of tenderness and worry. She was not feeling well, but Lang Ying didn't even tell her.
"Really? Now it seems that he is really a scumbag. You must tell me if you feel unwell in the future."
Qin Feng whispered to Lang Ying in a low voice, a little angry. His lovely wife was almost dying from stomachache, but he was like a fool and didn't know it. "I really haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a husband.
After saying this, he looked at Su Yenran again and asked, "Does she have any other recurring illnesses? In case."
Whenever Lang Ying feels unwell in the future, he can always have some medicine on hand like Su Yenran.
It's just a stomach problem.
It's the result of her irregular meals every day. Su Yenran answered helplessly, took the water cup from Qin Feng's hand, and then said, "Give Lang Ying another one tonight and she will be fine."
Okay, I have to go home and write. Qin Feng nodded and watched Su Yenran leave.
And then, he looked at Lang Ying in his arms.
Still hurts?
Like a kitten, Lang Ying squirmed her body and continued to hug him.
How do you eat every day?
Qin Feng asked with a light sigh.
It's quite regular, one meal a day, usually at noon.
After I met you, it became irregular, and I also eat something at night.
Lang Ying thought for a moment and then answered.
After hearing her explanation, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
Good job.
It's really regular.
Su Yenran was right, how could she not be in so much pain? And from what Lang Ying said, she has been eating irregularly since meeting him. Boss Lang, can we go to the car and rest for a while?
Qin Feng was a little speechless and asked with his head down. Lang Ying nodded slightly and finally let Qin Feng go.
And after that,
Qin Feng immediately hugged Lang Ying and slowly walked towards the exit of the cocktail party.
Soon,
in the parking lot in front of the Shangri-La Hotel, Qin Feng saw the familiar dark-colored Rolls-Royce.
What's wrong?
Seeing Lang Ying being supported by Qin Feng, Linen hurriedly got out of the car and asked worriedly.
Stomach problems, I've already taken medicine.
Qin Feng replied very concisely.
Linen thought for a moment, then asked, "Did Miss Su give it to you?" "Right. That's good, let the lady get in the car and rest."
Heaving a sigh of relief, Linen hurried to help open the back door. Qin Feng then helped Lang Ying sit in. Just when he was about to get into the car, a female voice suddenly appeared. Squinting his eyes and following the sound, Qin Feng could only vaguely see two men pulling a drunk woman and touching her violently.
Picking up corpses?
Shaking his head, Qin Feng had no intention of getting involved in this matter. But he always felt that the woman's voice was familiar.
Chapter 61, The Whole Family is Terrifying. Go meet the father-in-law? Hiss, isn't that the daughter of the Lin family's real estate agency? Looks like she's in trouble because she's drunk.
Seeing that Qin Feng didn't get in the car but kept looking at one place, Linen couldn't help but look over there. Being very good at judging people, he recognized Lin Shuhan at a glance.
The daughter of the Lin family's real estate investment? Isn't that Lin Shuhan?
Recalling the image of the aggrieved little girl yesterday, Lang Ying slowly got out of the car and looked over.
Squint your eyes.
She frowned at the scene, then looked at Qin Feng and said, "I've never seen those two people before.
They don't look like people from wealthy circles. They don't know Lin Shuhan, nor do they know her identity. Could they be looking to pick up the body?"
After saying that, she quickly walked around the car and tried to get over.
"Don't move, I'll go over."
And in an instant, Qin Feng followed.
He grabbed Lang Ying, gave her some instructions, and then walked over quickly. At this time, Linen also followed Qin Feng. "Hey, you two guys, what are you doing?"
When Qin Feng arrived at the place where the three people were arguing, he saw that the drunk woman was really Lin Shuhan, and immediately asked. When the two men heard the voice behind them, they turned around and looked at him. "Kid, don't mind your own business." One of the men in black leather jacket spoke viciously to Qin Feng.
"My dear, what's the matter?"
The other man in a white sweatshirt and with a square face obviously didn't want to get involved and looked at Qin Feng with confusion.
"Oh, that's right, the one you picked up is my friend."
With a fake smile, Qin Feng clenched his hands, and the friction between his bones made a crackling sound.
"Qin Feng?"
Hearing the voice she had thought about, Lin Shuhan raised her head and gently shook off the loose hair covering her eyes. When she saw that the person coming was Qin Feng, she burst into tears. Because of what happened yesterday, she went home and cried in her room for a long time.
"I cried and laughed, laughing at myself for being a naive person."
The reason why she came here to attend the cocktail party today was actually to meet the blind date chosen by her father. But she showed her dislike for the other person as soon as she saw him and planned to go back today.
But what a coincidence.
When she was leaving, she happened to see the romantic scene between Qin Feng and Lang Ying on the dance floor.
She immediately became depressed, drank some red wine, got herself a little tipsy, and then planned to leave. Go home and have some sleep.
But Unexpectedly, when she came out, she met two men who kept pulling her. She kept asking for help, but the people passing by seemed indifferent as if they didn't see her. With all hope gone, Qin Feng arrived. It was Qin Feng who came to save her again.
Qin Feng.
Lin Shuhan murmured with some grievance, at a loss as to what to do. She tried her best to break free from the two men's restraints, but how could she do that with her strength?
Let go, or I'll do it.
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at Lin Shuhan's pitiful look and then said,
Can.
Seeing that the two men really knew each other, the square-faced man winked at his accomplice in leather jacket and immediately let go. Qin Feng was just about to go over to answer it, but at this time Linen came over at an inopportune time, cursing. Son-in-law Qin, there's nothing to say to this kind of person, just do it.
Walk forward quickly.
Linen kicked a man in the crotch, then swung his fist and attacked with all his strength.
Beside
Qin Feng, Lin Shuhan, the square-faced man who didn't want to get involved, and even the leather-jacketed accomplice who was being beaten by Linen were all confused.
Butler Lin.
It's amazing to see that Linen, a man in his 40s, was so straightforward. Qin Feng didn't care about the rule of law that society should try to avoid conflicts. He also stepped forward quickly and attacked with a heavy punch.
My dear, have you eaten yet? If you don't eat it, eat my leg.
Taking a step forward, Qin Feng kicked the square-faced man in the crotch with great accuracy.
Immediately. A roar.
The man suddenly screamed, not caring about Lin Shuhan, and immediately covered his crotch and cried bitterly. When hitting someone, you should grab their crotch. When scolding someone, you should curse their mother. The eternal truth.
Just this one move from him made the man dare not move forward again. Lin Shuhan, here.
Reaching out and grabbing Lin Shuhan's hand, Qin Feng pulled her over.
At this time, Linen was still hammering another one.
Butler Lin, it's almost done, just save the people.
Son-in-law Qin, you don't understand. This kind of person must be dealt with so that he won't dare to do it again.
As he said that, Linen kicked the man in leather jacket in the chest, then looked at the square-faced man, wanting to knock him down as well. Just now, Qin Feng just kicked that guy. Although this guy's balls hurt, he was at a distance from the two of them. Seeing Linen's terrifying look, he looked around and immediately locked his gaze on Lang Ying not far away.
Don't push me. With a roar, he immediately ran towards Lang Ying.
Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately let go of Lin Shuhan and ran towards Lang Ying.
But Linen now looks very relaxed and is not worried about Lang Ying's safety at all. Lang Ying, be careful.
Seeing that the square-faced man was still a few steps away from Lang Ying, Qin Feng shouted anxiously. But the next moment, he was stunned.
Just see.
Before the square-faced man could reach Lang Ying, she kicked him in the balls again, then poked him in the eyes, bent his fingers, kicked him in the knees, and punched him in the nose, knocking him down.
The movements are smooth and flowing.
After completing this smooth little combo, Lang Ying once again held her stomach, which was a little painful, and stood there with a frown.
It's amazing. Gurgle. Qin Feng swallowed a big mouthful of saliva.
Lang Ying had said before that she was a good fighter.
But in this situation, she is actually better than me? Moreover, although Linen is so old, he can fight very smoothly and is even more fierce than a young man. Good job. Is this the female president and her uncle Butler? Then wouldn't her father Lang Xian be defying the will of heaven? Lang Ying, are you okay?
Although he knew that Lang Ying was fine, Qin Feng still asked.
Something's wrong.
I'm scared to death. Unexpectedly, when Lang Ying saw Qin Feng coming over, she quickly hugged him, her body still shaking. Qin Feng was suddenly speechless.
Boss Lang, just now. Shut up, you didn't see anything. Good.
Qin Feng decisively admitted his mistake.
Moment.
Linen held the man in leather jacket tightly with one hand and pulled him over, while Lin Shuhan followed behind him unsteadily. At this time, the stomach medicine takes effect.
Lang Ying's stomach didn't hurt as much anymore.
She slowly walked forward and supported Lin Shuhan.
For Lin Shuhan.
She was not disgusted, she knew what Qin Feng meant. He would never betray her.
It's a pity that Lin Shuhan is such a simple and good girl. I smell like alcohol, all because of you. After giving Qin Feng a blank look, Lang Ying helped Lin Shuhan into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce.
Qin Feng was helpless.
It's his fault too. Butler Lin, what should we do now? Looking at the one lying on the ground and the other in Lin An's hand, Qin Feng held his forehead and asked. Son-in-law Qin, can you drive a Rolls-Royce?
Linen freed one hand, took out the key from his pocket and asked Qin Feng.
I have. Qin Feng nodded slightly and replied.
His system directly gives him the operating skills of various types of vehicles. The car god of Akina Mountain is too awesome.
There is absolutely no problem driving a Rolls-Royce.
I've already called the police and asked them to detain me for 14 days to reflect on my actions. Linen said lightly, as if he had done too many such things.
Okay, I'll trouble Steward Lin then. Qin Feng took the key and planned to take Lang Ying and Lin Shohan back first. But at this moment, the man in the leather jacket shouted wildly, "Send me to the police station, do you know who I am?" You? You scared me. What for?
Qin Feng turned around with a frown on his face. At this time, a group of men in suits and ties walked out of the hotel not far away, talking and laughing. The important thing is that one of them looked here, very confused.
Linen, is that you? Mr. Lang?
Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Linen reflexively turned around and greeted. But the next moment, he was confused. He looked at Qin Feng, his eyes full of surprise.
Lang Xian?
Qin Feng asked intermittently.
Linen nodded slightly. Old Lin, what's going on with Lang Ying and this kid getting married?
If I hadn't been discussing business with some juniors today, I wouldn't have known about this.
Lang Xian cursed and trotted over.
His business now only covers the highest levels of various businesses, and he only deals with the older generation at home and abroad. The younger generation handed over all the business to his subordinates and his daughter Lang Ying. Some of the younger generation's information is circulated more slowly, so his information will be transmitted more slowly.
Today, when I was chatting with a company director, a junior came over to say hello. He asked a few more questions and found out about Lang Ying. I didn't even know she got the marriage certificate. Who asked her to get it? Which kid is trying to steal my cabbages? I'll break his legs. Walking over, Lang Xian loosened his tie and looked at Linen angrily and asked. Hello, Mr. Lang.
Qin Feng felt a little embarrassed and looked at Lang Xian and extended his hand to greet him.
You're not?
Lang Xian looked at the incredibly handsome Qin Feng and felt like he had seen him somewhere before.
Sudden. He remembered and pointed at Qin Feng and said with a smile, "Oh, you are the young man from Thompson First Class. You have a very good eye. Inghui Pharmaceutical has really started to rise. I am stunned. Boss Lang? In the car."
Lang Ying heard her father Lang Xian cursing, and slowly got out of the car, holding her stomach.
"Xiaoying, why are you holding your stomach?"
Seeing Lang Ying, Lang Xian frowned slightly and spoke casually. When he looked at Qin Feng again, he always felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong.
"Who are you?" he asked again. "I'm the one you want to break your legs,"
Qin Feng said weakly.
You're the guy who got married to Xiaoying."
Coming back to his senses, Lang Xian changed his elegant expression, reached out and grabbed Qin Feng's collar, and scolded him angrily. Seeing this scene, Linen immediately stopped him.
"Lao Lang, no. Lang Xian, let go of my husband."
Seeing Qin Feng being picked up by his father like a chick, Lang Ying immediately shouted coldly.
"You're my daughter, why are you being so disloyal? What daughter would talk to her father like that?" Hearing Lang Ying's cold words, Lang Xian was furious. The cabbages that were grown well were secretly taken away by someone else. He was going to hunt pigs, but was rejected by the cabbages he raised at home? Who can I talk to about this? What are you talking about? Let me go. Do you know who I am?
The man in leather jacket who was pinned down by Linen looked at this family Shura scene and said something inappropriately.
"Shut up, do you have the right to speak?"
Feeling the noise, Lang Xian turned around, stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, and the sandbag-sized fist immediately landed on the temple of the man in leather jacket.
Immediately. He fainted.
Now Linen had no trouble, so he just let go and threw him to the ground.
"Lao Lang, if you have anything to say, go home and tell me." Seeing some people coming over, Linen suggested. "Okay, let's go back first."
Looking around, Lang Xian knew that it was inappropriate to get angry here, so he turned around and drove his own car. Qin Feng was put down, and Lang Ying immediately came up to look at him.
Linen patted his shoulder and consoled him, "Are you okay? Mr. Lang is just like that." "It's okay. It's okay, I've seen all sorts of things."
Qin Feng patted his collar and pulled Lang Ying into the car. Seeing this, Lin hurried to drive the car and ignored the two people who were picking up the corpse.
Inside the car,
Qin Feng swallowed quietly, feeling a little scared.
joke.
He had never seen such a scene before.
It was truly a family hell. Lang Ying, what about Lin Shuhan? She's so lost and dazed that there's no hope.
Just take her home first and call her heartless father later.
Okay, why is Lin Shuhan's father a heartless father? Her father's name is Lin Wuqing. Qin Feng. Chapter 62, Lang Xian's character has collapsed, is there any hope? 9:30 p.m. In a villa in the special area of Thompson Epine on Binhai Avenue.
Lang Xian was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with his arms crossed, looking coldly at the handsome man in front of him. It was that man who secretly ate the cabbages he had carefully cultivated.
Your name is Qin Feng?
Tell me the truth, how did you hook up with my daughter? He slammed the table angrily, and Lang Xian became more and more angry the more he looked at Qin Feng. At first, he actually thought that this man had a good temperament and could be his son-in-law.
This is a good guy.
It turns out that he had been one for a long time, but he just didn't know it. Lang Ying, you got your marriage certificate a week ago, and I only just found out about it now.
Do you even consider me your father?
Turning his head slightly to look at Lang Ying, who was sitting obediently next to Qin Feng, Lang Xian was also very angry. Such a big thing as getting married is done without any hesitation. He wasn't so casual when he was dating young girls. He only looked at the pretty ones and flirted with them.
No.
Are you sure you've ever cared about my life or death?
Didn't my mother always take care of me?
With some resentment in her eyes, Lang Ying didn't want to look at Lang Xian, and turned her eyes aside and answered coldly.
I am your father after all.
When Lang Xian heard his daughter say this, he suddenly felt as if he was choked by something, and his voice became much weaker.
Lang Ying is right.
When she was young, Lang Xian was busy running around to run his business, and they were rarely together. Sometimes I don't even see them for 2 months. Finally, with the innovation of cold chain technology, he finally came to the fore.
But
as his business grew bigger and bigger, he was in a difficult situation, and the opportunities for meeting him not only did not increase, but became even rarer. I remember one time, he finally had time to go to school to see his daughter.
But I forgot what grade Lang Ying is in.
I'm really sorry, but you should at least tell me about something as big as marriage.
I don't even know who the other person is. Look, your mother is also hiding it.
Lang Xian slammed the table and shouted. That's right, why don't you take him home earlier to see what a handsome child he is? Lang's mother Lin Yanran agreed with a smile, which was in sharp contrast to Lang Xian's attitude.
That's right, Sudden. Lang Xian looked at the beautiful young woman sitting next to him.
He saw Lin Yanran looking up and down at Qin Feng opposite her, nodded slightly, smiled, and looked very satisfied.
No, what's wrong with you? Your daughter has been kidnapped by bad guys, and you seem quite satisfied? Be serious.
Lang Xian poked his wife with his elbow, tilted his head slightly and reminded her in a low voice.
Oh, that's right. Lang Ying, you really don't take your father seriously. Why don't you tell him instead of me? It makes me curious too.
The more Lin Yanran looked at Qin Feng, the more she liked him.
Why is her son-in-law so handsome?
And he sits very straight, which shows that he has good upbringing.
After all, she is my own daughter, and I have good taste. Only. Lang Xian was speechless when he heard what his wife said. What the hell is this? It seems like he is the only one in this family who disagrees.
The others are all rebellious.
How could his wife betray him so quickly? My dear wife, please shut up. My image as a strict father is about to collapse. Lang Xian silently told Lin Yanran in a low voice with a hint of begging. Who cares about you? Do I need to tell you about the things you did when you were young? Your image as a strict father is long gone. Lin Yanran looked at Lang Xian with disgust and slapped him on the arm, very dissatisfied.
Besides, you never cared about Xiaoying. I was the one who took care of her.
Now she has found a man who is more loyal than you. Why are you so angry?
Furious, Lin Yanran looked at him with resentment, then slapped him again.
No, that kid is dedicated? Can he be better than me?
Rubbing his arm with an unconvinced look on his face, Lang Xian looked at Lin Shuhan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying with a confused but aggrieved look on her face, and was speechless. He pulled a beautiful girl from the family in front of her daughter.
Is this called loyalty?
He had heard jokes in the financial world about people spending 100 million to win a beautiful woman's smile.
Is this what you call loyalty? He doesn't believe it anyway.
On the opposite side, Xin Feng was a little confused when he saw Lang Ziyan, who had been extremely stern and confident just now, being punished by Lin Yanran.
Boss Lang, is my father-in-law so afraid of my mother-in-law?
Tilting his head slightly, Xin Feng asked Lang Ying in a low voice. He just doesn't dare to raise his voice with my mom, but he acts like a madman in front of me and others.
Lang Ying answered calmly, as if she was accustomed to it. Oh, am I alive then? That depends on my mom.
As long as she agrees with you, that's all.
My dad doesn't have the final say. Oh, that's all right.
Raising his eyebrows, Xin Feng suddenly felt relieved. It turns out that this domineering father-in-law is also afraid of his wife.
Then it's okay.
But Xin Feng was calm, but Lin Shohan, who was sitting next to Lang Ying, began to tremble. She had never seen such a scene before.
Sister Lang, your dad is so scary.
Lin Shohan said weakly, her face a little pale. Lang Ying glanced at Lin Shohan, and seeing the little girl's aggrieved and pitiful look, she smiled helplessly. Then she patted her on the back and said comfortingly, "It's okay, he just looks a little fierce, and he's not talking about you." With Lin Shohan's condition, it would be strange if she could steal Xin Feng right under his nose. Like a little white rabbit, he gets extremely nervous when scared. This kind of little girl poses zero threat to her. Of course Lang Ying didn't care and just treated her as her own sister.
I don't want to be here, I want to leave, woo.
Looking at this funny family, Lin Shohan just wanted to go home and sleep.
I called your dad, but he didn't answer. Steward Lin has already left. Why don't you sleep in my room tonight? It was a little funny. Lang Ying gently stroked Lin Shohan and continued to comfort her.
It is a bit impossible to go back in this situation.
Lin Wuqing didn't know what was going on.
His private phone couldn't be dialed.
It seemed like he had unpaid bills? All right. Lin Shohan nodded weakly and didn't dare to speak. How could she say no in this situation? Three people facing each other.
Lang Ziyan was discussing with his wife, but it was obvious that he was completely at a disadvantage.
He just couldn't convince Lin Yanran.
After hearing what Lin Yanran said, she agreed with Xin Feng very much. Xin Feng immediately felt more confident and no longer timid.
Then can you let me have a private conversation with this kid? Isn't this my responsibility as a father? At the end, Ling Ziyan had no choice but to ask.
Lin Yanran agreed to this condition.
Don't make things difficult for my son-in-law. Okay. Lang Ziyan agreed reluctantly. Seeing Lang Ziyan's serious attitude, Lin Yanran didn't bother to pay attention to him. She winked at her lovely daughter and went back to her room.
Lang Ying knew very well what her mother meant. She nodded slightly and pulled Lin Shohan to her room.
Suddenly, Xin Feng and Lang Ziyan were the only ones left in the living room. Well, can you drink?
The two of them were in awkward silence for a long time, and Lang Ziyan suddenly asked.
A little bit.
Xin Feng scratched his head and answered.
White, red, and yellow? Standing up from the sofa, Lang Ziyan suddenly stopped and asked in detail. It's all right.
Xin Feng replied with a smile.
Then the white one.
Seeing that Xin Feng's expression did not change, Lang Ziyan went to get the white wine. And if Lang Ying were here now, she would definitely be shocked by Lang Ziyan's behavior.
In her impression,
his father never asked for anyone else's opinion except Lin Yanran, and always made his own decisions.
But now, he actually asked Xin Feng? There's hope. Chapter 63. I call you brother, and you call me dad?
My wine cellar isn't here, and the only liquor I have at home is mutai.
Just make do with it.
Lang Ziyan said calmly as he came out with 2 bottles of Kwaicha mutai and 2 red wine glasses.
He sat back on the sofa, opened the bottle of white wine, poured a full cup, pushed it to Xin Feng, then poured half a finger for himself and pushed it to himself. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng's mouth twitched slightly.
Good job. It seems like the father-in-law is going to get him drunk.
Mr. Lang, you don't need so much. It's the same if you drink it slowly.
Xin Feng said helplessly.
You can drink slowly, the most important thing is to chat.
Putting the bottle aside, Lang Ziyan looked at Xin Feng and asked, Please introduce yourself first.
I don't know your identity yet. Oh, my name is Xin Feng.
I used to be a market analyst at Fengyang Technical Analysis Company, earning around 200,000 yuan a year. Seeing that his father-in-law wanted to understand him, Qin Feng immediately began to explain generously.
To understand, there is drama.
As long as he doesn't rush over and can be dealt with one punch, he can talk.
How long have you known Xiaoying? Do you have any brothers or sisters? Listening to Qin Feng's generous and calm answer, Lang Ziyan was a little satisfied with his temperament and continued to ask.
He was angry because Lang Ying hadn't told him about her marriage. He got married hastily without even meeting the other person, fearing that his baby would be cheated by bad people. As long as the other party is qualified, Lang Ying likes.
He actually didn't have any objections.
Uncle, Lang Ying and I have known each other for more than 10 years.
I am an only child, and my parents are still alive. I am a regular employee.
Qin Feng answered in a very cunning way.
We played together for a while when we were kids, so we know each other, right?
Otherwise, getting married just after meeting each other is ridiculous.
My name is Lang Ziyan, the chairman of the Lang Group. I know you don't need to explain. I am still Lang Ying's father. Lang Ziyan insisted on speaking without paying any attention to Qin Feng.
It seems that he cares a lot about the word father.
Well, go on.
Without interrupting Lang Ziyan again, Qin Feng nodded and listened quietly.
Only. Lang Ziyan stopped after saying this. Forehead. He was a little confused. What else do you want to ask? What's going on? What questions did his father-in-law ask him when he first met him?
Scratching his head, Lang Ziyan quietly looked at Qin Feng, feeling a little anxious.
A dozen seconds. There was an awkward silence. Lang Ziyan now wants to take out his cell phone and search online. What questions should I ask my son-in-law when I meet him for the first time? How do I build a good relationship with my son-in-law? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Etc.
Ahem, I was a bit impulsive at the hotel earlier.
Lang Ziyan pretended to cough, feeling a little embarrassed, but his tone was still majestic. Joke.
The character still needs to be established.
It's okay, Mr. Lang. Qin Feng quickly answered. And after that, there was silence again. Lang Ziyan was sweating. Seriously. He wasn't so nervous when he was negotiating with those foreign old foxes. Sudden. Lang Ziyan's gaze shifted to the wineglass, and he heaved a sigh of relief.
He said modestly, Qin Feng, drink.
It's easier to chat when you're drunk. After a drink, wouldn't the relationship between the two of them become better?
Qin Feng looked at the whole glass of white wine in front of him with an embarrassed look on his face.
Good job.
After drinking this cup, he almost fell to his knees.
Okay, Mr. Lang. But there's nothing I can do. The father-in-law asked him to drink, so he had to drink.
He reached for the wineglass, but at this moment, the system's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Detecting that the host was forced to drink by his father-in-law, the system rewards the strongest wine jar skill. Discovered the host is drinking, liver function conversion rate +1.
Drinking jar skills?
You can't call it the skill of not getting drunk after drinking 1,000 cups. Listening to the skills he activated, Qin Feng was speechless. The emotion system is poorly named.
But it's still pretty powerful. What you need will come to you.
Now he is not afraid anymore.
In one word, drink. Tons.
The bitter wine made his stomach ache.
Qin Feng took a big gulp and only drank half of it.
But at this time he found something wrong.
Why does this mutai sound like water? Boss Lang, you should drink too. It would be boring if I drink alone, right?
Seeing that Lang Ziyan was watching him drink but he didn't move at all, Qin Feng couldn't help but remind him kindly.
Oh, no problem.
Lang Ziyan knew what Qin Feng meant, so he picked up the white wine on the table and drank it in one gulp. He didn't pour much for himself.
Just one finger.
Then, he stood up again and poured wine from the bottle into Qin Feng's glass.
He was very stingy and lowered it another finger.
Qin Feng saw this and said nothing.
Just kidding, he's super brave. However, he still suggested, Boss Lang, if we drink directly like this, won't we get drunk too easily?
These words were said to Lang Ziyan. He is already in his 40s, and no matter how capable he is, he can't drink so fast.
Only.
Lang Ziyan directly understood this to mean that Qin Feng couldn't drink much and should not get drunk and make a fool of himself.
Forest.
He was about to shout, but then his voice faded. He took out his phone and said, "Order takeout."
I'll have someone send over some dishes and a plate of peanuts.
Good. Chin Feng had no objection and nodded slightly.
As long as you have peanuts, you want tea get drunk.
After doing all this, the two of them had no more conversation.
Awkward again.
But this time, Chin Feng spoke first. "Boss Lang, I think you care about Lang Ying a lot, why don't you tell her?"
Hearing this, Lang Zian was stunned for a moment. Is his expression so obvious? Everyone outside can see it. But outsiders could see it. Why doesn't T. Lang Ying understand?
Although he is good at business, he doesn't know how to express his emotions. I remember that I used to pick up girls entirely by relying on my extremely handsome face. The only breakthrough was when he confessed his feelings to Lin Yanran.
Come on, have another drink.
Silently, Ling Zian and Chin Feng clinked their glasses, tilted their heads back slightly, and drank it all in one gulp.
And after drinking,
for some reason, he began to like Chin Feng a little. He is as handsome as me, has high emotional intelligence and is good at speaking. At the beginning, he was just afraid that his daughter would be deceived by bad people and get married without telling her.
But now,
he began to accept Chin Feng. As long as my daughter likes him, the other person is also good. It's just that he is not loyal, and that Lin Wuching's daughter is a problem.
But true.
The handsome and wealthy man is always tempted by various erotic things, and he believes that his daughter can relax in moderation.
When so many girls were chasing him, Lin Yanran didn't say anything. Aren't they living well now? Ahem, Chin Feng, I don't really have any opinion about you.
As he spoke, Lang Zian picked up his wineglass and said apologetically, "I was a little impulsive before, don't mind it, when you become a father, you will be like this too." After saying that, he drank it in one gulp.
Don't talk, it's all in the wine. I'll go too.
Seeing that his father-in-law had finished his drink in one gulp, Chin Feng also stood up and took a sip.
The two of them drank a few more glasses. Lang Zian's face was obviously a little red.
Chin Feng's liver has been systematically strengthened, and the alcohol dehydrogenase secreted is sufficient to break down alcohol just like water.
There is no problem eating 1 pound. But my father-in-law was a little drunk.
Chin Feng glanced at the wine bottle quietly.
Good job. 55 degrees. If a normal person drinks 1 pound of it, he will basically fall asleep. Lang Zian's alcohol tolerance is really good, and he can still hold on now. Boss Lang, are you okay? Chin Feng walked around the table and went to Lang Zian's side.
Looking at his red-faced father-in-law, he asked worriedly. As he said that, he went to help Lang Zian. But from Lang Zian's perspective, Chin Feng had already begun to stagger.
No. Hold on.
At least you can't embarrass yourself in front of your son-in-law.
But there are no peanuts now. The takeaway hasn't arrived yet. Damn starving takeout. He couldn't bear it anymore. He's gone. Uncle, I'm sorry. Did it hurt you when I scratched you?
When Chin Feng was about to help Lang Zian, he turned around and took Chin Feng's hand, saying with a guilty look on his face.
Actually, I like you quite a bit.
I saw the stock you mentioned earlier, and it really went up.
I'm actually concerned about Xiaoying, don't be angry, brother. I really didn't mean it, don't be angry, brother.
When Chin Feng heard this, he was completely confused. He was freaking scared.
What did his father-in-law call him just now? Elder brother? Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. Boss Lang, please stop talking. If you continue talking about seniority, it will confuse things. My father-in-law calls him brother, so what is his name? Lang Ying.
Chin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and hurried to help Lang Zian.
Lang Zian obviously didn't drink very well, and he immediately entered the third stage of his drunken madness, starting to talk nonsense completely.
No, the generations are not messed up.
I call you brother and you call me dad. Nothing is wrong. Lang Zian was dazed and kept grabbing the sofa and struggling. Son-in-law, why did you suddenly become fat? And ugly? But it still has the same style as I did back then. Chin Feng. His father-in-law is beyond saving.
At this time, Lang Ying slowly came out of the room, holding her stomach. She walked slowly to the living room and looked at Lang Zian, who was drunk and acting crazy on the sofa, and couldn't help but chuckle with her hands covering her mouth. When Qin Feng saw his lovely daughter-in-law coming out, he immediately helped his father-in-law to the sofa with great effort, and then walked over.
What are you laughing at? Didn't your dad say he's a good drinker? I never thought you could get him drunk like this, Lang Ying said.
But finally, her lovely husband was recognized by her parents.
This feeling is really good.
I got my father-in-law drunk like this on our first meeting.
Will he hold a grudge against me?
Seeing Lang Ziyan still talking to himself on the sofa, Qin Feng suddenly felt a little guilty and asked Lang Ying.
Probably not. If he's willing to drink with you, it means he recognizes you. But you drank quite a bit, didn't you? Are you okay?
Lang Ying looked Qin Feng up and down and asked with some concern. Qin Feng shook his head slightly.
I'm fine, but your dad just pulled me aside and insisted on calling me brother. Is that normal?
Lang Ying suddenly laughed and slapped Qin Feng on the arm, the same action that Lin Yanran had used to slap Lang Ziyan before.
Then according to seniority, shouldn't I call you uncle? Forget it then. My husband sounds better. If you want, you can call me anything. Ha! Something's wrong with you. Chapter 64, Call Me Daddy? Can I sleep with you?
Lang Ying narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly, pulled Qin Feng, leaned on his arms, and said coquettishly, Something is wrong with me, what do you want me to call you?
So, call me daddy? Qin Feng asked tentatively.
When Lang Ying heard this, a blush suddenly appeared on her face.
You really dare? Aren't you afraid that my dad will beat you?
Lang Ying said embarrassedly after quietly pinching the soft flesh on Qin Feng's waist.
No, it hurts. I just said it casually. It's better for you to call me husband.
Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng dodged Lang Ying and spoke hurriedly. Compared to dad, he still prefers the title of husband.
Especially Lang Ying always likes to speak in a gentle voice. That feeling.
It was just like being hit by the bone-dissolving palm, and it made my bones go soft.
You're sensible, but it's not impossible to do it in the future.
Lang Ying muttered softly.
Then let's do it later.
Qin Feng replied very decisively.
And suddenly,
only a bang was heard. Both of them were shocked.
Look back.
Lang Ziyan, who was originally lying on the sofa, had now fallen to the ground, still mumbling something.
I think we should move Mr. Ling to bed.
With a slight twitch of his mouth, Qin Feng suggested.
He's in good health, so sleeping on the floor is nothing. Seeing Lang Ziyan's funny drunk look, Lang Ying hugged her shoulders and said coldly. Lang Ying?
Qin Feng met the beautiful peach blossom eyes of his lovely wife.
I don't want to care about him. It's his fault for being mean to you before. That's a normal reaction. Your father still loves you, he just doesn't know how to express it.
Staring closely at Lang Ying's eyes, Qin Feng began to persuade her.
He would not force Lang Ying to do anything she didn't want to do.
But he is his father-in-law after all, and he can also see that Lang Ziyan loves Lang Ying very much, but he just doesn't know how to express it. This kind of stiff father-daughter relationship is easy to resolve. Just talk it out. Since Lang Ziyan almost recognized him, he was willing to help his father-in-law.
Forget it, there's really nothing I can do about you.
Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying finally compromised, her eyes softened, and she answered with a hint of pampering. She pointed to the door next to her and explained, There's a bed in the study over there.
Just throw him in there.
My mom won't care if we send him back.
Come on, let's move together.
As she spoke, Lang Ying rolled up her sleeves a little, ready to lend a hand. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately smiled.
You say you don't care, but your body is so honest. Don't you really care about your dad?
As he spoke, he took off his woolen suit jacket, revealing his strong muscles, walked to the sofa, and helped Lang Ziyan, who was lying on the ground, up.
I don't care about him. I care about you. Don't be fooled by my dad's elegant appearance.
He actually weighs over 150 pounds. When he's drunk, he's like a dead pig. You can't move him by yourself. Lang Ying followed and stepped forward, holding Lang Ziyan together with Qin Feng, while speaking with disdain. After hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly felt helpless.
My lovely daughter-in-law is such a filial daughter. Saying that your father is a dead pig, what a joke. The little cotton padded jacket is leaking. Don't move. Your stomach still hurts. I can do it.
Qin Feng tried to pull Lang Ziyan, whose body was limp, but he felt that he couldn't move at all. Then, the muscles in his arms bulged, and he changed the point of force and lifted Lang Ziyan up.
It's quite heavy. It must be at least 170.
Qin Feng said helplessly with a wry smile.
107?
Lang Ying was stunned to see Qin Feng suddenly lift up his father.
Is my lovely husband so strong? 170 kilograms, 2 bags of wheat. He actually carried it up so easily. Really?
Her man has advantages in every way. No, don't just look at it, open the door.
Oh, I forgot. Right away.
Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lang Ying came back to her senses immediately and ran to open the door of the study. She was so stunned that she forgot about it.
Then, with a bang,
Qin Feng easily threw Lang Zian onto the bed, then found a Pikachu blanket, covered him with it, and then breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, it's okay.
I'll let him lie on his side so he won't have to hold it in if he needs to vomit.
Very considerate, Qin Feng patted Lang Ying on the back to comfort her. It's okay. He never throws up when he drinks.
Just let him sleep after his drunken outburst.
It won't delay him from going to the company tomorrow.
After observing Lang Zian and making sure that he was really fine, Lang Ying nodded slightly, pulled Qin Feng out of the room, and closed the door.
You're still going to the company after drinking this much? Don't you want to take a break?
Walking with Lang Ying, Qin Feng asked doubtfully.
Lang Zian is the chairman of the Lang Group. Can't he even take a break? He has too much work to do. It's unrealistic for him to take half a day off. If he stops, the company will stop too. With some concern and some resentment, Lang Ying explained silently.
After she took over the company, she also understood why Lang Zian had never cared about her when she was young.
No way. Time is too tight. Even if I rest at night, I will be woken up by a phone call to deal with some things. She is still like this now. But fortunately, the workload is not too heavy. After finishing work during the day, I have free time at night. She also uses this time in the evening to accompany her lovely husband. She didn't want to owe Qin Feng anything. TSK, it seems that the chairman is even worse off than the grassroots employees.
Shaking his head helplessly, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying, reached out and held her hand, and asked, So, is this also the reason why you dare not tell others about your stomachache? Hearing this, Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then smiled gently. She certainly didn't understand what Qin Feng meant.
Slow.
Lang Ying turned around and held Qin Feng's cheeks with her hands, staring at his beautiful eyes with her peach blossom eyes. The love in her eyes seemed to be overflowing. I didn't tell you before because I was used to being alone, but now I have you, and I have someone who loves me. If I feel unwell in the future, I will tell you the first time. Seeing Lang Ying suddenly like this, Qin Feng also smiled gently.
Well, no one loves your husband as much as you do.
He gently pulled his lovely wife into his arms, kissed her smooth forehead, and asked in a childish manner, Little Lang Ying, have you taken your medicine? Your best friend, little Su Yenran, said you need to take another pill tonight.
Lang Ying was amused and kept laughing.
She raised her neck and gave Qin Feng a fierce peck on the cheek, then said with a smile, I've already eaten it, little friend Qin Feng.
Okay, it's already 11 o'clock in the evening, go to bed quickly.
After checking his phone, Qin Feng realized that it was already very late, so he hurriedly urged. But there's no room here, so you'll have to sleep on the sofa. With a turn of her eyes, Lang Ying pointed at the sofa and said,
It's okay. The house I bought is right next door. I can just sleep next to it.
Qin Feng didn't understand Lang Ying's meaning, so he thought about it and then gave a solution.
No, you can't, Lang Ying hesitated to speak, obviously not wanting Qin Feng to leave. Little Lang Ying, are you thinking of something bad?
Seeing Lang Ying's nervous look and hesitant look, Qin Feng reached out and scratched her upturned nose and asked,
Can we sleep together?
Biting her lower lip, Lang Ying asked hesitantly.
Since her father has already accepted Qin Feng, it is only natural for them to sleep together, right? Chapter 65 Who Can Resist a Yellow Rat? Lang Ying's Bare Face?
When Qin Feng heard what Lang Ying said, he was a little surprised.
What did you say?
Raising his hand to pick his ear, Qin Feng obviously began to doubt his life.
What's going on? What did his cute and adorable wife just say?
I said, can we sleep together? Lowering her head slightly, Lang Ying pouted and spoke slowly. The last two words were as thin as a mosquito.
The voice couldn't be any quieter.
If Qin Feng didn't have good hearing, he really wouldn't have heard it.
Boss Lang, are you greedy?
Feeling a little funny, Qin Feng asked tentatively. He turned slightly sideways and looked up at Ling Ying from below, and immediately found that her face was redder than ever before.
I am not.
Ling Ying hesitated and wanted to say no, but she didn't know why. Before he finished speaking, he nodded.
Good job. The soundtrack is not in sync at all. You didn't mix erguatu into your water and drank too much, did you? Seeing Ling Ying so flustered, Qin Feng couldn't help but find it funny.
Before he could do anything, his wife started first.
Really?
Boss Lang, your stomachache is because you ate something cold and raw before your period.
What do you want to do by tempting me now?
Helplessly reaching out and flicking Ling Ying's forehead, Qin Feng shook his head and said, "Don't be irresponsible to your own body.
There is still a long way to go, and they don't mind a day or two more. The daughter-in-law's health is the most important. Although I drank a lot, I'm not drunk. We can talk about this kind of thing after you're over it, okay?"
Qin Feng said seriously after touching Ling Ying's soft hair.
Only.
Ling Ying obviously has her own plans. She blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, met Qin Feng's, and then raised her jade hand and swore, "Then I won't do anything, is that okay?"
Do you think I will believe it?
Qin Feng was speechless.
Isn't this the same as a man telling a woman to sit on the bed, saying it's more comfortable than the sofa? It's all lies. Then I just want to sleep with you. I can't sleep alone because of my stomachache.
Seeing Qin Feng's determination, Ling Ying had no choice but to cover her lower abdomen and said with a haggard face.
And seriously. She seemed to have a real stomachache.
But for some reason, she didn't feel as much pain when she hugged Qin Feng. Anyway, Ling Zian has almost agreed with Qin Feng now, so it's no problem for them to sleep together and do something even if they are bored. She believed that Qin Feng would love her forever.
Does your stomach really hurt?
Seeing that Ling Ying's face looked really bad, Qin Feng frowned slightly and felt a little soft-hearted.
Well, it couldn't be more true. Ling Ying's eyes lit up and she answered decisively.
Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Even if I hold you, it won't change anything.
I'm not a stomachache medicine. You should drink more hot water." This answer made Ling Ying particularly dissatisfied.
It was a rare occasion for her to be willful. "As long as I hold you, my stomach doesn't hurt so much.
Just stay with me." Qin Feng. Okay, you promise not to do anything?
Qin Feng asked uncertainly.
Yeah, I promise.
Seeing Qin Feng agreed, Ling Ying's peach blossom eyes suddenly narrowed, looking very beautiful.
What a stupid wife. Qin Feng gently patted Ling Ying's head, took out the key from his pocket, and then said, "Just wear an evening gown? Don't you want to change clothes?" "Oh, right away."
Changing from her haggard look just now, Ling Ying ran into her room as if she had come back to life and started packing her things. Seeing his lovely wife so excited, Qin Feng had to smile bitterly.
It's really acting.
But that's okay, at least her stomach doesn't really hurt.
Special 2 villas next door.
Qin Feng was carrying 5 bags of clothes in one hand and 2 quilts in the other, with a look of doubt on his face about his life. He looked at Ling Ying, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, hopping slightly as she walked, humming a little tune, and asked with a smile, "Don't you have a stomachache?
Why are you jumping? Besides, aren't we just going to rest here for one night? Is it necessary to bring so many things? The last time I came to see the house, I packed some daily necessities in a big box. No need to bring so much stuff from home."
After struggling to put everything in his hands at the door, Qin Feng handed Ling Ying the key and asked her to open the door.
Really? Who told you not to tell me earlier?
With a smile, Ling Ying shyly took the 5 bags of clothes from Qin Feng's right hand and helped put them on the table in the living room on the first floor.
Is it my fault?
After lifting up all the things, Qin Feng fell speechless. His lovely wife is becoming more and more naughty, and she doesn't even admit her mistakes.
Honey, I was wrong.
Ling Ying helped Qin Feng bring the 2 quilts into the villa and admitted her mistake decisively in a soft voice.
And she was originally wearing very cute Pikachu pajamas.
The 2 yellow ears on the back of the hat stood up, accompanied by Ling Ying's soft voice.
Qin Feng couldn't bear it anymore.
Who in the world can stand a yellow-skinned mouse admitting its mistakes?
Okay, I'll tell you, you really admitted your mistake.
I dote on Ling Ying very much, Qin Feng said helplessly.
It's so late, go get some rest. Holding the quilt, he slowly brought Ling Ying to the second floor. As soon as she went up, Ling Ying saw a very large cardboard box. Is that what you prepared?
She hurried over and stood on tiptoe to look inside.
Just some essential bedding.
After putting the quilt in the room, Qin Feng said, "Go wash up first."
I'm just making the bed. Okay, thank you for your hard work, husband.
As if she was very curious about the new environment, Lang Ying's mood became a little happier. She hurried downstairs and brought up her makeup box.
And after a while,
Qin Feng made the bed, and Lang Ying also finished washing up and came back.
Boss Lang?
Looking back at Lang Ying, Qin Feng was suddenly stunned.
Lang Ying is now without makeup.
Speaking of which, it was the first time he saw Lang Ying without makeup.
Looks great.
The original royal sister's appearance has lost some of its sharpness and has more of a little girl's aura.
Looks very gentle. A completely different feeling. Do I look ugly without makeup?
Seeing that Qin Feng was staring at her face, Lang Ying asked somewhat unnaturally.
No, it's beautiful.
Qin Feng shook his head and answered very seriously. Compared to the domineering Lang Ying, he really likes the current Lang Ying without makeup. Qin Feng always had the urge to tease her because of the elusive aura of a little girl.
Then, go wash up quickly.
Being praised by her husband for her good looks, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile, looking very happy.
Actually,
before this, many people praised her for her beauty.
She was never arrogant or impatient, and she thanked him politely without any joy. I'd been used to being praised since I was a child.
But for some reason, Qin Feng was different.
An old double-standard woman. Chapter 66, Mask of Pain? Lang Xian's embarrassment.
After watching Qin Feng go to the bathroom to wash up, Lang Ying couldn't wait to run onto the bed and took out her cell phone to search for information online. The movement was so quick, as if she was not the one who had the stomachache before.
Ask, how can I quickly get my husband's body? Waiting online, very urgent.
After sending this message, she quickly opened WeChat and sent a message to her only best friend, Su Yanran.
Xiao Su, I'm with Qin Feng now. Su Yanran replied immediately, I understand, Miss Lang, you don't have to go out of your way to feed me dog food, right? I'm working hard to update. It's already past 12 o'clock, and you're still typing?
Seeing the message, Lang Ying frowned slightly.
Su Yanran was still updating at this time? She is a well-known lazy dog in the circle. You're actually typing late at night? He really changed his personality. I can't help it.
I'm stuck and my hair is about to fall off, but those readers are still urging me to update.
How inhumane. Su Yanran continued to complain, it's okay to urge me to update, but you still want me to eat dog food?
What grudge do I have against you? Su Yanran, who was far away in her single apartment, was sitting in front of her notebook, looking at the data in her book with a melancholy look on her face.
4 words, horrific. Who wants to feed you dog food?
This time the situation is different.
Why is it different?
Su Yanran replied slowly. Ever since Lang Ying and Qin Feng got together, she has to eat several mouthfuls of dog food every day.
I really ate too much.
All the landlord's surplus food went into her stomach. I'm going to rest with Qin Feng for a while. Seeing that Qin Feng would take a while to come back, Lang Ying typed quickly, her 2 white and tender feet shaking constantly, looking very happy.
Question mark. Su Yanran's face was filled with question marks. Are you saying that you want to sleep with Qin Feng? Right. Lang Ying replied immediately. Damn, you can do it. Are you going to take down my brother-in-law tonight? Su Yanran widened her eyes and became interested when she saw the message sent by Lang Ying. She is an old romance writer named Zhang. And suddenly, she frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. Why would Lang Ying send her a message at this time? Thinking about it, Su Yanran hesitantly sent a message and asked, You don't know how to operate it, right? Do you want to ask me? You're right.
Her face flushed as Lang Ying quickly typed her answer. Seeing this, the corners of Su Yanran's mouth twitched suddenly. She has never even been in a relationship, how can she share her experience with her best friend?
Suddenly, Su Yanran felt a little miserable.
At the age of 23 or 24, I had never been in a relationship, my little money was controlled by my parents, and my future as a writer was bleak.
If you remove the like, she will be miserable.
I think it would be better for you to search for it instead of relying on me. After sending the message with a painful look on her face, Su Yanran returned to her decadent look and started typing.
All right.
Lang Ying also understood when she saw the news. Her best friend has never been in a relationship, so it's useless to ask her. But the problem is that she only has Su Yanran as a friend in real life, so if she doesn't ask her, she can only ask Baidu.
But unfortunately, Lang Ying flipped through the entries for a long time and found that all Baidu gave her were advertisements and plots from romance novels, which were completely useless. Are we just giving up the opportunity like this? Lang Ying said, somewhat depressed. What opportunity? At this time,
after Qin Feng finished washing up, he saw Lang Ying lying on the bed looking a little depressed, and asked curiously.
Huh? Nothing. Like a frightened kitten, Lang Ying quickly turned off her phone and put it behind her. Let's go to bed. It's too late. Good.
Seeing Lang Ying nod, Qin Feng reached out to turn off the light, climbed onto the bed as well, slept on one side consciously, closed his eyes and rested. There was a rustling sound in the dark night.
Boss Lang, don't touch my abdominal muscles. Huh? What are you talking about? If you keep pretending, whoever touches me again will be a puppy. Woof woof woof. The next day.
It was almost 9 in the morning.
Lang Ziyan covered his still dizzy head and came out of the study with a confused look on his face.
He seemed to be dreaming. My daughter brought a man home, and that guy could drink even more than him.
What a horrible dream. Shaking his head, Lang Ziyan walked slowly into the living room.
But when he entered the huge living room, he suddenly saw a stranger.
Good morning, uncle.
On the sofa, Qin Feng saw Lang Ziyan coming out and took the initiative to greet him.
Huh? Good morning. Lang Ziyan looked at Qin Feng in surprise and was a little confused. Yesterday was not a dream. What he said then? Brother, you are my brother. From now on, I will call you brother and you can call me dad. It's okay, it's okay. We are brothers. Lang Ziyan slapped his forehead and felt ashamed. It's so embarrassing. How could he say such a thing? How will he get along with his son-in-law in the future?
I have something else to do at the company, so I'll leave first.
I really don't want to face Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan said immediately. Uncle, you haven't eaten yet.
Picking up the teacup on the table, Qin Feng poured a cup of warm water for his father-in-law and said with concern, drinking some warm water in the morning is good for your health, not to mention that you drank too much last night.
Yes, really? Thank you. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Lang Ziyan took the cup of water and took a sip. Next time, don't drink high-concentration alcohol. It's really bad for your health. Qin Feng reminded Lang Ziyan after taking the empty cup of water.
After drinking this pound of 55 proof Kwaichao Mutai, if Lang Ziyan didn't have a good alcohol tolerance, he probably wouldn't be able to wake up this afternoon.
My father-in-law is already in his 40s and is an elderly person.
It is okay to drink in moderation, but drinking too much is harmful to your body. When Lang Ziyan heard Qin Feng's words, he felt a little warm in his heart and nodded rarely.
Actually, the alcohol content of that wine isn't particularly high.
Sitting next to Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan picked up the water cup, poured himself a glass of water, and then asked, "Where is Lang Ying?"
She's still sleeping.
Qin Feng said with a guilty conscience.
Last night Lang Ying kept touching his abdominal muscles, which made him unable to sleep at all. In the end, Lang Ying was really sleepy and she finally calmed down. Still sleeping? Seriously, it's already 9 o'clock. Lang Ziyan looked down at his Patek Philippe watch and felt a little dissatisfied.
She said there were no rooms here, so we went to the house next door. Scratching his head, Qin Feng said embarrassedly. Lang Ziyan was stunned for a moment, then he coughed and said, "That means I'm tired, so it's natural for me to sleep in."
What about Lin Wuqing's daughter? Thinking of Lin Shohan, Lang Ziyan asked.
Her housekeeper took her home early in the morning. Qin Feng answered immediately.
Oh, you and Lin Wuqing's daughter. It's a misunderstanding. I see. The two fell silent again.
Lang Ziyan felt like he could dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes.
Chapter 67. Are there very few men who can cook nowadays? And at this time,
Qin Feng was also embarrassed. He looked at his father-in-law who had been drinking warm water, and opened his mouth to say something, but the phone in his pocket rang.
Uncle, let me take the call.
Qin Feng took out his cell phone and asked.
Yeah, it's okay, just treat it as your own home, no need to be so formal. Lang Ziyan waved his hand indifferently. Speaking of which,
he was also quite satisfied with Qin Feng.
He has good looks and is good at talking, so Lang Ying likes him. The most important thing is that his daughter likes it. That's it.
He was angry before because his daughter got the marriage certificate without telling him.
What if she chose the wrong person? But it's okay. The other person is pretty good. Hello, how are you?
Standing up from the sofa, Chin Feng placed the microphone of his mobile phone in front of him and asked.
Well, do I have to go? Well, I'll be there almost tomorrow. Okay.
After hanging up the phone, Chin Feng frowned, a little unhappy.
Chin Feng, is there any trouble? Seeing Chin Feng's unhappy face, Leng Zian asked immediately. This expression is exactly the same as when he encounters difficulties. It really looks like my younger self. Just as handsome. Oh, nothing much, I just have to go to Yinjing.
Chin Feng turned off the screen of his phone and put it in his pocket. He smiled slightly and explained, by the way, you haven't eaten yet.
How about I make something for you? Can you cook? Leng Zian asked in surprise. A little bit.
Chin Feng said modestly.
Joke.
With the support of the system and his hard practice, his cooking skills are now able to beat any chef. There are very few boys who can cook nowadays, so Leng Ying is lucky.
Leng Zian said with a smile.
He is now becoming more and more satisfied with Chin Feng, his son-in-law.
Only. You'd better not work too hard.
Waving his hand, Leng Zian looked down at his watch and said helplessly, I can't arrive at the company after 11.
I have a meeting at noon. I'll just buy something to eat on the way. Oh well.
After hearing this, Chin Feng nodded slightly.
After Leng Ying's explanation, he also knew that the higher the position, the greater the actual workload. Leng Zian is responsible for the operation of the entire Leng Group. He can't not go to the company. Otherwise, there is a high probability that big problems will arise. You said you had to go to Yinjing. What's the reason? Can you tell me?
He originally wanted to get up, but Leng Zian thought about it and sat down, then looked up and asked Chin Feng.
You still have to care about your own son-in-law. Otherwise, wouldn't I, as the father-in-law, be derelict in my duty? Nothing, I'm going to a shareholders' meeting.
Chin Feng answered calmly.
You are required to participate?
Then the shares you hold must be very high.
Leng Zian asked with interest.
Chin Feng had no intention of hiding anything, and immediately said, Dragon Country Mealy Pictures, 31% of the shares.
Mealy Pictures, 31 shares? After hearing this, Leng Zian was slightly stunned. He has previously collaborated with Mealy Pictures.
The largest shareholder is the young master behind Mealy Pictures, who holds absolute control over Chanda Plaza. But the situation changed a few days ago. The scattered shares sold in the market were collected by a mysterious person, and he also obtained the necessary 10% of shares from Chanda Plaza.
Became the new absolute controlling shareholder. Tell him now that the mysterious man is his son-in-law Chin Feng? Chin Feng, you're not kidding, are you?
Frowning slightly, Leng Zian was afraid that he had heard it wrong, so he asked again.
Is this worth a joke?
Scratching his head, Chin Feng was confused. Staring into Chin Feng's eyes, Leng Zian felt that his son-in-law didn't seem to be teasing him, nor did he seem to be pretending.
It seems to be true.
But the 31% stake in Mealy Pictures is truly an absolute controlling stake. Owning so many shares is equivalent to owning more than 4 billion.
Moreover, if Mealy Pictures wants to make a major decision, it must be reviewed by the absolute controlling shareholder. Is that mysterious man really his son-in-law?
After thinking for a moment, Leng Zian said, I have a private plane flying to Yinjing tomorrow.
Do you need me to accompany you? I also happen to be working with Mealy Pictures.
That's great, I saved money on plane tickets. Hearing this, Chin Feng smiled slightly and nodded.
He really wanted to communicate with Leng Zian.
This top wealthy man in Shanghai is not as difficult to get along with as he thought. Maybe he could also help resolve the strained relationship between father and daughter.
Then I'll leave. Time really can't wait any longer. Leng Zian stood up and pointed at the Patek Philippe watch. It's already 10 o'clock. Going to the company also takes time. If I delay any longer, there really won't be enough time. Okay, take care. Call me next time you need a drink.
Chin Feng also stood up and planned to see his father-in-law off. But when Leng Zian heard that Chin Feng planned to drink with him again in the future, his legs suddenly went weak, he staggered and almost fell. He never dared to drink with Chin Feng again.
No way. Chin Feng is really perverted.
He was drunk, but Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened.
Who can stand this? Ahem. Let's add a contact method.
After all, he is my son-in-law, so I have to add his contact information even if he doesn't tea drink.
Good. Qin sealed Leng Xian's phone number. The two also added each other on WeChat. After finishing, Leng Xian hurried away. Qin Feng also followed. Opened the door.
A black Rolls-Royce was parked not far away, and next to the car stood a middle-aged man whose temperament was somewhat similar to Lin An's.
Mr. Leng, good morning. Leng Xian straightened his clothes and then asked, Old Lu, how long have you been waiting? 1 hour and 23 minutes.
The middle-aged man answered in great detail.
Then let's go quickly. Leng Xian said immediately.
He turned around and waved at Qin Feng, then quickly got into the car. The middle-aged man was stunned when he looked at Qin Feng, then he bent down slightly and greeted him politely. Then he got in the car and drove away quickly. Watching the Rolls-Royce leave, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and walked towards the villa next door to find Leng Ying.
In the car.
The man Leng Xian called Lao Lu turned around and asked, That incredibly handsome young man is your son-in-law, right? Of course. Straightening up, Leng Xian said somewhat proudly, Not bad, exactly the same as when I was young. Seeing Leng Xian like this, the middle-aged man was suddenly speechless. At least he doesn't seem to be showing off like you do now.
Hearing this, Leng Xian was not angry. He laughed and said, You know nothing.
I'm just making rational use of my special advantages. The middle-aged man was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head helplessly. By the way, we have to discuss cooperation with Lisabol Pharmaceuticals tomorrow, so we have to finish today's work.
You can only work hard for a while. Or Yanjing?
Yes, the position remains unchanged.
Good. Chapter 68. I can't think of a title.
Taking out a tablet computer from the car, Leng Xian was about to look at the plan for today's meeting. But suddenly, he turned off the screen again.
Lu Shang, if you want to please someone, what do you think is the best gift?
Leng Xian couldn't help but ask as he looked at the middle-aged man driving seriously in front.
Pleasant? Front. Lu Shang drove with both hands, thinking for a moment, then asked with a smile, What kind of cattle and horses would you, the richest man in Magic City, bother to please? Why not? Leng Xian touched his nose and immediately retorted. He stood in the fog and didn't even know who the other person was. Could that person be your son-in-law? Lu Shan guessed. What did you do? A father-in-law actually wants to please his son-in-law.
After turning the steering wheel and making a turn, Lu Shan continued to ask.
I almost beat him up before.
Scratching his head, Leng Xian answered a little embarrassedly. Upon hearing this, Lu Shan was stunned. He looked back at Leng Xian with a tone of disbelief, his eyebrows raised and his eyes wide open.
No, you said you almost beat up your son-in-law? About the same.
Seeing his friend's surprised look, Leng Xian's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt a little socially dead.
He was so angry at the time that he picked up his son-in-law.
Mainly because she was afraid that her daughter would meet bad people. As expected of you, Leng Xian, you really haven't changed at all over these years. Lu Shang gave a thumbs up and said with great admiration, When Miss Lin was pursuing you, your father-in-law, who owned a bank, refused to agree.
You should have just gone over and given him a beating.
Now your daughter is being pursued by someone, and you're beating up your son-in-law.
You're really cold-hearted. I say, if your granddaughter was chased by someone, would you beat up your grandson-in-law? Unable to help but laugh, Lu Shang couldn't help but shake his head. He also recalled the time when he and Leng Xian were fighting in the business world together. At that time, Leng Xian was at the peak of his career and had a bright future. But his only shortcoming is his bad temper and violent temper. I didn't expect that it would still be like this in middle age. Just drive your car. You know nothing. Leng Xian felt a little embarrassed by what his friend said. He held his forehead and was convinced of himself. Why am I so impulsive? I say, you just need to be nicer to your son-in-law in the future. Things are not irreparable. After entering the main road, Lu Shang was distracted and gave Leng Xian a suggestion. How can it be better? Can I just give you the money? Leng Xian asked immediately. That also depends on whether the other party likes it. In front, Lu Shang answered uncertainly, although I'm far away, but I have good eyesight.
Judging from your son-in-law's handsome appearance, he must be surrounded by many young girls, and there may be rich women as well.
And she might not be a wealthy woman. You should know that, right?
While waiting for the traffic light, Lu Shan looked at Leng Zian.
And at this time, Leng Zian was stroking his chin and thinking carefully.
After some rich people have enough material resources, they will discover special hobbies when they are bored. He knows quite a few people.
His son-in-law is so ugly in appearance that he is the number one target of others, right? No, no. Leng Zian immediately shook his head.
He couldn't let his son-in-law be abducted by someone else.
Old Lu, you are right. My son-in-law looks too dangerous. He must be well protected.
After patting the back seat, Leng Zian immediately took out his cell phone, found his daughter Lang Ying's WeChat, and sent a message.
Xiaoying, keep an eye on Qin Feng. Don't let anyone take him away from you.
Just as he finished speaking, Lu Sheng in front of him suggested again, I think you can also give your son-in-law some shares of the company, or even give him a company to play with, so that you can bind him.
Shares? Company? Binding? Leng Zian suddenly realized something and nodded. That's a good idea. I'll talk to Xiaoying about it right away. And at this time, on the second floor of Thompson Epine Special Villa 2,
Leng Ying had her hair loose as she looked at the inexplicable message her father sent her. She frowned slightly and looked very unhappy.
What's wrong? Why do you look so unhappy?
While packing up the things in the room, Qin Feng saw Leng Ying still lying in bed with a bad look on her face, and asked in a gentle tone. Nothing, just some weird WeChat message my dad sent me, saying he's going to give you the company and tie you down. Leng Ying pouted and was obviously a little angry. She showed her phone to Qin Feng and then said angrily, he's always like this, never asking for other people's opinions.
I don't want to use the company to tie you down.
She jumped down from the bed and fell into Qin Feng's soft arms. Then she whispered with a trembling voice, I believe you will not leave me.
You are my lifelong love.
Idiot, why are you so nervous? Seeing that Leng Ying was a little abnormal, Qin Feng felt helpless and rubbed his lovely wife's soft hair. Having a wife like Leng Ying who was domineering and cute, rich, sensible, and obedient. He was so happy that he couldn't wait to leave. I don't know why, but I'm afraid you will leave me. Leng Ying said weakly while curled up in Qin Feng's arms.
Don't worry, I definitely won't.
Qin Feng lowered his head and kissed Leng Ying's smooth forehead, feeling both amused and helpless. Why is his wife so cute and silly?
Everything is fine, where does she get the sense of crisis from? It's all because I'm too handsome and make my wife feel insecure. Being too handsome is also a sin.
Qin Feng sighed silently, patted Leng Ying on the back and comforted her for a while.
Wake up? Help me get up. Just get up, how can I help you? Help me, get dressed. Go away, your stomach doesn't hurt anymore?
The two of them were in love until almost noon, and Leng Ying finally dressed and came out of the villa. After saying hello to his mother-in-law Lin Yanran, the two drove to Leng's fragrance industry. Because Leng Ying had informed butler Lin yesterday that he didn't need to come and pick her up specially. So today Qin Feng was driving Leng Ying's car. 11:30 a.m. A fiery red Lamborghini was parked steadily in the parking lot in front of Leng's fragrance industry. Qin Feng got out of the car first, then slowly pulled Leng Ying upstairs.
Walked to the office.
As soon as Qin Feng entered, he saw a figure with a hunched back.
Oh, Ms. Darlene, it's great to see you again.
Qin Feng smiled slightly, not surprised. I had made an agreement with her before that I would set aside some time every day to come here to study design. And yesterday he spent the whole day learning fighting techniques at home.
I also protected Ionia by the way and didn't come to study at all. Mr. Qin Feng, it's so hard to find you.
Darina, who was sitting on the stool, smiled when she saw Qin Feng and Leng Ying, and spoke in fluent English.
I don't mean to be angry. Chapter 69 No way, does anyone really find studying difficult? You didn't come to class before and I didn't give you the textbook. Can we start from the beginning today?
Darina stood up from her chair, holding two relatively thick books in her hands, and said happily.
Of course.
Since Darina gave him so much face, Qin Feng certainly couldn't say no. Besides, she really values talent and doesn't want to waste his talent.
I'm going over there.
After taking a look at Leng Ying, Qin Feng hurried over and took the two books. One book is Basics of Jewelry Design and the other is International Art Appreciation. Both of these are books for designers at a basic level. It can be said to be a must-read for beginners.
Ms. Darina was very thoughtful.
She made sure Qin Feng could understand it first, and then proceeded step by step. She believed very much in Qin Feng's talent.
Thank you for your trouble. With a slight smile, Qin Feng took 2 books and walked to the table in the office.
At this time, Lang Ying had no intention of disturbing Qin Feng's studies. She decisively gave up her large desk, took a design plan and walked to the table next to her, which was mainly used to entertain guests, and looked at it carefully with her head slightly lowered.
That's all.
While letting Qin Feng read the book, Darina explained in detail the nature and techniques of design, and also mentioned the artistic beauty. With the support of the system, Qin Feng was able to do 2 things at once and was able to withstand it completely.
Soon.
In just 1 hour, he had roughly memorized the entire content of a book.
I have a photographic memory, thanks to the system.
Lang Ying, who was looking at the design plan next to him, looked up at Qin Feng from time to time and smiled while working. She enjoyed the scene very much.
No way. Qin Feng looks so handsome when he studies seriously.
For a while, she actually fell in love with the boring job.
Nearing 1 in the afternoon.
Feeling that the time was almost up, Darina narrowed her eyes, looked at Qin Feng happily, and said, "Okay, let's stop here for today's class. It will be difficult to absorb more. It would be a bit overwhelming for most people to listen to so much professional knowledge in just 1.5 hours." But Qin Feng performed very well and was able to raise very high-level design questions from time to time. This surprised her very much. Her vision is really good, and the other party is indeed a rare talented player.
How are you? Are you okay? Darina roughly looked at the pages Qin Feng flipped through and asked happily. Designing is indeed a bit difficult.
Closing the book, Qin Feng sighed deeply and said honestly.
Generally speaking.
With the system, he can finish 2 thick professional books in an hour.
But I barely finished half of this book? Design is really hard.
However, Darina seemed very happy when she heard Qin Feng say that design was difficult. Because she felt the same way when she first started learning design. This also shows that Qin Feng was really listening, not just going through the motions.
It's normal to find it difficult. It's only been an hour and a half.
If you can carefully and roughly browse through this book, you've already surpassed the average person. Darina said with great satisfaction.
You're too kind. I haven't remembered much of the information.
Qin Feng said helplessly.
Seriously.
The knowledge related to art is shy and difficult to understand, and most of it can only be understood intuitively, which is very difficult to deal with. After reading the book, all he remembered was dead knowledge.
If you want to master it, it will take a long time.
It is so difficult, no wonder many art masters became world famous at a very old age. There are very few who are slightly younger.
Qin Feng now admires Darina very much. The ability to put all one's energy into a design must be due to one's extraordinary love for it. So what do you think is the most difficult part? Darina thought for a moment and decided to ask Qin Feng a question. In fact, it's not really a question. She just wants to see where Qin Feng's weaknesses are. If he doesn't understand, she can answer him immediately. Only. Qin Feng was a little confused when he heard Darina's question. He opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. Like. Not difficult at all. Everything he has seen, he has basically become very proficient in.
He has evolved some basic designs many times in his mind, and he can easily design low-end jewelry styles.
I just have to say it's the hardest. It can only be that it has not been actually put into practice. I think. Lang's fragrance needs a design style with strong lines. Even if it's overly minimalist, it's still very suitable. The design style on page 67 of International Art Appreciation is quite close to what we need. Thinking about it, Qin Feng found this in his mind. After hearing this, Darina was confused at first, and then surprised. She looked at Lang Ying, who was still carefully studying the design plan, and asked jokingly, "President Lang, did you install a camera in the hotel where I'm staying?" What? Lang Ying immediately looked up and frowned slightly. I'm kidding. Darina had a big smile on her face and looked very happy. She turned to look at Qin Feng, and her originally calm eyes were now filled with shock. Nothing else. What Qin Feng said was the same as the theme of the jewelry she originally wanted to design for Lang's fragrance industry. Ultimate lines. It is a niche product, but it can highlight the beauty of superiority.
Jewelry is not valuable in terms of money, but in terms of design. Mr. Chinfeng, I feel that it won't be long before you surpass me. Darlene said very seriously.
Really? It seems that my talent is amazing.
Chinfeng was not modest and continued with a smile. I didn't expect that after only an hour and a half of class, I could almost surpass the internationally renowned design master. After hearing this, Darina immediately burst into laughter. Mr. Chinfeng is not only humble and handsome, but he also speaks in a humorous way. As she spoke, she turned to Lang Ying again and kindly reminded her, President Lang, I think you should protect Mr. Chinfeng well.
He will definitely attract many young girls to pursue him outside. It's too dangerous. Hearing Darina's reminder, Lang Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, looking very happy. That's the husband she likes, how could he be bad? You can rest assured about this.
I will never let him slip away from me unless he no longer loves me.
Idiot, how could I not love you? Chinfeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh my god, it's happening again.
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Darina said helplessly.
As someone who has been through this, how could she not know that these two people were feeding her dog food?
She stood up from her chair and said seriously, Mr. Chinfeng, you can try to design some small gadgets now.
As a souvenir for a beginner, it will definitely have different meanings for you in the future. Okay, that's all for today. I won't be a light bulb anymore. I'm leaving.
After saying that, she walked to the door of the president's office and pushed it open. Chinfeng and Lang Ying wanted to go up and see him off, but were also declined. When the door was closed, they were left alone in the huge office.
It seems that Darina really wants to make you a more successful designer than her.
Leaning against the desk, Lang Ying stared at Chinfeng with her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
Indeed, the original design symbolizes primitive beauty. She must really want to cultivate me.
Chinfeng raised his eyebrows and said while sorting out the scraps of writing and drawing he had just done. After finishing, he suddenly remembered something, looked at Lang Ying, and said, Oh, right, I have to fly to Yanjing for some work tomorrow, so I can't come here tomorrow. After hearing this, Lang Ying froze.
What are you going to do? Can you not go?
After she said this, she regretted it. She didn't want to keep pestering Chinfeng, so it was necessary to give her lovely husband some space.
But I don't know why. She just wanted to keep seeing Chinfeng.
It's a shareholders' meeting that determines their decision.
They insisted that I go.
Your dad said he's flying to Yanjing tomorrow too, so he'd be a good choice to take me with him.
It'll only take a day, actually. I'll be back the day after tomorrow.
Seeing Lang Ying's beautiful eyes misty, Chinfeng felt distressed and immediately stepped forward to comfort her.
One day?
Lang Ying's mood improved a little. Although she wanted to see Chinfeng every day, one day would be fine. She didn't want Chinfeng to feel that he had no private space.
True getting along means giving both parties enough space. This is love. Good. Without thinking, Lang Ying nodded slightly. Only one day. How far have we gotten today? Chinfeng walked forward and rubbed Lang Ying's hair.
He held her delicate face in his hands and gently wiped the tears that were overflowing from her eyes with his thumb. He didn't expect Lang Ying to rely on him to this extent.
Yeah, I know.
Without any resistance, Lang Ying narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Chinfeng couldn't help it.
His wife is so cute. Who can stand this? What's more, Lang Ying is wearing professional attire now.
Balenciaga adds a silver gray pencil skirt, a white slim fit shirt and a silver gray suit jacket.
Beautiful and attractive.
The most important thing is that she is cute and adorable in her mature manner. Chinfeng couldn't hold it anymore, so he turned around and hugged Lang Ying in his arms.
Bad guy, here we go again. Chapter 70 The King of Eating is my father-in-law?
After a long time, the two separated.
Lang Ying's delicate and pretty face has long been like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite. You just know how to bully me.
After wiping the saliva from the corner of her mouth, Lang Ying slapped Chinfeng in annoyance.
There's nothing I can do. You're just too cute. I can't stand it.
Chinfeng said helplessly, ignoring Lang Ying's slapping.
To be honest, he almost couldn't hold it when they kissed just now.
I have such a beautiful and obedient wife by my side, but I can't eat her. This situation was too torturous for him as an LS.
Lang Ying, since your parents have almost accepted me, it's time for you to meet my parents.
Rubbing his shoulders, Qin Feng thought for a while and then asked. He only cares about the attitude of Lang Ying's parents. His family doesn't even know that he and Wang Shui have broken up. I don't know if his vicious mother-in-law has complained to his parents. But there has been no movement from his side so far, so he probably hasn't asked about it.
Only.
When Lang Ying heard that she was going to meet Qin Feng's parents, her breathing became rapid and she felt a little nervous.
Are you going to meet your uncle and aunt today?
I'm going to change my clothes. This is a bit too professional and a bit disrespectful to your uncle and aunt.
Looking down at her clothes, Lang Ying frowned and hurried out of the office. She wore professional attire when meeting her parents? This is not a good first impression.
She didn't want to show her bad side in front of Qin Feng's parents.
What if they didn't approve of her?
The woman was panicked. Qin Feng felt helpless when he saw his lovely wife in such a panic.
He grabbed Lang Ying, who was about to leave, and explained with a mixture of laughter and tears, "What are you doing? I didn't say I would meet my parents today.
At least you have to wait until I come back from Yanjing."
No, not today.
Being embraced by Qin Feng again, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes a few times, obviously relieved.
Of course not today. That would be a bit too abrupt. I just wanted to discuss something with you.
We'll see each other someday. With his arms wrapped around Lang Ying's slender waist, Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of her hair and spoke gently. He is now becoming more and more fond of this lovely wife who is both domineering and cute.
Lang Ying's nervousness indirectly shows how much she values Qin Feng's parents.
She didn't have any of the demeanor of a CEO, only the nervousness of a daughter-in-law.
You can't find a daughter-in-law like this even with a lantern. I'm a little scared. What if your parents don't like me? Lang Ying asked weakly, shrinking into Qin Feng's arms. No, my parents are very easy to talk to. They will definitely like you. I never knew my uncle and aunt before. I don't even know their preferences. What should I do, my husband?
Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng nervously.
Don't panic, I'll take care of everything.
Qin Feng bent down and kissed Lang Ying on the cheek, then said calmly, "Besides, there are still 3 or 4 days left, we'll talk about it then. I saw Director Ling almost get beaten up, but in the end, it was nothing, wasn't it?"
Yeah, that's right.
Listening to Qin Feng's comfort, Lang Ying nodded slightly and felt less nervous.
Let's talk about it later. It's already past 1 o'clock. Do you want to eat?
Seeing that it was already past dinner time, Qin Feng remembered that Lang Ying had not eaten yet and asked immediately.
Huh? Is it already past 1 o'clock?
Lang Ying looked down at her watch and saw it was already 1:30. She immediately became flustered again.
I have a meeting at 2 p.m. I was so busy kissing you that I forgot about it.
After patting her head, Lang Ying quickly let go of Qin Feng, walked to the chair where she was sitting before, picked up the design plan, and walked towards the door of the office. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Butler Lin standing silently at the door.
Miss, the meeting will last half an hour. Butler Lin, why are you standing outside the door? How long have you been? I just arrived.
Lin said truthfully. Then I just now in Qin Feng.
Don't panic, I didn't see anything.
Lang Ying blushed, lowered her head slightly, and then said, "Hurry up and go to the meeting."
And at this time,
Qin Feng just came out of the office slowly. Lang Ying, who was about to leave, paused for a moment, turned back, walked to Qin Bian, stood on tiptoe and gently kissed his lips.
Be right back, hubby. After saying that, he left quickly.
Lin looked at Qin Feng and immediately smiled with relief. The fact that Qin Feng is still alive here means that Lang Xian has accepted him. Lin also agreed with Qin Feng.
He and Lang Xian actually have the same opinion.
Lang Ying likes Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also likes Lang Ying.
The two like each other. That's good. That's all.
After Lang Ying finished the meeting, Qin Feng digested the design knowledge he learned at noon while playing with his lovely wife.
Until I get off work at 5 p.m. And today. They didn't return to live in Sakura community.
Qin Feng just went back to drive the car over, picked up some clothes, and then took Lang Ying to the villa of Thompsonipine. On the way, he also bought a lot of ingredients at the supermarket, intending to make something delicious for Lang Ying's parents. Although now his cooking skills far surpass those of world-class chefs. But yesterday he paid special attention to Lang Ying's kitchen and found that it was similar to that of ordinary people, so he cooked casually, without any fancy carvings or Western food.
Unexpectedly, Lang Ziyan and Lin Yanran were very happy after tasting the dishes made by Qin Feng. Especially Lang Ziyan.
I don't know if Lang Ying inherited his ability to eat.
Lang Ziyan is almost 40 years old.
Logically speaking, his appetite would decrease a little due to his age.
But Qin Feng didn't expect that his father-in-law actually drank 3 bowls of white rice for dinner? It's outrageous. No wonder he could fight hundreds of people when he was young. But the result was that Lang Ziyan was even more satisfied with him. The next day, Qin Feng woke up in the villa and looked at the time.
It was not yet 7 o'clock.
However, Lang Ying had already gotten up at this time.
She was wearing cute Pikachu pajamas and squatting on the ground with her bare feet, preparing clothes and daily necessities for Qin Feng's business trip. Seeing this, Qin Feng felt a warm feeling in his heart. Thinking back, Wang Shui had never cared about him so much before.
Lang Ying, even though the shareholders' meeting will be held in the morning, you don't have to prepare so early, right?
Qin Feng got down from the bed and came to Lang Ying's side.
He watched her put her clothes neatly into the small suitcase and asked with some concern. Be prepared for a rainy day. I'll get up early and prepare it for you so you can sleep a little longer.
Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying said very seriously. But it only takes an hour to get from Shanghai to Beijing. It's only 7:30, so I even have time to eat and protect Ionia. Rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng felt a little amused and helpless.
Isn't his wife doting on him a little too much? It made him a little overwhelmed.
At this time, there was a knock on the door downstairs.
Chapter 71. Lang Ziyan is afraid of his daughter. First do this, then do this, will it be okay?
Qin Feng listened for a moment and looked at Lang Ying with a puzzled look. At this time, my dad must have come early. With a soft sigh, Lang Ying said helplessly, his schedule is to get up around 6 in the morning, so this time is just right.
Uncle has a good schedule.
I'll go downstairs so you can change your clothes. After rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng turned around and went to the bathroom to wash his face.
Only. Lang Ying was obviously a little unhappy.
Looking towards the bathroom, she said angrily, I wanted you to sleep a little longer, but he's like this again. He never asks for other people's opinions and always makes his own decisions.
It's okay. I can't sleep either, so let's go early.
After rubbing his face casually, Qin Feng comforted Lang Ying and hurried downstairs.
My father-in-law.
Please bear with this yourself. Besides, there is nothing wrong with getting up early.
Walking downstairs, Qin Feng opened the door.
I found that my father-in-law was indeed standing at the door. And he is now dressed neatly in a suit and tie, holding a business briefcase in one hand.
You can set off at any time. Mr. Lang, you got up so early. Qin Feng asked awkwardly. You're not awake yet?
Somewhat surprised, Lang Ziyan looked his son-in-law up and down. Flip-flops, shorts, and some water stains on the face.
This is obviously the rhythm of not waking up yet. It's indeed a bit inconsistent with my schedule.
Scratching his head, Qin Feng said helplessly.
It's okay. Go back to sleep.
We're taking a private plane.
Time is not a problem. The most important thing is to get enough rest.
Seeing that Qin Feng was really a little sleepy, Lang Ziyan said very decisively. If a private jet cannot fly at any time, then it is not called a private jet.
He spends so much money every year to purchase air routes, and he can't fly freely? His son-in-law. There's nothing wrong with taking on more responsibilities. What's more, this son-in-law is so good. Cooking is even better.
But if the directors of the Lang Group heard this, they would probably think that the world had changed and that this might be another world.
Nothing else. It's just because Lang Ziyan has a very strong sense of time. He would be very unhappy if you were late even for a second. But now he is spoiling Qin Feng so much? Really double standards. It's okay, this time is fine. I can't sleep either.
After fully opening the door, Qin Feng took the briefcase from Lang Ziyan's hand, walked into the living room on the first floor, and continued, but I need to wash up, Mr. Lang, you can rest on the sofa first. After pouring a glass of water for his father-in-law, Qin Feng hurried upstairs to wash up. At this time, Lang Ying came down after changing her clothes. Seeing his daughter coming down, Lang Ziyan just sat down, and before his buttocks were warm on the sofa, he immediately stood up again. He looked at Lang Ying, who had a resentful look on her face, and said embarrassedly, "I didn't know you were still asleep."
I'm sorry for disturbing you. It's okay, I couldn't sleep anyway.
Sitting on the sofa, Lang Ying said quietly.
Lang Zian was speechless for a moment. He knew very well that his daughter's resentful look was blaming him.
But it's hard to say it clearly. It was my own negligence after all.
Why didn't I send a message to ask?
This made the relationship between him and his daughter even more strained.
We're just going for a day. I know. I will. I know. Lang Ying answered silently. Lang Zian stopped talking.
The living room was silent for a while, so awkward that one could have carved a Roman palace out of the air.
The relationship between father and daughter is really bad.
Fortunately, Qin Feng acted quickly. In 10 minutes, he finished washing up and came downstairs carrying a small black suitcase. Seeing Qin Feng had packed up, Lang Zian immediately stood up.
Moment. The two arrived at the airport.
At this time, Lang Zian's good friend and housekeeper Lu Shang had been waiting for a long time. Quickly boarded the private plane.
This is starting to take off? Qin Feng and Lang Zian sat together.
Along the way, Lang Zian was looking at the information on his tablet, and his good friend Lu Shang handed him new files from time to time. Qin Feng had nothing to do, so he took the book that Lang Zian had read and looked at it carefully.
Generally speaking, any document that passes through Lang Zian's hands is basically company secrets.
But when he saw Qin Feng pick it up, he just glanced at it and ignored it. Seeing this, Lu Shang didn't care.
The boss's son-in-law.
It has been approved if nothing unexpected happens. Qin Feng will have a share in the Lang Group from now on.
What's wrong with the head of Future Group now seeing some company secrets?
But at this time, Qin Feng didn't care what Lang Zian thought.
He is now immersed in the ocean of knowledge.
Because all the documents Lang Zian had read were in Western languages. He watched it for a while out of boredom, and unexpectedly the system activated another skill.
The strongest translator skill. I had done well in Western languages when I was at Qin Feng University. But it has been many years since graduation, even though his memory is so terrible. I have also forgotten some words.
Qin Feng just wanted to get promoted by using these documents. But as he looked at it, he found that there seemed to be some loopholes in the document. "Mr. Lang, this document is full of financial jargon, and the idea behind it is unclear." Holding a piece of paper, Qin Feng frowned and handed it to Lang Zian, pointing to it and explaining, "There are some issues with the terminology in this document. There's a sentence in the middle that sounds like a foreign language translated into Chinese and then translated back into a foreign language. And the legal note at the bottom doesn't really take effect. Most importantly, there's a page of data that's clearly missing a piece.
Isn't this clearly a scam?"
Listening silently to the problems Qin Feng pointed out, Lang Zian's face was not angry at all, but rather a little embarrassed.
Beside, Lu Shang actually tried to hold back his laughter.
Seeing their reactions made Qin Feng a little confused. He quickly checked the document again and told him it was exactly the same and there was no problem at all.
Did I say something wrong? Qin Feng looked at his father-in-law and asked doubtfully. How to say it? Overturned? Impossible.
Although this kind of loophole in laws, regulations and documents is not very obvious, if it is not discovered, the other party will definitely have to pay an additional 90 million yuan.
Mr. Qin, there's nothing wrong with the flaws you found.
Seeing Lang Zian's embarrassed expression, Lu Shang finally couldn't help but speak out, "But we made this document, and we also set this trap."
What the hell?
After hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless.
Good job. My father-in-law wants to cheat people out of their money. Son-in-law, is this flaw really that obvious?
At this time, Lang Zian came close to Qin Feng, holding the paper and asked in a low voice. When he was doing business exchanges with foreign companies, he was cheated countless times. Among them, this company is the worst. This time, the company used this kind of trick in the documents sent by the cooperation. He couldn't stand it and wanted to fight back, so he deliberately dug a trap with Lu Shang.
After the document was sent, the other party has approved it. This time we went there only to determine the final shipment volume and specific price.
But I didn't expect that even the smallest flaw could be discovered by Qin Feng.
Is his son-in-law so strong?
Mr. Lang, if the other party is also proficient in financial knowledge as well as law and data analysis, you can certainly tell by carefully reading every page. Qin Feng explained in detail, but if you want to trick me, it's not that troublesome.
All right. Since his father-in-law wants to do something, then let's make it perfect. If there is unnecessary trouble, then make it unnecessary forever.
It is best to resolve risks that can be resolved as much as possible.
Mr. Lang, you. Why call me Lang Dong? Call me Uncle. Xin Feng.
Uncle, it should be like this, then like this, then like this, that's all.
Chapter 72, Pretending to be Stupid Again? A license plate is more expensive than Cullinan?
Xin Feng pointed out in detail the various obvious holes in the problematic document. He kept turning the pen on his fingers and his mind was working fast. He was thinking about all the legal provisions that were beneficial to him, checking for loopholes and using the differences in professional terminology to see what kind of trap he could set for the other party. But before digging the hole, Xin Feng must ensure that the pit he dug cannot be seen even by professionals who are proficient in business, law, and finance. That's a bit difficult. Looking at the document full of loopholes, Xin Feng murmured softly.
Beside.
When Lang Ziyan saw his son-in-law looking so serious, he felt as if he saw himself when he was younger.
And I have to say it. Xin Feng's extremely outstanding appearance can easily kill him in seconds.
The more he looked at it, the more he liked it, and the more pleasing it became to the eye.
My daughter's taste is really good. Sighing, Lang Ziyan immediately persuaded, son-in-law, it's okay even if you can't figure it out. They have already accepted this regulation anyway. This time we are only going to finish it. No way.
He really likes the son-in-law and doesn't want him to worry too much.
What is 90 million? 900 million is fine.
His son-in-law's health is the most important.
Only.
Lu Shang, who was sitting next to Lang Ziyan, was stunned when he heard what he said, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He looked at Lang Ziyan, then glanced at Xin Feng, and then asked curiously, Old Lang, I didn't expect you to say such a thing. He and Lang Ziyan have known each other for many years and are old friends.
He knew Lang Ziyan's character very well. I hate lazy and incompetent people the most.
If that document was really discovered by those foreign companies, the loss would be worth much more than 90 million. But now, Xin Feng has been reading the document for no more than 10 minutes, and he is already letting him take a break?
It's incredible.
Lu Shang shook his head and looked at Xin Feng with some admiration.
This son-in-law is really amazing.
He can actually satisfy Lang Ziyan, who has so many problems. And he also knew Long Ying's vision. She was surprisingly picky, and none of the young talents or young masters in the Magic City were interested in her. But she was unexpectedly won over by this handsome guy in front of her.
It's incredible.
Just as he was marveling at the situation, Xin Feng had already figured out a solution.
Just see.
He held the document in his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and asked confidently, Uncle, how many related clauses are there at the back of this document?
Old Lu, how many copies of venture capital financial legal provisions and all the negotiation conditions of Genxing Pharmaceutical have you prepared?
Hearing Xin Feng's question, Lang Ziyan immediately turned to ask his old friend Lu Shang. Lu Shang then took out the thin notebook he was carrying and checked the specific quantity.
In just a dozen seconds, the exact number was given. There are a total of 35 more pages after this document. Is there any problem? Lu Shang asked, handing the computer directly to Xin Feng. He and Lang Ziyan are extremely good at beating people up.
But they are still amateurs when it comes to digging holes in files.
I just know a little bit.
In this case, it really depends on Xin Feng 13.
That's alright, but I have a few words to add.
Taking the notebook, Xin Feng pointed it to Lang Ziyan and explained in detail, I can modify the legal loopholes and conditional terms above so that others can't see them, but those 3 sets of data are missing from the efficacy experiment. We still need to fill them in as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we're caught, they'll definitely take advantage of the situation.
After hearing this, Lang Ziyan nodded slightly. However, he looked a bit embarrassed.
These sets of drug efficacy data require human tracking experiments to determine the specific values. But those people lost contact at the time, and by the time we found them, it was already the end.
There was nothing we could do. I see.
After hearing this, Xin Feng nodded slightly.
That's a problem.
Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he quickly said, I remember that my country's biopharmaceutical industry is somewhat tolerant of data sheets.
Even if 3 sets of data are missing, you can still register the number first. If you can complete the registration within 3 months, then it won't be a problem. After listening to Qin Feng, Leng Zian was suddenly surprised. He looked at Lu Shan. Want to know the answer?
But after hearing this, Lu Shan was also confused.
He didn't remember such a rule. Qin Feng looked at the two people's disbelief, but he didn't get angry. He smiled and explained, "It is true. You can check it out."
As he said that, he went to get his small suitcase, which contained the computer that Leng Ying had prepared for him. "I'm editing this page now, which requires 2 sheets of paper. Uncle, please make another copy of the rest of the document." At this time, Lu Shang had already found the one Qin Feng mentioned among the numerous legal provisions. After they saw it, they immediately turned to look at Qin Feng, and their eyes changed.
Look at him like a monster. Especially Leng Zian.
At first, he just thought that Qin Feng was handsome and elegant, and a good person. He is handsome and he and his daughter like each other.
That's it. But I didn't expect it. His son-in-law is so capable. It's just a copy, no problem at all. Leng Zian answered decisively.
Qin Feng smiled slightly and began to write specific documents, setting traps for others to fall into.
And soon, he prepared the document and sent it to his father-in-law. Lu Shang and Leng Zian studied it together and immediately nodded.
The trap Qin Feng set was much better than the one they hired others to set.
Apart from missing data, there are basically no other problems.
Qin Feng had nothing to do, so he read the rest of the documents and made some appropriate changes. Around 8 in the morning, the private plane arrived at the airport. The Magic City is close to Yanjing, and thanks to the private jet, the original 2-hour flight time was shortened to 1.5 hours. When Qin Feng walked out of the airport with Leng Zian and Lu Shang, he saw a black Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked in front of the airport. But what was strange was that there was no driver in the car.
Is this ours?
Qin Feng asked doubtfully. At this time, Lu Shang had already opened the door and got in the car.
Leng Zian also sat on it very skillfully.
Seeing this, Qin Feng also hurried up.
Using Cullinan, wouldn't that be a bit too flashy?
Looking at the various expensive interiors in the car, Qin Feng said silently.
Leng Zian and Lu Shan laughed in unison, then said, "This is normal. The deals negotiated by various companies are enough to buy 10,000 Cullinans." Qin Feng nodded slightly and said nothing more.
His father-in-law was telling the truth. The pits he dug alone were worth 30 million.
Really not expensive.
Because the shareholders' meeting of Mealy Pictures starts at 10 a.m., it's almost time now.
Leng Zian decided to send Qin Feng there first and then discuss their business. But I have to say that Cullinan is not that good in Yanjing.
There are many noble people on the road whose license plates are more expensive than their entire cars.
The 3 of them were lucky.
There was no traffic jam on the road, and Qin Feng arrived in Tongzhou district in just half an hour. Son-in-law, be careful.
If anyone mocks you, don't be afraid. Tell me your name and I'll help you deal with him. After leaving these words to Qin Feng, Leng Zian and Lu Shang left.
Qin Feng was speechless.
We live in a society ruled by law, so who still likes to show off? Chapter 73, Encountering Zheng Xiaohua? Hey, brotherly, long time no see. But where exactly is this dragon country Mealy Pictures?
Looking at the unfamiliar environment around him, Qin Feng dragged his small suitcase, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened the evil map and slowly searched.
Leng Zian simply told him that Mealy Pictures' headquarters was near Tongzhou district.
They negotiated directly in a hotel, so who knows where their headquarters is. Therefore, Qin Feng needs to find the specific location himself. Fortunately, this time the evil map did not give him wrong directions, and he soon found the location of Longhua Mealy Film Corporation. It is on the 3rd floor of Building A, Shanda Plaza, Tongzhou district. On the way to the destination, Qin Feng also checked the performance of this film and television company on his mobile phone.
I found that it was actually quite good.
Longhua Mealy Pictures Technology Company, Limited, also known as Mealy Pictures in foreign languages, is an international professional company dedicated to the planning, production, investment, operation, management, introduction, distribution, authorization, development and sales of derivative products of movies and animations.
The high-quality animation production enjoys an international reputation.
As Qin Feng was flipping through the pages, he discovered that he had previously read the second part of the Dragon Nest series, Throne of Elves, with his good brother Chao Jin. Coincidentally, Zhang Xinyue, the school belle of their college, was sitting next to him at that time.
But that's all in the past.
All he could remember was that he wanted to go back and watch the Throne of Elves again with Leng Ying. Standing at the zebra crossing, Qin Feng was about to cross when he found that the light was red. He stopped immediately and decided to wait for a minute. At this time, a tall girl wearing a khaki windbreaker and airbags came out from nowhere and tried to run a red light in a hurry.
Hey, there's a car. Qin Feng was quick-eyed and quick-handed.
Seeing that the oncoming car was about to hit the girl, he quickly grabbed her.
Ah!
A cry of surprise. Qin Feng stood steadily, the car was moving normally, but the girl fell to the ground.
I'm sorry, I bumped into you. Are you okay?
Qin Feng was confused and had no time to apologize, but the girl he pulled down was the first to say sorry. She didn't have time to care about the dust on her body. She squatted on the ground and hurried to check the stack of bound sketch albums in her bag. When she saw that the album was fine, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Are you okay? I pulled you a little too hard just now, but there's a car in front.
Seeing that the girl was very polite, Qin Feng asked embarrassedly even though he was helping.
You respect me and I respect you. If you don't respect me, don't blame me for showing off.
This is Qin Feng's principle of action.
It's okay, thank you. I was too anxious just now.
Put the sketchbook in the bag so that the girl will have time to look at Qin Feng. When she saw Qin Feng, she was stunned. Qin Feng was also slightly confused.
School beauty Zhang? Is it Qin Feng?
The two shouted almost at the same time. And they all looked at each other in surprise. However, at this time, Zhang Yuxian's mobile phone, which had not yet flown out, started vibrating. She looked down at the time, and panic suddenly appeared on her pretty face. Qin Feng, I have something else to do at the company, so I have to leave first.
It's noon.
Waving her arms anxiously, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had an idea and said hastily, I'm free at noon, let's talk.
Having said that, she left quickly. Qin Feng was left confused. Forehead.
Watching Zhang Yuxian walk away, Qin Feng held his phone, his mind a little confused. They don't have any contact information, so there rests no point in chatting. Then we'll see each other again. Looking down at the phone interface, Qin Feng followed the map and hurried to Meili Pictures. It's almost 9 o'clock now, and he hasn't arrived at the company yet.
And at the same time,
Lang Ying, who was far away in the office of Ling's fragrance industry in Shanghai, was sitting on an office chair. Although she had the latest monthly sales data of Ling's fragrance industry in her hand, her mind was all on her mobile phone. Miss, you're a little distracted since you first arrived. The monthly sales data has been stuck on the third page for almost half an hour.
If you really don't want to read it, just leave it there. I'll take care of it. Beside. Lin looked at Lang Ying's absent-minded look and asked helplessly. Her condition couldn't be more obvious. I want Qin Feng.
It's only been a few hours since I left, and I miss him so much. Lin had never seen Lang Ying like this before. Miss, this is called husband control.
Did your son-in-law Qin drug you?
Lin asked with a helpless smile.
No, I just feel empty inside and a little bad.
Putting down the monthly sales data file, Lang Ying held it with both hands. Her strength suddenly increased a lot, and her two beautiful and slender hands turned slightly white.
Seeing Lang Ying like this, Lin smiled helplessly and said, That's all?
Son-in-law Qin has only been on a business trip for 1 day and you're already so distraught. If you were like Mr. Lang going abroad for business, you wouldn't be able to eat or drink. Hearing Linan's words, Lang Ying grabbed her hair, feeling helpless.
I don't want this to happen either. Everything was fine before.
After meeting Qin Feng, she rarely left him. She couldn't get used to the fact that a close person was suddenly not around to tease her or bully her.
How about you take the initiative to send a message to Qin's son-in-law?
Seeing that Lang Ying was really in agony, Lin made a decisive suggestion.
But
Lang Ying immediately shook her head.
What if he's in a meeting? Phone calls aren't allowed during shareholder meetings.
What if I disturb him? After asking 3 questions in a row, Lang Ying still didn't dare to call. She was afraid that Qin Feng would think that she was clinging to him and not giving him any private space.
Lang Ying understood very well.
Whether they are lovers or married couples, the most taboo thing is space. If you are far away, the feelings will fade. If you are close, you will get tired of each other. She wanted to give Qin Feng some private space, but she couldn't help it.
It's really a dilemma.
Lin shrugged his shoulders, there was nothing he could do.
At this moment, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated.
She immediately picked it up and quickly opened WeChat to see if it was her lovely husband. But when he saw that it was sent by his good friend Su Yenran, his eyes suddenly turned cold.
Turn off the screen and ignore it. When Linen saw this scene, he was speechless and went out.
In the office, Lang Ying leaned back and turned to look at the sketch Qin Feng had drawn on the left wall, pouting with a sad look on her face. She missed Qin Feng so much. So this is what it feels like when your husband is not at home.
It's so hard to bear. And at this time,
in a large conference room of Longhua Meili Film Company, Qin Feng sat leisurely, looking around at the decoration, feeling very good, and nodded slightly. The person in charge of the scene hadn't arrived yet, so he was quite bored. The other company directors had never seen Qin Feng before, so when they saw him sitting there as if no one was around, they all whispered to each other.
Why haven't I seen that young man before? He should be a young master from Yanjing, right? Did his parents give him shares? I think it's Mr. Li who wants to invest in our company. Isn't he also very handsome and has a good temperament? The key point is arrogance. How can this handsome guy be arrogant?
He is very approachable. At this time, in the corridor leading to the office outside, Li Yunche was walking with extraordinary bearing. Next to him was a pretty secretary in black, and half a body in front of him was a project manager from Meili Pictures. She was explaining in detail to Li Yunche the prospects and plans for the latest animation and film and television production.
Li Yunche listened as he walking quickly.
After opening the door, he looked around and was a little surprised.
Hey, brother Li, nice to meet you again. Chapter 74 History repeats itself. I invested in this project?
Qin Feng, who was sitting among the many shareholders, saw Li Yunche coming in from outside the door. Although he was a little surprised, he still smiled and waved to greet him.
Mr. Qin? Why are you here?
His eyes narrowed slightly, and Li Yunche looked at Qin Feng, who was leisurely swaying on the chair, feeling a little confused. He once again thought of the financial circle gathering where Qin Feng spent 100 million yuan to win the smile of a beautiful woman.
He ate a big melon at that time. Why do we meet again now?
I'm a shareholder of this company, and one of its executives insisted that I come to the meeting.
I have no choice.
Shrugging his shoulders, Qin Feng explained calmly, his tone still sounding helpless.
Are you also a shareholder?
Li Yunche frowned, clearly doubtful. Before he arrived in Yanjing, he had already seen the names of all the shareholders of Meili Pictures on the plane. Qin Feng's name was not among them.
Except for the mysterious person not included in the information. Thinking of this, Li Yunche's brows suddenly relaxed, and he vaguely guessed something.
He nodded slightly and said with a smile, so Qin's company's business also involves animation production.
That's all right.
Finished. He walked in directly with his secretary, and the project manager also came in with documents. They walked straight to the front of all the shareholders, obviously to discuss something. Seeing this, Qin Feng took a deep breath and adjusted his sitting posture. The necessary rules still need to be followed.
He watched Li Yunche go up and had no objection. Actually,
Qin Feng hadn't expected that his former rival in love, Li Yunche, would appear here. It seemed that his company's business had expanded greatly. After learning about Li Yunche from Lang Ying, he went home that same day and searched for all of Li Yunche's information and all of his assets.
And I have to say it. This guy is really awesome.
At such a young age, he owns a listed company with businesses covering real estate, finance, internet, tourism, etc.
And they all did a good job. A young and promising man indeed.
Although he had his father's support, he was indeed a son of a plane.
This kind of talent.
Qin Feng was also unwilling to slap him in the face. He had disliked Li Yunche at the financial cocktail party, and the main reason he wanted to slap him in the face was because he had set his sights on Lang Ying.
And Lang Zian also wants to bring them together. He has a sense of crisis.
But now he and Lang Ying have reached this point, and they have also been recognized by their father-in-law and mother-in-law, and their relationship is very stable.
Li Yunche is not a threat. And judging from his expression, he obviously didn't care about Lang Ying.
There is no conflict of interest between the two, and Qin Feng would not deliberately make a mindless slap in the face or ridicule. This isn't a God of War novel, so there's no need for me to mess with your whole family if you mess with me.
And now it looks like
Li Yunche also seems to have invested in this company. In business, people with common interests are friends.
On stage,
Li Yunche tugged at his suit and tie, and after instructing his pretty secretary to cooperate with the project manager in explaining, he found a vacant chair and sat down next to the shareholder below. His ultimate goal is to discuss the project. Check whether the project is profitable and whether it is worth his continued investment.
The rest doesn't matter, I'm not putting on airs. Profit comes first.
The next period of time is the time required by the project manager. In half an hour, he gave an extremely detailed introduction to all aspects of the latest animation production, future plans, quality production, the latest 3D composition projects, and the detailed deployment of the animation plot.
There are also plans to connect with major broadcasting platforms, etc.
The shareholders below listened incoherently, and so did Qin Feng. However, he glanced at Li Yunqie on the way and found that Li Yunqie listened very carefully and took notes. It seemed that he was planning to do some detailed analysis.
Okay, that's all for the latest animated films and TV series that Neely Pictures is going to produce.
The project manager put the PPT on the last page and looked at all the shareholders. He then said seriously, producing large-scale animated films is the project that Neely Pictures hopes to restart after its second failure.
Neely has failed twice, but Neely will not fail a third time.
Producing such a large-scale animated film or television series consumes a huge amount of the company's resources.
If it fails, the company's future direction will change.
This is the reason why we've notified all of you shareholders to come here. The company's top management hopes that all of you will agree to launch this project.
As soon as he finished speaking, the audience became agitated.
Qin Feng pricked up his ears and listened, and most of them did not support it.
That's right, if you can make money steadily, who would suddenly rush in and work on a project that has already failed twice? Moment. There are very few approvals.
Seeing this, the project manager was immediately ashamed. However, at this moment, Li Yunqie, who had been looking down at the data, suddenly spoke.
The project is good, and the PPT is also good.
He closed the document and ignored the number of shareholders who agreed. He immediately exuded an aloof and arrogant temperament and was extremely calm. I can be responsible for all the R&D funds for this project, but the contract needs to be redrafted. I must be responsible for the promotion, and I need to share 50% of the profits from the subsequent release in theaters. If you can accept these conditions, you don't have to listen to these shareholders.
Really?
When the project manager heard that Li Yunqie was still willing to invest, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. But suddenly, he was in great trouble again. This project consumes a huge amount of human resources and has a profound impact on the company's future. If shareholders do not agree, the project cannot be developed even with authorization and approval from senior management alone. Thinking about it, he looked at Qin Feng. He received news from the company's top management that the mysterious man who held absolute control would also attend this shareholders' meeting. His last name is Qin, and his single character is Feng.
It is very easy to identify him. He must be the most handsome person.
And he is the only one who really has the final say on the scene. As long as he agrees, the opinions of other shareholders can be ignored.
Mr. Qin, would you like to reconsider? We have been preparing for this project for half a year, and Neely is just one step away from success.
The project manager asked again. At this time, everyone's eyes were turned to Qin Feng. Especially that group of shareholders. They had never seen Qin Feng before and were very confused about his identity. Now the project manager is asking for his opinion by name, which makes them feel very uncomfortable. Manager Lin, this Mr. Qin is just a young man.
Could it be that he has more power than them? Instead of listening to his opinion, you should listen to ours. That's right. This project has failed twice in a row. Neely Pictures is not suited to large-scale animation films and TV series. It's better to take a steady approach. Don't let the resentment of a few rabble-rousers elevate to the interests of the company.
The series of remarks finally made Qin Feng come to his senses. He slapped his head, then stood up and said excitedly, I've invested in this project. Seeing this, Li Yunqie frowned immediately.
This scene is so familiar. Chapter 75, with a twist of her mouth, her aura is fully released? Only. Qin Feng's sudden and bold move left the shareholders present speechless. No, what's wrong with you?
You're a shareholder and have already invested.
That's right, do you know the rules? Mr. Qin, right? If you want to invest in the project, you just need to add money.
Young man, you can't hold your temper.
You even want me to invest in this project? Do you think you're Wan Duoyu? Is your father the richest man?
As he listened to the shareholders below collectively besieging Qin Feng, Manager Lin, the project manager on the stage, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat.
Who is that person? He is a big shot who holds absolute control of the company. How dare they do that?
But in this situation, it was really not his turn to speak.
He could only worry.
Buddha, God, Lord Guan, please bless these shareholders and don't make President Qin angry, please don't.
Manager Lin was praying silently and was almost dying of anxiety. And next to it,
Li Yunche sat calmly, looking at Qin Feng's excited expression with great interest. He smiled slightly, then said with a smile, "It seems that my guess was right. You are indeed the mysterious person who obtained 10% of the shares from Chenda Film a few days ago and has absolute control."
Mr. Qin, I think this project is really worth investing in. If you have any hesitations, I can explain it to you in person. Win-win is the truth.
As soon as he said this, all the shareholders present fell silent.
Li Yunche is the project investor and, most importantly, is fully responsible. After all, these shareholders just listen to what he says.
But the content of his words now surprised them.
Mr. Li, you're saying this young man is the major shareholder with absolute control?
That's impossible, are you kidding me?
That's right. That requires 31% of the shares. Those shares alone are worth tens of billions. No way.
Qin Feng is really too young.
These shareholders simply don't believe it. Controlling tens of billions of funds at such a young age? Come here. Whoever urinates yellow, wake him up. People with diabetes should not come here, don't give them a taste of sweetness. Even if your parents are the richest people, you can't do this. It's outrageous. TSK, I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to reveal my cards. I'm a major shareholder.
Qin Feng really didn't want to listen to these shareholders' nonsense, so he said decisively. These shareholders are good at investing, but their vision is really poor. He is not as powerful as Li Yunche. Brother Li at least saw the money-making potential of this project and was willing to invest all of it.
This kind of vision is very rare. You can discuss my identity as you please.
Qin Feng sighed, stood up, and said, "But I fully support the launch of this project. As for whether it is effective, you can see later." With a twist of her mouth, her aura is fully released. 3 years have passed and the god of war has returned. Get out of the way, he's about to start acting stupid again. What a joke. He just doesn't want to show off by slapping people in the face, but that doesn't mean he will really be as happy as the Ninja Turtles when being ridiculed.
Your name is Manager Lin, right?
Ignoring the group of shareholders, Qin Feng looked at Manager Lin on the stage and asked calmly.
Yes, I am. Please tell me what's going on.
On the stage, Manager Lin quickly answered, deliberately lowering his posture. Qin Feng is now his life-saving straw, the god standing on the 7 colored clouds who saves him. For this project, he just needs to agree, and get authorization and approval from senior management.
The opinions of this group of shareholders are really not needed. Traditional animation is no longer profitable and must be reformed.
Senior management has hinted to him that even if shareholders withdraw their investment, the company must still transform.
Did you bring the authorization letter from your project shareholder? Qin Feng asked.
Of course I did. Manager Lin then took out a thick stack of documents from the files he brought, took out a few A4 papers from it, then stepped down from the stage and walked quickly to Qin Feng.
Are you really going to agree to this? What else?
Qin Feng shook his head slightly, picked up a pen from the table, and signed the authorization letter. After he signed, Manager Lin instantly became much more confident.
Certainly. It's towards other shareholders, not Qin Feng. Now that we're done, how do shareholders invest in a single project?
Putting the pen on the table, Qin Feng asked. Upon hearing this, Manager Lin was slightly stunned and suddenly became excited.
Do you want to make additional investments? No problem. I'll take full responsibility for you. You just need to add money.
After hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
He looked at Li Yunche, who was already packing up and preparing to leave, and then raised an eyebrow and asked, "Brother Li, can you give me 10% of the theater's profits?"
Boss Qin wants to increase the stakes, so of course I have to help him. Li Yunche didn't even look up, nor did he intend to lock up 50% of the theater's profits. He said generously, "I'll give you 15%, but to have 15%, you have to increase your stake by 150 million.
Do I need that 150 million?
Very Versailles, Qin Feng said with a raised eyebrow.
Okay, then I'll let you. Li Yunche said lightly.
The pretty secretary behind him looked at Manager Lin and said sweetly, "The specific contract will be drafted this afternoon and will be sent to you through the legal channels in 2 days."
Does your company have any objections? That's totally fine.
"The legal channels can come later," Manager Lin said quickly.
Then everything is fine, right?
"Manager Lin, please send me your account number so I can transfer the money to you."
Bye. Boss Chin, do you have time? Can we chat? I'm so sorry, I don't have time. Chin Feng and Li Yunche walked out of the door on their own.
The group of shareholders below have no right to speak at all.
Do they seem to be ignored?
In the elevator of Mealy Film Technology Company, Limited.
Chin Feng lowered his head and fiddled with his phone, then glanced at Li Yunche, who was standing tall next to him, looking straight ahead. "Brotherly, why are you so happy to let me have 15% of the theater's profits?"
Since Li Yunche saw the value of the project, he shouldn't have made so many concessions.
Merchant. Profit comes first.
That 15% is equivalent to at least tens of millions.
Words and contracts are two different things. This afternoon's contract will give you 20% of the theater's revenue. Li Yunche sighed deeply, then said calmly, "Mealy Pictures will definitely not split the theater's profits with me. It's not like I've never done a full asset move-in before. Back then, we only discussed a 70-30 split. A 50-50 split is simply out of the question.
You raised 150 million.
With the added funds, I can dilute it as much as possible. I can get closer to 64.
After hearing this, Chin Feng nodded slightly, agreeing with Li Yunche's statement. The other party is not stupid either. Both sides are smart people, and Manager Lin is definitely not the one in charge. In the end, we still need to talk to the top management of Mealy Pictures.
Certainly.
This time it is the basis for negotiation.
I just didn't expect that President Chin could actually invest over 100 million.
At that time, I bet on Lin Shuhan to get 100 million.
I guess he didn't get it, right?
The elevator door opened, Li Yunche walked out, and asked with a smile.
Almost.
Chin Feng answered indifferently.
How is Miss Lun lately?
Just as Chin Feng followed him out of the elevator, Li Yunche suddenly asked. This question left Chin Feng confused.
What do you mean?
Sorry, I did some research on you and found out that you are Lang Ying's previously announced boyfriend. Besides, you and Lang Ying were so affectionate at the Shangri-La Hotel a few days ago, the news has already spread throughout the business circle. I finally understand why you targeted me at the financial reception. Hearing Brotherly say this in such a calm manner, Chin Feng touched his nose, feeling a little helpless.
I am the villain now. Isn't this social death? It's okay. I admire you. You have a sharp vision just like me. It's a pity that he's not as handsome as me.
Very proud and appreciative of talent, Li Yunche snorted softly, then pulled his pretty secretary to the underground parking lot. Only Chin Feng, who looked confused, was left at the scene.
You're more handsome than me? Who gave you the courage?
Just when Chin Feng was speechless, his cell phone vibrated. He looked down and saw that it was his lovely wife.
Honey, what are you doing? Are you done with the meeting?
I miss you, Epsilon 3-inch.
Chapter 76, Concern from the Wife, and Meeting the School Beauty Zheng again? This little fool.
Looking at the WeChat message, Chin Feng couldn't help but shook his head helplessly.
Lang Ying is really a bit dependent on him. Only a few hours have passed and he's already starting to miss me?
Smiling gently, Chin Feng looked at Yan's expression and could already imagine his lovely wife resting her head on one hand, her beautiful peach blossom eyes staring boredly at the air in front of her, frowning and thinking about herself.
So, how long have you thought about me?
Although Chin Feng also wanted to reply directly to the WeChat message like "I miss you too," he still reflexively wanted to tease Lang Ying.
His wife is so cute, what's wrong with Dowry? Stupid husband.
Lang Ying, who was sitting in the office of the president of Lang's fragrance industry, blushed when she saw Chin Feng asking this question, and wanted to type an answer.
But suddenly, she paused.
After hesitating for a moment, Lang Ying put her little mouth close to the phone microphone and replied, I started thinking about you from the moment you left me.
When you finish your business, come back as soon as possible, okay?
Well, but I have an emergency here, so I probably won't be back until tomorrow, or early this morning. Listening to Lang Ying's shy yet proactive sweet voice, Chin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised and a smile spread across his face.
Why? Didn't you say you were just attending a shareholders meeting?
Lang Ying was very depressed, and her tone was obviously a little disappointed. I want to increase my investment in this project. We'll discuss the specific profit sharing this afternoon. If everything goes smoothly, I'll be back around 8 p.m. Qin Feng was very sensitive to the sense of loss in his lovely wife's voice and hurriedly explained. He also wants to go back directly now. However, he must make additional investments in Meili Pictures, and the specific profit sharing needs to be discussed with Meili's senior management. There is definitely no going back today. Okay then. I'll wait for you at home. Lang Ying thought for a moment and then answered. She didn't want Qin Feng to think she was too clingy. Oh, by the way, you have to eat on time. My dad has zero emotional intelligence and won't care about that. Don't upset your stomach and don't follow his pace, okay? Lang Ying didn't want to bother Qin Feng anymore, but suddenly she saw the stomach medicine on the table and immediately reminded Qin Feng. She can bear the pain alone. But her lovely husband cannot be sad, she will feel distressed. After Qin Feng listened carefully, he felt a little warm in his heart. His stupid wife even habitually forgets to eat, causing her to have stomachaches frequently. Now she is reminding him? I know. I'm going to eat now. You should also take care of yourself. Have you taken your stomach medicine on time? Qin Feng decided to listen to Lang Ying and eat first. When you are alone outside, it feels really good to have someone who cares about your health. And the other party is his beautiful wife. This is awesome. I ate it a long time ago. Hearing that Qin Feng also cared about her, Lang Ying couldn't help but smile, and was very happy. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked hurriedly, by the way, when you went to Yanjing, did any women hit on you? When she was in Shanghai, whenever she and Qin Feng went out shopping or on a date, there was always a chance that some girl would approach Qin Feng. Now that he goes out alone, there will definitely be many women targeting him. There are so many bad women out there, I hope her husband won't be abducted by someone else. Boys should protect themselves well when they are outside and never be deceived by bad people. The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed. Lang Ying decisively sent a message. Seeing this, Qin Feng was a little amused and said, although your husband looks good, he shouldn't be deceived. Only. As soon as he sent this message, a pretty girl trotted over, phone in hand, and asked sweetly, hello, little brother. I'd like to get to know you. Can we add each other on WeChat? See this. Qin Feng was speechless on the spot. But fortunately, he didn't call Lang Ying, but sent a voice message. If Lang Ying heard these words of chatting up, she would probably be even more worried that she was being abducted. I'm sorry, I already have a wife and my kids are old enough to help with cooking. Qin Feng politely rejected the beautiful girl and planned to leave. But the pretty girl was clearly not giving up and insisted, that's fine too. I like children too, and who knows what will happen in the future. As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng frowned and was very unhappy. My wife and I have a very good relationship. She is my lifelong love. What do you mean by that? The sudden change in image startled the beautiful girl. That's not what I meant. Don't be angry. If you don't want to add it, then don't add it. Rua said, and she immediately took a few steps back. Seeing the girl's timid look, Qin Feng sighed and didn't intend to pay any more attention to her. He pulled his small suitcase and walked outside. It wasn't there just now, but it is now. Holding the phone, Qin Feng walked out of the door of Meili Film Company while lowering his head to reply to Lang Ying's message. Tell him what just happened. What Qin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying didn't react as strongly as he had imagined, but instead thought it was normal. Lang Ying knew that it was normal for her husband to be noticed by others as he was such an outstanding person. What she wanted Qin Feng to be careful of were those bad women with evil intentions. While walking, Qin Feng chatted with Lang Ying for a while. After a while, he slowly came to the previous traffic light. At this time, he was using his phone to check if there was anything delicious nearby and planned to eat first. And coincidentally, while he was waiting for the traffic light, a female voice appeared next to him. Handsome guy, I like you. Can I add you on WeChat? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment. Just as he was about to turn around and refuse, he saw Zhang Yuxian jumping in front of him with her eyes narrowed, looking like a crescent moon, very beautiful. Principal Beauty Zhang? See you again. Qin Feng was a little surprised. What a coincidence. Zhang Yuxian smiled slightly and looked Qin Feng up and down. Seeing that he was wearing a suit that looked quite expensive, she thought for a moment and asked, "Do you work here?"
"No, I'm just here to do some things."
Xin Feng shook his head in response.
"Oh, I see."
Zhang Yuxian nodded, adjusted her bangs, and stood next to Qin Feng very naturally.
"Princess Shang, you should be working here, right? Are you a painter?"
Continuing to check out the delicious restaurants nearby, Qin Feng glanced at Zhang Yuxian, looked at the picture album backpack behind her khaki windbreaker, and asked in a calm tone. As early as college, he knew that Zhang Yuxian wanted to be a painter. And judging by her anxious look in the morning, it seemed that her wish had come true. "Yes, I'm an animation and film producer now, and just now, the animation and film that our team is responsible for is about to start." Zhang Yuxian was very excited and said happily, "I'm still a responsible person.
"If the film is successful, I'll be a rich woman."
Hearing this, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
"No, you earn so much money just to become a rich woman? You are a little girl with low ideological awareness."
Hee, that's not the case.
"Didn't you say you wanted to be a gigolo in college?"
What?
Qin Feng was stunned. "Nothing, you haven't eaten yet, right?"
"I know a place that sells fish in a charcoal pot, I'll treat you."
"Hey, look at the car." Chapter 77, Social Death, "I really am not a gigolo, President Zhang?"
The two walked for a long time.
It was almost 12:40 p.m.
Zhang Yuxian then brought Qin Feng to a restaurant that mainly sold charcoal pot fish. "Princess Zhang, you work at Longguan Mealy Film Technology Company, Limited." After putting the small suitcase next to his seat, Qin Feng adjusted his sitting position, then looked at Zhang Yuxian who had been staring at him and asked,
"How do you know? Do you also work at Mealy Company?"
Zhang Yuxian blinked and asked in confusion when she heard Qin Feng accurately say the company he worked for.
"That's not the case. The nearest animation production company is Mealy Pictures."
Qin Feng smiled slightly and explained in a calm tone, "And you just said that you have become the person in charge of animation production. I can't think of any other company that has the funds to launch a large-scale animation and film project besides Mealy Company."
"I see."
Hearing this, Zhang Yuxian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Qin Feng with some admiration. "You are the same as you were in college, very rational and your mind works very quickly."
"Just a little bit of reasoning, no technical content,"
Qin Feng said modestly. On the way, Zhang Yuxian showed him the picture album. He had seen the various sketches and storyboards in it before at Mealy Pictures. It's obvious that Zhang Xiaohua works at Mealy Company. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have so many storyboards on hand.
unless she stole it.
"Oh, by the way, Qin Feng, how are you and Wang Shui doing?" Taking off her khaki windbreaker, Zhang Yuxian carefully placed her backpack filled with picture albums on a nearby chair and asked, "It's been 3 years.
You should have been married long ago, and your child should be 1 or 2 years old, right?"
That's not the case." Qin Feng shook his head, not intending to hide it, and then said, "Wang Shui and I broke up.
Her mother's betrothal gift is too high. I can't afford it. I'm sorry, I don't know."
Hearing that Qin Feng and Wang Shui had broken up, Zhang Yuxian immediately apologized and said embarrassedly,
"Why should I say sorry? Wang Shui and I broke up just fine."
Shrugging his shoulders, Qin Feng said indifferently,
"If he really marries Wang Shui, he's completely screwed.
I must be pissed off to death by that vicious mother-in-law."
Fine. He was lucky to meet Ling Ying. So what kind of job are you doing now? I see that your suit looks very expensive." Zhang Yuxian asked cautiously. "Oh, he found a rich woman to live off of."
Qin Feng said jokingly.
"Ah?"
Zhang Yuxian was a little confused and looked at Qin Feng at a loss.
"I'm just kidding, you don't really believe it, do you?"
Seeing Zhang Yuxian's strange look, Qin Feng hurriedly explained.
"Oh, I see. You scared me."
Obviously relieved, Zhang Yuxian patted her proud chest and said thankfully, "Although I'm a bit handsome and many rich women like me, I won't give up my dignity as a man to live off him."
"This is a matter of principle."
Seeing that Zhang Yuxian really believed it, Qin Feng said in a serious tone, "Just kidding, he doesn't want to die socially."
If Zhang Yuxian really believed it, he would become famous among his classmates. Only.
Just as Qin Feng finished speaking, his cell phone on the table suddenly vibrated a few times.
Immediately, a sweet standard female voice sounded, signaling Alipay transfer.
Ding, Alipay has received a 100,000 yuan payment. Hear this sound. Qin Feng was confused, and so was Zhang Yuxian opposite him. More importantly, the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng really became strange.
There was silence. You, 100,000 a month? I really don't eat free food.
Zhang Yuxian nodded slightly, then sat back a little, and looked at Qin Feng with a strange look in her eyes.
Qin Feng was very sensitive to the changes in Zhang Yuxian and was immediately at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot. Why does he say that he is a gigolo? This is social death. You don't need to say anything, and you don't need to explain. Those who understand will understand. I won't discriminate against you. I just didn't expect you to be so expensive. Zhang Yuxian interrupted Qin Feng's explanation and said weakly.
After hearing this, Qin Feng was even more speechless.
Why is he so mean?
At this time, the waiter also brought over the cooked fish that had been prepared in advance, helped heat it up, and then left. The two of them were embarrassed again.
Well, Qin Feng still wanted to explain. But unfortunately, for some reason, someone kept interrupting him today. Is that President Zhang?
A middle-aged man with a slightly overweight figure came towards her and looked at Zhang Yuxian with a smile.
Boss Wang? Why are you here too?
Zhang Yuxian was a little surprised to see the middle-aged man.
Oh, my daughter and daughter-in-law wanted to eat this, so they came here.
I didn't expect that President Zhang, who is worth over $1 billion, would still like to eat food from us ordinary people. The middle-aged man called Mr. Wang said cheerfully and calmly.
Mr. Wang, you're joking. Expensive things aren't really delicious. You're just paying an IQ tax.
Without standing up, Zhang Yuxian smiled slightly and answered calmly.
She is a cute type.
But this sudden domineering attitude of the president made her act like a queen again. Similar to Lang Ying, both domineering and charming. This made Qin Feng refresh his impression of Zhang the school beauty during his college days.
Is this President Zhang's boyfriend? He's so handsome.
Looking at Qin Feng, Mr. Wang was stunned by his expression.
We are classmates.
Seeing that there was another misunderstanding, Qin Feng hurried to explain. He didn't want to be like Lin Shuhan, so he had to explain it clearly this time.
However, the other party obviously didn't believe it. Don't explain. Those who understand will understand. I keep my mouth shut.
Leaving a meaningful look behind, Mr. Wang hurried away. After watching the middle-aged man leave, Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yuxian and was very interested in her identity.
Are you the president of Mealy Pictures? He asked doubtfully. Yes, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Are you taking care of me? Are you worried that I won't live as well as you? About the same. Zhang Yuxian nodded awkwardly. Oh.
Qin Feng nodded and said nothing.
Zhang Yuxian is doing really well.
It's incredible that he was able to set up an animation and film and television company just 3 years after graduating from university. Just as Qin Feng was thinking, his cell phone vibrated again.
4 times in a row. I'll transfer 200,000 yuan to you. Return the 100,000 yuan and I'll support you. Holding the phone, Zhang Yuxian said in a firm tone.
She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes showing worry, but more of love.
No, I'm not a gigolo. Qin Feng almost vomited. Why did this little girl assume that he was a gigolo? Does he look like it? It's obviously not the same. You think it's too little? That's fine, I'll give you another one.
Seeing Qin Feng's hopeless expression, Zhang Yuxian assumed that the money was not enough and decisively added more money. As he spoke, Qin Feng's phone vibrated twice again.
Another 100,000. No, I really don't. Not enough? I'll give you another 100,000. No, I am. Qin Feng nodded, feeling that life was meaningless.
Chapter 78 Zhang Yuxian, baby, I'm going to make money, wait for me.
No way.
He was really afraid that Zhang Yuxian would send him another 100,000.
That's really inexplicable.
Seeing that Qin Feng finally stopped denying it, Zhang Yuxian immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
That's right.
She looked at Qin Feng's phone on the table, pursed her lips, and said decisively, give back the 100,000 yuan that rich woman gave you and tell her that you don't want to be kept anymore. Hearing this, Qin Feng was speechless. However, he still reached out and picked up the phone on the table and sent a WeChat message to his father-in-law Lang Zian.
Don't send me money anymore. No matter what, let us make it look good first. Seeing Zheng Yuxian's determined expression, he knew she was not so easy to fool. Well, there is really no advantage in being handsome. When you go out and make a living, people will fight to support you. I've made it, let's eat first. Seeing that the fish in front of him was almost heated, Qin Feng chose to divert Zheng Yuxian's attention first and spoke decisively. Zheng Yuxian actually listened to Qin Feng's words. She nodded slightly and picked up the bamboo chopsticks happily. Seeing that the matter was half over, Qin Feng quickly picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Only. He had just picked up a piece of fish when Zhang Xiaobia opposite him started talking again. I remember there's a nice hotel nearby. Let's go there after dinner. Qin Feng was bewildered. Is there such a thing? It's outrageous. Ahem, let's eat first, then we'll talk. Qin Feng coughed and immediately waved his hand. But even so, he didn't dare to say that he was not a gigolo. What if another 100,000 yuan is thrown at me? Slow down, don't choke. Am I too direct? Seeing Qin Feng's surprised look, Zheng Yuxian bit her bamboo chopsticks lightly, thought for a moment, and then said, we should go see a movie or something first to cultivate our relationship. Or maybe shopping. Zheng Yuxian talked to herself and ate slowly. Princess Zhang, let's finish our meal first, okay? As Zheng Yuxian's words became more and more outrageous, Qin Feng saw that there were many people around and decisively interrupted her from talking to herself. When Zheng Yuxian saw that Qin Feng was unhappy, she immediately shut up and stopped talking. She didn't want Qin Feng to be unhappy. That's all. The two of them kept eating and it took them almost an hour and a half to come out of the carbon pot fish restaurant. I have to say, this store is really affordable. The two of them ate so much, and it only cost 200 yuan. The street outside. Qin Feng held his cell phone and walked slowly behind Zheng Yuxian. He is not so concerned about where Zheng Yuxian is taking him now, but is more concerned about the 100,000 yuan that Leng Ziyan sent him. Qin Feng looked down at the WeChat message sent by his father-in-law, his face full of black lines. Actually, Leng Ziyan gave him a red envelope of 100,000 yuan to thank him. And there will be more in the future. Nothing else. The reason was simply that his father-in-law was too happy. The contract they had originally signed was discovered by the lawyer of the foreign company on the other side. After he and Lu Shang went up, they saw that there were 6 people on the other side, which was obviously a negotiation team. They immediately realized that their plan had been exposed and the pit they had dug had been discovered. Really? During the negotiation, the other party claimed that there were missing data in the document and the description was ambiguous, and demanded that the specific drug price be reduced by 3 percentage points. And if it really decreases, the loss of Leng Group will definitely not be less than 100 million. Money is secondary, reputation is important. If this happens, the other party might spread the word internationally that the Leng Group is dishonest and deliberately cheats people. Other business collaborations that Leng Group intends to carry out in the future will definitely be hindered. But fortunately, there is Qin Feng. Leng Ziyan decisively found an excuse and said that the document was their mistake. They had come here with the intention of renegotiating and had already redone the contract. Then he showed them all the documents that had been improved by Qin Feng. After reading it, the other lawyer did not find any problems. The project involved a huge amount of money, and neither party could withdraw their investment rashly. After much hesitation, the president of the other foreign company decided to continue the cooperation, but the contract would be discussed again in a few days after they had studied it thoroughly. That's all. A loss of 100 million was avoided because of Qin Feng. Leng Ziyan was very excited. He was planning to reward his good son-in-law, and then there was the embarrassing moment when 100,000 yuan was deposited into his Alipay account. After knowing the whole story, Qin Feng could no longer get angry. His father-in-law also likes him and wants to reward him. But that's all I want, but who needs 100,000 yuan in pocket money? Shaking his head, Qin Feng stopped, put his phone in his pocket, looked at Zheng Yuxian, and planned to explain clearly. But before he could say anything, Zheng Yuxian, who was walking in front of him, came to her senses and spoke first. She looked at Qin Feng, her delicate and royal face full of apology. Qin Feng, I'm sorry, something unexpected happened at my company, so I can't go to the hotel today. Ah? Really? That's great. Zheng Yuxian? Qin Feng quickly changed his words, that's a pity. No regrets, it's just a matter of determining the profitability of a project. It will be soon, and you can even listen to it. There was no intention to hide anything.
Although she knew that Qin Feng might not understand anything, Zhang Yuxian was still willing to explain it to him.
It doesn't feel like being kept by a rich woman.
When Qin Feng heard Zhang Xiaohua say that the project's returns were determined, his eyebrows raised, and he immediately knew in his mind that the project she was going to discuss should be the one he invested in. But what surprised him was that Zhang Yuxian was the president of Meili Pictures, and that project was obviously very important to the company. Logically speaking, she is absolutely aware of her identity.
Even manager Lin knew the names of the shareholders, so how could she not know? I don't understand either.
I'll just hang out there, so I won't go. Qin Feng spoke calmly without rushing to explain.
Well, I'll be back soon. I won't keep you waiting too long. Said.
Zhang Yuxian suddenly opened her arms, gently hugged Qin Feng, and then said gently, "Baby, I'm going to make money.
You go shopping and have fun around here. I'll be back soon."
After saying that, she left quickly, still a little anxious.
That project is really important. However, Zhang Yuxian left after explaining to Qin Feng.
It seems that Qin Feng is more capable when it comes to the company's important projects.
What a silly girl. Let's explain it to her at the company.
Not wanting to repeat the Lin Shuhan incident, Qin Feng shook his head, took out his mobile phone, hailed a taxi using the Data Taxi app, and rushed to Meili Pictures.
On the way.
Qin Feng rested his head on one hand and looked at the scenery outside the car window, while imagining what Zheng Xiaohua would look like after she knew his true identity.
You'll be surprised, right?
Thinking secretly, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
Why are there so many misunderstandings today?
And because the Carbon Pot Fish restaurant is right near Meili Film Studio. In just about 10 minutes, Qin Feng returned to the first floor of Meili Film Company. At this time, Zhang Yuxian had also gone up. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He walked slowly with his small suitcase.
Chapter 79 Li Yun's girlfriend, I'm already married. 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Longhua Meili Film Technology Company, Limited, in one of the conference rooms. Qin Feng was lying on a leather sofa chair made of calfskin imported from the Netherlands, with his legs half-crossed, swaying around boredly. He had been up here for 20 minutes, but Zhang Yuxian still hadn't come.
Brother Li, have you eaten?
You look so skinny, just skin and bones.
It's really boring.
Qin Feng glanced at Li Yunche, who had an inverted triangle figure and was very strong, and joked.
Show me those last few authorizations. Li Yunche raised his head slightly and spoke gently to his secretary.
The secretary immediately took out 3 or 4 sheets of A4 paper from the briefcase she was carrying and handed them to Li Yunche. After he got it, he looked down and had no intention of paying any attention to Qin Feng.
Why are you ignoring me?
Qin Feng said helplessly. If you're really bored, just go to my hometown and plow the 50 acres of vacant land. Seeing Qin Feng's bored look, Li Yunche rolled his eyes at him helplessly and then said. After saying this, he continued to look down and carefully examine the legal authorization documents prepared by his secretary.
50 acres? Are you trying to tire me to death?
Qin Feng said with a smile, amused by Li Yunche. I don't know how you won Lung Ying's heart.
Li Yunche sighed, sorted out the scattered documents, then stood up and asked his secretary, Are you tired of standing? Sit down. Ha? I'm not tired, I'm fine.
The pretty secretary was slightly startled and answered immediately. However, a slight blush crept onto her face.
It's okay, sit down, you've been standing all day.
Speaking calmly, Li Yunche took the briefcase from the secretary, placed the documents inside, and then threw the bag on the table. He put his hands on the secretary's shoulders and helped her to sit on the chair. Qin Feng was stunned when he saw this.
Good job. Li Yunche actually flirted with his secretary in front of him? How can this be? Brother Li, what are you doing? Qin Feng couldn't help but asked in confusion.
Nothing, just taking care of my girlfriend.
Is there a problem?
Li Yunche said naturally. Your secretary is your girlfriend? Qin Feng looked at the secretary whose cheeks were a little red, and then looked at Li Yunche. He opened his mouth, but said nothing.
Li Yunche is really the best guy. Even the secretary is not spared? Yan Xingyue, we grew up together. Gently patting Yan Xingyue's little head, Li Yunche introduced her naturally.
Oh, so you're childhood sweethearts.
That's fine then.
Qin Feng nodded in answer, somewhat unexpectedly. He thought Li Yunche wanted to be a sea king and pick up a girl. I didn't expect that we were childhood sweethearts. Looking at his gentle look, his eyes were full of Yenqing Yue's feelings, he was really moved.
TSK, there's an unexpected gain?
Qin Feng smiled and stopped talking. No wonder Li Yunche always brings his secretary with him wherever he goes, it turns out she is his girlfriend. He looked at Yin Qingyue carefully and found that her temperament was surprisingly good, her face was full of collagen, and her cheeks were now red, which was very attractive.
She is a little lowly, the cute type.
After observing, Qin Feng turned to look at Li Yunche, who was walking back and forth calmly, narrowing his eyes and revealing a meaningful look.
I didn't expect that. That talented young man from the Magic City with thick eyebrows and big eyes, Li Yunche, actually likes this? And at the same time,
in the corridor leading to the conference room,
Zhang Yuxian has changed into a new set of clothes.
The original khaki windbreaker and white sneakers have been replaced with a white women's business suit, and a pair of pure white, slightly diamond-studded low heels are on the feet. Coupled with her extremely domineering aura of a female CEO, she has a full-fledged queen style. Behind her, the project manager, Manager Lin, followed closely, as well as a legal officer.
Push the door open and walk in.
She came in immediately with her men.
Qin Feng, it really is you.
With a smile on her face, Zhang Yuxian sat in the C position and didn't seem surprised to see Qin Feng.
And at this time,
the female legal officer sat next to her and quickly took out the documents in the briefcase one by one, handed some to her and opened some herself.
Manager Lin was responsible for closing the door and then stood next to Zhang Yuxian. Do you know each other?
Without letting Yin Qingyue get up, Li Yunche walked to the table, took the document he had just read, and then stood up straight.
We are college classmates and just had dinner together,
Zhang Yuxian said with a smile.
Oh, let's get started then. Do you mind if my secretary sits here to represent me?
Pointing at Yin Qingyue, who was sitting next to him, Li Yunche asked indifferently.
It's okay, didn't I tell you that before? Zhang Yuxian also answered indifferently. Listening to the conversation between the two, Qin Feng was confused. What's going on? Why is it different from what he thought? Why is Zhang Xiaomei, who should have been horrified, so calm as if she already knew his identity? You already knew that I'm the absolute controlling shareholder of your company, right?
After thinking for a while, Qin Feng looked at Zhang Yuxian and asked.
I knew the name before, but I didn't see the person specifically.
But when Manager Lin first came up, he told me, and I knew it was you. Smiling, Zhang Yuxian said in a joking tone, Baby, I don't think I can support you now.
I don't seem to be as rich as you.
Hearing this, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth and laughed.
Now it's clear.
And it saves trouble, he doesn't need to explain.
How nice. That's such a pity.
Qin Feng shrugged and said. However, although he said this, there was no expression of regret on his face, but rather he looked very happy.
It's not a pity. I can pursue you too, Zhang Yuxian said. Qin Feng was slightly stunned and looked at Zhang Yuxian in confusion. I can't support you, but I can pursue you.
Zhang Yuxian put away her smile and looked at Qin Feng with a little seriousness. I don't want to leave any regrets like I did in college. Adjusting her sitting position, she gently brushed her bangs with her hand.
Qin Feng, I like you. I knew I fell in love with you the day I met you. I like the feeling of being with you. Please be my boyfriend.
Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned, not knowing what to say.
He had heard Zhang Yuxian say this once before, when he was studying at Shanghai Jiaotan University.
These words were exactly the same as what she had said to herself in the wetland park outside the school, word for word. Even the nervousness she felt then was exactly the same as it is now. Qin Feng didn't expect that she could remember it for so long.
I'm afraid I can't promise you that. I'm already married.
Not wanting to have the same misunderstanding as Lin Shuhan before, Qin Feng spoke slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuxian, who was sitting opposite him, froze in shock. Her energetic eyes suddenly dimmed at this moment.
Are you married? No, you're lying to me, aren't you? Didn't you say you and Wang Shui broke up? Why are you talking about getting married now? The domineering female CEO temperament was completely gone.
Zhang Yuxian's beautiful big eyes were moist and her tone was a little aggrieved. Chapter 80. The negotiation was successful, we will meet again in the future, Zhang Xiaohua.
Qin Feng, you were lying to me just now, weren't you?
Zhang Yuxian's eyes were moist as she looked at Qin Feng, who was sitting opposite her, and asked weakly.
She really doesn't like the feeling of being cheated.
But now, she really hopes that Qin Feng will lie to her.
Even if it's just to lie to her?
On the opposite side, Qin Feng looked at the pitiful and sympathetic appearance of Zhang Xiaohua, took a deep breath, and shook his head helplessly.
It seemed like I had hurt another girl. What's going on? He is obviously not a scumbag. How did he become like this? Princess Shang, I'm really married.
After thinking it over again and again, Qin Feng decided to tell the truth.
When it is time to cut it, otherwise there will be chaos.
If you don't tell me now, it will cause more trouble later.
And
if he really hid it from Zhang Xiaoling, how cruel would it be to Lang Ying, who had already obtained a marriage certificate with him?
Her name is Lang Ying.
I picked her up from the Civil Affairs Bureau.
I love her very much.
Qin Feng answered in a calm tone. Everything in my life has changed for the better since I met her.
Even. That's enough, don't say any more.
I'm afraid I can't control myself. Zhang Yuxian held her forehead with her right hand, sobbing, and her nose felt a little sore. She covered her face with her hands and sat quietly.
This feeling of being loved but not being able to get it. She actually experienced it twice?
That's ridiculous. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent. After 3 or 4 minutes, Zhang Yuxian's emotions calmed down a little. She wiped the tears from her eyes with her hands, then forced a smile and asked helplessly, Qin Feng, why am I always one step late?
Maybe we really are not meant to be together.
Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned and felt uncomfortable.
How did this hurt another girl? He is such a scumbag. Then let's start talking about the contract.
Seeing Li Yunqie standing upright, holding a stack of documents in one hand and looking at them silently, Zhang Yuxian realized that she had failed in her duty.
He actually left the investors aside and just felt sad on his own? I seem to have changed the topic this time. I'm sorry, Mr. Li, for taking up your time. Zhang Yuxian apologized sincerely. She is a president and the decision maker of Meili Pictures. The second is a girl.
Fortunately, our partner this time is a young talent like Li Yunqie. If a middle-aged man who was a little older and very rule-abiding had negotiated with her today, he would probably have walked away cursing.
It's okay. I have plenty of time this afternoon. It's okay for you to wait another hour to talk.
Seeing that Zhang Yuxian was calm, Li Yunqie said indifferently. He had originally planned to go shopping and have some fun with Yin Qingyue in the afternoon, as a date.
It's entertainment, so it's okay if it's 1 or 2 hours less. Besides, Zhang Yuxian was only delayed for a few minutes. Then let's not waste time and start now.
Not wanting to talk any more nonsense, Zhang Yuxian adjusted her bangs, looked at the female legal officer next to her who had already prepared everything, and after giving her a look, she began to discuss the equal distribution of the project's profits. Li Yunqie did not let his girlfriend Yin Qingyue move, but negotiated with the other party's legal affairs.
And I have to say it. Li Yunqie is really good at talking.
Originally, Zhang Yuxian wanted to give up 25% of the profits, but he managed to get 30%. After he got the rate of return he wanted, he did not make things difficult for Zhang Yuxian anymore. He made concessions decisively and added another 10 million. Qin Feng obtained a 20% return rate. But the difference is that he made a temporary decision to invest another 30 million yuan.
That's all. The tripartite negotiations were successful.
Then comes the issue of specific legal regulations, contract documents, and finalizing the project. These matters can be confirmed online without meeting in person for negotiation. Generally, projects have already started discussing the final benefits, and there will be almost no other problems with the final document confirmation, so it is considered a done deal.
2:30 p.m., Meili Film Technology Company, Limited. Zhang Yuxian personally saw Li Yunqie and Yin Qingyue off.
He and Qin Feng came to the door of the first floor hall. At this time, her emotions were already stable. Although there were some tear marks at the corners of her eyes, fortunately, there was a smile to embellish them.
Qin Feng, will you come to Yanjing again?
Walking beside Qin Feng, Zhang Yuxian asked softly.
Maybe. If there's any situation at the company here, I'll come over.
Qin Feng thought for a moment and then answered. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxian smiled.
Then I probably won't be able to see you. I will manage the company well, and some small matters can be resolved online. Is that so? Qin Feng also smiled.
Suddenly, he turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and said something for no reason. Then you have to take care of yourself. I don't want you to tell me that you have a headache, back pain, etc. when I see you one day in the future.
Zhang Yuxian has a very stubborn character and she must do what she promised.
In order to win an English speaking award, she studied until late at night every day. Memorize words and practice pronunciation. In just 1 week, her spoken English and vocabulary improved dramatically.
Finally, I won the first prize.
The reason why she worked so hard was because she had made a promise to herself.
Well, okay, I promise you, I will take care of my health. Smiling gently, Zhang Yuxian was in a good mood and answered slowly. You go back, I'll just take a taxi.
Xin Feng said as he walked to the side of the road carrying a small suitcase.
Good.
Zhang Yuxian stopped immediately because she was so well behaved. She looked at Xin Feng, squinted her eyes, and smiled, just like before, like a crescent moon, very beautiful.
Xin Feng, please don't delete me as a friend on WeChat. Good.
Xin Feng agreed to this request. Zhang Xiaohua, like Lin Shuhan before her, hopes that something will happen around her that is related to him. It's just that Lin Shuhan is Hongxing and Zhang Xiaohua is a good friend of Weixin.
We'll meet again in the future, Zhang Xiaohua.
After waving to Zhang Yuxian, Xin Feng pulled his small suitcase and blended into the crowd. He disappeared after crossing a few streets.
After he left, Zhang Yuxian's cell phone suddenly vibrated. She quickly looked down and saw that it was sent by Xin Feng.
The message is, Zhang Xiaomei, please take care of yourself more. There is also a photo of the two of them together when they were in college. After seeing this, Zhang Yuxian felt a sudden pang of sadness in her nose. But at this time her face looked very good and she was smiling gently.
You bastard, isn't this going to make me miss you even more? You scumbag. After laughing and cursing, Zhang Yuxian turned off her phone and hurried back to the company. And at the same time,
after sending the message while walking, Xin Feng changed the app and started hailing a taxi.
Chapter 81 Lang Xian's Aesthetics? Buying a gift for Lang Ying?
That was their original plan. After Xin Feng finished the shareholders' meeting, he went to find a hotel to rest for a few hours, or played around nearby, waiting for Lang Xian to finish negotiating the contract, and then they went back together. When both of them finish their work, it will be around 6 in the afternoon. It's time to take a private plane home. It was exactly 7 or 8 o'clock. Although the time is a bit tight, it is just right. You can rest when you get home without affecting your daily routine at all.
But coincidentally, there were emergencies on both sides. Xin Feng was faster and reached a deal right away. Lang Xian was a little slow and the talks broke down. We need to wait a few days to confirm it. And it's only 3 o'clock now. It's too early. Uncle, where are you now? The hotel? I'm done here now.
Holding the phone, Xin Feng sent a message to his father-in-law.
And soon, Lang Xian replied to him and included his WeChat location. Chaoyang District, China World Trade Center Mall?
Xin Feng frowned and looked at the location, very puzzled.
Why did his father-in-law go to the mall? Shopping?
Shaking his head, he didn't intend to think too much about it. Then he used the data taxi app to call a taxi, intending to quickly meet up with Lang Xian.
Because Yanjing Tongzhou District and Chaoyang District are not far away. It didn't take long.
Xin Feng came to the China World Trade Center shopping mall. He pulled his small suitcase and walked slowly following the location sent by his father-in-law, and soon arrived at the 3rd floor of the mall. Xin Feng discovered it as soon as he came up.
Most of the items sold on this floor are women's shoes. Oh, are you buying high heels for your mother-in-law?
Continuing walking forward, Xin Feng saw his father-in-law and Lu Shang in front of a Versace store. They were both wearing neat suits. Although they were middle-aged, they looked handsome with their noble appearance and youth. The return rate is surprisingly good. Seeing this scene from afar, Xin Feng immediately remembered that sentence. After you have tasted the taste of a successful, gentle, and understanding middle-aged man, you will never want to taste the taste of a young, impulsive, and naive teenager who only knows how to rush around recklessly. But Xin Feng felt that it was more because of his temperament that so many people in the mall turned to look at his father-in-law.
Or because one of them was holding a marshmallow and the other was holding an ice cream. The contrast is too great.
It's like a top student from Tsinghua University seriously doing a 1+1 arithmetic problem and complaining that it's too difficult.
Uncle, I finally found you.
Holding back his laughter, Xin Feng hurried over.
Hey, son-in-law, here you are. Lang Ziyan was very happy to see Qin Feng.
His face was filled with smiles, and the wrinkles around his eyes were revealed by the smile.
Uncle, what are you doing here? Buying a gift for my mother-in-law? Qin Feng asked simply. Ah, I have bought the gifts for your mother-in-law. This time I want to buy a pair of shoes for Xiaoying. Lang Ziyan explained. Oh, I see. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Lang Ziyan's thoughts overlapped with his. He also wanted to bring some small gifts to his lovely wife and do something romantic. Speaking of which, ever since he and Lang Ying got together, it was Lang Ying who gave him things, and he had never given Lang Ying anything. The previous sketch was given to Lang Ying because she wanted it. Thinking of this, Qin Feng suddenly felt like he owed his lovely wife. Uncle, you are so thoughtful. This Versace is pretty good. Let's go in and take a look, he said immediately after thinking about it.
Lang Ziyan nodded, had no objection, and followed Qin Feng in.
Lu Shang finished eating the marshmallow and walked in. The three of them wandered around aimlessly. After a while, then I looked at all the women's shoes in the store.
Qin Feng decisively chose a pair of blue and white sneakers.
Although Lang Ying looks like a queen, her personality is undoubtedly that of a little girl. It's also great to wear nice white sneakers for everyday wear. It will definitely give people a lively feeling. Only,
compared to Qin Feng, his father-in-law's aesthetic taste is still better. Just when Qin Feng wanted the clerk to get a pair of shoes that fit Lang Ying's size, his father-in-law Lang Ziyan suddenly came over with a pair of bright red high heels and asked happily.
How are they? Aren't these shoes nice? How about giving them to Xiaoying? Forehead.
Seeing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned and decisively reached out to refuse.
Joke.
If Lang Ziyan gave this pair of bright red high heels to Lang Ying, the relationship between father and daughter would definitely not improve, but would instead worsen. After that, Qin Feng continued to look and chose a pair of sea blue high heels decorated with bright rhinestones. He had seen Lang Ying wearing a similar style when he went to a party before.
It's just that this one has a more noble feel than that one. There isn't much difference in specifics. His lovely wife looks good in whatever she wears.
After packing 2 pairs of shoes, Qin Feng didn't plan to go shopping anymore.
At this time, his father-in-law brought over a pair of pink high heels and asked confidently, "This is nice, isn't it?"
Qin Feng was speechless on the spot.
He decisively rejected Lang Ziyan's suggestion to give Lang Ying a gift. Although Lang Ziyan felt a little aggrieved, he still followed his son-in-law's advice. No more wandering around. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon,
Qin Feng, Lang Ziyan, and Lu Shang found a noodle shop and had a bowl of noodles, then slowly arrived at Yanjing International Airport. Because the private plane needs time to prepare, it will not be ready until about 7 o'clock, and the three of them arrived here before 5 o'clock, so they still have more than 2 hours to wait. The three of them were bored in the private waiting room, so they opened a deck of cards.
I plan to play landlord. Maybe Lang Ziyan didn't like playing landlord when he was young. After only 20 minutes, many white marks appeared on his face. Although Lu Shang is Lang Ziyan's housekeeper, he is also a friend and does not give in to him at all. After the tacit cooperation of the two, soon, there was no place on Lang Ziyan's face to put the note. Very funny. And if the directors of the Lang Group in Magic City saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. This is the richest man in Shanghai, the man who controls most of Shanghai's assets. But now Qin Feng has notes all over his face? After a while, the three of them changed the way they played. Landlords became blackjack. The gameplay has changed. The situation reversed rapidly. Qin Feng didn't know whether his father-in-law had ever been in Australia. Just 20 minutes. He and Lu Shang didn't have time to put notes on their faces. There were only 2 on Lang Ziyan's face, and they were printed because he refused to offset them. Happy times are always short. 2 hours passed quickly. At this time, Lang Ziyan also received a notice from the airport. The route has been passed, the aircraft has been inspected and is ready to take off. The three of them then packed up their things, planning to go home. This time, there aren't that many files. The three of them took a short rest and woke up to find themselves at the airport. 9 o'clock in the evening. Qin Feng finally returned to his own villa in Thompson Epine. As soon as he opened the door, he smelled a fragrance, followed by a softness. Hubby, you're finally back? Chapter 82. Lang Ying is greedy? What do you mean you're finally back? I was only away for a few hours.
Putting down the small suitcase that he hadn't used for a long time, Qin Feng reached out and embraced Ling Ying, holding her in his arms, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder. He looked down at Long Ying's closed eyes, which looked very reassured, and chuckled helplessly. He hadn't been out for 10 hours yet, but she missed him terribly.
Long Ying's dependence on him is too strong. I know it's only a few hours, but I just feel like you've been away for a long time. I miss you so much.
Lang Ying hugged Qin Feng tightly with both hands, curled up in his arms like a kitten, fearing that her lovely husband was gone.
You idiot. I think my wife is so cute. Qin Feng turned his head and couldn't help but gently kiss Lang Ying's smooth and white cheek. That's all.
The two hugged each other for a long time before Lang Ying reluctantly let go. And because it was already very late.
A little after 9 o'clock.
After running outside for a long time, Qin Feng was not physically tired, but he felt a little tired mentally because of Zheng Yuxian's matter.
After throwing his computer bag on the sofa, he took his pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash up. Planned to rest afterwards.
As a president-level figure, Lang Ying has a good eye and of course she can see the fatigue of her lovely husband. After Qin Feng went upstairs to wash up, she immediately helped Qin Feng pack his things.
Take out the laptop, plug it in and put it away, then go get the things in the suitcase. After a while. In the bathroom on the second floor, Qin Feng finished washing up and came out wearing dark blue silk pajamas.
I have to say, it feels great after taking a shower.
Especially after running for half a day.
Now he just wants to have some intimate contact with the bed and then sleep with his beautiful wife in his arms. Even gods would envy such a happy life.
Only.
As soon as Qin Feng went out, he saw Lang Ying sitting on the bed in the bedroom, as if she had been waiting there for a long time. When Lang Ying saw him come out after washing up, she immediately stood up.
Is it nice? Just see.
Lang Ying hadn't known when she had changed out of her Pikachu pajamas and put on a slightly cooler dark blue and white gradient halter dress. She put her hands behind her back, resting them on her hips, then stretched out her right leg, revealing the pair of blue rhinestone high heels that Qin Feng had chosen.
She asked timidly, "Is this a gift from you?"
Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled helplessly, and then explained helplessly, "If not for you, who else can I give it to?"
Buy it for my mother-in-law?
Lang Ying laughed softly after hearing this, and then said happily, "I like it very much, it's very beautiful." Having said that, she turned around. Spinning around, her beautiful long skirt lifted up, and Lang Ying now looked like a free blue butterfly dancing.
Light and elegant.
When Qin Feng saw this, he was stunned.
No way. The scene is so beautiful.
Although he had long since gotten used to his lovely wife's good looks, the dark blue and white gradient dress she was wearing was just too over the top. The clothes are relatively cool, and Lang Ying has a sexy figure. Seeing it so vague, he couldn't hold it in any longer.
Lang Ying, didn't anyone tell you that this is dangerous?
Qin Feng walked forward slowly, pulled Lang Ying over steadily, and then picked her up horizontally.
Princess hug.
Lang Ying is a queen type, and her current outfit is more in line with her temperament.
It made him a little distracted. Want to own. What are you going to do?
With a blushing face, Lang Ying put her arms behind Qin Feng's neck and spoke softly.
Lang Ying, I can't wait any longer.
Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng immediately put Lang Ying on the made bed.
Then he pounced on him. As planned before.
Qin Feng originally wanted to wait until Lang Ying met his parents and both sides agreed.
Find another suitable opportunity.
Looking down at Lang Ying's shy face, Qin Feng couldn't wait to reach out and touch her body.
Only.
As soon as he made contact, he clearly felt that Lang Ying's body was very stiff.
He immediately took it back. You are not ready yet.
Qin Feng stared into Lang Ying's eyes and asked.
I should be ready.
Although Lang Ying's eyes were a little evasive, she still nodded slightly.
Are you sure?
When Qin Feng saw her like this, he braked in time. He just lowered his head and kissed Lang Ying on the forehead, then stood up. "You idiot, don't force yourself, there's still a long way to go." He knew very well that Lang Ying was still a little afraid of the last step.
Moreover, he was so overwhelmed by desire that he almost forgot that she seemed to be still on her period.
It almost turned out to be a big mistake.
I'm fine. My period is halfway through.
Standing up slowly, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito with a red face.
No way. She was greedy too. You think I don't want to? This isn't the right time.
Not knowing whether to laugh or cry, Qin Feng rubbed Lang Ying's soft hair and explained, "Let's talk about it later."
I choose to be worse than an animal for once.
After saying that, he still chose to go to the bathroom again. Take a cold shower. Lang Ying has been in poor health recently, and for the sake of his wife, it's okay for him to endure it.
There is still a long way to go. Only.
The person involved seemed a little unhappy. Looking at Qin Feng's hurriedly leaving back, Lang Ying was slightly stunned. She clenched her hand slightly, grasping the bedsheet, frowning, and muttered, "I seem to be a bit incompetent as a girlfriend." Even though her husband has done this, she is still hesitant. Lang Ying scratched her soft hair, feeling a little depressed. She shouldn't have resisted.
Ah, that's so annoying. Why am I so useless, carrot?
With a melancholy look on her face, Lang Ying patted her fair thigh helplessly, expressing her anger.
And soon,
Qin Feng came back again after taking a shower. At this time, he was already very calm and steady.
It's getting late, shall we take a break? Qin Feng asked Lang Ying after stretching. How about we try again? I can definitely do it.
Lang Ying raised her little hand, showing 4 fingers, and said very seriously. Seeing this, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
Okay. My wife seems unhappy. What to do? How to solve the problem of a wife ignoring her husband's body and lusting after him? Waiting online, very urgent. Can we try again after we meet my parents? Qin Feng asked after patting Lang Ying's little head. That's okay. After thinking about it for a while, Lang Ying nodded slightly and agreed. She also knew that Qin Feng was doing this for her own good. Doing this during her menstrual period will harm her body. So, when can I meet your parents?
Looking at Qin Feng, Lang Ying asked doubtfully. She also climbed onto the bed and lay next to Qin Feng, feeling a little anxious.
Have you told your uncle and aunt? Qin Feng. Chapter 83, Worse Than Beasts? Meeting the parents?
After turning over slightly, Qin Feng directly hugged his lovely wife. I'll tell my parents tomorrow.
Can we just rest now?
Staring at Lang Ying's extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes, Qin Feng asked with raised eyebrows. They were now facing each other, barely more than a finger's length apart.
This distance made Lang Ying panic. Yes, yes.
A blush quickly appeared on her face, and Lang Ying nodded slightly in response.
No way.
Qin Feng's gaze was too hot, making her a little unbearable.
But fortunately,
this situation did not last long. As the two of them fell asleep, they hugged each other in tacit understanding. Lang Ying has a lot of work to do during the day and is a little tired. Plus, Qin Fengjian, who is worse than an animal, did nothing.
Soon,
she rested her head on Qin Feng's arm and fell asleep peacefully. For some reason, Lang Ying felt at ease as long as Qin Feng was around. In the second half of the night, she was afraid that she would hurt her husband's arm, so she changed her position and just held him with both hands.
That's all. Until the next day, around 9 in the morning. Qin Feng just woke up. My arm isn't numb?
Qin Feng rubbed his sleepy eyes slightly, then looked towards the bed with a blank look on his face.
Lang Ying hadn't woken up yet.
She hugged her right arm with both hands, breathing evenly, her eyebrows trembling slightly, and she was very quiet. Qin Feng had never observed the sleeping Lang Ying so closely before. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't want to wake her up.
And the more he looked at it, the more he liked it.
Lang Ying looks really beautiful when she sleeps. Although her hair is messy like that of an ordinary girl after waking up from a sleep, her long eyelashes, fair and delicate skin, and slightly pink skin make it impossible to completely ignore some details. Although her facial features are more like those of a queen, because her eyes are not open, she lacks a lot of fierce aura.
Lang Ying now fits the image of a cute girl more. Such a beautiful and cute girl is actually his wife? His ancestors must have been very lucky.
In the end, Qin Feng couldn't even look away.
Yeah. My wife is really pretty.
After looking at it for a while, Qin Feng decisively gave it a high rating.
But this whispered comment woke Lang Ying up.
She was about to wake up, and when she heard the noise, she couldn't fall asleep again.
Hubby, I just heard it.
Lang Ying said lazily with a slight smile.
You heard it? Then there's nothing I can do. I can only silence you.
Pretending to be surprised, Qin Feng then made a gesture of cutting Lang Ying's neck horizontally. It made her laugh continuously.
After laughing, Lang Ying suddenly remembered what happened yesterday and asked, "Husband, when can I see my uncle and aunt?" "I guess, tomorrow."
Xin Feng also planned to let his parents meet Ling Ying. It wasn't just Ling Ying who was anxious, he also felt that the time had come. Once the parents of both sides have met, there will really be no worries in the future.
I have to say it. That means I still owe Lang Ying a real wedding. The two of them just got married and hadn't held the wedding yet.
I'll contact my parents now and find a hotel for them to come meet you.
Give them some time to relax, and then I'll meet your parents.
As he spoke, Xin Feng reached out to take the cell phone on the bedside table. Holding the phone, he sat up slightly. He skillfully opened WeChat and rejected a lot of girls who applied to add him as a friend.
And then I found the fucking prestige.
Suddenly, Xin Feng was stunned.
Forehead. What's wrong?
Seeing Xin Feng looking at the mobile phone page with a puzzled look, Lang Ying also sat up and asked.
My parents said they would come to see me today.
Xin Feng wanted to laugh as he handed the phone to Lang Ying.
Good job. He was just about to ask the two elders to come and meet their daughter-in-law. These two people are coming over now. Uncle and Auntie said they'll arrive at 2 p.m. Is your address still Sakura Residential Complex?
Lang Ying scrolled up the message, blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, and turned to ask Xin Feng for his opinion.
Sakura Community?
Xin Feng stroked his chin with his hand, shook his head decisively, and replied, I think, why not do it here? There is a lot of space here, which is much better than the house in Sakura Community. And while meeting Lang Ying, I can also meet her parents directly.
Kill two birds with one stone. There's nothing wrong with it. I listen to you. Do whatever you want.
Handing the phone to Xin Feng, Lang Ying did not interfere and let him do it. Nodding slightly, Xin Feng took the phone and sent a message to his parents, saying that the location would be set here. They didn't say anything, just replied with an okay, and that was it.
Is that all right?
Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, her eyes full of curiosity.
Okay, they said we're almost at the Sakura residential area, so let's head straight here now. Xin Feng replied. Hearing this, Lang Ying immediately got out of bed.
She put on her slippers, adjusted her dark blue and white gradient halter dress, and hurried to the bathroom to wash up.
Don't worry, they won't be here for at least 2.5 hours. Seeing Lang Ying's anxious look, Xin Feng couldn't help but say helplessly.
His daughter-in-law seemed very nervous. He almost got beaten up when he met Ling Zian before, but nothing happened in the end.
2 hours is short, okay?
I must perform well and try to please my future mother-in-law and leave a good impression on her. Lang Ying's voice came from the bathroom, and her tone was very serious.
To this,
Xin Feng just smiled helplessly and ignored it. Lang Ying was so nervous, which showed her respect for him. He knew his mother's personality and knew that he would definitely accept Lang Ying.
Moment. After the two of them quickly washed up,
Xin Feng strolled leisurely to a large supermarket outside to buy some fresh ingredients, intending to cook something for his parents. Lang Ying ran to her parents' villa next door and told them about this. Today happened to be Sunday, and Lang Zian had finished all the work in the company on Saturday, so he could take a half-day break.
Both parties are free, don't be too coincidental. Moment.
When Xin Feng came back with a bunch of ingredients, he opened the door and saw Lang Zian and Lin Yanran sitting on the sofa on the first floor.
Hello, uncle and aunt. He took the initiative to say hello.
After Xin Feng finished speaking, Lang Zian immediately stood up and walked over quickly to help him carry his things.
Xin Feng, are your parents really coming? Are you kidding? Lang Zian asked very seriously. Of course, just in time for everyone to be free.
After putting the ingredients into the refrigerator one by one, Xin Feng answered in a very calm tone.
No, it's too sudden. I haven't prepared any gifts for your parents yet. Lang Zian, who was always calm, was now panicking. He was really scared too. When he first met Lin Yanran's parents, he walked straight over to them. My father-in-law agreed on the spot, and I haven't seen him much since then. When I go back during the holidays, we don't talk much, we just have a meal and that's it. I really don't understand. Uncle, please don't. Why call me uncle? Call me dad. Lang Zian said at the time. Forehead.
Xin Feng was slightly startled, then he explained with a smile, Dad, I'll let my parents meet Lang Ying first, then have a meal together, talk to them, give them some time to relax, and then I'll let you meet them, is that okay?
That's fine. Both sides have time to prepare themselves mentally. After listening to Qin Feng's suggestion, Leng Zian nodded and agreed. So what do my in-laws like? Leng Zian pondered. Old Lu, where are you? What are you doing? It's only 12 o'clock. Why are you doing it?
Help me buy something suitable for meeting my in-laws.
What exactly? How do I know? Fuck, I knew you couldn't. Qin Feng. My father-in-law seems a bit fierce. Chapter 84, A Gigolo? A rich woman? Unkind parents? It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
A little earlier, Qin Feng's parents, Qin Yi and Li Ningxue arrived at the gate of Thompson Epine community. And because Ling Zian had already greeted the security guard at the gate in advance.
Not only did they not stop them, but they respectfully took them to the special villa area, Building 2. Along the way,
the two looked at the exquisite decoration and almost perfect layout of the community, and a question popped up in their minds at the same time.
When did their son become so rich?
Qin Feng's mother Li Ningxue even imagined that her son had hooked up with some rich woman and was living off her at such a young age. His son is quite handsome, so it's not impossible. However, when Li Ningxue told her husband Qin Yi about this idea, the old comrade immediately shook his head. He slowly put forward his ideas. He is even more outrageous. He thought his son Qin Feng was robbing a bank, and bought a lottery ticket on the way, and won 50 million.
They are indeed my biological parents. At this time, inside the villa,
Qin Feng sat on the sofa very leisurely, holding his mobile phone and watching the stock market. Lang Ying was a little flustered and kept busy packing her things. Lang Ying, you've wiped that table 3 times.
Oh, then I'll go sweep the floor.
There's a robot vacuum cleaner.
Then I'll go cook. You don't seem to be able to cook. What should we do? Lang Ying suddenly became panicked. And seeing this, Qin Feng was a little amused and helpless. His wife is a bit silly and cute. It's just meeting the parents, there's no need to be so nervous. His parents are very easy to talk to. You can't cook, but your husband can. When my parents come, just talk to them.
Qin Feng stood up from the sofa, walked to Lang Ying, put his arms around her slender waist from behind, and comforted her.
How can I let you cook? I should be the one doing it.
Lang Ying lowered her head, a little dazed. If she had known this earlier, she would have learned to cook. She had asked online and found out that not being able to cook was a big minus in her mother-in-law's eyes.
She doesn't know how to do it?
Okay, I'll go out and see if the 2 elders have arrived.
It's almost time to get here from Sakura community.
After patting Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng let her go and planned to go out for a look. But just as he took a few steps, he felt a fragrant breeze blowing by.
I'm going to see it. He immediately ran to the door and Lang Ying opened it. And suddenly,
instead, she saw a man and woman in their 40s standing at the door.
One of the women happened to ring the doorbell. Who are you?
Li Ningxue was a little confused when she saw that a beautiful woman came out.
What's going on? Could it be that her son is really a gigolo? But this rich woman is really beautiful. Hello, Uncle and Auntie, my name is Lang Ying, and I'm the president of Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. You should be Qin Feng's parents.
Lang Ying smiled slightly and said generously.
I don't know what's going on.
When she suddenly saw Qin Feng's parents, she was no longer panicked, but calmed down instead.
You, rich woman, no, hello, Mr. Lang. A little confused.
Li Ningxue almost dropped her lips when she saw the extremely beautiful Lang Ying in front of her. She slapped her head, and immediately came back to her senses, and asked, Qin Feng, he should be here, right?
Uncle and Aunt, you can just call me Xiaoying. Qin Feng is inside.
Hearing Li Ningxue calling herself President Lang Ying was slightly startled and quickly spoke.
How could she possibly let her future mother-in-law call her President Lang? Isn't this too awkward? Uncle and Aunt, please come in quickly.
It's still quite hot outside. Opening the door completely, Lang Ying invited Li Ningxue and Qin Yi into the villa. At this time, Qin Feng heard the noise at the door and walked over.
Mom and Dad, here we are.
Qin Feng waved at his parents and said calmly.
But
at this time, Li Ningxue was very excited to see her son.
She quickly walked up to Qin Bian, pulled him over, and asked in a low voice, when did you become a gigolo?
When Qin Feng heard this question, his face was full of question marks.
What's going on?
Why was it that the first question his dear old mother asked him when she saw him was whether he was a gigolo?
According to common sense. Shouldn't she take care of her own body first?
Then he asked himself if he ate well, and finally said that he had lost weight.
How the hell is it different? No. What does it mean to be a gigolo? Do I look like someone who was a gigolo?
Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry, with an innocent look on his face.
How could a man of such strength as him do such a thing as a gigolo? I can't say he's similar, he looks exactly like the pretty boy.
Taking a step back, comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi tacitly expressed contempt in their eyes, and then answered without hesitation. As early as when Qin Feng was 10 years old, various little girls competed to feed him snacks. They knew very well that their son would have a bad stomach when he grew up.
Now let us take a look. They have really good taste. That's enough.
Qin Feng knew very well what his parents were thinking, and he was speechless. They have been behaving like dehumanizing people for a long time.
Have you ever seen parents showing affection in front of their children? Have you ever seen a child who was only 10 years old being asked to pick up a parcel, no matter how big it is?
During Double 11, he always went there pulling a small cart.
Now you think he's a gigolo? Lang Ying and I have already obtained our marriage certificate. I'm not a gigolo, understand?
After giving Li Ningxue and Qin Yi a blank look, Qin Feng explained decisively.
Have you got the certificate? Seeing Qin Feng's serious explanation, Li Ningxue began to believe it.
But then, as if she had thought of something, she hurriedly asked, You and her have obtained the marriage certificate, but what about that little girl Wang Shui?
Wang Shui and I broke up a long time ago, didn't you know?
Scratching his face, Qin Feng frowned and asked when he saw that his old mother still knew nothing.
It looks like.
The vicious mother-in-law Chen Yan did not complain to her parents.
Just disappeared. That's right.
If she tells the shameful thing about forcing her son-in-law to leave, Wang Shui will have no chance of finding another job.
She still has some brains. I have no idea.
Li Ningxue also looked confused and shook her head in response. She thought for a moment, then said calmly, That's fine.
I don't like that Wang Shui anyway. She has no opinion at all.
Her mother is the same, she's always sarcastic.
It's good that you broke up with her. Qin Yi also nodded slightly.
Come to think of it, he also felt that the girl Wang Shui was not very good. Now this far surpasses her. Just as they were thinking about it, Lang Ying also came over.
Uncle and Aunt, there is a sofa over there. Have you had lunch? How about I go and cook?
But this sentence made Qin Feng a little confused.
When will his wife learn to cook? Could it be that she has been hiding her true identity all along? Chapter 85. Being honest and smart means you have to carry the burden forward in life? No need to cook. We bought a lot of things when we came here.
Let's just have hot pot for lunch. When Li Ningxue heard Lang Ying wanted to cook, she immediately waved her hand to refuse.
Joke. How can you ask your daughter-in-law to cook the first time you meet her? Only.
After Li Ningxue finished speaking, Qin Feng looked down at his parents' empty hands, scratched his head, and asked in confusion, That's the truth, but why don't I see anything?
All three of them were confused.
I left my things at the entrance of the community, and I seem to have forgotten to bring them over. Li Ningxue clapped her hands and suddenly remembered. She looked at Qin Yi next to her, and immediately slapped him on the arm, decisively throwing the blame away. Qin Yi, why don't you take it over?
Are you teaching me how to do things, woman?
Rubbing his arm, Qin Yi seemed to be used to being blamed, and turned to get something at the door. Listening to the conversation between the two people that was so similar to something out of a silly romance novel, Qin Feng rubbed his brows, speechless. More than 10 years.
They are still talking like this now? I am speechless. I'll go help.
Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Feng shook his head and walked over quickly. Seeing Qin Feng going to the door, Lang Ying also wanted to help get the things, but before she took a few steps, she was stopped by Li Ningxue.
Xiaoying, is it really okay for me to call you that?
Looking at the ridiculously beautiful Lang Ying, Li Ningxue's eyes gradually lit up and she asked happily.
Of course, no problem. Lang Ying said quickly. Changing your name is an important part of accepting yourself. Lang Ying knew this very well.
When she heard Li Ningxue call her Xiaoying, she not only had no objection, but was also very happy.
Okay, then Auntie will ask you.
Li Ningxue asked seriously with a curious look in her eyes, why do you like Qin Feng?
Or, how did you and Qin Feng meet?
She had checked the housing prices of Tomsonipine before and found them to be ridiculously high.
The girl in front of me looks very young. How come you are so rich? And how could such a rich and beautiful girl know his son? The two of them actually got married right away? It's outrageous. What does the other party want?
Li Ningxue finds it really difficult to understand the thoughts of young people today. This question made Lang Ying a little stunned. She thought about it and realized that she couldn't say that she had been greedy since she was a child. But now she likes everything about Qin Feng and there is no way to say it.
Because Qin Feng is very handsome.
After thinking for a while, Lang Ying answered seriously. When Li Ningxue heard Lang Ying's answer, she was slightly stunned and became confused again.
How can this little girl be so honest? No brains at all?
In the past, when she asked those girls who liked Qin Feng, they would say that they liked her son's character, ambition, etc. She never mentioned a word about how handsome her son was. Even when it came to Wang Shui at that time, her response was just to take care of her and be nice to her.
Good job.
The pretty girl in front of her was straightforward. I like Qin Feng's good looks.
I'm greedy for his body. Look. How honest. How heartless. There are really not many girls like this nowadays. I like honest children like you. So smart.
Li Ningxue said happily with a smile on her face.
Really? As long as you're happy, Auntie.
Lang Ying felt a little relieved and was very happy. She didn't expect to pass this level so easily. At this time, Qin Yi and Qin Feng had already returned carrying a lot of things.
Come and save people. Comrade Qin Yi's face turned a little red, and his voice trembled. He is already in his 40s. Almost the same as Lung Zian. He was able to carry so many things from the entrance of the community, so his physical fitness was actually quite good. Qin Feng still remembers his childhood. He went shopping in the downtown area with his parents.
Then a few hooligans spoke rudely and teased Li Ningxue.
Comrade Qin Yi kicked the three thugs to the ground with a few kicks, looking very handsome.
Now that I am middle-aged, it is really good to have such physical strength.
Uncle, give me some.
Very conscious, Lang Ying hurried over to help Qin Yi get the things, and then went to help Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng directly refused. His body has undergone systematic transformation, and his physical strength and endurance are beyond ordinary people.
There's no problem carrying these things.
If he had enough hands, he could have taken them all at once. There is no need to trouble Comrade Qin Yi to get it.
Divided into two waves.
The four of them put all the things on the table in the lobby on the first floor and breathed a sigh of relief.
Okay, we can make hot pot now. Xiaoying, what kind of hot pot do you like?
Li Ningxue smiled and asked Lang Ying, here we have bone broth with mushrooms, Sichuan hot pot base, white milk, and seafood flavor.
I can do anything. Lang Ying answered indifferently. She thought for a moment, then turned to look at Qin Feng and asked, what flavor do you like? Didn't you buy a lot of ingredients? Just seafood and Sichuan hot pot, let's make a shabu pot.
Qin Feng said as a matter of course. Lang Ying's period hasn't ended yet, and she also has stomach problems, so she can't eat anything spicy. Anyway, I bought a lot of flavors of hot pot base, so it's really easy to make a Shuangyan hot pot.
As clever as he is.
After hearing this, Lang Ying nodded slightly and said decisively, okay, I'll listen to you.
See this. Li Ningxue suddenly laughed.
This daughter-in-law is so well behaved and listens to her son very well.
Very good. A double-boiled pot is no problem. I'll get the ingredients. It'll be ready in a moment. Li Ningxue said very happily. I'll go with you. Lang Ying quickly stood up, wanting to be with Li Ningxue. No, you take a rest. Li Ningxue waved her hand and had no intention of letting Lang Ying join in. Although she said so, Lang Ying still went to help actively. After these two people left, only Qin Feng and old comrades Qin Yi were left on the sofa. Your mother likes this daughter-in-law very much. Where did you get such a good wife? Qin Yi left his son and asked in confusion. I picked it up at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Qin Feng answered honestly. His answer made Qin Yi roll his eyes. He is extremely handsome and is the president of the company.
The most important thing is that she is very nice to Qin Feng and they like each other. Such a good girl, you can't find her even if you risk your life.
Qin Yi even felt like his ancestors were praying for good fortune. Oh, by the way, what's that girl's name?
I seem to have heard of her company somewhere before.
Comrade Qin Yi asked casually while fiddling with his cell phone.
Oh, Lang Ying, who runs Lang's fragrance company, specializing in high-end luxury products.
Qin Feng also answered casually.
Oh, Lang Ying, Lang's incense industry.
Qin Yi was searching on Baidu. But suddenly, he froze and asked quickly, is her father's name Lang Zian? As clever as you are. Qin Feng nodded slightly. I'm going for a walk outside. Qin Yi quickly stood up and prepared to leave. His son actually married the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai? It's outrageous. And just now, he discovered that the company he worked for was actually someone else's subsidiary? Even more outrageous. Just go for a walk, why are you carrying a backpack? You know shit, life is just about carrying the burden forward. Chapter 86, Lower Stratum? Mother-in-law is a little spoiled? God damn, carrying a heavy burden? Is that how the word is used?
Qin Feng was speechless for a while, looking at Comrade Qin Yi who had already stood up. He reached out and pulled Qin Yi back, then asked, Dad, what are you doing? Although it's a bit outrageous to say that he's the richest man in the Magic City, didn't you have a good relationship with Uncle Lang before? Qin Feng still remembered that his father and Lang Zian had drunk together and beaten up gangsters. Even though we haven't seen each other or had any contact for such a long time, there's no need to forget about it, right?
You know shit.
We had a good relationship back then, but he took off into the sky while I was still hanging around in the lower atmosphere. Now the situation is different.
Comrade Qin Yi said earnestly.
At the beginning, the living conditions of both families were relatively poor, so of course they could live in harmony and have a good relationship.
But now it's different.
One is the richest man in Shanghai, and the other is from an ordinary middle-class well-off family. It's been such a long time since we last met. It's impossible to say that the relationship has not changed.
It's outrageous.
Qin Feng listened silently to Comrade Qin Yi's explanation and felt that it made a lot of sense.
But so what?
His father-in-law Lang Zian has already recognized him, and he came here just to meet his parents. The main purpose is that he and Lang Ying can have no worries. The level problem has long been solved.
Comrade Qin Yi was just a little surprised. Just talk it out.
Thinking about it, Qin Feng immediately moved closer to his father, intending to explain everything to him from beginning to end. After the explanation, Qin Yi's eyes changed when he looked at Qin Feng. He extended his hand, raised his thumb, and gave the colonel the affirmation, I was right about you, you really are a gigolo.
Can't you get over this? Don't you have anything else to say?
Qin Feng was speechless.
At the same time, in the huge kitchen,
Li Ningxue was thawing the beef with warm water while quickly processing the lively crayfish. The ingredients for hot pot don't need to be processed much, just a little bit of preparation will do. Even though they brought so many things, Li Ningxue could actually finish it in just over 10 minutes by herself, and Lang Ying didn't need to come at all. Xiaoying, for the lettuce, you just need to remove the yellowed and smaller leaves, and then break them into individual pieces. Seeing Lang Ying looking at a loss as to what to do with the lettuce, Li Ningxue quickly reminded her.
Okay, auntie.
Lang Ying was flattered to hear her mother-in-law's reminder and quickly did as Li Ningxue asked. Anyway, I can't embarrass myself in front of my future mother-in-law. Even if you don't know how to do it, you have to learn how to do it. Although she was dazed at the time, she was fiddling with her mobile phone, intending to ask Baidu how to deal with lettuce. Now that her mother-in-law has reminded her, she certainly can't do anything wrong.
This time I must learn how to cook from my lovely husband. Must. Only.
The two of them played with it for a while, and Li Ningxue couldn't help but laugh at Lang Ying's clumsy yet cute look.
Xiaoying, you can't cook at all, right? Unable to bear it any longer, Li Ningxue took the initiative to ask.
When Lang Ying heard this, her body froze.
Finished. The truth is revealed.
She blushed, lowered her head, and looked embarrassed, then said, This is not a question of whether I can cook or not.
I have never been in the kitchen. Qin Feng cooked for me before. Qin Feng cooks for you?
Li Ningxue was stunned for a moment, then murmured softly, I didn't expect Qin Feng to be so caring. Living in Thompson Epine, you are still so young. It would be strange if this little girl could cook. You can tell whether someone can cook by looking at their hands. Lang Ying's hands were white and delicate, like fine jade, and they probably had never been touched by women. But her hands are so beautiful that Li Ningxue doesn't want her daughter-in-law to cook. Since his son can do it, let Qin Feng do it. But Lang Ying saw Li Ningxue staring at her hands and suddenly felt a little panicked, mistakenly thinking that she was dissatisfied with her.
Don't worry, Auntie. Although I can't cook, I can learn. Let's start from today. Can you teach me? Lang Ying asked quickly, her hands crossed and clasped together. She had never been so nervous even during a negotiation. You want to learn how to cook? Li Ningxue smiled, then immediately shook her head and said arrogantly, why learn to cook? You have such beautiful hands. Just let Qin Feng cook. As she spoke, she suddenly discovered the blind spot. Yes, let Qin Feng cook for you from now on. If he wants you to cook, just tell me and I'll teach him a lesson. Ah. Lang Ying was a little confused when she heard such domineering words from her future mother-in-law. How is this different from what was described in Su Yanran's romance novel? Shouldn't the mother-in-law be very mean to her daughter-in-law? Why does her mother-in-law dote on her so much? It's better for me to learn something. It's not good to let Qin Feng cook all the time. Lang Ying still plans to learn. She also wants to cook for her lovely husband one day. That must be very fulfilling. That's fine. Watch me operate it and learn something simple first. Seeing Lang Ying's serious look, Li Ningxue was very happy. She was very satisfied with her daughter-in-law. I don't know how his son was kidnapped here. Good. Lang Ying nodded and looked at it seriously. Li Ningxue explained very patiently. Actually, it was nothing, just some common sense about meal preparation. Since Lang Ying had never cooked before, she didn't know even these simple facts. Li Ningxue was not angry, but was very happy to teach Lang Ying these things. She didn't care that Lang Ying couldn't cook and lied to herself that she could. As someone who has been through this, she certainly knows what Lang Ying is thinking. I just want to make a good impression on myself. At that time, she also learned to cook on the eve of meeting her parents for this matter. But after marriage, comrade Qin Yi rarely let her cook, and it was basically he who cooked. Li Ningxue helped out and showed off her skills from time to time. And that's it. Li Ningxue and Lang Ying were chatting while preparing the ingredients. Nearly 30 minutes. The two of them finished everything. Because I had to teach Lang Ying, time was a little slower. Such a large hall. Qin Feng brought over a slightly lower table, put the hot pot on, plugged it in, put the base in the pot, and waited. While they were waiting for the water to heat up, Lang Zian in the villa next door was almost unable to bear it. But he didn't dare to send a message to his son-in-law rashly. If the timing is wrong, you're completely screwed. Didn't you just ask the security guard at the door? It's only been an hour, they're probably chatting. Don't worry. On the sofa. The beautiful woman Lin Yanran couldn't help but find it funny when she saw her husband walking back and forth anxiously in front of her. When he first met her father, Lang Zian seemed to be in the same state. Although some people started to mock from behind, the scene was a bit chaotic. But the result is correct. That's it. You say, Qin Feng is so outstanding, will his parents have high standards? What if they don't like Xiaoying? Don't say that. I also have some feelings when you mention it. That boy is so handsome. No, I want to ask Xiaoying. Chapter 87, when they were young, they were all big guys, all for love? Lang Zian hurriedly took out his cell phone, opened WeChat, and planned to send a message to Lang Ying to ask what was going on. And just as he was typing, his good son-in-law Qin Feng was the first to contact him. Oh? Staring at the mobile phone page, Lang Zian frowned and looked a little confused. Oh my god, you're always saying oh. Seeing that Lang Zian was just naively confused and didn't say anything for a long time, Lin Yanran immediately got angry. She quickly got up from the sofa, slapped her husband on the shoulder, and then asked angrily, what did my baby daughter say? What's going on next door now? Can we go over now? Standing on tiptoe slightly, Lin Yanran looked at the phone interface and asked curiously. Qin Feng said it's been taken care of, we can go over now. There was some excitement in his words, and Lang Zian quickly handed the phone to Lin Yanran. After seeing this, Lin Yanran also became happy. All done? Then Qin Feng would truly be a member of their family. Her daughter is amazing. Let's go quickly and don't let the in-laws wait anxiously. Seeing his wife's happy expression, Leng Zian calmed down and spoke quickly. Now is not the time to celebrate victory. Things are not done yet, they still need to work hard. Okay, then I'll change into another piece of clothing. This one still doesn't seem formal enough to me. Lin Yanran nodded immediately, thinking that what Leng Zian said made sense.
But she looked down at her clothes and immediately went back to the house to change.
Joke. Of course, you should try to be as formal as possible when meeting your in-laws. You're already formal enough, don't change it. Leng Zian looked at Lin Yanran's swift speed, raised his eyebrows, and was speechless. No, what if my in-laws get angry? Leng Zian. She wasn't so flustered when she met her parents. My wife has some double standards. 10 minutes later. Special area next door, in front of two villas. Leng Zian and Lin Yanran were both dressed in a low-key and neat manner, and were a little nervous. What are you standing there for? Ring the doorbell.
Lin Yanran poked Leng Zian's ribs with her elbow and was speechless.
Oh. After a moment of confusion, Leng Zian reacted immediately.
He slapped his forehead and hurried to ring the doorbell.
What's going on? Why is he so nervous? It's just meeting the in-laws. Why is he more nervous than meeting the person in charge of the Magic City?
In just 5 or 6 seconds, the door of the villa was opened. Strangely, the person who opened the door was not Qin Feng, but a middle-aged man.
Leng Zian looked the middle-aged man up and down.
He looks very similar to Qin Feng in his eyebrows.
Needless to say, it must be Qin Feng's parents.
But the more he looked at Comrade Qin Yi, the more surprised he became.
Isn't this the good brother he used to hang out with when he was young? What is going on? You are old Qin, right? Leng Zian asked tentatively.
Comrade Qin Yi was also a little confused when he saw Leng Zian. Fortunately, Qin Feng had given him a heads up beforehand, and he knew that Leng Zian, the richest man in Magic City, was his relative. He was only stunned for a second or two before he immediately came to his senses.
Boss Lang, long time no see.
Clearing his throat, Qin Yi stretched out his hand and said with a smile.
No, Qin Feng, Qin Yi, so that's how it is, my brain.
He slapped his head and Leng Zian cried because of his own stupidity.
He should have guessed it long ago.
No wonder he felt very familiar when he first met Qin Feng.
But I just can't remember the specifics. Now I understand.
The father of his good son-in-law turned out to be a good friend of his many years ago.
Why call me Mr. Lang? Call me Lao Lang. Leng Zian said loudly. Joke. A CEO is nothing.
He still remembered that when 5 people were fighting against 100 people, Qin Yi was smart and led most of them into the alley.
Then I found 9 empty wine bottles from somewhere. Kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, they really couldn't do anything and could only run away.
When Qin Yi saw Leng Zian's excitement and the lack of any sense of class superiority, his heart suddenly sank.
Fine.
His good brother did not put on airs towards him because of his improved status.
The personality is still the same as before. Heartless. Laoling, it's been a long time since we last met. Comrade Qin Yi grinned and was very happy.
You bastard, you didn't go into business with me at the time, but insisted on listening to Li Ningshui and living in peace and security. Excitedly, he stepped forward and hugged Comrade Qin Yi.
Leng Zian said, otherwise, you will definitely become a big. Live a long and healthy life and love your wife.
The subject suddenly changed, and Leng Zian didn't know what he saw, and his excitement was immediately extinguished.
And see this.
Lin Yanran suddenly smiled helplessly. She had seen this situation more than once.
Needless to say, it must be my good friend Li Ningshui who came out. Only Li Ningshui's aura could make Leng Zian give in. She had seen Li Ningshui's domineering aura when she was young.
She is indeed a strong businesswoman.
Unfortunately, she suddenly became pregnant and gave up her career for her family. Hey, Leng Zian, what did you say about me just now? With her arms folded, Li Ningshui walked slowly to the door, looked at Leng Zian coldly and asked. I say it's good to be safe and sound. My Lord Yi has good vision.
Leng Zian gave a thumbs up, giving a colonel-level affirmation.
Then you need to tell me, Yishan?
He's already over 40 years old, but he's acting like a middle school boy.
You shouldn't have let Qin Yi hang out with you guys back then.
After giving Leng Zian a look, Li Ningshui opened the door of the villa completely to let them in. Only when she saw Lin Yanran did her mood improve.
Ningxue, long time no see. Lin Yanran looked at Li Ningxue with a smile and was also very happy.
Now I know that my in-laws are good friends I have known for many years. The nervous feeling disappeared. She should have guessed it long ago. The four of them talked about their own things and slowly walked to the living room. At this time, Qin Feng had already prepared the hot pot ingredients. He skimmed off the foam in the white soup, then picked up a small shrimp with chopsticks, dipped it in the secret seasoning he had prepared long ago, and fed it to Lang Ying to taste. Sesame oil, minced garlic, chili pepper, oyster sauce, coriander, green onion, and chopped peanuts. Even the soles of shoes smell good when dipped in it. After Lang Ying tasted it, her beautiful peach blossom eyes immediately began to shine. Carrot. She has never been interested in hot pot. I don't like eating it, but I don't hate eating it either. But now, for some reason, Qin Fengyi fed her. She liked it. What a double standard. This heartwarming scene was also seen clearly by the four people coming from the door.
Chapter 88, Small-Minded? A red wine that suits your status?
These two kids are such a perfect match. I never thought that Qin Feng is quite good at flirting with girls. Both women smiled at the same time, thinking exactly the same thing. Although Comrade Qin Yi and Lang Xian were silent, their faces were filled with smiles.
No way.
Qin Feng fed Lang Ying food, and Lang Ying's eyes lit up and she looked very happy.
They have all experienced it.
Looking at these two kids now, it's as if I'm seeing them when they were young.
This is all love. Oh. Hello, father-in-law and mother-in-law.
When he saw Lang Xian and Lin Yanran, Qin Feng took the initiative to greet them. After saying that, he turned to look at his parents and asked, I won't introduce you, right?
You should all know each other. You knew it a long time ago, but you didn't tell me. Really?
Li Ningxue looked at Qin Feng and said unhappily. As she spoke, she turned to look at the graceful Lang Ying standing next to the hot pot, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she liked her more and more.
Oh, forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's eat first. Lang Xian waved his hand and said.
As he spoke, he suddenly slapped his forehead and hurriedly turned back to walk towards the door.
Damn, I forgot to bring in the wine.
Looking back at Lang Xian walking towards the door cursing, Li Ningxue looked at Lin Yanran and asked speechlessly.
Is Lang Xian really already 40? Should be still around 25. Lin Yanran was also helpless.
Both families know each other and are very familiar with each other.
Naturally, there is nothing to be shy about.
Before they met, they were each thinking about leaving a good impression on each other and having a bigger picture.
It's all for the children. But it doesn't matter now. You are what you were when you were young.
Because the table Qin Feng brought was a round glass dining table, similar to the ones in hotels, there was no main seat. It saves a lot of trouble.
The five of them took their seats.
Lang Ying sat next to Qin Feng, with her legs together, her hands on her legs, blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looking very well behaved. After Lang Xian brought the 2 bottles of high-quality red wine outside the door, he sat next to his wife.
Surprisingly honest. He was worried about Li Ningxue. We're running out of time.
Xiao Ying only told me you guys were coming at 8 o'clock, so I prepared 2 bottles of red wine.
The quality is pretty good, so let's just drink some.
Putting 2 bottles of high-quality red wine on the table, Lang Xian said with a smile.
It's embarrassing to say.
He called Lu Shang in the morning and planned to buy some good things for his in-laws.
But at the same time,
he also felt that giving his in-laws expensive gifts would make him seem ostentatious.
There are billions in the card but nowhere to spend it. Well, very depressed. It's outrageous.
It was only after Lu Shang reminded him that he remembered to pick out 2 bottles of good quality red wine from the wine cellar.
It looks grand yet not extravagant. Okay, stop standing there and eat. It's all cooked.
Seeing that all 6 people were seated, Li Ningxue clapped her hands and then spoke.
Hot pot. This thing is a fast food.
It's okay to just put some ingredients in it and blanch them. Besides, Qin Feng has already prepared those difficult to cook things.
Now is the best time to eat. Okay, let's eat. Lang Xian spoke first, picked up the chopsticks and started picking up food.
The others immediately started eating.
Lao Lang, don't you dislike hot pot?
Halfway through the meal, Comrade Qin Yi saw Lang Xian picking up food from time to time and eating happily, and asked in confusion.
Ha? There's such a thing? Lang Ziyan frowned slightly, looking confused. When did he say he doesn't like hot pot?
Joke. He has no dietary restrictions except for things that are truly disgusting.
Everything else is fine. Lang Ziyan looked up at Qin Yi and was about to refute. But in an instant, he saw Qin Yi blinking. Suddenly,
he remembered the secret code he and Qin Yi had when they were young.
Good job. This is clearly a sign that he wants to drink. Lang Ziyan almost laughed out loud when he understood what Qin Yi meant. This should be because Li Ningxue didn't allow Qin Yi to drink. This good brother of his is having a miserable life. He's not even allowed to drink alcohol? Thinking of this, Lang Ziyan coughed and asked, "How about we drink some wine? This hot pot is a bit spicy. Let your old friends drink. And if they drink some wine, the atmosphere will be more harmonious.
After all, we haven't seen each other for so many years, so there will always be some inappropriateness."
Sure. Seeing that Lang Ziyan still remembered the secret code, Comrade Qin Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. He hasn't drunk alcohol for a long time.
The main reason was that he was socializing with others and drank too much. He acted drunkenly and almost scared the young Qin Feng.
He hasn't touched alcohol since then. Certainly.
He was promoted to deputy director level by using his connections, so he no longer needed to socialize.
Besides, Qin Feng is so old now, it's okay for him to drink a little bit. Ah? You want a drink? Let me do it?
Hearing that his old father was going to drink with Lang Ziyan, Qin Feng immediately stood up and prepared to get the wine opener and decanter. At this time, Li Ningxue opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out in the end.
Qin Feng, bring 2 more wine glasses so I can drink some too.
She knew very well what her husband Qin Yi was thinking. But she also felt that it was okay to drink a little.
Today is indeed a day to celebrate. Forget it then. Let him go this time. I'll go help Qin Feng.
Her face turned slightly red. Lang Ying felt that her lovely husband might not be able to carry so many things, so she quickly got up and followed Qin Feng to the kitchen. When the other 4 elders saw Lang Ying like this, they also smiled like aunties.
So sensible.
This marriage is perfect.
No one would disagree. And a moment.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying came over with 6 wine glasses, a bottle opener, and a decanter. Seeing Qin Feng put everything on the table, Lang Ziyan handed him the red wine. Qin Feng took it and looked down at the brand of red wine.
Good job.
It's not the 1982 Lafite that's everywhere, but Romane Conti, from the 1999 vintage. He remembered that the wine was sold at a very high price. It is also known as the wine drunk by billionaires. In the evaluation of wine master Robert Parker, the wines of Romane Conti in each year are all above 90 points. Moreover, Romane Conti red wine is rarely found on the market. This is mainly because the winery does not sell this red wine alone. Generally, a bottle of Romane Conti is only sold when 12 bottles of wine from other wineries are purchased. This is also one of the important reasons why Romane Conti wine is considered mysterious and elegant. If we have to go by price, the market price should be around 150,000 yuan per bottle.
Use this to relieve the spiciness. It fits Lang Ziyan's identity very well. Chapter 89, Don't Force Me to Slap You? Can I open a table after I slap you?
After reading it, Qin Feng shook his head slightly. He quickly used a wine corkscrew to pull out the tight cork, and then carefully poured the wine into the decanter. Generally speaking, this kind of high-quality red wine absolutely needs to release the gas produced during fermentation.
If it doesn't wake up, it will affect the taste. Certainly.
If you don't pursue these, you can just drink it without waking up. If you are bold, you can also blow on the bottle, or do a dragon-like water-sucking trick.
Soon.
After letting the red wine sit in the decanter for a while, Qin Feng began to pour it for several people. It smells quite rich.
It must be quite expensive, right? Comrade Qin Yi specializes in liquor.
I don't know much about these red wines, nor do I drink them much. But he felt that since the wine was brought by Lang Ziyan, it must be expensive.
And the fruity aroma of this red wine is very pleasant. It's not much, just my daily meal money. Waving his hand, Lang Ziyan said indifferently. Only 150,000. For him, money doesn't really matter. A little more or a little less doesn't make any difference. But if we look at it based on the consumption of a normal family,
15,000 for a bottle of red wine is truly a sky-high price.
Only. Comrade Qin Yi knew that Leng Xian was rich now, but he didn't care. He didn't know what to say.
So timid, always worried about this and that. Those two are really not good brothers who have fought over 100 people.
Don't tell me the price. We're just drinking this 15% alcohol wine for fun. After waving his hand slightly, Qin Yi let go.
Seeing this, Leng Xian was also very happy. He raised his glass and started drinking with Comrade Qin Yi. However, since the alcohol content of this red wine is very low, they only drink it as a symbolic celebration. After drinking half a glass of red wine, the two of them ate some vegetarian hot pot food.
Li Ningxue and Lin Yanran next to them were also eating their own food.
From time to time, he would ask about the other person's current physical condition and other random things.
Suddenly, the protagonists of this parents' meeting were not Qin Feng and Lang Ying. They seemed to be ignored.
Qin Feng thought this was all good. The two families get along very well, so it's okay if he's not the protagonist.
Qin Feng, what is that? Is it delicious?
Without considering the parents of both parties, Lang Ying quickly pointed to a shrimp dumpling in the white soup pot and asked in confusion.
Those are shrimp dumplings.
They do change a bit when put into hot pot, but they're still quite delicious. As he spoke, Qin Feng picked up a shrimp dumpling with his chopsticks and planned to put it in Lang Ying's small bowl.
But he didn't do it.
But Lang Ying had already opened her mouth.
Ah! See this.
Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, then laughed helplessly.
My lovely daughter-in-law seems to want to show her love. Then just obey. How does it feel to feed dog food to your parents?
Thinking of this, Qin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised and he smiled even happier.
When he was very young, Li Ningxue and Qin Yi always show their affection in front of him in a very inappropriate way. It really reflects that sentence. His parents are true love, he is an accident. Now that he has the chance to let Comrade Li Ningxue and Qin Yi eat some dog food, he certainly can't let it go. Come on, open your mouth and take a bite of the shrimp dumplings. Qin Feng was very happy.
He held the shrimp dumplings steadily with chopsticks in his right hand, placed his left hand underneath to support them to prevent the soup from dripping, and then slowly put them into Lang Ying's mouth. Seeing that Qin Feng was going to feed her in the presence of both sets of parents, Lang Ying's fair and delicate face suddenly turned a little red. A hint of blush appeared. But, seeing Qin Feng's serious, careful and happy look, she couldn't bear not to eat.
No matter what, my husband feeds me, I must eat it. #.
Thinking secretly in her heart, Lang Ying opened her little mouth, leaned forward slightly, and bit off most of the shrimp dumpling.
Chewed for a moment.
Stars gradually appeared in her eyes.
Delicious, delicious, but a little hot.
Lang Ying took a deep breath to cool down her mouth, and then she reluctantly put the shrimp dumplings into her stomach.
Although a little hot.
But it's really delicious. I don't know if it's because Qin Feng fed him.
More?
Qin Feng patiently picked up another shrimp dumpling from the white soup, blew on it a few times, and then gave it to Lang Ying. Lang Ying swallowed it in one gulp this time. Then he couldn't wait to clip it for Qin Feng. He also blew several breaths and then sent it steadily into Qin Feng's mouth.
The level of seriousness is much higher than writing a business plan. And at this time, Qin Feng and Lang Ying's two intermittent disabled actions were finally discovered by their parents. Hey, you two are going too far. You're actually showing off your affection in front of two sets of parents? What's going on?
Feeling both amused and angry, Li Ningxue slammed the table in frustration and asked.
She didn't even show affection.
My son started first.
Let her do it. Beside.
Seeing her daughter feeding Qin Feng very seriously, Lin Yanran was speechless and followed Li Ningxue in agreeing.
That's right, what a disgrace. And hearing this, Qin Feng immediately refuted. Why can you show off your affection, but I can't? At worst, Lang Ying and I can open another table.
Li Ningxue's face was filled with black lines, and then she said, We are all human beings, don't force me to slap you. Qin Feng immediately thought seriously for a moment and asked, After I'm done fanning you, can I open another table with Lang Ying?
Forehead.
Lin Yanran raised her beautiful eyebrows and was suddenly speechless and a little amused.
Why is her best friend's son so funny? I thought he was good looking at the beginning, so how come I didn't realize that my son-in-law was also a fool? Beside. Qin Feng's mother, Li Ningxue, was speechless. She felt that she and Qin Yi had set a bad example. If I had known this, I wouldn't have shown off so much. The main reason was that their careers were on the rise at the time and they happened to move into a new community. No one knows. Comrade Qin Yi was very good to her even after marriage. Make her feel that she has chosen the right person. But since no one knew him, he set his sights on the young Qin Feng. But now, she couldn't say anything. Forget it, forget it. Hey, hey, hey. Li Ningxue waved her hand and said casually. Qin Feng has grown up and she can no longer control him. Besides, it's no big deal, as long as the two kids like it. Qin Feng, come and have a drink with us. At this time, Comrade Qin Yi and Lang Zian were in high spirits after drinking. Qin Feng was closest to the two of them. Qin Yi planned to drag his son to drink together. Fortunately, Lang Zian was not really drunk. When he saw his good son-in-law being pulled over, he immediately waved his hand. No, you can't let your son come. His alcohol tolerance is beyond the imagination of a normal person. He can even make me drunk. It's okay. This red wine is only 15% alcohol. You can't drink too much from 2 bottles. That's right. Lang Zian also felt that what Qin Yi said made sense. Chapter 90, Drinking with Two Dads, Another Betrothal Gift? The main reason is that he often drinks this red wine. Even if you finish a bottle in one go, it's fine except for the strong aftereffect. Even if his good son-in-law Qin Feng drinks abnormally, he can still reduce his alcohol consumption, right? Thinking of this, Lang Zian happily poured Qin Feng half a glass of red wine and asked him to drink some. And next to it. Seeing how happy Comrade Qin Yi was, Li Ningxue couldn't bear to stop him from drinking. Anyway, I'm happy today, so let's do it once today. As for Lin Yanran, she didn't care whether Lang Zian drank or not, he knew his body very well. There's absolutely nothing wrong with having a drink. Lang Ying had seen Qin Feng's drinking capacity before, so she was not worried and let them drink. That's all. The three of them opened another table. Qin Feng went to the kitchen and fried some peanuts. Then I made some other side dishes. They then began to drink. Qin Yi and Lang Zian. Danger. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The two families spent 2 hours eating a simple hot pot. The first part was just normal eating and drinking. Later on, all we did was chat. And there was also some unexpected situation, so the time was extended a little. Original round glass dining table. Qin Feng sat leisurely, turned his head to look at his father-in-law and old father lying in a mess on the soft sofa, and found it very funny. They had agreed to drink only 2 bottles of red wine, but in the middle of the meal Lang Zian pulled out a bottle of 55 proof Matai from somewhere like a magic trick, and the three of them took over and began to drink slowly. It's nothing actually. It's reasonable for 3 people to share a bottle of Matai. But what a coincidence. When they drank, the aftereffect of the red wine suddenly took effect, and combined with the alcohol content of the white wine, they quickly got drunk. Then, Comrade Qin Yi was grinding his teeth, but Lang Zian was a good drinker. After he had called his son-in-law brother Qin Feng enough, he fell asleep. The wine is very good. As for Qin Feng himself, he was completely fine because of the system's support. The liver releases enough enzymes to break down alcohol, and the esophageal mucosa is also protected by the system. He also drank a glass of milk in advance, and nothing happened. Not even on the face. But even so, Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng with great worry. How can anyone drink so much and still be okay? She had asked Qin Feng to drink before and didn't expect him to drink so much. I can no longer let my lovely husband compete in drinking. What should I do if I damage my stomach by drinking too much? It's all her fault. Thinking of this, Lang Ying reached out and tugged at the corner of Qin Feng's clothes, then lowered her head and asked softly, Qin Feng, can you please not drink in the future? Huh? Why? Although Qin Feng has a system, it is impossible for him to read minds directly, so of course he doesn't know what Lang Ying is thinking. He was a little confused about why Lang Ying didn't allow him to drink. You always drink so much. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. Can you try not to drink? Lang Ying explained in a low voice, her face full of seriousness. When Qin Feng saw this, his heart warmed slightly. He chuckled, reached out and patted his lovely wife's slender waist, and answered very seriously. Okay, I'll listen to you and try not to drink in the future. Don't drink if you can, okay?
Qin Feng smiled, his eyes full of coldness. His wife also cares about his health. Originally, drinking is only for pleasure, but drinking too much is harmful to the body.
He just doesn't drink that much.
Besides, he was drinking with his father-in-law and old father today. It's indeed a bit too much for one person to get two people drunk.
Wife. You're so nice to me. Opposite.
Li Ningxue and Lin Yanran glanced at Qin Feng and were speechless. This guy is addicted to showing off his love.
There's no end in sight.
I know you two have a good relationship, but there's no need to show it so obviously, right?
Li Ningxue said speechlessly. How can her daughter-in-law show more affection than her? The disciple surpasses the master? Is that the way the phrase is used?
But Lin Yanran, who was sitting next to Li Ningxue, was not interested in the two little guys showing off their affection.
On the contrary, she was quite happy eating dog food.
She felt that showing affection showed that the two children had a good relationship.
That's it. She has no objection. You two have already obtained a marriage certificate, but you haven't done anything else, right?
Lin Yanran suddenly asked with a smile. When Lang Ying heard this question, her face turned slightly red. She nodded slowly, and then began to explain. Qin Feng said we should at least wait until we have met both sides' parents and both sides agree.
Yeah, that's right. Li Ningxue obviously agreed with Qin Feng's approach. These betrothal gifts, wedding and other matters must be discussed after the parents of both parties have met.
But she was weird.
These are just questions. Why is Lang Ying blushing? Is this weird? Then Qin Feng definitely loves you truly.
Not realizing that Li Ningxue had a different opinion from her, Lin Yanran nodded seriously.
She and Lang Zian were different from these two little guys in the beginning. It was over without seeing my parents. Maybe she was a bit stupid at that time. Or maybe Lang Zian was just too handsome when he was young. The house was robbed before you knew it.
But fortunately the result is good.
And now?
She also believed that Qin Feng would not let his daughter down. Okay, now let's talk about the marriage, like what's the appropriate amount of betrothal gifts, where to hold the wedding, and all that other stuff. Clapping her hands, Lin Yanran asked with a smile.
And this problem arises. Qin Feng couldn't hold it in any longer. Good job. He was a good guy on the spot.
His relationship with Wang Shui broke up because of the bride price issue.
Now I meet Lang Ying. Coming again? Beside.
Lang Ying couldn't help but be shocked when she heard her mother talking about the bride price. She knew very well how she had kidnapped Qin Feng back.
Now it's the betrothal gift again? Ahem, Mom, I think we can get married without a dowry.
And the wedding can be kept simple. Just invite some close friends who you enjoy hanging out with, and book a nice venue for the wedding. I really can't sit still anymore, Lang Ying said hurriedly. She didn't want to make her lovely husband uncomfortable.
Marriage is originally a matter between two people.
The other things are just value-added services provided by the older generation to inform relatives and friends that their children are married.
This is the era now.
It doesn't really matter whether you have it or not. The main thing is whether the parents on both sides can accept it.
Isn't a destination wedding a great idea?
Weddings don't need to be grand or have huge crowds of people.
The most important thing is to be happy.
When Qin Feng, who was standing next to him, heard Lang Ying say this, he suddenly didn't know what to say.
What else can he say about such a daughter-in-law? Be too good to yourself.
I pamper myself too much. His eyes softened, and Qin Feng reached out and held Lang Ying's hand tightly.
Hold it tightly. Chapter 91 No Gift? I want you? Xiaoying, did you make a mistake?
Seeing Lang Ying's enthusiasm, Lin Yanran frowned slightly, a little puzzled, and then explained, what I mean is that we give Qin Feng a betrothal gift.
Joke. My son-in-law is so outstanding.
He is handsome, good at talking, and can cook delicious food.
She fell in love with it the first time she ate it. Such a handsome son-in-law still needs a dowry? That's crazy. Only.
When the three people present heard Lin Yanran's explanation, their eyes were filled with confusion.
Especially Li Ningxue. No, don't you rich people like to hold weddings like this now?
Turning to look at her good friend Lin Yanran, Li Ningxue had a black question mark on her face.
Good job. A woman marries a man? Isn't this the same as living off a gigolo? Is Qin Feng going to marry into the family? Li Ningxue asked a little confusedly. Of course not.
Seeing that Li Ningxue had misunderstood, Lin Yanran hurriedly explained, and then said, I don't want Qin Feng to marry into the family.
What I mean is that there is no need for a betrothal gift.
Even if there is one, it will be given by our family to Qin Feng.
No way.
Her son-in-law is so outstanding that she feels that her daughter has wronged him by marrying Qin Feng. After hearing the explanation, Li Ningxue was obviously relieved, and her heart sank again. So it's not about Qin Feng marrying into the family.
Although she always said that Qin Feng was definitely a gigolo. But that's just talk.
There are really few parents in the world who are willing to let their sons live off their wives.
I still feel that it's a bit inappropriate without a betrothal gift.
After thinking about it, Li Ningxue insisted.
Although the weddings of their older generation were very simple.
Having a sewing machine and a bicycle means a wealthy family has it. At that time, Comrade Qin Yi used a Phoenix brand bicycle to trick her into his home.
But it's different now.
They all require a betrothal gift. She remembered that they had asked for a betrothal gift of 400,000 yuan before.
Langing is so beautiful and listens to Qin Feng so well. She didn't want to treat Langing unfairly. But it's a pity. Langing herself doesn't think so.
She felt that the most important thing was to make her husband feel comfortable.
Auntie, it's really not necessary. Marriage is not about competition, it's a matter between two people.
I don't think there's any need for a betrothal gift. Her little face was very serious, and Langing quietly held Qin Feng's hand. Although she had never heard much about betrothal gifts, her best friend Su Yanran had told her before that a small number of people in the business world engaged in business marriages. The two companies used the marriage to consolidate their funds.
The newly injected capital chain can be regarded as a betrothal gift.
To put it nicely, it is a strong alliance. To put it bluntly, it is a strong alliance.
It's just a business. And now,
if she asked for a dowry,
then isn't her marriage with Qin Feng just like negotiating a contract? Absolutely not. If you don't want a betrothal gift, then Qin Yi and I can only give you one gift.
Knowing that Langing really didn't want any betrothal gift, Li Ningxue smiled slightly, feeling very relieved.
A girl like Langing. There really aren't many of them left in society.
She is so sensible and well-behaved.
The more I watch it, the more I like it. Why is my best friend's daughter so nice? This made Li Ningxue want to adopt Langing as her daughter. Why didn't she give birth to a daughter at that time? It will definitely be beautiful. What a pity. When Langing heard Li Ningxue say she wanted to give her a gift, she wanted to refuse. Only.
Before she could open her mouth to speak, she felt someone pat her waist. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Qin Feng winking at her quietly.
He smiled lightly, then understood.
Langing knew that Qin Feng wanted her to agree.
Since my husband wants to agree, then just agree.
Auntie, this is a good suggestion, but it can't be too expensive. She replied immediately.
Okay, that'll do. Seeing that Langing agreed, Li Ningxue couldn't help but smile happily.
She always feels like something is missing when the older generation doesn't buy things for the younger generation.
I didn't want a dowry in the first place. If you don't want the gift, it would be really inappropriate. Well, since the betrothal gift is like this, then the wedding should be just as Xiaoying said, right? Just invite some good friends to come over for the party. Lin Yanran asked happily as well.
The three of them discussed for a while and finally finalized most of the wedding details.
The specific wedding time will depend on the ideas of Qin Feng and Langing. Watch first. Don't be in a hurry. Afternoon, 7 p.m.
After more than 4 hours, Comrade Qin Yi and Ling Zian finally woke up.
Because both of them drank a lot. Although my body was awake, I still felt a little dizzy. It's outrageous.
When they found out that Qin Feng was fine, they felt even more dizzy. Li Ningxue felt sorry for her husband, and seeing that he was still dizzy, she helped Qin Yi to an empty room on the first floor. Then I found a bottle of honey and made him some honey water to drink.
Get rid of the smell of alcohol.
As for Leng Zian, Lin Yanran couldn't support him at all because of his huge build. Qin Feng could only trouble him to carry him to the study on the first floor to rest for a while. After I feel less dizzy, I will go back to the villa next door to sober up. Lin Yanran was also in the room wiping Ling Zian's face and getting some warm water for him to drink.
A moment.
The huge villa suddenly became empty. When Qin Feng came out of the study, he saw Lang Ying leaning against the wall from a distance, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking at him with a smile.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng asked doubtfully.
Nothing.
Lang Ying skipped towards Qin Feng, with her hands behind her back, like a cute rabbit. She came to her lovely husband, tiptoed gently, leaned close to his ear, blew gently, and then said, "Okay, now we have met each other's parents, then you are mine now."
Then.
She took a step back, then walked forward and gave Qin Feng a light kiss on the face.
You little fool.
Qin Feng was very helpless. He smiled and raised his hand to tap his lovely wife's forehead.
You are mine, and likewise, I will always be yours.
Her face was a little red, and Lang Ying spoke in a voice that was more like that of a queen. After she finished speaking, she could no longer face Qin Feng.
This is so embarrassing.
She also found out from Baidu.
Boss Lang, why did you turn around? Aren't you going to flirt anymore? I don't know why.
Seeing Lang Ying's shy and flirtatious look, Qin Feng wanted to tease her.
I won't tease you anymore. I'm afraid you can't stand it.
Turning around and walking forward, Lang Ying didn't intend to face Qin Feng again. But Qin Feng could never indulge her.
Take a step forward and extend your hand.
He easily pulled Lang Ying over and held her in his arms.
I can't bear it? It's you who can't bear it. Pinching Lang Ying's smooth, white, jelly-like face, Qin Feng smiled and asked, "Can your face be any redder?" I can't do that anymore. Lang Ying said immediately, very confidently.
Anyway, everything has been exposed, that's it.
Could Qin Feng still eat her?
When Qin Feng saw Lang Ying being caught, he looked indifferent and suddenly laughed helplessly.
His wife is so cute. How could she make such an expression?
Thinking about it, Qin Feng wanted to pinch Lang Ying's face and play with it even more.
So chewy. Are uncle and aunt going tonight?
Lang Ying did not resist Qin Feng pinching her face. She raised her head slightly and asked seriously.
Ah?
Qin Feng was slightly stunned, feeling a little amused and helpless.
Good job. How much does his lovely wife crave his body? Chapter 92, like boys or girls? I want them all? But that's what I think.
Now they have both met each other's parents and have both been recognized.
There are no more worries.
But Lang Ying's excitement made Qin Feng speechless.
Why is my lovely wife more anxious than me? In contrast, he seemed to really feel a bit suffering.
Touching his nose awkwardly, Qin Feng reached out and gently tapped Lang Ying's forehead, then asked helplessly, "Is your period over?"
It's only been 3 or 4 days, right? There's still a little bit left, it should be almost there.
Her little face was a little red. Lang Ying put her thumb against her little finger and answered happily.
Not even a little bit. The day after tomorrow.
Reaching out and pinching Lang Ying's smooth face again, Qin Feng thought for a moment and then made a suggestion.
There is another point that is also true. Besides, he now doesn't quite believe what his wife says. You know. When he first made twice-cooked pork for Lang Ying. Good job.
She finished a whole bowl by herself, and at the end she said she was only 80% full and had only eaten a little. Her expression now is exactly the same as it was then.
Besides, no matter what, it will be the day after tomorrow, right? By that time. That's about it. It's really just a little bit. Lang Ying pouted, looking somewhat dissatisfied.
But when she saw Qin Feng's righteous look, she could only nod slightly. She should just listen to her husband.
I'll definitely win it the day after tomorrow. Oh, right.
Taking the initiative to come forward and hug Qin Feng's waist, Lang Ying's little head was pressed tightly against his chest. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she asked hurriedly, "Husband, do you like boys or girls?"
Huh? What?
Hearing this question, Qin Feng almost thought he had misheard.
No way? The fate hasn't even been decided yet, but my lovely wife is already thinking about giving birth to a boy or a girl? Isn't your prediction a bit too far ahead of the times?
Gently touching Lang Ying's hair, Qin Feng asked with a helpless smile.
If I don't get ahead of myself, what if I hit it in one try?
Unlike Qin Feng, Lang Ying raised her right hand and answered seriously and solemnly. She had seen and touched the body of her lovely husband.
That mouth-watering six-pack.
She has a perfect figure that makes her look thin when she is dressed and muscular when she is undressed.
Absolutely. Yeah, anything is possible.
Not wanting to undermine Lang Ying's self-confidence, Qin Feng said very obediently.
Who can predict what will happen in the future?
Besides, his body has been specially optimized by the system.
Better than ordinary people in every aspect. Maybe, it really will work in just one time.
It is now acceptable to discuss whether you like boys or girls.
Thinking about.
Qin Feng then said seriously, I prefer girls.
It would be great to have a cute daughter like you. You like girls?
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying thought for a moment, raised her right hand and clenched it, then answered seriously, only children make choices, I want them all.
All? Qin Feng laughed out loud. What to do? My wife is so cute. Ask. What should I do if my wife is so cute? Do I need boots of resistance? Okay, I'll listen to you and have 2 children. Qin Feng couldn't help but lower his head and kiss Lang Ying on the cheek, still smiling.
This time, she was not shy at all. Lang Ying nodded heavily and very seriously.
But
their conversation was overheard by Li Ningxue, who came out of the room.
She showed a puzzled look, walked to Qin Feng's position, and asked, What do you mean by 2? Are you planning to have 2 babies?
Lang Ying asked me if I liked boys or girls. I said girls are cuter. She said she wanted both. Holding Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng suppressed his laughter and repeated the story to his old mother.
2 is good. 2 little kids can have a playmate. It would be best if they are twins, a boy and a girl. Li Ningxue answered in agreement after hearing this.
She looked at the graceful Lang Ying and really liked her. Nowadays, girls in society are not very willing to have children. On the one hand, they can no longer afford to raise a child, and on the other hand, they really don't want to have one.
She didn't expect Lang Ying to be willing to have 2. Li Ningxue thought that the 2 children only wanted 1.
I also think twins are great.
Lang Ying nodded in response. All right, go back to your room and rest. The more I look at Lang Ying, the more I like her. After being provoked by these 2 children, Li Ningxue now only thinks about holding her grandchildren.
She pushed Qin Feng and Lang Ying, intending to let them go upstairs.
If these 2 stay in the room for a while longer, won't the grandchildren come over? You 2 can play in your room tonight. Don't come out without my permission.
Li Ningxue said very seriously.
A man and a woman are alone in a room.
She just didn't believe her son was so honest.
Otherwise, you would be worse than beasts. Mom, don't be so anxious. Relationships need to be cultivated.
Qin Feng was speechless as he was pushed around by his old mother, feeling hopeless.
He was induced to give birth now? So fast? How much does your old mother want to have grandchildren? He just mentioned it casually, and it started already? Old people are truly horrible. Do you 2 need to cultivate your relationship? You can show off your affection endlessly, so what's the point of cultivating it? He didn't even give his older son a chance to refute. Li Ningxue hurriedly sent the 2 of them upstairs, and considerately closed the door, then went downstairs.
Qin Feng looked at the closed door, then turned to look at Lang Ying, who also looked confused, and held his head helplessly.
Why does this seem a little wrong? Just as he was speechless, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. He quickly took it out and looked at it. I found out that it was a WeChat message sent by Li Ningxue. Son, I'll clean up the hot pot downstairs. You actually have a Siemens dishwasher? You 2 don't need to come down tonight. Don't worry about your dad and I. We'll go play next door and then go back tonight. We have to go to work tomorrow.
At the end of the message, Li Ningxue and Qin Feng, who were very cunning, sent a come-on expression.
Very accurate.
After reading the WeChat message, Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly.
Good job.
He was a good guy on the spot. My mother's personality hasn't changed at all over the years.
Still so hot and furious. And next to it. Lang Ying saw Qin Feng's expression was very subtle, so she moved closer to her lovely husband and asked doubtfully, Is this from Auntie? In her eyes.
Only Li Ningxue could make Qin Feng speechless and unable to say anything. Yeah, she said she was going to play next door and would leave in the evening because they had to work tomorrow. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Feng handed the phone to Lang Ying and then explained.
Is time so tight? I also want them to visit the villa. If they like it, I'll buy them one next door.
Lang Ying carefully looked through the chat history between Li Ningxue and Qin Feng.
The more I look at it, the redder my face becomes, Watch to the end.
She was seen holding Qin Feng's hand. Although her delicate little face was as red as a Fuji apple, she was very serious.
Hubby, I think we shouldn't let down the opportunities Auntie created for us. Chapter 93, a small reward, just a hand is enough for the King of Glory? What's going on in your mind all day? Qin Feng gently pushed Long Ying's little head and was speechless. His wife was really greedy for his body. It's a bit unbearable. We agreed on the day after tomorrow. Didn't you have your period today? Aren't you afraid of the pain?
Qin Feng said seriously.
If he hadn't taken care of Lang Ying's health, could he have lasted so many days? Actually, as an LS, he couldn't wait to execute Lang Ying right now.
But now is not the right time.
It should be available the day after tomorrow.
After Qin Feng pushed her head, Lang Ying saw how serious he was and knew that it was for her own good.
That's fine. Oh, by the way, how was my performance today? Are you satisfied?
A light bulb went off in her head, and Lang Ying smiled, her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with a sense of accomplishment. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew that his lovely wife wanted him to praise her.
This day was really a bit magical. At first, Lang Ying was terrified and looked like a frightened rabbit when meeting his parents.
After meeting, we found out that we both knew each other. Then she was careful in every way, trying to leave a good impression in front of Li Ningxue.
Then at the end we discussed the issue of bride price. It was all so tiring for her. It's not easy for Lang Ying to do so well. Thinking about.
Qin Feng pinched her smooth and fair face very gently, then rubbed her head and praised her.
Of course my wife is fine.
She performed well today. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up and expressed his great affirmation.
Lang Ying saw this.
He was immediately happy and tapped his heels twice, then turned around, put his hands behind his back, walked to the bed, and slowly sat down. She looked at Qin Feng and patted the seat next to her with her jade hands.
Sit here. What are you going to do?
Without thinking much, Qin Feng walked over slowly.
To be honest. Not to mention Lang Ying, he is a little tired now.
Walking to the bed, Qin Feng lay down on it and then collapsed like Uncle Gu.
Too tired. Lie down, I'll reward you too.
Seeing Qin Feng's funny lying posture, Lang Ying smiled helplessly. She stood up and helped her husband straighten his body, then sat next to him, stretched out her delicate hand and placed it on his calf, gently pinching it very consciously.
Why do you want a massage?
Lying on the bed, Qin Feng enjoyed the reward from his lovely wife and smiled slightly.
This daughter-in-law is so sensible. He was a little flattered.
I'm afraid you'll be tired, so I'll give you a massage first.
Lang Ying answered with a pout.
Anyway, he has exchanged all these back, so it doesn't matter what happens now.
Are you comfortable? Then we. Don't even think about it.
Qin Feng refused decisively. If a set of blind massage can make him surrender, then he would be too cheap. At least a set of smooth little combos is needed.
Only. Although Lang Ying dotes on her lovely husband, even a rabbit will bite when it is angry.
For the first time in her life, she wanted to take a small revenge on Qin Feng. As she pinched, she suddenly used more force.
But according to common sense,
Qin Feng's physical condition was already good, and after system optimization, his physical fitness became even better.
Lang Ying's pinch shouldn't hurt him. But
now he clearly felt the pain.
Wife, please spare me. I was wrong.
Feeling pain in his calf, Qin Feng took a breath and begged for mercy immediately.
Humph, I let you bully me, this is a reward for you.
As she spoke, Lang Ying released her hand that was pinching Qin Feng's calf, pressed it on his back, and planned to kiss him. After all, he is my husband. If it really hurts, she will feel bad too.
It's better to give them a little sweetness. This time it's a real reward. Only.
Qin Feng didn't have the ability to read minds, so he didn't understand what Lang Ying was thinking. When he felt a pair of hands on his back, he thought his lovely wife wanted to use torture on his back. He quickly turned over. But what came towards him was a very delicate and beautiful face.
Then, a scream.
Lang Ying bumped right into his arms.
Are you okay?
Protecting Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng asked hurriedly.
He can feel pain. Don't let your wife feel pain. Why are you so nervous?
Supporting her sides with her hands, Lang Ying stood up slightly and looked at Qin Feng's nervousness, feeling warm in her heart. Qin Feng cared about her a little too much.
He suddenly fell on the bed. What could happen?
She is not a clay doll.
It won't disappear if you touch it.
I was afraid you would get hurt from the fall.
Qin Feng explained. No.
Lang Ying replied with a red face.
And after a while,
Lang Ying felt that lying in Qin Feng's arms all the time was not a solution, so she wanted to sit up.
But suddenly,
Qin Feng didn't know what he was thinking about, and suddenly reached out and pulled her into his arms again.
What? Boss Lang, do you want to play games? Game? What game? Lang Ying showed a puzzled expression. King. King? I'm not very good at it.
Lang Ying replied after scratching her cheek. She has never been into games.
Even if there is.
These are also games that really train your brain. For example, military, layout, finance, strategy, reasoning, etc.
Most of these game categories are very hardcore and test the player's brains.
That's what she plays with. She had heard of the mobile game King of Glory a long time ago, and was persuaded by her only best friend Su Yanran to register an account.
But she completed the tutorial. And then never touched it again. How to play this?
After telling Qin Feng about the situation, Lang Ying thought Qin Feng would give up. But he didn't care at all, he just wanted to have some fun.
Winning or losing doesn't matter. Play the game, don't let the game play you.
Hearing this, Lang Ying agreed. She was willing to listen to Qin Feng and follow his preferences. He likes to play games, so she plays with him.
He is my husband after all. There's nothing wrong with being willful. Soon, they both logged in. Lang Ying is just a pure newbie, a novice player.
No tiers are unlocked.
Qin Feng's side is more flashy.
The rank is Glory King, 25 stars.
This was because he hadn't played for several weeks.
Lang Ying doesn't understand the difference between herself and her lovely husband.
She clicked on Qin Feng's Glory King button with a puzzled expression. How are we different? Oh, it's nothing, my rank is just a little higher than yours.
Qin Feng put the two pillows back and lay comfortably with his back against the headboard. He gently embraced Lang Ying and let her lie in front of him. Then he held the phone in both hands and placed it in front of Lang Ying. Both of them could stare at their phones.
This is the correct way to open the king. Playing with your wife is the real way to play games. Only, Lang Ying didn't notice it yet. She was studying with a frown.
Why her game interface is different from Qin Feng's?
Is this rank easy to get into? Lang Ying asked, biting her index finger lightly.
She remembered Su Yanran saying that Glory Gold was the highest rank in the game.
What is this Qin Feng? Oh, that's easy. Just use your hands. Chapter 94, No way? Can I activate the system by playing games?
Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. When he first started playing, he didn't think the game was difficult at all. Apart from the fact that his teammates in the diamond rank were a bit disappointing and he was stuck in the same rank for 2 or 3 days, it was a piece of cake for him to rank up in the Star Glory and King rank. Gaining points is as easy as drinking water.
Only,
since he has to work during the day, if he has to work overtime, when he comes home at night, all he wants to do is sleep. So after reaching King of Glory, he didn't touch the game for a long time. Now that he has the system, the days of spending time with Lang Ying are enough to make him happy.
It's a game. It's dispensable, just entertainment. Wouldn't it be nice to tease your lovely wife every day? This time on the account. It's just a bit boring. I'm playing Luna as a jungler. Shall we have a match?
Face to face, Qin Feng slowly helped Lang Ying point at the mobile phone interface and asked in a very calm tone.
All up to you.
Feeling the strong male hormones so close to her, Lang Ying's cheeks turned slightly red, and she couldn't help but rub Qin Feng secretly. After rubbing, she quickly turned her head away, keeping some distance from Qin Feng's cheek.
No way. She is so greedy.
Her righteous husband doesn't plan to touch her tonight for the sake of his own health. But he was so teasing.
That's too much. Speak nicely, you're blushing like a bubble teapot.
Qin Feng was very sensitive to the little thoughts of his lovely wife. Seeing her blushing, his evil taste suddenly arose. For some reason, he just wanted to tease this cute and silly wife.
Thinking about.
Qin Feng moved his head along with Lang Ying, still keeping his face close to hers. Lang Ying resisted for a moment.
but then accepted it. All right.
You should spoil the husband you picked up even if you cry. If he likes to put it close to his face, then let him do it. Hopefully nothing goes wrong in the end. Qinfeng saw Lang Ying pouting and looking helpless, and then smiled slightly. How about this, you watch me play first, and then we can play together in the next round? He suggested very considerately.
Lang Ying is a complete newbie.
If you play against yourself, you probably won't have any gaming experience. It's better to watch yourself play a game first, at least you will have a general understanding.
Anyway, it's only a little after 8 o'clock, so there is plenty of time.
Okay, I'll watch you play. Feeling a little uncomfortable with the teasing, Lang Ying gave Qinfeng a helpless look and then nodded.
Okay.
After getting the response, Qinfeng directly switched to the ranking.
Only. When he clicked the OK button and entered the 5v5 game,
the long-lost mechanical female voice suddenly sounded in his mind.
Ding.
Detected that the host is playing games with his wife, Supreme Passerby King skill activated. Host, please start a killing spree and bloodbath the Glory King.
And after listening to the system,
Qinfeng held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed.
Good job.
The skills are legitimate skills, but the system's explanation is not a legitimate explanation.
All are glorified. How bad can technology be? Can the parameters of this system be modified?
Shaking his head, Qinfeng ignored the system's words and started playing the game normally. He is on the first floor and immediately chose the abandoned piece of the version Luna. Previously, the hero Luna was very strong and was a must-pick in ranked matches.
Not anymore, the damage is reduced.
But this hero is still invincible in the hands of someone who really knows how to show off.
Isn't there that saying?
There are no bad heroes, only bad summoners. You don't need to take it so seriously, just watch it for fun.
After starting the game,
Qinfeng controlled the hero to enter the wild area, and suddenly saw Lang Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes staring at the mobile phone interface, and reminded her helplessly.
It's entertainment. Just watching for fun.
But Lang Ying's serious look was the same as when she was studying in class.
How could anyone be like this? It's okay, don't worry about me.
Lang Ying rubbed her eyes obediently and then lay down for a while. Seeing this, Qinfeng immediately returned to the game as normal. Because the hero Luna is positioned as a spell assassin, and the mechanism of her ultimate skill hitting an enemy with a moonlight mark and then refreshing without cooldown is very special.
While highly maneuverable, it also consumes a lot of mana.
Therefore, Qinfeng always likes to eat the opponent's blue in the game, which leads to him being often targeted by 5 enemies. But he always managed to escape danger safely. Sometimes the enemy has no control skills. He can also float around, return to the city to taunt, or play around with the opponent in a mean manner.
After a series of operations, although not many people were killed, the graceful operation made Lang Ying very happy. Her husband is awesome.
She tilted her head slightly and glanced at Qinfeng secretly. Lang Ying fell in love with him immediately when she saw his serious look. It is said that serious men are handsome.
The same goes for playing games. Just at this moment, Qinfeng didn't notice the little action of his lovely wife. The only thing on his mind now is the game. Joke.
If there is no woman in your heart, you will be a god when you draw your sword. The first page of the sword manual, forget your lover. Women will only affect the speed at which he draws his sword.
16 minutes later, the enemy crystal exploded. Qinfeng won the game easily. Add 1 star. Is that all?
When the page returned, Lang Ying looked at Qinfeng with a confused look on her face.
What to do?
She was so focused on Qinfeng's outstanding appearance that she forgot to watch the game.
Well, that's it.
Qinfeng answered honestly.
I don't seem to understand.
Reaching out and scratching her fair cheek, Lang Ying was a little afraid to look at Qinfeng.
That's okay, WDNMD mysterious code.
Qinfeng said as a matter of course as he handed the phone to Lang Ying.
The game is about experience. You'll get it if you play around. When he first came into contact with it, he didn't know anything.
Lang Ying is so smart that she can easily manage a listed company.
What is a 5v5 game? Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lang Ying took the phone obediently and started playing in a duo with Qinfeng. And 6 minutes later, they finished the game on time. Lang Ying's record is 21 with 0 bars, and Qinfeng's record is 21 with 0 bars.
Once he died, everything collapsed. Staring at the settlement interface.
Seeing her disastrous performance, Lang Ying immediately covered her face with shame.
She is so bad.
She is still suitable for playing elimination games. When Qin Feng saw his lovely wife like this, he smiled helplessly.
All right. There are indeed some dishes. But it's just a game, just play it. Want to come again?
Rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Qin Feng asked with a suppressed smile.
Want.
Lang Ying's face was full of stubbornness, and she looked like she refused to admit defeat.
She still wants to try it. And see this. Qin Feng readily agreed.
But the situation made him doubt his life a little.
The game ended in another 6 minutes.
Lang Ying broke the record and died 30 times. The opposing jungler was fed so much that he was almost full, and Pei Qinhu turned into a fat tiger. He couldn't help but wonder if his wife was a takeout sales champion in her previous life.
How could she be so good at delivering? Again? Good. 7 minutes. I want to play more. Come on, it's so late. It's only been 20 minutes. Qin Feng. Chapter 95. Of course my wife is beautiful. Designed by myself?
The two of them played a few more games in duo queue, and the results were the same.
Lose badly. 10 defeats in just 2 hours. Qin Feng even doubted whether the king of passers-by skills given by the system were fake.
In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and just turned off the lights and went to sleep.
The next day, 7 in the morning.
A ray of sunlight in the early morning shone through the gap in the curtains that were not completely closed, and accurately illuminated Qin Feng's face. After opening his eyes, Qin Feng was about to get up.
But suddenly, he felt heavy.
At the same time, a very lazy female voice appeared.
Hubby, don't move, let me hold you. Hear this. Qin Feng immediately raised his eyebrows. This is Lang Ying's voice. Thinking about.
He raised his neck slightly and looked around.
And finished watching.
He suddenly felt like laughing.
I don't know what's going on. Lang Ying's sleeping posture was quite normal last night.
At this moment, a white and delicate long leg was placed on his waist, and her whole body was hugging his back like an octopus, with a feeling of extreme dependence.
I want to hug you too, but I'm a little hot. It's both funny and sad.
Qin Feng had no choice but to push Lang Ying, then turned himself over.
Place your right hand under your head.
He rested his head on his arms and looked at Lang Ying, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, with a slight smile. This was the second time he saw Lang Ying sleeping soundly.
So cute. The fair and delicate face, breathing gently, is white with a rosy glow, making people want to take a bite. Honey, am I really good looking? Why do you like looking at me so much?
Without opening her eyes, Lang Ying answered calmly. Hearing this, Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then reached out and flicked the ear of Lang Ying's Pikachu pajamas, and answered very gently.
Of course, my wife must be beautiful. I will never get tired of looking at her for the rest of my life.
Lang Ying smiled sweetly and said, Tisk, you're so smooth-talking.
I guess that's how you deceive girls. Only.
Although she said that, she still took the initiative to move forward a little. Seeing this, Qin Feng lowered his head and gently kissed Lang Ying on the forehead.
And because today is Sunday. Lang Ying is not like Lang Xian, who can only rest for half a day and then has to go to work in the company. She can barely have a weekend off.
Although I still have to go to the company in the afternoon, overall it's not a big problem.
Very comfortable.
The two of them stayed up together until 10 o'clock in the morning, and they tacitly agreed not to eat breakfast. After taking the time to check the WeChat messages, Qin Feng learned that Comrade Li Ningxue and Qin Yi had already returned. Now everything is ready, except for Lang Ying's period to be over.
Wait for the day after tomorrow. Bedroom. Qin Feng was still wearing blue smooth silk pajamas.
He held the 2 design books that Darina had given him in his hands, flipping through them casually, frowning from time to time.
It's all too basic, lacking a touch of linear beauty.
Qin Feng's mind was working frantically as he read through it carefully. He wanted a design that was apparently very ordinary, but with a sudden sense of beauty in lines.
Silver jewelry, silver jewelry.
With his head tilted back, Qin Feng deftly turned the pencil with his fingers while thinking.
And the cause.
It wasn't that he loved studying at that time, but he had a need. Just now, when Qin Feng was carefully observing Lang Ying on the bed, he suddenly remembered that he and Lang Ying didn't seem to have a pair of rings.
We have already obtained the certificate for several days. But he didn't even give Lang Ying a ring. It was really careless. It seems that he doesn't care about Lang Ying. Only. He looked at wedding rings, gold jewelry, silver jewelry, etc. designed by various brands on the internet. I don't like any of them. Although the various rings designed by these brands look luxurious, if you look closely, you can clearly see that the aesthetics of their designs are uneven and very popular. Qin Feng doesn't dislike popularity. Popularity is not a bad thing. Quite the opposite. Anything that is approved by most people cannot be too bad. But he now wants to give Lang Ying something special. It's better to design one yourself. The works of top international designers are nice, but they're not what I want. Qin Feng stretched out his hand, stroking his chin carefully, and narrowed his eyes in thought. And suddenly, his phone vibrated. He picked it up and took a look. It was Zhang Xiaohua who sent him some analysis charts of the latest animation and film and television works. Then the other party will show that they are not online. Do not disturb status. Qin Feng knew that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to disturb his life at this time, and she planned to just watch quietly. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't reply. Sighed. Qin Feng downloaded the plugin and looked at the decomposition diagram with great interest. But as I watched, a ring with prominent lines, low-key yet not mediocre, inexplicably appeared in his mind. This is... The more he looked at it, the more amazing it became, and Qin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. The temperament that the ring shows. Just what he wanted. Niche, exquisite, and low-key. A simple hoop ring that makes a statement. The outer lining is in the shape of golden leaves, with light patterns delicately carved around the leaves. Like the growth of trees, like the entwined branches and buds, like the clusters of flowers, and the lush grass and flying birds. Endless life. Based on this, Qin Feng suddenly thought of other decorations. For example, wedding tiaras. I am indeed a genius. Smiling, Qin Feng quickly downloaded the drawing software, Procreate. He had used this software before and it was very good. When designing software, it is barely feasible. It doesn't matter. At this time, Lang Ying had finished washing up, put on her clothes and walked over. Hubby, it's time for you to wash up. Lang Ying came behind Qin Feng happily, stretched out her jade hand and patted his shoulder gently, then said, "Oh, right away. Can we go out and play for a while later?" Turning around, Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and asked with a smile. When Lang Ying heard that they were going out to play, she was stunned for a moment, then jumped up happily. Great, I'm going on a date with my husband again. But suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something, her face fell, and she looked very helpless. Butler Lin said there's something going on at the company at noon, so I have to go take a look. Darina has already designed 2 or 3 sets of jewelry and needs to register them. I have to personally supervise this high-end jewelry. The more she talked, the more uncomfortable she felt. Lang Ying scratched her hair in annoyance and pouted. She really wants to go shopping with her lovely husband. But the company can't just ignore it. Trouble. However, after Qin Feng heard this, he immediately started thinking about it. Is Darlene here at the company now? He asked. Not yet, but housekeeper Lin said she'll be here in 2 hours and wants to show me the design template. As she explained, Lang Ying's eyes were dim and she was obviously not in a good mood. That's good. I also want her to give me some feedback on my first design. Chapter 96, Fortunately, I am more skilled? Suggesting a new life? Not intending to hide it from Lang Ying, Qin Feng took a step back and showed her the cross-sectional diagram that had not yet been fully designed. Your first design? Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying showed a puzzled expression. She leaned forward slightly, squinting her eyes as she tried to look at the laptop interface. This looks like a ring, am I right? Pinching her slightly round chin with her delicate hands, Lang Ying leaned on Qin Feng's shoulder, tilted her head and asked uncertainly. Because what Qin Feng has made now is just a defective product. There were only a few cross-sections and a few simple lines on the laptop interface, and it was good enough that she could tell the design was a ring. Be more confident and remove the word seams. This is the ring. Qin Feng patiently pointed to the circular cross-section to Lang Ying. Oh, it really is a ring. Why are you designing a ring when you have nothing to do? After Qin Feng's guidance, Lang Ying immediately confirmed her guess. However, she didn't think much about it. Instead, she asked in a very cute way, is this the design task given by Ms. Darlena?
Hearing this, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked at his lovely wife speechlessly.
Good job.
He doesn't sleep, play games, or watch videos early in the morning. Instead, I studied design hard, searched for information online, and racked my brains to make a ring.
Is he free? What do you think?
Feeling a little amused and helpless, Qin Feng stared quietly at Lang Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes. Seeing her husband staring at her like that, Lang Ying was puzzled for a moment, then suddenly slapped her head.
Do you want to design our wedding rings yourself? What else?
Qin Feng was speechless.
I thought. Oops. What was I thinking?
The delicate and pretty face suddenly turned red, and Lang Ying cried because of her own stupidity. She slapped her forehead, feeling a little overwhelmed. Even his speech was a little stuttering.
What was she thinking just now?
Her husband had clearly stated that he was designing a ring, so how could she possibly relate it to the design task given by Darlena? It must be designed for myself.
Otherwise, why would Qin Feng work so hard? Hubby, you're so good to me.
Not knowing what to say, Lang Ying had to hold Qin Feng's face with both hands and kissed him shyly.
Don't talk.
In this situation, it would be nonsense to talk anymore.
Love is released in the passionate kiss. A kiss and that's it. Hey, why are you on top? No? Of course not.
Qin Feng immediately turned around and took the initiative.
Joke.
You still have to fight for your status in the family.
Fine. He is one step ahead in skill. After a few minutes, the two separated.
At the moment of separation, some crystal clear water stains fell to the ground.
It's saliva. Qin Feng, how come you are so powerful? You always dominate? Lang Ying asked with a blushing face. Why? Don't you like it?
Qin Feng smiled slightly.
Of course not. Lang Ying answered immediately.
After answering, she immediately lowered her head shyly, and then said in a very low voice, "But every time you kiss me, I almost suffocate."
It's a bit too exciting. I'm afraid I can't bear it. Qin Feng has good hearing.
Even though Lang Ying's voice was as soft as a mosquito when she said this, he could still hear it clearly. Seeing his lovely wife's silly look, he was a little amused.
Good job.
I want to pursue excitement, but I am afraid I can't bear it.
What should I do next? Then I'll keep it shorter next time so you can have some time to rest, okay?
Qin Feng said gently as he reached out and rubbed Lang Ying's beautiful black hair.
What can we do? I can only go along with her.
After all, she is my wife, and I have to take responsibility for her behavior.
What's more, this request is not excessive. Lang Ying nodded, enjoying Qin Feng's head pat.
The two of them chatted and hung around for more than 10 minutes before finally leaving the villa and heading to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, to do some business. It was already 12 o'clock at noon.
A very cool silver gradient Lamborghini was parked steadily in the parking lot downstairs of Lang's Fragrance Company.
Because Qin Feng came to this place so frequently, the etiquette lady at the door knew him. While pulling Lang Ying in, they were discussing in low voices at the front desk.
See? They're holding hands so blatantly. Hey, aren't you disgusting?
And you have such small hands. That's right, but President Lang and Brother Qin have a really good relationship. They are both so good looking, they are simply a perfect couple.
I'm so jealous. Why haven't I found a boyfriend as handsome as Brother Qin? Well, first of all, you need to be reborn.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying didn't know that they just held hands and the company started gossiping like community aunties.
Soon, the two of them walked hand in hand to the president's office.
When he entered, Qin Feng found that Ms. Darlena had already arrived. At this moment, she was sitting on a chair used to receive guests, looking up at the various famous paintings on the wall, and seemed to be quite interested. When she saw the two men come in, she immediately stood up and said with a smile in fluent English, "Oh, Mr. Qin, I finally see you again."
I really don't have time recently.
I was on a business trip the day before yesterday. Qin Feng also answered in English, but he suddenly felt a little embarrassed.
We agreed before to study art with Darlena. It has been so many days now.
He had only been studying with Darlene for 2 hours.
It doesn't matter.
I'm going to stay in the country for a long time, 2 months. Walking over slowly, Darlena said nonchalantly, "Mr. Qin, you have such a great talent for design.
2 months of study will definitely not be a problem. You're too kind.
Xin Feng said modestly.
Boss Lang and I will introduce the 2 sets of jewelry we designed this time, and then we'll give you a lesson, okay?
Darlene said happily. Her passion for talent had not yet faded. After hearing this, Xin Feng thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "That's fine. The reason I came here this time is actually to ask you to help me take a look at the ring I designed.
But this ring hasn't been completely drawn yet. I only have 2 or 3 cross-sectional drawings. Once you and Lang finish talking, I'll be almost done with this one. I'd appreciate any corrections then."
Oh?
You designed a ring?
When Darina heard that Xin Feng had designed something, her eyes suddenly became brighter. She said happily, "No problem, don't worry.
The worst thing to do in design is to rush. Just take your time. I have plenty of time. It's okay."
Good. Xin Feng answered immediately.
He noticed Darina's enthusiastic attitude towards him. She really values talent.
An internationally renowned design master is now making such concessions for him.
It's very rare. Chapter 97. No way, no way? Am I really that strong?
Nearly an hour passed. Xin Feng had already carefully drawn the overall picture of the ring, but Darina had not finished yet.
No way. Because Darina's jewelry design is a set, which includes many types. There are 7 or 8 styles of bracelets alone. Not to mention necklaces, bracelets, and a host of other things.
There are also some messy cross-sections and more novel designs. Lang Ying's eyesight is limited and it looks like she is struggling.
Read it carefully. It really takes quite a while. But
Xin Feng was not in a hurry. After he finished drawing the ring, he had nothing better to do, so he started drawing the headdress he had designed in his mind before. Marrying such a great wife like Lang Ying.
He wanted the best for her. He even wanted to design his wedding attire himself.
Next, I need to learn some tailoring and design a dress for Lang Ying. Xin Feng held his chin with his hand and smiled gently as he looked at Lang Ying, who was busy at the huge desk next to him.
I don't know why. Lang Ying, who is now extremely busy, is surprisingly cute in his eyes.
Xin Feng looked down at the headdress that only produced a side view, curled his lips, and then saved the file. He turned off the tablet and placed it next to the table. He turned around and quietly found a piece of A4 paper. Although the back of the paper is filled with various numbers and data, fortunately the other side is blank.
You can also paint.
Xin Feng fixed it directly with a tablet, found a pencil at random, and started to draw slowly. He wanted to record this scene.
Photos obviously cannot withstand this value, and some artistic conception can only be expressed in paintings. And a long while passed. Lang Ying and Darina finally decided on most of the jewelry designs.
Both parties agreed to release some side views of the jewelry first as a publicity stunt to see how the crowd reacted.
If it's good, then start the actual production. Of course, it's limited. And it's very expensive. Okay, Ms. Darlena, that's it for today. Her body was obviously relaxed.
Lang Ying breathed a long sigh of relief, sat down on the leather chair at the back, and wiped the sweat from her forehead.
No way. The 2 sets of designs that Darina gave were really too many.
She was dazzled by what she saw.
I just barely finished watching it. A little tired. Darina was only responsible for explaining the design inspiration of the jewelry and the estimated cost to Lang Ying. Although it took nearly an hour and a half. But apart from being a little thirsty, she was fine.
Okay, then I'll go over and see how the ring Xin Feng designed is doing. Picking up the thermos she had brought with her, Darina took a big gulp of water and said,
"Well, I'll go with you."
Although she was a little tired, Lang Ying still wanted to see what the ring designed by her lovely husband looked like.
She felt. It will definitely be beautiful. Good. Darina answered with a smile, knowing Lang Ying's thoughts. Finished. The 2 of them walked towards Xin Feng.
At this time, Xin Feng had just finished his sketch. He looked up and was about to think about Lang Ying's anxious look again, but found that she had already walked over.
Is everything settled?
Standing up from his chair, Xin Feng asked gently.
Well, honey, have you finished drawing the ring design?
After nodding in response, Lang Ying put her hands behind her back, turned sideways and asked lively.
And because today is Sunday.
There are only a few people on duty in the company, so she is wearing very casual clothes today. She wore a white top, slim fit jeans, the white sports shoes Qin Feng bought for her, and a red and white plaid mid-length jacket. A head of beautiful black hair spread out behind her, emitting a fresh fragrance.
She has a very girl next door temperament.
That cute look made Qin Feng want to show some affection to her.
It's both domineering and cute, which is great.
And just when Qin Feng was distracted, Darina turned her attention to the sketch on the table.
Oh, Qin Feng, don't tell me you were drawing this just now? Darina asked with some helplessness and a somewhat unhappy look on her face.
Yeah, that's right. Coming back to his senses instantly, Qin Feng quickly answered.
Oh, really? Darina didn't even want to watch it. What is it?
Seeing Darina's expression of despair, Lang Ying became interested and jumped forward to look at the sketch on the table.
Shockingly,
her eyes reflected the image of her looking down at the jewelry design drawings.
A moment. Lang Ying smiled sweetly. She knew why Ms. Darlina looked so hopeless.
Qin Feng used such superb sketching skills to portray her.
This is dog food. Worldwide. I guess only her lovely husband would do this. Hubby, you tease me like this, I can't stand it.
Her voice softened, and Lang Ying looked at Qin Feng, wanting only to throw herself into his arms and hide.
But considering that Darina was still there, he suppressed it.
I just thought you were so cute back then, so I wanted to draw you. Qin Feng explained with a smile.
But this sentence completely broke down Darina's defense. Good job.
She is so old, but she can still be forced to feed dog food by others.
It's outrageous.
Ahem, please pay attention, there is an old lady here. Darina said helplessly after coughing helplessly.
Teacher, we haven't done anything yet.
Qin Feng explained, feeling both amused and helpless.
Okay, I understand. Waving her hand, Darina asked again, where's the ring you designed? I want to see it. Oh. No problem.
Here. Seeing that they were back to the main topic, Qin Feng hurried to get the tablet and handed it to Darina.
And generally speaking,
this design pattern is basically a copy of the real object.
But because it was Qin Feng, she didn't say anything.
She just took it and looked at it slowly.
I got the inspiration from watching an anime.
Naturalness, understatedness, and agility are what I mainly want to express.
Qin Feng explained.
Although the painting is a bit crude and not very expressive, I still want you to see it. Scratching his head, Qin Feng wanted to say something humble.
But suddenly,
Darina immediately reached out to stop him. She looked up at Qin Feng and said seriously, Mr. Qin Feng, please stop your Versailles language, okay? Hearing this, Qin Feng was confused.
Why am I being so Versailles?
Although he thought the painting was good, it was still a little immature compared to those of internationally renowned designers. The expressiveness is clearly insufficient. He will continue to optimize it next, this is just the first version.
That's it. Where's the Versailles? Darlene even used the honorific you. No way. Is he really that strong?
Qin Feng, I'm not ready to end my teacher-student relationship with you. Looking at the ring designed by Qin Feng, Darina's tone was a little regretful.
Is that really that exaggerated?
I've only been in class for 2 hours. Qin Feng answered casually. Darlene treated him very well, and her emotion was nothing but love.
This kind of simple quality is really rare. Did you design this for Miss Lang?
Watching carefully, Darina continued to ask. Yes, I plan to use it as a wedding ring for Lang Ying and me.
Qin Feng replied. Chapter 98, Taking my wife out to play? Can I be with Bing? As a wedding ring? Is that so?
Darina swiped the tablet left and right, squinting her eyes and looking at the design carefully. After a moment, she turned to look at Qin Feng and suggested, this ring is too low-key as a wedding ring. You two can wear it every day, but if it's a wedding ring, I think a diamond-encrusted ring would be better. It would appear more serious.
Although Darina is just a jewelry designer, her business is extensive. I also have a lot of research on other silver jewelry designs.
Her team covers almost every country's customs, jewelry, decorations, etc. It's not that the ring designed by Qin Feng is bad.
But say, it's not appropriate to use it as a wedding ring. No way. The ring is too low-key, delicate and everyday. And getting married. Even if you don't like extravagance, you still need something that represents your wedding. Is that so?
Listening to Darina's advice, Qin Feng rubbed his chin with his hand and nodded slightly.
He thought Darina's advice was good. Only,
he really had no inspiration for designing a diamond ring at the moment.
Weddings are something that must be taken seriously. You plan to design it yourself, isn't it because you want to give Miss Lung the best?
Seeing Qin Feng's frowning and thoughtful expression, Darina wrinkled her eyes and smiled slightly, knowing in her heart what he was thinking. Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately said modestly, "I still can't escape the teacher's eyes.
Actually, if you don't mind, I can design one for you too, completely free of charge."
After thinking for a while, Darina asked. She really likes Qin Feng's talent.
Humble, serious, and caring.
She is also a woman, and Qin Feng's love for Lang Ying is almost overflowing.
It's so obvious.
She also wanted to give a small gift to her gifted student.
Teacher, I still hope to design it for Lang Ying myself. I will come to consult you in a few days. Is that okay?
Thinking about it, Qin Feng still declined politely. He still wanted to design a ring for Lang Ying himself.
At worst, I can ask Darina to revise it later. Okay, that's fine too. Since you want to design it yourself, go ahead and do it. Darina was not angry after hearing this.
She still smiled kindly.
And suddenly,
she seemed to have thought of something, looked at the graceful Lang Ying next to her, and then gave Qin Feng a suggestion with an aunt's smile.
Seeing you're deep in thought, I don't think you've got any good ideas.
Instead of that, I suggest you take Miss Ling to other ring stores in the Magic City to look around.
Hear this.
Lang Ying's eyes next to her gradually began to shine, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked from time to time, which was very cute. She wanted to go out and play with Qin Feng in the morning.
She gave Darina full marks for this assist. As a shrewd person. Of course, Qin Feng knew very well what Darina meant. Only,
what made him laugh and cry was that Lang Ying's excitement next to him was really a bit too much. She was being too obvious. Those big eyes of Kiss Me are so bright that they can shine.
Very cute. Okay, teacher. Actually, that's what I had planned.
Qin Feng smiled and agreed decisively.
All right.
In fact, it's not bad to go out and play with your beautiful wife.
Speaking of which,
the two of them haven't gone shopping for 3 or 4 days.
Just treat it as a date this time.
When Lang Ying heard Qin Feng agreed, her eyes brightened even more.
Okay, I've finished my work here. Today I just want Mr. Ling to come over to confirm the style. Darina smiled like an auntie, holding 2 sets of design jewelry drawings, and walked towards the office door.
Seeing this, Qin Feng hurried over to help get it. Lang Ying was afraid that her husband would be tired, so she took a portion as well, humming a tune happily as she followed him down.
Soon, after seeing Ms. Darina off, the company was indeed fine.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying sat in the car together, planning to go shopping and have some fun.
It's only 2 or 3 in the afternoon.
The journey only takes half an hour, so they can play there for almost the entire afternoon.
It took nearly 40 minutes.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying had visited Zixing Commercial Street before arriving, but had not yet finished their shopping.
Because it's Sunday. It was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. There are actually not many people on the whole street. People are all resting in various stores and doing some shopping. They didn't drive in.
After walking for a while, Qin Feng felt a little thirsty, so he came to a milk tea shop that seemed to have relatively few people.
What do you like to drink? In the store.
Pulling Lang Ying to line up at the back, Qin Feng looked up at the drinks and asked.
As you say. Lang Ying answered as usual.
Ever since she met Qin Feng, she has become very dependent on him and wants to listen to him. I hope to experience the same feeling as him.
Wife, I'm serious, don't say you drink casually?
Qin Feng said lightly, tilting his neck.
Daughter-in-law, daughter-in-law. Hearing this name, Lang Ying's cheeks turned a little red. It is indeed a bit embarrassing to hear this name in public.
She glanced at Qin Feng secretly and found that he was calm and composed, and looked very normal.
Whatever you drink, I'll drink it. After thinking about it, Lang Ying still answered like this. Oh well. Not noticing Lang Ying's shyness, Qin Feng nodded slightly and said.
And now it's their turn to choose things.
Hello, may I ask? I wanted to ask a very standard question as usual.
But when the front desk clerk looked up and saw Qin Feng's face, his heart suddenly stopped.
Oops.
It is the feeling of blood from the left ventricle flowing into the right atrium, and then being ejected from the right ventricle into the left atrium.
Heartbeat. Brother, can I join?
The shop assistant was just about to ask if she could add a WeChat account when she suddenly caught sight of Lang Ying behind Qin Feng.
A peerless beauty. Moment.
She felt her illusions were shattered.
These two people are obviously a couple. What would you two like to drink?
The clerk asked with a somewhat depressed tone.
2 glasses of lemonade, thank you. Qin Feng replied.
And suddenly, he corrected himself immediately. 1 cup is room temperature, and the other is a little cold.
I can drink ice now.
Lang Ying said in a low voice.
Don't listen to her, just 1 warm glass and 1 cold glass.
Qin Feng answered again decisively.
Yes, sir.
Looking at Qin Feng and Lang Ying, the shop assistant gave her a meaningful look and then answered.
I can drink it ice cold. This sentence is not simple. Chapter 99, Yellow-Skinned Rat and Garlic-Headed Turtle, an Unruly Hotel? After a while.
Instead of sitting in the milk tea shop, Qin Feng and Lang Ying both chose to stroll leisurely on the street.
Come out and play. Not moving is called playing? It's outrageous. Street.
Located behind Lang Ying. Qin Feng walked slowly with a glass of relatively warm lemonade, but his eyes were fixed on Lang Ying, who was jumping in front of him.
He was a little worried. My wife's aunt is really gone? The day is not right. It's only been a few days?
Ahem, Lang Ying, don't drink something so cold, or your stomach will start to hurt again. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng hurried forward, took the ice lemon water from Lang Ying's hand, and then gave her the warm water from his hand.
I can drink ice now.
Pouting her little mouth, Lang Ying obediently took the warm lemon water and took a sip.
And in an instant,
her pretty facial features showed her dissatisfaction, and she spat it out.
Cough cough, it's too sour. Lang Ying said while coughing. Is it really that bad to drink? Why did you vomit? Some people just don't believe in evil. Qin Feng took the warm lemon water again and drank it without disdaining Lang Ying's saliva. He, too, Ugh, it's so unpalatable, damn Mishua Bingchang. Speechless, Qin Feng looked at the warm lemon water and just wanted to throw it away. He vomited too. No way. Too sour. It's just 1 lemon, why is it so sour?
I told you it was awful, and you didn't believe me. Seeing Qin Feng frowning and spitting out water uncontrollably, Lang Ying laughed with glee.
I don't know why.
Seeing her lovely husband's frustrated look, she actually felt a little cute. It's a very strange feeling.
Oh, you're actually laughing at me? Lang Ying, you've become so arrogant after not seeing you for a few days.
Qin Feng saw Lang Ying's happy smile and immediately pounced on her. I didn't, you saw it wrong. Like a frightened little rabbit, Lang Ying quickly gave in and ran around.
She is so cute when she jumps around so lively.
Qin Feng enjoyed this feeling very much. He was not in a hurry and just ran and played with Lang Ying.
Only. Not even 2 minutes.
Lang Ying stopped running and waited for Qin Feng to come over.
Why don't you run away? Qin Feng came over slowly and asked doubtfully. Look.
Lang Ying stretched out her jade hand, pointed to the store next to her, and said, let's go in and buy some clothes. Following Lang Ying's hand, Qin Feng took a quick look inside the store. He was a little amused and said, this is a store that sells couples' outfits.
Do you want to wear couples' outfits with me? Lang Ying nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Okay, let's go in and take a look.
Seeing Lang Ying's expectant eyes, Qin Feng reached out and rubbed her hair, and readily agreed.
He felt that Lang Ying was becoming more and more like a little woman. It's true. A woman in love has almost 0 IQ. She is as cute as a little girl now. Enter the store. Qin Feng followed Lang Ying, looking around aimlessly. Lang Ying was in high spirits.
When she saw the pajamas she liked, she tried them on and turned around to ask Qin Feng for his opinion.
But I don't know why. She picked out all yellow furry sweatshirts. Walked to the end. Lang Ying still picked out a yellow mouse sweatshirt. See this. Qin Feng also understood. My lovely wife has an absolute special liking for Pikachu. How about this one? Is it cute? Lang Ying took off her red plaid mid-length jacket and put on a loose sweatshirt with a Pikachu pattern on it.
She walked around in front of Qin Feng and asked sweetly.
Yes, my wife is beautiful.
Xin Feng answered with a smile, as if to coax him.
He doesn't care. His wife is the most beautiful. Not to mention wearing the clothes of a yellow rat.
Savor it carefully. Xin Feng rubbed his chin with his hand, and a light bulb went off in his head, as if he had thought of something. He turned back to look for his clothes.
Soon, he took over a black sweatshirt with Bulbasaur printed on it.
Since Xin Feng was wearing a slim-fitting outerwear autumn coat today, and Garlic Turtle's black sweatshirt was relatively loose, he put it on directly.
Following Lang Ying's example, he also turned around, then asked very seriously, "How is it?" Yellow-skinned rat and Garlic Turtle, a perfect match. Phew. I really can't stand it.
Seeing Xin Feng like this, Lang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud.
She thinks her husband is so cute.
And his logic is weird.
Couple outfits are the same style and print, just in different colors.
Others just make some modifications.
Xin Feng is fine. Just take out another one.
However, Lang Ying couldn't bear to make her lovely husband sad, so she stretched out her delicate hand and gave him a thumbs up.
It's so beautiful. After saying this, she couldn't help laughing. That's too much. What's so funny about that?
When Xin Feng walked up to Lang Ying, he saw that she was almost laughing like crazy, so he reached out and patted her little head helplessly. No, these are clearly Pikachu and Bulbasaur, not a yellow-skinned rat or a Garlic Turtle. Lang Ying laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. She hugged Xin Feng and her shoulders began to tremble from laughing.
I think they match well. Let's buy these 2 sets.
Xin Feng said calmly.
Well, okay, I'll listen to you.
Lang Ying replied with a smile.
Moment.
Lang Ying and Xin Feng changed back into their original clothes and asked the clerk to pack up the 2 sets of couple sweatshirts. The 4 pieces of clothing cost a total of 675 yuan. The clothes are made of good material, very comfortable to wear, and the price is relatively affordable.
The overall situation is similar.
Carrying 2 bags of clothes, the two continued to walk inside. Since Lang Ying was still very curious about those snacks, she wanted to try them as soon as she saw them. She had only walked halfway down the street when she had already finished her dinner.
Soon, it was getting close to evening. Some small games gradually appeared on the streets.
Lang Ying tried to toss the hoop and throw the basketball, but gave up decisively. Because those games are obviously a scam, she really doesn't like them. After walking around for another half an hour, the two of them finally completed the entire tour.
And we have already left the commercial street.
Xin Feng held Lang Ying's hand, looked up at the dark sky, and sighed slightly. It seems that he came out today to observe other people's ring designs.
Did the topic go off track? And after walking around for so long, he was sweating. Now go home, take a shower, and have a good sleep. Boss Lang, we're done shopping, shall we go back?
Turning to look at Lang Ying, who was still eating candied haws, Xin Feng asked gently.
Are you going back now?
Lang Ying thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed to a hotel not far ahead and suggested, "How about we stay in a hotel today?"
Who wouldn't go home and stay in a hotel? It's not like they don't have enough time.
Following the direction Lang Ying pointed, Xin Feng saw that the hotel's font was all heart-shaped, and young couples came out from time to time. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he said with a smile, "And that hotel is not a formal hotel."
Isn't this a proper hotel? Lang Ying blinked, very confused. A hotel is just a hotel. Is there still a difference between serious and not serious? Yeah, you can tell from the sign that this is a dishonest hotel. There are probably more pinhole cameras in the room than in the entire building of your Lang's fragrance industry.
Seeing Lang Ying's puzzled expression, Xin Feng slowly explained. Lang Ying was slightly stunned and thought about it for a while.
Immediately, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Of course we can't go, let's go home. Lang Ying shook her head. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you blushing like a bubble teapot?
Xin Feng was walking quickly as Lang Ying pulled him. He felt that something was wrong with his wife today. First he said he could drink something cold, and now he wants to stay in a hotel.
Still blushing for no reason? Chapter 100. Have you decided to spend the rest of your life with me? At 8 o'clock in the evening, we returned to Thompson Epine.
Xin Feng decisively went upstairs to take a shower.
Spent most of the day strolling around.
In addition, he carried almost all the things Lang Ying bought, so he sweated a lot along the way. Now he just wants to refresh himself.
Reduce heat.
On the other hand, Lang Ying.
She was neither anxious nor impatient.
After slowly placing everything on the glass table in the lobby on the first floor, Lang Ying looked upstairs, pricked up her ears to listen to the noise, and looked a little nervous. However, since the rooms in the villa were soundproofed, she could only hear it alone. A pair of jade hands crossed and clasped together. She looked around and her pretty face turned red again unconsciously.
I don't know what it reminds me of.
Lang Ying was very nervous now, pursing her lips and feeling at a loss. She really wanted to send a message to her best friend Su Yenran to ask a question, but she felt embarrassed. Besides, Su Yenran has never even been in a relationship.
What can she do? After thinking for a while on the first floor, Lang Ying went upstairs. Xin Feng is her husband. They both got married, isn't this normal? She is not a bad woman and she doesn't do bad things. There's nothing to be nervous about. I'm not nervous.
Keep reminding herself, Lang Ying opened the door of the master bedroom and went in.
And at this time,
Xin Feng had just finished taking a shower and came out wrapped in a bath towel.
Lang Ying walked into the room and saw everything.
Those mouth-watering six-pack abs, those firm muscles, and that beautiful golden inverted triangle figure.
Ah!
She couldn't bear it any longer.
You. Pointing at Xin Feng with a trembling hand, Lang Ying hurriedly said, "Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" "I'm wrapped in a towel, okay?"
Xin Feng took the clothes on the bed and put them on. But when he saw Lang Ying's anxious look of turning a blind eye, he was suddenly speechless.
He pursed his lips and smiled. "I say, can your eyes open any wider? I see you really want to see it."
"I didn't, you saw it wrong." Being exposed, Lang Ying quickly turned around, not daring to look at Xin Feng. After that, she ran straight into the bathroom, leaving only one sentence: "I'm going to wash up too, you hurry up and get dressed."
"Why are you so cute?"
Smiling helplessly, Xin Feng shook his head, put on another pair of blue silk pajamas, then lay on his back on the bed, fiddling with his cell phone. All the procedures for handing over the unfinished building purchased from Lin have been completed.
It is only a few days away from the Shanghai municipal government issuing development documents. Immediately.
I guess everyone in the real estate industry in Shanghai will contact me like crazy. I estimate it will increase in value 50-fold.
I'll be rich.
Putting the phone aside, Xin Feng said calmly. Those who achieve great things must remain calm.
How much is this? More on that later.
While he was thinking, Lang Ying also finished washing up. Hearing the noise, Xin Feng turned his head to take a look.
He originally thought that Lang Ying would still come wearing Pikachu pajamas, but in fact that was not the case.
"Hubby, why are you looking at me like that?" Wearing the same cool blue halter dress as before, Lang Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and she didn't know where to put her hands.
She didn't dare to look at Xin Feng. Because the atmosphere is a bit tense. Gurgle. There was a distinct sound of swallowing saliva.
Xin Feng raised his eyebrows, coughed, and immediately sat up.
He then said, "Lang Ying, go change your clothes. I can't stand it anymore." Only.
Even after hearing these words, Lang Ying did not move. She pursed her lips, feeling very conflicted.
"I just can't bear to miss you. I think today I can." "Today, is it okay?"
Xin Feng stood up from the bed and walked to Lang Ying. When she saw Xin Feng coming over, Lang Ying's body suddenly trembled for some reason.
She raised her head slightly to look at Xin Feng and asked timidly, "You don't like it?" "I like it very much, but..."
Gently pinching Lang Ying's smooth and fair cheek, Xin Feng answered decisively.
He put his hands on Lang Ying's shoulders, looked into her eyes, and asked seriously, "Of course I can, but have you thought about it? Do you want to spend the rest of your life with me?" Hearing this, Lang Ying's heart was beating fast.
She also met Xin Feng's eyes, nodded slightly, and said firmly, "I have thought about it a long time ago, since I was a child."
And speaking,
she took a step forward and hugged Xin Feng around the waist. Now, she just wanted to merge into his body.
"You're using this to test cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test?"
Feeling the proud figure of his lovely wife, Xin Feng smiled slightly.
"So what are you going to do? Do you want to take the test? What exam?"
Lang Ying looked confused.
The next morning.
Although it was Monday, a normal working day, Lang Ying still didn't get up, and the same went for Xin Feng.
A ray of sunlight shines in.
Xin Feng turned over decisively and wanted to go back to sleep. At this time, a very lazy voice appeared. Hubby, move aside a little, you're pressing on my hair.
Are you okay? Xin Feng moved to the left obediently, put his hand on Lang Ying's smooth shoulder, and asked in a gentle voice. Don't ask me, it's so embarrassing.
Lang Ying didn't dare to look at Xin Feng at all. She pulled the quilt, leaving only half of her head exposed. Her face is now so red that blood could drip out.
I can still vividly remember what happened last night. It was crazy. You still know how to be shy? Why didn't you say that last night?
Lying with his head tilted back, Xin Feng looked at the ceiling and spoke slowly.
After hearing this, Lang Ying began to dive.
She curled up in the quilt, even covering her little head, pretending to know nothing and answering weakly.
I don't understand what you are saying. And see this.
Xin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly and smiled. He gently patted the quilt and said with concern, Don't lie in bed for too long. I won't take care of you if you're short of oxygen.
Then you have to promise not to tease me.
Lang Ying's voice was a little muffled as she answered unhappily. What happened last night was so embarrassing, it's a wonder her bad husband still brought it up to tease her.
That's too much. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Come out now and don't get bored.
Xin Feng said with a helpless smile.
Ouch. Lang Ying answered weakly.
Then, she stretched out a pair of white and delicate hands and gently pulled down the quilt. But she was still a little shy and only showed a small head. I don't know if her pretty face was because she was shy or really depressed, it was red like a ripe apple.
You idiot.
Seeing Lang Ying like this, Xin Feng smiled and reached out to tap her forehead.
How come his wife is so cute and adorable? Where are the promised queen and president? Now they have all become soft girl attributes. But it's great. You are the fool, no, you are the bad guy.
With a pursed lip, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a dim gaze.
Chapter 101 Makeup Exam? Can you be more disgusting?
She still remembered last night when she foolishly asked Xin Feng what the exam meant.
What else could it be? It means being eaten.
Afterwards, he continued to tease me with a clear conscience, which made me want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into.
That's too much. What cute husband? He is a big bad guy. You're the bad guy. Xin Feng retorted. I'm not, you are.
Lang Ying bumped her little head against Xin Feng with a very stubborn expression.
Okay, I'm the bad guy.
Following Lang Ying's words, Xin Feng replied with a smile. Her silly and cute look is so soft.
What do you want, a queen? Cute girls are the best.
And he had become one with both of them.
Now you have to be more accommodating to her, as long as it's not too much.
Otherwise it would seem that she was too wronged.
That's more like it. You're just a bad guy. With a red face, Lang Ying came out of the bed.
Although she said that Xin Feng was a bad guy, her body was leaning obediently in his arms.
Xin Feng looked at the lovely Lang Ying and thought for a moment. Lang Ying, I suddenly remembered that you got a few questions wrong last night. Let's take a makeup exam. A look of confusion.
Before Lang Ying could react, Xin Feng pulled her into bed.
What the hell is this makeup exam? Is there such a thing? She was almost falling apart yesterday, and now it happens again? I regret it.
I should have known not to be so greedy for my husband's body.
Noon. The two of them really got up.
With Xin Feng's careful teaching and hard work, Lang Ying was finally able to leave the examination room. And this was after the most exhausting exam.
This girl actually wants to go to the company.
Xin Feng didn't want her to go, but Lang Ying got up anyway.
Downstairs.
Lang Ying lay on Xin Feng's shoulder like a sloth, refusing to let go.
Just lie down. Xin Feng asked his lovely wife to lie down. But I am speechless.
Lang Ying lay there, mumbling to herself, while reaching out to pinch the soft flesh around his waist.
3 things at once. It's outrageous. You're in this state now, why would you still go to a company? Can't you just work from home?
Enduring the pain in his waist, Xin Feng asked with a look of despair.
Now Lang Ying can't even stand. Why go to the company? Does it make him look particularly fit? Isn't this bullshit? Some data cannot be obtained at home.
Lang Ying's face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head and answered weakly.
She doesn't want to go to the company either. It hurts so much. But we can't just ignore those files. General files are fine.
But some documents contain commercial secrets, and the data alone can be sold for money.
Only she can do it, no one else can do it for her. Don't you feel any pain?
Xin Feng looked at Lang Ying, who looked like she couldn't even stand up, and asked with a raised eyebrow.
Pain.
With a pout, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng pitifully.
Oh, Miss Lung, you actually still feel pain?
He slowly let go and moved aside to Xin Feng.
Hey. No.
Hiss.
Lang Ying took a deep breath and stood there gracefully. It looked fine, but she couldn't move.
Xin Feng came in front of her, smiling and trying to tease her.
Come on, take a walk if you have nothing to do,
he said cheerfully. Upon hearing this, Lang Ying was speechless.
What happened to her husband? Is it so fun to tease her? You bad guy, come and help me.
Feeling aggrieved and wanting to laugh, Lang Ying looked at Xin Feng with a gloomy look in her eyes.
But Xin Feng didn't know what was going on.
But today he was not in a hurry and did not pamper Lang Ying.
Just see.
He crossed his arms, clasped them in front of his chest, walked in front of Lang Ying, and looked at her with interest.
Tell me, are you still going to the company?
Xin Feng asked with a pout. Lang Ying pondered, looked up at Xin Feng, pouted and shook her head, saying, if you don't want me to go, then I won't go.
She knows.
Xin Feng felt sorry for her. But even if I go to the company, I just sit in the office and process documents.
Nothing.
But Xin Feng still felt distressed. I'm not going, husband, please don't be angry. Lang Ying lowered her head slightly and answered slowly like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Lang Ying like this, Xin Feng sighed.
You idiot.
Xin Feng walked up to her and tapped her forehead in annoyance, then hugged her around the waist and carried her back to the villa in a princess carry.
Well, I'm a fool.
This time Lang Ying did not refute, but answered very obediently. After hearing this, Xin Feng staggered and almost fell.
Okay, I won't call you an idiot anymore. Let's put this aside.
Xin Feng said decisively, his old face flushed.
This name is a bit troublesome. It's better to change it as soon as possible.
Learn the good habits of childhood friend Xiao Jin and correct your mistakes as soon as you realize them.
But
Lang Ying felt a little regretful after hearing this.
I'm used to hearing it. If you don't call me a little fool in the future, I'll probably feel a little uncomfortable. She muttered slowly. Then let's change the name.
Xin Feng answered decisively.
Oh, I know this question.
Because it was a princess hug, Lang Ying had her arms around Xin Feng's neck and her body was very stable. She raised her head slightly and looked at her lovely husband, thinking, you can call me honey, baby, or sweetheart.
Vomit.
The more he listened, the more outrageous it became, and Xin Feng felt like vomiting.
This is not a novel.
In real life, couples don't call each other disgusting names like baby and sweetheart.
He quickly waved his hand and interrupted Lang Ying. Wife, you are so disgusting.
Where did you hear these words?
I learned this from the novel written by Yanran.
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying replied as a matter of course, in her novel, the hero calls the heroine sweetheart.
And the hero of the novel has a very strange smile. A weird smile? His curiosity was aroused, so Xin Feng asked, is he a psychopath? Why is he laughing so strangely? Anyway, it was written by Su Yanran. Stop talking. It's definitely a flop book.
The male lead's character is rubbish. Oh, the male protagonist of her novel is a domineering CEO. Every time he smiles or looks at the female protagonist, he is 3 parts sarcastic, 3 parts gentle, 2 parts resolute, and 2 parts serious.
Lang Ying thought about it and recited it.
After hearing this, Xin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Wow, it turns out the protagonist's face looks like a pie-shaped statistical chart.
It can also show different expressions. Unique skills, brother. You should read less books written by Su Yanran in the future, okay? Don't follow the plots in her novels.
Xin Feng said hurriedly.
We can't let Lang Ying make Su Yanran laugh again. She is so innocent and cute. If you get brainwashed, you're doomed.
Beware of fire, theft, and best friends.
I see. I just read it when I have nothing to do.
She said her book went to the palace to accompany the emperor, and I haven't read it for a long time.
Lang Ying said very obediently. That's pretty good. Xin Feng nodded.
As they spoke, they returned to the villa.
After carefully placing Lang Ying on the soft sofa, he went to get his laptop.
Then he started calling butler Lin. Steward Lin has a special identity, so no matter how confidential the document is, it doesn't matter to him.
Chapter 102, The Profit is 50 times, why don't you go and rob it? You know. He was one of the first people to join Lang Xian in the business world. Designated reliable. It really doesn't matter if you show him the business secrets.
I've contacted butler Lin, and he'll give you the documents you need to process shortly. After you've read them, put them aside and sign them at the company tomorrow. Go to the second floor and take down the laptop, Qin Feng said slowly.
Okay, I'll listen to you. On the sofa. Lang Ying took the laptop and answered very obediently with her lips pursed. All right. Actually, working from home is not bad. Although it is troublesome. But I can see my lovely husband all the time. You should have listened to me.
Qin Feng reached out and gently patted Lang Ying's little head and said with great concern. I should have known this earlier. He should have been more gentle last night.
I understand. Really enjoying the feeling of being pampered, Lang Ying smiled sweetly and opened her laptop.
As soon as she logged into WeChat, she saw the message sent by Linen.
Butler Lin first carefully asked about Lang Ying's condition.
Seeing that she was fine, just a little uncomfortable, he didn't ask any more questions. Then he sent a long list of documents and a lot of photos. The contents were all confidential documents of Lang's fragrance industry. Looking at these documents, Lang Ying pinched her pointed chin, her brain working, thinking non-stop. Seeing Lang Ying start working, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and was about to sit down. But at this moment, his cell phone vibrated.
Li Yunche?
Holding the phone, Qin Feng frowned and looked at the caller ID, feeling a little surprised. When he was in Yanjing, he added Li Yunche's phone number. That's because there are still some follow-up matters that need to be communicated about the project run by Zhang Xiaohua's company, so the two of them can add their phone numbers so that they can keep in touch.
But the project was almost completed when he came back. Why would Li Yunche call him at this time when he had nothing to do? Invite yourself to dinner? Honey, the phone's ringing.
Hearing the phone ringing, Lang Ying looked up and saw Qin Feng in a daze, and reminded him softly.
Okay.
After thinking about it in vain, Qin Feng still answered the call. As a young talent in the Magic City, Li Yunche is undoubtedly the son of the plane. He still had to give this face.
Hey, brotherly, you called me because you missed me?
Sitting on the soft sofa, Qin Feng turned on the speakerphone and placed his phone on the glass table.
And the other side. Far away in the Li Group in Yunyuan district of Magic City.
Li Yunche crossed his legs leisurely, holding a red-headed document in one hand and looking at it carefully, while holding a mobile phone in the other hand, also with the hands-free function turned on, and placed it on the table. Next to him, his childhood sweetheart Yin Xingyue was helping him organize other things.
Very careful. But,
after hearing Qin Feng's nonchalant voice, Li Yunche paused and looked upset.
Can't you just talk properly? He spoke somewhat speechlessly.
Seeing the ashamed look on the CEO's boyfriend's face, Yin Xingyue immediately thought of Qin Feng and chuckled.
Ever since I met Qin Feng in Yanjing, she felt that only he could greet her CEO boyfriend in such a casual manner. Other business partners would consciously lower their posture when talking to Li Yunche. If it's a big guy. Although they will not lower their posture, they will speak in a very appreciative tone. Not like Qin Feng at all. Stop talking nonsense. My phone is almost out of service. What do you want to talk to me about? Tell me now.
There. After clearing his throat, Qin Feng asked casually.
Overdue payment? Service suspended?
When Li Yunche heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yen Xingyue covered her mouth and chuckled, then went out with some documents. You bought that unfinished building from Lin's real estate with 100 million yuan. What were you planning to do with it? He asked calmly. Qin Feng became alert when he heard it. He glanced at Lang Ying opposite him, and seeing that she looked unhappy and puzzled, he immediately signaled her to be quiet. Although Lang Ying was confused, she nodded obediently. Why? Brother Li is interested? Qin Feng replied. It's not that I'm interested, it's that I want it. Opposite. Li Yunche kept flipping through the red-headed document until it was almost torn to pieces. Just 10 o'clock in the morning. As soon as he arrived at the company from home, he saw the documents his father sent him. After reading it, he printed it out immediately.
The Magic City Government's Future Education Plan.
Although it is a red-headed document, its content can only be considered a small document. But just because it was a message from his father Lee Nidian, Lee Yunche had to take a good look at it. He checked a lot of information and searched for the word education for a long time.
Finally, I thought of Qin Feng's matter.
There is a place in Shanghai with a good location and many young people, but it lacks primary education resources. Not far from that place, there is a huge unfinished building. As luck would have it, that piece of land happened to be the one Qin Feng bought from Lin South Real Estate.
He couldn't sit still anymore. Good job.
At that time, he was competing with Lang Ying for land. Although he was successful, he also made a fortune. But compared to the money Lang Ying earned from risking her investment in the rotten land on Qixin Road, it was like he had eaten some leftovers. Now there are many factors pointing to the unfinished building.
He wants to come and test Qin Feng's background. It would be even better if he can buy it. Only.
Qin Feng knew exactly why Lee Yunche called him.
He smiled slightly and said like an old fox, since Brother Lee wants that unfinished building, I won't say anything more. The price is 5 billion. I'll take a small loss.
After he finished speaking, Lee Yunche on the other end of the phone was stunned.
Qin Feng, are you crazy about money? Lee Yunche yelled into the phone, almost spitting out blood. Damn.
He bought the unfinished building for 100 million yuan.
I just felt that it had some value, so I came to ask, and you gave me 5 billion directly? Good job. 50 times the profit.
This is just the price for purchasing the land, and other development funds are not included.
He makes more money than robbing a bank. Brother Lee, don't get excited.
Very satisfied with Li Yunche's reaction, Qin Feng smiled frivolously and replied calmly, to be honest, I'm a bit disappointed with the price.
What do you think about using this land as a school district house? School district housing? After hearing Qin Feng's explanation, Lee Yunche was stunned again. He frowned and thought. I've thought about it, but haven't fully thought it through. If there was a middle school next to that unfinished building, it would be valuable, and 5 billion would be a small amount. But how did Qin Feng determine this? Is he a god? Or does he have a cheat? Lee Yunche held his forehead and thought carefully. Are you busy now? Can I meet you to talk? Oh, sorry, I can't leave. Is there something going on at the company? Then let's find a place to meet and talk some other day. The company is fine, I'm at home playing with my wife. Lee Yunche? Chapter 103, Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick is a compliment? Good job. Today is Monday, a working day. As a rich second generation, he works hard to make money. That guy Qin Feng is actually at home with his wife? Lee Yunche suddenly remembered a gif he had seen in his early years. A skinny orange cat looked hungry, holding a wrench in its right paw with a melancholy look on its face. Hateful. Don't these guys need to go to work? You want me to buy that unfinished building, right? Ponder for a moment. Lee Yunche asked again. Hey, I didn't say that. Just use your imagination and don't involve me. Qin Feng answered calmly. Lee Yunche is a very good person. Although he is a rich second generation, he is very well mannered. Apart from being a bit arrogant, he is also a typical young talent in Shanghai, at the top of the pyramid. And now there is no direct conflict of interest between Qin Feng and him. It would be great if we could cooperate. It doesn't matter who he sells that unfinished building to. In a few days, countless real estate tycoons from all over the world will come to him. I'd like to give Lee Yunche a heads up here. If he has good vision, that's fine. And just when he was thinking, there was a rustling sound on the other end of the phone. Where is your home? I can mobilize up to 500 million yuan to invest in your unfinished building. Lee Yunche spoke quickly with a decisive tone. Are you serious? When Qin Feng heard that Lee Yunche invested 500 million, he was stunned. Brother Lee's decision is a bit too decisive. Just listening to his few words and investing 500 million? Of course I'm serious. If I give it a try, I can turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Said. There was also the sound of a door opening on the other end of the phone. It's obvious. Lee Yunche has already left the office. Brother Lee, if you don't succeed, heaven and earth will not tolerate it.
Qin Feng couldn't help but speak while silently listening to the sound of Li Yun's movements.
Vision.
The most important quality a qualified business warrior must have is vision.
A good eye can discover more business opportunities.
In addition to vision, courage and funds are also needed.
Li Yunche has all these things. And they are all excellent.
If this continues, it would be unjust for Li Yunche not to become bigger and stronger.
Thank you for your good wishes, but it's still early. There. Li Yunche said this very modestly. But you can't come to my house. How about this?
You go to number 1 Zhongshan Road, number 33 The Bund in Shanghai and wait for me.
I'll be there soon.
After thinking for a while, Qin Feng said slowly.
Joke. How could he let Li Yunche come to his house? Okay, I'll be there now. Contact me if you have any questions. Li Yunche answered concisely, not particularly concerned.
Then he hung up the phone.
Beep, beep, beep.
Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Qin Feng also turned off the screen of his phone.
When did you start hanging out with Li Yunche? Lang Ying pouted and looked very unhappy. She asked in confusion.
During the shareholders' meeting in Yanjing, Li Yunche happened to be the sole investor in that project. I made additional investment, and that's how we got to know each other.
Qin Feng answered in detail without any intention of concealing anything. Is that so? Lang Ying frowned and muttered.
Looking at Qin Feng, she actually didn't want to ask in detail.
She knew it very well. Even between husband and wife, there needs to be enough space. Otherwise, there will be problems in the relationship.
She trusts Qin Feng very much. Qin Feng would never betray her.
Are you going out to discuss business with Li Yunche now? Do you want me to come over?
Lightly biting her slender fingers, Lang Ying thought for a while and asked aloud.
Li Yunche is a very qualified businessman. He is very shrewd.
If my husband goes to talk business with him like this, he will be cheated if he is not careful.
She wanted to go over and take a look. Of course you can, but can you leave now?
Qin Feng pursed his lips at Lang Ying and asked with raised eyebrows.
I can. Lang Ying answered immediately.
But as soon as she exerted force with her legs, she felt a tearing pain.
Hiss. With her brows furrowed, Lang Ying took a deep breath and stood up halfway. You can't.
Seeing this scene, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
He walked up to his lovely wife and patted her little head. Suddenly,
Lang Ying sat down on the soft sofa again very honestly.
But I want to go. What if you get tricked by that guy Li Yunche? Lang Ying said anxiously. Do you think your husband is so stupid?
Qin Feng answered helplessly. The little face was very serious, and Lang Ying nodded immediately.
And see this. Qin Feng was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Good job. It turns out that he is the one being cheated by his own lovely wife? Does he really look like a sucker? Don't panic, I'm smart. That guy Li Yunche can't cheat me.
Qin Feng said with a smile, reaching out and pinching Lang Ying's smooth and fair face.
You are very smart, like Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick. Pouting, Lang Ying said unconvincedly.
However, although she said so, she did not resist Qin Feng pinching her face.
Crouching Dragon and Phoenix Chick are complimenting words, okay? Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
He released his hand that was pinching Lang Ying's face, walked over to her, hugged her, kissed her slightly red cheek, and then coaxed her. Okay, your husband is really smart.
He won't be tricked to death by others.
Besides, Li Yunche's brain is not very bright either.
They are the same. Phew. Hearing this, Lang Ying couldn't help but laugh. Li Yunche isn't very smart either? Joke.
She had studied his negotiation skills and diligence. Almost higher than all the young talents in Shanghai.
It's simply too amazing.
But now Qin Feng said that his brain was not very sharp.
It's a bit funny. Li Yunche, who had just come out of the Li group, sneezed by coincidence. Forget it, go ahead, I'll wait for you at home. Lang Ying nodded and replied, not really thinking that Qin Feng would suffer any loss.
She actually just wanted to go over and take a look, hoping to help her husband. To have a sense of existence.
But since Qin Feng won't let me go, then just don't go. Listen to your husband. Okay, I'm leaving. You wait for me at home. I'll come back and cook for you.
After kissing Lang Ying on the forehead again, Qin Feng left.
On the sofa.
Watching Qin Feng leave, Lang Ying felt relieved.
Actually, Qin Feng's ability is even stronger than hers.
I made 50 million by buying stocks before, and then I made a decision to buy a piece of land for myself and made 500 million. And now he has bought a large number of unfinished buildings from Lin South Real Estate.
It looks like he's going to make money again.
But he is much smarter than her.
Moment.
Number 1 Zhongshan Road, Shanghai, number 33 The Bund. A cool silver gradient Lamborghini is parked in the open-air parking lot here.
Chapter 104, contact me if you have any difficulties? Give brotherly some soup?
Qin Feng got out of the car and looked around.
Li Yunche was not seen. It looks like they haven't arrived yet, or maybe they've already arrived? Shake your head. Qin Feng walked slowly to a coffee shop not far away.
As soon as he opened the door and went in, I saw a young man in a suit and tie quickly stood up in the corner of the store and waved at me.
Needless to say, it must be brotherly. Qin Feng turned slightly and walked over without bothering to buy coffee. Brotherly, how come you are so quick?
When Qin Feng arrived in front of Li Yunche, he immediately sat down. Before he saw Li Yunche's position, he saw the almost empty cup of coffee and a document in the middle, and then he added a sentence.
Sorry for the wait. Actually it didn't take long, maybe just 10 minutes or so.
Li Yunche replied nonchalantly.
Yeah. Qin Feng didn't say anything else. When he called Li Yunche before.
This guy is obviously working in his own company office. The Li Group is not far from the Bund, and he arrived so much earlier than me, which is enough to show that he really wants to give it a try. I don't like being serious, let's just chat casually. Leaning back in the chair, Qin Feng tried to make himself more comfortable, then spoke leisurely.
That just so happens.
Lately, I've been getting sick of talking official language with those big guys in the Magic City. Li Yunche nodded slowly, agreeing very much. While speaking, he picked up the document that had just been placed on the table, stood up slightly and handed it to Qin Feng.
I just looked carefully at the relevant information. The location of that unfinished building is very good. If it is used as a school district house, it will indeed be a very profitable business.
Hearing this, Qin Feng frowned. He reached out to take the document, shuffled it casually, and said without looking up, "Let's get to the point, no more nonsense."
He knew this kind of thing very well. How could the system go wrong?
But if Li Yunche asked him to come out mainly to discuss this, then that would be bullshit.
That's it? That's it? He might as well go home and play with Lang Ying.
I said on the phone before that I would invest 500 million. Li Yunche saw that Qin Feng's expression was a little impatient, so he did not refute. He crossed his hands, thought for a second, and then decisively began to say the ending.
Qin Feng nodded. I feel the funds are a bit insufficient. Can I add another 700 million now?
Li Yunche said slowly with a calm expression.
Hey, brotherly, you want to raise the bet?
Closing the thin document, Qin Feng looked up at the coffee shop's decoration leisurely and replied calmly, increasing the investment is no problem.
In fact, it doesn't matter who invests in that unfinished building. The unfinished building purchased by Lin South Real Estate is quite large.
With that kind of land, plus school district housing, a 40-fold increase in value is definitely not a problem.
But high returns also mean high investment. This kind of land. Obviously the overall investment profit is greater.
Different from the previous land on Qixin Road.
This is a massive investment of billions.
Those who come to ask are definitely real estate tycoons in Shanghai, and even wealthy people from other cities come here to try to seize it. As long as Li Yunche invests in some unfinished buildings, he can make money with his eyes closed. The reason why Qin Feng now gave him 1% of the profits. In fact, it is also a bet on the future. Li Yunche can be considered the son of the plane. If such talents can cooperate, it will be of great help to him in starting a company in the future.
As for why not find someone else?
Now he is a ruthless person who is willing to invest 700 million yuan just because of his boasting.
It's just this guy Li Yunche.
Since you've said that, Mr. Qin, I won't say any more nonsense. Seeing Qin Feng's dreamy look, Li Yunche reached out and gently tapped the table, then said, "Give me your account, I'll ask Qingyue to transfer the money to you."
Brotherly, you haven't even drafted a legal contract. Aren't you trusting me too much?
Lying leisurely, Qin Feng asked with a smile.
700 million, Li Yunche said it as if it were 70 yuan. That casual look. He is indeed a rich second generation. I've basically figured out your personality.
We'll draft the investment contract later.
It's not a big deal. Li Yunche didn't react much.
He held his phone, as if sending a message. Besides, this project is obviously you letting me take a bite out of it.
If I don't trust you anymore, it would be too much.
After hearing this, Qin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, giving a colonel's affirmation, and then said, "Brotherly, your brain is quite useful."
Really?
It's refreshing to do business with like-minded people.
But that's true. I was almost feeding the food into Li Yunche's mouth. What else could he complain about?
And there is really no problem in drafting the contract later. The law is so complete now, if you don't provide the investment procedures yourself.
Li Yunche can also recover the 700 million. I've asked Qingyue to transfer the company's available funds. Please send me the account number later. As for the contract, I'll have someone send it to Miss Lang's company. Is that okay?
Turning off the screen of his phone, Li Yunche picked up the little coffee left on the table, took a sip, looked at Qin Feng and asked for his opinion.
Okay, that's fine with me.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and spoke casually.
Well, I have to hurry back to the company now.
700 million yuan can be a lot or a small amount.
President Qin, you know that. Said. Li Yunche had already stood up from his chair and was adjusting his expensive suit.
But when he turned to the table and was about to leave, his body suddenly stopped. Qin Feng, are you going to start a company in the future? He asked.
About the same. Qin Feng replied. If you encounter something that you can't solve, you can contact me.
Leaving this sentence, Li Yunche hurried away. Looking at Brother Li's back as he left in a hurry, Qin Feng stroked his chin with his hand, and couldn't help but admire him with an admiring look.
Li Yunche's eyesight and brain are really good. The job is done.
Qin Feng also planned to leave.
This negotiation. It's really a bit too simple.
The main reason was that he didn't expect Li Yunche to be so casual and decisive.
An investment of 700 million yuan.
He agreed to it casually.
But Li Yunche was right. Qin Feng was in a good mood. He slowly walked out of the coffee shop, found his car, opened the door and got in, intending to go home. Only.
He wanted to catch the shrimp farmer when a strange phone call suddenly came in. Qin Feng thought it was Brother Li calling, so he looked down.
But the number shows the location is Yanjing. Yanjing? What do you mean?
Frowning, Qin Feng thought for a moment and finally answered the call. The moment the call was connected, a calm middle-aged man's voice appeared on the other end of the phone.
Hello, are you Mr. Qin?
The voice was too deep and had a distinct Yanjing Mandarin accent.
Qin Feng immediately understood. This is because someone discovered his large piece of unfinished building land. Chapter 105, One Price, 5 billion? The kitchen seems to have exploded?
But he didn't expect that the first call came from Yanjing. Although his project is very profitable.
But the big guys in Yanjing are also interested in getting a piece of the pie? And it's so early? I'm Qin Feng, what's up? After pondering for a few seconds, Qin Feng responded calmly. Hello, Mr. Qin. I'm Luida from Yanjing Fengtai Real Estate. On the phone.
Luida held up his phone, introduced himself, and began to explain, I believe Mr. Qin Feng also knows my purpose. Let me be clear. I'm very interested in that unfinished property you own in Hongqiao Zhongshan District, Shanghai. I just don't know how much it's worth.
Oh, that piece of rotten land? After listening silently, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. He guessed right.
The other party really wanted that unfinished building.
Only.
There was clearly no movement in the Magic City, but people from Yanjing came to ask.
The news is really well informed. Mr. Qin, what do you think that piece of rotten land is worth?
If the price is right, I can sign a contract with Mr. Qin at any time.
Opposite.
When Luida heard Qin Feng say that the unfinished building was a bad place, he felt nothing.
He doesn't think so. Anyone who spends 100 million to buy a dilapidated unfinished building is a fool.
Although he had more or less heard about Qin Feng spending 100 million yuan to win a beautiful woman's smile. But he simply ignored such things. A piece of land that can guide the development of Shanghai in the next few years can be said to be a battlefield for all real estate strategists. This kind of early entry allows you to make money from your opponents without doing anything.
A forward-thinking vision.
He only thought that Qin Feng was unfathomable, and did not think he was an idiot.
And on the phone.
Seeing Luida's decisiveness, Qin Feng pondered for a moment and then answered.
Since Mr. Liu is so decisive, I'll take a small loss.
I don't want to develop this rotten land myself.
The price is 5 billion. I can't lose or be cheated. I'm absolutely fair. If it weren't for... Hey, Mr. Qin, please stop talking. I understand.
Luida was listening carefully at the beginning, but as the conversation became more and more outrageous, he quickly interrupted.
What's going on? How can a businessman do a big sale? What do you think of the value of 5 billion? Qin Feng asked.
After he finished speaking, Luida on the other end of the phone fell silent. Qin Feng was not in a hurry and waited quietly.
This price.
Anyone who is not mentally prepared will hang up the phone directly.
He wanted to see what Ida was like. After a while.
Finally, there was a voice on the other end of the phone again. It seems that Mr. Qin has a clear grasp of the value of the unfinished buildings in Hanqiao Zhongshan.
Luida said slowly in a very calm tone. If you think it's too expensive, then I can't do anything about it.
Qin Feng replied immediately.
Of course not. 5 billion is an acceptable price. How about this? I can be in the Magic City in 3 days. We can meet and do the deal on the spot.
Luida cleared his throat, his tone remained calm, but his speech speed was a little faster.
Okay.
Frowning, Qin Feng agreed.
Okay, I'll send you a message when I get to the Magic City. I'm looking forward to meeting you. By the way, my name is Luida.
The tone was calm. Luida remained calm and hung up the phone after he finished speaking.
Beep, beep, beep.
Hearing the dead tone on the phone, Qin Feng turned off the screen and threw the phone on the passenger seat. His eyes looked forward and gradually became distracted. He originally thought that many people would come to inquire about this piece of land, but when he heard the price of 5 billion, he gave up. Only a few who see the true value will pay for it. A few days later, the Shanghai municipal government announced the specific planning location of educational resources. Only real estate companies, big and small, would bombard his phone with calls.
But now, when there is no one around, when there is no news, the unfinished property in Hanqiao and Zhongshan has been sold? And it was an unexpected 5 billion? That's 5 billion.
Listening to the indifferent tone on the other end, it felt like spending $500.
So rich? Are you so arrogant? Who is Luida?
Qin Feng gradually came back to his senses and narrowed his eyes, as if thinking about something. He took a long breath, picked up the mobile phone thrown on the passenger seat, opened Baidu and started searching.
Yanjing Fengtai Property Limited. A medium-sized comprehensive industrial company. Although the name is real estate, the business tends to be in two categories, the internet and the entertainment industry. Luida's identity is just the legal person of the company. Lukewarm. Can this company come up with 5 billion?
Qin Feng shook his head with some doubt. He turned off his phone and put it aside, then started the car and went home.
Let's just treat this matter as a small episode. And at the same time, Luida, who was far away in Yanjing, hung up the phone and kept looking at the floor-to-ceiling window behind his office. This Qin Feng, with a clean background, has such a good grasp of the price of that unfinished building? He's quite an extraordinary young man.
Then, he shouted outside the office, "Teacher Wang, please change your schedule for the next few days.
I need to make time to go to the Magic City." Magic City. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Qin Feng returned home.
The main reason was that he was buying groceries in the supermarket on the way, which delayed him a little. It's not that the supermarket is crowded. But the little girl who was shopping inside kept pestering him for prestige, and he had finally bought all the ingredients he needed.
Come out and check the time. I've been buying it for 20 minutes. Longing, I'm back.
Carrying bags of various sizes, Qin Feng opened the door and immediately spoke softly.
And instantly, a voice responded. Only.
The voice sounded a little panicked.
Hubby, why are you back so soon? Fast?
Feeling a little confused, Qin Feng carried the ingredients into the living room.
But
Lang Ying was not on the sofa at this time. He put all the ingredients on the table, then looked around, but still couldn't see his lovely wife.
At the same time,
a burning smell filled his nostrils.
Lang Ying, are you in the kitchen? Asking. Qin Feng walked quickly and ran to the kitchen to see.
The closer you get to the kitchen, the stronger the burning smell becomes.
Daughter-in-law?
Pulling at the kitchen doorframe, Qin Feng looked inside the kitchen. The range hood was running like crazy, making a lot of noise. The gas stove was turned to the maximum, and the flames were higher than the wok.
And what is rare is,
Lang Ying was not afraid at all and was still stirring the wok. The burning smell came from the pot.
Fuck!
Qin Feng hurried over, turned off the gas, and then put the blackened wok on the ground. It could be tofu, it could be vegetables, or it could be any ingredient.
Anyway, it stuck to the bottom of the pan.
And it all turned into a paste and smelled very bad.
Lang Ying, are you okay? Is your hand burned?
After finishing, Qin Feng hurried to see his wife, his voice trembling.
Good job. He had only been out for an hour. The kitchen exploded when you got back? Chapter 106, Murdering My Husband? Blowing my hair? Honey, I'm fine.
Lang Ying felt warm in her heart when Qin Feng grabbed her hand and saw how nervous he looked, and she quickly replied.
Let's go, let's get out first. We can't stay here anymore.
Smelling the dark substance that had turned into a paste in the wok, Qin Feng's stomach churned and he quickly picked up his wife by the waist and ran out. The smell makes me dizzy if I smell it too much, just like the Resident Evil scene. He carried Lang Ying and ran all the way to the living room on the first floor, and the unpleasant smell disappeared. Smelling the air was much fresher, Qin Feng stopped immediately and put Lang Ying down.
Are you really okay?
Holding Lang Ying's shoulders with both hands, Qin Feng looked his wife up and down with a worried look on his face and asked again.
He was really afraid that Lang Ying would get hurt. I'm really fine. I just wanted to cook for you, but the vegetables and tofu get mushy easily and they also catch fire. The two jade hands were crossed and clasped together.
Lang Ying lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, and did not dare to look up at Qin Feng. 10 minutes ago, when she saw that Qin Feng had not come back, she suddenly had the idea of trying to cook for him.
Only. The world is unpredictable.
It was obvious that she followed the recipe she found online and made it step by step strictly. But for some reason, it collapsed in the end.
Almost blew up the kitchen. She really doesn't believe in Baidu anymore. Cook, meal.
Qin Feng pinched his waist and listened to Lang Ying's explanation.
He wanted to scold her but also wanted to laugh. Good job. Is that cooking?
That's clearly a kitchen explosion.
And the dark, sticky substance in the wok seemed to be prepared by his wife. Don't say. Is that thing really edible?
Qin Feng felt dizzy when he thought of that sticky dark substance.
Give him that thing to eat. Lang Ying wants to murder her husband. Ahem, don't go into the kitchen from now on. I'll just cook for you, okay? Qin Feng coughed and didn't want to say anything when he saw Lang Ying's pitiful look of being wronged and not daring to speak. I'm glad that everyone is okay. He was also worried that Lang Ying would get hurt. What's more, she was kind-hearted and wanted to cook for herself. But, I also want to cook for you. Still with her head lowered, Lang Ying answered in a low voice. When she was preparing hot pot ingredients with Li Ningshua before, she felt a small sense of accomplishment when she saw Qin Feng enjoying the meal. Thinking about. It would definitely feel good if Qin Feng could taste the food he cooked himself. But things seem to be going a little wrong. If you really want to cook, I can teach you. Don't try to figure it out on your own. I'm afraid you'll take over our house one day. Looking at Lang Ying, Qin Feng answered with a helpless smile. Lang Ying's destructive power is truly unimaginable. If he had returned home any later, he might have lost the villa. I see. Lang Ying admitted her mistake very obediently and nodded slightly. But then, she tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said seriously, however, how can it be so terrible? Can you light up the villa just for cooking? I think the damage you've done is about the same. Looking back at the kitchen that was still emitting a disgusting smell, Qin Feng tapped Lang Ying's white forehead, feeling a little helpless. Hey hey. Lang Ying rarely showed any mischief by sticking out her pink tongue and smiled. Seeing this, Qin Feng also laughed. All right. She won. Anyway, he couldn't bear to scold Lang Ying. And at this time,
Qin Feng observed Lang Ying from side to side.
Seeing that she could actually walk, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you walk now? Does it hurt anymore?"
Yeah, it was just a little sore this morning, that's all. Nodding slightly, Lang Ying walked to Qin Feng and answered softly with a slightly red face. She practiced dance and martial arts in her early years and has very good physical fitness.
The injury recovered quickly.
If she hadn't had another makeup exam with Qin Feng when she woke up in the morning.
Actually, there is no problem. But there's no way. Qin Feng's body has been systematically optimized and transformed, a bit fierce.
Honey, I want to go upstairs and take a shower.
I smell a little bit.
Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed hard, frowning and asked softly.
Oh, that's fine.
Qin Feng replied, you go up and take a shower.
I'll go to the kitchen to check. It's just a little smell. I think we can save it.
He turned around and was about to walk over, but suddenly seemed to think of something and turned back.
Lang Ying, taking a shower shouldn't affect you, right?
Scratching his head, Qin Feng asked uncertainly. When Lang Ying heard this question, her cheeks suddenly turned red.
She glanced at Qin Feng dimly and couldn't help but explain, "Of course it doesn't affect me. I'm not really injured. What are you thinking about?"
After saying this, she shyly hurried upstairs.
"I'm just concerned about you."
Watching Lang Ying slowly go up the stairs, Qin Feng touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed.
Then,
he went to the kitchen to clean up the battlefield.
After a while,
Qin Feng had already poured the dark paste created by Lang Ying into the trash can, then opened the window to ventilate, trying to get rid of the disgusting smell. However, the smell is quite strong and it won't dissipate in a short time.
And if the smell can't be dissipated, he can't cook.
It was too boring to sit on the first floor, so Qin Feng waited for a while and then went upstairs.
Lang Ying, are you done washing? I'm coming in.
I knocked on the door several times, but there was no response.
Qin Feng thought for a moment, then turned the doorknob and went in.
The moment he entered, he saw Lang Ying. She was holding a hairdryer and walking slowly towards the door, probably intending to open it. But it was obvious from her very strange walking posture that she was still in some pain.
It must be because I couldn't walk fast enough and didn't open the door in time. Did you finish washing?
After closing the door, Qin Feng hurried forward and supported his lovely wife.
Yeah, I was just about to blow dry my hair.
With a slight blush on her face, Lang Ying nodded in response.
Then I'll help you over there.
I'm not a disabled patient, so don't be so cautious.
Seeing Qin Feng's distressed look, Lang Ying's face flushed and she couldn't help but remind him. She is in good health. If we do it again, it wouldn't be a problem actually.
But Qin Feng was so nervous that he was in a state of panic.
Okay.
Hearing Lang Ying's reminder, Qin Feng nodded slightly, but still chose to support her.
Moment. Qin Feng helped Lang Ying to the socket.
Just as he was about to leave, something was suddenly stuffed into his hand. He looked down and saw it was a hairdryer.
Honey, can you blow dry my hair for me?
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying asked in a slightly begging tone. Hearing this tone, Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore.
Chapter 107 Shocking.
A 20-year-old young man's kidney function is reduced due to staying up late.
Don't look at me like that.
I'm afraid I can't control myself. Qin Feng waved his hands quickly, took a step back, and said hurriedly.
No way. Lang Ying's pouting and begging look is so cute. He really can't take it anymore. All right.
Lang Ying quickly returned to her royal sister state, standing tall and graceful.
She was actually a little scared.
If Qin Feng did it again, she probably wouldn't be able to get out of bed. Sit still, I'll blow dry your hair. Seeing the well-behaved look of his lovely wife, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, stood behind her, turned on the hairdryer and started blowing.
And I have to say it. Short hair is easier to manage. Just blow for a few minutes and it's done.
Qin Feng has been standing there blowing his hair for 20 minutes, but it is still not completely dry. On the one hand, it was because the power of the hairdryer was a bit low, and on the other hand, it was because Lang Ying's hair was really black, thick, and shiny. And because her shampoo smells so fresh. As Qin Feng blew it, he became addicted to the smell.
Honey, from now on, I'll let you blow dry my hair, okay?
Sitting on the soft bed, Lang Ying shook her little feet and asked happily. Hearing these words, Qin Feng came back to his senses instantly. He felt his arm aching, smiled bitterly, and then said, "Actually, I think it's better if you blow it yourself."
Huh?
Why? Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then asked, blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
What else could it be?
"Wife, your hair is too hard to blow dry." Xin Feng felt a little overwhelmed when he touched the black and shiny hair of his lovely wife.
Too many, too dense. Just like a primeval forest.
He remembered that few girls had hair as thick as Lang Ying's. He had also seen Qin Feng's mother Li Ningxue blow drying her hair, and it usually took about 10 minutes to finish. Although Lang Ying had only been blow drying her hair for more than 10 minutes, her hair didn't seem dry at all.
It's too difficult. Oh, is that so? Lang Ying's eyes were a little dim. She really enjoyed the feeling. My beloved husband blows my hair gently.
But since he didn't want to, she just blew it herself.
But suddenly,
as if she had thought of something, she quickly said, "Honey, how about I cut my hair shorter?
Or thin it out a little so it's easier to blow dry." You want a shortcut? Xin Feng asked in surprise.
"Well, this way I can enjoy the blow drying service from my lovely husband from time to time," Lang Ying said sweetly as her little feet continued to swing.
Hair and husband.
She decisively chose her husband.
If your hair is gone, it can grow back.
She really wants to enjoy her husband's blow drying package.
You just want me to blow dry your hair?
Xin Feng lowered his head and stroked the extremely smooth long hair, then curled his lips and shook his head. He didn't want Lang Ying to cut her hair short.
Such good hair.
It's such a shame to cut it short. "I think you look better with long hair, so don't cut it short," he said immediately.
It is said that a girl's hair is her second life. Lang Ying has very long and beautiful hair. If you cut it short,
it greatly reduces the aesthetics.
Instead of this, it would be better if he worked harder. Really?
When Lang Ying heard that Qin Feng was willing to blow dry her hair, her eyes suddenly lit up.
The husband she chooses is the best.
I pamper myself too much.
Of course, don't mess with your hair while you're idle.
Qin Feng reached out and rubbed his lovely wife's little head. He took a deep breath, smelled the fresh fragrance of her hair, and said with a smile,
"Okay, I'll listen to you." Lang Ying nodded quickly and was very happy.
"You can still enjoy your husband's blow drying service even if you don't have to cut your hair short."
Marvelous. You look so happy, is it really that serious?
Seeing Lang Ying's happiness, Qin Feng felt helpless.
Why are you suddenly so cute? He remembered that Lang Ying was not like this before.
She was clearly a queen when they first got the marriage certificate.
Now she has completely turned into a soft girl. Of course I'm happy, you don't understand.
Lang Ying replied, waving her hands while shaking her white and tender little feet. When Qin Feng saw this, he just smiled and said nothing more, then he blew her hair carefully.
Wife, don't you need hair oil? Huh? What is that? Just ignore me.
Qin Feng shut up immediately. His mother, Li Ningxue, always applies hair oil halfway through blow drying her hair so that it becomes shiny and glossy.
Lang Ying, that is great. I've never used it before, but my hair is so smooth. A bit against the will of heaven. And that's it.
Qin Feng knew that it would take a while to dry Lang Ying's hair, so he just had to be patient and take it slowly.
Lang Ying was very happy.
She was looking at her phone, shaking her feet, and occasionally looking back to peek at her cute husband who was blow drying his hair.
A wonderful day. And suddenly, Lang Ying's phone suddenly vibrated.
She immediately took it and started looking at it.
It was a message sent to her by Qin Feng's mother, Li Ningxue. Asked how the two of them were doing. Who is it?
Qin Feng asked casually.
Purely out of boredom. It's Auntie. Lang Ying answered truthfully. Auntie? Which auntie? Qin Feng asked in confusion.
He didn't know that Li Ningxue had already exchanged prestige with Lang Ying and chatted for a long time.
Who else could it be? Of course it's your mother.
Lang Ying answered as a matter of course.
My mother? A moment. Qin Feng paused.
He leaned forward, moved closer to Lang Ying, put his chin on her shoulder, and asked in confusion, "When did you contact my mother?"
Oh, by the way, did she ever tell you anything strange?
What's so strange? Lang Ying was very confused and turned her head slightly to look at Qin Feng. She had a very happy chat with Li Ningxue and even formed a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law alliance.
There's nothing strange about it. My cutie seems very worried. Nothing much.
I guess I haven't had time to explain it to you yet. Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying's confused and clueless expression, shook his head slightly, and said nothing. His mother, Li Ningxue, has a rather flamboyant personality. She likes Lang Ying so much, she must be crazy about having grandchildren. As early as when he was still in college.
She likes to send me some little bits of knowledge on WeChat every now and then. Shocking. A 20-year-old young man's kidney function is reduced, and it's actually caused by staying up late. It's so sad that the young boy has damaged his kidneys at such a young age, and the culprit is actually this?
He read these little pieces of prestige knowledge 2 or 3 times a day. Then Li Ningxue also liked to nag him, asking him to take care of his health and find a beautiful wife as soon as possible so that she could have grandchildren.
The problem is that he was only 20 years old at the time. It's outrageous.
It's a blessing in disguise that Lang Ying hasn't suffered any harm yet.
Chapter 108, Childhood Photos? I want to go back and see them? Popular science?
Lang Ying was bewildered. Oh, it's just some little knowledge about kidney function and how to conceive a baby that I often share. Qin Feng explained, scratching his cheek awkwardly.
Oh.
After hearing what Qin Feng said, Lang Ying's pretty face suddenly turned red.
She nodded and said, so this is what you are talking about. Wrong expression?
Qin Feng opened his eyes wide and looked at his wife's shy and calm appearance, feeling very confused.
This is clearly a disaster.
With my aunt's prestige, she started telling me some information about women's health and how to care for newborn babies at night, and that was all. Tilting her little head adorably, Lang Ying spoke in a very calm tone. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Good job. As expected of his mother. How could he have thought that Lang Ying had escaped? Only. He looked at Lang Ying's indifferent expression. Did you find that she wasn't bored at all, and even liked it a little? I think what Auntie said is right. We can try it more often. It would be nice if we have a baby at home.
Looking up at the ceiling, Lang Ying's face was very serious. Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, she glanced at Qin Feng and found that he was silent.
What do you think, husband?
After waiting for a while, seeing that her husband didn't say anything, Lang Ying couldn't help but gently poked him in the ribs with her elbow and asked.
I think it's not bad, but isn't it a bit too fast?
Qin Feng answered instantly.
Child. It seems too fast to ask for it now. Where are they now? Well, it's a bit fast indeed. It's better to just let nature take its course.
With a sweet smile, Lang Ying turned sideways so that she could hug Qin Feng around the waist. Then she leaned sideways in Qin Feng's arms. Because Lang Ying's hair was half dry, when she leaned against Qin Feng, a very pleasant and fresh fragrance rushed into his nostrils.
Really? Girls' bodies all smell good.
It's all marinated in shampoo and perfume. But Qin Feng thought his wife smelled very nice.
There's a long way to go, let's just take it slow.
Holding Lang Ying's jade hand tightly, Qin Feng answered with a serious expression.
Hearing this, Lang Ying smiled slightly.
She stood up and was about to kiss her husband on the cheek, but at this moment, her cell phone flashed at an inopportune time.
There's news. Without any hesitation, Lang Ying pecked Qin Feng's cheek gently, and then looked at her phone.
Li Ningxue, picture? Seeing this picture, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes in confusion. But then, she seemed to think of something. His eyes narrowed, and he covered his mouth and chuckled.
What? That's so funny?
Seeing his lovely wife's happy expression, Qin Feng turned slightly to glance at the page on his phone. It would have been fine if I hadn't looked at him, but as soon as I saw him, his face suddenly darkened.
Good job. He was a good guy on the spot.
The picture sent by Li Ningxue was the scene when Qin Feng was a child, with several beautiful young ladies surrounding him and competing with each other to kiss him.
No way.
Qin Feng is good looking, and this was evident when he was a child. At that time, whenever he went out to play, there would be a few young ladies coming to play with him on the street.
Don't say.
He had experienced this scene more than once. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. There were times when the number was higher than that.
But he didn't remember that Li Ningxue had taken pictures of this chaotic scene? Show it to my daughter-in-law. Isn't this a public execution?
It would be nice to post a photo of him wetting the bed as a child.
Lang Ying, don't look.
Just when Qin Feng wanted to speak up to stop Lang Ying, Li Ningxue threw another photo at him. This time it was what he wanted. The photo sent over was of him wetting the bed as a child. Although the image quality was blurry, Xiao Qinfeng could still see it clearly. Looking at this photo, Lang Ying couldn't hold back. The laughter became even more wild. At the same time, Qin Feng's face became even darker. "Honey, why were you so funny when you were little? And I thought the look of despair when so many girls were fighting for kisses on you was so cute." There were tears in the corners of her eyes from laughing. Lang Ying supported Qin Feng, and her shoulders were shaking from laughing. Qin Feng was speechless when he saw this. What can he do? Lang Ying is now just like Li Ningxue's daughter, and even threw the picture away. Recalling the dog food my parents fed me when I was a child. Qin Feng had a lot of pain in his heart but couldn't express it. He felt like he was given here as a gift for topping up his phone bill, or picked up from a garbage dump. Lang Ying is the child of Comrade Li Ningxue and Qin Yi. Lang Ying, everything you saw today was an illusion. I advise you not to go out and tell anyone about it. Turning around and looking at Lang Ying very seriously, Qin Feng put his hand on his neck and made a rubbing motion. Then he looked threateningly at her, "Otherwise, I'll kill you with a special team. See this." Lang Ying was stunned for a moment, then became serious. She nodded heavily at Qin Feng. "I will keep it strictly confidential, Comrade Qin." And finished. They both smiled slightly at the same time. It's really nice to have someone who can play with you and pamper you at any time. And the laughter is over. Lang Ying suddenly thought of something, looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Oh, by the way, honey, I want to go visit the place where you lived as a child and reminisce." I don't know why. After looking at Qin Feng's childhood photos, she suddenly wanted to go back to the time when they first met. Where you lived when you were little? You want to see the place where we met when we were little? Qin Feng, not knowing what was going on in his lovely wife's head, thought for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "After you moved, my family also moved. The previous location has become a residential complex." Ah. I see. Hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes suddenly dimmed. She wanted to relive it again. Now it has become a residential area? But it makes sense when I think about it. It's been more than 10 years. The Magic City is developing so fast. There's no way that little area could have remained undeveloped for so long. But the places we moved to are still there. Do you want to go and see them? Seeing Lang Ying's sudden lost expression, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly and then suggested. Really? After hearing this, Lang Ying's eyes gradually began to light up. Since the place where they met as children no longer existed, they had to settle for the next best thing. It would be nice to visit the place where my lovely husband grew up. Of course, my home is not far from Tomsonipine. Qin Feng replied after reaching out and rubbing Lang Ying's little head. He is originally from Shanghai. The university I attended is also the Jiaotong University in Shanghai, and my workplace is near Pudong. These locations are very close to his home. Otherwise, his parents wouldn't be able to come see him in just a few hours, and they left at 9 o'clock in the evening. Then I'll arrange my schedule and free up a day or two so that I can go back with you to take a look. Lang Ying replied with shining eyes. She was very curious about the place where Qin Feng grew up. What was her husband like when he was a child, such an outstanding person? She shouldn't have missed these. If Lang Xian had not risen to prominence, she would have grown up with Qin Feng, or gone to the same university, or become a couple, or gotten married long ago. But since I missed it all, there's nothing to say. Now that I have the chance to make up for it, I must go and see it. Chapter 109, Retreat in Seconds. Is this fellow Taoist's heart unstable? Okay, but don't get too tired. Qin Feng asked with concern. It's okay, actually. There's not a lot going on at the company. Lang Ying answered casually. Compared to the company, she felt that Qin Feng's affairs were more important. She started the company just to make money and prove to Lang Xian that she was very capable. But after meeting Qin Feng, the meaning of her starting a company has changed a lot. The main purpose is to earn pocket money for Qin Feng. Oh, by the way, honey, have you finished the kitchen? We haven't eaten yet. Lang Ying was so busy flirting with Qin Feng that she picked up her phone to check the time and was immediately startled. It's already past 2 in the afternoon. They hadn't done anything all morning. As a qualified foodie, how could you go such a long time without eating? And when she finished, Lang Ying's little belly began to growl, which was in line with the situation.
I'm hungry.
Covering her blushing face with her hands, Lang Ying spoke softly.
It's so embarrassing. Why is her belly so disappointing? It's only been a few hours. Start cooing now? Even if you are hungry, you can't cry. That's too much.
Seeing his lovely wife looking so shy, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile slightly.
If you're hungry, then you're hungry. Why are you shy?
Qin Feng reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head, then stood up and prepared to go downstairs.
Wait, it will be done in a moment. Said. He went straight downstairs.
After watching Qin Feng go down, Lang Ying pouted and stood up and went down as well. She wanted to be with her husband.
You can also learn to cook, by the way. It was almost 3 in the afternoon. Qin Feng and Lang Ying finally had their meal. Because it's already 3 o'clock. Lang's fragrance company's working hours are 5:30 p.m. Although Lang Ying's health has almost recovered now, it doesn't affect her ability to walk.
But it was almost time to get off work, and it would be useless for her to go there. She tried her best to finish all the things that Linen was responsible for in the morning.
So today, it can be considered as a short vacation for Lang Ying.
The second floor of the villa.
Feeling a bit bored, Qin Feng took Lang Ying's laptop and began to protect Ionia.
After finishing all her work, Lang Ying saw Qin Feng playing games, so she brought a small stool from somewhere and sat next to Qin Feng, resting her chin on her hand and watching with interest.
I don't know why.
She actually prefers watching Qin Feng play games.
She found her husband's serious look very cute. 3 hours later, Qin Feng played 4 games in a row and won all 4. The rank of League of Legends flexible ranking directly rose to Diamond 3. Diamond 3 in Zone 1. This section is indeed okay.
Lang Ying, who had watched for 3 hours, did not feel bored. Instead, she became more and more interested. Lang Ying, don't look at me for so long.
It's rare for you not to go to the company. Don't you want to take a break?
Leaning back in his chair, Qin Feng was just about to start another game when he suddenly caught Lang Ying's attentive look and reminded her.
I've rested enough, and I like watching you play games.
Shaking her head, Lang Ying answered very seriously.
Hearing this,
Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then smiled helplessly.
All right.
Although this daughter-in-law is a little silly, she really dotes on herself. At this moment, a sound came from the computer. The start screen appears.
Qin Feng clicked the enter button with his mouse and entered the hero selection interface.
But at this moment, he suddenly looked at Lang Ying.
Seeing that she was still very serious, he thought for a moment and asked, Lang Ying, are you okay? Obviously not knowing what Qin Feng was asking, Lang Ying looked confused.
But then, her pretty face suddenly turned red.
I could have done it a long time ago. Lang Ying murmured softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito.
Qin Feng looked outside and saw that the sun had already set and it was almost dusk. He suddenly leaned forward and sent a message on the hero selection interface.
Sorry guys, my girlfriend wants it, so I'm hanging up.
Finished. He simply clicked on the and exited the game.
Because Qin Feng was the last person to choose a hero. The countdown is over. He retreated. The game determines that a teammate is AFK and restarts immediately.
As soon as the other 4 teammates matched with him saw this sentence, the interface switched to matching again. They looked confused.
Good job. Is this a reason to quit the game and hang up? It's outrageous. Isn't this guy afraid of losing his rank points? What is a woman?
Women will only affect the speed at which they draw their swords.
How can a woman be as important as her rank? That fellow Taoist's heart is unstable. This is what women have blinded their eyes to. They are not sour. And here.
Qin Feng quickly closed the game interface, stretched, and turned to look at Lang Ying.
He. With an expression that showed he understood, he went straight up.
Lang Ying felt that her body had recovered, so she lay down reluctantly.
Have experience. They did a great job the second time. Much more comfortable. And by 7 o'clock in the evening,
I ate as usual, played with Lang Ying, and the day passed.
Lie on the soft bed.
Lang Ying navigated manually, automatically grabbing one of Qin Feng's arms with both hands, and fell asleep with steady breathing. On the other hand, Qin Feng. He felt a little uncomfortable. Qin Feng quietly freed one hand, frowned, and touched his waist, suddenly feeling a little sore.
7 times. It's indeed a bit forced. Feel the soreness in your kidneys.
For the first time, Qin Feng took the initiative to read the little knowledge sent by his mother Li Ningshui on WeChat.
The next day,
Lang Ying was in good spirits and got up straight away without staying in bed any longer.
but in comparison, Xin Feng's spirit seemed not very good. But
He also got up directly.
8:30.
After they finished their meal, they went straight to the company.
The strange thing is, not long after entering the office, Xin Feng's phone started ringing non-stop. In the next half hour, more than a dozen calls came in. The questions are basically the same. How much does the unfinished property in Hangzhou Zhongshan district cost? Xin Feng's answer was very standard. 5 billion. If you want to buy it. If you don't want to buy, forget it. He knew it very well.
These people should be like Li Yunche, with a forward-looking vision. They want to come here to take advantage of the situation and see if they can get any information out of him.
Pick up a leak or something. But 5 billion. This staggering price is simply too high to consider.
When they heard the price, they immediately hung up the phone cursing.
After that, few people came to ask. Lang Ying is very smart.
Listening to Qin Feng's answers word by word, she roughly understood that someone was asking about the unfinished building.
He was very well behaved and didn't ask any questions.
Lang Ying kept her head down and dealt with her own affairs seriously. She believed in Qin Feng.
100 million. Is it a lot? Even if the unfinished building rots in his hands, Ling Zian can buy the development rights. It's just a little troublesome. Chapter 110. You don't sleep until the moon does. Are you a bald little baby? She wasn't worried about that anyway.
At this moment, the office door suddenly opened.
Butler Lin walked in with a stack of documents. Oh, my lady, you are finally here. I thought I would also be the agent today.
Seeing Lang Ying sitting gracefully behind the desk, leaning over to write something, Linen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a sense of relief.
Lang Ying didn't come to the company yesterday.
But it made him a little anxious. Some documents were only seen by Lang Ying, and he was not aware of them, so the work progressed surprisingly difficult. But fortunately, he was also a person who followed Ling Zian in business in his early years, so his business ability is needless to say.
All done without any major problems.
However, he did not see Lang Ying's card this morning, nor did he receive any notification from Lang Ying, so he thought he would have to act as the president today.
Now that I see Lang Ying, I feel much better. Butler Lin, thank you for your hard work yesterday. I am indeed feeling a little unwell. Look up.
Seeing that it was Linen coming over, Lang Ying answered happily.
Are you feeling better now? If you're still not feeling well, I can still work for another day.
Linen said without hesitation.
He treats Lang Ying as his own daughter. It doesn't matter if I'm a little tired, just consider it as exercise.
Lang Ying is really unwell, so it would be better to let her rest as much as possible.
Actually, it's not a big problem, just a minor problem. It will be fine after a good night's sleep.
Trying not to look at the concerned look in Butler Lin's eyes, Lang Ying's pretty face flushed and she answered awkwardly.
What can she say? Didn't I come to the company yesterday because I was killed? Still a little painful? Miss, you have to take care of your body. Don't take it lightly.
Linen greeted Qin Feng and walked towards his desk, patiently explaining, some minor ailments are actually warnings from the body. When they accumulate, they become major problems. If you don't take them seriously, it will be too late when something really happens to your body. As he spoke, he walked to the desk with the documents.
I see. It's nothing.
Raising her head slightly, Lang Ying stood up and prepared to take the documents from Lin An's hand.
But you also have to be careful.
Originally, he wanted to simply hand over the documents, but when Lin An saw Lang Ying's rosy face and very energetic state, he was confused, his eyes became a little dazed, and even his body stopped.
What's going on? Didn't you say you were not feeling well? What is this full of vitality? Butler Lin, what are you daydreaming about?
Seeing that Lin An was in a daze and refused to give her the documents, Lang Ying waved her hand in front of him and asked in confusion.
Oh, right away.
Lin An came back to his senses immediately and quickly handed the documents in his hand to Lang Ying.
And at the same time,
He quietly observed Long Ying's expression again. Her skin is fair and rosy, her eyes are bright, and she is full of energy and spirit.
This complexion clearly surpasses that of most young people, okay? Was Lang Ying really unwell yesterday? Thinking to myself.
Linen turned to look at Qin Feng with a puzzled look. Seeing that he looked haggard, in poor spirits, and pounded his waist from time to time, I immediately understood a little.
Oh. There is only one truth.
The two of them must have played games all night long yesterday. Lang Ying took a nap in broad daylight, but Qin Feng didn't.
As clever as he is. It must be like this.
Nodding slightly, Linen looked at Qin Feng, gave him a meaningful look, and then said, "Young people should learn to be moderate.
Your body is your own, and you have a long life ahead of you." Coincidentally.
When he said this, Qin Feng was holding a ceramic teacup and preparing to drink some water.
Phew. As expected, it sprayed. Qin Feng was speechless as he coughed. At the same time, Lang Ying's face turned even redder, and she was frightened. Is such a big reaction necessary?
Young people should stay up less late and stop playing two-player games all the time.
Linen cleared his throat and reminded.
Qin Feng was about to refute, but he felt that he couldn't explain it, so he immediately performed the traditional Chinese art of face changing. Alas, Steward Lin is right, I can't stay up late.
That's right. You won't sleep until the moon does. You bald little darling, young man, take care of your health. Very pleased, Linen nodded and replied. Hearing this, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. What the hell is this bald little baby? But he couldn't refute it. He could only nod slightly and replied very reluctantly, Butler Lin is right. Because Lang Ying had very sharp ears, Linen's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, so she could hear all the conversations clearly. The car leading to the kindergarten made many turns and finally returned to the kindergarten. Looking at Qin Feng's gritted teeth answer. She wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. But fortunately, after delivering the documents, Linen had other things to do, so after a few complaints, he hurried out to do his work. Qin Feng and Lang Ying were the only ones left in the office again. Ahem, husband, housekeeper Lin should have guessed it, right? Deliberately coughing lightly, Lang Ying blushed and looked at Qin Feng with her beautiful peach blossom eyes and asked. Probably not. He just talked about staying up late. Scratching his cheek, Qin Feng answered awkwardly. After what Butler Lin did, the atmosphere became a little difficult to control. That's right. Lang Ying nodded and was about to continue reading the documents and wait for the meeting. But suddenly, she flipped through the documents faster and faster, with a happy expression. Honey, I don't have much to do at the company tomorrow, so I think I can spare the whole afternoon. It's just right for us to go to my uncle and aunt's house and visit the place where you grew up. Clapping her hands, Lang Ying's eyes gradually lit up as she suggested. Is that so? Qin Feng smiled, then thought about it and said, That's fine, but if it's Tuesday, we probably won't be able to see them until the evening. That's fine too. Not caring, Lang Ying answered immediately. Okay, let's do it this way. I'll tell them in advance. As he spoke, Qin Feng picked up his phone and sent a message to Li Ningxue. Li Ningxue replied immediately and agreed. Li Ningxue likes Lang Ying very much and treats her as her own daughter. Hearing that she came to see him on her own initiative and her tone when she spoke to Qin Feng in voice messages, her voice became much gentler. This made Qin Feng feel more and more. He is not his biological son. Moment. After reading the document, Lang Ying went out to attend a meeting. Bored in the office, Qin Feng began to draw with a pencil. Darina had previously suggested that he use his current experience and vision to design a set of jewelry, or silver jewelry, etc. Just as a commemoration. Although I don't think much about it. But he really didn't want to waste Darina's kindness, so he started to draw a set casually. If it's morning, I can just make a set. He is fully capable of doing so. Chapter 111 Welcome to the North, Is This My World? It's almost noon. Ms. Darlena was surprisingly absent. The main reason was that she wanted to communicate with her team about Lang's fragrance industry's latest high-end jewelry designs. Her principle is, now that you have agreed, do it seriously. Lang's Fragrance's high-end jewelry is a newly established sector with a blank slate, so her team needs to do a lot of initial work. It's not difficult, but it's time-consuming. But today, Qin Feng was rarely stood up by Ms. Darlena. Only. He didn't care about that. Xin Feng took a few simple design drawings and put them on Lang Ying's desk.
Then he began to play with his mobile phone leisurely and think about what to eat for lunch. A person who works hard to eat, a person who has a spirit of working hard to eat. After a morning of work, Master Qin skillfully opened the Hungry Takeout app and started placing an order.
Afternoon.
After having dinner with Lang Ying, Xin Feng returned to his previous Sakura community.
Planning to move. Since I have already got the approval of my father-in-law, then living next to him isn't too much, right? Besides, Lang Zian didn't often stay at Thompson Epin's residence. It doesn't matter.
Because of the Sakura community, Xin Feng felt that there were very few things he could bring with him.
In just 5 hours, everything was ready. And the next afternoon, Xin Feng was busy in the villa with the placement of items. Lang Ying didn't come back until the evening. He got everything done. Because he was really exhausted yesterday, Xin Feng didn't touch Lang Ying today. But at night,
Lang Ying still moved her hands unconsciously. Xin Feng instantly thought of a sentence he had seen on his mobile phone when he was in college.
Once it starts, it can't be stopped. Tuesday.
After getting off work at noon, Xin Feng arrived at the open-air parking lot outside Lang's fragrance company on time.
I was a little tired yesterday. He didn't get up, so Lang Ying came to the company to work alone. Xin Feng took a nap.
And he waited for about 10 minutes.
Lang Ying walked down quickly.
She dressed very beautifully today. She was wearing a light blue long dress that gradually turned white at the bottom. She wore women's gold-rimmed glasses and her hair was scattered behind her, giving her a very fairy-like look.
They had already made an appointment. Just run away during the lunch break. Are you sure you have sorted out all the company's affairs? You disappeared for most of the day, are you okay?
Seeing Lang Ying jumping down, Xin Feng hurried over and asked thoughtfully.
Such a big company. The president left as soon as he said he would. What if there is an emergency? It will be troublesome. I asked Steward Lin to help me keep an eye on it. There will be absolutely no problem.
Lang Ying stretched out her hand and made an okay gesture, then answered calmly.
And see this. Xin Feng nodded slightly and said nothing more.
He can still complain to others.
But there is nothing to say about what Butler Lin said.
Then get in the car and I'll show you my world. Xin Feng said ceremoniously as he helped Lang Ying open the passenger door like a gentleman. Lang Ying nodded and sat down with a smile.
Xin Feng's home is actually not far from Tangchenipin in Magic City. It is near Qingpu district in the west of Magic City. This was an excellent location before the Pudong New area was developed in Shanghai. But after that, it was obvious that I was unable to cope. The location becomes remote. It is located on the outermost side of Shanghai, close to Suzhou. Because the location is confusing. At that time, Xin Feng had just graduated from high school, and when applying for college, he was hesitating between Suzhou University and Shanghai Jiaotong University. I flipped a coin and chose Jiaotong University. If you drive from Lang's fragrance industry, it will take about 2 hours. Lang Ying, let's go. In the car.
Xin Feng started off skillfully, turned a corner and rushed into the traffic.
Drive slowly, don't be in a hurry.
Looking at the scenery outside the window, Lang Ying smiled sweetly and was very happy. Fortunately, there is not much work at the company these 2 days.
Otherwise, I can only wait until the weekend to watch it. She really wanted to see the place where Xin Feng had lived since he was a child. Missed it before. Now I have to make up for it. Following the evil map navigation, Xin Feng drove slowly. After nearly 2 hours, the two of them finally arrived in Qingpu district. 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
In the residential complex for the employees of the state-owned Juyuan Steel Company, a stylish silver gradient Lamborghini slowly stopped.
This is a mid-range community with a relatively good environment. Although it is a small county town, it has been well developed, perhaps because it is close to Shanghai. The kind that is neither good nor bad. Here we are. How is it? This might be your first time in such an environment, right? Get out of the car.
Xin Feng opened his arms, pointed at the community, and smiled slightly.
That's about the same. Look around.
Looking at the places that still had some traces of age, Lang Ying nodded in response. Shortly after Lang Xian's career took off, she was sent to study abroad, one of the institutions being aristocratic.
After graduation, I went straight into a prestigious university.
After returning to China, she has been living among the wealthy.
I go directly between the company and home. Seen it. But I've never been to such a place. It feels pretty good. There is no feeling of high-rise buildings, no oppression. How does that feel? Are you still adjusting? Xin Feng asked. Of course I have adapted to it. This is where you used to live. I like it very much.
Lang Ying narrowed her eyes and answered happily. After she finished speaking, she breathed a sigh of relief.
This is where her husband grew up. The needle doesn't poke. Fool.
Hearing such a seductive answer, Xin Feng felt a little warm in his heart and replied with a smile.
Close the car door. He was just about to pull Lang Ying inside.
But at this moment, she suddenly thought of something and hurried back to get the things she had placed on the passenger seat.
What?
Xin Feng asked in confusion after glancing at the two exquisite gift boxes in his lovely wife's hands.
Of course it's a gift for my uncle and aunt, but the contents will be kept secret from you for now. Lang Ying answered very cutely, stretching out her hand and making a hushing gesture. Oh, you even dared to hide it from your husband? Xin Feng smiled.
I'm mainly worried that if you tell your uncle and aunt in advance, it won't be fresh anymore.
Lang Ying explained. Okay, whatever you want.
Xin Feng said casually.
Actually.
Even without Lang Ying telling him, he knew what was inside.
One gift box packaging is obviously a watch, and the other packaging looks like jewelry. Corresponding to men and women. It's almost the same. But, to his surprise, Lang Ying is so thoughtful.
She came back just for fun this time, and she even prepared gifts for her parents.
In comparison,
Xin Feng seemed to have not prepared anything for his father-in-law and mother-in-law.
Fairy daughter-in-law. Well, is there anything else? If not, let's go in. Xin Feng asked calmly as he took the two exquisite gift boxes very naturally. Oh, no.
Although she was a little afraid that Xin Feng would see what was inside, Lang Ying still let go and answered.
After. Xin Feng took Lang Ying's soft hand and walked into the community.
As soon as they reached the courtyard of the community, several children who were playing outside ran over.
Brother Xin Feng?
Wow, Brother Xin Feng is back again. Soft and sticky sounds were heard from time to time.
Mostly little girls. Chapter 112, Auntie? What evil intentions does the little girl have?
Soon, more than a dozen little girls jumped and skipped around Xin Feng, looking very happy. Most of these little girls are about 7 or 8 years old.
Honey, these are.
Taking a few steps back, Lang Ying looked at the group of little girls and asked in confusion. Oh, they are all children from the families around here. I took them out to play during the Chinese New Year. Xin Feng squatted down slightly and spoke with his hands open. He looked at the little girl in front of him who looked like a porcelain doll, and said with a smile, Come on, Xiaoyu, have you eaten well after I left?
Forehead. Brother Xin Feng, can't you just ask if I'm doing well in my studies?
Listening to Qin Feng's shabby questions, Xiaoyu felt helpless.
However, considering his stunning looks, she still ran towards Qin Feng happily and hugged his neck. No, how can studying be more important than eating?
Qin Feng gently picked up Xiaoyu and answered seriously.
Actually. He wanted to ask other questions too.
But Xiaoyu's weight has always been lower than that of a normal child.
Every time I come back.
When he saw Xiaoyu's slender arms, he couldn't help but ask her if she had eaten well.
Why are you so thin? Of course I eat well, but I just can't gain weight. Pouting, Xiaoyu answered helplessly. She is actually not picky about food and eats everything. Eat well every day. But maybe it's due to body consumption, I just can't gain weight. Only.
Xin Feng couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiaoyu saying helplessly that she couldn't gain weight.
He suddenly discovered Xiaoyu's skills are really similar to those of his lovely wife.
Lang Ying always eats a lot at once, and I haven't seen her try hard to maintain her figure.
But I don't know what happened. She is also very thin. Xiaoyu, you and your sister are alike. Your sister can't gain weight either.
Thinking of this, Xin Feng couldn't help but say.
Elder sister? Brother Xin Feng, which sister?
When Xiaoyu heard the word sister, she blinked her cute big eyes with a look of confusion in them. All her eyes were on Xin Feng. Lang Ying had never mentioned it before, so she automatically ignored it. Now that Xin Feng said this, she was willing to look outside.
And in an instant, the graceful Lang Ying came into her sight. Brother Qin Feng, are you talking about this aunt? Xiao Yu asked very innocently, stretching out her slightly tender little hand. Ah, auntie?
Lang Ying murmured the name softly, and her body froze. She was very happy to see these little girls surrounding Qin Feng and being very close to him.
Just planning to take a look. She wants to know everything about her husband. But I didn't expect it. Any unexpected gains? Aunt? Qin Feng is called brother. Call her auntie? Good job. Does she look that old?
Lang Ying immediately looked down at her clothes. She wore a blue and white gradient long skirt, a pair of white high heels, gold-rimmed glasses, and light makeup.
It's obviously very fairy-like, okay? Being called auntie? She is stupid. And
the little girl named Xiao Yu saw that something was obviously wrong with Qin Feng.
Damn it.
He does whatever he wants just because he is young.
But hearing this name, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing.
He quickly put Xiao Yu down, then went to pull Lang Ying. After a cough, he solemnly introduced her. She's not an aunt, she's a sister, Brother Qin Feng's wife.
Her name is Lang Ying. You can call her Sister Ying, understand? Said.
Qin Feng looked at Xiao Yu and emphasized, if you call her aunt, then I am the uncle.
Oh, but I still think I should call her auntie.
Xiao Yu looked at Lang Ying and nodded, but she had something else to say. When Lang Ying heard this, her pretty face suddenly darkened even more.
Is this little girl a little too smart?
If you call me auntie, then you have to call Qin Feng uncle.
Are you willing to do that?
Feeling a little angry, Lang Ying took a decisive step forward and said to Xiao Yu, who was not even as tall as her waist.
Well, I'll just call you sister.
Xiao Yu lowered her head, gave in instantly, and answered in a very aggrieved tone.
But
after she finished speaking, she hid behind Qin Feng's legs again, pretending to be timid, and then said, Brother Qin Feng, my sister is so fierce, Xiao Yu just called the wrong name.
See this.
Qin Feng looked at Lang Ying and said with a helpless smile, why are you angry with a child?
What bad intentions does the child have? I don't have any.
Lang Ying tapped her heel and answered immediately.
Something is wrong.
There's something wrong with this little girl. And because Qin Feng had held Xiao Yu in his arms. After putting her down, the other children also scrambled to hold her. Qin Feng played with these little girls helplessly for a long time. After taking turns holding them, he pulled Lang Ying and continued walking.
Because it's almost 5 in the afternoon. Many people have to go out to buy groceries and go home to cook.
They all knew Qin Feng. Seeing him holding a beautiful lady, they couldn't help but greet her out of curiosity. And after asking Lang Ying if she was his wife, he was sincerely happy and envious. Oh, Qin Yi and Ning Shui are so lucky.
Yes, I am so blessed. My son is so handsome, and my daughter-in-law is also so beautiful. I won't look at it anymore. The more I look at it, the angrier I get. Why is mine growing more and more crooked? It doesn't look like me anymore. Well, I suggest you, Lao Wang. Roll.
Not caring about the neighbor's comments, Qin Feng took Lang Ying's soft little hand and led her into the community. After entering the elevator, Qin Feng pressed the floor button and then waited. At this time, Lang Ying suddenly looked at Qin Feng and said quietly, I didn't expect you to be so popular with girls, even children.
Hey, what do you mean you didn't even let the children go? I was just playing with them. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
His lovely wife's tone and aggrieved look clearly showed that she was jealous.
But she even gets jealous of a child? TSK, you playboy.
Glancing at Qin Feng, Lang Ying said with a pout.
And speaking.
She crossed her arms and took a step to the right, obviously not wanting to stand with her husband anymore.
No, how am I unfaithful?
Qin Feng was very sensitive to Lang Ying's little movements, but he had no way to deal with it.
What to do? Even his own wife is jealous of the little girl. What bad intentions does the little girl have? She just wanted to be close to me.
You're fickle everywhere, and there's something clearly wrong with that little girl.
Lang Ying's imaginary answer. I'm so young, what bad intentions could I have?
Following Lang Ying's step to the right, Qin Feng put his arm around her slender waist and pulled her into a hug.
Without waiting for Lang Ying to react,
he simply lowered his head and kissed her.
Lang Ying opened her eyes wide and her pretty face turned red. She didn't expect Qin Feng to kiss her in the elevator. There is surveillance here. But, so sweet. Chapter 113, Messy, I must have picked it up, right? Bite.
When the elevator reached the floor, Jin Feng hurriedly let go of Lang Ying.
Fortunately. There's no one outside. You bad guy, you kissed me when I didn't agree with you.
Wiping her mouth, Lang Ying spoke fiercely with a red face.
Then are you still jealous? Even of children? It's both funny and sad. Jin Feng took the initiative to hold Lang Ying's hand and got out of the elevator.
Although Lang Ying looked fierce, she was still obediently led by her lovely husband.
I just can't stand Xiaoyu.
She's quite young, but she's quite scheming. Lang Ying spoke softly, pouting.
He's just a child, how could he be so scheming?
Jin Feng simply ignored it and pulled Lang Ying forward leisurely.
Lang Ying saw Jin Feng's indifferent look. Cutely puffed up her lips and didn't say anything more about it. And a moment.
The two of them came to a house with the house number 4399.
Here we are. This is it.
Holding Lang Ying, Jin Feng found the key that he hadn't used for a long time, inserted it into the keyhole, and prepared to open the door.
But the strange thing is, the key is stuck inside and can't be turned. What's going on? Can't open it?
After great effort, Jin Feng finally pulled out the key. He looked at the key in his hand, then compared it carefully with the keyhole, and immediately understood something.
Wife, my parents seem to have changed the locks.
Scratching his head, Jin Feng gave Lang Ying a wry smile.
What's even stranger is, Lang Ying's expression was very calm, as if she wasn't worried at all. Auntie gave me a key before, saying it was at home. If you want to play, come over and see if you can open it.
Lang Ying took out a key from the Chanel bag she was carrying, handed it to Jin Feng, and said slowly,
Why did my mother give you the key?
After taking the key, Jin Feng compared it with the keyhole, but it didn't feel right either.
Mine are all wrong, so yours should be wrong too, right? Said. He inserted the key into the lock. Rotate. Immediately. Click.
There was a crisp sound and the door lock opened immediately.
Ah, it's really open. Auntie wouldn't lie to me.
Very happy, Lang Ying stretched out her jade hand and pushed the door open.
And at this time, Jin Feng looked down at the key in his hand, then looked at the key in the door lock, and suddenly felt a little messy. He knew that his parents had been acting like delinquents for a long time. He was 10 years old at that time. Since Li Ningxue and Qin Yi didn't want to cook, they asked him to do it. One person makes 3 servings. Shouldn't this be Li Ningxue's job? Let him be a child. He is really not a human being. But that's fine.
Thinking that when I grow up, things may turn around.
But I never expected it. Still like this. And even more inhuman.
Jin Feng stroked his chin, very confused. The key given to Lang Ying could open the door, even though he had only come back once a few months ago. It was obvious that the door lock was replaced at a later time. Both parties met their parents at that time. Why did Li Ningxue only give Lang Ying the key and not him? Don't even tell him? He pondered. Am I really their biological child? Or is Lang Ying their illegitimate daughter? It's outrageous. Hubby, why don't you come in? What are you daydreaming about? In. Lang Ying had no idea of the confusion in Jin Feng's mind. Seeing that her husband was still standing there and didn't come in, she immediately reminded him.
Oh, okay, right away.
Jin Feng answered casually, feeling suddenly very tired. He came in carrying something.
And at this time, Li Ningxue actually walked out from inside.
Seeing Jin Feng and Lang Ying, she immediately asked, Why are you so slow? When Jin Feng saw Li Ningxue, he was a little confused.
No, today is Tuesday.
Shouldn't you be working at the steel mill at this time? He asked immediately.
It's only a little after 4 in the afternoon.
They should both still be at work.
Why are you at home? Didn't you say before that you would bring Ling Ying to visit today?
Your father and I have discussed taking 2 days off so that we can see our daughter-in-law more often. Just like meeting her own daughter, Li Ningxue happily hurried to help Lang Ying get her bag, but she reflexively ignored the 2 big gift boxes in Jin Feng's hands. Jin Feng has become accustomed to this. My old mother has been acting like a bad person for a long time. He just replied sourly, Oh, there is no one to help me get something when I come back.
What a pity. I can't give away my jewelry. I'll just throw it away. What evil intentions does Qin Feng have?
He just wanted someone to help him get his things.
But
his little thoughts were directly despised by Li Ningxue.
Just shut up, there's no way you would buy me a gift. This gift was obviously bought by Xiaoying, right?
Walking up to Qin Feng, Li Ningxue directly took the two exquisite gift boxes, then turned to ask Lang Ying.
Face this problem.
Lang Ying's lips curled up slightly, and she replied with a smile, Qin Feng and I gave it to you together.
That's right, there's also a watch for Comrade Qin Yi inside. Qin Feng echoed. Xiaoying, just spoil him. Hearing Lang Ying's tactful answer, Li Ningxue couldn't help but shake her head and said helplessly.
She knew her son's character very well.
Give her a gift? Impossible.
When they were young, they both tricked Qin Feng to death.
This guy giving them gifts is like the sun rising from the west. Although
Qin Feng would also give some really good things, but when she saw the luxurious packaging, she knew it was definitely bought by her daughter-in-law.
He's my husband. If I don't spoil him, who will?
It's natural, Lang Ying replied with a smile.
Oh my, it's my turn to eat dog food? Hearing Lang Ying's answer, Li Ningxue also smiled.
Everything changes, and it's bound to make you suffer a little.
Close the door. Qin Feng walked towards the living room and spoke casually. Shut up. He also took Lang Ying to the living room, and Li Ningxue answered unhappily. Mom, I am your biological child.
Qin Feng was powerless to complain. The three of them came to the living room. At this time, the voice of Comrade Qin Yi suddenly appeared from the kitchen.
Just see.
He was wearing a pink kawaii apron around his waist and holding a half-peeled green onion in his right hand. When he saw Lang Ying and Qin Feng, he immediately became happy and said, "Oh, you two are finally here."
But
Qin Feng was stunned when he saw Comrade Qin Yi's incongruous outfit, then he couldn't help laughing.
No, Dad, when did you buy this cute pink apron? You know shit, this is called high street style.
After rolling his eyes at Qin Feng, Comrade Qin Yi waved, "Come over and help me. Two of us can make it quicker so Xiaoying can eat earlier."
Hearing this, Qin Feng's smile disappeared immediately. It's okay for Li Ningxue to side with Lang Ying. Why is his father like this? He is indeed my biological father. I know. I'm coming. Speechless.
Although Qin Feng didn't want to move, he turned and went into the kitchen.
Because cooking is indeed faster when two people cook. Chapter 114, Come and get something good? A wedding diamond ring? Uncle, why don't Qin Feng and I come over? You and Auntie should take a break today. It's rare for you to take a day off.
Seeing Qin Feng go to the kitchen, Lang Ying put down her bag and wanted to go over to accompany her husband and learn how to cook. But before she left, Li Ningxue grabbed her hand.
We asked for leave for you too, how can we let you do it? Let them, father and son, cook. Li Ningxue explained.
Then, she pretended to be mysterious and waved towards Lang Ying, saying, "Come here, come to my room and I'll show you something nice." Lang Ying looked towards the kitchen. Seeing that Qin Feng had already gone in, she also wanted to follow. But since her mother-in-law told her so, she felt that she should follow her mother-in-law.
Auntie, what's nice to see?
After hesitating for a while, Lang Ying decided to follow Li Ningxue.
You'll know in a moment.
Li Ningxue was very keenly aware of Lang Ying's gaze and smiled helplessly.
She thinks this daughter-in-law is really good.
His mind was always on Qin Feng.
There are not many good girls like this in today's society. How did his rag and bone son find it? Yeah, okay. Not knowing what Li Ningxue was thinking, Lang Ying nodded naturally in response.
It's all just a conditioned reflex.
Moment.
Lang Ying was pulled by Li Ningxue from the living room to a large bedroom.
And after entering the bedroom,
Li Ningxue let go of Lang Ying's hand and went to get something from the bedside table. Lang Ying had some free time and looked around as usual. She looked at the neat decoration in the room and the big bed in the middle, and it was not difficult to tell that this was the room where Qin Yi and Li Ningxue lived. It's neither too big nor too small, but it has a lively atmosphere. The most important thing is that it is very clean and tidy, and the air is fresh. Take a step forward.
Lang Ying looked at the room and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity.
She found that this room was very similar to Qin Feng's previous house in Sakura Community. Although the mother and son often don't get along, some of their living habits and the placement of items are surprisingly similar.
And
here, there seems to be a special fragrance.
Auntie, is the perfume you use the Breath of Wind series?
Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed hard, then asked. She found that the scent seemed to be the latest Fingxi series of perfumes launched by her company. This series focuses on this special flavor. The top notes are similar to ordinary high-end perfumes, but the base notes have a special fresh smell, as silky as a breeze.
Yeah, I bought it because it was popular. It's quite expensive, but I like the smell.
Li Ningxue carefully took out an exquisitely wrapped gift box from the bedside table, then stood up and answered as she walked. Auntie, actually this perfume is made by my company.
If you like it, I can just give you a few sets next time so you don't have to spend money to buy it. Lang Ying answered without thinking. She actually likes to use this perfume.
I didn't expect that my mother-in-law was also using it. Anyway, they were all produced by her company, so she just told the people in the product department that it wouldn't be a problem to set aside a few sets. This way her mother-in-law doesn't have to spend money to buy it. She remembered that the perfume was very expensive, 1 or 2,000 yuan for a small bottle, and was considered an ordinary luxury product.
It's not really that expensive, and there's no need to trouble you so much.
Coming in front of Lang Ying, Li Ningxue said with a smile.
No trouble, next time I will.
Lang Ying was just about to bring it over the next time she came here, but suddenly she thought that she and Qin Feng didn't know when they would have time again.
The company is very idle at this time, but you can't say for sure what will happen in a few days.
Sometimes when the company is busy, even her favorite mealtime will be squeezed out. Thinking of this, she immediately changed her words and said seriously, Auntie, please tell me the address here, and I will express it to you later, it will be the same.
Really, no need. I still have 2 bottles here. Li Ningxue insisted. It's okay. Just keep the extra ones as a backup.
If you get tired of them, I'll send you a few sets from the other series so you can rotate them. Lang Ying was equally persistent, and became more and more excited as she spoke.
No, this one is fine.
Seeing Lang Ying talking more and more, Li Ningxue hurriedly responded. She was afraid of being rejected again. My wife will send me a bunch of perfumes later.
She doesn't actually need much, so wouldn't it be great if she could sell it and make some money?
Okay, I'll have a few sets delivered to you later.
Lang Ying said seriously.
As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, intending to tell the people in the company's product department to leave a few sets for the next batch of goods.
Only.
Before she could turn on her phone, she was interrupted by Li Ningxue. Xiaoying, don't worry about the perfume for now, take a look at this first. Li Ningxue handed the exquisitely wrapped gift box to Lang Ying, and then explained, you said before that you didn't want a betrothal gift.
I also know that you are not short of money and you can buy anything. But your uncle and I always feel that the older generation should do something for you younger generations. After much deliberation, we bought a pair of diamond rings for you too.
Listening silently, Lang Ying took the exquisitely packaged gift box.
Open. There are 2 small ones inside. The 2 English characters EL are printed on the box.
Seeing this sign, Lang Ying frowned slightly.
It's not bad, it's too good. L.
She remembered that this diamond ring brand was a jewelry company acquired by her father Ling Zian.
Its workmanship and design are both world-class, ranking 13th among the world's high-end jewelry brands. It belongs to the category of top-level luxury jewelry. And EL. In fact, it is the English abbreviation of the word eternity.
The starting price of diamond rings of this brand is already 50,000 to 60,000 yuan, and the price of wedding rings is even more outrageous for ordinary people.
Xiaoying, do you think it's too cheap?
Compared to your family, our life is indeed nothing but a little bit of relationship.
But if you are not satisfied, No, absolutely not.
Seeing Lang Ying staring at the EL logo and not opening the box, with her brows furrowed, Li Ningxue thought her daughter-in-law didn't like it and hurriedly tried to explain. But before she could finish, she was interrupted by Lang Ying.
Auntie, this gift is too precious to me. I dare not open it.
Lang Ying said with emotion, tears in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Hearing this, Li Ningxue felt helpless.
Her daughter-in-law is a little too sensible. This thing is not expensive for her. They even say that they buy whatever they want.
What she meant by precious was probably their thoughtfulness.
Xiaoying, this is what you deserve. Open it and take a look. Otherwise, you will be wasting your uncle and me's kindness. Thinking about it, Li Ningxue said. Good.
Hearing this, Lang Ying immediately nodded and reached out to open the box.
She knew that Li Ningxue wanted her to accept it. This may be the obsession of the older generation with the younger generation. And after opening it,
inside the box lay a platinum diamond ring.
Chapter 115, a diamond ring worth over 1 million, why does the style change when it comes to you?
A look of surprise.
Looking at the platinum diamond ring in the box, Lang Ying was a little at a loss.
She had seen this pair of rings before. It is the top wedding ring of EL brand.
Eternal Platinum Series. This thing costs 250,000 per carat.
Judging from the size of the diamond on the ring in the box, it should be 3 carats.
Plus craftsmanship, design, diamonds, brand premium.
The market price of a single ring is more than 700,000 yuan.
Now there's a couple.
That SA price of over 1.4 million. Auntie, this is too expensive. She was almost stuttering.
Lang Ying looked at Li Ningxue and spoke quickly.
She saw the life of Qin Feng's family.
Belongs to a middle-class family in Shanghai. Have capital. More than 1.4 million is not a problem. But even so, we can't be so wasteful. 3-carat luxury diamond ring. There's really no need. But Li Ningxue didn't care much.
She felt that as long as her daughter-in-law liked it, the price didn't matter.
It's not like I don't have any family background.
Xiaoying, even though your uncle and I have been slacking off at work and traveling a lot these past few years, we've still managed to save some money. Gently grasping Lang Ying's excited hand, Li Ningxue said earnestly, we thought, as for the diamond ring, we should buy a good one.
At least you won't be embarrassed when you wear it out. No, absolutely not.
Lang Ying immediately shook her head in response.
Actually, according to her identity and position, anyone who knew her, even if she wore a candy ring, no one would dare to say anything sarcastic. So, do you like it? Li Ningxue asked. I like it very much. Lang Ying smiled and nodded. And at this time,
the tears in the corners of her eyes were about to overflow, and she quickly reached out to wipe them away.
See this. Li Ningxue suddenly felt distressed.
She hates to see children crying.
Certainly. Except for Qin Feng. She took a step forward, quickly reached out and wiped away the tears from the corners of Lang Ying's eyes, and comforted her. Why are you crying, child? If you like it, you should be happy.
Well, I'm just a little touched.
Lang Ying nodded slightly and forced a smile.
Then quickly open the other one and take a look at Qin Feng's. Hurry up and be moved, and then let Qin Feng put it on you.
Li Ningxue said jokingly. Hearing this, Lang Ying burst into laughter.
She obediently opened another box. Inside was also a shining platinum ring.
But it's different from the women's model just now. The men's ring has a slightly different design and isn't as flashy. It's a bit more atmospheric.
There are no fancy or unnecessary designs, and a diamond is also tightly inlaid on the top.
It looks good too.
With red eyes, Lang Ying nodded in response.
As long as you like it, are you still moved now?
Li Ningxue asked with a smile.
No. I'm not moved. Shaking her head, Lang Ying lied. Okay, let's go out and let Qin Feng put it on you. Li Ningxue suggested. Lang Ying nodded heavily. Calm down.
The two of them left the bedroom. When I walked into the living room, the table that had been empty just now was already served with 2 or 3 steaming dishes. They both looked towards the kitchen.
Just see.
Qin Feng has inherited the cute pink apron from Comrade Qinyi, and is now carefully carrying a plate of stir-fried pork with green peppers out of the kitchen. He saw Li Ningxue and Lang Ying standing, and immediately said, time to eat, go sit down.
Then he went back to the kitchen to get something. Hubby, let me help you.
She even dared to call Qin Feng husband in front of Li Ningxue. Lang Ying handed the diamond ring to Li Ningxue next to her and planned to help her husband carry things.
But unfortunately,
Qin Feng and Qin Yi have already brought out the last 2 dishes.
She was lonely. Moment.
4 people sat on the sofa in the living room, with a glass rectangular table in front of them. There are 5 or 6 dishes piled on top. 4 of them were made by Comrade Qin Yi, and the other 2 were made by Qin Feng.
But, although this is a good time to eat,
but none of the 4 of them picked up their chopsticks. Wow, a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg, Mom, you've spent a fortune. Looking at the sparkling platinum diamond ring in the exquisitely packaged box, Qin Feng waited several times heartlessly and then said, Hiss.
Li Ningxue took a deep breath, frowning, with a look of despair on her face. What's going on? Why does the style seem a little off when it comes to Qin Feng?
Compared with the touched look of my daughter-in-law just now.
Her son is a little too calm. Everyone knew it was a diamond ring as big as a pigeon egg, but this was his reaction? Good job. Just a moment of surprise and that's it? I'll think about it a few more times. Are you weighing it by kilogram? Be careful, don't drop it. Beside, Comrade Qin Yi has a similar attitude to Qin Feng.
I felt nothing inside, and even wanted to pick up the thermos and drink some tea. When Li Ningxue saw her husband's calm look, she felt a little unfamiliar. She remembered the painful look on Qin Yi's face when he paid the bill.
I feel like my heart is bleeding. Now it doesn't matter anymore. That's strange. Lang Ying didn't mind.
She just smiled quietly, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of doting as she looked at her lovely husband.
Lang Ying, stretch out your hand, I'll put it on for you.
After playing with it for a while, Qin Feng noticed his mother's look that almost wanted to kill him. He swallowed and hurried to find his wife.
Yeah, okay.
A little surprised for a moment, Lang Ying reacted quickly and stretched out her right hand.
A diamond ring should be worn on the ring finger.
Grabbing his wife's soft little hand, Qin Feng put it on her very carefully.
Be serious when you need to be serious. He still knows the strength.
The diamond ring fit perfectly on Lang Ying's ring finger.
I'll put it on you too.
Taking the other ring, Lang Ying said.
Good.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, then stretched out his left hand. Lang Ying put it on him gently.
Then, their eyes met. Okay, now I have the diamond ring. From now on, you are mine.
Qin Feng said jokingly with a smile.
At this time,
Lang Ying did not show any shyness.
She nodded seriously and replied, well, I will be yours from now on.
I will spoil you forever. Hearing this, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He decisively reached out and scratched his lovely wife's nose, then corrected her, you got it wrong. It should be me who pampers you.
I'm your husband. It's all the same.
Lang Ying smiled sweetly. Qin Feng had no way to deal with Lang Ying, so he just obeyed.
Never mind.
If you are spoiled, you are spoiled.
Who made him like this picked up wife so much? Chapter 116 I have little education, don't lie to me? By the way, Mom, how much did you spend on this diamond ring? Didn't you lose all your savings over the years?
Qin Feng lowered his head and looked at the sparkling ring on his right ring finger. He always felt like he was wearing money and asked aloud.
What do you think?
Li Ningxue replied confidently, a little angrily when she thought about it, after buying the diamond ring, your father and I have used up all our savings. These two little things cost over 1,000,000 yuan.
Is it so expensive?
Qin Feng was not surprised after hearing this. His eyesight had been sharpened a bit by Darlene. The platinum diamond ring in your hand is of high quality in terms of design and workmanship, as well as the purity and cutting process of the diamond.
They are all great. The price is definitely in the range of over 1 million. Although for so many years, he has been tortured by Li Ningxue and Qin Ye's show of affection and dog food.
Moreover, during the holidays, the two of them would always steal his New Year's money on the pretext of keeping it for safekeeping. But now, more than 1,000,000 yuan has been spent without any hesitation. They both knew how to care for their own son. More than 1,000,000 yuan is the vast majority of their savings. When he thought of this, Qin Feng felt a warm current flowing through his heart. Then, if you two are out of money, just come to me. I, your son, still have some private money. Qin Feng answered decisively.
Only.
Hearing this, Li Ningxue immediately rolled her eyes at her rag-and-bone son. She knew that Qin Feng's salary as a market analyst was good, but he had only been out for a few years.
Only 3 or 4 years. How much money can I save? It's good enough if it's not negative equity. Does he have a dime? How much money do you have in your pocket? $50?
Li Ningxue asked in a calm tone. When Comrade Qin Yi heard his wife say 50 yuan, he suddenly felt that she was overestimating his son.
He coughed and corrected himself, saying, hey. Ningxue, $50 is too much.
I don't think this guy has $5 in his pocket.
Stop talking. I only have 5 cents in my bank account.
The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and Qin Feng began to speak sarcastically.
What's going on?
Why is his value so low in the eyes of his old mother and father? He doesn't have 2 billion on him now, let alone 1 billion, but he still has 500 million or 600 million.
It's more than enough to support Li Ningxue and Qin Yi, okay? What the hell, you don't even have $5 in your pocket? It's outrageous.
Uncle and aunt, Qin Feng is actually quite rich. Listening to what Qin Yi and Li Ningxue said, Lang Ying couldn't help laughing and hurriedly said,
No way.
The scene where her father-in-law and mother-in-law sang the same tune and jointly mocked her husband was a bit too funny.
She really couldn't help laughing. Xiaoying, don't side with him. He doesn't have any money.
Seeing Lang Ying defending Qin Feng, Li Ningxue waved her hand slightly and said helplessly, Auntie, Qin Feng is really rich. Seeing that her mother-in-law didn't believe her, Lang Ying thought for a moment and then explained, Qin Feng has a very good business vision.
Every investment he makes is a sure thing. He is really smart.
My company was competing for a piece of land before, but I didn't have enough funds and was about to give up. But Qin Feng saw it and asked me to invest in another piece of land, and then I made more than 2 billion. And now he has another unfinished building, so he probably wants to make money too. After hearing this, Li Ningxue frowned slightly, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng changed.
Is that so? When did Qin Feng become so powerful? Worth more than 10 billion?
Xiaoying, Auntie has little education, so please don't lie to her. Li Ningxue looked at Lang Ying seriously and asked softly, Are you sure it wasn't you who gave Qin Feng some money every month, and he saved it up little by little?
After hearing these words, Qin Feng vomited. Good job.
After a long time, the ring was finally put on. His kind old mother still thought he was a gigolo.
Does he look like it? It's obviously not the same. Is it his fault that he is handsome? Just because he's handsome, can we take it for granted that he's a gigolo? No. He is not an idol, he is talented. Let us talk about the issue of not having enough education.
He clearly remembered that his mother Li Ningxue seemed to have graduated from Peking University.
I do read a little bit. And next to it.
Lang Ying felt a little ashamed when she heard her mother-in-law's doubtful words.
Auntie, that's not true.
She then raised her right hand, bent her thumb, revealing 4 slender fingers, and swore, I've never given Qin Feng a penny, except when we go shopping and I'm the one paying. Seeing Lang Ying swearing, Li Ningxue was shocked and hurriedly held her soft little hand.
You kid, if it's not true, then it's not true. Why are you swearing? She felt a little distressed. This child is a bit naive. Are you starting to swear now?
Auntie, in fact, Qin Feng's current net worth is more than 2 billion. Still obsessed with the issue of Qin Feng's net worth, Lang Ying said very seriously with her pretty face.
Hearing this, Li Ningxue surrendered completely. All right. She really didn't know what medicine her rag and bone son had given Lang Ying. Why is his wife protecting him so much? That's too much. The two of them are secretly showing off their love. She doesn't even know? Auntie believes it.
I don't care whether Qin Feng is rich or not. As long as you 2 kids are happy, that's all.
Thinking of this, Li Ningxue answered decisively. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. In fact, they are not particularly lacking. There are only 2 of us. Just live happily. When Lang Ying saw that Li Ningxue believed it, she nodded obediently. Ahem, now, can we eat? Finally. Qin Yi, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but answer.
Several dishes were steaming and rushing straight into his nostrils. Especially the 2 dishes made by Qin Feng.
It smells a bit outrageous. He smelled hungry. Eat, eat, all you do is eat, get lost.
Li Ningxue rolled her eyes at Qin Yi and said unhappily.
At this time,
Lang Ying's pretty face flushed slightly as she softly asked, Auntie, I'm actually a little hungry too, so let's, eat.
Are you hungry too? This is a completely different attitude from the one towards Comrade Qin Yi.
When Li Ningxue heard Lang Ying say she was hungry, she immediately handed her the chopsticks and said with a smile, Why didn't you tell me earlier?
If you're hungry, you should eat. Don't starve yourself. You look so thin. Oh, okay, thank you, Auntie. My family said thank you.
Stunned by Li Ningxue's 180-degree attitude change, Qin Yi looked up and glanced at his son secretly.
Shake your head slightly. Good job. Don't say you don't want a son just because you have a daughter-in-law. Li Ningxue even lost her husband. It's outrageous.
But after all, his wife is sensible and it's always good that she can go along with him.
Picking up the chopsticks, Xinyi moved the dish.
After that, the other three also started picking up their chopsticks to eat.
Moment. Chapter 117. Love should not be worn away, love should grow day by day. It took nearly half an hour. The four of them ate up all the dishes on the table. And after dinner,
Li Ningxue asked Lang Ying to go to Qin Feng's room to check, and she quickly pulled Comrade Qin Yi back to the room to rest. She also came here from a younger generation. Even if you get along well with your elders, there will still be some discomfort. Let's give these two kids a little space. They still live their lives alone.
The other side.
After Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying into the room, he saw that the window was open, so he walked over and closed it.
It's 5 or 6 in the afternoon.
Although it is not very hot anymore, it still feels a bit stuffy.
Bite.
After finding the air conditioner remote control, Qin Feng turned on the air conditioner.
Afterwards, he let out a long sigh, looked at Ling Ying, and said with a smile, "Don't you want to see where I grew up? Then let's start here." Okay.
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying observed everything in the room with great curiosity. The room is neither big nor small, just like an ordinary family's.
There is a big bed in the middle of the room and a computer desk next to it. Only. Although it is a computer desk, there is actually no computer on it.
Instead, there are some books and papers, a small desk lamp, and 1 or 2 charging cables. To the right of the bed is a large wardrobe with a dressing mirror placed diagonally next to it. There is also a small bookshelf on the right wall of the door.
Very normal. And suddenly,
Lang Ying's eyes seemed to be attracted by something, and she couldn't help but look towards the bedside table.
"Qin Feng, what is that?"
Pointing at the many small figurines on the bedside table, she asked in confusion.
"What?"
Looking in the direction his lovely wife pointed, Qin Feng took the figurine on the bedside table and smiled slightly. These small figures were collected by him when he was a child. They are all some Pokemon gadgets. There are garlic turtles, water turtles, yellow rats, Menchi, Rayquaza, the only super ancient beast that cannot fly Grao, and so on.
These are all childhood memories. Qin Feng couldn't help but say. Actually,
he had been back not long ago and thought these little things were nothing. But when I watched it with Lang Ying, the feeling was very different.
Doesn't this reflect a certain saying?
When you watch a sunrise, it's not the beauty of the sunrise that matters, but the people who watch it with you.
Do you like it? Do you want me to give it to you?
Holding a small Pikachu figurine, Qin Feng turned around and waved it towards Lang Ying and asked.
To this. Lang Ying just smiled and said nothing. And suddenly,
Qin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind.
Immediately,
he suddenly slapped his forehead, feeling very depressed.
How could he forget about this? Pikachu and Menchi were both given to him by Lang Ying when he was a child. And after getting Pikachu,
Qin Feng liked it very much.
After he couldn't find Lang Ying, he subconsciously became particularly fond of Pokemon. I bought a lot. Then I grew up and was overwhelmed by work and completely forgot about it. Did you remember it?
With her hands behind her back, Lang Ying stepped on the ground and skipped to Qin Feng's side, smiling sweetly.
Of course.
Qin Feng reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head and answered gently.
He remembered it now.
Lang Ying was very reluctant at that time, but finally gave him the Pikachu.
Then it disappeared for a few days.
Qin Feng was very curious before, wondering why Lang Ying liked to wear clothes with Pikachu on them so much.
Even the blanket in Lang Xian's study had Pikachu on it. It turns out I liked it when I was a child. I should have thought of that at the beginning.
Qin Feng replied with great regret.
What's the matter? It's okay.
Shaking her head, Lang Ying said casually.
She doesn't mind even if Qin Feng can't remember. Now she belongs to Qin Feng, so it doesn't matter whether she remembers these childhood memories or not. I can't remember it even now. Love should not be worn away, love should grow day by day. Love should not reminisce about the past, love should live in the future. If you can't remember these memories, then create some more. Same. By the way, take me to see where you go to school.
Lang Ying stared blankly at the long-lost Pikachu figurine.
And suddenly,
she seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned around and asked Qin Feng.
Now. You probably can't get in now. Xin Feng was not startled by Long Ying's sudden turn and answered calmly. Can't get into high school? Long Ying asked doubtfully. Of course, my high school is under closed management. The doors are closed unless it's Sunday, and boys and girls will be warned if they get too close. Thinking about the painful and yet happy days in high school, Xin Feng felt a little helpless. They all said that they missed their high school life the most after entering society. He was very surprised. Who could say such a thing? The guy who said this must have had a girlfriend in high school. Otherwise, who would miss such painful days? But Lang Ying listened to Qin Feng's words silently, but her concentration was a little strange. She bit her index finger lightly, then tilted her head and asked, "Were you ever warned in high school?" Hearing this, Qin Feng immediately shook his head. Of course not. Really? Really, no. Right. Qin Feng felt a little guilty when being stared at by Long Ying's beautiful peach blossom eyes. All right. Yes, there was. And there are quite a few. But it's not because he has a girlfriend, but because he was too handsome in high school. It was the time when I was still a young and handsome guy. He is recognized as the school hunk in school. Even when I go to the bathroom, I can meet girls who come over to chat and say hello. When I get home from school, I am surrounded by all kinds of girls. I can't even leave. Criticisms were announced one after another. In the end, the school had no choice but to issue a regulation. If any girl approaches Qin Feng again, he will criticize her and will not bring her along. So, his name was removed from the top of the criticism column in the school bulletin. Otherwise, he might have really become the top student in high school. The school also understands. Qin Feng's criticism was just a notice of criticism, but it was not recorded in the archives. Okay, if there isn't one, then let's go check it out now. And take me for a stroll down there. Not intending to ask further, Lang Ying put the long-lost Bakacha far away, then took Qin Feng's hand, shook it quickly from side to side and said coquettishly. How could Qin Feng withstand this? No man can stand Long Ying's soft, cute, and pitiful look. So, he agreed on the spot. 6 o'clock. The two of them lay on the bed in the room and rested for a while before going out. Lang Ying wore her original outfit, a blue long skirt and white high heels, but she took off her gold-rimmed glasses and didn't take her bag. Qin Feng changed into a black slim-fitting autumn outfit. It feels like I'm back in high school again. Honey, you look so much younger dressed like this. Chapter 118 The Joy of Finding a Partner? At the door. Lang Ying looked up and down at Qin Feng's age-reducing outfit, pouted helplessly, and felt a little depressed. Really? It's okay. Qin Feng looked down at his clothes and answered in a flat tone. It's just an ordinary black slim-fit autumn outfit, but it looks different on him. And suddenly, he looked at Lang Ying and asked with a smile, logically speaking, you wouldn't care about this. Oh. Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something. His deep and bright eyes fixed on his wife's beautiful peach blossom eyes, and he said slowly, could it be that Xiaoyu called you auntie before, and you are particularly concerned about it now? I didn't. Lang Ying's pretty face turned slightly red as her husband guessed her little thoughts and she stammered in her answer. She has always dressed like a mature woman in her 20s, but in fact, Lang Ying is only 21 or 22 years old. Qin Feng's face is full of collagen and he has a strong complexion. He is handsome and in line with his age. Comparing the two of them, although both are good looking, if you look closely, you will feel that Lang Ying is 1 or 2 years older than Qin Feng. It has more of a social feel. Lang Ying was already uncomfortable when children called her auntie, and now Qin Feng was dressed the same way as in high school, making her feel like she had grown up again. I really want to call her auntie. Well, wait for me, I'll go change into a new set. Seeing Lang Ying's stuttering and extremely conflicted look, Qin Feng smiled and planned to go home and change into another set of clothes. Although this is a bit petty, she is my wife after all. It's okay to pamper her a little. She felt uncomfortable and it was not good. Only. He didn't even turn around when Lang Ying grabbed him. Goodbye, that's it, it's nothing, let's just go. Shaking her head, Lang Ying said immediately. It's already 6 o'clock. Qin Feng would waste time going back to change his clothes. Compared to shopping with my husband, she would rather endure it. Okay then. After a pause, Qin Feng nodded slightly and agreed. Moment. The two of them held hands and walked down the stairs slowly. Walking in the community.
When many old men and women saw Chin Feng coming back, they greeted him warmly.
Fortunately,
Because it was almost 6:30, the group of children were mostly eating, so there was no scene of many little girls surrounding Chin Feng. As they walked, Lang Ying suddenly looked at Chin Feng and then took his arm.
honey, I've discovered a problem. What's the problem? Chin Feng asked in confusion.
You look so young in your clothes, and I look like an ant in my clothes.
If we are together like this, will anyone really suspect that I am supporting a young man?
Lying affectionately on the shoulder of her lovely husband, Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes and said. Hearing this, Chin Feng was speechless.
Good job.
It turns out that he is inseparable from the 3 words living off a gigolo.
What's going on in your mind all day?
Chin Feng reached out and tapped Lang Ying's fair forehead and said decisively.
But the outrageous thing is.
Looking down at his own clothes, he felt that what Lang Ying said made some sense.
After
playing and joking out of the community, Chin Feng pulled Lang Ying to the left and then turned into a slightly narrower path. This was his shortcut to school.
Normally this road is mostly taken by students wandering leisurely.
Lang Ying was obediently pulled by Chin Feng, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes kept looking around at the surrounding scenery, feeling very novel.
Walk slower, don't your feet hurt walking on this kind of road in high heels?
Seeing Lang Ying had walked in front of him, Chin Feng reminded her.
This road has been dilapidated and messy since he went to school.
It has been 5 or 6 years now and it is still like this. Lang Ying didn't change her shoes when she came out and was still wearing high heels.
It's easy to sprain your ankle walking on this kind of road.
We are out here to have fun, and if we get hurt it will be more trouble than it is worth.
It's okay. I want to visit your school soon.
I don't care at all, Lang Ying said with a smile. There's no need to worry.
The school won't be running away.
Chin Feng said somewhat helplessly.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Lang Ying listened to Chin Feng's words very much and immediately slowed down her pace. After walking along the narrow path for a while, Chin Feng saw that his wife's heels were a little red, so he decided to take another better asphalt road. This road is called Xinghua Road.
It's actually a snack street.
It is close to the school opening time, and business starts to pick up as soon as many day students come out of school at 9 o'clock every evening.
And the usual night market.
Many people also come here to eat barbecue, pancakes, buns, etc. But it's only 6 o'clock now, and these snack stalls are not yet open. Only the shops next door are still open.
Honey, what is that? Sudden.
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying pointed at a store selling tofu pudding with her jade finger and asked in a silly manner.
There is actually no other way. This is the only shop open on the entire street. It's just tofu pudding. Didn't I eat it with you on our first date?
After taking a look, Chin Feng said casually.
No, I didn't eat it that time.
Holding Chin Feng, Lang Ying retorted.
Then it should be our second date.
After thinking for a while, Chin Feng answered seriously.
Not even a second time. You must have forgotten, you stinky Chin Feng.
Pouting, Lang Ying reached out and skillfully patted her hateful husband's shoulder, with a look of indignation on her face.
Okay, I'm just teasing you.
Chin Feng grabbed Lang Ying's slender arm and smiled slightly.
Joke. He has such a good memory, how could he forget? He just wanted to tease Lang Ying. You big bad guy, do you like teasing me so much? I don't want to talk to Chin Feng anymore.
Lang Ying rolled her eyes at him and then said.
Wife, don't be angry, can I take you out to eat?
Chin Feng reached out and grabbed the hand of his lovely wife and started to coax her. I have nothing to do in life, so I can only make my wife angry and then coax her.
It goes on and on. That's the fun of finding a partner. I'm not going. You go if you want to go.
Gently shaking off Chin Feng's arm, Lang Ying said quietly. She really thought Chin Feng had forgotten.
It's only been a few days. Just forget about it.
Just tease her with this.
Unforgivable.
Chin Feng frowned slightly when he saw Lang Ying like this, and then said, You said so, I went there by myself.
Said. He walked over slowly. Only Lang Ying was left standing there in a mess. You big bad guy, are you really going to leave? I just said those words in anger. If you insist on coaxing me a little longer, I won't be angry anymore.
Really afraid that Chin Feng would abandon her, Lang Ying hurried to chase after him.
But because she was wearing high heels, she couldn't run fast. Fortunately, Qin Feng didn't really plan to leave. After walking a few steps, Lang Ying caught up. Only.
She didn't know what happened during the last step, but the heel of her high heels got stuck on a small stone and she suddenly fell forward.
It's over. I'm going to be disfigured. What should I do? Will Qin Feng abandon me? Chapter 119, Climbing Over the Wall? What are you doing? I thought I would have an intimate contact with Mother Earth.
Lang Ying was prepared to have her face disfigured.
But
finally, he fell into a soft embrace.
It's definitely my husband, Omega?
After struggling with her hands for a while, Lang Ying quickly looked up.
Just see.
A pair of deep eyes were looking at her worriedly at this moment.
No, I told you to slow down. Why are you walking so fast? I won't really abandon you. If I don't look back, you will really fall.
Looking Lang Ying up and down, Qin Feng said anxiously.
And at this time, Lang Ying didn't want to say anything.
She hugged Qin Feng and kissed him lightly on the cheek. Because Qin Feng was worried about his wife at this time.
A little careless. The sneak attack was successful. What are you doing? Qin Feng asked blankly, not understanding why Lang Ying suddenly kissed him. Kiss you?
Lang Ying answered as a matter of course.
No, why did you kiss me? Now we're discussing how you almost fell. If you really fell, I'd feel the pain if you were hurt. I love kissing you.
The answer was irrelevant to the question. Lang Ying stood on tiptoe and answered softly.
And hearing this,
Qin Feng stopped suddenly.
He looked at Lang Ying helplessly, not knowing what to say. He has never been so speechless. You idiot.
Qin Feng reached out and scratched Lang Ying's slightly raised nose, then sighed. She was fooled by this.
Do you still want to eat tofu pudding? Think. Foodie, hold my hand and stop falling. Oh.
Lang Ying obediently took the hand Qin Feng extended.
Like a little kid. I'm just a child. TSK, a child of 3 years, 228 months? You guessed right. Qin Feng. Moment.
After buying a bowl of salty tofu pudding for Lang Ying, the two continued walking along the street.
Coincidentally,
when they reached the position facing the high school,
caught up at dusk.
Most of the sun had sunk below the horizon, and the dim light shone on the hands of Lang Ying and Qin Feng. It has a very beautiful feeling.
Think back to the past.
They were like this when they were kids. It was just that it was summer, so what they saw was sunrise, not sunset.
Honey, what is that? Yes, Daddy. Get lost. Keep moving forward.
Soon they came to another intersection.
And the corner. This is the high school that Qin Feng attended. It's pretty much what I expected before it came. The school was still an evening study and the security guard refused to open the door, so the two of them couldn't get in. Although the security guard was impressed by Qin Feng and recognized him. But because the school rules and regulations are very strict, outsiders are not allowed to enter, so they can only chat for a few dollars and then it ends there. Where are we going now?
Holding the unfinished salty tofu pudding in one hand and playing with her long hair out of boredom with the other, Lang Ying asked Qin Feng in a cute way. Since they couldn't enter the school, they had no choice but to return to where they were.
Don't panic, I'll take you somewhere.
Smiling confidently, Qin Feng seemed to have thought of something and pulled Lang Ying to the other side of the school.
Where are we going? Aren't we going back?
Lang Ying followed Qin Feng obediently, but she was still a little confused and asked.
Why go back?
I'll take you to see the place where I jumped over the wall to play at noon. Qin Feng said happily.
No, you've done this before? Hearing this, Lang Ying was a little surprised. Her husband is quite polite. Has he ever done something like climbing over a wall? Of course, everyone has a childhood.
Qin Feng answered as a matter of course. At first, he had nothing to do and often went out to the internet cafe to play.
Or go out and buy something to eat. I didn't. I spent my childhood studying.
Lang Ying was a little depressed. She had never experienced anything so fun. She became angry when she thought about studying in that prison-like place every day.
It's all Lung Zin's fault. What's the point of studying abroad? That's okay, let's make up for it now.
Qin Feng turned around and patted his wife's head and answered comfortingly.
Good.
Receiving the comfort from her husband, Lang Ying nodded immediately. The two walked forward, turned a corner, and came to the starting point of a bridge. Walking from the right side of the bridge, you can see rows of thick iron pipes covered with a lot of yellow rust. Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying and walked over carefully.
And after that, it was the wall of his school. But even though it is a wall,
but this 2-meter height was nothing to Qin Feng, who was well developed at that time. It can be done by using the height of a few stacked bricks and taking a running start. When I came back, I climbed the tree directly.
So many years.
The few big poplar trees beside the bridge are still alive.
The vitality is great. Okay, we can go in from here,
Qin Feng said as he patted the big poplar tree closest to him.
Where's the road? I only see the wall.
Looking at the more than 2-meter high concrete wall, Lang Ying replied indifferently.
Put your feet on the poplar tree and the wall, and when you reach a certain height, turn around and hold on to the top of the wall to get in,
Qin Feng explained to his wife in a vivid manner, and he was very excited.
Go in with bare hands?
Watching the demonstration silently, Lang Ying felt incredible.
The wall is more than 2 meters high, and you can climb over it just like that?
It seems that Qin Feng had good physical fitness in high school.
How about I show you?
Seeing Lang Ying's surprised look, Qin Feng smiled slightly and immediately said, no matter how accurate the words are, they do not reflect the true intuition. Besides, after so many years, he also wanted to climb over the school wall again. It took more than 3 years.
All the emotions are brought out. Only.
Lang Ying looked at the 2-meter high concrete wall and immediately shook her head. Let's not do it.
It's quite high. Don't fall. Don't worry, my nickname at school is Qin Tayo Tayo. Climbing over this wall is just like going home. It's no problem.
Qin Feng was in high spirits and answered nonchalantly.
And speaking.
He took a running start, stepped on the wall with 1 foot, then stepped on the trunk of a poplar tree, and turned around to climb over the wall. Qin Feng has long arms and legs and outstanding strength.
Climbing over a 2-meter wall is not easy. 2 seconds.
Before Lang Ying could recover from her shock, Qin Feng had already stood on the wall.
Pa. How did you do that, honey? It's so cool.
With a look of a little fangirl, Lang Ying immediately clapped her hands and said with a smile,
it's a pity I can't bring you up.
Smiling slightly, Qin Feng looked back at the scenery on campus.
It's still exactly the same as the original.
There is a small flower bed next to the wall, and inside is the playground and dormitory building.
Only.
He was admiring the scenery on campus when he suddenly saw a middle-aged man in a black security uniform squatting behind a flower bed, looking like a sniper. But unfortunately, the sniper did not see him climbing over the wall. Qin Feng raised his head slightly and looked over. I saw the security guard staring at a young couple not far away, hugging and cuddling each other.
Good job.
It is to catch people who fall in love too early. He was just about to get closer to watch the show.
But suddenly, a powerful and resounding voice appeared. Hey, you on the wall, what are you doing? Chapter 120 Conditioned Reflex, are they better than you in playing against the king? The one standing on the wall, which class are you from? A student was just criticized a few days ago, and you still dare to jump over the wall? You're committing a crime in defiance of the law. Just see.
On the flowerbed path on the other side of the wall, a chubby middle-aged Mediterranean man came quickly, pointed at Qin Feng who was sitting on the wall and shouted,
oh no, we've been discovered. Qin Feng was startled by the sudden loud scolding and almost fell backwards.
Fortunately, he was more skilled and managed to turn over and almost solve the problem.
And after that,
he immediately jumped down from the wall, grabbed Lang Ying's hand and started running outside.
The two ran for a while and finally crossed the bridge. No, why are we running? Can the people inside still climb over the wall and get out?
Panting, Lang Ying grabbed the anxious Qin Feng and looked up and asked, what happened just now happened too fast. She just followed her lovely husband around blankly, even spilling the salty tofu pudding. The security guard inside is calling me, I'm afraid he will arrest me. Qin Feng spoke honestly before he could figure out what was going on. Lang Ying was speechless when she heard this.
She took a breath, then asked with amusement, the wall is so high, are you sure he can climb over it so quickly? Besides, even if you're caught, what's the big deal? You're not a student here. If you get caught, just say you came to see the school scenery.
Qin Feng listened silently, with a question mark on his face.
Yes.
He has graduated for a long time. What are you afraid of? Besides, the security guard was so fat that it was impossible for him to climb over the wall to catch him. He is not afraid of being criticized in the notice.
It's over.
This is a conditioned reflex.
It's etched into my DNA.
Holding his forehead, which was slightly sweaty, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry.
This is a conditioned reflex? You're amazing.
Lang Ying replied with a helpless smile.
Speaking of which,
she had never seen Qin Feng so panicked before.
It was a good decision to visit the school. So where are we going now?
After finding a trash can on the side of the road, Lang Ying threw away the tofu pudding paper box, then turned and asked Qin Feng.
What else can we do? Look, it's getting dark now. Let's just call it a day today and go back to sleep.
Qin Feng looked down at his phone and realized that it was already past 7 in the evening, so he answered immediately.
How long have they been out? It's already past 7 o'clock. Happy times are always short.
Okay, that's it for today. The tone was very cheerful. Lang Ying answered with a smile.
Let's go, little Lang Ying.
Qin Feng reached out and gently took the soft little hand of his lovely wife, and replied with the same smile.
The two crossed the bridge. Walked around the school for a while.
Since half of the tofu pudding he bought for Lang Ying had spilled, when they passed by the snack street, Qin Feng bought Lang Ying another portion of salty tofu pudding, and then went home contentedly. Because Lang Ying was wearing high heels, it was inconvenient for her to walk on the bumpy and narrow path. Qin Feng took her on a detour through the flat asphalt road.
But taking a detour means walking a little further.
When I got home, it was already 7:30.
It wasn't completely dark yet, but the households in the community were not out and about. I guess most people were off work and eating at home. 4,399 households. Lang Ying closed the door gently.
Seeing that the lights in the room and the living room were off, and only his parents' room was lit in the whole house, she made a hushing gesture to Qin Feng. It seems that uncle and auntie are resting.
Why don't we go back to the room? You've been walking around for most of the day, aren't you sweating?
After taking a look at the location of Qin Yi and Li Ningxue's bedroom, Qin Feng pulled his shirt down uncomfortably and then asked.
I walked around the street with Lang Ying for an hour, climbed over a wall, and ran a long distance. He wasn't wearing cool clothes, and the temperature was a bit high today.
The body has actually been sweating for a long time.
Taking a hot bath at this time is very comfortable. But Lang Ying asked him to go back to the room and rest? How could I possibly sleep? Actually, I want to wash too.
Seeing Qin Feng's uncomfortable look, Lang Ying's face turned slightly red and she spoke softly.
She was actually sweating a little.
Although it was okay, she felt a little uncomfortable seeing her husband's actions.
If you want to wash, just go ahead.
Hearing that Lang Ying also wanted to take a bath, Qin Feng immediately replied.
I'm afraid to disturb my uncle and aunt. They seem to be resting. Lang Ying said weakly.
There were no lights on in the entire house, only the bedroom was lit. She reflexively thought that Qin Yi and Li Ningxue were going to bed.
I'm too embarrassed to bother you anymore.
But when Qin Feng heard his wife say this, he felt ashamed.
Are you kidding me? It's only 7:30 in the evening. The nightlife hasn't started yet.
They ate early today, starting at 4 or 5 o'clock.
Usually, they always start eating at 7 p.m. Qin Yi and Li Ningxue were definitely not sleeping at this time. Maybe he's playing King of Glory.
Even though their combined ages are older than Uncle Zhang, who dances and flirts with the old ladies at the entrance of the community, the things they play with cost a lot of money. Watch dramas, watch videos, and play King of Glory.
Proficient in everything.
Wife, go to my parents' bedroom door and listen to see what they are doing. Qin Feng encouraged, poking Lang Ying's arm with his elbow.
That's not good, I don't dare.
Lang Ying immediately shook her head.
Isn't it crazy to eavesdrop at your parents-in-law's bedroom door when you have nothing to do? She resolutely refused to go.
Why are you so afraid? I'll bet you 50 cents that those two guys are definitely playing King of Glory. Patting his chest, Qin Feng said confidently. He went home and stayed for several days during the Chinese New Year.
Good job. They must stay up late at night to score points. Don't say. Comrade Qin Yi's skills are pretty good and he has already reached the level of a king. Li Ningxue is also good.
With Qin Yi's guidance, she also reached the Star Glory level. He remembered that the King season was updated a few days ago, and now they were probably duo queuing to gain points.
King? Do uncle and aunt play too? Lang Ying was doubtful and wavering.
Of course, their skills are at least 50 times better than yours. Qin Feng patted his wife's head and said with great amusement.
And hear this. Lang Ying stopped talking immediately.
She had never been so speechless in her life. Her parents-in-law are better at playing games than she is. Logically speaking, they shouldn't even understand how to use a smartphone.
You lied to me. No, I want to go and see.
The more she thought about it, the more she would lose.
Lang Ying was completely shaken. And speaking.
She looked back every step of the way and had already walked carefully to a position not far from the bedroom door, listening quietly with her ears perked up.
Electric mouse, come on.
Yes, yes, Sister Yao. No, wife, you put on the shield, ha ha, kill them all.
Tisk, it's still up to me to push the tower. Win, Wan Yan Xingyao finally becomes the king. Chapter 121, Sending a Child? Accidentally causing trouble?
Listening to the fierce battle in the bedroom, Lang Ying's mouth twitched slightly. Especially the word king deeply hurt her heart.
What is the rank of king?
She's only a bronze. Not intending to disturb their journey to rank up, Lang Ying chose to quietly retreat. You're right, uncle and auntie are really playing King of Glory.
Auntie even went from Star Glory to King of Glory.
I'll give you 50 cents later. Quietly retreating to her previous position, Lang Ying pouted and spoke to her husband indignantly. She wasn't upset because she lost the bet. But her parents-in-law are really better at playing games than her.
This is outrageous.
Hey, that's what I told you. Just go take a shower and I'll do it later.
I guess they'll have to play a few more games before they go to bed.
Raising his eyebrows, Qin Feng replied with a smile. He patted Lang Ying's shoulder gently, then turned around to get her some hot water.
After.
Just as he said, both of them had already taken a shower and even lay down on their beds to rest.
Comrade Qin Yi is still playing duo queue with Li Ningxue to gain points. In the room.
Because this is Qin Feng's room, there is only a single bed.
Now.
They huddled together. The air conditioner outside the house was making a slight noise. Lang Ying looked up at the ceiling quietly. She didn't feel any discomfort, but rather liked this feeling. Honey, when we get old, can we come here to live? She suddenly said.
Why? Do you like it here?
With the corners of his mouth slightly raised, Qin answered with his eyes closed. The cool breeze from the air conditioner is very comfortable, and sleeping with his beautiful wife is even more comfortable.
It's good that he's not asleep now. Yeah, everything feels good. Lang Ying said lightly. And suddenly, she paused, then added, I think it's because you are here.
Be serious, and forget about the feeling.
You think this place is nice because of me?
Qin Feng answered jokingly. TSK, I just realized today that you are a narcissist. Lang Ying said quietly, rolled her eyes at her husband, and then answered.
To this.
Qin Feng just smiled and explained, don't think it's good now, you will definitely not be able to bear it if you live here for a long time.
The environment here is really nice though. But compared with the center of Shanghai, it is much worse. It's a small city. The pace of life is very slow.
Lang Ying suddenly came from a fast-paced life, so it was natural for her to feel relaxed and good.
But
if this kind of days lasts for a long time,
that would become boring. He knew this feeling very well.
Every time I come back to celebrate the new year, it starts out good, but in the end I always leave in a hurry.
I can't hold it in at all. Only.
Lang Ying obviously didn't believe what Qin Feng said.
But she didn't refute it. Oh, right. The two were silent for a while. Qin Feng suddenly thought of something and asked softly, do you really want to wear the ring my parents gave us? What kind of strange question are you asking? Of course I wear this ring when I go out. My uncle and aunt spent a lot of money on it.
Lang Ying answered very seriously.
Wedding diamond ring.
And it was bought by her parents-in-law, so of course she had to wear it.
Nothing. I just thought, you spent over 3 million to make me a custom suit. Wouldn't a ring worth over 600,000 look cheap if you wore it?
Qin Feng stretched out his hand, aligned the ring with the ceiling, looked at it, and then explained.
A diamond ring worth 600,000. It is very expensive for ordinary people.
But to Lang Ying, that price was a bit bland.
Only. Listening to Qin Feng's explanation. Lang Ying pouted, looking a little unhappy.
She poked her husband in the ribs with her elbow and explained seriously, in my opinion. The value of a ring is never about its price, but about the thought that goes into it.
Don't even mention 600,000. Even if it's a ring worth 60 or 6,000, I'll wear it well. This is a gift from my uncle and aunt. The thought behind it is so great. Hearing this, Xin Feng was slightly surprised, then he laughed. All right. His wife is really sensible. What to do? He is a little dependent on Lang Ying. It's just that now that you mention it, I feel a little embarrassed.
These 2 rings have drained my uncle and aunt's savings. Gently stroking the platinum ring on the ring finger of her right hand, Lang Ying suddenly said.
Don't panic. Based on what I know about my parents, they definitely have more than enough.
Xin Feng answered confidently. Hearing this, Lang Ying poked his ribs with her elbow again. TSK, I think we should also give something to our uncle and aunt.
If you're going to give a gift, give it to a child. My mother will definitely like it.
It felt a bit painful when being poked. Xin Feng rubbed his ribs and muttered.
You, me, too.
After organizing many words back and forth, Lang Ying was unable to speak out, and could only nod slightly in response. She also felt that what her husband said made sense.
Li Ningshui's favorite gift is to have a grandchild to hold and play with. Then, how about we just try our best now?
While thinking, Lang Ying suddenly said.
At this time, the night is quiet.
Xin Feng only felt a little cold around his waist.
My room is not soundproof, he said immediately. Then let's do it later.
With a blushing face, Lang Ying said softly.
Fine.
The whole room was dark now, and Xin Feng couldn't see her blushing face.
Xin Feng nodded. Until midnight.
In a daze, Xin Feng felt someone touching his stomach and rubbing the 6 abdominal muscles.
It made his body warm.
Wife, the room is not soundproof.
It's okay, I'll bear with it. Can you handle it? It's okay. The next day.
Before the first ray of sunlight shone through the window in the morning, Xin Feng was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. He was afraid that the ringing would wake up Lang Ying as well, so he quickly went to get the phone on the bedside table. After the call was connected, Li Yunch's voice appeared on the other end of the line.
Hey, you really know how to pick the right time to call.
Scratching his messy hair, Xin Feng looked confused.
And at the same time,
in the center of Pudong New Area, Shanghai, in a science and technology park,
Li Yunche was dressed in a suit and tie, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his phone.
He looked calmly at the building not far away through the huge floor-to-ceiling window in front of him. The latest news is that even many real estate companies as far away as Yanjing are interested in the redevelopment of this small piece of land.
I rethought the reasons overnight and found that your piece of land seems to be the fortress for the future development of the Magic City. Chapter 122 Brother Li's Business Acumen, Transforming into a Toilet Warrior? Did you calculate it yourself?
Xin Feng listened silently to what Li Yunche said on the other end of the phone. His sleepiness disappeared a little, and he asked very calmly.
No, my dad gave me some pointers.
Without any intention of hiding anything, Li Yunche changed his hand and continued to answer.
Hearing this, Xin Feng felt that something was wrong.
Even the second largest business tycoon in the Magic City had noticed this small piece of land.
He was just planning to make a little money by taking advantage of the opportunity. More than 4 billion in net profit.
In Shanghai, a city full of opportunities, it's really nothing.
In the financial world, there are people who make billions of dollars overnight. But it doesn't make sense that so many bigwigs noticed him.
Although the amount of their single project will definitely not bring such a huge profit, when the group is combined, the more than 4 billion is only a few days' turnover.
Is this piece of land really special? It shouldn't be. Take a deep breath.
Xin Feng was about to open his mouth to ask Li Yunche for details, but unexpectedly Lang Ying, who was sleeping next to him, suddenly pushed him lazily.
Hubby, what are you doing? You're pressing my hair, it hurts.
Oh, sorry, I was on the phone with someone. Turning around and looking at his still dazed wife, Xin Feng raised the corners of his mouth slightly, decisively turned sideways, and carefully got out of bed. When he got outside, he quickly went into the bathroom. Only then did he dare to speak normally to Brother Li.
Your father has great taste. What else did he say to you?
Holding the phone, Xin Feng narrowed his eyes and spoke seriously.
He didn't say much. He said he was too lazy to fight the younger generation in the Magic City and gave up the opportunity. He said that if I was interested, he would give me 3 billion in starting capital for me to use. Li Yunche answered quickly. Just 3 billion? Qin Feng asked after looking down at the phone interface. And at this time, a woman's voice came from the other end of the line. It was obvious that he was calling Li Yunche to a meeting. Well, the funding is indeed a bit limited, and it won't amount to much. Li Yunche asked casually as he walked quickly. And in an instant, he suddenly thought of something and asked decisively, by the way, do you plan to give that piece of land directly to Lung Zian, or sell it directly? It was sold for 5 billion. Listening silently to the obvious footsteps on the other end of the phone, Qin Feng replied indifferently. He actually thought about selling the land directly to Lung Zian. But there's no way. The man named Lu Ida immediately accepted his exorbitant price. Even with such a high premium, the guy still took it without hesitation. There is no way to deal with this situation. Let us talk about it later. The time is not right now, so I will tell Lung Zian. It might even backfire. It makes him look like he is trying to scam people out of money. Instead of doing this, it is better to hand it over to others for development. As for that piece of land, you can only make a small profit. It is just an important location for the subsequent development of Shanghai. There's nothing wrong with developing it for others. 5 billion, that's a real estate company in Yanjing, right? On the other end of the phone, Li Yunche asked in a very calm tone. And hear these words. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt a little confused. He was prepared to hear Brother Li's surprised tone. After all, good things should be kept within the family. But in the end, Brother Li is so calm? It was as if he had predicted the end of the matter long ago. Why are you so sure, Brother Li? Holding the glass door of the bathroom with one hand, Qin Feng looked up and asked. I can analyze it with my brain. It's likely someone from Yanjing. Li Yunche answered as a matter of course, his voice intentionally lowered. Seriously. Now there is no one in the Magic City except him. Few people really believe Qin Feng's lies. Moreover, people who work in real estate in Shanghai are very cautious. They will not be too radical before receiving more accurate information. If you don't want to make small money, you can't make big money. It is very stable, but it is bound to not significantly expand the industry. To put it bluntly, even eating poop can't compare to eating hot poop. Okay, after talking to you for so long, is this all you came here to tell me? Knowing that Li Yunche couldn't tell him everything, Qin Feng didn't ask and changed the subject directly. I'm just letting you know. I'm afraid you've been ripped off. A good piece of land was happily sold for over 2 billion yuan. Li Yunche answered very seriously. And hear this. Qin Feng's face suddenly darkened. He was speechless. Is this how my brain looks in Brother Li's eyes? Then don't worry. My wife always calls me smart. My face was full of stories before I even entered society. He answered like a stand-up comedian. On the other end of the phone, when Li Yunche heard Qin Feng start to argue, he smiled helplessly and said, all right, that's all. You can handle it on your own. I have a meeting to attend. I'm hanging up. Reminder completed. He hung up the phone decisively. Unlike Qin Feng, who was a careless guy, Li Yunche runs the company alone, and the company's industrial chain is complex, and he is responsible for many new sectors. His daily schedule is basically full. Rarely rest. I happen to be coming to the Shanghai High-Tech Park for a meeting today. When he saw the analysis results sent by his father Li Nidian, the meeting was about to begin. But he still found time to call Qin Feng to inform him. In Brother Li's eyes, although Qin Feng has nothing to do all day and just flirts with girls, he still has a good eye for investment. As a member of the same younger generation, he admires it very much. And they have collaborated on a movie before. Notification is no problem. But at this time, Qin Feng, who was still in the bathroom, had no idea what Brother Li was thinking. He was now listening to the busy tone on the phone, speechless. You hang up the phone all the time. I've spoiled you. Damn, next time I'll hang up on you first. You can't spoil him. Very impatient, Qin Feng decisively turned off the screen and walked out of the bathroom. Only. I've been on the phone for a long time. His sleepiness disappeared.
When Qin Feng returned to the room as carefully as possible, he lay on the bed again and couldn't fall asleep even with his eyes closed.
I have nothing to do.
He turned over gently and turned to look at Ling Ying. Although he had seen Ling Ying sleeping 3 or 4 times, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, his wife was so beautiful that he could never get tired of looking at her.
Just this time.
He hadn't been there for half a minute when the phone on the bedside table started ringing again.
What's going on today?
Muttering, Qin Feng hurried to pick up the phone.
It wasn't Li Yunche calling, it was an unfamiliar number. The address above is Chaoyang District, Yanjing.
When he saw the address, he immediately knew who was calling.
The combination of Lu Wangshu and Lu Ida. Hello, I'm Qin Feng.
Qin Feng answered the call without hesitation and said softly.
And at the same time,
he stood up and prepared to go back to the bathroom.
Chapter 123, Silly? Sucker?
But before Qin Feng stood up, he felt someone pulling him.
Looking back, it was Ling Ying.
She woke up in a daze, and her originally black and beautiful hair was now a mess because of her pulling it.
Hubby, where are you going? Don't go outside. Just answer the phone here. I can't sleep either. See this.
Qin Feng snorted helplessly, then reached out and rubbed his lovely wife's hair hard, making it even more messy.
Did you know you didn't even open your eyes when you said that? Huh? It's not open?
Rubbing her sleepy eyes with her little hands, Ling Ying quickly opened her eyes and looked at Qin Feng.
Okay, I'm going to go out and make a phone call. You can rest for a while.
Qin Feng suggested. Having said that, he stood up.
Only. At this time, Ling Ying was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and grabbed his pants. Sizzle.
The sound of fabric tearing came suddenly. Qin Feng decisively chose to sit down.
Honey, why don't you go out and make a phone call?
Looking down at the little bit of striped fabric in her hand in confusion, Ling Ying gradually began to laugh.
You idiot.
His old face turned red, and Qin Feng pulled the quilt to cover himself.
And at this time, the phone has been ringing for more than 10 seconds. If you don't answer it,
it will be because no one answered the call by default. I'm on the phone here, please don't talk. Qin Feng made a hushing gesture towards Ling Ying and reached out to decisively answer the call.
The moment the connection is made, a very calm middle-aged man's voice appeared on the other end of the phone. It turned out to be Lu Ida calling. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry to bother you. Do you have time now? I've arrived in Shanghai and am currently at Hangzhou Airport. I think we can find a place to sign the contract. Lu Ida explained very politely.
There was a lot of noisy voices on the other end of the phone. He must have called Qin Feng as soon as he got off the plane.
Only.
When Qin Feng heard the location of Hangzhou Airport, the corners of his mouth twitched unconsciously. He is now in Qingpu District, northwest of Shanghai. Lu Ida is now at Hangzhou Airport and has just got off the plane.
Hangzhou Airport is located close to the center of Shanghai. If he goes there now, it would be the same as going directly back to Tomson-Epine. It takes 2 hours to drive. It takes 4 hours to go back and forth, so what is the point of having fun with Ling Ying? Is it inconvenient for Mr. Qin now? On the other end of the phone.
Seeing that Qin Feng had not answered him, Lu Ida asked very considerately.
About the same. I'm in Qingpu District right now. It's not far, but not close either.
After coughing, Qin Feng said calmly. After all, he is a businessman, so he still needs to show his presence. Although they had never met, he knew it very well in his heart.
Lu Ida from Yanqing has great business ability and vision, and he must be a talent.
Someone who can come up with 5 billion in funds at once.
Qin Feng didn't believe that he was a fool. He is definitely smarter than a monkey. And over there. Lu Ida listened to Qin Feng's explanation and nodded slightly.
He was silent for a moment, and then several very faint voices of conversation were heard.
Then he answered. I have a lot of time now.
I can wait for Mr. Qin for an entire afternoon, even tomorrow.
Is that okay? That's fine. I'll try to arrive around noon.
Looking down at the time on his phone, Qin Feng turned towards Ling Ying and spoke clearly with his mouth. He was afraid that his wife would be unhappy.
I came here to play originally, and now it's great. It was gone in half a day. But Ling Ying didn't say anything.
She just sat there quietly, tilting her head and looking at Qin Feng with a silly and cute look on her face.
Okay, I'll send you the location later, we'll talk then. Luida answered in a calm tone.
Okay, let's talk later. Qin Feng also spoke in the same calm tone. By the way, Mr. Qin, I only brought my personal secretary and a few documents with me this time. Suddenly thinking of something, Luida immediately added. When Qin Feng heard this, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he chuckled.
Luida added this sentence and the meaning was clear.
I'm not on guard against you, I'm not setting a trap for you, I'm here with the documents to sign the contract with you sincerely.
I won't cheat you, and you don't cheat me.
This middle-aged man is quite rare and steady.
I see.
After thinking about it, Qin Feng answered immediately.
That's good. Beep beep.
Qin Feng was very cunning and decisively hung up the phone first.
Who is it?
The little head was still tilted, Lang Ying asked cutely.
A real estate developer in Yanjing wants to spend 5 billion to buy the unfinished building I acquired a while ago.
There was no intention of hiding anything, Qin Feng answered truthfully.
Oh, 5 billion. Lang Ying nodded bewilderedly.
She fell onto Qin Feng, but suddenly, she sat up again.
5 billion? Confused, Lang Ying exclaimed.
But she knew that her husband had bought the unfinished building for more than 100 million yuan. The good guy was sold directly for 5 billion.
50 times the profit. Is it that profitable?
The sucker who called you said that the contract he signed was actually a land transfer contract? Lang Ying said in disbelief. Qin Feng was on speakerphone when he made the call. She could hear it clearly too. Listen to the man's voice on the other side. Although he looks to be in his 40s, his tone is neither anxious nor impatient, and he is calm and steady, with high emotional intelligence. He is definitely a businessman who is good at doing business.
Why would you spend 5 billion to be such a sucker? Isn't this unscientific?
They are very smart.
This piece of land is worth this much. Hearing Lang Ying say that Luida was a sucker, Qin Feng couldn't help laughing.
He reached out and flicked his wife's forehead, explaining, although the 5 billion price tag represents a 500 to 600 million premium overall, he still made a profit. It is indeed very difficult to actually get that unfinished building moving. All the debts owed must be paid off first, and there is also the need for initial investment funds, approval from the Shanghai government, and other operations.
This is running around. Without 100 million, construction cannot begin. Moreover, if there is not sufficient funding in the early stages, there may be a risk of suspension of work later. Even if everything is finished. Construction has not started yet, but the construction budget needs to be calculated. In summary,
you can make a small profit, but it is very troublesome. When Lin Shuhan publicly sold this land before, other bigwigs in Shanghai clearly had sufficient funds to start the business, but they were still unwilling to buy it.
This is the reason.
Otherwise, Qin Feng wouldn't be able to take advantage of the situation.
But
Lang Ying is not in the real estate business. Although she knows a little about these things, she won't delve into them in depth.
The price of 5 billion.
She always felt that Luida was a sucker.
Forget it, I don't understand this and I can't give you any advice. Lang Ying obediently didn't ask any more questions. She tidied her hair a little and said, then shall we go back in the morning? Chapter 124, Poor Quality, Happy Landlord? Of course not.
Qin Feng replied very decisively.
How long have they been here to play?
Lang Ying said this before she even arrived.
The company hasn't had much business recently. 2 days of freedom.
It's a rare opportunity to have time, so I can go back tomorrow morning.
Let us talk about it later.
Now he was going back to the center of Shanghai just to sign a contract with Luida, and there was no need for Lang Ying to go back with him.
I'll go back by myself. You wait for me here. It won't be long. I'll be back at noon.
Qin Feng smiled helplessly, reached out and stroked Lang Ying's smooth and soft face, explaining in a comforting manner.
Oh well.
Lang Ying let her husband caress her face, closed her eyes and nodded slightly, showing no objection.
One morning.
It's acceptable, she should be able to bear it.
Okay, then I'll drive over now and try to come back early to play with you.
Qin Feng patted Lang Ying's little head and stood up, just as he was about to get up.
But suddenly,
he felt a chill.
Wife, can you get me a pair of underwear?
Qin Feng asked with one hand covering his face, his old face slightly red. Hearing this, Lang Ying was also confused for a moment. But then she reacted. Lang Ying looked down at her husband, who kept pulling the quilt to cover his lower body, and burst out laughing.
No way.
Qin Feng blushed rarely.
This frustrated look is so cute. She couldn't help it. No, what are you laughing at?
It's you who pulled my underwear for no reason and with such force that it tore it apart. Qin Feng said with some embarrassment when he saw Lang Ying's gloating look.
Then why blame me? It's obviously your clothes that are of poor quality.
It's only natural, Lang Ying retorted with a smile.
She didn't actually use much force at the time. But I don't know why. The little thing just collapsed. It must be poor quality. Shut up and find me another one.
Not wanting to continue talking about this embarrassing topic, Qin Feng decisively interrupted his wife and pointed to the wardrobe next to him.
Only.
Lang Ying, who had always been very well behaved and obedient, refused to do so at this time. She stepped back, then shook her head confidently and said, "No, go by yourself." As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Feng was immediately shocked.
No, I'm naked, you're just kidding me. No, go by yourself. I've seen you all over.
I've seen Xiao Qin Feng more than once.
What's there to be shy about? Are you still a man?
Although her pretty face was already very red, Lang Ying smiled even more happily.
This is different. Qin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's going on? Is my wife playing a trick on me? Good job. The signs of resistance are becoming more and more obvious. How is it different?
They are all just looking. Looking at her husband's expression of despair, Lang Ying felt very happy for some reason.
Are you going?
Qin Feng asked in a slightly threatening tone.
No. Lang Ying is very tough.
Okay, if you don't want to go, I'll go by myself. Qin Feng got out of bed, pulling at the quilt, and went to the closet to find a new pair of underwear. He had already prepared the clothes he would need for the next 2 days before leaving, but because there was no space in the room, he put them all in the closet.
I knew this would happen. He would definitely put it next to the bed.
Okay, I'll find it for you. Seeing that her husband was really anxious, Lang Ying quickly got out of bed and went to the cabinet. Although they slept in a single bed, the quilt he covered himself with was a 7x7 goose-down quilt.
That's the bad thing. This quilt is too big.
Lang Ying got off the bed and stepped firmly on the tail, dragging on the ground with her third step.
Goose down is very smooth.
Her whole body unconsciously paused.
And at this time, things happened so fast like a tornado.
Qin Feng was still walking forward. Both sides are exerting force on the quilt.
The quilt tightened with a crackling sound.
Then there was an exclamation.
Hubby, I saw Xiao Qin was banned.
Forced to slide back a step, Lang Ying just sat on the bed. She looked at Qin Feng, whose lower body was naked, and immediately covered her face with her hands.
But it only covers the face. You should take a look at it.
Cover up, cover up, cover up. The gaps between your fingers are bigger than my hand.
Are you trying to hide your loneliness?
Qin Feng turned around reflexively and covered his important parts with his hands.
He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into.
He remembered that both sides had been frank with each other.
But why does it feel so awkward now? And obviously, now is not the time to think about this problem.
Although he turned around, his butt was still facing Lang Ying. Feeling really embarrassed, Qin Feng squatted down decisively, pulled the quilt and wrapped himself in it again.
Just stay in bed and don't move, he said warningly.
Qin Feng hurried to the wardrobe, opened it, rummaged through it, and finally took out a pair of shorts.
After finding it, he hesitated, then looked behind him. Just see.
Lang Ying was tilting her head and smiling maliciously.
She looks like a female hooligan. Gurgle gurgle.
Seeing this, Qin Feng swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Lang Ying's smile made him a little scared. Just when he was about to open his mouth to ask his wife to turn around,
Lang Ying looked up at the ceiling, then said very seriously, I suddenly want to go to the bathroom.
She had already gotten up from the bed, walked to the door, opened it and went out.
This guy.
After looking outside, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see Lang Ying coming back. He was not afraid of Lang Ying looking at him.
But I was afraid that she would get angry. She gets anxious before she does anything. It got much better after I did the job, but it got even more urgent. I can't control myself this early in the morning. After touching his waist, Chin Feng sighed and quickly put on his pants. Before he could lift it up, the door suddenly opened. Lan Ying's little head immediately popped in, and her pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes automatically located Chin Feng's position.
What's wrong? Honey, you haven't changed yet?
Chin Feng.
8 o'clock in the morning. On the way to the Pudong location in Shanghai, Chin Feng held the steering wheel with one hand and touched his back with the other.
Hiss. It hurts a little.
And at the same time,
the location of a cafe in the heart of downtown Shanghai.
Luida crossed his legs, savored the cappuccino here, and leisurely opened the WeChat mini program to start a game of Happy Landlord.
Beside,
Teacher Wang is very dedicated. He was holding a tablet and looking carefully at some documents related to the land transaction, probably checking for omissions.
Chapter 125, 17 cards, can you kill me in seconds? I am the legal officer?
Hey, good cards, call the landlord. Seeing that he had 4 bombs, Luida decisively called the landlord.
Only. The landlord's cards are a bit bad. 1-9, 1-11, and 1-3.
If they are added to his hand, they will be 3 useless cards. Although the cards became a little bad, Luida remained calm. He rubbed his chin with his hand and directly played a 3.
Get rid of the small cards first, and it will be much easier to play later.
But he had just played a 3 when a farmer on the opposite side played a royal bomb.
Luida had a face full of question marks. A big bomb at the start? Who plays cards like this? Whoever starts a fight will use his ultimate move directly. This doesn't go according to common sense. Alright, I don't believe you can defeat me instantly with just 17 cards. Just give me a spring? Very confident, Luida calmly put down his phone, reached out for the cappuccino on the table, and took a sip.
He looked at the next player, staring at the countdown, wondering what cards the other party would play next.
And the next moment,
the word airplane appeared on his phone.
Spring is approaching.
Luida frowned, looking at the 10,000 beans he had lost, feeling a little confused.
Fuck, there's no way this is possible. Luida angrily slammed the table and his mentality collapsed.
The more than 10,000 beans he won on the plane last night are now only 3,000.
And next to it, Teacher Wang was looking at the land contract documents carefully.
He was startled when Luida suddenly slammed the table.
He leaned back suddenly and looked at Luida.
Seeing the landlord failure pattern appear on Luida's mobile phone interface, he immediately reminded him.
Mr. Lu, in a game, winning or losing doesn't matter. The most important thing about playing a game is having fun, so you have to play with a smile. Hearing these words, Luida was enlightened.
He gave Teacher Wang a thumbs up, handed him his phone, and said, I'm losing my mind, come play with me.
That's not good.
Teacher Wang put down his tablet and declined, I still need to look at the documents.
It's okay, I'll take a look.
Luida took the tablet computer directly and started looking at the documents.
See this. Teacher Wang didn't know what to say. He took the phone and opened it again.
The cards are still very good this time. For 2s, 3KS, QS, and 3s, and the rest are all pairs, no single cards.
This card is called Landlord.
As if history was repeating itself, Teacher Wang clicked the Landlord button, but then felt it was not enough, so he did a super double.
The other 2 farmers were also super doubled.
Before the fight even started, it had already multiplied several times.
But Teacher Wang was very confident and laughed. So happy? Seeing that Teacher Wang laughed out loud, Luida came over and asked.
I've already said that games are meant to be played with a smile.
Said.
Teacher Wang directly used K, Q, 3 consecutive cards with 2 pairs, and sent out a wave of planes.
The future is bright.
However, what he didn't expect was that the next player would block him with another trump card.
Yo-ho, a king bomb at the beginning? Teacher Wang frowned slightly and said.
When Luida saw this, he felt that the scene was very familiar. Could it be that the next thing I add up is another plane with 15 cards, which will kill you instantly, he muttered.
How could that be?
I don't believe that she can beat me in seconds with just 17 cards.
Give Auntie a cup of cappuccino. Teacher Wang chuckled. Now. He can still laugh.
After all, the probability of such a thing happening is quite small. He couldn't believe that he would encounter such bad luck.
Thinking about.
Teacher Wang brought another cappuccino to the next farmer and urged her to play her cards quickly.
And in an instant, a plane flew by.
Just as Luita said, 17 cards killed him instantly.
Also looked shocked. Teacher Wang looked at the phone interface in disbelief and punched the table. At this time, Luita said calmly, when playing games, the most important thing is to have fun. You have to play games with a smile. Hearing this,
Teacher Wang's face didn't look very good, sometimes red, sometimes purple, and his heart even ached from anger.
Who has such good luck? Laughing and playing? Play Nima.
The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he punched the table again.
And soon, the time came to 9 o'clock.
After being defeated instantly by others with 17 cards in a row, Luita and Teacher Wang obediently began to read news and documents.
At this time, Xin Feng also drove to a location near the center of Magic City. Park the car. Following Wei Xian's positioning, he walked slowly. We soon arrived at the cafe. Enter the cafe.
Looking around, he saw two middle-aged men sitting by the window, so he walked straight over.
Mr. Lu from Yanjing? Xin Feng asked tentatively. Who are you?
Pushing his glasses, Teacher Wang looked up and asked. Oh, you must be Mr. Qin. I knew you sounded young from your voice on the phone, but I didn't expect you to be this young.
Luita stood up and looked at Xin Feng with a smile on his face. Forehead.
Xin Feng looked down at his right hand, which had been suddenly grabbed, and blushed.
He then said, Hello, Mr. Lu, where is the contract? Here, Mr. Qin, would you like to take a look at it, or do you want the company's legal department to finalize it before signing?
Taking the document out of the briefcase he was carrying, Teacher Wang stood up and handed it to Xin Feng, then asked.
I'm in legal affairs. There aren't many documents. I'll take a look now.
Raising his eyebrows, Xin Feng reached out to take the document and sat down to read it carefully.
Teacher Wang and Luita saw this. Everyone is a little confused. Are you a legal officer? So awesome?
I didn't expect Mr. Qin to understand legal documents, but I think it's better to let a professional look at this kind of contract.
Sit down slowly, Teacher Wang kindly reminded you.
Although the contract he drafted did not have any traps, it was very rare in business. But when Xin Feng said he was a legal officer, he still didn't quite believe it.
A 5 billion contract. He acted like he was joking. It's outrageous. It's okay, I'm a professional.
Without even looking up, Xin Feng replied indifferently.
Joke.
The quick learning skills given by the system are amazing. These documents were a piece of cake for him.
No one knows the law better than him. What the hell is legal affairs? Oh well. Since the other party didn't care, Teacher Wang didn't say anything more. Just let him be.
Anyway, as long as there is no problem in the end.
And because the contract drafted by Teacher Wang is very simple and clear.
It also includes a special approval document issued by the Shanghai municipal government, which saves the trouble of explaining more than a dozen documents.
Few pages. But fine.
It took Xin Feng half an hour to finish browsing.
Okay, sign the contract.
Putting the documents on the table, Xin Feng said directly.
The other party was so resolute that he couldn't be coy. There is no problem with the contract at all. Chapter 126 Mr. Lu, don't be like this, don't be like this? Won't you take another look?
Seeing Xin Feng so decisive, Teacher Wang couldn't help but mention it.
And suddenly, Luita, who was sitting next to him, glanced at him. The contract has been streamlined to this extent, and every detail is reasonable. I have nothing else to read.
Xin Feng said in a very calm tone, with his arms around his shoulders. His working philosophy is that if others don't cheat him, he won't cheat others.
Luita, who came from Yanjing, is very sincere.
Since you said there's nothing more to see, please sign the final authorization page of the contract, Mr. Qin. Taking the contract from the table, Luita turned directly to the last page and asked Xin Feng.
Actually, I have another question.
After groaning, Xin Feng spoke slowly.
What's the problem? Frowning, Luita asked with some confusion.
A few days ago, I sold a small piece of land in this unfinished building to a man named Li Yunche.
If you are willing to accept it, I can sign the contract now. How many? 700 million investment, 7%.
Qin Feng shrugged his shoulders and replied.
Upon hearing these words, Luida was obviously relieved. He smiled and waved his hand, saying, "That's fine, but does the price we're negotiating need to be changed?" "Oh, no."
Qin Feng said calmly with a calm look in his eyes.
"No change?"
Hearing this, Teacher Wang frowned slightly, looking very unhappy.
The price of 5 billion already includes a premium. After dividing up 700 million, they still want to trade at the original price? Reduce the quantity while maintaining the original price? That's a bit too much. How can you bully people like this? Only. Before he could say anything else, Luida next to him spoke directly. "I can accept that." He answered directly. "Mr. Lu, this is too much." "Wei." "Shut up, I'm the boss." Luida interrupted Teacher Wang and turned to look at Qin Feng.
He said, "Mr. Qin is willing to let other small figures have a share of this big cake."
It seems that the relationship between the two is not ordinary.
"Oh, the relationship is not that great, just an ordinary relationship between rivals in love."
Qin Feng waved his hand and answered indifferently.
A long time ago, he and Li Yunche were indeed rivals in love. But at that time it was just a mistake on his part. I targeted others for no reason, and now doing this is almost like making up for it.
Mr. Qin is truly magnanimous. Although he was a little confused, Luida didn't want to gossip or dwell on this matter.
He took out a pen from his briefcase beside his seat, placed it on the table, and then placed it in front of Qin Baofeng along with the contract. He then said, "Then I don't want the other 7% of the land.
The price is 5 billion. Please sign the contract."
Okay. It was obviously an opportunity to take advantage, so Qin Feng had no reason to refuse. He picked up the pen on the table and leaned over to write his name on the last page of the contract.
"And see this." Luida on the opposite side smiled slightly.
Seeing that Qin Feng had already signed, he took the main copy of the contract and left the other copy with Qin Feng.
Today's transaction was the smoothest I've conducted in recent years. Working with young people is incredibly efficient.
Luida stood up and stretched out his hand towards Qin Feng with a faint smile on his face.
"See this."
Qin Feng also stood up and held his hand. Business is full of twists and turns.
Mr. Lu must not get tired of it. Hearing this, Luida immediately laughed and said, "Mr. Qin is right. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. This is the account." After telling Luida about his account, Qin Feng left. "This time I came here just to sign a contract that will make a lot of money. After signing, there is actually nothing to worry about. Okay, Mr. Qin, we may meet often in the future. Are you in charge of the project in the Magic City?" "Yes."
"Well, Mr. Lu will take good care of me in the future." Qin Feng said this politely and then left.
"Mr. Lu, why did you accept the 700 million yuan premium? Although we are rich, we can't afford to lose money like this."
After Qin Feng left, Teacher Wang followed Luida outside with his briefcase, and suddenly asked in confusion. "We have to grab the development rights to that unfinished building before everyone else does. My brother told me that Shanghai is planning to develop it along that line in the future.
It's a blue ocean and an opportunity."
Walking towards the front desk of the coffee shop, Luida calmly explained, "We can't make waves in Yanjing because there are too many obstacles.
At least the Magic City is smoother than Yanjing. I just overstepped my bounds." Listening to Luida's explanation silently, Teacher Wang suddenly understood and quickly answered. "It's okay. It's urgent. I have no choice. It's 700 million. I don't want to lose like this." With a helpless smile, Luida came to the front desk.
He tapped the table lightly, pointed to the middle of the 3 cups on the counter, and said to the waiter in front of him, "Hello, give me a medium latte."
"Is this what you want?" The female clerk reacted immediately and pointed at the middle one of the 3 cups and asked. "Yes, a medium cup." "I'm sorry, sir, this is a large cup, and this is a medium cup." The female clerk explained sincerely. Hearing this, Luida was a little confused.
He turned around and looked at the 3 cups in front of him, arranged in order of small, medium, and large, and asked in confusion, "Aren't these 3 cups large, medium, and small?"
"I want the medium cup."
"I'm sorry, sir, that's a large cup, this is a medium cup." The waitress pointed to 3 cups in order, explaining from smallest to largest, "This is a medium cup, a large cup, and an extra large cup." "I don't care what you call me, I want the medium cup among these 3 cups. Feeling like he was having a myocardial infarction, Louida's face turned black and he said with some displeasure.
Excuse me, sir. This is a large cup, and this is a medium cup. The female clerk explained it again in a rigid manner.
Louida looked at the cup in confusion, then looked at the female clerk.
My heart hurts a little. What's wrong with him today? I always encounter these annoying things. One last time, give me a medium latte.
Excuse me, sir, this is.
Pa. Mr. Liu, don't do this, don't do this. At this time,
Qin Feng had no idea that Louida was eating like crazy. He had already gotten into the car and was planning to go back to Qingpu district.
Chapter 127. What evil intentions does Xiao Yu have?
What Qin Feng didn't know was
Lang Ying, who was far away in his hometown of Qingpu district, also encountered some special problems. Home.
Because comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi only took 1 day off from work yesterday, they went straight to work early this morning.
Certainly.
It was after dinner, so Lang Ying didn't have to worry about getting hungry because no one cooked in the morning. Because she was too bored alone, she could only stay in Qin Feng's bed in the bedroom, holding her mobile phone to send messages to Linen, asking if there was anything going on in the company and whether she needed to deal with it.
As for Qin Feng,
she really didn't dare to send a message to her husband. The main reason was that she didn't want to give Qin Feng the impression that she was too clingy to him.
Even as a couple, there also needs to be a little space between both parties.
Qin Feng had only been gone for a short time, but I couldn't help but send him a WeChat message, which made him feel very annoyed. Lang Ying didn't want her husband to feel annoyed with her, so she endured it and didn't ask. But the more she endured, the more she wanted to.
It's so hard.
It started again, the days without my husband by my side.
Lang Ying rolled around on Qin Feng's bed holding her cell phone.
She felt like a kitten was scratching her heart, itchy and uncomfortable.
And at this time,
there were several doorbell rings outside.
Sigma? Sigma, is my husband back? I didn't think much about it.
Lang Yingting stood up from the bed, quickly put on her slippers, and ran outside.
Jogging all the way.
It only took her 30 seconds to reach the door.
Opened the door happily.
But the person outside the door was not Qin Feng, but a little girl who looked like a porcelain doll.
Xiao Yu?
She still had some impression. Lang Ying looked down at the little girl who was only as tall as her thigh, and her face suddenly fell. Unlike what she expected, she lost interest in an instant.
Aunt? Almost the same expression.
When Xiao Yu saw that it was Lang Ying instead of Qin Feng who opened the door, her fair and tender face suddenly fell.
I'm not aunt, call me sister.
She was already in a bad mood, and when she heard the little girl in front of her calling her aunt again, Lang Ying became even more speechless. She lowered her head slightly and corrected Xiao Yu very seriously.
Oh, is brother Qin Feng at home?
Xiao Yu ignored Lang Ying's correction and turned her head slightly to look into the house through Lang Ying's long legs. But due to the location of the house, she could only see the entrance.
Oh, looking for Qin Feng.
Lang Ying rolled her beautiful peach blossom eyes.
She was bored and suddenly felt a little evil.
She squatted down slightly, pinched Xiao Yu's face like Qin Feng pinched his own face, and then said, "Call me sister, and I will tell you if you call me sister."
Don't want.
Xiao Yu was suddenly pinched on the face by Lang Ying, and she took a step back in panic.
That's a pity.
I can't tell you whether brother Qin Feng is at home.
Lang Ying laughed with ill intentions.
When Xiao Yu heard Qin Feng, she became a little hesitant. Although she didn't like Lang Ying very much, Qin Feng's temptation was too great for her.
Sister. After thinking about it, Xiao Yu finally gave in. She stammered. Well, call again and let me hear it. Hearing this,
for some reason, Lang Ying felt very comfortable.
Based on a woman's sixth sense, she felt that there was something wrong with Xiao Yu. No, I already called you sister. Tell me quickly if brother Qin Feng is home?
Shaking his head decisively, Xiao Yu replied.
Qin Feng is not at home, what do you want to see him for? I also feel that it is not good to bully the little girl like this.
Lang Ying stroked her chin and thought for a while, then said slowly.
Not at home.
When Xiao Yu heard that Qin Feng was not there, she lowered her head slightly and felt depressed. She took a step toward the door and pulled out a small insulated box. These are the vegetarian buns and pork rib rice cakes my mother made. She made them specially for me when she heard that brother Chin Fong was coming back. She said that brother Chin Fong loved eating them when he was a child, so she asked me to bring them to you.
When I opened the lid of the thermal box, the aroma inside immediately came out.
Lang Ying raised her nose and sniffed hard, and was immediately mesmerized by the fragrance.
Wow, it looks good. Your mother is so nice.
Then, Lang Ying picked up the pork ribs and rice cakes in the thermal box and couldn't help but say, "Of course.
My mother not only cooks delicious food, but she is also a gentle person," Xiao Yu said proudly. And hear this.
Lang Ying glanced at Xiao Yu and thought to herself, Xiao Yu's mother is very gentle, so why is Xiao Yu herself so, making her uncomfortable?
But she didn't say anything.
The other party has already done this, and she, as an adult, cannot be so petty.
If you feel uncomfortable, then you feel uncomfortable. Chin Fong won't be back until noon, why don't you come over to play with him in the afternoon?
Reaching out and gently patting Xiao Yu's head, Lang Ying spoke truthfully.
Oh, all right then. Xiao Yu was obviously disappointed, nodded, and was about to leave. But at this time,
Lang Ying suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some Amul yogurt at home, so she quickly called her and brought her home.
Living room.
After putting the small thermos box on the glass table, Lang Ying hurried to get a few bottles of yogurt for Xiao Yu to drink. Seeing that there were some snacks that Chin Fong bought last night, she gave them to Xiao Yu as well.
Eat, I'm alone at home now, can you be my companion? Sitting on the sofa, Lang Ying asked Xiao Yu. Okay. Xiao Yu agreed reluctantly. Lang Ying was about to laugh, but Xiao Yu added, because you treated me to snacks. Lang Ying. Could it be that if she hadn't brought snacks for Xiao Yu, she would have just left? What a realistic little girl. Xiao Yu, why aren't you going to school? Today is Wednesday.
Lang Ying picked up a bag of potato chips on the table, opened it, handed it to Xiao Yu and asked.
There is a kind of holiday in this world called taking a leave. After rolling his eyes, Xiao Yu took the potato chips and said seriously. Okay.
Lang Ying felt despised and very uncomfortable.
How about we watch TV? Feeling really bored, Xiao Yu suddenly suggested.
After staying at home for the whole morning, Lang Ying had not yet touched the 65-inch LCD TV in the living room.
She nodded slightly, without any objection. Hey.
Seeing that Lang Ying agreed, Xiao Yu got down from the sofa, ran to the TV, turned it on skillfully, connected to the internet, picked up the remote control, and searched for a movie.
Suddenly, she looked back at Lang Ying with a harmless look and asked, Big sister, shall we watch a horror movie? A horror movie? Chapter 128. What a coincidence, your parents are also not human beings. Let's not do it, shall we? What's so good about horror movies? He immediately waved his hand and Lang Ying asked while shaking her head like a rattle. She doesn't usually watch horror movies. First of all, it's disgusting. Secondly, it's because it's too scary. She once watched The Ring and was so scared during the climax that she almost had a heart attack. For the sake of her heart health, Lang Ying decided not to watch horror movies or TV shows anymore. Only. Seeing Lang Ying's resistance, Xiao Yu immediately laughed and said, Big sister, are you scared? You're mistaken. How could I be afraid? Lang Ying replied immediately. She didn't want to be looked down upon by a little girl. Let us talk about it later. She just doesn't like watching horror movies, not that she can't watch them. Okay, then we'll watch a horror movie. With a smile of success on her face, Xiao Yu immediately searched for a movie called Silent Hill and clicked on it. Then, she trotted back to the sofa and sat side by side with Lang Ying with a bag of potato chips. Seeing that it has come to this, Lang Ying looked at the TV, swallowed secretly, and started watching it with gritted teeth. Just 10 minutes. A scream was heard in Chin Feng's house. Big sister, what's your name? Xiao Yu picked her ears with her little hands and looked at Lang Ying, who was curled up behind the sofa next to her, speechless. How come you are such a grown-up, but not as brave as her? So, disgusting, vomit. Her stomach churned, Lang Ying hid behind the sofa, her heart beating rapidly. Not disgusting, exactly. Rather, it is the sound effects and some suddenly appearing images that cause a sudden increase in psychological pressure, and then it feels very thrilling and scary. Lang Ying originally thought that she could accept it, as she had survived some of the scary and thrilling scenes and plots in the beginning. The last scene, which was not very scary, suddenly made me feel uncomfortable. Just say you can't watch it. Xiao Yu won't look down on you, big sister. It's very harmless, Xiao Yu said very seriously. Only.
Although she said so, her eyes had already revealed her mood.
She was just mocking Lang Ying. Alright, you win, I can't beat you, okay?
Hearing Xiao Yu's words that she was trying to cover up her mistake, Lang Ying knew what the kid meant and decisively waved her hand in surrender.
This little girl is so clever. She couldn't fight. Unless it is resolved directly by force. Are you giving up so soon?
Turning over and tugging at the backrest of the sofa, Xiao Yu stretched out her right hand to support her chin. Her eyes grew dim as she asked, "Tisk, how boring."
I really don't know how you got brother Qin Feng. Hearing this,
Lang Ying suddenly laughed. She sat directly on the floor, then looked up at Xiao Yu, shrugged her shoulders as if she couldn't understand it, and said puzzledly, "Yes, I don't know why, but Qin Feng just likes me, he likes me very much."
You've already given up. Xiao Yu's face suddenly darkened and she immediately said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing Xiao Yu unhappy, Lang Ying smiled proudly and then said, Sister can't get up, can you help her? What does it have to do with me if you can't get up?
Xiao Yu shook her head decisively and refused directly.
Who said it's none of your business? I hid behind the sofa because you insisted on watching some horror movie, okay? You have to be responsible for me.
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying said very seriously.
And I have to say it. Lang Ying is really beautiful.
The soft and cute look on her face when she blinked was a bit too much for Xiao Yu to bear.
Tisk, it's useless.
She said this very proudly, then quickly got down from the sofa and ran behind it to pull Lang Ying.
Okay, I'm useless. I'm a big loser.
Lang Ying simply accepted her fate and answered in a very calm tone.
Only.
At this moment, she found Xiao Yu very interesting. Not only does she like drinking green tea, but she's also a little tsundere.
With her little face that looks like a porcelain doll. It's quite cute. Certainly.
It's time to not be hostile to yourself.
Brother Qin Feng is really blind to find a girl like you. Hearing Lang Ying's extremely useless words, Xiao Yu looked very sad and regretful. What's wrong? Am I not beautiful?
After brushing off the dust on her butt, Lang Ying retorted dissatisfiedly.
TSK, not even as pretty as my mother.
Xiao Yu rolled her eyes at her.
Your mother?
Lang Ying scratched her head, squatted down and asked, Xiao Yu, what does your mother look like? Xiao Yu has fair skin, well-proportioned body, pretty face and a good foundation.
She is definitely a beauty.
She will definitely look good when she grows up. A mother who can give birth to such a beautiful child must be good-looking herself. She is now very curious about what Xiao Yu's mother looks like.
My mother is very beautiful. Let me show you her photo.
Without any intention of hiding anything, Xiao Yu took out an iPhone 13 from his shirt pocket, opened it skillfully, and then entered the camera app.
And then,
a beautiful and gentle-looking woman leaned her whole body on a middle-aged man and smiled happily. These should be Xiao Yu's mom and dad. Your parents are both very good-looking. Lang Ying clicked on her phone, enlarged the photo, and after seeing the appearance of the middle-aged man, she couldn't help but say to Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu's parents both look taller than ordinary people. His father is a little handsome, and Qin Feng looks a bit like him. His mother looks gentle and beautiful. It seems like a match made in heaven. Very good. Of course. Hearing Lang Ying praising her parents, Xiao Yu responded happily. Only. Her eyes suddenly dimmed again. What's wrong? Lang Ying asked doubtfully.
They were very mean to me, always acting like unhuman, often asking me to pick up packages, and then they would just be at home together.
I felt like I was superfluous.
Xiao Yu lowered her head, clasped the palms of her two little hands, pouted and said unhappily.
Is that so? Why, they look a bit like Qin Feng's parents. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and Lang Ying was speechless. Before, Qin Feng often told her that Li Ningshui and Qin Yi were very inhumane.
What Xiao Yu is experiencing now is exactly the same as what Qin Feng experienced as a child.
Your parents are true love, you are an accident.
Lang Ying felt a little amused and helpless. Seeing Xiao Yu's aggrieved look, she immediately reached out and patted her little head to comfort her.
Xiao Yu. I'm going home.
After taking a deep look at Lang Ying, Xiao Yu immediately walked out the door.
Aren't you waiting for Qin Feng? Lang Ying stood up and said casually. TSK, I just came here to check on brother Qin Feng.
Aside from your brain being a little slow, everything else about you is barely passable. Looking back at Long Ying's proud career line, Xiaoyu showed a jealous look.
Then he ran out. Lang Ying didn't want to chase him either. How dare you say I'm not smart? Can I be the CEO if I'm not smart?
With a disdainful snort, Lang Ying wrapped her arms around her shoulders and muttered.
But on second thought, why does she have nothing better to do than to argue with a little girl? Can Xiaoyu steal her husband away?
Hiss, just now, Xiaoyu's father looks a lot like Qinfeng. No, I think I've seen Xiaoyu's mother somewhere before.
She seems to be one of the girls who kissed Qinfeng when he was a child? Chapter 129, No Face? Miss Nye? Close the door.
Lang Ying shook her head and didn't intend to think about these trivial things anymore. She walked into the living room and was about to go back to the house to rest for a while.
But this time, the TV that had just been paused suddenly started playing automatically. What's going on? Feeling confused, Lang Ying walked to the sofa, took the TV remote control, and then pressed the pause button. Then she turned and walked towards Qin Feng's bedroom.
But before she took a few steps, the TV behind her started playing automatically.
Look back. Lang Ying closed it again. Still the same as before.
She hadn't taken a few steps when the TV started playing again on its own.
Whoosh whoosh. Because the window was not closed, the wind from outside blew into the room, making it chilly. It's the middle of the day, are ghosts so rampant now?
Feeling something was wrong, Lang Ying swallowed. She had just watched a horror movie, and now this kind of thing happened.
She couldn't help but imagine it like crazy. Now she wants Xiaoyu to come back soon. The silence in this house is a little scary. Woo woo woo.
Listening to the strange sound of the wind, Lang Ying suddenly thought of a joke she had seen online before. When you feel lonely, watch more horror movies. After reading this, you will no longer feel lonely because there may be several people accompanying you under the bed, beside the bed, in the cabinet, on the TV, on the camera, in the refrigerator, and even when you go to the toilet.
I don't know why.
Now when she looked around, she always felt that someone was looking at her.
Gurgle gurgle.
After swallowing 2 mouthfuls of saliva, Lang Ying immediately pressed the pause button, regardless of whether it worked or not, and threw the remote control away. Then he quickly ran to Qin Feng's bedroom, threw himself on the bed, covered his little head with the goosedown quilt, and shivered.
Good job.
Anyway, she will never watch any horror movies again.
Ghosts are so arrogant now that they can even come out for a stroll in the middle of the day. Noon. A silver-white gradient Lamborghini stopped under the family building.
Qin Feng came out, went straight upstairs and went home.
Wife, I'm back. Open the door.
As soon as Qin Feng entered the living room, he saw the TV at home playing and pausing from time to time.
See this. He then went to find the remote control and snapped it a few times. A miracle happened. The TV doesn't play automatically anymore. Well, after all these years, this remote control is still the same. The buttons don't bounce back when you press them. After turning off the TV, Qin Feng walked towards his bedroom and opened the door and go in. He saw Lang Ying lying on his bed, motionless. Oh my God, what's going on? Wife. Suddenly hot-blooded.
Qin Feng was afraid that something might happen to Lang Ying, so he rushed to the bed, picked her up, and shook her frantically.
Husband, are you back?
Rubbing her sleepy eyes, Lang Ying was unharmed. She looked at Qin Feng in confusion and answered softly. She was a little scared before, so she kept lying on her husband's bed and didn't dare to move. But the window in Qin Feng's bedroom was open, and it was relatively cool today.
The cool breeze feels very comfortable when it comes in.
She lay there without giving Brother Gue any face at all.
Fell asleep. You're okay.
Seeing that Lang Ying looked like she was still asleep, Qin Feng answered immediately.
Sudden. A flash of inspiration came to me.
As soon as she came back, a horror movie was playing in the living room, and Lang Ying lay on her bed.
It's very weird. Daughter-in-law. What? Did you watch a horror movie out of boredom and scare yourself? Then you ran to the bedroom and fell asleep lying on your stomach? No. Really not?
Qin Feng asked doubtfully.
If you dare to tell anyone, you're dead.
Looking at her husband dimly, Lang Ying's originally beautiful peach blossom eyes were now full of murderous intent.
Gurgle gurgle. Okay. Qin Feng immediately backed down. All right. Although the silly Queen CEO is his wife. Let's not talk about such stupid things. Honey, how much money did you make today? Not much, just 5 billion. Oh, you've been running all day, you must be hungry. I made you some pork ribs, rice cakes, and vegetarian buns. Lang Ying was very calm. Wife, are you kidding me?
Qin Feng was speechless.
Lang Ying can't cook at all. How could she make Shanghai pork ribs, rice cakes, and vegetarian buns? Of course, I'm not kidding. The thing is right there on the table in the living room. Didn't you see it when you came back just now?
Having completely forgotten the horror movie, Lang Ying tidied her hair, then got off the bed and pulled Qin Feng to the living room.
The two came to the living room.
When Qin Feng opened the small insulated box and saw the pork ribs, rice cakes, and vegetarian buns inside, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he immediately smiled.
TSK.
Such a familiar smell.
Said. He looked at his lovely wife and asked, it should be sent by Miss Nia, right?
When he was a child, his favorite foods were Shanghai pork ribs, rice cake, and vegetarian buns.
But Li Ningxue can't cook at all. Comrade Qin Yi finds it troublesome and doesn't do these things often. No way.
If Qin Feng wants to eat it often, he can only run to the 7K household next door and ask for help from the beautiful sister there Nia Yenyu.
Miss Nia. Of course, the meal is not free. The price. Just a few kisses. Who is Miss Nia?
Lang Ying had never heard Qin Feng mention this name before, and had no idea about it, so she asked in confusion.
Oh, Xiao Yu remembers her?
She's her mother.
Qin Feng replied. Xiao Yu's mom, that gentle-looking woman? Lang Ying nodded slightly but didn't say anything. Have you seen it?
Clapping his hands, Qin Feng picked up a piece of pork ribs and rice cake from the thermal box, put it into his mouth, and then asked. After a few chews, your taste buds will be awakened by the crispy and delicious meat flavor.
It's still the original recipe, and it's still the original taste. He narrowed his eyes involuntarily, enjoying it very much. Haven't had it for a few months.
I haven't seen it in person, but I've seen it in photos. These spare ribs and buns were brought by Xiao Yu. Lang Ying also picked up a piece of pork rib rice cake, put it in her mouth and chewed it. Suddenly, her beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually brightened.
Omega? Chapter 130, Splatoon? How can it be so fast? Honey, this is delicious.
Lang Ying's eyes lit up as she looked at Qin Feng and said.
Of course. I've been enjoying Miss Nia's cooking since I was a child. It's absolutely first class.
Seeing the bright eyes of his lovely wife, Qin Feng couldn't help but pat her little head and replied with a smile. If this thing really doesn't taste good, he would never sell his body for a bite of food.
But husband, why do you call Xiao Yu's mother Miss Nia?
Recalling the pictures she had seen before, Lang Ying sucked her fingers and asked. Judging from the photo, Xiao Yu's mother is almost 30 years old.
Is this still called a lady? What's that called, Aunt Nia?
After saying this title, Qin Feng immediately shook his head. If she were called Nia Yenyu, she would definitely beat herself to death and then tell the story of how she sold her body as a child because of her greed.
Wouldn't that be social death? Absolutely not.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng answered decisively.
Well, Miss Nia is Miss Nia. She's pretty, young, and still has some charm. It's fine to call her sister.
Lang Ying said as a matter of course. For the sake of the pork ribs and rice cakes, it was okay for Qin Feng to call her sister.
And speaking.
She picked up another piece of crispy pork rib rice cake and put it in her mouth. Then, she suddenly thought of something and asked again, but why does Miss Nia's husband look so much like you?
Coincidence? Yes, it's a coincidence.
Qin Feng answered somewhat embarrassedly.
How else to say it? It is said that Nia Yenyu was thinking about him when he was only 10 years old? However, he was too young at the time and was spared from harm. Joke. Coincidence? Really? Lang Ying approached her husband and obviously didn't believe it. Certainly.
Qin Feng answered with a guilty conscience.
TSK, I don't believe it.
Lang Ying turned her head and answered decisively. Just as she was about to say something else, her stomach suddenly churned again.
Bathroom.
Covering her mouth, Lang Ying quickly got up from the sofa, rushed into the bathroom, transformed into Wallace Jet Warrior, and vomited all over the toilet. When Qin Feng saw his wife like this, he was a little confused.
What's going on? Is this pork rib rice cake poisonous? 10 minutes. I vomited twice in a row.
Lang Ying came out of the bathroom with a look of pain on her face.
I feel so uncomfortable. I clearly didn't eat anything, so why do I feel like vomiting?
Holding her stomach, Lang Ying murmured helplessly.
At this time,
Xin Feng, who had been waiting outside the bathroom door, saw Lang Ying come out and hurried forward to support her. Seeing his wife like this, his mind suddenly jumped and he asked, "Are you pregnant?
Why are you vomiting for no reason? No, do you have any common sense? How could it be so fast? We just did that over a week ago?"
With a slightly red face, Lang Ying shyly patted Xin Feng's arm and then said,
"Ha? I don't understand. Which one are you talking about?" Xin Feng asked in a frivolous manner, pretending to be an innocent boy who didn't understand anything. "You, stupid husband, you want to bully me again?"
Seeing her husband's evil smile again, Lang Ying immediately dodged, like a little rabbit being stared at by a big bad wolf.
"Please, I just said 2 words." Shrugging his shoulders, Xin Feng couldn't help laughing.
And what is very strange is that Lang Ying didn't smile at this time. She murmured softly, "But my relatives this month seem not to have arrived yet."
Ah? Isn't it still early? Your relatives only left at the end of last month, didn't they? That's when we were honest with each other.
Thinking his wife was joking, Xin Feng answered casually.
What if I was afraid and lied to you?
Stretching out her delicate hand to scratch her fair cheek, Lang Ying spoke weakly in a voice as thin as a mosquito.
Hearing this, Xin Feng's whole body was stunned. No way. Is there such a thing? Didn't he remember that Lang Ying wasn't very anxious at that time? The hungry look has nothing to do with fear. He was actually enduring it at that time.
But Lang Ying is a relative, and doing that is very bad for her health.
Now you say that no relatives came at that time? He was lied to. Isn't this bullshit?
My stomach usually starts to hurt at the beginning of the month, but it's been 2 or 3 days now. Afraid that Xin Feng would get angry, Lang Ying lowered her head and spoke in a low voice.
Hiss, it's only been 2 or 3 days, it must be delayed, right? Or maybe there's something wrong with your body, like irregular periods?
As if he had grasped something, Xin Feng spoke in a very decisive tone.
That should be it. Lang Ying wasn't sure either.
She also felt a little different in her body these past 2 days. It should have been postponed.
I'll see a doctor when I get home. Then shall I help you back to the bedroom to rest for a while? Xin Feng asked tentatively. Good. Afternoon. Wait until comrades Li Ningxue and Qin Yi come back from work.
The 4 of them gathered at a small glass table and ate their meals.
Xin Feng and Lang Ying did not mention the suspicion of pregnancy. After all, there is no clue about this matter. It would not be good to tell them that I am not pregnant and make them happy for nothing. Let us wait until it's confirmed. After all, even if you are preparing for pregnancy specifically, it will take at least 8 to 10 days to test the results. What's more, they didn't do it on purpose. And how long has it been now? It's only a week and 2 days, it can't be that fast, right?
Although he didn't want to admit it, Xin Feng didn't think he was that strong.
Directly hit? After lunch. After resting in the room until 2:30, Qin Yi and Li Ningxue went back to work. I have nothing to do at home.
Xin Feng decisively took Lang Ying out for a walk, showed her the things he used to play with when he was a child, and told her some things that happened when he was a child.
Buy her some snacks too. We strolled around until 4 in the afternoon.
Lang Ying felt her feet were a little tired and didn't want to go shopping anymore.
They just came back. Night. Everything is as usual. Eat, wash, and sleep.
Like the day before, Lang Ying chose to squeeze into a single bed with Xin Feng.
Just today, Lang Ying actually had some insomnia. I went to bed at 8 and was still asleep at 10. Under the night light. Lowering her head slightly, looking at her belly, Lang Ying pouts and gently strokes it, murmuring softly, "What if I'm really pregnant? What will Xin Feng and I's child be like? Will it be like Xiaoyu? What's a good name for a boy? And what's a good name for a girl? Phew." Xin Feng couldn't help laughing because he couldn't stand his wife's silly words.
Hearing the smile, Lang Ying immediately turned her head to look next to her.
"Hubby, you didn't sleep either? You keep mumbling like a mosquito. How can I sleep?"
Xin Feng turned over, reached out and stroked Lang Ying's smooth little face, and said with a smile.
I don't want to either, but I can't sleep.
Lang Ying also turned over to face Xin Feng, and was obviously feeling a little disappointed, and spoke softly. When Xin Feng saw this expression on his lovely wife's face, he thought for a moment, then asked seriously, Are you afraid of getting pregnant?
Chapter 131. Is she pregnant or not? How did Li Ningxue know? Lang Ying's expression was clearly one of fear. How old is she herself?
Only in my 20s, I am still a child.
Afraid of normalcy. Only.
What Xin Feng didn't expect was that Lang Ying heard his question and shook her head without hesitation.
I am a little scared. I feel like I am not a qualified mother yet. She answered hesitantly. Wife, you are unqualified without a mother.
Xin Feng replied, feeling a little amused. Li Ningxue, with her carefree appearance, was able to raise him, and Lang Ying, who was so smart and meticulous, must be no bad person.
Besides, if Lang Ying can't do it, there's still him. Honey, can you help me buy a pregnancy test?
Still feeling worried, Lang Ying was silent for a while and then spoke softly.
She now wondered if she was actually pregnant.
Although her health hasn't been obvious these days, there really seems to be something wrong with her.
Use a pregnancy test stick first. If it's negative, forget it. Wife, it's already 10 o'clock.
Reaching for his cell phone, Xin Feng lit up the screen to check the time and smiled wryly.
It's late at night, and I don't know if the convenience store here is still open. Xingpu district is not as good as Shanghai.
Here, convenience stores may not have pregnancy test kits, so you have to go to a pharmacy to buy them.
But it's already 10 o'clock in the evening. Most pharmacies are closed. How can I buy it? Then, let's talk about it when we get back tomorrow. Lang Ying was very considerate.
Seeing that it was so late, she silently took her husband's hand, closed her eyes peacefully and went to sleep.
Okay.
Seeing this, Xin Feng also closed his eyes. Less than 5 minutes later, Xin Feng sighed and sat up from the bed.
He really couldn't bear to make Lang Ying so unhappy. Never mind. Wife. It's only right to pamper her. Since she wants to test it, then she can test it. It's no big deal. He just made a trip. Inger, I'm going out for a while. Be good.
Xin Feng reached out and patted his wife's head, then got up from the bed, put on his clothes, and quietly went out.
In the bedroom,
Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, looked at the door, and murmured.
Inger? That's a nice name. Outside.
Wearing thin clothes and flip-flops, Xin Feng walked towards a pharmacy not far from the community with his mobile phone in hand. Although it is a small county town, it is not far from Shanghai, and it was well developed in the beginning.
There are all kinds of entertainment facilities. As it approached 10 o'clock, some stores still insisted on not closing. See this.
Xin Feng thought that the pharmacy closest to his home should still be open.
Walked for a while. He came to the door of Juyuan Center Pharmacy. Good luck.
The store was planning to close, but it hasn't closed yet. The middle door was still open. There was also a shop assistant checking the bill at the counter in the store.
After entering, Xin Feng didn't dare to say anything. He walked straight to the medicine counter and looked for it himself. But,
for some reason, this pregnancy test stick seemed to have legs and was hiding from him, so he couldn't find it.
In desperation, he then asked for help from the shop assistant who had just checked the accounts. Coincidentally, the shop assistant even knew him. She was very shocked when she saw Xin Feng. Xiao Feng, whose daughter have you harmed? Buying a pregnancy test so late at night?
She took out 3 rectangular boxes from under her counter, placed them on the counter, and asked again, I heard from Mr. Zhang in the neighborhood yesterday that you brought back a very beautiful girl.
Is she the one who's pregnant? Uncle Zhang?
Hearing this, Xin Feng's mouth twitched slightly and he felt speechless.
He went home. Like something. Auntie, I want all 3. Give me a plastic bag.
Not wanting to chat with the shop assistant anymore, Xin Feng quickly paid the bill, took his things and left. When he returned to the community, he saw that the supermarket at the door was still open, so he went in and bought some fruits and snacks for Lang Ying.
10:30.
Xin Feng returned home quietly again.
Inger, I'm back.
Xin Feng tiptoed to open the bedroom door and whispered like a thief.
And at this time,
Lang Ying had been waiting for a long time.
She couldn't sleep since Xin Feng left. Have you bought it?
Sitting on the bed, Lang Ying, wearing a cool long skirt, asked with a very nervous look on her face.
Well, they were still open when I went there.
Nodding, Qin Feng took out a rectangular box from the plastic bag and handed it to his wife. Seeing Lang Ying's blushing face, he asked hesitantly, "You
should know how to use it, right? There is something in this world called an instruction manual."
After glancing at her husband, Lang Ying took the box and went to the bathroom.
Actually, this is the first time she has used this thing.
It turns out to be this slightly shameful way of using it.
The principle is really. By the way, if I really get pregnant, what should I do?
Qin Feng walked to the bed and sat down slowly, thinking seriously. Lang Ying said she was not ready to be a mother.
Actually, he wasn't ready to be a father either. Isn't that a bit too fast? Just as he was thinking, the cell phone on the bed suddenly vibrated. Qin Feng looked down. Good job. It was sent by my mother, Lining Xue. Does the pregnancy test kit work? Is Xiaoying pregnant?
Seeing this news, Qin Feng had a face full of question marks.
What's going on? Is Lining Xue a know-it-all? I went out to buy the pregnancy test stick secretly and didn't tell her. How did she know? Ding dong. Another WeChat message came.
As if she knew Qin Feng's doubts, Lining Xue explained, "The woman on duty at the pharmacy where you bought the pregnancy test kit knows me.
She just messaged me and asked me, and that's how I found out." See this. Qin Feng was immediately speechless. Is there really such a coincidence in the world?
If he had known earlier, he would have gone further to buy it.
It's just a suspicion. Most likely, you're not pregnant.
After thinking about it, Qin Feng still felt that he couldn't let the two elders be happy for nothing, so he gave them a shot of prevention first. "Lining Xue, it doesn't matter whether you're pregnant or not, just tell me the result as soon as possible."
"Okay, don't worry, I'll tell you the first time."
Seeing that the WeChat message was replied in seconds, Qin Feng smiled helplessly.
You know.
In the past, when he sent messages to Lining Xue, it would take a long time for her to reply.
He looks so anxious now. She really likes Lang Ying as her daughter-in-law.
While chatting with her old mother, Lang Ying came back quietly from outside. She had a strange look on her face and her right hand was behind her back.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng put down his phone and asked.
The test is inaccurate. I don't know if I'm pregnant.
Handing the pregnancy test stick to Qin Feng from behind, Lang Ying said with a somewhat lost tone.
Inaccurate?
Frowning, Qin Feng took it and took a look.
Chapter 132. You may not believe it, but I am a father now. Are pregnancy tests still inaccurate? What does this mean?
Qin Feng decisively took the pregnancy test stick and looked at it carefully.
Just see. There are two red bars on the top opening of the plastic pregnancy test stick. This is a clear sign of pregnancy. But unfortunately,
one bar is bright red, and the other is light red, barely visible, and looks very light, making it difficult to identify.
This.
Qin Feng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment.
Good job. How do you calculate this? Is she pregnant or not?
The instructions say if a line is light red it means it's uncertain, or possible. When I tested it, there was a side leak and it wasn't done properly. Seeing her husband's embarrassed expression, Lang Ying took out a small instruction manual, handed it to Qin Feng and explained softly.
Is there such a thing?
Qin Feng was also confused. He took the instruction manual and quickly lowered his head to read it carefully.
Seriously.
His hands trembled a little when he took it. I feel that this thin piece of paper is more important than the previous contract worth 5 billion.
After a while,
I read it 3 or 4 times in a row, and I couldn't even recognize some of the words.
He then let it go. In general, there are various factors that lead to inaccurate measurements.
Maybe it was a side leakage, maybe it was because it had been taking too long and the result was ineffective, or maybe Lang Ying's body was not producing enough hormones.
Or maybe she just didn't get pregnant. I shouldn't be pregnant?
With her two little hands crossed and clasped together, Lang Ying asked with a very nervous look on her face.
She clearly followed everything strictly according to the instructions. But how could this happen? Maybe. Let's test it again tomorrow morning. There's too much hormone in the morning, so the test will be accurate.
Seeing his wife looking so nervous, Qin Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He took Long Ying's little hand, then took a step forward and gently kissed her white forehead, his voice extremely gentle.
So what if I don't get pregnant?
Or his lovely wife.
Husband, do you feel a little regretful?
Tilting her head slightly, Lang Ying lay on Qin Feng's chest and spoke weakly.
Hearing this, Qin Feng's body suddenly paused. Immediately,
he reached out and gently hugged Lang Ying, then said, Inger, whether you're pregnant or not isn't really that important. We've only been married for a short time.
It would be so hard to have a child now, don't you think? Is that so?
Lang Ying gently nudged her husband with her little head, and her face turned a little red.
To be honest, they have only been together for over a month now.
That thing had only been going on for 8 or 9 days. It's really fast that a new life was born so soon.
Haven't enjoyed it yet. Snap. Is happiness gone?
But,
although this is the truth,
but Lang Ying still wanted to give birth to a baby for Qin Feng. After seeing how happy Miss Nia and her husband were during the day, and then seeing Xiaoyu's cute and mischievous look, she really wanted it.
How about I review it with you tonight?
Seeing his lovely daughter-in-law's hesitant and pitiful look, Qin Feng blinked his eyes and leaned close to her ear to ask. Feeling the scent full of male hormones, Lang Ying's white and tender ears suddenly turned red. She huddled in Qin Feng's arms, not daring to come out, and said faintly, "Oh, after saying so much, it turns out you want to do something bad again."
"No, I just saw that you wanted a baby so badly, so I'll work hard for you and give it a try,"
Qin Feng said with a smile, his expression very righteous.
"And listen to this."
Lang Ying pouted in disbelief.
"Hard work?
Then I'll make you die of hard work,"
said.
She reached out and pinched the soft flesh on Qin Feng's waist. No, it hurts."
"I don't know why." Lang Ying didn't really use much strength to pinch the flesh, but Qin Feng really felt a little pain. "Maybe this is the real hurt from my daughter-in-law."
There was a lot of noise for a while. When they were tired from playing, they just laid down on the single bed and rested. After all, the rooms of Li Ningxue and comrade Qin Yi are only 3 walls away from Qin Feng.
Sound insulation is sound insulation.
But if the noise gets too loud, Lang Ying won't know how to face her parents-in-law tomorrow.
Forget it.
After sending the results to his mother Li Ningxue, Qin Feng turned off his phone and hugged Lang Ying to rest.
That's all. The two of them lay there until dawn. The next day,
the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Qin Feng's face. He opened his eyes slightly.
And suddenly,
Lang Ying had gotten up at some point and was standing by the bed, looking at him with a smile.
"Inger, why are you up so early? You're not going to work or school."
Qin Feng spoke in a daze, lying on the bed, and began to miss Zhuangzhou again.
"I'm so sleepy."
He has no problem staying up late, but he really can't get up.
It's definitely difficult to get out of bed. The consciousness is awake, but the body is still asleep. I remember when I was in school. He always sleepwalked to school.
"Oh, don't sleep, husband, take a look at this." Seeing that Qin Feng wanted to go back to sleep, Lang Ying hurriedly took his hand and said coquettishly,
"What are you looking at? Wait until I wake up."
With a look of despair on his face, Qin Feng turned over and said with his eyes closed,
"And see this."
Lang Ying also shook her head helplessly. She sat down on the edge of the bed, lowered her head to her belly and murmured, "You can't be a loser like your father when you get out." Hearing this, Qin Feng was a little amused.
"Good job. Is his wife crazy about having a child? Aren't you not pregnant? Is the show starting now?"
"Wife, don't get too involved in the role."
"You are not pregnant yet."
Qin Feng opened his sleepy eyes, turned over, and then said,
"Who's into the show? See for yourself." Sitting on the edge of the bed, Lang Ying patted her husband's head and gave him the pregnancy test stick. When she got up early to go to the bathroom,
suddenly I remembered what Qin Feng said last night. It is more accurate to measure in the morning, after all, a whole night has passed.
One test. Really? Pregnancy test?
Feeling something white in front of his eyes, Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked around while lying on the bed.
A face full of black question marks. "Captain, two bars."
Qin Feng suddenly no longer felt sleepy and sat up from the bed. He held the pregnancy test stick and looked at it carefully.
It's not the same as last night's test. This time there are 2 real red lines. Although the other one is still a little faint, it is completely visible. Got it? Is he so strong? He is so awesome. So, in that case, he's going to be a father? We are going to have a baby soon?
Chin Feng murmured blankly, a little overwhelmed.
Chapter 133, Really pregnant, go home? What else? Lang Ying answered calmly as a matter of course.
The expression Chin Feng was showing now was something she had experienced once before in the bathroom.
Are you going to be a mother now? Feel. Nothing happened yet.
Okay, great.
Chin Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, feeling a little excited.
He stood up slightly, hugged his wife, and kissed her fair and smooth face.
Come on, let's go out and tell our parents.
Of course, good things should be shared with others. When Chin Feng told Li Ningxue last night that she was not pregnant, he felt a little disappointed.
But I didn't expect it. Give him a big surprise when he wakes up in the morning. He is now a little impatient to tell comrade Li Ningxue and Qin Yi. Get dressed incredibly quickly.
Chin Feng pulled Lang Ying out.
Come to the living room.
Li Ningxue was sitting on the sofa, holding her cell phone and scratching her hair in frustration.
Mom, why did you get up so early today? It's only 7 o'clock. Don't you go to work at 9:30?
Chin Feng asked doubtfully.
Generally speaking.
Li Ningxue and Qin Yi both get up at 8 o'clock. Then I bought breakfast outside and it was almost 9:10 when I got to the company.
Just in time for work. But it was only 7 o'clock today, and that was unlike either of them. But it's okay this way.
This saves him from having to knock on the door and talk about this.
Kid, what the hell is inaccurate? I asked you a question and you didn't reply. You are so rebellious.
Hearing the voice of her rebellious son, Li Ningxue turned around immediately. She was about to say something else when she saw her daughter-in-law was there too.
Ah, the weather is so nice today. Xiaoying, you got up so early. The angry expression on Li Ningxue's face suddenly disappeared, replaced by a smile. See this.
Chin Feng tilted his head, his face full of black lines.
Good job.
His old mother's face changes faster than turning pages of a book. She starts scolding him when she sees him, but smiles when she sees Lang Ying.
He is not his biological son. I was so happy that I couldn't sleep.
With a smile on her face, Lang Ying said softly.
Too happy to sleep? Scratching her long hair, Li Ningxue asked in confusion, what are you so happy about? And suddenly,
a light bulb suddenly lit up in her head, as if she had thought of something, and she asked again, Xiaoying, are you really pregnant? Lang Ying nodded a little shyly. She was also watching when Chin Feng sent a message to Li Ningxue last night, so she also understood why Li Ningxue knew whether she was pregnant or not.
Real?
Seeing Lang Ying nodding shyly, Li Ningxue was stunned for a moment.
Are her long-awaited grandchildren now waiting for delivery? Too fast.
She thought it would take several months. Xiaoying, come here, let your aunt hug you. Li Ningxue quickly got up from the sofa, walked to her daughter-in-law, opened her arms and gently hugged her. It happened too suddenly.
Chin Feng, you rebellious son. Come here.
After hugging Lang Ying, Li Ningxue turned to look at her son and immediately said,
Oh.
Startled, Chin Feng slowly stepped forward. The tone and expression of his mother didn't seem like she wanted to hug him. Instead, it seems like they want a belt and stockings, or mixed doubles between men and women.
Listen, your wife is pregnant now. From now on, you can't bully her. You have to treat her well and pamper her, understand?
Li Ningxue said seriously in a very threatening tone.
Of course I know. Even if Inger wasn't pregnant, I would still love her.
Chin Feng replied with a look of grievance.
It's better this way. Giving birth is very energy-consuming for women. You must be nice to Xiaoying. Li Ningxue said earnestly.
Seeing her mother-in-law and husband like this, Lang Ying smiled slightly, not knowing what to say.
She really likes this family environment.
However, I still need to solve the problem of my husband being scolded all the time.
Auntie.
No, Mom, Chin Feng treats me very well, so please stop scolding him. Taking a step forward, Lang Ying took Li Ningxue's hand and said, Don't spoil him, this is what he should do. Seeing Lang Ying protecting Chin Feng, Li Ningxue also spoke earnestly. Chin Feng has now retreated to the second line.
Lang Ying is the most important person in their family. The period before 3 months is when babies are most vulnerable. Don't overwork yourself during this time. Put work aside if you can. It would be bad if the baby is in an abnormal position. Also, take care of your body, okay? Holding her daughter-in-law's hand, Li Ningxue gave very detailed instructions. And suddenly, she glanced at Qin Feng, then leaned close to Long Ying's ear and whispered something. I know, Mom. Her face flushed slightly as Lang Ying nodded in response. Qin Feng, please pay attention. Li Ningxue warned seriously. Ha? Pay attention to what? Confused, Qin Feng scratched his head and asked. Hearing this, Li Ningxue immediately rolled her eyes at her son. What else can you pay attention to? Don't touch Lang Ying during this period. Yeah, I know that. Qin Feng nodded. In the early stages of pregnancy, you are very vulnerable. Bumps and collisions, excessive collisions. It is very problematic for the baby's growth and actual implantation. It is not advisable to touch pregnant women during this period. He had known this knowledge for a long time and thought it was something his old mother said. That's good. Be smart. Knowing her son's character well, Li Ningxue nodded. Qin Feng's steady character was revealed when he was a child. He generally has a plan of things in mind. She doesn't actually have to worry too much. But it was Lang Ying's first pregnancy after all, and she didn't understand anything. It's better to give some advice. Mom, don't be so nervous, it's still early. Seeing Li Ningxue's serious look, Lang Ying couldn't help but speak out. She didn't want to make her mother-in-law worry too much. This has just been tested. The instructions say, unless there are two true lines of sight, there is still a chance of error. It's getting late. Please take care of your health when you go back. I can't take care of you anymore. Li Ningxue said seriously. Once the two of them go back, she won't be able to control them anymore. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. I know. We'll leave in the morning. Lang Ying suggested. Although there is something going on in the company today. But for special circumstances, I still have to stay with my parents here before going back. 9 o'clock in the morning. After talking with Li Ningxue and Qin Yi for a long time, Qin Feng and Lang Ying went to pack their clothes and prepare to go back. Due to time constraints, the two elders also went to work. On the way back, Lang Ying sat in the passenger seat, wearing a loose long skirt and gold-rimmed glasses. At this moment, she was lowering her head, holding her cell phone, and logging into WeChat. Qin Feng's parents already knew about it, but her parents didn't. It's better to notify you. After returning home, she should find time to go to her personal doctor for an HCG test, which will be more accurate. There is no need to worry that both parties will be happy for nothing. Chapter 134 Misunderstanding? Is this Vixen me? I might be pregnant. Also worried that there was a chance that she was not pregnant, Lang Ying held her phone in thought and sent an ambiguous message to her father Ling Zian. After sending the message, she waited for a long time. Seeing no one answered, she let out a sigh, put down her phone, and turned to look at her husband. Qin Feng looks really handsome when he drives seriously. Hubby, from today onwards, for the next 3 months, you can't touch me, right? Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying looked at it and suddenly said something inexplicably. Sizzle. Upon hearing this question, the car, which was driving well, suddenly shook a few times. Inger, what do you mean? Qin Feng quickly dealt with the driving error, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and asked with some embarrassment. Why would my lovely wife suddenly ask this question? Did she think about it? They haven't had that for 2 days. Seeing Qin Feng's strong reaction, Lang Ying wanted to play a little naughty for some reason. Immediately. Her face was full of innocence, and she answered as a matter of course, why are you so nervous? I'm just asking. Don't touch me tonight. Finished. Lang Ying turned her little face towards the car window next to her and looked at the scenery outside without saying a word. I know. I know my limits. Seeing this, Qin Feng coughed and said nothing more. He made a wrong estimate. My wife doesn't think so. But if he looked at the glass car window now, he could see Lang Ying smiling secretly. But 3 months is indeed a problem. It's a bit too long. The car is being driven by the hands and the car is also being driven in the heart. Qin Feng muttered to himself. Of course there is no problem with him having a baby. Now his personal assets alone are worth more than 7 billion. Wouldn't it be easy for him to raise a baby? Not to mention a baby, it can even support a football team. Mainly because of money.
Even after the child is born, his life will not be affected and he can still be a free man. But these 3 months were a big hassle.
You know.
It's only been about 10 days since he and Lang Ying made the breakthrough, and now you're telling him that he can't touch his wife for the next 3 months?
This is not a joke. Being strangled when desire is strongest. It's like I'm going to suffocate to death. How did his father Qin Yi hold back at that time? Qin Feng really wanted to ask. And at this time,
Comrade Qin Yi, who was working in the company far away, was looking at the form sent by his subordinates when he suddenly sneezed unconsciously.
Which bastard is talking about me? Moment. Put away the unnecessary things.
Qin Feng thought about it and felt that what had already happened and nothing could be changed, so he continued to drive steadily. Lang Ying looked out the window from time to time, seeming very curious about the scenery outside.
She didn't know it at this time. I just said I'm pregnant. How much harm did it cause to his biological father Lung Zian? Moment.
Because Qingpu district of Shanghai is not particularly far from the city center, and Qin Feng's driving skills have been improved by the system.
Stable and fast.
So in just 2.5 hours, they returned to Tomson Peen.
Originally.
According to the original plan. Lang Ying planned to go directly back to Ling's fragrance industry to quickly deal with the things that had piled up in the past 2 days. Even though Steward Lin is in the company, nothing will go wrong. But since she is back, it would be better to go and see her as soon as possible. But Qin Feng felt.
After all, my wife is pregnant. It's a big deal. My parents knew the news. But my father-in-law and mother-in-law don't know yet. What is the big deal about sending a WeChat message?
Besides, when they entered the city before, Lang Ying said that her father Lang Zian had not replied to the message yet.
To sum up, I'd better go home first.
The company's matters don't cost me much time.
12 o'clock noon.
Tomson Peen, 2 villas located in a special area. After Qin Feng parked the Lamborghini, Lang Ying took him to special building 1 where his father-in-law lived.
Tell me, who is this vixen, dear baby? As soon as the door is opened.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying heard a roar at the same time. The movements of both of them suddenly slowed down. They looked at each other. Both pairs of eyes were in a daze.
What's going on?
Qin Feng asked, confused.
It's my mother's voice. Maybe my father was caught looking for his ex-lover?
Scratching her fair face, Lang Ying thought for a moment and then answered with a calm expression.
Ah? Is my father-in-law like this?
Looking at his wife's calm expression, Qin Feng scratched the back of his head, and his admiration for Lang Zian reached a new level. His father-in-law is still strong and healthy.
It doesn't look like the first time. Shoo, don't talk. Let's go over there. It shouldn't be a problem.
Lang Ying made a hushing gesture to her husband, took Qin Feng's big hand, and walked towards the living room.
No, Inger, why do you act like you're used to it? Qin Feng was bewildered. Come to the living room. The environment here is.
Lin Yanran was sitting on the sofa with a cell phone in her hand.
Judging from the color, it didn't seem to be hers.
His father-in-law Lang Zian was sitting on the carpet, looking at his wife with a confused and aggrieved look on his face.
Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?
Pulling Qin Feng over, Lang Ying looked at the scene and asked softly.
Look at his phone.
It's okay when he was young, but it's outrageous that he's still looking for a lover at such an old age, and the other party is pregnant.
Handing the phone to Lang Ying, Lin Yanran answered unhappily.
She held her forehead, feeling a little dizzy.
Why did I fall in love with this playboy in the first place? What lover? What are you talking about, wife? I don't have one. I'm being wronged. Lang Zian was still in a daze.
He looked up at Lin Yanran and Lang Ying, then stood up and tried to get his phone.
Does that mean I'm going to have a younger brother? She had no intention of giving it to Lang Zian.
Lang Ying raised her eyebrows and looked at the message slightly sideways.
Dear baby, I might be pregnant.
Scratching his little face, feeling a little embarrassed. This news looked so familiar to her.
Mom, I think you should calm down. The problem isn't my dad.
Lang Ying raised her hand and said.
Only. When she said this, Lin Yanran was unhappy. She said angrily, Xiaoying, you can't spoil him, you know? You absolutely can't let it go this time. This time it's too much. Just in time, can you help me find out which vixen it is? No, Mom.
Clicking on the profile of Dear Baby, Lang Ying saw the familiar ID, and the corners of her mouth twitched slightly. She said weakly, Mom, please stop praising me.
This vixen seems to be me. Chapter 135 Lawyer Zhang, I need legal assistance. This account is mine. My dad's note for me is Dear Baby.
Handing the phone to Lin Yanran, Lang Ying explained softly.
Are you kidding me? Lin Yanran took it doubtfully and took a look at the personal information. The ID looks familiar.
She immediately took out her mobile phone from her pocket, went into WeChat, found Lang Ying's account, and looked at the ID.
Exactly the same. Of course, I'm not kidding. I thought I was going to have a little brother. What a shame.
Obviously feeling a little regretful, Lang Ying took a step back, sat on the soft sofa, and spoke in a calm tone.
Hearing this,
Qin Feng was speechless.
Good job. His wife really enjoys watching the fun and doesn't mind getting involved. If Lang Zian really brought a younger brother, Lin Yanran would definitely divorce him. This is not a joke. Hey, I said I didn't have it, look at it.
With a very arrogant pout, Lang Zian also sat on the sofa, leaning back comfortably.
I was a little excited.
Mainly because you did this too many times when you were young, so I started to get excited reflexively.
Muttering softly, Lin Yanran patted Lang Zian's thigh and admitted her mistake. I just saw the note Dear Baby on my phone. She immediately began to feel confused. I don't know anything. But who could have thought? Lang Zian's comment on Lang Ying is Dear Baby?
Ahem, you're young and ignorant, but now I'm devoted to you, you have to trust me. Looking at Lin Yanran's beautiful eyes, Lang Zian said very seriously. He had made 135 mistakes in his youth.
But that's all in the past.
Now he is devoted to Lin Yanran, which is more real than gold.
I know. Feeling that deep and resolute look, Lin Yanran blushed and answered gently. Talking and talking.
The two of them were very affectionate with each other and started to exchange glances. It seemed as if he had completely forgotten what happened just now.
See this.
Qin Feng called him an expert. After they were together for a while, Lin Yanran finally remembered that her daughter and son-in-law were here, which would have a bad influence.
She reached out and gently patted Lang Zian's leg, then winked. Ahem, now the question is, Xiaoying, are you pregnant?
After coughing quickly, Lang Zian faced Qin Feng and Lang Ying and asked in a serious tone.
Hearing this,
Qin Feng was speechless immediately.
Emotion. My father-in-law still remembers this incident.
Seeing how sweet and affectionate he and his mother-in-law were, he thought his father-in-law had simply forgotten about it.
Yes, but I'm a little uncertain.
I'll take the time to check the HCG in a few days to confirm.
There's a chance you're not pregnant, so I'm giving you a shot of prevention.
Sitting gracefully, Lang Ying spoke softly.
Oh, I see. Lang Zian listened quietly and nodded slightly. He doesn't look very happy. I don't know why. At this time, Lin Yanran was also silent, dazed, and didn't say anything. For a while,
the four of them felt awkward.
Ding dong.
The sound of a phone message coming in appeared.
It's Lang Zian's cell phone.
He quickly took out his cell phone and turned on the screen to check the message.
But suddenly, with a click,
the phone fell to the ground.
So, does that mean I'm going to be a grandfather? Lang Zian suddenly said. Are you just realizing this?
Scratching his cheek, Qin Feng leaned forward slightly and asked cautiously.
Lang Zian looked so calm that he felt a little unconfident. I thought Lang Zian was unhappy that Lang Ying got pregnant so quickly. It's only been a short time, and Xiaoying is already pregnant? I'm going to be a grandfather? Lang Zian murmured softly.
He silently picked up his phone from the ground, then turned on the screen and opened a call that he rarely made.
Hello, Lawyer Zhang, I need legal assistance. What legal aid? Nonsense, of course it's the transfer company. What? It's easy to transfer one company.
Sorry, I want to transfer all the companies to my son-in-law.
Nima, you are the one who made a will.
Your whole family made a will. Hey, Mr. Lang, no, Dad, there's no need, stop swearing. Qin Feng hurried forward and grabbed his father-in-law, feeling a little amused and helpless.
What to do? Why is Lang Zian like this?
How could he be the richest man in Shanghai, worth billions and billions, but look like a silly middle school boy?
Son-in-law, you are really good. Lang Ziyan suddenly put down his phone, turned around, grabbed Qin Feng's hand, and said excitedly.
It was quite sudden.
Is he a grandfather?
I didn't react at all just now.
Seriously.
This news is even more explosive than his company losing all its business.
No.
Qin Feng smiled bitterly. The old father-in-law was startled and seemed to be having a myocardial infarction.
It's hard work.
Perhaps he was too excited to know what to say. Lang Ziyan's mind skipped a beat and he spoke.
Hear this. Lan Ying's face suddenly turned red. There's only lasts about 80 or 90 days. Count the days. Actually, the first time. It's already a win. If it wasn't for the faint yesterday, Lang Ying would have wanted to take a look. It will probably take some time before we know the answer until we feel obvious abnormalities in our body. Now that you're pregnant, should we hold the wedding earlier? No one was as jumpy as Lang Ziyan. Lin Yanran spoke like an experienced person and got to the point in an instant. After pregnancy, the belly grows very quickly. It's best to get married as soon as possible while the belly is still small. Mom, don't worry about this. Let's wait until it's confirmed.
I used a pregnancy test stick and there was a dotted line the first time, and a double line the next day. The other line was still light, so there's a chance of error. Still not wanting to make both sets of parents happy for nothing, Lang Ying said very cautiously.
Oh, I see. After hearing her daughter's explanation, Lin Yanran nodded slightly, thinking it made sense.
It hasn't really been decided yet.
It's still early for the wedding. In that case, I'll contact Dr. Han and make an appointment for you.
You can go to his hospital for a detailed physical examination in a few days. Very serious, Lang Ziyan took out his cell phone and wanted to make a call.
But this behavior was directly interrupted by Lang Ying. Not because of anything else.
Dr. Han is a physician at the level of an academician of the Chinese Academy of Medical Sciences, specializing in internal medicine and neurology.
She just checked HCG, did she need to be such a doctor? Isn't this just like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito?
Dad, I've already asked my personal doctor to prepare it, so I won't bother Dr. Han Shu.
What kind of a doctor is that?
Han Shu is quite capable and he's your uncle, so let him check you out.
Wife, the Han Shu you mentioned is an academician of neurology, right? He was on the news a few days ago. Qin Feng asked Lang Ying quietly. Right. Dad, no. Chapter 136, the atmosphere gradually becomes tense? Reaching the peak of life again?
Qin Feng hurried forward and held his father-in-law's hand.
Lang Ying just needs to check her body's HCG data to confirm whether she is pregnant or not. It's just a small thing. Do we need a doctor at the level of an academician of the Academy of Medical Sciences to come here? It's outrageous. What's wrong with that? Professional matters should be left to professionals.
Seeing Qin Feng also come up to hold him, Lang Ziyan hesitated for a moment, then explained, Han Shu and I are old friends.
His professional level is very high, there won't be any problems. Let him come, I will talk to him. Said.
He got up from the sofa and called Han Shu.
And see this.
Qin Feng opened his mouth but didn't say anything else. After all, Lang Ziyan is also good to Lang Ying and wants to give his daughter the best conditions.
There is nothing wrong with this. But we can think of bringing in an academician and doctor to do a test.
I guess Lang Ziyan is the only one in the entire Demon City who would do such a thing.
Well, his father-in-law has this damn domineering CEO temperament. Absolutely amazing. Inger, your father still cares about you.
Looking at Lang Ziyan's serious expression while he was talking on the phone at the window, Qin Feng smiled slightly and turned his head to say to his wife.
Yeah, but it's a little too late to care.
A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes also looked towards the window, and Lang Ying said softly.
Don't ask for such high expectations. Our father was working hard too.
He needed to earn money to support the family, so there was nothing he could do about neglecting you. Qin Feng explained in a low voice, knowing full well what made his wife unhappy. In the early days, Lang Ziyan worked hard and fought all the time, and he conquered the world.
But it is also understandable that we neglect Lin Yanran and Lang Ying, mother and daughter.
Lin Yanran understands her husband's character very well and doesn't care much about this matter now.
In comparison, Lang Ying is not like that.
She didn't talk much with Lang Zian, and some things were simply impossible to explain. Although the relationship is much better now, it still needs to be adjusted slowly overall. I know he cares about me, but it's too late. Hearing the word dad, Lang Ying's face turned slightly red. She nodded very obediently, unconsciously moved a little closer to her husband's position, and whispered, I like this word dad very much.
Take your time.
Qin Feng was really unable to resist the little gestures of his lovely wife. He gently patted Lang Ying's hand, then quickly moved to her fair little face and pecked her gently.
Because it moves too fast.
When Lang Ying came to her senses, she had already been kissed. She turned to look at the very proud Qin Feng, and glanced at Lin Yanran with her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Seeing that she was looking down at the message on her mobile phone, she boldly kissed her back.
It's even. It only took 2 seconds. After the kiss, Lang Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, and she was very happy.
At this time, Lin Yanran had finished reading the message and looked up. Seeing this, Qin Feng could not kiss her back in front of his mother-in-law.
I can only give up.
Looking at his wife's smug expression, Qin Feng shook his head, feeling a little amused. His wife is still a little girl. Oh, by the way, Xiaoying, since you're pregnant, suspected of being pregnant, then you should stop doing your work at the company, right?
Holding the phone, Lin Yanran looked at the introduction to early pregnancy care on Baidu and immediately looked up and asked.
Yes. As for this matter, let's put the company's affairs on hold for now and talk about it after confirmation.
At this time, Lang Zian came back from the window after finishing his call.
When he heard Lin Yanran talking about this issue, he agreed without hesitation.
His daughter's health is the most important thing now. A branch office.
He just needs to work harder and take over the management. Or you can just let Steward Lin take care of it.
After all, Lang Ying must not be tired. It's okay. There's not much work at the company. I'm not tired.
Hearing this, Lang Ying immediately replied, besides, Qin Feng has also been helping me with company matters during this period, so the workload is actually not that heavy. Although she now manages the company simply to earn some pocket money for her husband, Lang's fragrance industry is the company she founded after all. Although he asked Lang Zian for a place, the management rights belong to him.
She doesn't want to ask her parents for money.
It's more comfortable to spend the money you earn yourself.
Is Qin Feng helping you now? Lang Zian frowned and asked after extracting important information from his daughter's words. Well, no.
Seeing Lang Zian frown, Lang Ying immediately asked back with a hint of fighting in her tone.
Okay, that's great. Lang Zian said very happily.
He stood up excitedly. When Lang Ying didn't like anyone, he wanted her to find a partner as soon as possible, get married or something, so that she would have someone to rely on. After all, she was already so old. She is so beautiful that all the pursuers would line up to Mars.
But she just refused to date any boy. No love. This is very uncomfortable. He and Lin Yanran even thought that their daughter was turned into a lesbian. But fortunately, now we have Qin Feng. This son-in-law is handsome and kind to his daughter. He likes it very much.
Now Lang Zian wants to retire early, hand over the company's affairs to the younger generation, and live a leisurely life himself. But the difficulty lies in that he is not sure whether Qin Fengshi likes to be in charge of the company.
It's a bit big after all.
Being in charge is still very difficult. But Lang Ying now said that Qin Feng has been helping her handle company affairs, so this is stable.
No, what do you want to do?
Seeing her father's excited look, Lang Ying felt that nothing good was going to happen to him. When she saw Lang Zian's eyes almost bulging out of his head as he looked at his lovely husband, she immediately became anxious and asked hurriedly.
Father-in-law, don't do this, I'm scared. Qin Feng was fidgeting on the sofa. He looked up and saw his father-in-law's burning eyes. He quickly waved his hands and said, What's going on? Why did the atmosphere suddenly become a bit tense? Don't make a fuss. What are you afraid of? I just checked the details with lawyer Zhang. He said that the company's management rights can be transferred now through a contract. The shares are more complicated. There are too many of them, so they need to be transferred in stages. Lang Zian happily explained, Son-in-law Qin, I will give you my company? 3 question marks appeared above Qin Feng's head. What's going on? Reach the peak of life again? He had previously wanted to set up a financial company for fun, but now the original accumulation of funds is enough to operate a company. In a few days, he wants to go to a headhunting company to recruit people. Now you tell him no more. Give him all the companies of the richest man in Shanghai? Is this a joke? No.
Qin Feng shook his head decisively and refused.
Why? QAQ. Leng Zian looked aggrieved. This is unscientific. Who wouldn't want his company? Now I'm being rejected even though I'm giving it away for free? Dad, don't look at me like that. My wife and your daughter are watching. It's like a big deal.
After swallowing, Qin Feng quickly waved his hand and said,
Okay, I'll be serious. Leng Zian straightened his clothes, then turned serious and asked, Why don't you want my company? I'm just giving it away for free.
Chapter 137 Enjoy life, don't worry about the company.
Because I can't manage it. I'm not as powerful as you think.
Qin Feng answered with a helpless smile.
He actually didn't want to refuse.
After all, if you accept him, you will become the richest man in Shanghai, with a net worth of hundreds of billions.
It became awesome in an instant.
But such a big company cannot be managed by just any person. Although he has the system, it shouldn't be a problem, but this kind of thing still requires guidance.
Who can resist giving away all his property all at once? That's not a problem. I can teach you. You can definitely do it. Leng Zian continued to deceive without giving up. No, I can't.
You should just work hard for a few more years. Your health is still good. When the baby is born, let him take care of it.
Qin Feng continued to refuse and directly used the child as an excuse.
When Leng Zian heard what his son-in-law said, he leaned back and said in disbelief, Damn, you're already making plans before my grandchildren are even born.
You're really inhuman. It doesn't matter if his son-in-law himself doesn't want to take over the company.
But it would be too much to let his grandchildren take over.
How can this be possible? Such a lazy dog? Totally inhuman. Dad, I'm just enjoying life, not being a human being.
Qin Feng answered seriously.
Joke. What's so fun about running a company? Wouldn't it be nice to play with your wife every day and go out for fun when you have nothing to do?
He knew that Leng Zian was busy every day, going to work at 7 or 8 in the morning and coming back at 8 or 9 in the evening. Although I often have other free time to go home and rest.
But overall, it's still very hard.
Although he earns a little more than ordinary employees, his workload is much greater than that of ordinary employees. Now Leng Zian is in middle age and has maintained a good figure, but his head is bald.
That's pretty good.
If it were an ordinary person, he would have already become a greasy middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance. Qin Feng doesn't want to end up like this himself. Salted fish is better.
Just make things difficult for your father-in-law.
Anyway, he didn't want to take on such a big company, it was too tiring.
Oh, Lao Leng, just give up. And at this time,
Lin Yanran, who was sitting next to him, saw that Qin Feng was really unwilling, so she reached out and gently patted her husband's shoulder, and said with a smile, Since son-in-law Qin doesn't like it, then you just have to work harder and wait for a few years before talking about it.
Well, okay. Although hesitant, Leng Zian nodded and agreed. Since my wife said so.
And seeing that Qin Feng really didn't want to take over his company, there was no point in forcing him.
Forget it. Actually, he was really a little tired.
Running such a large company for a long time doesn't allow for enough rest time every day.
It's really fucked up.
He really wanted to find Qin Feng as his successor.
But this guy is very smart and will not take the bait no matter what. It's outrageous. But now it's more important. He has such a big company of his own. In the end, no one may want it.
He has to wait until his grandchildren are born before he can give it to them, which makes him a little insecure.
Now, let's talk about the baby. Have you two thought of a name? Obviously her mind was not on Leng Zian's company. Lin Yanran looked at her daughter with a smile and asked excitedly. It was she who gave Leng Ying her name. Now she wants to name her grandchildren after them, too. Mom, isn't this a little too early? Her little face was still a little red.
Leng Ying asked embarrassedly.
Where are we going now? It's a bit early to come up with a name. Only. Lin Yanran doesn't care about these things. Preparing for a rainy day is her principle of doing things.
If you don't need a name, just pick one first and discuss it with your in-laws later. If you don't do it early, it won't be appropriate to do it at the end. she answered directly. Lang Ying was about to speak again, but was interrupted by Qin Feng.
Okay, I remember you told me before you got pregnant that you had thought of many names secretly. How come it's too early? It's not too early, Mom, get up.
Qin Feng waved his hand at Lin Yanran and said directly, revealing his wife's past without mercy.
How could I? Lang Ying's pretty face turned even redder with her pout.
She shyly reached her hand around the back of the sofa, and like a precisely guided missile, she grabbed the soft flesh on Qin Feng's waist and pinched it hard.
Even a rabbit bites when it is anxious.
She also has a temper.
I can't spoil my husband this time.
Hiss.
Inger, my wife, I'm wrong.
Feeling the severe pain in his waist, Qin Feng danced with joy and wanted to stand up immediately.
But Lin Yanran and Lang Zian were sitting opposite him, and he couldn't lose his composure. Just bear with it.
Fortunately, Lang Ying felt that Qin Feng was really in pain, so she loosened her grip. I looked at my parents across from me, looking down at their phones and asking what names would be good for a boy or girl.
Lang Ying immediately leaned close to Qin Feng's ear, blew gently, and asked, "Are you still going to expose my past? Am I wrong? I'm wrong, my wife. I'm wrong. Stop pinching me. I can't handle your critical hits and true damage."
Feeling the severe pain in his waist, Qin Feng answered without hesitation. His daughter-in-law's consciousness of resistance is becoming more and more obvious.
This has all started to happen. He is so miserable. Tisk, that's better than that. Don't do that again in the future.
Lang Ying raised her sandbag-sized fist and swung it back and forth at Qin Feng, her tone full of threats.
Inger, don't be angry. It's not good for the child.
Qin Feng put his arms around his wife's slender waist and started to flirt with her.
But it's a pity. Lang Ying didn't buy it.
She slapped Qin Feng's hand away, pouted, and said, "I'm angry. Tell me something that makes me happy, or I won't give birth to your child."
Are you really angry?
Looking at Lang Ying's weird and cute look, Qin Feng smiled helplessly and then asked,
"Of course. Want to tell you something that makes you happy? Right. Oh, so."
Qin Feng stroked his chin with his hand, raised his eyebrows and showed a malicious smile.
What are you going to do? Seeing this expression, Lang Ying felt that something was wrong. And the next moment,
Qin Feng has come over.
5 seconds. Deep kiss.
And then before I could savor it, it was gone.
What are you doing?
Covering her mouth, Lang Ying's cheeks were slightly red, revealing her shyness. Her parents were just across the street discussing a good name for their child.
Qin Feng dared to come up and kiss me when they were less than 2 meters apart? What if I get discovered? Do what makes you happy. Aren't you happy?
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a very innocent manner,
"I am not."
Leaning forward slightly, Lang Ying opened her mouth to retort. But she tried to organize her words for a long time, but she really couldn't think of any reason.
She doesn't like kissing. But I like kissing Qin Feng. Damn it, her husband has such a tight grip on her. I think it's okay for the girl to be named Lung Guyu. Guyu, this name sounds nice. Lang Ying, besides being rich, you can also use solar terms to name your children. Dad, you've made progress. Chapter 138. I'm starting to annoy you. Are you choking on diabetes? Solar terms?
Hearing what Lang Ying said, Qin Feng immediately took out his mobile phone from his pocket and opened the calendar to take a look.
Good job. Grain rain. Isn't this the solar term on the 20th of this month? Lang Zian really chose the name according to the solar terms. He just said it sounded nice. Okay.
Solar terms, the eternal god.
Dad, is there any other name?
Qin Feng stepped forward, licked his lips, and asked tentatively.
Don't name things after solar terms. Lang Ying immediately added.
Lin Yanran told her before that her original name was Leng Jing.
Cold mirror. Good job. Couldn't be calmer.
Later, Lin Yanran felt that the name was too ugly, so she added a word to save the situation.
Lang Zijing. Just a little better. But later she asked Lang Ying to change her name. Otherwise, if I go out with the name Lung Zijing, I will definitely be laughed to death by others.
We have learned from past experience. Lang Ying now strictly screens the names that Leng Zian gives. She didn't want her precious daughter to have to change her name when she grew up. If there's no girl, then for a boy, he should have the surname Qin Feng.
Do you think the name Qin Tianju is a good one?
Unable to bear the pain of being rejected by his own daughter and son-in-law, Ling Ziyan decisively gave up the boy's name.
Qin Tianju. This name is upright, and also gives people a sense of leadership. It can't be too good. But it's a pity. As a middle-aged baby, Ling Ziyan obviously doesn't know the name of the Transformers Autobot boss. Qin Tianju. Optimus Prime. I can't tell the difference. And heard this name.
The corners of the mouths of the three people present began to twitch at the same time.
Could this name be any more shocking? Dad, I think you should take a break from naming and stop getting involved.
Lang Ying said softly, looking speechless. Although her father is good at business, he is really bad at naming.
The names he gave have no reference value at all. It's better to just take a rest. No, I think this name sounds nice. Lang Ziyan retorted unconvincingly. Lao Lang, I think Xiaoying is right. On the sofa next to it.
Lin Yanran held her forehead with one hand and said with a look of shame on her face. Seeing that his wife didn't agree with him, Ling Ziyan's face was full of black lines, and he muttered, I can't stay in this family anymore.
Dad, it's okay. Your opinion is also an indispensable part.
Hearing Ling Ziyan's aggrieved look, Qin Feng felt helpless and quickly said with a smile.
Joke. No matter what, I can't let my father-in-law down. Hey, my son-in-law is still the best.
Yes, my opinion is also my opinion, you can't take it away. Seeing that someone was in the same camp as him, Ling Ziyan stood up immediately. His face was full of joy.
Good. This son-in-law is good.
It turned out that I was not wrong about him.
That's right, you should get up and we should not listen. Just be happy.
Qin Feng said very honestly. As soon as these words were spoken,
Lang Ziyan was slightly startled, then he coughed and sat back.
He looked at Qin Feng and began to mutter again, Son-in-law, I'm starting to annoy you.
Just 2 short seconds.
He experienced great ups and downs in his life. As soon as he stood up, he fell down again.
Snort. This son-in-law. It doesn't matter if you don't want it. The 3 people present also laughed when they saw Lang Ziyan's funny look.
The richest man in Shanghai. This identity is valid outside, but is invalid in this home by default.
But I just thought of a name.
Ignoring his father-in-law's disgust, Qin Feng thought for a moment and asked directly, how about calling the girl Lang Xiying?
Missing my lovely wife, this name is not too much, right? TSK, Qin Feng, are you two going to show off your affection again?
Smacking her lips, Lin Yanran smiled bitterly.
Seeing, missing Lingying. What do you want? Don't involve the children when showing your affection.
That little guy is probably still a cell now, and you two started.
Wouldn't it be even worse if it came out? Hubby, let's change it. How about calling the girl Qingxin?
Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of love for her husband. Lang Ying smiled slightly, and gently held Qin Feng's hand with her jade hand, and then crossed them and locked them.
Lang Qingxin, you are quite good at it.
Hearing the name, Qin Feng raised his eyebrows, turned slightly sideways, and scratched Lang Ying's nose with his other hand.
Lang Qingxin, love at first sight. Isn't this how Lang Ying treated herself back then?
Oh, the candy is so sweet, I'm going to get diabetes. Looking at Lang Ying and Qin Feng's affectionate look, Lin Yanran suddenly felt that she and Lang Ziyan were redundant.
She felt a little regretful. Why did you bring up the topic of naming just now? Isn't this just digging a hole for yourself? One is Xiying, the other is Qingxin. That's really enough.
Ahem, there are parents here, please be careful and don't show off your affection. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Yanran reached out and gently knocked on the glass table in front of her, cleared her throat and said unhappily.
Hearing this,
Lang Ying immediately wanted to let go of Qin Feng's hand like a frightened little rabbit.
I was just distracted by the teasing. I've forgotten the occasion. Mom, this is just my daily routine with Ying Er, how can we show off our affection? Compared to Lang Ying, Qin Feng's face is thicker than the bend of the city wall. Why let go?
My wife's hands are so smooth and tender.
Holding hands is good for your physical and mental health. Go home and show off OO.
Lin Yanran felt embarrassed and quickly waved her hands and said.
I've never seen such a shameless person. Lang Ziyan also joined in the fun and said something. Because of what happened just now.
He now has a lot of opinions about his son-in-law Qin Feng.
That's right, and her name is Inger. Lin Yanran's face was filled with black lines. But. Although that's what I said.
But she was so happy in her heart. The two children have a good relationship and it's nice for them to be together. When a couple lives together, being happy and comfortable is the most important thing.
Okay, I'm here just to give you a report.
We'll have to go to the hospital in a few days to see the specific results.
Qin Feng said immediately, feeling that the time was about right.
I just want to give my father-in-law and mother-in-law a heads up, in case they get too excited if she doesn't get pregnant.
Are you going back to the company?
Lang Ziyan looked down at his watch and saw that it was past 1 in the afternoon, so he looked up and asked Qin Feng.
Go at this point. Obviously going to the company.
Well, I came here directly after I came back.
I didn't go to the company. I must go and take a look in the afternoon. Lang Ying nodded in response.
It won't be a big problem if a person in charge leaves the company for a short period of time.
But it's better to go back and take a look as soon as possible. Don't work too hard. If you don't want to manage the company, then just leave it to Butler Lin, okay? Lang Ziyan asked out loud because he was really worried that his daughter would be tired.
I'm only 20 years old, you're asking me to retire early.
Lang Ying smiled bitterly.
She thought for a moment, then said, when I really can't work anymore, I'll let Steward Lin take over.
Okay. Chapter 139 Autumn Wind Sweeps Fallen Leaves, Ring? Lang Ziyan also knew his daughter's temper. A little stronger. Let's wait until she really can't work.
After all, it is indeed a bit early now.
Mom and Dad, let's go back first. After coming out of Special Villa 1, Qin Feng pulled Lang Ying back to Building 2, his own villa. Until 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
The two of them had dinner before going to the company. During this period, Qin Feng also took a tablet computer.
Moment. Downstairs of the Lang's Fragrance Company, Limited building.
A silver gradient Lamborghini arrived as expected. Qin Feng got out of the car with a tablet computer and a large stack of white drawing paper, and then went to open the passenger door. Lang Ying came out slowly, wearing a light blue long skirt and white sneakers.
She took her husband's hand very intimately and they went straight upstairs. The moment you enter the office.
Qin Feng saw Butler Lin sitting in front of the big desk, leaning over and looking at various documents carefully, scratching his head from time to time, with a melancholy look on his face.
Butler Lin, are you okay? Close the door.
Qin Feng put the tablet computer and drawing paper on the small table next to him used for entertaining guests and asked with a smile.
Hey, Miss, son-in-law Qin, you are finally back.
Hearing the noise, Lin saw Qin Feng and Lang Ying coming in, and immediately stood up and said excitedly. He almost vomited from reading so many documents these 2 days. I have lost a lot of hair. The main reason is that the core files are too ugly. Moreover, the newly expanded jewelry sector of Lang's fragrance industry has been developing rapidly in recent days, and there are a lot of tedious things to do. Like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves, one after another. Butler Lin, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days.
Lang Ying said embarrassedly as she put the Gucci bag on the desk.
Looking at the piles of documents on the table, she knew that the company actually had a lot of things to do in these short 2 days.
But when she asked Lin in at Qin Feng's house. But he said it was okay and there wasn't much to do. You can definitely play it for another day. Housekeeper Lin would rather be a little tired so that she can have more fun with peace of mind. Actually it's okay, not that tiring. Lin said. Then let me do it next.
Lang Ying's delicate hands brushed across the documents on the table, and she quickly and accurately found an important one.
Immediately following. She immediately got busy.
Lin was right there to coordinate her work and explain to her in detail the things that had not been completed and needed to be done in the past 2 days.
In comparison, Qin Feng is relatively free. He was always drawing. He had previously promised Ms. Darina that he would design a complete piece of jewelry as a graduation project. It's really embarrassing to say. He graduated without even attending a few classes. And she graduated from the internationally renowned designer, Ms. Darina. If her students knew this, they would be shocked. Because design requires experience and a special appreciation for beauty, it takes at least 5 to 10 years to master this kind of work. But Qin Feng was done in a few days. What an amazing talent!
In just 3 hours, he drew 7 design drawings in a row.
Don't be fooled by the fact that there are only 7 pictures. This is already very fast.
If it were someone else, these 7 design drawings would definitely not be completed in less than a week.
Certainly.
Big guys who have a design team behind them can also do things faster. It only takes 1 or 2 days from design to completion of sample jewelry.
But overall, Qin Feng's speed is no longer something a human can achieve. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's almost time to get off work.
In 3 hours, Lang Ying had finished most of the things. I held 2 meetings in a row and finished most of the documents on my desk.
This kind of work efficiency.
Linden called him an expert.
Anyway, he can't do it. He is really a bit old.
In 3 hours, he could only finish half of what Lang Ying did.
Miss, don't be too tired. Today's work is almost done.
While sorting out the small amount of documents on the desk, Linden looked at Lang Ying, who was still carefully examining the documents, and couldn't help but give her some advice. After reading this document, nothing unexpected will happen. She also needs to arrange a meeting with the jewelry design department.
It's okay, I'm not that tired.
Reaching out and pinching her sore shoulders, Lang Ying shook her head in response. She didn't expect that so many things would pile up after just 2 days of absence.
Butler Lin handled most of this, otherwise
she simply couldn't finish it in the short term.
Inger, take a break and we'll figure it out tomorrow. Beside,
Qin Feng put down the tablet, walked to the chair at the back, gently placed his hands on the shoulders of his lovely wife and began to squeeze them.
It's okay.
If we wait until tomorrow, the work will just pile up.
After putting down the documents, Lang Ying lay back as much as possible and enjoyed the massage service from her husband.
She was indeed a little tired.
Never mind. Let us take a break and do it again.
You have been working intensively for 3 consecutive hours.
It's time to take a break.
Qin Feng said helplessly as he looked at the large number of documents that had been processed next to him.
Okay, I'll listen to you.
Like a kitten, Lang Ying stood up and stretched, then lay down on the chair very obediently and began to rest with her eyes closed.
Butler Lin saw the warm expressions on the 2 people's faces. She had an anti-smile on her face.
He whispered to Qin Feng, "I'll go out first and take care of those miscellaneous little things." Then he went out with a pile of documents. After Butler Lin went out for a while, there was a sudden knock on the door.
Open the door. As expected, it was Ms. Darlena. Different from before.
She came today with a slightly larger gift box in her hand.
Oh, Mr. Qin, I finally see you again. It's really not easy. Ms. Darlena said happily in fluent English. It's really not easy.
Scratching his head, Qin Feng answered awkwardly. He hasn't attended classes in the past 3 or 4 days, and has been communicating with Darlena on WeChat.
This is the ring you designed. I asked my team to rush it out.
Coming to the small table used for entertaining guests, Darlena placed the gift box on it and explained with a smile, although it was rushed, the workmanship and materials are of the highest quality.
Take a look. Said.
She simply took out the box and handed it to Qin Feng.
So fast?
Qin Feng took the box and opened it immediately. He gently picked up the small ring, squinted his eyes and began to look at it carefully. The pattern on the silver jewelry on her hand is smooth and delicate, and the workmanship is excellent, and it doesn't look like it was made in a hurry.
Very delicate and very nice. It's what he wants.
It is indeed a team of international design giants.
The speed is already quite slow. Does it meet your expectations?
Sitting down slowly, Darlena saw the drawings on the table and started looking at them with interest.
Yeah, very beautiful.
After carefully putting the ring back, Qin Feng answered. When he saw Darlena looking at the blueprint on the table, he said with an embarrassed look, "I've only drawn half of it. The other half is not finished.
Please just take a look at it." That's not a problem. Darlena spoke softly, not paying attention to the details.
If others showed her their unfinished works, she would absolutely ignore them.
But if it was Qin Feng, then it's okay. Said.
She picked up the paper and read it carefully. As soon as she finished looking at one picture, Darlena immediately raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with a look as if he were a monster.
She asked with wide eyes, "Mr. Qin, did you draw all these?" "Certainly."
Qin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "I'm the only one who would design with such a simple piece of drawing paper."
That's right. Mr. Chin, I feel like you have created a new school. Chapter 140, If there are problems in your relationship, I will no longer believe in love?
Darina looked up at Chin Feng, her eyes flickering with a serious look.
Create a school? Am I that strong?
Scratching his head, Chin Feng asked in confusion. Although he spent a lot of time thinking about these designs, they were created by integrating many elements.
He can guarantee that it will be jaw-dropping.
But it would be a bit of an exaggeration to say that it created a genre.
Is he so good at this?
Of course, although your design elements are very common internationally, this style is quite rare. I've only seen 2 models in recent years, but unfortunately, neither of them is a complete set, just some scattered clues. Darina carefully picked up the blueprint, like a treasure, and continued to explain, You've perfectly demonstrated another style, combining scattered ideas into a system.
It's truly incredible.
She was very clear about the value of these 7 design drawings.
Once released, it will definitely cause quite a stir internationally. Jewelry styles nowadays are all poorly designed. If a new style and method of jewelry design suddenly appears, those designers who don't know how to innovate will definitely go crazy for it.
Darina now felt like she was dreaming.
A designer who perfectly highlights the style she wants, and this big shot is actually a beginner who has only studied under her for more than 5 hours? It's so dreamy. Mr. Chin, can you tell me how you came up with this design style?
Putting down the design drawings, Darina rubbed her hands together, feeling a little nervous.
Actually, although she is an internationally renowned jewelry designer,
but in nearly a year, she has run out of great design ideas and has no plans to come up with any new designs this year. But now I see Chin Feng's design.
Some inspiration was brewing in her mind and was about to burst out. Shocked. The apprentice turned out to be herself? Ing Er and I went back to my hometown a few days ago, and when we were hanging out, I suddenly thought of it.
After thinking for a while, Chin Feng replied in a very calm tone.
Hearing this, Darina was immediately speechless. Good job.
It suddenly occurred to me when I was out playing.
Is this possible? What do those designers who scratch their hair and scalps every day think? Is it so Versailles?
Mr. Chin's talent is truly astonishing. The corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and that was all Darina could say.
What else can we do?
Chin Feng had no experience and had only studied design knowledge for less than 5 hours.
Except for talent. She really couldn't find any other reason.
Average, 3rd in the world. Chin Feng answered modestly.
And suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he turned around to look at Lang Ying lying on the office chair and asked in a low voice, What is the specific value of this design? People. It all comes down to money.
Instead of just talking about how awesome this design is internationally, it would be more practical for Darina to directly tell him how much it is worth. Oh, Chin Feng, you have to understand one thing. Just based on these 7 simple design drawings, you are enough to make a name for yourself in the international jewelry design circle. Darlene said very seriously. She knew very well that once this design style came out, Chin Feng's name would definitely be known throughout the international jewelry circle.
But now the parties involved are asking how much this design is worth? This student's ideological awareness is not very high. I'd rather know the value of this design.
Chin Feng said somewhat embarrassedly, scratching his cheek.
Okay then.
Since Chin Feng insisted on knowing the value, Darina had no intention of hiding it. She fiddled with her phone for a while before saying, After releasing this work, your annual income will be around 40 million.
Since you're a new designer, this income is indeed a bit low.
But if we can manufacture these designs and sell them as a brand, the profit will be at least 1 billion yuan.
Oh, I see.
After Chin Feng heard this, Gubo replied calmly.
No, why are you so calm?
Darina turned off the screen of her phone and put it in her pocket. She looked at Chin Feng with a strange expression and confusion.
This guy was just wondering how much this design was worth. Now that I've said it, you don't care anymore? Isn't this the same as not recognizing the person after having fun? Teacher, it's only 1 billion.
It was natural, Chin Feng answered very calmly.
Ha, that's right. Smiling helplessly, Darina didn't know what to say now. Only 1 billion. Look, is this human language? Then teacher, after I finish drawing the design drawings tomorrow, could you please make them public for me?
Chin Feng looked at the unfinished design drawings on the table, thought for a moment, and then asked.
Oh, that's no problem, it's my honor.
Darlene said excitedly. It is really meaningful to be able to release this extremely novel design style through her hands.
However, I hope you would write Lang's Incense Industry as the copyright holder. Sheen Foam added. No, why?
Darlene frowned, confused. Once this design is released, Sheen Foam will definitely gain both fame and fortune.
Doesn't Tishi, as a student, like money? You should write your name on it. Why write the name of Lang's Incense Industry?
Lang Ying is my wife, so what belongs to her is mine.
If this design is under the name of Lang's Fragrance Industry, it will greatly enhance the company's status in the field of high-end luxury jewelry.
It's a very complete idea, Sheen Foam said softly. Even if his name is written on it, he will at most receive a few $100 million in funds.
But to the company under Lang Ying's name, the value created is definitely more than just a few $100 million. Never mind. Just think of it as a gift for your wife.
Lang Ying can wear the diamond ring worth only 600,000 yuan given by her parents as a treasure, while Sheen Foam can give her a gift worth hundreds of millions.
Not a problem. Actually, he doesn't lack this little money. What's wrong with giving it to your wife?
It's more than just a sudden increase, it should be able to reach the ceiling directly. With a wry smile, Darina turned around and looked at Lang Ying, who was still resting with her eyes closed, and then looked at Sheen Foam.
Wow, they are such a perfect match. You two have to be good to each other. If there are problems in your relationship, then I won't believe in love anymore,
she said with a smile.
Yeah?
Sheen Foam listened to this.
Suddenly I didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Of course, you two are the most perfect couple I have ever seen,
Darina answered seriously.
Okay, Ying Er and I will never separate from now on. Sheen Foam was also very serious.
Okay, then I'll take a picture of this design and post it on Twitter. Yes, sure. With Sheen Feng's permission, Darina bent down and sorted out the 7 design drawings.
He took out his cell phone from his pocket, took 3 photos, signed them with Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, and published them.
Chapter 141. Too many elements slip away.
After finishing, Darina put her phone back in her pocket.
Okay, in an hour, I guess many international designers will ask me if I drew these 3 jewelry designs. She said it very kindly and confidently. It's not that exaggerated,
Sheen Foam said modestly.
It's no exaggeration. This design level must be treated this way, Darlene explained seriously.
She looked at the other design drawings on the table, thought for a moment, and then said, I can also have my team make these designs in advance, but they will be made of ordinary silver.
Do you need them? There's no need to trouble you, teacher,
Sheen Foam answered immediately. Darina didn't ask him for a penny when she made the rings for him and Lang Ying. Even if the materials used to make these things are ordinary silver, the labor costs are still quite high.
It's better not to trouble her. It's better not to let her spend any more money. Well, I have other things to do, so I'll go back first, said. Darina stood up from her chair and walked towards the office door.
Sheen Foam hurried to see him off. Since others are so attentive to him, he certainly cannot be impolite.
Moment. After sending Darina to the elevator on the floor, Sheen Foam came back. At this time, it was almost 5:30. It's time to get off work. Inger?
Gently closing the office door, Sheen Foam called Lang Ying softly.
Maybe I'm really tired.
Lang Ying has now changed her posture, with her arms crossed, sleeping soundly on the huge office desk.
I told you to take your time.
Sheen Foam let out a long sigh, pinched his waist, and shook his head as he looked at his sleeping wife. I clearly told her not to get too tired.
But still, he was so engrossed in drawing that afternoon that he didn't notice. Really?
It makes him seem like an incompetent husband.
Hiss, don't catch a cold.
Seeing that Lang Ying was only wearing a light blue long dress, Sheen Foam immediately took off his black coat and carefully put it on Lang Ying's shoulders.
It's already afternoon.
The temperature turned cooler, which at least ensured that she would not catch a cold and would be warmer. Leaning against the huge desk, Sheen Foam looked at the documents piled up on the corner of the table inside.
So many files.
It was also difficult for him to handle it, let alone Lang Ying.
He must be exhausted. Stupid wife.
Sheen Foam reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head gently with a distressed look, then he sorted out the documents.
Wait until tomorrow to come to work. Lang Ying can seamlessly connect and continue doing it. There are not many files.
He finished it in more than 10 minutes.
And at this time, Lang Ying also seemed to be waking up.
A very lazy voice was heard.
Husband, what are you doing?
I'll help you clean up and wait for you to come over tomorrow to continue working. Putting a small pile of documents on the table aside, Shin Feng leaned next to his wife and spoke softly.
Oh, by the way, there's still some paperwork to be done. Suddenly, I thought of something.
Lang Ying supported her body with her arms and stood up slightly. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she looked at the neatly arranged documents in front of her, then hesitantly picked up a stack.
I took a look at it.
She was a little surprised. Because the order of these documents is exactly the order in which she plans to solve them one by one.
Shin Feng actually sorted it out automatically. Honey, did you pack all these things? Lang Ying couldn't help but ask. Of course, Steward Lin is out doing other things, so I have to do it.
Shrugging his shoulders, Shin Feng answered as a matter of course.
I haven't realized yet, husband, you have a talent for being an assistant.
Looking at the document papers that were sorted page by page, Lang Ying smiled slightly and then said.
To be precise, I have a talent for everything I do.
Shin Feng reached out and pinched the fair and tender cheek of his lovely wife, without any modesty.
Joke. With a life winner system, he can easily reach the top level no matter what he does. Wouldn't it be easy to organize a file? Tisk, narcissist.
For some reason, when Shin Feng said that he had talent in everything he did, Lang Ying's pretty face began to blush.
Unfortunately,
Shin Feng saw all her subtle reactions. He thought for a moment and then laughed maliciously.
Inger, why are you blushing? Are you thinking of something wrong?
Shin Feng said to himself as he moved closer to his lovely wife.
No. No way. You're seeing things.
Lang Ying's little trick was exposed by her husband, and she immediately started to stutter. When she saw Shin Feng's malicious smile, she immediately crossed her arms in front of her chest, like a frightened little rabbit, taking defensive measures, with a look of alertness on her face.
What are you doing?
Taking a step forward, Shin Feng broke through Lang Ying's defense in an instant, staring at her beautiful peach blossom eyes and smiling slightly.
It was obvious that she had the wrong idea, so why did she seem to be the one driving in the end? Thinking about.
Shin Feng moved forward decisively and gently kissed Lang Ying on her white forehead.
Do you think you can resist me if I want to eat you now? He said evilly. Cannot.
Lang Ying looked at her husband innocently with her beautiful peach blossom eyes and answered decisively.
Gurgle gurgle. She was so embarrassed that she swallowed 2 big mouthfuls of saliva. No, you.
Shin Feng keenly noticed the reaction of his lovely wife. He was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't hold it anymore.
He was a little amused and helpless. What to do? Lang Ying seems a little greedy?
He just wanted to tease her casually. I didn't expect it to spark such a fire.
It's over.
Lang Ying, calm down, we are still in the office. Shin Feng quickly spoke after reaching out and gently tapping his wife's little head.
And hearing this, Lang Ying reacted instantly. Ahem, I know.
She stood up slightly, patted her face which was as red as a Fuji apple, and then stepped back, away from her husband.
What a coincidence.
At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the office door.
Butler Lin came in at a very inopportune time. Miss, son-in-law Qin, what are you doing?
Looking at Lang Ying's flushed face and Shin Feng's somewhat embarrassed expression, he immediately understood.
Ahem, I suddenly remembered that my gas isn't turned off. I'll go over there first. These documents have been processed. I've left them here.
Bending slightly and putting the documents on the ground, Linen gave Shin Feng a meaningful look and then slipped away.
Leave work early. What did Steward Lin come up with? Shin Feng asked Lang Ying with an embarrassed look on his face. It's all because of you. Her face still red, Lang Ying looked at Shin Feng and said softly. Chapter 142 I like it more and more, I want it all? Why is it because of me?
Shin Feng spread his hands and said innocently.
It was clearly Lang Ying who swallowed her saliva and drove first, but in the end she blamed him? It's all your fault. You always like to tease me, and then, it makes me angry. Let us talk about the latter. Lang Ying's voice became weaker and weaker, and she was obviously lacking in confidence. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Ms. Darlena sent me the ring I designed earlier. Do you want to take a look?
Seeing his wife's weak appearance, Xin Feng held his forehead helplessly, then changed the subject and asked.
He didn't want to say anything more. What if something really gets out of hand? That would be very troublesome. Ha? Was the ring made so quickly? Lang Ying asked immediately. She didn't want to discuss anything on this topic either. In case you are really greedy. That one in the office felt a bit strange. And just as she was thinking this, suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head. Did Darina come just now? Why didn't you call me, husband? Lang Ying asked anxiously. Darina is an internationally renowned designer.
He has made so many concessions in order to accept Xin Feng, an apprentice with extraordinary talent.
She was actually sleeping when someone came over? It's a bit rude. You were so tired at that time that you fell asleep on the table. I didn't have the heart to wake you up.
Xin Feng shrugged his shoulders and answered as a matter of course.
Immediately following, he walked around the desk and went to the small table next to it used to receive guests. After bending down and picking up the gift box on it, he turned and walked towards Lang Ying. I see.
After hearing the answer from her lovely husband, Lang Ying opened her mouth, but suddenly didn't know what to say.
I'm not very tired either. The reason why I fell asleep.
The main reason was that Xin Feng felt so comfortable when he pinched her shoulders. Her nerves relaxed.
I fell asleep involuntarily.
Xin Feng could have just woken her up directly. But he felt sorry for himself.
Full of details. What to do? Her lovely husband spoils her a little too much. Hubby, I feel like I like you more and more.
With a serious look on her face, Lang Ying clasped her hands together and suddenly said.
No, what have you been thinking about in your little head? This is normal, okay?
After putting the gift box containing the ring on the huge desk, Xin Feng was suddenly at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard his wife's inexplicable words. If Lang Ying dislikes him more and more, then there is really a big problem.
Love should grow day by day.
It's normal for Lang Ying to like him more and more.
And at the same time,
he also became more and more accustomed to Lang Ying, his wife who was a domineering and cute girl.
TSK. That's great. Is that so?
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying answered with some doubt. She took a step forward, put her arm around Xin Feng's waist, and then fell into his arms.
Then let's never separate, okay? Of course, I won't separate unless you do. Would you like to see the ring I designed, my dear wife?
Xin Feng asked in a very gentle tone while gently hugging his lovely wife.
Certainly.
Coming out of his arms, Lang Ying nodded heavily.
Good.
Xin Feng raised his eyebrows unconsciously, let go of Lang Ying, and went to pick up the gift box on the desk.
Pull out the black box inside. Open slowly.
A silver ring surrounded by a golden leaf pattern lay quietly inside.
It gives people a feeling of low-key luxury. It looks great. Omega?
Seeing the ring, Lang Ying's two big, Kazalan eyes gradually began to shine with brilliance, and she was very happy. She reached out and picked up the ring, examining it carefully. Although she did not have a deep understanding of these silver ornaments, she could still clearly tell the quality of the workmanship. The workmanship of this ring is very exquisite and the design is novel and beautiful.
It doesn't look like it was rushed out at all.
It's worthy of being designed by her husband, it's amazing.
I'm glad you like it. Can I put it on you?
Seeing his wife's cute eyes shining, Xin Feng immediately asked with a smile.
To be honest, it was the first time he saw it. Lang Ying's eyes lit up not because of the food.
It seems that she really likes this ring.
I did the right thing.
Then I just designed clothes and necklaces with the same theme as wedding items.
He designed it himself. You can also feel different. And thinking.
Xin Feng had already taken the gift box and was holding the ring, intending to put it on his lovely wife.
But at this time, Lang Ying hesitated. Well, honey, what should I do with the diamond wedding ring my parents gave me?
She stretched out her right ring finger and asked a little at a loss.
2 rings, 1 finger. How to do this? Then change it once a day.
After snapping his fingers, Xin Feng raised his eyebrows and spoke decisively.
It's no big deal. Instead of worrying about this, you might as well think about what to eat for dinner. I want them all. Lang Ying answered weakly. Hearing this,
Qin Feng was speechless.
good job. I want them all? A bit greedy.
You have 2 ring fingers on your right hand, so you can have them all. Qin Feng smiled slightly and touched Lang Ying's white forehead.
But I have 2 hands.
As it was natural, Lang Ying silently stretched out her left hand, looking as smart as me. Inger, you found the blind spot.
Have no choice.
Qin Feng took Lang Ying's left hand and carefully put the ring on her slender ring finger.
He really didn't know what his wife's train of thought was like. So special. There is a ring on each ring finger of both hands. Hiss. Why does it feel like my wife has 2 husbands? Come on, here's yours too. The husband's ring must be worn by the wife.
Lang Ying's imagination is obviously not as strong as that of Qin Feng, the LSP.
She hadn't thought of that at all. Stretch out your left hand.
Lang Ying lowered her head and looked at the ring carefully, and liked it very much. When she saw that her husband didn't have a ring on his hand, she immediately asked him to help Qin Feng put it on.
Okay.
Qin Feng picked up another black gift box on the table and handed it to Lang Ying, saying in a doting tone.
Lang Ying opened it immediately.
She still looked at it carefully, then gently put it on her husband.
Certainly. It's the right hand.
They both have a ring on their left and right ring fingers.
It's not that strange. At this time, the sun sets. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling window behind Lang Ying's office.
The yellow sunlight shines in obliquely, which is very beautiful and very appropriate to the scene. Qin Feng took Lang Ying's soft little hand, brought it close to her face and gave it a gentle sip.
He then asked, now that we've put on the rings and the office is closed, do you want to go home and have dinner? It seems like we can't go home to eat today. Chapter 143. People are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being fat?
Scratching her slightly flushed face, Lang Ying answered weakly.
Hearing this,
Qin Feng was suddenly confused.
It's all done. Why don't you go home? A party?
After thinking for a while, Qin Feng asked immediately. The only things that can make my lovely wife resist the temptation of eating are some business gatherings.
Almost.
There's a business party at the Binjiang Bund building tonight, and Shohan wants me to go with you. Looking at the WeChat message on her phone, Lang Ying said softly.
At the same time,
she handed the phone directly to Qin Feng and let him look at it himself.
Binjiang Bund, Lin Shohan? Holding the phone and looking at the message, Qin Feng asked in confusion, no, you and Lin Shohan are so familiar with each other? You seem to be chatting happily on WeChat, how come I don't know anything about it? You know.
Lin Shohan can be considered Lang Ying's love rival.
Shouldn't we fight back? This is a good guy. Looking at all these chat records, are we good friends?
You forgot, Shohan came to my house before and slept in my room.
I added her on WeChat at that time.
Stepping back a bit, Lang Ying sat in the president's chair and explained briefly.
Then aren't you afraid that she will steal your home?
Qin Feng asked, scratching the back of his head.
He really didn't understand what his wife was thinking. Don't worry, that little girl Shohan wouldn't dare to do that. Lang Ying said confidently, swinging her long white legs leisurely. Lin Shohan is a very timid girl. Silly and naive, but also a little childish.
As long as Qin Feng is not in trouble, she would not dare to steal even if she had 8 guts.
That's what I said, but it feels weird to me. Qin Feng also knew Lin Shohan's character, and she would not dare anyway.
But when his wife played with his former rival, he always felt that the atmosphere was a little off. I feel weird too, but I've been hurt by a scumbag like you, so I have to comfort her. Lang Ying gently stroked Qin Feng's calf with her own calf, pouted her lips, looked into his eyes and said softly. I was so eager to sign the contract that I forgot to explain that it was a misunderstanding. Qin Feng scratched his head and said, feeling a little guilty.
Tisk, scumbag. Lang Ying obviously didn't buy it. That scumbag is also your husband.
He started to act like a rogue, Qin Feng replied immediately.
Upon hearing this, Lang Ying chuckled. It's true. The scumbag is also her husband. She is pregnant. Didn't he succeed in being a scumbag? It's really infuriating. Why am I so disappointing?
At the beginning, I followed Qin Feng to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate.
Just give it away for free. That's too much. Let's not talk about that.
The party starts at 8 o'clock.
It will take us about half an hour to get there now. We can eat something and have some fun by then, and that will be enough.
Lang Ying stood up from the office chair, yawned, and then spoke. She reached out and picked up the iPhone 14 on the desk, wanting to check the specific time and planning to go there on time. But as soon as the phone screen turns on, a large number of unread messages start to increase rapidly.
What does that mean? A face full of black question marks.
Lang Ying frowned slightly as she looked at the unread messages that were displayed crazily. These messages are not ordinary messages, but sent from Twitter and Instagram.
They are all international software. The account at is not her account, but the official account of Lingshire Fragrance Technology Company, Limited. Strangeness.
Reaching out to lift the hair that had run from behind her ears to the front, Lang Ying opened her Twitter account and started reading the messages. She remembered that there had been no official news from abroad recently. Logically speaking, it is impossible for so many people to tag Lang's incense industry.
What's strange?
Seeing Lang Ying playing with her cell phone, Xin Feng casually fiddled with the gift box and then asked.
Nothing much, just a lot of mentions from Lang's Fragrance's overseas accounts. I wanted to see what's going on.
Lang Ying explained in detail, then lowered her head to look at the message.
And hear this.
Xin Feng nodded in agreement.
If nothing unexpected happens. It should be that the design drawings that Ms. Darina just photographed and sent out were seen by international designers.
Since he stated above that the copyright belongs to Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited, so many people tagged the official account of Lang's Fragrance.
A mysterious designer? Ms. Darlina's apprentice?
After looking through a few messages from her company's official account, Lang Ying felt strange and went to check Darina's Twitter account.
Last tweet posted an hour ago. There are more than 2,000 comments below just 3 pictures. Just flip through it. It is the trumpet of various design masters. Click on those 3 pictures.
Observing these 3 extremely familiar pieces of drawing paper and a photo that was even taken with a tablet computer, Lang Ying immediately looked up at her husband.
Honey, the design drawings Darlina just posted were probably drawn by you, right?
She had seen the tablet computer in one of the drawings in the photo this morning, and the drawing paper was also very familiar to her. In addition, Xin Feng had just said that Ms. Darina had been here.
In summary, these 3 pictures must have been drawn by my husband. Wow, my wife, you are so smart. You guessed it right away.
As if coaxing a child, Xin Feng raised his thumb and made a gesture of approval from the colonel. No, I'm telling you something serious, husband, please stop making a fuss. Lang Ying felt a bit amused and patted her lovely husband on the shoulder.
She then asked, why don't you write your own name on the design? Instead, write that Lang's Fragrance industry owns the copyright? She knew it in her heart. Darina really hopes that Xin Feng will become famous internationally and become an outstanding international jewelry designer.
Now her tweet has nearly 2,000 comments.
Few people would say the design is bad.
There are only about 100 or 200 people who really don't like it, and this includes the sourpusses and keyboard warriors who only care about their hands. If these pictures were attached with Xin Feng's name,
he can definitely become famous overnight. But despite such a good opportunity, Darina didn't do it.
That must have been Xin Feng's own request. People are afraid of being famous, just like pigs are afraid of being fat. I don't like being famous, so I'll just be affiliated with your company. It will be beneficial to the future development of your high-end jewelry business.
Just consider it a small gift from me to you. Reaching out and gently rubbing Lang Ying's little head, Xin Feng explained in a calm tone. A small gift? The corners of Lang Ying's mouth twitched slightly.
This small gift generated more attention than any other new perfume release by her company.
It is estimated that her company's stock price will start to rise tomorrow.
Just because of these 3 simple design drawings.
It's incredible.
If this thing is put into production, there will be a profit of more than 10 billion.
This gift is really small.
Not worth mentioning.
Chapter 144 I am the Chiu Ming god of cars. Husband, don't you know the value of your blueprints?
After thinking for a while, Lang Ying asked softly.
I know.
It's just a profit of over $1 billion a year. Shrugging his shoulders, Xin Feng answered as a matter of course.
Isn't it just a profit of more than $1 billion? Hearing her husband's nonchalant tone, Lang Ying's mouth twitched slightly. He doesn't treat money as money. A profit of tens of billions is just like a dozen yuan. Moreover, the copyright of the design drawings is different from simple funds. This kind of thing has special attribute bonuses.
Now that Lang's fragrance industry has the copyright to this design, its status in the high-end jewelry circle will definitely increase. Maybe you can be directly promoted to a well-known high-end jewelry and silver jewelry design company in the industry. This illusory title is even greater than the pure financial value. It's something you can only encounter by chance. Hubby, no, you'll be at a huge disadvantage. Shaking her head, Lang Ying said decisively with a serious look on her pretty face.
This gift is a bit too big.
She took it for nothing and felt very uncomfortable.
Deficit? Why should I lose? We are husband and wife, it's all the same.
Shaking his head in a helpless manner, Qin Feng reached out and patted Lang Ying's little head, then replied with a smile. She is willing to have a child for herself.
Why can't he give me this small gift worth only a few billion? Deficit? They are husband and wife. But I don't feel comfortable holding such a large amount of money.
Putting down her phone, Lang Ying took the initiative to grab her lovely husband's big hand, and then slowly placed it on her smooth little face.
What's wrong with you? Just take it. Qin Feng pinched Lang Ying's smooth little face reflexively and said gently. Seriously? More than $1 billion for Lang Ying. It's really nothing. His father-in-law's company's daily turnover is dozens of times more than this amount. Okay then. But how about we not go to that business party tonight? Lang Ying really enjoyed having her husband's big hands pinching her face.
She opened her eyes slightly, looked into those deep and bright eyes, and asked with a blushing face.
Ahem. Hear this.
Qin Feng coughed suddenly several times. As an LSP, he understood Lang Ying's expression too well.
Instead of attending business gatherings, go home. What does this mean? Fast on the curve is the real fast. Who doesn't know how to cheer up? What else can they do after returning home? We must be exploring the mysteries of human anatomy together.
But he had studied too frequently before and he couldn't bear it.
Hubby, don't you want to?
Don't worry, I've already asked my personal physician, and she said I'm only a few days pregnant, so there's no problem with that. Seeing that Qin Feng remained silent, Lang Ying's face flushed and she stammered to explain.
And speaking.
She was still a little shy and didn't dare to look into her husband's eyes.
At this time,
Qin Feng began to wrap himself tightly and shiver unconsciously. Even my waist felt a little sore reflexively.
Good job. Her daughter-in-law was so sensible that she even thought about the consequences. It's outrageous.
Inger, I think since Shahan has invited both of us, it would be best if we go over and take a look. Qin Feng spoke decisively and righteously.
Hearing this,
Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, confused.
No. There's something wrong with this answer.
She knew Qin Feng's character.
Being an LSP, wasn't that a huge benefit? Why was it rejected?
It's okay, I'll just tell Shahan, she won't mind.
Lang Ying said seriously.
I'll still mind it to some extent, so let's go.
No, let's go home. Yes, let's go home and change into something formal, then go to the party. Don't change the subject. An hour later.
Because the gas in housekeeper Lin's house was not turned off, he slipped away early. So Qin Feng acted as Lang Ying's personal driver, driving a newly purchased Rolls-Royce. The two of them walked smoothly all the way to the downstairs of the Bund building. A business party. Those that pay attention to the environment are basically located on the Bund on both sides of Pudong and Puxi, overlooking the Huangpu River. There is no need to describe this scene in detail. In parking lot, Qin Feng parked the car steadily.
Inger, are we really going to the party dressed like this?
Letting go of his seatbelt, Qin Feng turned around to look at Lang Ying's outfit and couldn't help but ask.
I'm really afraid that I won't be able to leave once I get home.
He finally chose not to listen to his wife and came here directly. Lang Ying did not change her clothes and still wore the same light blue dress. Although it still looks beautiful, it gives people a very fairy-like feeling. But because of the style, it always looks a bit informal.
He was also wearing ordinary casual clothes today. There's nothing wrong with dressing like this. It's just a business party.
Lang Ying replied calmly, if your status is high enough, people will respect you even if you wear a sack. If your status is low, no one will pay attention to you even if you wear a suit and tie.
That makes sense. Hearing this,
Qin Feng nodded slightly, decisively stretched out his right hand, and raised his thumb to give the colonel an affirmation.
According to Long Ying's identity,
If she wore this, no one would come and mock her. TSK, that makes sense, but if you don't care about what you wear, others won't say anything on the surface, but who knows what they'll say behind your back. Her attitude suddenly changed. Lang Ying turned her head to look at the car window and said unhappily,
"What's wrong? Why are you suddenly angry?"
Seeing Lang Ying suddenly ignore him, Qin Feng asked helplessly.
You know it well.
With her arms around her shoulders, Lang Ying kept looking out the window.
How would I know if you don't tell me?
Feeling a little amused and helpless, Qin Feng spread his hands and spoke softly.
And suddenly,
a light bulb went off in his head, and he thought of something.
Oh, I understand.
The corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Qin Feng moved closer to Lang Ying, then gently poked her shoulder with his elbow, grinning. Is it because of going home to rest?
You know that too.
Like a little rabbit caught eating grass near its nest, Lang Ying paused when she heard her husband talk about this, and she even stuttered a little when she spoke.
But at the same time, she was also a little angry. Not even an hour had passed.
Qin Feng completely forgot about it as if nothing had happened.
She almost forgot about it. I can't even quarrel. It's outrageous. Well, you can go home, but you still have to attend the party. If you really can't help it, we can stay here. There's no one here anyway.
Looking straight ahead with his eyes, Qin Feng stretched and said with a suppressed smile. He is worthy of being the driving god of Akina Mountain.
The driving is as steady as ever. Chapter 145. Hey, isn't this Lang Ying? Why are you so lame after not seeing you for a few days? You are not allowed to say anymore.
The originally fair and smooth little face turned red as if blood could drip from it, and Lang Ying spoke word by word. While speaking, she directly exposed her sandbag-sized fist and punched Qin Feng's arm. As a normal adult woman, she knew that her husband was driving like crazy.
In the car.
It's amazing that he could come up with such a strange thing.
She doesn't even dare to do it in the office, let alone in the car. If someone sees me, wouldn't that mean social death? Can she still live well on Earth?
Hey, it's okay to say it, but don't do it, it hurts. Qin Feng was hurt by Lang Ying's hammer and quickly dodged and spoke immediately. He said that he was obviously quite strong.
But I don't know why.
It hurts when Lang Ying hits him. TSK, who told you to drive recklessly?
You deserve it.
Pouting her lips, Lang Ying answered unhappily. But even though she said this, her body was still very honest.
When I heard my husband say it hurt, I stopped immediately. Just give them a few warnings. If it really gets broken, she will be the one who feels heartbroken. Let me tell you, then, are we going home tonight to rest?
Rubbing his sore shoulders from being hammered, Qin Feng moved closer to his lovely wife and asked in a servile tone.
No driving ahead.
With her hands crossed in an X shape, Lang Ying's face was red, but she was very serious.
Okay, then I'll take out the car keys.
Seeing Lang Ying's cute and soft look, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and immediately laughed.
Seriously. It's so nice to play with my wife every day.
Tisk, that's more like it.
Lang Ying replied dimly. And at this time, her iPhone 14 suddenly vibrated. The phone rang. Qin Feng reminded. Profound.
Lang Ying went to get the Chanel bag placed in front of the window, opened it and took out her cell phone.
I went into WeChat and checked the message. It was sent by Shohan. She asked if we were here.
Handing the phone directly to Qin Feng, Lang Ying said softly. Just now she was so busy playing and joking with her husband that she forgot to go upstairs.
It's only 7:30, we have to go on time.
After taking the phone and replying, I'll be there soon to Lin Shohan, Qin Feng opened the car door and got out. Co-pilot position. Lang Ying also hurriedly got out of the car with her bag.
Hey, wait for me.
Wearing white sneakers, Lang Ying hurried to catch up with Qin Feng.
That's all. The two of them walked upstairs arm in arm. Moment. Enter the elevator.
Since the floor used for business meetings is located in the middle of the entire building, and it is almost 8 o'clock in the evening,
it's a time when there are many people. Qin Feng and Lang Ying entered the elevator, and there were actually 5 people inside. 1 man and 3 women. Oh, today is another confusing day. Exactly. The job of a jewelry designer is so tiring. I'm almost going bald. Yours is fine, but look at my hair.
I have a part-time job and stay up late writing articles every day.
I'm almost bald like a monk. The four people obviously knew each other.
As the elevator rose, everyone was quietly complaining about the hardships of life.
This is clearly seen through the dialogue. They are in the design industry. I'm so tired.
It would be great if I was the author of the design drawings that teacher Darlena released today.
I could probably eat from them for the rest of my life. You're just kidding. We suggest you reopen it.
I really don't know why that talented designer signed his name to a perfume company.
What's wrong with his brain?
Be careful when you say bad things about people behind their backs.
Go away, I just don't understand. Stop talking, time is almost up, let's go. The elevator stopped at the 21st floor.
When the four people saw the elevator door open, they immediately filed out, looking a little anxious. Qin Feng and Lang Ying were originally going to the 21st floor to attend the party. After the four of them went out, they also walked out slowly.
They were probably talking about you, weren't they?
Lang Ying asked softly, holding her lovely husband's arm. The drawings released by Darlena, the mysterious designer, has some weird brains.
The factors all fit. It must be my husband. Who else could it be?
Qin Feng touched his nose and answered somewhat embarrassedly.
The four people in the elevator deliberately lowered their voices. But the elevator.
That's all the space there is.
I can accurately tell who is farting quietly.
Qin Feng listened to their entire conversation.
It's okay in the front. As they were talking, one of the girls actually said that he had lost his mind.
He can't be a noble artist who regards money as dirt.
It makes him seem like he has a very low level of ideological awareness. It's outrageous. So is your brain really out of control?
Covering her mouth, Lang Ying narrowed her beautiful peach blossom eyes slightly and asked with a smile.
Tisk, people laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me.
Qin Feng gently patted his lovely wife's head, his eyes were calm and he answered in a very calm tone.
Okay, let's go in quickly and don't let Shahan find us. There was no further discussion on this topic. Lang Ying smiled gently and quickly pulled Qin Feng to a cubicle. Open the door. Go inside.
Then there was a very large space. The elegant slow-moving melody immediately filled Qin Feng's ears.
It's very comfortable. Maybe they were really a little late. Most people have already sold out their bottles of red wine, so it seems like they came early. Always chatting. TSK, another party. I've noticed that after being with you, I always attend these kinds of business parties.
Looking at the somewhat familiar scene, Qin Feng naturally reached out and took a glass of red wine from the waiter, took a sip and sighed.
That can't be helped.
Lang Ying replied as a matter of course, business, to put it bluntly, is just about doing business.
If you don't build a network of contacts, no one will know you, so who will cooperate with you? What I'm concerned about is, in this kind of situation, will I be forced to act tough and get slapped in the face again?
Looking at the wealthy people around him who were dressed in gorgeous clothes, walking back and forth, chatting and laughing with others, Qin Feng turned his head slightly and asked softly in Lang Ying's ear.
I guess not. It's not like you're writing a novel. Who would have the time to mock you? Lang Ying replied.
Those who can attend this kind of gathering are all the richest people in Shanghai who are at the top of the heap. This group of people are very concerned about their appearance.
If there is no direct conflict of interest, everyone is happy. Even if there is, you can also keep silent or avoid it. There are very few people who actively mock. What you said makes sense, but look who that guy is. Hey, isn't this the beautiful Lang? Why are you so exhausted after not seeing you for a few days? Chapter 146. I don't know what to title. A very unhappy female voice came out. Upon hearing these words, Lang Ying's pretty brows immediately frowned.
She looked in the direction her husband was pointing.
Just see.
A beautiful girl in a tight black dress and holding a glass of red wine walked over slowly. This beautiful girl wore a pair of golden glasses on her high nose bridge, had a delicate and fair face, and had beautiful black hair tied up behind her head, with some black hair left on her forehead to modify her face shape.
It gives people a very cool feeling. Moreover, she has a very slim and well-proportioned figure.
Compared with Lang Ying, she is not much inferior.
She is definitely an invincible queen. Ahem, Inger, if nothing unexpected happens, this girl is here to mock us, right?
After coughing, Qin Feng tilted his head slightly and whispered into the ear of his lovely wife.
Hubby, be more confident. Change the question into an affirmative sentence. That girl must be here to mock us.
Holding her forehead, Lang Ying looked ashamed.
Who is this person?
Before the girl came over, Qin Feng asked again.
The daughter of the Yi family, Yi Ziwen, and her whole family are in the financial industry.
Lang Ying replied softly.
Oh, so you're from the financial industry. After thinking for a while, Qin Feng asked doubtfully, then why is she targeting you? Just after returning to China, I attended a party with Su Yenran.
I stole her limelight at the party, and she must be trying to save face.
Hiss. How boring.
Qin Feng was a little speechless and shook his head.
Women are always jealous.
It's also my fault for being so pretty.
I just stood there at the party and instantly stunned everyone.
Blinking her beautiful peach blossom eyes, Lang Ying said softly.
Please stop using your Versailles language. Hearing what his lovely wife said, Qin Feng was a little amused and said immediately.
I have spoken too much in the language of Versailles.
Lang Ying actually learned it too. It seems a little naughty. Omega? I learned this from you.
Lang Ying leaned sideways towards Qin Feng, tiptoed on her heels and said with a smile.
And at this time, Yi Ziwen has already walked over. The villain is coming.
Qin Feng said very quietly.
Holding back her laughter, Lang Ying nodded. Because Yi Ziwen is a little hard of hearing.
Qin Feng and Lang Ying were obviously only a few steps away from her, but she didn't hear them even though they were whispering so much. She just felt a little unhappy when she saw the two of them being so affectionate. They are still affectionate to each other in public.
That's too much. Beautiful Lang, it's only been a few days since we last met, and you're already dressed like this? Walking slowly in front of Lang Ying, Yi Ziwen spoke calmly, her voice full of the flavor of a queen. And at the same time,
there is also a strong smell of gunpowder in this.
Isn't it pretty? I feel pretty.
After briefly examining her attire, Lang Ying looked up at Yi Ziwen calmly and replied matter-of-factly, if your status is not good, it doesn't matter how well you dress.
Simply comparing clothes reveals that Mr. Ye's cultivation is still very low.
As a female president who can run a listed company, Lang Ying's eloquence is certainly no less impressive. But after meeting Qin Feng,
she just hasn't used it for a long time.
But not using it for a long time doesn't mean you're unfamiliar with it.
A qualified president must be an excellent troll. Otherwise, you will not be able to win the negotiation and will lose a lot of money in one go. Who said you were dressed well? I said you weren't dressed formally enough. Compared to Lang Ying.
Yi Ziwen seems a little clumsy in speaking. After Lang Ying said so, she was actually speechless and said all these nonsense. Majoring in finance, she is very good at data analysis. But I am not familiar with business negotiation skills.
Being tongue-tied is a disadvantage. So what if it's informal? I have enough status, who dares to say anything to me?
Lang Ying hugged her shoulders with her arms around her shoulders, and said calmly. Just because she is the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai.
95% of the people at the party didn't dare say anything to her face. Tisk, isn't it just relying on the fact that his last name is Lun? What's so great about that? Touching his nose, Yi Ziwen raised the red wine glass, took a sip, and his voice became a little weak. No way. My last name is Lung.
The richest person in Shanghai, her Yi family financial company is also very wealthy. But compared to Lang, who has carried out special integration in all industries,
still a lot inferior. Your status and identity begin to change. It's really impressive to have the surname Lang. If you have the ability, you should also have the surname Lang.
Seeing that Yi Ziwen's momentum suddenly weakened a lot, Lang Ying smiled softly, then raised her eyebrows and said quietly.
All right. I have lived with Qin Feng for a long time. She also has this kind of mean tone when she speaks. TSK, who wants to share the same surname with you? It's almost the same whether you and I share the same surname, Yi. Biting his lower lip, Yi Ziwen said disdainfully. But even though she said this, she knew in her heart that the Yi family was no match for the Lang family. You can only talk big. He.
Lang Ying raised her eyebrows and smiled indifferently.
And just when she wanted to confront Yi Ziwen,
Xin Feng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly interrupted and whispered, "Inger, it's almost 8 o'clock and the party is about to start.
Let's not argue with her, okay? Ah. So fast?" Hearing this,
Lang Ying took out the iPhone 14 from her Chanel bag and immediately turned on the screen to take a look.
It's already 7:55.
"Ms. Yi, I'm sorry, I have something else to do and have to leave first," she said directly without raising her head. She can still clearly distinguish the main plot from the side plots.
It is such a waste of time and totally unnecessary to fight against Yi Ziwen. It's better to slip away first.
Just as she looked up at Yi Ziwen, she discovered that this woman was actually looking up and down at Xin Feng, who was standing next to her. She looked very interested in him.
What are you doing?
Feeling a hint of crisis, Lang Ying felt as if someone had stepped on her tail, and her whole body was on alert.
My lovely husband is so handsome, I have to protect myself well. We must never let the bad women outside succeed. This handsome guy is the boyfriend you mentioned in your circle of friends, right?
Taking a step back, Yi Ziwen looked Xin Feng up and down, and the more he looked, the more handsome he seemed to him.
She couldn't help but feel excited. No way.
Among the many young talents in the Magic City, she has never seen a man more handsome than Xin Feng.
Among the crowd,
only Li Yunche, the son of the wealthy Li family, has a chance of catching up.
But there are also big differences.
She just didn't understand where Lang Ying found such a handsome boy as her boyfriend.
He's not my boyfriend now, Lang Ying said decisively. Xin Feng? Xin Feng is my husband now, Lang Ying said seriously.
Xin Feng, he was obviously relieved.
Chapter 147. Sister, I want to become your disciple.
His wife now starts to breathe heavily when she speaks. He was so scared that his body began to tremble.
Just naughty. What did you say? You're married?
When Yi Ziwen heard Lang Ying's words, he frowned and looked disbelieving. From the time she saw Lang Ying post an intimate photo with Xin Feng on her moments until now, it wouldn't take more than 2 months.
They got married and got a marriage certificate in such a short time? Flash marriage? And most importantly, she is just from the financial circle and is not familiar with the young talents in the business circle of Shanghai.
The man in front of her was so handsome, but she had never heard of him.
I don't think he is a high-ranking official. Besides, as the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, would Lang Ying marry someone of low status and position? It feels a bit fake. Mr. Qin, right? Excuse me for asking, but where do you work?
Turning to face Xin Feng's position, Yi Ziwen thought for a moment, but couldn't help but stretched out his hand to ask. The words she spoke were very polite and gave people a comfortable feeling.
Oh, I don't really have a job right now. I'm kind of unemployed. Xin Feng gently shook Yi Ziwen's outstretched hand and answered softly in a very calm tone. Yi Ziwen just had some minor complaints about Lang Ying. Talk to him in a clear and friendly manner. It's not like he's trying to disgust anyone directly, so it's not like he can't deal with it. Is this a homeless person? Hearing this answer, Yi Ziwen nodded slightly, still undecided. No way. That face is so handsome.
And now, after observing Xin Feng closely, she found that he maintained a very good figure.
At a glance, it's the kind of figure that looks thin when dressed, but has flesh when undressed. Not only is he handsome, he's also so strong. It's outrageous. Besides, what I just said. Xin Feng is majestic and has an extraordinary bearing. Is this really the temperament that an unemployed vagrant should have? Not at all related. Maybe he is the son of some big boss who just returned from studying abroad. She really couldn't get it right. Mr. Qin's extraordinary demeanor doesn't seem like that of a vagrant.
Not wanting to cause trouble anymore, Yi Ziwen scratched his cheek and said awkwardly,
My husband doesn't have a profession. If you have to say, he's a designer. At this time, Lang Ying, who had been standing silently by the side, suddenly answered for Xin Feng. Designer? Okay.
Without thinking too much about it, Yi Ziwen nodded, then walked to the side, picked up a bag, and took out a very exquisite business card from it.
Mr. Qin, this is my business card.
Let me introduce myself again. I'm Yi Ziwen, the general manager of Melford International Venture Capital's Shanghai region. While handing out the business card, Yi Ziwen also extended his hand again, his tone a little serious. Originally, she just wanted to come over and mock Lang Ying to regain some of the face she lost at the previous party.
Good to vent.
But who could have thought? I feel like her husband might be a big shot. I'm so scared. Forehead. Looking down at the white and smooth little hand, Xin Feng secretly looked towards Leng Ying's position.
Take it, it's okay.
Seeing her husband hesitating, Leng Ying very considerately gave him a reassuring look. Yi Ziwen has no conflict of interest with her.
A businessman. Profit comes first. Who knows what use this person will be in the future?
Besides, they had originally wanted to come over and mock me, but they hadn't said anything excessive yet, so I just went along with it and took the business card. She actually wanted Xin Feng to get to know some business people on his own.
What if her father Lang Zian really gets tired in the future?
Xin Feng must take over the company.
It certainly doesn't hurt to start building your network now.
She trusts her husband.
Absolute trust. Otherwise,
it is also impossible for him to be so generous and have such a friendly relationship with Lin Shohan.
Hello, Miss Yi. My name is Xin Feng, and I'm an unemployed vagrant.
Seeing his lovely wife winking at him, Xin Feng smiled slightly and immediately felt more confident. He was mainly afraid that Leng Ying would be jealous. I went to the party and came home mad. This is not worth the effort.
And speaking.
He simply reached out, gently took the business card from Yi Ziwen's hand, and put it in his shirt pocket.
Very deliberate. It didn't touch my hand. Okay, Mr. Qin, the unemployed man.
Hearing that Xin Feng was obsessed with the unemployed, Yi Ziwen smiled and said helplessly.
All right. It is always better to have one more partner than one more enemy. Let us put aside the sarcasm for now. It's not a novel. Who can resist money? And at this time,
the people attending the party in the innermost part began to gather together with a purpose and slowly flowed towards one location. Seeing this scene, Xin Feng said jokingly,
this should be the beginning of the party theme, right?
Mr. Qin called the opportunity of attracting investment the theme of the party.
It's quite humorous.
Raising his neck slightly, Yi Ziwen drank the red wine in the glass in his hand, chuckled, and then said,
now that the topic has begun, we really have to get over it.
As if declaring her sovereignty, Leng Ying naturally put her arm around Xin Feng's muscular arm and spoke in a very queenly manner.
Okay, see you later. Waving his hand, Yi Ziwen walked towards the exit of the party. See this. Leng Ying didn't ask anything.
She didn't care why Yi Ziwen just went out instead of going with her to take a look.
Maybe she has Alzheimer's.
But just when Leng Ying wanted to pull Xin Feng over,
Yi Ziwen turned back again. She looked at Leng Ying, sizing up her outfit, and suddenly asked, Miss Lang, are you pregnant?
Oh.
Hearing this question, Leng Ying was a little surprised. No. She hasn't even confirmed whether she's pregnant or not. How could Yi Ziwen think of this? Who gave you the inspiration to ask me about my pregnancy? Is it obvious? Leng Ying waved her hands, confused. Are you really pregnant?
After getting the exact answer, Yi Ziwen looked at the very beautiful Leng Ying, and then at the very tough and handsome Xin Feng.
I don't know why.
Now she felt a growing sourness in her heart.
Maid. When I was single, they got married. She got pregnant when I was still single.
She is already 26 or 27 today.
Every day I am urged by my family to find a partner. Can you find a partner easily?
She was forced to go on a blind date a few days ago. The man who came was quite handsome, and it could be said that he had developed according to the classic of mountains and seas.
It's outrageous.
Since the highly qualified young talents were already booked, she could only look for men of the same age.
But 27.
To be able to reach her level, we are a perfect match.
They all became bald.
No wonder the funeral love family has disappeared in recent years.
Hair volume is an issue. Excuse me, can I become your disciple?
His throat gurgled, Yi Ziwen's cheeks flushed slightly, and he asked in a voice as thin as a mosquito.
Chapter 148. As expected of you, your defense is broken? What? Leng Ying was somewhat surprised by what Yi Ziwen said. She was slightly stunned and confused. Become a disciple? Which master should I worship? Yi Ziwen is very capable, no worse than her, so why should he become her disciple? Ahem, it's just. Can you teach me how you managed to get someone as handsome as Mr. Qin?
A blush slowly crept up his cheeks. Yi Ziwen looked around, then took a step forward and came in front of Leng Ying to explain weakly.
Just this? Hearing this,
Lang Ying blinked her beautiful peach blossom eyes, narrowed them slightly, and looked a little proud.
yes, I want to study. Tuition is not a problem.
The little head nodded like a little chicken, and Yi Ziwen quickly took out an ordinary black card from the bag he was carrying, raised it and said. When Qin Feng saw this scene, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly.
Good job. Are girls nowadays so eager for love?
Originally, he saw Yi Ziwen wearing a black slim-fitting long skirt, with her hair tied up in a neat bun, and her face gave her a queen-like look.
She should be a serious queen. But I didn't expect it. Neither is she. Yi Ziwen now definitely looks like a little girl who is longing for love.
Those big eyes of Kiss Me began to shine.
Well,
it's so difficult to find a partner these days.
But that's true.
There are not many good men in society who are as loyal and handsome as him.
My wife is so lucky to have met me. But it's also thanks to our childhood sweethearts. Thinking like this,
Qin Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of something.
My wife won't tell Yi Ziwen.
First, you need a good-looking childhood sweetheart. Very seriously, Lang Ying stretched out the fingers of her right hand and began to enlighten Yi Ziwen.
If I had it, I would have done it long ago. Do I need to ask you? Yi Ziwen was speechless.
She spent almost all of her childhood in cram schools and special classes. Because her grades were so good, she instantly defeated the group of little boys. In addition, he has an aloof personality and basically has no friends.
Forget about childhood sweethearts. Then I can't do that. You know, I was also a widow abroad before.
When I met my husband after returning to China, I gave him away for free.
Actually, I don't have much experience.
Shrugging her shoulders helplessly, Lang Ying expressed that she could do nothing to help and answered softly. She and Qin Feng skipped the part of getting to know each other and went directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get their marriage certificate.
Start dating from marriage. Yi Ziwen had never had the kind of experience that she needed. For free, for free? As expected of you, beautiful Lang. You're so quick to act?
Yi Ziwen took a step back, looked at Lang Ying, turned around and looked at Xia Qinfeng, then nodded slightly.
Such a handsome man. Even if you ask her, she won't give it to you. But the question now is there another man like this? At first, she was quite optimistic about Li Yunche, the son of the Li family. But unfortunately, that guy has a childhood sweetheart named Yin Qingyue, who is as beautiful as her. The two of them have been together for a long time.
It's just that his father Li Nidian didn't seem to like that girl very much, so he never made it public. After living for 27 years, she really wants to fall in love. But the men in the financial circle are too good at playing. Young talents in Shanghai's business circle generally have somewhat childish minds.
She really looked down on it.
At my age, I can come later to play King of Glory and defend the top lane, but I can't be late to find a partner. Yi Ziwen said in a low voice, feeling like she wanted to cry but had no tears. While speaking, she turned and looked at Qin Feng again.
Hey, this one is mine.
Seeing Yi Ziwen's green eyes, Lang Ying hurriedly pulled Qin Feng's arm and immediately said,
Joke.
It's one thing to impart experience, but we can't let Yi Ziwen steal our property.
Can't we split the schedule like this? You work Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I work Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and let Mr. Qin have a day off on Sunday? Yi Ziwen was a little greedy. He looked at Lang Ying with a dim gaze. Don't force me to slap you in public. Lang Ying said very unhappily. Can I just fan it afterward? Yi Ziwen asked sincerely. Hearing this, Lang Ying was speechless. It's over. This guy really misses a man. Pitiful. No way, it's 2021. Is there anyone who is single? It's really a clown. The defense is broken. Alright, no more jokes. No matter how good Mr. Qin is, he's already a married man. I won't try to poach him.
Waving his hand, Yi Ziwen said with a smile.
You're smart.
Hugging her shoulders, Lang Ying replied unhappily. Forget it, my show on the floor below is about to start, so I'm leaving now. Not wanting to continue discussing this topic, Yi Ziwen looked down at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist and then said. Then she hurried downstairs. After watching Yi Ziwen go, Lang Ying looked around and saw that there was no one around, so she turned to look at Qin Feng. You just laughed, didn't you? Just now Yi Ziwen asked if it could be on the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 2nd, 4th, or 6th.
Her hateful husband laughed happily. What's the matter? Is she too gentle as a daughter-in-law? Even a rabbit bites when it is anxious. Can you please not express what you want in your heart? You're mistaken. I didn't.
Shaking his head like a rattle, Qin Feng decisively denied it.
I just accidentally expressed what was in my heart. It's outrageous. You are not allowed to mess with other women again.
Lang Ying spoke each word clearly, raising her fair and tender little hand, and hitting Qin Feng with each word she spoke.
Okay, I won't provoke you, but please don't hit me.
Qin Feng took all the punches from his lovely wife without missing a single one, and replied in a straightforward manner, admitting defeat.
The sisters all like him. Is this his fault? Blame it on him being so handsome.
Let those beautiful girls lose control.
How many oases have I turned down for Lang Ying? Tisk, scumbag.
As soon as Qin Feng said that, Lang Ying stopped decisively. She instantly transformed from a domineering queen CEO to a soft and pretty girl, put her arm around her husband, and walked towards the party venue.
After chatting with Yi Ziwen for so long, she forgot the time.
This party theme has already begun.
When coming up?
Lang Ying and Lin Shohan sent each other WeChat messages saying that Shohan was going to come out and write a business plan for an investment attraction project. She was fourth, so she should be able to catch up now. Thinking of this, Lang Ying pulled Qin Feng and hurried over.
And at this time,
one floor below where Qin Feng and Lang Ying were,
Yi Ziwen came out of the express staircase, looked around, turned around and walked into a private room. Oh, Ms. Darlene, you are here too? Chapter 149, Sitting Up in Shock from a Dying Illness? It's almost the same layout as the party on the floor above.
Yi Ziwen looked at Ms. Darina, who was chatting and laughing with several young men and women not far away, and suddenly exclaimed. This gathering is only used as a platform for domestic designers to communicate with each other and expand their network. As a finance professional, she actually has nothing much to talk about with these designers. The main reason for coming here is to see a classmate I haven't seen for a long time.
That classmate is a designer. Moreover, he had just returned from studying at Virginia Commonwealth University, a famous foreign design school. We had agreed beforehand that we would take each other out for dinner and have some fun after the party. But Yi Ziwen didn't expect it. This little gathering turned out to be so awesome. Even the internationally renowned jewelry designer Ms. Darina is here? Who has such a big face? Oh, are you the Miss Yi Ziwen that Ginghong mentioned?
Since Yi Ziwen looks about the same level as Lang Ying, she is very stunning. Such a beautiful woman came towards me from the front and I exclaimed. Most of the men in the party turned their attention to her.
Darina also looked over reflexively at this time.
As soon as she saw Yi Ziwen's face, she remembered what her students had said before.
You actually know me? Hearing Darina say his name very accurately, Yi Ziwen was slightly stunned and hurried over to ask.
As a person in the financial circle, her daily work and life are in line with international standards. She has more or less some acquaintance with some famous designers and international financial tycoons. But that doesn't mean others know her. Yi Ziwen remembered that he had never actually met Darina, but had only seen her designs on Twitter. She shouldn't know herself.
How do you know your name? Oh, Lu Jinghong is my student. She mentioned you to me before, saying that you were coming here. Darlene explained. And at this time,
the four students who were talking next to her just now were also looking at Yi Ziwen carefully.
Wow, what a stunning beauty. Yes, it's so beautiful. Yeah, but she's still a little bit inferior to the beauty we saw in the elevator before.
That young lady is both a queen and a fairy, while this one is a simple queen. In his dying state, he sat up in shock and shouted, Sister, I can do it. Because the four people spoke very quietly and Yi Ziwen was a little hard of hearing, she could only see that the four people were looking at her curiously, and nothing else. What attracted her attention now was that the classmate she hadn't seen for a long time was actually Darina's student. Is Lu Jinghong really your student? There was another exclamation, and Yi Ziwen couldn't believe it. Good job. Are your classmates so good? He turned out to be a student of an internationally renowned designer. The students are not important. The important thing is that Darina seems to dote on this student. This is serious. It symbolizes a different identity. Of course, Jinghong is very talented, I like her very much. Darina smiled graciously and began to praise him unconsciously. At this rate, her international reputation will likely be much higher than mine.
She actually has quite a few students. But there are really few people who can truly satisfy her. Lu Dinghong is one. Certainly.
Qin Feng is a pervert, so he doesn't count.
Is that so? That's incredible. Yi Ziwen nodded slightly in agreement.
Being able to receive such evaluation from an international master, she is definitely a classmate who can become a close friend.
And at this time,
from the innermost part of the gathering place,
that large floor-to-ceiling window,
a very pure and beautiful girl walked out quickly with a stack of white drawing paper. The girl was wearing a light brown dress with a beautiful red brooch on the left side of her collar. She was also wearing a light brown short skirt that covered her thighs and knees. Her legs, without stockings, were extremely white and slender. Her 3,000 black hair was draped over her shoulders, and she wore a pair of silver, semi-mounted glasses on her nose frame, which was not thick. Gives the appearance of a young college student.
Ziwen, here I come. Lu Dinghong brushed his hair and greeted Yi Ziwen.
Then he looked at Darina and said, "Teacher, this is a new piece of silver jewelry I designed.
I'd like you to give me some comments later." Said.
She simply took out the thin stack of white drawing paper and handed it to Darina.
You've designed a new style of silver jewelry so soon? Jinghong, don't chase quantity.
Even if you have a lot of inspiration, it still needs polishing to come up with a good design. Although she said this, there was no sign of displeasure on Darina's face.
She gently took Lu Jinghong's design drawings and took a quick look at them. And watching, her brows immediately furrowed. Jinghong, did you refer to the 3 design drawings I sent you before for this design?
Pulling out a piece of drawing paper, Darina looked at Lu Jinghong and asked softly.
Yes, I was so fascinated by that designer's style that I unconsciously started designing in the same style. Lu Jinghong explained.
In the afternoon, when she saw the design drawings posted by her teacher, she was attracted by the novel design style. He can reorganize elements that have been poorly designed by many designers and create a unique style. She really admires him.
Oh, by the way, teacher, I was just about to ask you, those 3 design drawings you released this afternoon, weren't you the author?
A light bulb went off in his head, and Lu Jinghong asked. Although she admired Darina's design style and experience very much, based on her studies over the years, she thought that it was impossible for her teacher to suddenly design in this style, and it should not be her own style.
Oh, of course I can't design in that style.
The author of the design is a very talented young designer. After carefully putting away Lu Jinghong's design drawing paper, Darina laughed helplessly when she heard her question and answered softly.
Then what exactly is? Lu Jinghong asked tentatively.
She has been Darlene's student for a year or 2. She had never heard of anyone being described by her teacher as extremely talented.
Even if it's her.
Darina only commented that he was serious, hardworking, and had a high level of understanding.
But now you directly say that the other person has excellent talent? Is it so top? I can't go into details. That extremely talented gentleman really doesn't want to be famous, so I can't reveal his name.
Darina raised her eyebrows and kept the question in suspense.
But,
she then added, but he and the president of Lang's Incense Company are good friends.
Lang's Incense Industry? Isn't that Long Ying's company? Beside, when Yi Ziwen heard the name Lang's Incense Industry, his brows immediately frowned. Long Ying. Why invite an internationally renowned master? Thinking about.
She immediately took her phone out of her pocket, opened Twitter, found Darina's account, and clicked on it.
Latest published information.
Inside are 3 design drawings, followed by a short note. The copyright of this photo is entirely held by Lang's Fragrance Technology Company, Limited.
Yi Ziwen was stunned for a moment. Long Ying's company was just a subsidiary before, but now it can afford to hire an international master as a designer? Look at the popularity under the tweet.
It can even rival the popularity of some internationally renowned jewelry brands.
How can this be created with just 3 shabby design drawings? And listen to the conversation between his classmates Lu Dinghong and Darina.
This design drawing looks quite high-end.
Open the image. Zoom in and consider carefully. Yi Ziwen was a little surprised when he saw it.
Even for a layman like her, looking at these simple designs was pleasing to the eye. Words can't express it accurately, it's just very comfortable.
And suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head.
Yi Ziwen suddenly thought of the conversation he had with Qin Feng and Lang Ying on the floor above.
Unemployed, designer? Chapter 150. The clown is actually me? No way, no way? Could it really be like what she thought?
It was as if a shocking secret had been discovered.
Yi Ziwen's big eyes were filled with disbelief. What's the matter? It feels like something is a little weird.
Lang Ying seemed to have said just now that her husband is a designer. As the daughter of the richest man in Shanghai, it is absolutely impossible for her to willingly marry a man with no ability. Although this man is ridiculously handsome. But after all, the identity is there.
And what Darina said just now when she was keeping the secret was very meaningful. Lang Ying's good friend? Then Mr. Qin should be the author of this design, right?
Reaching out and stroking the smooth and white chin, Yi Ziwen murmured.
He is handsome and talented.
She wanted to find a boyfriend who was as handsome as Qin Feng, but now she probably thinks it will be difficult to find a second one.
Damn it. I sat up in shock from my dying illness and found that the clown was actually me. Miss Darlene, could you please answer a question for me? Unable to hold back any longer, Yi Ziwen immediately walked up to Darina and asked her politely.
She wanted to confirm her guess. If that's really the case. Then she was really glad that she didn't make an enemy in her spare time, but made a friend instead.
President Yi, what are you doing? Seeing Yi Ziwen suddenly coming over, Darina was a little confused and then asked. Her student Lu Jinghong said that Yi Ziwen was a finance worker. What questions could she ask herself? Although she was a little confused, Darina still followed Yi Ziwen and kept a distance from her students. Walked a few steps. A few people away. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Yi Ziwen turned to Ms. Darina and asked quietly in fluent English, could the mysterious designer you mentioned be Lang Ying's husband, Mr. Qin Fengqin? Hear this. Darina was slightly startled. But she came to her senses in an instant. Looking at the curious Yi Ziwen, she laughed and replied quietly, I promised that gentleman that I can't tell you. President Yi can only verify it himself. Finished. She went back to her students and discussed with them again. Yi Ziwen was just about to go over as well. And at this time, Lu Jinghong walked over. She smiled slightly, then reached out and hugged Yi Ziwen. Ziwen, I haven't seen you for 5 years. You seem to be more beautiful now. Said. Lu Jinghong reached out and touched the top of the leaf tattoo in a very cunning manner. Still the same as before, soft and smooth. Very elastic and big. But Yi Ziwen was stunned by Lu Jinghong's sudden attack. No one had touched her body like this in many years. Conditioned reflex. Yi Ziwen turned around and quickly grabbed Lu Jinghong's dirty hands, then pushed her away. After breaking free from the restraints, he took a step back. Lu Jinghong, you female hooligan, what are you doing? With his hands crossed, Yi Ziwen narrowed his eyes, his face flushed. It's okay to be pinched. But she actually felt a little comfortable just now. Kindness. A man is urgently needed. TSK, it feels as good as ever. Looking at Yi Ziwen's shy look, Lu Jinghong raised his hand and gestured. As an old painter and designer, she shouldn't be too familiar with the human body. There are actually quite a few drawings in the notebook, and you can tell how many there are just by touching it. Xiao Yizi, you have D now, right? She smiled cunningly. It's none of your business. Hearing this, Yi Ziwen quickly covered her proud chest, and her face became even redder. Really? He is my classmate now. I haven't seen her for so many years, and she still looks like a female hooligan. And I haven't seen it for so many years, but the eyesight and feel of this thing are still the same. As accurate as ever. Because she is really D. Of course I care. I want to feel it for your future husband. With that nasty smile, Lu Jinghong no longer looked pure and pretty, but instead had the aura of a typical female hooligan. Go, you really haven't changed at all. After swallowing, Yi Ziwen shook his head and said. She still remembers it now. When Lu Jinghong was studying at Virginia Commonwealth University, he was criticized by the whole school for using a telescope worth tens of thousands of dollars to peek into the boys' dormitory next door. True social death. But after that, this guy became even more rampant. I started buying astronomical telescopes. It's truly letting go of myself. It hasn't changed at all from its current awkward look. Of course. If I change, I won't be myself anymore,
Lu Jinghong said as a matter of course.
And suddenly,
she looked at Yi Ziwen, who looked like a queen, and asked curiously, "Little Yi Zi, you've developed so well.
have you been very active in these years?" Hearing this,
Yi Ziwen was slightly startled and suddenly felt a little ashamed.
she didn't dare look into Lu Jinghong's eyes. I have been a widow for 27 years. What the hell? You haven't had a relationship in these 5 years? Obviously frightened, Lu Jinghong asked in confusion.
Yi Ziwen has such an alluring look, it doesn't look like she's never been in a relationship before.
In that case,
Lu Jinghong had a strange look on his face, his eyes fixed on Yi Zi's tattoo, and then comparing it with his own.
ask a question. What is the difference between an apple and a pineapple?